A series of deadly strikes ended with the Demon King's head being severed clean off. The blonde guy stood frozen, muttering under his breath at a head several times bigger than himself. "Get up, hero, there is no time left. Stand and fight." The dungeon raid team was left speechless as the terrifying boss of the Black Gate was taken down in a single blow. After a long pause, the awakened woman stammered, "Who are you?" Hearing the voice, the man finally turned around and said, "A knight among knights. A true, I carry the faith and will of the Leondragonia Leonhard lineage." To truly understand why this man is so powerful, we have to rewind 300 years back. The day the hero woke up in a bizarre new world, nothing like Korea. He realized he had been reincarnated. He was born into a noble duke's family. His youth was a relentless grind, tougher than hell itself, to earn the goddess's favor and become a holy knight. He traveled far and wide slaying demons to build his merit. At 20, Leon's dream finally came true when he met the goddess Ariana and was blessed to become the holy knight he would always wish to be. Then one day, news spread that the king had died in battle against the Demon King. To stabilize the kingdom without a ruler, Goddess Ariana took the throne temporarily and gave Leon a new mission. She bestowed upon him the lion's heart, granting him extended life to continue the demon-slaying journey. Thanks to that, Leon officially became the new king of the realm. But as in life, where there is a builder, there is always a breaker. While Leon and his knights fought demons, the Empire's mage idiots resurrected the Lord of Chaos right in the kingdom. When Leon was 121, the world was dragged to the brink of annihilation. In the final battle between knights and thousands of demon guards, the people were slaughtered, all soldiers died, and Leon was the lone survivor. Carrying on the fight, he stubbornly clung to his ideals, fighting on until he was 300 years old. The moment he swung a final, decisive strike to sever the Demon King's head, that endless battle finally came to an end. He fought from when he first donned armor and fur, all the way until he was barely recognizable, and only then was the job done. Today, a group of dungeon raiders suddenly appeared and clashed with him. This marked the turning point where our Night King would finally return to the human world in a grand, official way, because if he kept hanging with demons forever, he might just blow a gasket and ruin the whole story. These gates actually started appearing worldwide about 30 years ago. Earth time. Each gate leads to a world on the brink of collapse or already destroyed. Survivors returning through these gates are prime targets for government recruitment at any cost. After 300 years of fighting demons in another world, the moment Leon stepped back into Earth, he was whisked into a room for questioning. He knew revealing he was from Earth would not do him any favors. The title Holy Night King who lived 300 years in another dimension sounded way cooler than Orphan, who died young from overwork at 20. After some mental wrestling over his identity, Leon finally spoke up. His first words, "Call me your majesty." Peasant interrogator froze, like someone just sprayed glue on him. After a long pause, he reluctantly called him your majesty. Their conversation continued. Leon was grilled about the Black Gate. "Your world clashed with our hunters, and you wiped out all those demons, right?" Leon nodded, adding that he exterminated the demons to protect the honor of the knights. So he was happy to grant the privilege of recording this epic event. Peanut. The interrogator's face broke into a grimace, overwhelmed by the culture clash between them. Suddenly, Leon spoke up again. "No royal welcome ceremony here." That brother felt the pressure instantly, hurriedly grabbed his phone to text someone, ordering them to bring food ASAP to keep his majesty from starving. While waiting, he tried to lighten the mood by filling the guy in on the current state of the world and warning about a potential Hellgate explosion if those stubborn portals were not sealed for good. Mid-story, the long-prepared meal finally arrived. Leon stared dumbfounded at the slow-cooked bone stew seasoned with salt, pepper, and a hint of crunchy kimchi. "If I just sit down and chow this down now, would not that blow my cover?" He swallowed hard, slammed the table with a thud, then played clueless and asked, "What exactly is this?" When he heard it was siowag tang, a humble country folk dish, Leon's temper flared up instantly. "Damn it!" he snapped, slapping his face as if to wake himself up. "How dare they serve royal blood a peasant's meal? Is this how your kingdom treats the royalty of another nation?" Leon's anger was justified even though he just returned to Earth. He is still a Night King who has dedicated his life to duty. Now he can't even get a decent meal. After that fiery rant that nearly shattered the monster-proof glass, Leon finally relaxed, sliced into a juicy steak, and savored the aroma, watching him eat premium beef and sip 93 red wine with such noble grace. The two government guys were completely out of their depth. Jinsu, head of the Korean Hunters Association, dared not look their way and nervously told his assistant to handle the room and talk to Leon. Anhari turned pale hearing this, desperately trying to refuse but ultimately had to summon her courage and step into that intimidating room. Unlike the others, Leon seemed more favorably inclined toward her. He told her to sit, then laid out exactly why he was so pissed, not because of the modest meal, but because of how they treated their king. According to him, when a royal from another country visits, they deserve to be treated like royalty because how you treat them affects the safety of an entire nation. This is not a joke. Hearing these high and mighty words, Harry instantly bowed her hands in apology, begging forgiveness for her ignorance. But thinking about her mission, she steadied herself and asked if Leon would accept government protection from now on. Leon stayed silent for a moment. Though he would only been on Earth for 20 years, he knew the government valued survivors from the dungeons highly. They would not deliver demands, just block anyone like him from joining other nations at all costs. Teaming up to fight demons was not hard for him, but something seriously frustrating was happening here. Leon, who had been calm moments ago, now shouted, "A king? There is no way. I am crawling to be a soldier for another country's army. I will build my own squad of knights right here on this world with that middle-of-the-road peasants. Me the elite attitude. No thanks. That is not happening." Hari left the room looking utterly drained. Suddenly, the control room blared an alarm. Everyone's phones buzzed with a message. A dungeon had just appeared in East Being. Hevernam. Kim Jinsu glared at his phone, clearly worried if a dungeon popped up near the warehouse. Those nasty elements could ruin all the food supplies. Hearing this, Hari immediately recalled Slevel Hunter Lai Wangwan of the Phoenix Association. If he was there, how could there not be an orange gate? Her partner knew this well too, but he was convinced the bastards were deliberately letting things slide, so they rushed over together to see what was really going down. Just as expected, when they arrived at the gate, Lai Wangwan and his Phoenix crew were already waiting. The cocky look on his face told them everything. This guy was purposely letting the dungeon erupt because the government rejected his demands. The Phoenix Association was a bunch of blood-sucking demons, making bank off gate by products, magic stones, and monster materials, and now they wanted the government to waive their taxes and rake in billions more. These street-smart bastards are a real pain in the ass. Hari spoke first, glaring at Lai Wangwan. "We have to seal that gate right now, starting today. The countdown is 1 week if we just let it be." Before she could even finish her sentence, he shut her up, saying his members were badly injured and could not go clear the decay right now. You could see he was full of crap. Hari flew off the handle, yelling that they would lost all patriotism and did not care about the people. Lai Wangwan just burst out laughing, constantly insisting he did not know a thing. The only thing he understood was that in this world, justice is decided by money and power. Lai Wangwan had enough and stepped forward, calling him shallow and outdated. Just then, a strange man barged in front of everyone and asked Lai Wangwan who he was, pointing out he looked like a foreigner. Lai Wangwan was really pissed off now. He glared daggers and snapped, "How dare a lowlife like you say something like that to me?" Neither side would back down, and just as they were about to throw punches, Hari quickly jumped in to mediate. "Stop. Catch your breath, Lai Wangwan. He is one of the survivors." The stranger hesitated at that, then flipped his attitude in a flash. He tried some Western-style insults, but with such a bold start, Lion did not even bother responding. He turned to Kim Jinsu and Hari, ordering them to report what was happening here. "Having a powerhouse on your side is unbeatable." Hari was quick to jump in, explaining it was a decay outbreak. When it breaks out, huge amounts of harmful elements get released, poisoning the soil. And of course, crops can't grow on polluted land. According to her, the Honam Plains are a critical hub for food storage. Best solution is to purify and clear out the decay as fast as possible. Standing before the massive orange gate, Leon showed zero fear and said he would soon step inside and help them defeat the monsters. But no matter what, a king like him can't just jump into another country's military affairs. He needed her to report back, and he would wait for the home country's king to approve before making a move. Hari was frustrated but said nothing. She was willing to let him handle it his way, but Leon stood firm. Everything had legalities and rules. How can someone call themselves an honorable warrior if they do not follow their nation's orders? Hurry up and deliver the message to your king. It was a pointless formality, but in the end, the government faction had to contact the president just to confirm he would agree. That night, she prepared a few things and brought a doll to him, curious what he wanted to do with it. Earlier, he had asked Hari to find women with children and have them handcraft dolls themselves. That is why a doll-making contest was immediately held in the Eastern Plains. Holding the first doll in his hand, Lin annoyedly tore it apart in a flash. Many others were brought in, but if they looked ugly, they all ended up tossed aside. He cursed so hard, the poor women could not even keep up. Then, an 80-year-old woman brought out a doll, and that is when the Iron Fist King softened up a bit. He took her hand and started a conversation. "How many children have you given birth to?" 12. She answered. "Honestly, The old lady almost got offered the President's medal for her dedication right then and there. After getting what he wanted, Lun and the others headed back to the gate. A quick ritual was performed. From the magic circle, he pulled out an exquisitely crafted cup and began reciting prayers to the Earth Mother Goddess of this land. A golden light blazed forth, followed by water mysteriously appearing in the cup and steadily rising. The sun was just rising as countless droplets danced and splashed out, but soon gathered together, forming a doll resting right beside them. You could tell everyone nearby was utterly shocked. This doll not only stood up but could speak. With utmost reverence and respect, Lin bowed to the goddess before him. I humbly greet you, Demera, Earth Mother, Goddess of Life and Blessing. He told the goddess Demera about everything that happened here, not forgetting to throw shade at a few low-life thugs nearby ugly as sin and playing the villain like pros. Goddess Demera listened and comforted him, saying that stupidity and greed are not always crimes in themselves. Those are just traits baked into human nature. What do you plan to do now? Leon shot back immediately. I will make damn sure duty and power walk hand in hand here. I will whip those fools into shape and steer them back onto the right path. The goddess Demera was beyond pleased with her disciple's spirit and decided to spread her divine essence, filling the land's thirst with her own blood and flesh. A single drop fell from the doll's hand onto the barren rice field, instantly purifying it. The once withered crops now blossomed into lush golden grains. Leon grabbed a handful of rice but made a face like a monkey who just bit into a chili pepper. He shouted, "Don't be fooled, everyone. Those crops were grown with magic and it is poisonous as hell. I am sure everyone knows that already." Not stopping there, he aggressively called Goddess Demera a dumb straw puppet. Classic low-class hick. Leon glared at him like he was the village idiot. I will only forgive your stupidity this one last time. Stop defiling the goddess's name with that filthy mouth of yours. La Yanquang was furious but could not argue. His plan was about to crumble just because of a random stranger. So he scrambled to find another excuse to prove the recent events were all a scam cooked up by an old conniving fool. He called over a member of the Phoenix Society and introduced him as the official verifier. The guy was not some amateur and quickly used his power to check the harvested rice. A detailed report popped up right before everyone's eyes, confirming this rice was truly blessed by the gods. More than that, it could cure third-degree illnesses, even cancer, if eaten over time. Once the food was ready, Kim Jin-soo wasted no time. Someone grab a pot from the minister's house, he ordered. After a quick cook-up, everyone made some white rice to fuel up. While Kim Jin-soo was still stunned by the healing power, Officer Han Harry hurried over with a bowl of rice in hand. The whole group's eyes lit up like headlights at the news that eating a bug from this field would earn them corn. And, as expected, the calm shattered. Those tough young men suddenly turned into kids, chasing bugs wildly across the field. Goddess Demera, seeing her work was done, told Leon she was leaving. Before leaving, she gently placed her hand on his head and warmly reminded him, "No matter what you do, make sure you eat well, okay?" Meanwhile, Buckbee collapsed onto the table and returned to its lifeless form. Leon then looked toward the giant orange vortex and told Han Harry, "Once the warriors have their fill, we move through that gate." The group began to gather, preparing to leave. Lee Yum, the old, looked like he was clocking in for a weekend shift, still waiting on that paycheck from last year. But Han figured his job was probably just blessing and growing corn, which made him practically useless in battle. Confident in his thoughts, Han chuckled and said, "That means they are definitely gonna lose." Inside the dark, damp orange cave, filled with the dry mist of fallen victims, the government hunters marched on, tense as hell. Only Leon stood apart, muttering to himself, "A one-on-one fight with the boss. Now that is my kind of fun." Han Harry, walking ahead, overheard and nearly choked, "Boss, there is no way a boss monster rolls solo. They always bring the whole gang for a group beatdown." Seriously. Luckily, Leon soon realized this place was not just home to one boss, and Han Harry happily dropped some knowledge. Usually, monsters weaken after defeat, but with skeletons, zombies, or demons in some cases, as long as the boss is alive, they respawn endlessly. Now fully clued in, Lun and Han Harry were still talking when a glaring red warning popped up. It clearly stated that a dungeon explosion had begun, with Commander Knight Dullahan advancing with his army, demanding everyone defeat him within 3 hours. The Government Hunter Guild had just received their mission when a massive horde of dry skeleton warriors thundered in from afar. They were led by the close combat and ranged knights from 2 of Dullahan's squads. Seeing such a swarm of enemies, everyone panicked, but Kim Jin-soo quickly took charge, telling them to stay calm and asking his subordinates how many archers and mages were ahead. The reply came instantly, "I count 30 archers and 2 mages." With that intel, Kim Jin-soo ordered his archers to focus on long-range fire, while the tanks took on the frontline monsters. The battle officially erupted. An impatient dry skeleton charged straight at Kim Jin-soo, swinging its sword with deadly force. With his experience, he raised his shield just in time, but the skeleton's strength was far beyond what he expected. Still, as a seasoned tank, he had enough power left to slam back with a hammer, cracking the skeleton's skull in return. Just as he took down one fiend, he noticed the two enemy mages preparing high-level spells. Kim Jin-soo immediately raised a barrier to draw their attention onto himself. A blast of magic hit with a loud thud, but he held firm thanks to government-issued protective gear. But when he glanced up, the boss knight had already ridden his horse right up in front of him, one hand gripping his own severed head, the other wielding a massive blade. Just a light swing sent Kim Jin-soo flying across the battlefield. Spotting their struggling commander and battered teammates, and Harry ran over, pleading, "Sir, please help us." But instead, she got nothing but a cold glare and a look dripping with disdain. A king never bothers with petty skirmishes like this. To Leon, asking someone to take down the demon lord with a single strike while battling a bunch of animated skeletons was nothing short of sacrilege against the saints. That meant no chance the man before her would lift a finger to help. And Harry realized this and turned to her teammates, telling them she would handle the boss herself. After giving a few quick orders, she shot off at full speed straight toward Dullahan. She pulled off a stunning mid-air flip, then unleashed a surprise sword slash aimed at him, but he blocked it. Focused on her plan, the young woman barely had time to react before the floating head distracted her. Dullahan tossed his head to draw her attention, then slammed a powerful punch that echoed like the one he landed on Commander Kim Jin-soo. The force nearly broke her back, just keeping her standing. But when she looked up, the knight's horse was already right in front of her. Seizing the moment perfectly, she did not run. She struck back with a wide-area attack aimed at the one who just hit her. A massive explosion engulfed everything in smoke and flames. Dullahan could not dodge and took the hit. He roared wildly, swinging his sword to get away. But Harry was not about to let him off that easy. She aimed straight for the severed head in his hand and lunged with all her might, but he anticipated it and blocked with his blade. The enemy was not about to let her off either. But just then Dullahan's counterattack was interrupted by the sound of applause. And who else but the nation's beloved star, Leon, was clapping with obvious delight. He clapped loudly while praising the impressive sword skills of the one standing before him using only one hand. No less. After a boring grind fighting monsters, Leon boldly shouted, "Hey, unnamed knight. Your Majesty, I hereby challenge you to a duel. Let us settle this battle with a one-on-one knight showdown." Wait, hold up. About 2 seconds later, everyone, both humans and demons, were stunned silent at the challenge. Everyone assumed the boss would never accept, but to their shock, he actually nodded yes. After Dullahan agreed to the solo duel with Leon, the skeleton soldiers looked up in stunned disbelief, but then they resumed marching forward with their rattling bones. The two forces fell back and formed a circle around them. Leon stood there, eyeing the headless knight with awe. A great knight indeed. Time to relax a bit. Without missing a beat, he conjured a magic circle, and from it, a gleaming sword rose up. Leon kept analyzing. I think his style is dual swords, right? This one-handed weapon does not really suit his fighting style. Dullahan looked puzzled but said nothing, just standing silently. At that moment, Harry called out, "Your Majesty." Leon glanced at the sword in front of him and asked, "What is it?" She broke it down. "That guy Dullahan. He can be taken down unless you chop off his head." Leon blinked in surprise. "Really? Does that even matter?" Harry froze, stunned at his cluelessness. "Seriously? Of course it matters. How else are you supposed to beat Dullahan without decapitating him?" Leon smirked confidently. "Nah, that is not the real deal. What decides victory is a knight's honor." While the guards exchanged uneasy looks, the two leaders locked eyes, ready for a high-stakes duel. Raising his sword, Leon declared, "In the name of the first knight under the goddess of light and justice, Dragonius, great conqueror and rightful King Leon, hereby challenge you." Meanwhile, Dullahan remained silent, waiting. He reached out, gripping his massive sword with both hands. As Leon continued, "I grant this honorable knight a duel." No more waiting. Dullahan, a man of few words, lunged forward fast toward Leon, who stood ready. He leapt, sword raised high for a crushing blow. Leon stayed perfectly still, calm as Dullahan's strike sliced through the air, trailing a streak of light, smashing the ground where Leon had been standing, shards flying everywhere. As the dust slowly settled, Leon was still there, icy and unmoved. He lifted his sword to head height and effortlessly blocked the deadly strike. Sparks flew from the collision, the force electrifying. Tilting his blade down, Lian summoned a gentle swirling breeze. Dullahan's massive sword crashed to the ground with a thud. As Lian's blade pressed against the neck of the headless warrior, Li glared coldly and declared, "One life down." His sword pointed directly at the glowing blue light on Dullahan's neck. Immediately, Dullahan jumped back behind a pillar, keeping a safe distance, but he showed no signs of backing down. Spinning lightly, sword at his side, he readied for his next strike. Lightning fast, the heavy sword swung with surprising ease, unleashing another beam of light, this time aimed straight at Leon's neck. Harry watched him stand unnaturally still, panic rising inside her. If he tries to block like that, she gasped. Behind her, the entire team shared her terrified expression, but unlike them, Lun remained chillingly calm, a confident smirk creeping across his face. His footwork is weak, he thought, eyes piercing through the attack. No one saw what happened next, only the shocking scene below. Lian standing firm with his sword poised, while Dullahan lay sprawled on the shattered ground. The echo of destruction reverberating through the dungeon. They wiped their sweaty palms, whispering, "Did he just counterattack?" Harry clasped her hands, eyes wide with admiration. "Amazing." Lin glanced at her. "Did you see that?" Harry was the only one who caught the full picture. He had shifted the balance of the sword's path by twisting his blade at the exact moment of impact. He delivered a horizontal slash in return, watching Dullahan kneel before Lian. Harry thought no one else would dare pull off such a move. Lian stepped forward, angling his sword toward Dullahan's head. Standing tall, Lin counted down coldly. "Second life," he spoke to Dullahan. "Get back into a defensive stance." Meanwhile, Harry's thoughts raced. He can do this because he is overwhelmingly dominant. It had been a while since Lian defeated a knight in a true honorable duel. He would think twice if the opponent called for a just. But for now, the battle raged on. Dullahan rose to his feet. Any former adversaries who doubted him, that was sheer foolishness. Look at Lian right now, standing tall with that fierce gaze. A man who has been through countless battles. To everyone, he is that relentless force chasing honor and supremacy from behind. Lian spoke up. "All right, let us see how that sword strike of mine fares." Without hesitation, he unleashed a horizontal slash at Dullahan. A glowing ring appeared just like it had before. Dullahan pivoted, swinging his blade with such force it snapped his huge sword backward. Lian followed up with a light strike to Dullahan's chest armor and counted. Third hit. "I have reached the pinnacle of knighthood, the king of knights." Respected and defiant, Lian coldly asked, "You want to keep going?" In Dullahan's mind, he told himself, "I want to unleash my soul power. I want to fight this man over and over. The true knight's way." Then almost instantly, as that thought settled, he charged forward with a stomp. Dullahan readied his sword, determined to fight honorably. Like a true knight, Lian stood his ground, unmoving, yet effortlessly parried every attack thrown his way. Silently, Dullahan affirmed to himself, "No soul power. Just my lone blade like back in the day facing famed knights across the world with nothing but my honor." To him, Lian's sharp eyes, commanding presence, and raw strength shone through. Dullahan stood there, seemingly forgetting everything after becoming a headless knight. His sword spun wildly in midair, rising toward the center. As it crashed into the ground behind him, Lin kept counting. 10th hit. "Your swordplay's getting sharper. Did you finally recall your past life?" Dullahan still could not speak, only guttural growls escaped his headless neck, his heart racing with wild excitement. "Great knight. You have brought me back to my glory days." Lian threw out the old question again. "You want to keep going?" "Knight." But all he got were growls in response. The skeleton crew stood stunned behind, still watching the battle unfold. Holding Dullahan's severed head, that head looked toward the two fighters. Heavy with thought, Dullahan stepped forward, reaching to grasp his own head from the summoner's hands. Holding his own severed head, he wondered, when did my brutal massacre begin? Flashing back to a time when he stood atop that mountain with his summoned soldiers, he kept asking himself, how long have I fought? Losing my pride as a knight. If I can end this cursed journey like this, I would be truly satisfied. With that thought, his knees suddenly buckled. Dullahan unexpectedly knelt before Lian. Lifting his head toward him, Lian smiled with satisfaction. Wonderful. I am glad you have reclaimed your honor. Placing his hand on that head, a radiant light glowed as Lian warmly said, I will pray for you. Closing his eyes, he continued, if you once believed in a god, I pray that God grants your soul peace. If not, then may the goddess guide you to heaven's gates. Lian looked at him with a smile. Great knight. I hope one day we meet again at the feast of the gods. Let this place shine, he said. and a blinding light erupted throughout the dungeon. Dullahan's head slowly dissolved, flames mingling with golden light all around. His armor began to vanish too, revealing the hands of a human beneath. The long-forgotten face of Dullahan flickered in the light, returning to Leon Dragonia Leonia. Some time later, after conquering the dungeon, each member of the Hunter's Guild busied themselves cleaning up outside. Harry, do not say a word. He kept his promise. Jinsuet. He really ended it with a one-on-one fight. Flashing back to the dungeon, that blinding golden light made her eyes widen. What was that light? Didn't he say something about letting this place shine? Back in reality, Jinsu wondered. Could that be what he called holy power? No wonder the undead vanished right afterward. Harry grumbled a bit. He should have used that skill way earlier. Just then, Lin appeared and spoke up, saying, if we do this, that great knight will meet his end as a mere soul, not as a knight anymore. Hearing this, and seeing him standing there, she could only respond respectfully, yes, Your Majesty. The image of Dullahan flashed before them as Leon explained the knight who lived and breathed honor. Honor comes from actions, and actions come from will. Dullahan received exactly what he deserved. As a noble knight, Leon turned to face the barren battlefield ahead, saying, now, it is time to claim my spoils. Where there is a battle, there is loot. Those words left the two hunters utterly confused. Then, on a black cloth, a sword was laid over a glowing orb, both radiating a mysterious purple energy. Jinsu furrowed his brow, muttering, look at that. It is loaded with mana. Harry King, Dullahan's great sword and armor are here too. Lin's gaze locked onto the orb. The mana it gave off was almost irresistible. He began to think, his face darkening with displeasure, even showing signs of boredom, while Jinsu exclaimed, that thing would fetch a fortune if sold. Lin cut in sharply, pile of jump, then smashed the orb without hesitation. The sword remained intact, but the orb shattered into fragments. Now nothing more than rubble. Everyone present froze, stunned and regretful at Leon's abrupt action. Lin raised an eyebrow seriously. Stuff like this only brings bad luck. Cut to somewhere in the Hunter's Guild after conquering the dungeon. Harry sighed deeply. Exhausted, pushing a cart full of food as she leaned in, her face was gaunt, eyes darkened with fatigue. Lin had been back on Earth for 4 days now. Harry suddenly startled. So much had happened in such a short time. She was wiped out. There was a minor uproar over taxes. Leon felt it was wrong, his voice full of indignation. Seriously, I am a king, and I have to pay taxes to some other country's king. Harry tried to explain. It is just the tax, but Leon cut her off. Don't even mention that filthy money. It is not fit for a king like me to bother with. Leon's attitude left Harry speechless. Cut the money talk already. I am lost here. Accepting tributes to build the cathedral was another headache. Villagers crowded around asking, so how are we supposed to supply the goods? Lin announced sternly. You will give 90% of your produce as offerings. I am already being way too generous. The farmer looked troubled, complaining. Taxes and living costs are already crushing us. Giving 90% of our goods. Lin crossed his arms confidently. The goddess's tributes won't leave you starving. All welfare and necessities will be handled by our guild. Harry, Trern, and the others held a paper. Remember the blessings the goddess gave to the rice fields. Isn't he that amazing? The two farmers were stunned. 80 kilograms of rice per sack is worth 150 million kwon. Got excited. One sack already cost that much, even after giving most away. We will still come out ahead. We trust this. Leon stood there, chuckling with satisfaction. But the biggest issue was with Leon himself, yelling in his room. This is not a damn battlefield, and there is not a single piece of art hanging above the bed of a king like me. Harry stood awkwardly behind him. Well, not only does he want a super fancy bed, he wants servants attending him 24/7 and art pieces hanging above his bed too. She had no choice but to make calls late into the night. Hello? Sorry for the late hour. But finally, Harry had to tour multiple 5-star hotels until to find the perfect room. She knelt before Leon, tears streaming down her face, begging, Your Majesty, please, just sleep. She awaited his verdict. At last, he relented, agreeing to a room decorated with paintings and ceramic pieces arranged around it. For now, that was good enough. Harry stepped forward, calling inside, Your Majesty, Lord Harry has arrived. Inside, Lin allowed it. Come in. She pushed in the food cart and offered a greeting. How's your day been so far? He sat in the chair, staring out the window as he replied. Anything new? Harry walked closer to Leon. This is a royal delicacy. Please enjoy. Lin held the glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes remained half closed, resting. He cared. Have you eaten breakfast yet? She answered honestly, not yet. He advised her, at least bring some food with you. Don't starve yourself. Harry wiped sweat from his brow. Got it. Yes, sir. Harry opened the lid and pushed the food out. Before her eyes appeared a spread of fresh, delicious-smelling food. Her eyes went wide. She naturally smiled, unable to hold back. Looks amazing. I gotta start bringing sandwiches with me from now on. Suddenly, Lian spoke up, startling her to turn around. Sit down. Harry blushed, shy and hesitant. She thought silently. Smooth move. Your Highness. Wait. Was he planning to share his meal with me back then? She sat down at the table. Her face lit up with a bright smile. He looked puzzled. What are you doing? She did not get what he meant and asked back. Yeah? Lian turned back with a cold expression. I was about to order someone to cut me a rib to eat. Harry froze in place. She did not expect him to say that. So you are not planning to share with me? Lin kept his emotionless face. His eyes showed a hint of annoyance. A king like me would never stoop to be humble with a mere commoner like you. Hearing that, she just stayed silent. The car left the Grand Hotel, heading somewhere else. Inside the luxury car, Harry reported, the Hunter Association has agreed to support your Majesty's settlement. Although it is not a majestic palace with royal vibes, but still, it is incredibly elegant. Lin seriously assessed. This is something worth paying attention to. For someone of my status, I can let people disrespect me. Harry leaned in to ask. Your Majesty, about the distribution of the spoils, do you know? Lin did not wait for her to finish. I have already ordered someone to handle that part myself. Lin was not exactly pleased. But do not touch that jacket. He said he kinda likes it. So she just smiled awkwardly and let it slide. The car stopped at a tall building. Harry quickly announced, we have arrived. Your Majesty. He stepped out seriously as she gestured. This place is very close to the Hunter Association. There is even a rooftop helipad. So in emergencies, we can use it to get around. Harry beamed. What do you think of the atmosphere here? Lin just grunted and did not answer. He looked at the strange decorations in front of the yard. Puzzled. What are these weird things supposed to be? The two walked into the lobby together. Everything inside was neat and orderly. A person had been waiting for a while. She is Harry's assistant from the Hunter Association. Right? Harry was startled. This trip was supposed to be a secret. Who is this guy anyway? The man smiled warmly. Just a coincidence I am here. I'm Pak Jong-chan, director of Manhwa's division at Dujong Corporation. She forced a somewhat fake smile. Dujong Group. Dujong is one of the top 3 richest conglomerates in South Korea. Yet now you are pretending it is a coincidence you are waiting here. Jong-chan smiled. Not so friendly. Then let out a laugh. He continued. This guy must be the famous survivor everyone's been talking about lately. Harry had guessed it right away. Jong-chan's grin grew more sinister as he extended his hand. Pleasure to meet you all. Especially you. Lian Dragonia. Li's anger showed on his face. Just some merchants thinking they can shake my hand. Inside the room, voices echoed in discussion. This is where the Hunter Association will serve your Majesty for the entire year. Harry was reviewing the contract while rolling out the info. The association will cover all management fees and rent. So no worries there. Plus, room service and cleaning staff are paid from the management fees. I think we can definitely use their services. You mean all that stress and overthinking? Lucky the info about the survivors is top secret. Harry recalled that moment, clueless about what that northern guy's real agenda was. But thankfully Lian just ignored him. Harry turned around. Puzzled, what could that guy want meeting with his Majesty anyway? Lian slowly explained the trader came here. His face went distant, probably thinking about profits. Curiously, Harry asked. Profits. Harry realized it had to do with those rice crops blessed by the gods. Right? Someone sneaked in to eavesdrop. Things were intense back then, so controlling info went out the window. That Snoop got all hyped. And on that chance, several internet broadcasters recorded it. Our association begged them to delete the footage. But Harry glared at her phone. Fuming, are people still spreading that nonsense? On the screen was a clip titled Rice Blessed by the Gods. Northern folks. Female lead. GM Chen could not hold back his rage. He crushed his phone and cursed. Damn it! His face flushed red with anger as he shouted. That bastard Vince behind this. He turned to his staff. Grilling them. Are you sure this rice really works? Staff stammered. Yes. Definitely. But he pressed on. But we have not done clinical trials yet. It worked on mice? Sure. But how do we know it works on humans? The staff scratched his head. Uncertain. Minna, standing nearby, reported. Director, I have reached out to the field owner to secure as many seeds as possible. But, she confessed. I even saw a dead dog come back to life, Minna added with awe. Some people even cured chronic rhinitis. Villagers who ate that rice completely recovered from minor and serious illnesses alike. GM Chan listened, his face turning sly. We do not have clinical data yet, but it seems proven. He nodded. So that is how it is. GM Chan frowned. Annoyed yet impressed, how dare that guy? He recalled Lian's face from that time, some traitor trying to shake hands with me. Bitter, Jiamchan seed. How dare they treat a world-class director like me so disrespectfully? Mina continued her report. Director, this project must succeed. The potential of this rice strain is limitless. Jiamchan tensed up. I know. That is why I have to meet him again. He slammed his fist on the table hard. Unbelievable, there is still someone in Korea who dares to disrespect a successful businessman like me. Jiamchan sneered. Thinking a few grains of rice can make you big? You picked the wrong opponent. Survivor. He laughed menacingly. You are just like all the other survivors, always lagging behind civilization. Thinking your world is the pinnacle of progress. And spat, his face darkening. Time to school you. You filthy rat. Leon appeared, shining bright as he returned to Earth, setting 3 goals. First, to spread faith in the gods. Statues revered in glowing light. Earth has plenty of gods and believers, but real divine power, that is missing. A god should be worshipped and bless the world. Yet people still suffer from disease, and the land grows ever more polluted. Crowds gather at shrines. So to harness divine power, new faith must be built. More believers must trust in the new god. Second, to train the holy knights, shining armored warriors. No organization here wields true divine power. They fight with all their might. If Lian's king, the holy grail bearer, is a demon, then the holy knights are the saints. Every strike, every swing, they are knights of the gods, wielding divine power, striking fear into the hearts of demons. And finally, to slaughter every demon running wild on this land, restore divine power, and nurture the holy knights. Lin now stands tall on the hard-won battlefield. He stood there, deep in thought, knowing he had to spread faith and maintain balance and order in the pantheon to nurture the holy knights. Maybe expecting the holy knights to show up in a place like this was a bit much. Lian pondered with distant eyes, but it did not affect him. His only focus was to fulfill his duty. Harry's call snapped Lian back. Your Majesty. She reported that someone requested an audience. After some thought, he decided if they would gone through the proper channels, there was no reason not to hear them out. The group entered the room where Lian sat, accompanied by Harry. Dongchan greeted politely. Thank you for granting us this audience. Your Majesty. Lian clasped his hands together, eyes fixed on them silently. A flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes. Lian thought to himself, right? If this is about business, I can totally bow down to this crazy fool. Meanwhile, Dongchan was still nervous, adding, and this time, I brought a little something extra. His assistant rolled out a large suitcase in front of Lian. Dongchan smiled. Please accept this. In his mind, he thought, you will be blown away once you see what is inside. Dongchan forced a grin so fake it twisted his face. Some luxury top-tier item that even a lunatic like you could not dream of. Once you try it, there is no going back. You will be begging me to manage your affairs. Lian finally spoke. All right. You have put a lot of heart into this, he said flatly and decisively. So I will accept it. Dongchan could not believe it. Accept? Really? He felt annoyed, like Lian was doing him a favor by taking it. Dongchan clapped on the suitcase. Why do not you take a look? I am sure you will like it. Lian pointed toward it. I do not want to waste my energy deciphering your tricks. Harry, open it, he ordered. She nodded dutifully. Yes. Your Majesty. Harry quickly moved forward to unlock the suitcase. She reached out, clicking the lock open. Suddenly, a gust of wind burst out, flinging the suitcase wide open, startling Harry back. Dongchan grumbled, his expression dark with irritation. The suitcase was packed full of blades and swords. These were the finest weapons, the pride of our corporation. I want you to pick the one that suits you best. Harry was shocked. All of these were rare, high-grade items crafted by the master artisans of our company. Dongchan smirked proudly. Exactly. Top-tier gear, the cream of the crop. Excited, he added, I heard you are going to work as a hunter now. These will be a huge help. Harry worried. He is just handing over the company's elite weapons like candy. She gawked. These top-tier weapons, so exclusive you can buy them even with cash. I would only seen these in some school YouTube videos before. Lian scoffed, his face. What am I supposed to do with these low-grade weapons? Dongchan shouted. Low-grade? Even Harry could not believe it. Your Majesty, did you say low-grade? He explained. How can a good sword lack the aura of the stars or divine blessings? Are you just using weapons to hunt monsters or something? Sweat dripped down his face. What the hell is he saying? Does he want me to sun-dry these swords like chili peppers, and then pray over them? Lian kept his cold expression, full of disdain. Dongchan flailed, protesting. You have got it all wrong. Your Majesty. Lian suddenly smiled wider. All right then. Merchants bragging everywhere is just normal business. He picked up a sword. This one can only kill chickens and cows. But I will give it a shot. Dong Chan and his crew gaped. What? He is pulling out some ancient sword from the middle of the pack. His face twisted. Like, is that all you got? Really disrespect your own weapons. You damn lunatic. But fine. I want to see the power of that sword in your hands. Your Majesty. Dong Chan turned to Harry, the managing secretary. Hen Harry. She replied. Yes, he asked Han. Do you want to try one of these weapons? Harry was startled but excited. She glanced nervously at Lian, who was watching intently from across the room. Harry started pulling out a sword for herself. All right then. She held the sword that had just been handed to her and pulled it out. She stared intently at it, the sword she would admired for 4 years. Crafted by the master smith, North Jin Cheon. Dawn. Harry held it up in front of her. She could feel its power like it had absorbed the dense solar energy of the special gate for 10 whole days. She could not believe it. Could I really wield this? Lian smirked. It is just a toy. Do you really need permission from her? Dong Chan heard that and nearly lost it in frustration. Harry readied herself to hold the sword, her eyes gleaming with anticipation to finally grasp it. On the other side, Lian just pulled out the sword he had earlier. Harry spun around, energy swirling around her, arm raised with the sword ready to strike. She swung down hard. I am here. But the sword shattered into pieces with a loud boom. Harry's eyes widened in shock. The others were stunned too. She felt both regret and surprise as her beloved sword broke apart. Lin openly sneered. It is even worse than I thought. What a waste of time. He grew more annoyed. Let us cut this act short. You have got 3 minutes. Don Chan was speechless. Panicking. Dawn's broken. The strongest weapon of the Dullahan Corporation is broken. John Chan was sweating. Terrified. No way. The clock ticked on, time slipping by, and he stammered helplessly. Oh no. John Chan and his crew bowed their heads. We want to apply for the rice patent. He looked up dumbfounded. What? John Chan quickly explained. Of course. We will pay. He raised his eyebrows. According to our estimates, it is worth about 180 billion kwon, but deep down he knew. Of course. Its true value was much higher. There is no way rice that cures cancer could be worth just that. John Chan was certain. But there is no way this crazy guy could know the value of 180 billion kwon. He would lose his mind once he heard how much that really was worth. Lian challenged. You say you want to buy rice with her money. He grinned triumphantly. That is right. Naturally. You will sign a contract giving Dullahan Corporation exclusive rights to the rice. If you want, I can even raise the price. Lian looked furious again. What a dumb merchant. He transformed into a lion, eyes blazing. Who dares insult the divine? John Chan and his crew were terrified. He clenched his teeth, too scared to say another word. The huge lion growled right in front of them. John Chan was panicking. Thinking. Lian looked at them coldly. Fools. Do you even realize your sins? John Chan collapsed to his knees, trembling all over. I really do not know what I did wrong. Lian gave him a smack. Are you really that stupid and clueless? He just kept his head bowed, muttering quietly. The fields gleamed under the sun. The harvest was born from the land of Demira Banfuk. Just thinking of that made Lian emotional. It was a blessing for the hardworking farmers sweating in the fields. Demira shone, her face full of grace, something money could not buy. But given through gratitude and reverence, he stared at them. You cowards chasing shallow profits while cheating others, answer me. His words kept coming as John Tran's anger boiled. How can anyone profit from the harvest of the divine without reverence? Lian was watching the night scene when Harry spoke up. About that, should we be worried about the director sending John Tran away like that? She wondered. From your Majesty's point of view, even if they are scoundrels, they are still influential. He still stood there, unimpressed. That alone is not enough to shake the scoundrels. Lian turned. Anyway, is what I told you to prepare ready? Harry held something in her arms. I have contacted the association, but her face suddenly flushed red. This time your Majesty is checking too. Usually, inspections make things go smoother. He raised an eyebrow. What nonsense is this? Are you saying those worthless guys will inspect King Lian? Harry's eyes went wide, mouth agape. Then why would your Majesty want to go there? He crossed his arms, saying we gotta pick only the capable freelance soldiers. I will be the one testing them. Miss Tran does not dare argue. That is just the protocol. Liam was dead set on it. No matter what, he would get it done. Meanwhile, Harry was ready to cry his eyes out. Outside the high-rise, Gu was up next this year, a young guy. A D-rank freelance hunter. Gu was the man. Jun Hyang waved him over. You here for the rank evaluation again? The spacious waiting hall was neatly arranged with everything in place. Jun Hyang glanced over approvingly. Gu's really putting in the effort. Gu just smiled awkwardly. He asked Han how this year's going. Han muttered. Probably gonna drop a rank. Gotta try harder. Jun Hyang tried to cheer him up. Don't he say that? Why not join our team? Han grimaced. Those talentless fools only hit C rank, and I have been stuck at D for 10 years. He was warmly welcomed. Guys like, he will quietly grind and soon become a powerhouse. Well, mining team is not so bad. Gu laughed. Yeah, I have been testing for 10 years now. Han's serious face met Gu's determined one. Still, I want to push a bit more. If it was not for life or death dungeon rewards, this struggle to climb ranks would be brutal. Plus, I gotta take care of my family, no quitting now. Gu's mind raced. No matter what, he had to hit C rank to escape being a mere porter. Jun Hyang suddenly glanced over. There was a foreigner standing nearby. Han guessed. European. Maybe. Jun Hyang was curious. Not a migrant worker. Gu offered. Could be from a poor country. Han shook his head. Nope. Definitely European. Lian stood there with sharp features. A striking nose. Golden hair. And towering build looking every bit royal. Jun Hyang called out from behind, making Lian turn. Hey. Young man. Han stepped forward asking in English. How are you? Lian shot back angrily. Eyes blazing. Don't you dare try to start a convo with me. Civilian. That line froze Jun Hyang and Han Solid. They both looked like they wanted to disappear and chuckled nervously. He has picked up some Korean. Huh. Jun Hyang. Still shaken. Nodded. Yeah. Definitely. Lian turned back with a glare that left Han frozen in place. His eyes were sharp and full of menace. Jun Hyang noticed Han trembling and asked, What is wrong? Han worried. You okay? What is up? At that moment, Han felt something was off. What is it? To Gu. Lian stood there radiating a powerful energy, suffocating even a massive, oppressive force. Then, a staff member called out to Gu. Number 57. Please. She informed him it was his turn, inviting him to interview room 2. Gu turned quickly. Suddenly shy. Lian stayed put, silently watching Gu with a thoughtful look. Worry itched all over Gu's face. Just one person. He thought, that is all I need. The staff checked in. You all right? Gu replied promptly. I am just a bit nervous. I am not here to find a strong fighter. But no one's worthy enough to be a knight. Lian's image lingered vividly in Gu's mind. They were all the same. Back in the day, low-level hunters came to test, but now, just a bunch of idiots checking their awakening. Outside, a voice announced. Number 77. Lian Dragonia. Please proceed to interview room 9. The situation was already a dead end from the start. Room 9 was where Lian stepped in for his evaluation. Lian entered the cavern, drawing every eye. Staff announced. Lian Dragonia. Number 77. Lian commanded. Commoner. Call me subordinate. The staff blinked confused. Subordinate. Please place your hand on the measuring orb here for the test. The staff instructed. Lian stared blankly at the orb, silent for a moment. His face twisted into discomfort. No one knew what he was thinking. He muttered something under his breath, while the staff patiently waited. He finally said a word that left the staff dumbfounded. Idiot. Arms crossed. Lian questioned. How dare a commoner test a knight's honor? The staff tried to explain. It is not us doing the measuring, it is the magic gear. And you are trying to argue that this thing can really gauge a knight's power. Lian made it clear. Only knights of honor and the gods themselves can judge a knight's worth. Staff looked stunned. So why are we even here? Lian spun around. I came here to scout talented soldiers. But the judges are just nobodies like this. Recruiting's this obvious. He stood before them with that smug look. So far, no one's impressed. What is the next test? The staff answered. It is a field trial at the camp. Lian sighed. Seemingly pleased. Good. True skill shines through regular training and real battles. I will be observing. But the staff's terrified expression told a different story. It is not observation. It is full-on participation. A vast space stretched out. Hope no one's getting dizzy. Some folks feel queasy passing through the camp. So camp station, the sea guy stared ahead grimly. Usually, completed camps shut down and get wiped clean. But some dungeons remain for profit. This place, so camp station, is one of those. Everyone, focus this way. The tests this year are not much different from last year's. He glanced around at everyone. To turn the tide of this evaluation, I need to crush this field test. He headed in with determination. This is camp. Nazian beamed. Dude, this is totally the hot spot. Sul reminded. Jin Miha, put your phone away first. The Z guy gave a worried side eye. Two rookies in a And they look as fresh as daisies. The vibe was great, but inside he was uneasy. An old guy over 60. Would he be D rank like me or C? The Z guy glanced behind, hesitating a bit. Lin, rocking dark shades and strutting like a model, was the foreign worker they would seen in the waiting room earlier. The Z guy raised an eyebrow. Taking the promotion test at this age. Must be a rookie. Old guys like him are all newbies anyway. While he fretted, Leon pushed up his glasses, striking a cool pose. How's this for style? The hunters gathered. All right then. Let us stake our spots. The Z guy went first. Wu here. Hitting 10 years as a hunter this year. Profession? Warrior. Role? Main damage dealer. Hun smiled and asked. I? Awakened this year? Wielding spear and shield. The girl beside him grinned. I am his sister. Call me a Z. I use a sword group. Currently learning archery. The Z guy. Clearly worried. More rookies biting off more than they can chew. He asked. Have you two trained anywhere before? The siblings tried to look confident. We have been at the academy for 3 months. The Z guy's face went pitch black. Rookies? Then he turned to the other old guy. What about you? Hands clasped behind his back. The old man was oaken-tipped, with 5 years experience. Weapon? Gauntlets. Though awakened, he would been busy working and only recently took a break. By now, hope was gone. Too little experience for his age. And gauntlets. No contest against spears and swords. The Z guy scratched his head, looking at Leon. Last one. Foreign worker. Can you speak the local language? Aang nodded silently, stroking his arm. Saying nothing, Leon said seriously. No fighting here. No swinging swords just to catch chickens. Passing through DC guy's hands, something felt off. This guy's language had issues. Everyone moved deeper into the forest. This test only requires taking down 50 goblins. Supervisor announced. Sometimes, interesting things show up on the battlefield. If it gets dangerous, I will step in directly. So focus on showing your skills. The C guy listened silently. Tahan looked curious. Sweat poured down. Will this test be okay? Earlier, the C guy asked Leon if he used any weapons. This young foreigner did not have one. Asian handed him a bow. Hey handsome, borrow my weapon. You use a bow. Of course. Leon took the bow. Use this. She eagerly nodded. Yeah? Just use it and give it back. Suddenly his expression darkened with anger. His hand sliding along the bow. Leon slammed the bow on the ground. Shocking everyone. A knight who does not use long-range weapons like this. Najin yelled. My bow. The supervisor was clueless. Hey, what is going on? The C guy was speechless. You are feeling pretty hopeless at this rate. This year's test is totally toast. Z leads the hunter squad. Pointing ahead. Anyone know a spot? Let us hit it for the hunt. Tahan snorts dryly. You have got more experience. But I am just tagging along. No complaints. Tahan follows you up. Near the end of the ridge, there is a pack. Probably bigger there. DC explains. When we are low on numbers, do not rush into their nests. If we get surrounded, there is no safe escape. You lay out the plan. We will attack the ones inside the cave. Burn leaves and grass around to blow smoke in. You seal the deal. Glancing back. That'll make it easy to strike the goblins inside the cave. Najin beams with pride. Impressed. Experience shows. Huh. Z chuckles dryly. Nothing to brag about. You clench your fists. Determined. I have studied every attack method. Imagining the day I walk through the highest gate, though it is always the gate to hell. DC spirit blazes like fire. This time, I am leveling up for sure. When will I even hit rank? Suddenly, Tahan's face goes pale. He lets out a shout. We are surrounded on all sides. Goblins are right ahead. Z spins around. Shouting orders. Tahan, shield up front. Got it. Goblins roar, baring huge teeth as they charge the hunters. A sword slashes across their faces, leaving a bloody streak. Tahan grins. You fools. He smirks. If we keep fighting head-on like this, holding them back is easy. Najin pulls his bow, yelling a warning. Hey. Flank left. A goblin speeds straight at Tahan. He watches from across, yelling. Tahan, the goblin's face nearly touches his. Razor-sharp teeth terrifyingly close. DC warns. Stay sharp. They are weak but lightning fast. A punch sends a goblin flying. It screams in pain. Each punch lands heavy, crippling them one by one. Tahan uses his specialized weapon to finish off the goblins advancing on DZ. DZ beams. Nice work. Not many left. Let us move. Finally, they clear all the goblins. Everyone's exhausted but relieved. Tahan's face falls. Sorry. My bad. Dizzy waves it off. No worries. Everyone's got a first time. Goblins lie scattered on the ground. Nation's taken down 2-2. Thanks to the old man. No one's hurt. DC cheers. Great job. Team. We can do this. You watch them a moment, initially annoyed. But this group's not half bad. Leon stands there, trying to keep his cool like at the start except for one guy. DC's annoyed. Hey. Foreigner. We are fighting. Why are not you doing anything? Even Nation's lost patience with Leon. And rightfully so. She turns to ask. He is just standing there. Hey staff. Is that allowed? The staff guy smiles. Everything will be reported properly. No worries. DC stares at him hesitantly. Then, the group discusses. Let us push deeper. The cave should be just ahead. The hunters move inside. It is just a short distance we are here. A deep cave lies ahead. Tahan announces. There is the cave. Ducey reminds. Stick to the plan, burn the fire like I said. They gather dry leaves and branches, piling them near the cave entrance. Everyone pitches in, finishing their task. Eyes scanning all around. Dizzy pulls out a prepared flint. Leon step. Annoyed. You really think this is the best way? DC scowls. You have not even drawn your weapon and you are talking nonsense. He crosses his arms coldly. I am asking if this is the best plan. Don't he make me repeat myself? You explain. Everyone listens closely. I have tried this 3 times, success every time. Experience is not worthless. But, Lin narrows his eyes. How can you rely on experience when it is still far from certain? He loses his cool. Snapping. You are young, what do you even know? The fire suddenly flares up, quickly catching in the dry branches. DC turn. Warning. Everyone. Focus. Soon, some will crawl out of the cave. Everyone. Be ready. Yes, sir. Everyone. Get ready to fight. Tahan clenched his teeth, scared but determined. Let us. The kobolds started pouring out from inside, one after another. Driven out by the smoke, Nation drew his bow. Ready. Now's the time. A rock shot straight at a kobold's face, making it yelp in pain. The 3 of them, each armed, sprang into action. Dizzy gave a smug. Of course. My plan could not be wrong. They kept attacking the kobolds. Good. Keep handling them like that. You felt your chest swell with pride, brimming with confidence. Clear out this bunch. Catch a few stragglers on the plain, and we are golden. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the air, sending a shiver down your spine. Dizzy recognized that sound immediately. The alpha. Its head looked fiercer than any kobold's, and it was massive. No way. The alpha is the boss of this seal gate, ranking above sea level. It charged toward the hunters. Everyone froze in terror. Dizzy's face turned pale. Why show up now? The kobold snarled menacingly, eyes glowing a fiery red. Nation shouted. Watch out. You caught a reply in return. Dizzy laid out the plan. Tahan and I will take the alpha. You. Nation. The old. And Azia. Hold off the other kobolds in the line. Everyone moved to their positions, making sure at least one experienced fighter was on each flank. Facing an alpha without frontline protection is suicide for a C rank. DC and Hun stood right in front of the alpha. Even as rookies, all they could do was hope T-Hun, the tanker, could hold his ground a bit. Tahan looked petrified, his face drained of color, staring at the colossal beast. The kobold lunged at T-Hun with blinding speed. He was frozen in place, eyes wide with terror. DC shouted, Tae-Hun, snap out of it. But he realized something terrifying. The alpha's presence was crushing Tahan's spirit. Tahan kept dodging attacks but could not fight back. At this rate, he won't be able to block the next hit. Panic surged as you watched what was about to happen. He fell right in front of the alpha's attack. DC shouted, Tae-Hun, you are panicking. Damn it, this is not good. Tahan sat on the dusty ground, looking up at the giant kobold. The association officer just stood there, doing nothing, wondered silently. Why is not the guild officer stepping in to help? They said they would jump in if things got dangerous. Worry clawed at you as the kobold closed in on Tahan. At this rate, he is done for. DC gritted his teeth. Furious, damn it. He stomped the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. DC moved toward the shield lying on the ground. He grabbed the shield, pulled his arm back, and shouted, Tae-Hun, fall back. The kobold raised its weapon, ready to strike down at T-Hun. It swung fiercely at its target, but what it hit was not Tae-Hun, it was the shield. DC stood in front of T-Hun, holding the shield up to block the alpha-S slash. He gritted his teeth, pushing with all his strength as sparks flew from the clash. The kobold's blade scraped across the shield, flames flickering. The kobold growled, eyes blazing fiercely red. It raised its weapon again, aiming at them. DZ held the shield forward. Could it hold? Sweat poured down your face. If T-Hun stays freaked out and keeps getting attacked by that alpha, how can we get out alive? This is it, game over. Just as tension peaked, a voice came from behind, giving you a glimmer of hope. Lian stopped the alpha's weapon with just 2 fingers. He was stunned. What? No way. He actually blocked the alpha's strike with 2 fingers. Lin glanced at Z. I said grab that shield and hit it back. If you can do it once, why not twice? Now, get up and grab that shield. DC face twisted in disbelief, still not quite getting what Lian meant. Lian spread his arms toward you, telling you to block its attack and strike back. Quick. DC dude kept turning around like, wait, what are you even saying right now? You shot Lian an angry glare. Like, can't you see we are all in serious danger here? He exploded, his eyes blazing like car headlights. Totally savage. You should be honored to get lessons from Lian. And here you are acting all high and mighty. Lian turned, standing tall in front of DC dude. A free soldier getting trained by a holy knight. That is a family honor passed down for generations. You owe more than you can ever repay. He ordered, grab your shield. Block. Then counterattack. You just looked at him with a mix of embarrassment and frustration, thinking, what the hell did I do wrong? DC dude looked up, knowing deep down that to survive, he would have to do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, the kobold snarled fiercely, baring its huge teeth as it charged toward the two of you once again. Lian said nothing, just stood there watching it. Suddenly, he unleashed his energy. Lian's face hardened with deadly intent. You crazy mutt. You lost it. The kobold hesitated, sweating nervously like it just spotted something terrifying. The sea dude stood there, bewildered, then gripped his shield tighter, his brows furrowing. The kobold swung, slamming the shield hard enough to shove you back a bit, gritting your teeth, your face tense with resolve. Come on. I almost dropped my shield back there. Lian snapped. You block with that stupid shield. How do you think you will stop it with brute strength alone? He crossed his arms. Coaching you. Dante, go head on against something stronger. Draw your weapon. Aim for the openings. You dodged the kobold's attacks while listening closely, doubting you could pull this off with just a shield. This opponent is not some mindless beast, it is a living, learning monster. You hated hearing that, but he was right. Use your brain, man. Frustrated, you muttered. Damn it. So what am I supposed to do then? Lian pressed behind you. Keep your eyes locked on the enemy. You narrowed your eyes, thinking, if I had not blocked just now, I would be dead. Focus. Through the forest, a voice echoed. Dante, bear your talent, tap into your hidden power, Lian said sternly. You can do better than this. You were jolted by those words. Talent? I have been a nobody for 10 years. No special skills. Just lucky to wake up facing the current situation. You are up against the Kobold Alpha. No way you do not have talent. Right in front of you stands that giant, deadly beast. Hearing that encouragement, you thought, I can be talentless. You gripped your shield tight, your brows clenched fiercely. This time, I have got this. The kobold charged straight at you again. You shouted, eyes blazing, face twisted in determination. I can do this. Its weapon was inches from your shield. The shield took a clear slash, sparks flying from the impact. You and the kobold kept trading attacks and dodges. You eyed the weapon as swing, biting down. Got it. For the first time, a hint of relief crossed your face. I did. Just as you uttered the last word, a punch slammed into your face. The kobold threw you far back. You landed sprawled on the ground. Lian watched with a judging look. How do you miss the big picture like that? You lay there stunned, face bruised, still feeling way outmatched. The verdict from Gyut Seong this year D in the spacious, neatly arranged room? You already knew. 2 bodyguards stood at the door from the start. Lian's eyes darkened. No way, a soldier that size was just average. The more ridiculous it got, the more I hid behind an illusion mask to cover my body and face. But it seemed pointless. The head of the Korean Hunters Guild, Krufanghuvo, he asked Han. This time you personally joined the evaluation. Did you get what you wanted? He closed his eyes slowly. Calm down. I have been overseeing the candidates for the knight position. The next words jolted Kang Hai-huk awake. And even if you do not feel the heat, you still have no plans to go abroad. He nodded quickly, admitting it. He guessed right. It seems His Majesty's courage is so overwhelming that his mood got a bit tense. While inspecting, Lian stayed silent about the kobold, just like before. After all, it is a low-level dungeon monster, roughly around level 10. He pointed at it with a fierce look. Filthy creatures like that do not even deserve to be called humans. How long do you plan to stare at that ugly mug? Then, with a few waves of his hand, the kobold was instantly defeated. The more he chuckled, eyes gleaming, The more he praised it was clear he was treating it like nothing more than a toy. Leon thought there was no need to over-explain. That chaotic place certainly was not for sightseeing. Clearing his throat, he sat across from Leon. Bottom line, if His Majesty forms a guild, we will back you up. You figured that out already, right? Leon listened thoughtfully. Nothing beats a strong reputation. It is the easiest way to rally people. In this era, the only real way to build fame is through power. The expression on the other man's face shifted. Suddenly serious. There is a gate upgraded to red because it failed during an assault inside the dungeon. Inside, skulls were piled high. No one had ever cleared it in a whole year. The battles there were brutal and left nothing but destruction in their wake. A metallic armor glowing with red dots guarded the intellect's treasure, held by Jeff Spinner. That was the special red upgraded gate's guardian beast. Its eyes flared bright, signaling, "Destroy me if you dare." Amid a blaze of red energy, a massive energy gate opened, and the Peep assault team stormed into the stadium gate inside the dungeon. The group moved tense toward the spot, Hensu looking visibly stressed. Horjin gazed ahead. This place is... Hensu glanced the same way. I know. Towering skyscrapers and countless bridges layered across different spatial levels painted a picture of advanced civilization, at least more developed than Earth. Irie turned around excitedly. This is incredible. It is a gateway to the future world. Hensu cracked a dry smile. With fantasy or martial arts involved, there is no such thing as a future world. Horjin's eyes widened in shock. Guild leader. This is a gaping hole in the defenses. Hensu's gaze turned serious. Headache City. If that is the case, we need to change our monster fighting strategy. He raised his hand in agreement. Exactly. Hunters usually face fewer, stronger enemies. He glanced at something then murmured thoughtfully. After scanning around, Hensu made a call. Let us make that building over there our base. The higher, the better for observation. The base gate swung open. He looked over. Horjin. See anything? Horjin collapsed to his knees, coughing. Honestly, nothing. No Nipsies. No monsters. Hensu scanned around. Where's Jeff Spinner? Sounds like he is the boss here. Horjin replied. But we can find a trace of him completely missing. Lin folded his arms. Puzzled. Weird. In a city this big, not a single human or monster around. That is just strange. Hensu spotted figures in the distance. Resistance fighters. Lucky it was not the brutal government troops they would have to face. He turned to the Peep team. Attention, everyone. Jije, I know we are inside the gate, but intel on Jeff Spinner is still lacking. Hensu pondered. Anyway, we need to secure the area, pick our main squad, then move in. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by, scattering red sparks. Mapping initiated. Horjin sat stunned beside him, and even Haiji was frozen in shock. A humanoid robot stepped in, opening fire. Everyone, take cover. The machine powered up, splitting its weapons forward. An explosion erupted, shattering everything. The Cup team fled desperately toward safety. Horjin glanced at his teammate, worried and alarmed. Hanjiang groaned in frustration. Damn it! Even him, with his rank endurance, can he react fast enough? How are we supposed to take this thing down? Horjin grabbed a chunk of broken wall. Crap, if this keeps up, we are all dead. Have we pinpointed the enemy's location yet? Hyeri reported. At 3 of the clock. Smoke's thick, so we can get an exact fix. She turned to him, the vice president. The ground can take it anymore. Horjin shouted orders loudly. I get. Everyone, retreat one by one. They dashed toward the exit. Hurry up. The building's about to collapse. As hard. She asked. Vice president, what about the president's body? Horjin just wanted to settle things first. Something felt off? We will regroup and come back for it later. He ordered Harry. You go ahead. Check if the exit is safe. She obeyed and sped up without hesitation. Yes, I'm going ahead now. Near the gate, Hyeri turned back yelling. Vice President, no signs of danger here. The exit looks clear. She gave a quick nod and rushed out through the gate. Suddenly, something felt off. Her face stiffened. Hyeri touched the gate. Something shiny appeared on her palm. She was standing trapped in a web of red wires. But why did it feel tangled? Just then, Horjin arrived only to see a pile of debris bouncing around. Tense, he peered outside, calling out to his teammate. Hyeri. Horjin scanned the surrounding. Steel wires were still clearly visible. The whole city was wrapped in steel wires. When did this happen? Furious, he drew his sword. Damn it! Clear all of this. We have to get out no matter what. Horjin's eyes burned with determination. Quick! Channel mana into the weapon. Steel wires are nothing. Who is behind this? Is the enemy just one guy? Each of them cutting the wires themselves. He has been watching all along. From above, something was targeting them. Stats flashing on screen. Jeff Spinner appeared, wrapped in metal armor. Red glowing bullet marks lighting up his body. He shifted his stance. Readying for action, Jeff shot a blue wire down from his high perch. Horjin saw the wire heading straight for him and looked up to track it. A massive explosion shattered the road beneath them. A red streak splattered along the street. Sharp metallic screeches filling the air. The wall cracked. Dust and smoke billowed. Horjin gasped for breath. He slammed his fists into the rubble. Silent but furious, he shouted, voice dripping with hatred. Show yourself, you damn bastard. Jeff responded, turning his head toward the sound. Horjin caught sight of the metal figure ahead, a robot. His voice trembled. You are human. You are Jeff Spinner. The robot turned toward Horjin. Metal grinding sounds echoing. What is up? Then the girl had said, with this robot, even if we run out of ammo, we can still fight in emergencies. Jeff moved, metal scraping ominously. Horjin roared with rage. You monster. Fine. Bring it on, try killing my team. Jeff fired something from his throat cannon. Blue bullets whizzed everywhere. Jeff was closing in on Horjin's position. No one left. Just flowing red lines erupting. Help me protect this city. Inner due gate. 58th Upper Keep Team's first assault, no survivors. Second and third assaults raised the difficulty against Jeff Spinner, the gate boss, to red level, suspending further attacks on Inner due gate indefinitely. Hammerhead smashes his gun. Dust flying. The guy shouts, lock on. Sumchian smirked. This damn weather's just like the video I saw before. Sumchian stared coldly ahead. Don't enter the inner city. The deeper you go, the higher the chance of running into Jeff Spinner. Stepped forward. Coolest. As agreed, we will retrieve the intellect's gem from the Demon Tower. All efforts funnel into 60 billion in cash, which will be handed over to the Golden Lion Guild. Everyone turned toward the announcement. The number of people entering Do Stadium Gate. The Golden Lion Guild ranks 10th in Korea, led by Guild Master Hong Jin Chians, Vice Master Hong Jian Ha, with 47 members, belonging to the Demon Tower Jutik Xiang Thonis, plus 48 mercenaries. And Harry carefully poured water into a cup. Boss, you have got to try this. The Korean Hunter Association's Hanharia. Lian sipped appreciatively. Not bad. What kind of tea is this? She cradled the bottle with one hand and explained. This is called barley tea with chrysanthemum. Meanwhile, another person at the Do Stadium Gate announced. The fourth assault operation is underway. The sky was pitch black, blanketed with clouds, revealing a city in ruins. At the fourth reconnaissance squad's camp inside Do Gate, everyone was gathered. What is going on? Harry fumbled nervously. I am worried things are moving too smoothly, but it looks like the calm won't last much longer. She fell silent for a moment before continuing. Speaking honestly, Lian listened thoughtfully as Harry analyzed the situation. I think the best case is if this can be resolved without His Majesty stepping in. But if that happens, he loses the chance to boost his own reputation. He bowed his head with a faint smile. Yeah, that is the best case scenario. If King Leon I does not have to intervene directly, then this situation is not so bad after all. Lian suggested. What do you think a king's role is in a country like the one I once ruled? Harry hesitated. Well, my lord, it is like you sitting high on your throne while a warrior kneels below. That is just how it is. Anyone can take that role unless they are arrogant. I believe all kings share the same fate. She still needed to grasp it clearly. As King of the Knights, moments later, Harry realized something. Looking back, every time you have intervened, it was only when an attack was unstoppable in previous battles. Unsure of her deduction, she stammered. Lunka, the king's duty, above all, is to be the last fortress, he explained thoroughly. You understand. If King Leon I has to step in, it is a disgrace to the knights. His hand gripped the armrest tightly, his whole body tense. Leon shot up, eyes blazing with command, revealing just how grave the situation was. Harry listened intently. Caught off guard, he leaned down, head bowed slightly. Looks like I have got to step in again. To save these pathetic weaklings. I sure do miss my noble knights. The squad that just appeared is this reconnaissance team. Prince Daim Qian is in this rank, and there is also an rank mage. I think we are going to be fine. Lin's expression stayed serious. You call them elite hunters. I admit, they are stronger than average. She tried to absorb his info, but Leon's eyes lit up. Eyebrows raised. They have never faced real war before. Jit stood silently, listening. The outskirts of Safe City. Huh. You guys seem pretty cocky considering you have only clashed with the enemy 3 times. Lin raised an eyebrow. You call yourselves a reconnaissance squad, moving based on monster patterns and scant intel. Sounds ridiculous. Harry sensed something. That means you have caught on to part of it. Jit kept watching. A true soldier adapts to circumstances. There is no one-size-fits-all rule. Leon's tone turned dangerous. From what I have heard, this so-called Jeet spinner, massive explosion rocked the scene. What is going on? That is a combat general with heavy firepower. Jit's metallic body was riddled with damage. The girl collapsed too, blood trickling from her mouth. This is the end for me. She voiced her last wish. Can you do me one final favor, Lassner? Jet spinner. Entity no. 10253. Eliminate all unidentified invaders in the city. Jit raised its gun barrel high, unleashing a relentless barrage down onto the city below. The warrior shouted, "That is Git Spinner. Find Uncle Monk." Uncle D. Jit let out a roar and crouched low, locking onto enemy groups to strike. Jit was enveloped in crackling electricity, bright sparks tearing through the chaos as it surged toward the glowing blue power source. Every hunter scrambled to find the button behind the distant wall, faces tense with focus. The electric current surged violently in one direction. Chaos erupting, dust swirling everywhere. A guy grimaced and exclaimed, "Damn it, the ground and rocks are collapsing, trapping people underneath. What kind of damn monster is this?" After reloading the gun barrel, the creatures respawn 23% have vanished. Time to ramp up the suppression fire. While it is reloading, Zion swoops in from afar, charging energy at 48%. He grips his hammer tight, pouring all his strength into the attack die. Zion slams the hammer into Jack, the impact triggering a massive explosion. One side of Jack's body shatters, electricity leaking out. His core is damaged. Internal pressure rising, Jack spins toward him, switching priorities to eliminate the unidentified target. Zion smirks. Too late now. You are dust. Zion's hair flips up wildly. I told you. Did not. She is furious, her whole body surging forward like a missile toward the battle. Zion darts through, striking fast like lightning. Boom. Don't call me. Zion nods approvingly. Nice job. As Jack collapses, electricity leaking all over, a huge bolt of lightning shoots upward, lighting up the whole area. Tassi extends his hand forward, signaling an attack. I will handle the rest. Jack stands frozen, battered badly. Damage escalating. Emergency target purge. The radar systems down. Still, he has a sliver of residual energy to track, enabling limited use of elemental powers. The muzzle flashes bright red, activating the Zoopal device inside the city, locking onto the target. The first target is T's. Risk level 3 priority elimination. Jack leaps away from them. Look at him run. Chase him down. He runs while firing backwards at the group chasing him. He unloads a relentless barrage, then stops. Tassi holds a glowing orb. I will activate the interference field. Gather in one spot. He slams it hard into the ground, creating a deep crater. The glowing orb expands, lighting up the area. A bullet speeds toward the glowing circle at full force, but it gets deflected. Unable to penetrate inside, his partner praises, "Jason, this is amazing." The bullets are bending away from the force field. Tassi strikes a confident pose. It is a magical tool made to counter Jack's spinner. Guess I am gonna have to use it sooner than I thought. Jack's internal system alerts. Risk factor detected. Abnormal status observed. Initiating maintenance and system recovery. Data streams appear on screen. Analysis complete. Coordinates D15. AS37. F11. Suddenly, Tassi's partner is hit, blood splattering as the gun fires. His face pales, eyebrows furrowed. No way he calculated the bullet curve to bypass the shield. Jack keeps firing those perfectly calculated shots. What kind of freak is he? The protective circle explodes. How is this possible? One of the hunters shouts, "Right up. Please shut down the interference field. It is impossible to predict the bullet paths right now." Tassi gasps, "Damn it. I am turning it off. Calculate the strike as soon as the field drops." Everyone's face is tense, twisted with stress. Wait. Who is that? Eyes squint, wrinkles forming one. It is. Jaehong raises his hand, making everyone stop and look back. Right now, they are surrounded by thick cords from all sides. Everyone eyes Deja. Those are his cords. He did not just run off. Jack had woven each strand during that time. How did he manage to set all this up? He unfolds part of his body. The gun barrel flips open. Jack stands trapped in the cords, electricity crackling around him, ready to strike. Tassi gasps, a cold sweat pouring down. No. How could this be? They are now stuck right in the middle of those electrified cords. We gathered here to dodge fire, but it is a fatal mistake. Now there is no way to move and avoid the blasts. Jack keeps channeling electricity through his body. Complete. The red light flares up again. He fires. From afar, Hooves pound quickly. Zion turned sharply at the sound someone galloping fast toward them. The horse's eyes blazed fiercely as it bit through each rope strand. Was that the sound of a horse? A hand gently stroked the horse's body. It has been a while. Has not it? Lian stood beside the horse, caressing the reins at dusk, his face heavy with nostalgia. An old friend of mine. He effortlessly climbed onto the horse's back, calmly gripping the reins. Lian caught Xena's shocked gaze. Proudly, he rode forward, standing firm in front of the hunters. Lian's voice rang out sternly. Soldiers, take note. With fearless resolve, he declared that bravery can lead one to charge alone through an entire army of defenders. King Lin, hold warriors like that in the highest regard. Holding the reins with both hands, Lin's face radiated confidence. I grant you honor under my respect through an honorable one-on-one duel. I bestow upon you the right to fight me for this throne. The thunderous silence shattered the crowd. No one dared utter a word. Warrior, but inside, everyone was bewildered. Barely holding back laughter, this guy's lost it. They gawked, stunned by Gyak's words. I grant you the honor to witness my dragon's gaze, and the privilege to battle the king himself. Warriors, I give you permission to fight me. Gyak, standing off to the side, was just as confused, did not get what was going on. It ramped up its power. The electric currents crackled louder, activating the electronic rifle's acceleration mode, boosting output by 13%, eliminating any uncertainty. Lian brandished his weapon. It flared bright red as he charged forward. He rode fiercely ahead, shouting, Warriors, follow me. The horse's eyes burned as they charged straight through the chaos. Gyak opened fire from above. The shots rang out. Lian's face tensed. He roared, Warriors, do not let those low-level long-range weapons hit you. Riding fast, he barreled straight at Gyak like nothing could stop him. One side fired electric rounds. The other was Lian and his steed. Charging hard, he stood up, gripping the reins, urging the horse to go even faster. A blinding light erupted right before Lian, covering half his face. The impact exploded violently, everything shattered. Gyak's body torn to pieces. The blast unleashed a dazzling light, debris flying everywhere. Electric streaks ran along its body. In a fleeting moment, the self-propelled cannon Jack spinner as targeting system shut down. Lian smiled with satisfaction. What he witnessed defied all logic and reasoning. It was insanely powerful. The Jack's targeting system analyzed its opponent's weapon as an old-style spear, fast, but lacking heavy damage. Its gun barrels glowed. The danger level was so low it did not even need special tactics. Just keep firing the electric rifle. The machine's aim made a smart call. Lian's eyes flared. 3 seconds earlier, a thin layer formed to block small objects. A movement pattern with abnormal physics was recorded. Defining a predicted range, he charged toward Jax. 2 seconds earlier, he fired an electric rifle round, ready to eliminate the target as soon as it entered the predicted zone. 2 bullets crossed mid-air, and with 1 second left, the explosion behind Lian knocked the bullet off course. The horse galloped fast, hitting its mark without hesitation or interruption. Only the result mattered. It was deflected without any other effect, but nothing could break through. He and his horse pressed on with a fierce charge, a skill every knight masters. Even facing the strongest super weapon humanity has seen, Jax kept firing round after round. But it still had to obey the laws of physics. Lim blocked the bullets with his spear, empowered by his sacred blessing, his eyes cold and resolute. The knights always draw strength from every attack, capable of defeating their foes unconditionally in a single strike. A massive surge of energy blasted out. Lian shone brilliantly, tearing the sky apart and shaking the entire battlefield. Lian stood surveying the desolate scene ahead, smoke swirling thick in the air. The electricity radiating from Jax's body defied all logical explanation. The physics behind it were beyond understanding. His eyes blazed fiercely as he stared him down. The threat level had to be cranked up. This enemy was deadly serious. Jax popped open the hatch on his body, had to bail from the battlefield immediately. He unleashed a burst of air shooting upward. Lian grimaced, feeling a wave of nausea hit him. He watched the remnants scatter across the rubble and just bolted away without looking back. A mysterious figure appeared, a glowing purple energy orb hovering in the air. It pulsed with an eerie light, cutting through the thick fog like a beacon. Jack, guard this spot. Don't let anyone get close. Jack's eye flared red in the center, glowing fiercely in the shadows. A damaged part fell onto the metal floor. Temporary fix involved 5 regular bullets and 36 makeshift rounds. Bullets lined up in perfect balance. 657 rounds needed to be crafted, compatible with a 60mm machine gun. Jax was resting in the charging zone, needing to assess damage and recalibrate weapons before the next fight. The glowing red eyes signaled danger. 5 old-school combat weapons, strength unknown, were undergoing data regeneration and enemy analysis. White-blue lightning bolts crackled non-stop, wrapping around walls and spreading wide. A girl materialized faintly. Jax thanked her for protecting the city. Jax's repairs were complete, Recovery and analysis finished. Black mist and electric currents swirled around his frame, ready to resume the mission. Meanwhile, at the towering buildings and sports complex in Jogget City Center Zone B, the Hunter Squad advanced cautiously through the maze of alleys. Taking sharp turns as they moved, someone in the group called out, "Hold up!" Something is sticking out from the wall about 250 meters ahead. On the alley across the street, some jerk just set off fireworks. Dino, sword in hand, stepped forward. "Warriors, stay back and carefully climb to the building opposite. The rest of you wait here. If that bastard spots us, sound the alarm immediately." Suddenly, he spun around, eyes wide with surprise. Those behind Dino had their ropes sliced through. Panic hit him hard, sweat dripping down his face as his eyes widened in shock. Dino grabbed his sword and surged forward, shouting, "Who the hell is that?" He swung wildly, sword trails glowing in the dim light, yelling, "You bastard!" Sweat poured down his face as a red slash appeared across it, clearly cut by something sharp. The ropes reappeared, tightening all around. They caused countless injuries and claimed many lives. Jeff stood there, admiring the chaos he would wrought, having eliminated 5 external variables. A golden sound caught his attention from the other side. Alex's face was a mess as he ran for his life. "I do not want to die." He confirmed there were still survivors. Jeff's red eyes flared as he locked onto a target, danger level unknown. Alex sobbed uncontrollably as he ran. He tripped and smashed his face into the grass. Jeff closed in on him. "Someone help me. I do not want to die." Jeff stood before Alex, metallic sounds ringing from his body. His legs slowly lifted, inching closer to the graveyard edge. Memories surfaced, a girl's touch. "Jeff? Remember this?" She sighed softly. "No matter how late I live, I will be laid to rest here like everyone else. If that is true, then I will forever be part of this city." She smiled gently. "When that time comes, promise me you will protect this city." "Jeff?" Jeff's red eyes glowed brighter. Electricity surged nonstop. Analysis showed priority 2. Attack intruders. Priority 3. Eliminate all threats. Alex clung to the gravesite, tears streaming as he assessed freedom and made split-second decisions upon spotting enemies, willing to shift priorities if absolutely necessary. Suddenly, "Jeff did nothing. I am saved." Alex shouted as Jeff leapt high and vanished. Someone spoke up. Alex looked at Ko. "You good, kid?" He collapsed. "Sir Jill, your ride's here." "Thank you, sir." The ride seemed as clueless as ever about what just happened, so Alex explained, "That machine did not kill me, it just ran off." He got up, waving his arms frantically. "Could it be because it saw Sir Jill?" "Did your ride bail out because it was scared of Sir Jill to..." The companion chimed in, obviously facing off against Lord Jill. "No, your ride is way outmatched by that machine." The energy flickered wildly. "This place is nothing but graves. Yet strangely, it is spotless. The only clean spot in the whole city." "What is up with that?" Jeff soared above the rooftops of the city. The Body S system alerted. Hostile forces increasing. Victory odds at 92%. But due to special circumstances, final decision: retreat. Your vehicle turned, issuing orders. "This place is weird. Get out of here. Fast." "Yes. The graves are in a prime spot. Priority decision is to protect the people even if they are the dead." Jeff rested at a charging station. Electricity buzzing all around. Power flowing from the machine into Jeff's body. Enemy forces estimated at 49 left. Risk level 5. Threat neutralization chance 35.7%. Monitoring the battle closely, someone stood watching the charging and repairs from afar. Jeff glanced over. There he was, Leon hiding behind a door. Catching a breath, Leon stepped out, flashing a friendly smile. "Hey, having fun messing with those big shots?" Leon's a true champion of chivalry. No exaggeration. You could call him the living embodiment of a knight, a spirit. He despises meaningless bloodshed, always chasing fair fights. Leon grimaced. "Annoyed, all right. Are you ready yet?" Jeff shot him a glare, eyes glowing red with sparks flying. An explosion rocked the spot, but of course, the enemy always has some dirty tricks up their sleeve. Emerging from the fiery wreckage, Lin remained unshaken, his knightly honor intact, gripping his sword tight, even if knocked down. This knight's spirit refused to yield. Leon strode forward, wind whipping his cloak. He radiated pure power. The gods themselves chose him for that reason. Amid the dust, Z stood at the front. Battling machines for honor sounds crazy, right? He spun his gun forward, checking his gear. 480 rounds of 60mm explosive shells. Z unleashed a barrage toward Leon, each bullet igniting sparks on impact, gunfire blazing. Leon smirked, eyes fierce. The magical barrier guarding the city's gates stood strong behind him. Z held the line, the largest formation in abnormal physical phenomenon. Bullets zipped by, trajectories curving mid-air. Shots fired from positions F12 and 23. Q3. 3 bullets flew in unison toward Leon, gunfire echoing. He showed no fear, just a mysterious grin spreading across his face. Lian slammed the ground so hard it cracked. Rocks flying high as sparks exploded around his feet. Dust billowed upward. Choking the scene in thick smoke, Z shouted a few commands. Then from the haze, a dark figure took flight. Z recognized it and fired a red beam from his eye. Startled as events unfolded, Lun and his steed burst out of the dust cloud. Both looking fiercely unstoppable, he raised his weapon, eyes blazing like he was ready to devour everything in his path. Losing ground, retreated slowly while firing a relentless volley at him. None of the bullets reached Lian, they just could not hit their mark. Lian laughed, taunting, trying to play hide and seek with me. Z dashed off following a zigzag path. No way this was gonna work. Lian swung his sword wide atop his horse. Explosions erupting along Z's trail. This can't be happening. Z fled at full speed. With Lian hot on his heels, how could a mere mortal hold such power? Both moved so fast the wind roared. Z's leg caught a pole along the way. He struck forward in a flash. This can't be real. Lian shouted. Charge! Take down the target. His steed surged toward Jack. The horse neighed, dodging to the side as bullets whizzed past. An explosion went off right behind Lian. The bullet narrowly missed. He paused briefly, the horse panting heavily. Lian sighed, locking eyes with Jack. Not bad. Jack stared back but stayed silent. The gun barrel swung forward, forcing the horse to leap, dodging the bullets. Jack unleashed a hail of gunfire from above. Lin expertly steered his horse to dodge, while bullets rained down relentlessly. Lin swiftly avoided each shot. Every bullet was a deadly threat. Like a relentless machine, Jack kept firing without pause, but Lian still managed to evade every single bullet. Chaos exploded all around, debris flying everywhere. Lin's eyes blazed as he shouted, Kudaku! The warhorse stomped the ground hard, launching itself higher thanks to the shattered rocks beneath. In no time, Lin was shoulder to shoulder with Jack, urging his steed forward at full gallop. Jack adjusted his weapons mechanism. 68 small bullets fired simultaneously. The gun roared at full throttle, sending a deadly volley straight toward Lian. Dodging and blocking with his spear, Lian shattered the oncoming bullets. Jack was stunned. He had not expected Lian to avoid them all. Furious, Lian growled, Remember me. This is my pride on the line. He swung his spear forward, a blinding flash bursting to life. A massive explosion erupted, shrouding everything in dust and smoke. Hanging midair was a fragment of Jack's body, still crackling with electricity. Sparks flew from the wound. It was a critical blow, shutting down his systems. Lin scanned Jack's alert system. Everything sealed here, must never leave this place. Jack's red eyes widened, initiating self-destruction. That glow shone brighter than the sun itself, obliterating the entire arsenal. Everything was swallowed by that fairy light. Lin watched in stunned horror as flames swallowed the area, burning everything to ash. Jack still intact. The explosion had hit the oil-scented cargo hold. Jack's spinner. Someone lay clutching him, shouting, Move away. I will protect the city. That is my mission. Sharp metallic appendages pierced his body, leaving only smeared blood. The red eye stared coldly at what it had done. Spherical nodes emerged across Jack's frame. Jack unleashed a barrage of bullets, targeting a single enemy. A monstrous growl echoed. It was calling for fire support. A squad of machines just like Jack appeared, rallying to defend the city, protecting the city. Jack's spinner charged toward the heart of the battle, crushing enemies. A true city guardian. A hero indeed. Below, the crowd revered the story of unmanned machines, saving a city on the brink of annihilation, a beacon of hope for desperate citizens. Jack wore the wreath of pride. Those machines were symbols of hope, becoming valiant knights. In battle, Jack fought fiercely, taking down countless massive beasts. The Jack spinners were rebuilt, including Unit 10,253. And under the final commander's lead, the city was secured. Even if Jack was shattered in battle, the city was safe. He fought with everything he had. The city was saved. The city burned in flames until peace finally settled over it. The girl, using her last breath, urged, Jack, this is the final command. Protect the city. Jack silently accepted the order. Never let that thing leave. The last combat machine received its final mission. That purple gem still held a soul inside. Never let anyone get near it. The city was rebuilt. Stop everything from getting out. The beasts were destroyed, and that thing must be guarded. Jack fought with everything blocking, protecting. He destroyed all threats blocking, protecting. Now, Jack collapsed. He did it. It is. Lian looked down in awe, falling all the way down, yet still wanting to protect this place to the very end. He glanced at the purple gem, and then at the other thing. He wore a grim expression, questioning if that was truly what this person was trying to protect. Lin drew his sword from thin air, his mind warning the gem. He stepped closer. This was something that should never exist. Something made him pause. Glancing back, even in his last breaths, Jack still wanted to protect. He still wanted to fight against me. It struggled to lift its body, as if it had been guarding this thing alone for years. All those lonely years of vigilance. Lian's eyes flared with light. A true knight, loyal to the core. Everyone would be grateful for such unwavering devotion. The light enveloped Jack's spinner. Lin raised his sword high. The light spread everywhere. The mission was complete. He solemnly declared it was all over, standing there, shining like a god. The cliffs began to drip wetness. The light shattered everything into the air. Lin stood firm, staring straight ahead. The gem cracked open. The machine gave a few last groans. Rest in peace. Silence filled the air, bathed in radiant light, restoring peace once more. Thank you, Jack. The two walked down the corridor, when suddenly Kang Hyuk stopped. It hit him. So that is how it is? He asked Lin. Did you destroy the gem? Lin turned coldly and replied, What? You unhappy about that? Kang Hyuk chuckled, clearly not offended at all. He said, You defeated Jack Snip, so naturally the fate of the gem's in your hands. Lin furrowed his brow and said, You do not need to like the gem, it is basically poison. Kang Hyuk's eyes widened in shock. Poison? Lin explained. That gem was made to tempt humans' endless curiosity and intellect. It is a demon's creation. Lin began, but Kang Hyuk cut him off, interrupting and rambling on. A demon? Lin continued, his eyes growing colder. At first, it listens to its owner's wishes, but over time, it demands a price for what it grants, like raising a pet. Feeding it slowly tames us. It eats away at us with petty temptations, dreams of immortality. Eternal life gradually stripping away our humanity until we become demons ourselves. All in just a short time. Changing the subject, he asked, Have you found another gem yet? We have to destroy it fast. Kang Hyuk jumped. This is terrible. I will notify the use government immediately. Lin nodded. Good. Soon after, they reached the testing room door. Suddenly Lin paused. But it is very likely someone's already been tempted by the demon. The heavy testing room door slowly creaked open. Inside, researchers were diligently at work. Lin stepped in and asked Kang Hyuk, Is this where the gem is stored? He quickly replied, Yes, that is right. They scanned the room and spotted someone holding papers. Walking somewhere, he and two others stopped, staring intently at the object before them. A light from the ceiling shone down onto the damaged device. They all stood in thoughtful silence for a while. Lin and Kang Hyuk stared at it. Curious? Kang Hyuk asked, What should we do with it? After a month, Lin finally answered, It was a noble night. We should bury it properly and present it to the gods. But first, we celebrate. Before finishing, Lin conjured a glass studded with sparkling stones that made Kang Hyuk's eyes go wide. He held the glowing glass up, staring into its depths, murmuring, Loyal night. Lin closed his eyes, as if feeling something, then looked toward the glass. Rest now. A stream of radiant light poured onto the broken device. The light grew larger, as if it wanted to engulf the entire room, leaving them all stunned. A miracle happened. What looked like a pile of scrap began to slowly come alive and move. It edged toward the stone table and tapped it lightly. Kang Hyuk was amazed. Jeff's spinner is moving. But Lin's expression remained cold. As if he expected this, he just sat quietly, sensing it. This thing. Jeff's body is half broken, yet it still groans. The display still showed a faint glow. Suddenly, a lever was activated, the needle moving smoothly. Lin watched, thinking, this feeling, strange even without power, by some blessing, it still works. The needle moved toward the circuits and expertly repaired them. It even tapped lightly, as if taunting Jeff. A brilliant light from the ceiling shone down, revealing the damaged part more clearly. Jeff let out a signal, as if trying to say something to Lin. Lin understood immediately and drew his sword. So that is how it is. Though he was not sure if this was the goddess's choice. The sword's blade emitted a dazzling light that even Jeff was startled by. Lin slammed the sword into the ground with a loud crash, shattering the earth and stones. Lin closed his eyes, lost in thought, his hand still resting on the sword's hilt. Kang He could not help but be surprised, silently wondering, what is this? The researchers were left speechless. Jaws dropped. What the hell is that thing? Jeff stared intently at the glowing sword. Lin's eyes locked onto the sword, as if trying to draw every beam of light into his gaze. He gripped the hilt tighter, eyes unwavering. The radiant figure of a girl slowly materialized before them all. Kang He was so overwhelmed he was sweating. How could this be? The man and the others dropped to their knees, unable to believe their eyes. Everyone there instinctively knew. A woman appearing in such blinding light was no mere mortal. She could only be something sacred beyond any comparison in this world. The girl shining in that divine light was both miraculous and mysterious. Only then did Lin gently speak. Lady Ariana. Her soft voice rose. Lin, my first night? Tell me what is happening here. Lin's gaze lingered for a long moment, still deep in thought. Then he slowly answered. Lord Jack Spinner is a revered knight, a shining example to all knights. I hope Lady Ariana will consider granting him knighthood. The goddess stared intently at Jack, her eyes beginning to shimmer. He was eagerly awaiting her approval. Completely focused, she replied, but he has not fulfilled my mission. Though he has proven his honor, that glory was never offered to me. Lin looked up at Ariana, his hand still on the hilt. As your first knight, I guarantee this man is a great knight. Ariana smiled gently. If my knight says so. Lian's eyes were filled with hope hanging on her every word. She continued. Then I need not consider it any further. She reached out her hand towards him. But I must verify one thing, a knight forged from the iron and steel of this world. I have heard your tale from Lian, my first knight, you who praises light and justice. Jack watched curiously, wondering how she would test him. She smiled brightly at him. You have honor and knowledge, but your spirit is still childlike. Then she commanded Lian, help him unlock his true potential, so he may become my knight. Lin glanced back at Jack, who responded with sounds of agreement. Lin gave him a knowing smile as one leg twitched rapidly. Then the other 3 legs moved quickly as Jack advanced toward the edge of the table. Suddenly, Jack let out a series of fierce cries. The goddess watched his every move, and those around them sat in fascinated silence. The system activated, syncing with the audio and language module. Ariana smiled gently as Jack's voice rang out. Confirming, his system emitted words. Demon. Attack. Deity. She chuckled softly, clearly amused by him. Then she spread her arms wide. All right then. Jack Spinner. Her palm radiated brilliant light. If you pledge loyalty to my first knight and aid him, you shall share in the glory. A massive beam of light descended from above, signaling Ariana's approval. Lian stood beside her, the new Holy Grail Knight, entrusted with the mission of glory and justice. Jack appeared, upgraded and reborn as the Holy Grail Knight in full splendor. Meanwhile, at the Mata branch of the United States, a voice both thick and urgent rang out. Forgive me. Great existence. In Ronan Selman's office at the Mata branch, the voice continued. I could not fulfill your request. A faint sound echoed from below. So dumb can't even handle something this simple. I taught him the truth and wisdom of Samra. Yet he is nothing but a disappointment. That idiot's still kneeling and bowing before the bright red orb. Apologizing. Begging for forgiveness. Ronan keeps explaining. But honestly, I am out of options. That survivor, Lian, is a wild card we never saw coming. The orb's voice boomed. Don't pollute my ears with that nonsense anymore, Leon. That guy. Who the hell is that? Ronan wondered. Shocked he did not even know who Leon was while getting insulted. The voice snapped back. Hey, check the news, now. Ronan scrambled, trying to please the voice. Yes? Great existence. He snatched up the remote and switched on the TV. On screen, a man introduced himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leoniat, the Heavenly Lion King. His words made the orb practically electric with energy. It screamed repeatedly. What? That bastard Leon is here. Why? Even Ronan was stunned. The master, he thought anxiously, was trembling in fear. The voice declared, I quit. I am done with this madness. And then it bolted, the red light fading away. Ronan broke into a sweat. Master. Helpless. Just held the orb. Master. Master. His eyes filled with dread. Master. He cried out in panic. And just like that, the jewel fell silent forever. At the Korean Hunters Association, inside a high-rise lab, a loud voice rang out. So then, Kang Hee continued. We will nominate you, Jeff Spinner, as the chairman of your faction. Seems like you are still getting used to this smoky world. Jeff smiled brightly. It might be a bit tough to get everything rolling right away. Leon chimed in. No problem. As they stepped out of the lab, the heavy iron door slammed shut behind them. Silence lingering. Jeff seemed about to say something. Suddenly, Leon coughed harshly, covering his mouth, then spat out a strange substance. Jeff made a concerned sound. You okay? My knight. Leon wiped away the residue with a handkerchief and replied, I am. But inwardly, he thought, becoming a holy knight in a godless place is seriously taking a toll on me. Jeff's footsteps below him sounded apologetic, as if feeling deeply guilty. Leon sighed, trying to comfort him. It is not your fault. I am just not strong enough. A voice suddenly snapped back. How can you blame yourself? This is my failure. Leon paused for a long moment after those words. He laid his hand over his heart and explained. No matter what happens, the gods can be blamed. Please do not say that. A gentle voice replied. My knight. His eyes grew more determined than ever. Ariana said, I have always been grateful for your loyalty. This is on me, and the other gods for not intervening sooner. Leon's expression softened. Curious to hear what she would say next, Ariana urged him, Rest now. Always keep your faith in your gods and wait patiently. Leon still had his hand on his chest, utterly confused. Lady Ariana. Then Ariana appeared in a different dimension. Before her stood 3 close comrades. Ariana called out, My brothers and sisters, she softly told them. We need to help push our progress forward. Cut to the day King Leon turned 121, the day the world fell apart. Leaving only one knight standing, he expelled all divine power from the world and locked it within his own heart. The gods, shameful, abandoned the noble knight's heart. While King Leon single-handedly wiped out every monster for 180 years, they placed the entire world's burden on one man's shoulders. That man was none other than Leon, who stood strong, shining bright at the right moment to guard the world. So every god in the pantheon owes an unpayable debt to Leon. In a pristine white room, 4 people sat discussing quietly, the sound of someone's heavy breath filling the space. Demira anxiously asked Han, How's the kid doing? Ariana quickly replied, No way. My knight has already pushed himself too hard. Demira jumped up, anxiously asking, What do we do now? Beto slammed his fist on the chair armrest, frustration clear in his voice. You expect one holy grail knight to shoulder all this pressure alone? He ran his hands through his hair in defeat. What has become of King Leon? The one who once radiated the glory of the divine. Betos is the god of war and fire. After all, Ariana quickly reminded him, Show some respect. War he has fought for our gods over 2 centuries, and finally triumphed. He snapped back. I know that. That is exactly why I'm pissed at myself. The tension thickened again. Everyone weighed down by their own burdens. Demira lowered his head, too overwhelmed to say more. Ariana muttered quietly. 180 years. After a pause, she spoke up. It is time we take a stand, brothers and sisters. All eyes locked on her, hanging on every word. I can't watch my knights suffer like this anymore. Suddenly, a hand shot up and a voice boomed. I have got an idea. She nodded. Speak your mind. The man spoke with conviction. Just like the god of life blessed the plains, we should spread blessings wherever we can to build trust with the people. That means the god of steel and the blacksmiths. Petos glanced at him. You want us to go full-on missionaries? The man nodded. Exactly. We will show humanity the miracles of the gods. From what we have seen, life's progress connects the world through something called the internet. Hearing that, Demira's eyes lit up with excitement. We will use the internet to make it happen, Petos asked. Curious? But why did not King Leon Hurt think of this? He used to be a citizen of this world. The man answered slowly. Because he was here before the internet became popular. Ariana's curiosity piqued. But what about trial and error? Leon's info took 20 years to take root. The man chuckled softly, then folded his arms. That is when our holy grail knight steps in. Scene change. Inside the control room, Jinsu suddenly hears a voice. Manager? Look at this. Startled, he rushes over. The guy with the spiky hair points at the screen. This is on YouTube. Are we allowed to do this? Jinsu freezes. YouTube, sweating nervously as he looks at the screen. What is this? A flood of data pops up, leaving Jinsu baffled. Najaplanes. YouTuber, sweat beads down his forehead as he thinks. This is Pantheon TV streaming live prayers, and thanks to Goddess Demela after every meal. Jinsu clicks to watch a video. Why go to the hospital? An office worker who once looked down on farmers changes after one old farmer's words. Next video. It is just rice, but with one bite, your life can change. Then another, asking about God. With a surprising result, he scrolls through the comments, thinking. All clickbait, but the video quality is top-notch. Not just Jinsu. The other 2 are watching with growing curiosity. Wiping sweat again, Jinsu asks his staff, who made these? The spiky-haired guy replies, Pantheon. Isn't he that your boss? Leon. Seriously. Jinsu doubts. You think he would use YouTube? The staff answers. But maybe assistant Han. Jinsu thinks hard, remembering how Harry always asks the simplest stuff. Then shrugs. She knows nothing about computers. He slaps the plan board nearby and analyzes. The bigger problem is, these videos are not clickbait, they are legit. Jinsu grows anxious. What do we do now? He wonders silently. What is he planning? Then Jinsu turns and walks away. I am stepping out for a bit. The 2 call after him. Where are you going? Holding his phone, cold and determined. He replies, I am going to see that Leon guy. Scene shift. Meanwhile, inside the big apartment building where Leon lives, the door to his locked office room is shut tight. The computer screen glows brightly, no need to guess. Jack is at the controls. He fumbled around for a while, but finally nailed it. Subtitles uploaded successfully. Next, he hit enter like a pro and started the upload. The room fell silent again, when suddenly the door swung open. Harry poked her head in, asking, "Sir Jack, are you done using my computer yet?" She stepped closer, curious. "What exactly were you doing?" He let out that familiar mechanical whirring noise. Then Jack suddenly spoke aloud. "Plan and sound promotion. Phase 1 complete." Abruptly, his signal shifted. Phase 2 initiated. Hacking into the internet. Harry stood there for a while, utterly clueless. After a moment's thought, she just figured Jack was probably gaming. Jack knew Harry had zero clue how computers actually worked. Cut to the Naju Plains, where the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Here, the Pantheon branch in Naju was temporarily stationed. Jinsu came charging in, practically shouting, "Your Majesty, we have to take that video down." Lian just sat there sipping tea like nothing was wrong. Harry watched Jinsu storm in, feeling equally confused. She handed Jinsu a glass of water and said, "Here, have some barley tea first." He gulped it down and replied, "Thanks, I really needed that." Jinsu was parched, downing the water like it was his last breath. Wiping his mouth, he suddenly remembered his urgent reason for coming the video. Damn it, still curious. Jinsu wondered aloud. Who the hell uploaded it? Lin casually answered. Spinner did. Jinsu was stunned. Spinner? That killer machine can make videos. How? He just did not know yet. But Spinner definitely had it down cold. Lin shot back. What do you mean take the video down? Jinsu. You know what I mean. The endless silver fields of the Naju Plains appeared as he spoke. The rice here was far superior to anywhere else on Earth. It cured all kinds of ailments and made people strong like something out of a fairy tale. Suddenly, his face darkened. Once word got out about these fields, the whole world would come hunting for them. Jinsu. The Naju Plains would be swarming with thieves, and these were not your average crooks. He bowed his head. When the seed grants permission to be sound, the guild will do everything it can to help. Please wait until then. He calmly lifted his glass. I understand. You guys have your own rules and systems. I get. He acted totally chill. But inside, he was sweating bullets. Jinsu was shocked by that response, his face full of worry. Leon explained. The goddess farm, no one is stealing from there. Jinsu wiped sweat off his brow, thinking, how is he so confident? Cut to nightfall. The vast rice fields were swallowed by pitch-black darkness. Along the road by the fields, a few cars were parked, and several people dressed in black looked seriously shady. Someone pulled out a phone and muttered, that rice seed's real, and the screen shows it was sent by an anonymous client. Naju Plains, keep the seeds and torch the fields. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, what the hell? Thought they would have max security. But this place is wide open. They stared out at the vast fields. All we gotta do is grab the seeds and burn this place to the ground. The leader barked orders. We have been paid. Let us do our job. Bring the fuel cans here. The henchmen immediately obeyed. This was the infamous Hitman Branch's ruthless squad. The goons started crawling under the fallen rice stalks, followed by the whole crew, lining up in two neat rows. Suddenly, one of them sensed something was off. He looked toward a distant shadow and warned, Boss, there is someone over there. The leader gripped his weapon tight, clearly spooked. As they approached, all they found was a scarecrow dressed in clothes and a hat. As they approached, all they saw was a scarecrow dressed in clothes and wearing a hat. They stared at it for a while, silently thinking, a scarecrow. The Star Soldier spoke up. It is just a scarecrow. Dumbus. He started to backtrack. My bad. I was wrong. He scratched his head, clearly confused. Weird. Why do I feel like it is moving though? Chill out, dude. It is probably just the wind messing with you. Sweat beads forming. He looks up nervously. That pitch-black scarecrow flickering in and out of sight is seriously creeping him out. Something's off. Suddenly, his buddy spins around, shouting a warning. Boss, look. The boss leans in. Curious, they both turn around and freeze in shock. Not just one, but a whole swarm of scarecrows. How did so many appear? The scarecrows are tied up tight, swaying back and forth like some nightmare come to life. He keeps staring at the scarecrows, making the boss lose his patience. You are supposed to be tough, and you are scared of some scarecrows. The boss turns back, giving him a sharp reminder. Cut the crap. Get that fire direction right. We need the flames to spread as wide as possible. Asep, I will grab the seeds from the storage. Right after, cans of oil are tossed onto the rice field. After pouring, they just toss the empty cans aside, not even bothering to hide the evidence. One guy asked, that is it? The boss folds his arms. Firm These seeds are not normal. I am keeping a few. Mansu. Jinti. You too. Mid-sentence. He senses something soft. He wonders. Where did those two go? His buddy spins around. Weren't they right behind the truck? Everyone looks around. Baffled. They are nowhere to be seen. The boss suddenly catches onto something. He warns. Those scarecrows. The guy who was already nervous gets even more rattled. The boss continues. Are they closing in on us? Suddenly, they all stop and stare. One scarecrow is creeping up behind the boss, no empty hands, but wielding a big sickle in each hand. Feeling something behind him, he spins around. The scarecrow still facing away, looking super suspicious. Then it suddenly turns around, its face painted with a tongue sticking out like it is mocking him. The boss jumps back, muttering, "Damn it!" Wide awake, he swings his blade, slicing the thing clean in two. His buddy yells out, "Boss!" He turns back. They are definitely moving. These are not just scarecrows, they are monsters. Now, all the scarecrows in the field slowly reveal their true forms. Their faces shift from silly to sinister, tongues flicking out, weapons sharp and ready in their hands. The thugs start to panic. "Boss, what do we do? This can't be real, these are monsters." The scarecrows close in, tightening their circle. The crew nervously wonders. No way, these are just spirit scarecrows. Right? After a while, a hand appears, clawing desperately, trying to escape the field. One of the guys tries to run, terrified, shouting, "Boss, what the hell are these things? Even inside the barrier? I have never seen anything like this." The boss loses his patience and yells, "How should I know?" Inside, he is thinking, "Damn it, I rushed here and did not bring enough backup." Worried, he mutters, "I knew this mission was fishy. If anyone tries to mess with us, they will regret it." The crew keeps spotting strange stuff. "Boss, wait, what is that?" The boss snaps, "Spit it out." The guy points ahead. Isn't it that the warehouse? The warehouse is so close they can clearly see both the entrance and exit. The leader grins like he just struck gold. "Found it. If the legend about these magical seeds is true, I'm gonna make bank." The boss orders, "Load up as much rice as possible onto the truck. Those monsters just patrol the fields, the warehouse should be safe." The boss laughs like he hit the jackpot. "Let us move out." Their footsteps pound steadily across the vast rice field. One eager guy steps forward, when suddenly boom, an explosion echoes far and wide. The guy behind freezes, stunned like he's been struck by lightning. That guy is none other than the boss, lying flat on the ground after the blast. "Boss, why are you down here?" The others wonder silently. Did they set us up right in front of the warehouse? The buddy stammers, clueless about what is going on. Suddenly, a strange sound rings out. Each person scanned a different direction when one of them spotted Jack Nup in the distance. It immediately sent out a signal confirming an intruder had breached the perimeter. Hence curiosity picked, what was he doing here? Silently, he thought, this must be the sealing barrier of Nadu, and instantly recognized Jeff Spinner and issued a command. Eliminate. 1 month later, the warehouse scene returned to its peaceful, untouched state. Cut to morning on the Nadu plains, serene as ever, except for a few groggy bandits nodding off in the corner. Their boss was still nursing a broken leg wrapped in a cast. Right beside him stood a sign listing the rules of life and farming. Rule #1. The first harvest must bear the goddess' likeness and become a transcendent offering. Rule #2. No peeing anywhere you please, though dropping a deuce is allowed. Rule #3. Build scarecrows. Dress them up with hats and clothes. Rule #4. Sing while harvesting, and if your songs express gratitude to the goddess, all the better. Rule #5. No skipping meals, cause starving's a death sentence. That last part was even highlighted in bold red, starving's a death sentence. The Venom Squad had successfully captured the culprits. After apprehending members of the Demon Guild, the authorities escorted them for processing. The value of Pantheon and Banfuic rice skyrocketed insanely. That is the algorithm at work, with Rack leading the charge. Lin then toured temples nationwide to boost the promotion of Banfuic rice consumption. Even with a minor hiccup, it passed. A news article popped up showing survivors mocking reporters. How far must we tolerate cultural clashes? At that banquet, survivor Leon Dragonia Leonhard exclaimed, "How dare a mere commoner sit at the king's table?" By the end, the whole internet was buzzing about Pantheon. The keyword shot to the top of the search charts. He gently set the paper down on the table. Leon sighed. Fed up, is this what the gods intended? He thought, looks like they have adapted to the modern world better than I ever could. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Hot news. Your Majesty. Harry dashed in, clutching a paper. Breathless. The rice pricing results are in. Now each sack's worth 230 million currency. Lin watched silently, Showing no emotion, then he calmly replied, "It still needs to be cheaper." Curiously, she asked, "But would not a higher price be better?" Leon explained, "The market is what truly sets an item's value. If rice gets that expensive, how can ordinary folks ever afford it? Blessings from the gods should be shared evenly." Sounds noble, but Harry still looked confused. Wide-eyed. "I see." Later, he leaned back, recounting, "I met with the president to tell him we need to educate farmers about the holy blessings, but the president insisted a leader must keep their image neutral." "Makes sense." She interrupted, "I guess that is fair." Leon nodded. "Well, I still need to win the people's trust." He looked her in the eye. "Enough to wield the heart of the tiger's power and its abilities." Harry was skeptical. "But, Your Majesty, is that really okay?" Leon frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" She hurried to explain, "I successfully protected the Golden Gate as you wished, but standing up to that dungeon with your chosen warriors is nearly impossible." He smiled gently. "Well, a lot depends on the circumstances." Lin added softly, "Let us just wait and see." Scene shift, someone's voice echoed. "Isn't he that lord?" He turned to see who called him. It was Jun Hyung waving hello. He responded, "Team Leader Kim." Lord Gu ruffled his hair and said, "We meet again." Smiling warmly, "You are here because of that message too? About the Hunter Guild's master hunting hunters like us?" "I have no clue what is going on." Jun Hyung's expression shifted. Lord Gu looked puzzled. "I do not know either." Looking around, he thought to himself, "They are all D-rank hunters, the highest being around C-rank. Huh." Two people nearby glanced around and whispered, "That is Han Harry, and a rank magic sword master. Looks like she scored the highest in last year's competition." Harry appeared with two bodyguards behind her, looking sharp as hell. Someone's arrival from behind caught the DC's attention, followed by an announcer's voice. "His Majesty is approaching, the noble King Leon Dragonia Leonhurt." Hearing this, he was shocked, thinking, "That guy's..." Leon stepped in, and immediately everyone brightened up to welcome him. The DC suddenly recalled he was a survivor. He thought to himself, "I always knew he was not ordinary, but he belongs to a whole different world." Lin appeared on stage in a flash, standing with arms crossed, looking serious. Then he spoke up, "Welcome, and here's why I have called everyone here today." Lin declared boldly, "I am looking for warriors to join my guild. Thean, those who pass the evaluation, prove their worth, and survive the training." Hearing this, the crowd below instantly perked up with curiosity. "Star soldiers, not just members of Gilda," he continued. "I will grant you the honor of joining my army." This made Thean even more intrigued. "Army, not Gilda." Lysaid standing nearby chimed in, "Now, I will explain the entrance assessment." He pressed a remote. "The test is to clear the Golden Dungeon Gate at Samsung." As he announced this, chaos erupted among the crowd. "What? The gate at Samsung? How the hell are we supposed to handle that? That is basically a death sentence. What kind of twisted test is this?" Honestly, the hunter's reaction was totally predictable. The level and difficulty of a gate are ranked by color. Black means bloodthirsty monsters with razor-sharp fangs. Red means crushing machines that pulverize everything. Orange means thousands of mobile skeletons, with gold, green, and blue levels below them. Considering the gate Gyud Seong cleared during the Samsung test was blue, for a C2D ranked hunter, a golden gate spells certain death. In the hall, everyone was in an uproar, shouting, "How are we supposed to clear a golden gate? It is like we are signing our own death warrants." The assistant kept trying to calm them down. "Order. If you do not want to continue the test, you may leave." Before he could finish, everyone rushed to the exit demanding to quit, shouting, "You think we are going to stick around? Waste of time. We are going home to sleep." Only Young was not ready to leave yet, just confused, wondering if it was okay not to stop them. Footsteps echoed as most people began streaming out. Only a handful remained in the room. They had no intention of leaving. The atmosphere felt like it had frozen solid. Leon looked down from the stage at the scene, bored, speechless. Suddenly, he locked eyes with someone in the corner and called out, "You there?" The curly-haired guy paled. Yeah, you curly-haired one." Leon's tone shifted as he slowly asked, "Why did you decide to stay?" The curly-haired guy mustered all his courage and answered, "Because I felt there was something left unresolved." Lin nodded knowingly. "I see." Then he asked everyone their reasons. "What about you?" "I guess I am just sticking around for fun." "And you?" "My friend here is staying, so I..." Lin rubbed his temples, hesitated, then said, "All right then." He pointed directly at the person across from him and asked, Why are you staying behind? The one being questioned was none other than DZ. He grimaced and thought to himself, a guild that created someone almost like an S-rank hunter, this is a chance I can't let slip away. With that thought, DZ boldly declared, I figured you would not just leave us to die here. So I decided to stick around. Only now did Liam find a pretty satisfying answer. He smirked and said, that is a good attitude. You are smart and sharp. He stepped forward and added, I am here to rally the foot soldiers. Everyone fell silent to listen. A soldier's duty is to follow orders. Liam stared at them with steely eyes. You have answered the call of a knight without a shred of doubt. Trust in the knight's heart and strength, that is all you need to do. Hearing this, DZ could not help but feel a bit unsettled. Leon continued, still smiling, which basically meant, just listen up and follow orders. He stretched out his arm and shouted, we move out immediately. Grab your gear and finish your prep. Cut to the Golden Gate at Gas Samsung. The air is thick with silence. Only the gate glows brightly. All the soldiers had gathered outside as ordered. With Harry walking alongside them, Jun Hying was putting on gloves and armor. Mumbling, this is kinda heavy. But the gear's pretty solid. He added, is not all this supposed to be rare grade? Just this alone must be worth like 10 million gold. No joke. As sea and drank hunters, we have never even touched gear like this. Deci stared at his own hands and muttered, what is going on? I am supposed to be an attacker. Suddenly, Jun Hying's expression shifted, hesitating a bit. Then he turned back, eyes filled with curiosity. Staring at Liam the king, Jun Hying wondered why Liam was not carrying any gear at all. Deci then asked Haria, who just smiled and replied, Hunter style. What is up? Everyone was curious. So he asked, why is not His Majesty wearing armor? That question kinda threw me off. Hari answered coolly, his skin is tougher than any armor. Deci thought silently, because he is just that strong. He stared at Leon's confident aura and wondered, nothing bad's gonna happen. Right? Scene shifts, darkness falls inside the dungeon. Blood splatters everywhere. Severed heads flying. Teeth and hair scattered in chaos. Fully armored soldiers stood wide-eyed in shock. What the hell just happened? Leon appeared. Eyes glowing. Weapon in hand. Standing over a monster he would just ripped apart. He yelled fiercely, I do not hear anyone speaking up. If you are not honorable warriors anymore, you will end up like those bugs on the ground, facing death right here, pointing his massive sword forward. He roared, this is my unbreakable justice. Night fell again, and the scene grew eerily quiet. The army marched through the forest, muttering, lucky break. Huh. One soldier spoke up. Looks like we won. Have to fight while following him. Suddenly, the system assistant flashed a notification. Mercenaries approaching from outside. On this vast plain, tribes are battling. Choose a side and help them secure victory. DC was intrigued. A mission to support the seas. Jun Hying turned to him. Looks like a fair fire choice mission. He replied, yeah. We gotta pick one of the two tribes and lead them to victory. Jun Hying was curious. The question is, who is the better pick? Suddenly, he noticed something big and pointed out, wait, is not that a monster legion over there? Ahead of everyone was a strange-looking legion, making a lot of noise. The monster legion drew closer, getting scarier by the second, covered in armor, wielding weapons, looking like serious beasts. They were orcs. Each one bared razor-sharp teeth, eyes burning with bloodlust, clutching deadly axes in hand. The army marched forward, leaving everyone standing there in stunned fear. Before long, they were completely surrounded, and there were a lot of them. The leader roared, who the hell are you? This is the territory of the Battle Axe clan. How dare you trespass? Faced with his threats more than words, the group froze in place. Harry tried to calm things down, seeing Leon's face twisted with rage. Your Majesty, please stay calm. He is angry and yelling. Just jerks, Jeff chimed in. First off, why are not we sticking to the mission plan this time? Still fuming, Leon snapped. Do whatever you want. Taking that as permission, he grinned wildly. Thank you very much, sir. Back to the present chaos, Harry kept a sharp eye on everything around. She spoke up. We are mercenaries. We heard there is a reward for helping a tribe, so we came. The leader's curiosity sparked. Mercenaries. Huh. You must be the ones the chief warned about. Follow me. The leader barked orders. Move it. Hurry up. Harry wiped sweat from his brow, while Leon just seethed silently. Night had settled more peacefully, and they had reached the other army's base. Leader stood in the center, Leon's troops surrounded and trapped by his men. I am the chief of the Battle Axe clan, he said, arms crossed. Your troops look weaker and uglier than I expected. But hey, it does not matter. He raised his hand, rallying. Support our battle axe tribe. The bigger the war, the more glorious the death. The victors claim everything. Lian's teeth clenched with rage. His eyes flashing uncontrollably, he shouted, "Enough!" The leader spun around. "What? Who are you?" Lian's footsteps burned with fury as he bellowed, "Honor! Glory!" Without holding back, Lin glared daggers and spat. "You beasts do not know a damn thing but dream of glory." The leader lost patience, shouting, "You insolent fool!" Before the sentence finished, Lin slashed a long arc with his sword, the leader's head flying off in a brutal style. Blood splattered across the armor of nearby soldiers, flames still roaring. Lin yelled, "You are no honorable warriors. Keep dreaming while you rot in the dirt. Vermin!" The king's wrath ignited. Facing these filthy monsters, his eyes blazed. "You all will die, that is an undeniable fact. So far, 8,769,653 monsters had been slaughtered by the king, earning him the legendary title of Monster Butcher." The leader's men panicked as he fell. "What? The chief's gone." They spiraled into madness without their leader, screaming, "Kill all these damn humans." Lian's soldiers trembled with fear. "What the hell? What is going on?" "They are attacking," eyes burning with cold fury. Lian ordered, "You filthy monsters. Shields up." Dusi followed orders, but inside he was terrified. "Damn it," he worried. "We are just low-level hunters. Wait, why did we ever think we could beat these monsters?" The monsters howled in rage. "I will kill you." Dusi grew more frantic, silently thinking, "We are dead." One monster swung its axe with incredible force. Dusi was terrified. Blocking that move seemed impossible. The massive axe slammed into the shield, but the shield held firm with ease. DC panicked. "I actually stopped it." He could not believe his eyes. How was this even possible? The system flashed some info. Dusi glanced at it. It read, "Aura of the Courageous Heart. Effect: adds armor against enemy attacks. Body becomes tougher. Increases soldier stamina. Enhances armor durability and lightness. Grants magic resistance. Boosts strength to withstand relentless strikes. Increases defense against ranged attacks. Sharpens vision. And significantly raises endurance." Dusi read the system notification. Completely baffled by these effects, another alert popped up. Brutal damage. Effects: plus a 50% damage boost against the brutals. The brutals nearby sank into fear, confusion, and despair. Hatred for those idiots spreading like wildfire. "Damn. This keeps hitting me with one surprise after another. What the hell is this? How is this even possible?" Then another message appeared. "Demigod Alive. Protection from the War Knight. Holy Grail Guardian. Dragon Smith. Demon Lord Slayer. Demon Smith. Shadow Assassin." The War Knights fought tenaciously, swift and agile, but the troops' overall level was too low to stack more buffs. He noticed this and silently thought to himself, "These are a set of buffs for our squad." Despite his fierce strikes, the fire burning inside Lian did not cool down one bit. If anything, the more he fought, the fiercer he became, raising his shields high, then plunging his sword into their weak spots. The soldiers seemed recharged, all targeting the ogres, sending those beasts straight to their doom. The whole squad charged, wild-eyed and ready to slaughter these bastards. "Move out. They might be small, but these soldiers feared no one." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "The God of War stands with us." That sentence snapped Lian back to reality. What? The fire inside him flared up again, his rage erupting like a volcano about to blow. "How dare these damn oppressors call upon the gods?" His words slipped out uncontrolled. "You will pay for this." Lin raised his hand to the sky, coldly declaring, "I will crush you. Smash your minds for daring to insult our god." Their base was now nothing but smoke, dust, and the clash of weapons. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the enemy. "Come on." Salient, two massive beasts stood outside, looming. "What the hell is going on?" Before he could even react, a hefty stone smashed right into his face. Breaking his concentration, Lian charged on horseback. The horse smashed one beast's head with a powerful kick, sending it straight to the afterlife. Only now fully engaged, Lian rode his horse right into the enemy base. A surge of power began to envelop Lian, growing stronger by the second. His hand moved into position, as if conjuring a weapon out of thin air. A moment later, the weapon took shape. Two gleaming swords appeared, matched by Lian's fierce gaze. Instantly, two massive glowing blades ignited as he sat astride his horse, surrounded by ogres. Lian's eyes burned with merciless intent. "I will slaughter every last one of you monsters." A bloody scene unfolded, ogres dropping one by one, lifeless on the ground. The chaos settled. Only the hues of the ogres and soldiers standing remained. Lian raised his sword high, pointing it straight to the sky. His gaze softened. He smiled and shouted, "Victory belongs to the victors. This is a battle worthy of honor. The soldiers cheered loudly. We did it. Thank goodness. Harry rushed up to Leon, calling out, Your Majesty. Leon turned and replied, Yeah? Harry, what is up? He looked at the bloody scene. Curious? Why did you do that? Leon shrugged and said bluntly, Why do you need a reason to kill ogres? Harry was shocked by his answer. What? But the mission was. Leon's fire flared again. Supporting ogres. Nonsense. I would rather jump into a pit of flames than save those sneaky green bastards. Guy and Jiang cursed harshly. They do not deserve respect. Their very existence is an insult to the world. The horrifying image of the ogres flashed on screen as Leon continued. Sure, they may be strong, but how do they compare to the courage of knights? He went on angrily. They are not even human. They are monsters, and that is what makes me furious. Harry was stunned, thinking, he is seriously discriminating against ogres. She wiped the sweat off her brow but pressed on. But Your Majesty, there must be some kind-hearted ogres out there somewhere. Right? Ian just gave a sly smile, then sighed deeply. Calmly, he said, Remember this, my little poet girl. If there were any good ogres, they would all be burning in hell by now. Talking about the ogre race is a long story. After the gates on Earth opened, many surviving ogres migrated here. The Earth welcomed them with open arms, regardless of their species. But life is not a fairy tale, and this story was far from over. They simply could not coexist peacefully with humanity. They launched attacks, forcing humans off the planet, so violent and ruthless. These creatures became a nightmare for Earth's inhabitants. Cut to the scene. Ref darted around. Non-stop beeping. He would arrived. He pointed toward the abyss below, explaining relentlessly, if we drop this here, they will all perish. Simple as that. Suddenly, a voice rang out. We are counting on you, none other than Leon, who added, Don't let me down. Harry beside him adjusted his rabbit-printed scarf, trying to blend in without blowing their cover. Then, Ref swiftly initiated the nuclear warhead launch sequence. His system buzzed. Loading 99.9% complete. Instantly, Ref's entire machine radiated a light like 1,000 butt of flames. He continued. Nuclear warhead activation. Cryogenic system transformation. Full fuel load. Initiating nuclear fusion reaction. Harry watched the entire process. Utterly stunned, Ref spun to gain momentum. Prepping to drop the nuke, he backed up to the cliff's edge and hurled the bomb toward the lake below. Watching the glowing bomb descend into the lake, Harry could only shake his head in disbelief. That thing looks like a giant piece of gum. Does not it? Leon snapped. Hey. No swearing. Curious? She turned to him. But, Your Majesty, is this really okay? Leon's voice dropped low. What exactly do you mean? Harry jumped in. We are wiping out the creatures by irradiating the river. Isn't that the opposite of the chivalrous path you stand for? Lynn glanced down at her, then paused thoughtfully. Suddenly, a sly smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with hidden meaning. Leon stepped forward, addressing both Harry and Spinner. Listen up, this is not a war or a duel between us, and those beasts. It is more like a grand hunting party, she muttered under her breath. Such a biased name for those creatures. Leon pressed on. When it is hunting, it is all about claiming the prize. Then, grinning with satisfaction, he added, There is no such thing as a kind. Only sending them straight to hell keeps things peaceful. To a loud roar of laughter, and beast, brutal and wild, was jabbing a comrade off to sell salt, shouting with glee while the other lay bloodied, barely hanging on. The crowd jeered at the gruesome scene, teasing, Rada smashed Garden's head in. What a savage swing, bro. They watched as the poor guy completely passed out, sprawled on the ground. Rabta declared, He fought bravely. May the god of war guide him to the eternal battlefield. Death was truly revered among them. The others approached. Rabta, let us celebrate the win. Drink up. Rabta went to grab a bucket of water, unscrewed the lid, then headed to the riverbank to scoop water. Standing tall, he guzzled deeply. The bucket looked like a tiny cup in his massive hands. The cool water poured down his throat, quenching his thirst instantly. Wiping his mouth, he noticed something odd. The water had a strange, sharp taste. Rabta sensed something was off but shrugged it off. Whatever. Tossing the bucket aside, he strode back to base, thinking maybe he still had blood from the fight on him. Little did he know, what he just drank was contaminated with radiation. The base was eerily quiet and gloomy, the sky far from clear. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Rabta, writhing in pain, stumbled out of his tent, unable to bear the agony. He screamed desperately, Wizard, where are you? Help me. I can't take this anymore. A blinding light flashed before Rabta's eyes, forcing him to squint. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He still had no clue what was happening, only that his stomach was on fire. When Robta stepped outside, the sight shattered him completely. Not only was he in agony, but every single one of those idiots out there was suffering the same fate. They took turns screaming, "Help! Wizard!" The staff with 2 skulls slammed to the ground. The wizard screamed in terror. "I have never seen anything like this. This is not magic, it is a curse." He stumbled backward in fear. "Some bastard wiped out my entire tribe. How did you all survive?" Suddenly, a voice cut through, grabbing his attention. "Bring glory to your lord." Before he could even process what was happening, Lin launched a massive kick that sent him flying, yelling, "All warriors, move out!" With razor-sharp eyes, Lin glared at the idiots. "Kill them all. Don't let a single one survive." The system flashed. "Activate poison resistance." Soldiers charged in one after another, rushing the enemy. Free XP. Go turn them into mincemeat. The idiots were losing control fast. Stomach pains and sudden ambushes left them completely clueless. The soldiers stormed in, fully armored and helmeted, moving as fast as the wind. The idiots were dazed, soldiers' blades inches from their faces. Yet they just stood there, scared stiff. All bark and no bite, cowards through and through. The soldiers shouted, "Die!" as blood splattered everywhere, painting a gruesome scene. The soldiers continued sending them off one by one, when suddenly a radiant light shone directly down on them. The system then displayed, "The White Hawk tribe has been wiped out. All the idiot tribes are now your enemies." The soldiers paused, reading the notification. Harry stared intently, muttering something to himself. The system updated again. "You are now the common enemy of all the idiot tribes. Hidden mission unlocked. Eliminate every idiot on the battlefield." Everyone stood silently for a moment, exchanging looks and waiting for orders. After reading the alert, Harry hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, the mission parameters have changed." Lin, as if expecting this, grinned. "Good. Now this is the real mission." Then he shouted, "Soldiers, it is time to bring light and justice back to this land." Suddenly, faint screams from the idiots echoed, their anger bubbling to the surface. The loud noise caught the attention of the soldiers inside the newly captured base. The wizard stepped forward, furious beyond reason. "It is you. You cursed the river." His eyes turned ghostly white with rage as he cursed. "You vile, cowardly race." The wizard's insult hit a nerve, claiming to be elite warriors. That stung Lian's pride, and his eyes blazed. "What did you just say?" He strutted forward, leaning on his staff. "You idiots only care about fame and glory. Honestly, I can't even look at the folks from before, too filthy." Less sharp gaze locked onto him. "Those idiots. Looks like you did not realize they are all dead. Lowly races like yours deserve exactly this." He did not even bother denying it. "I am giving them a chance to free themselves from their own ugliness by wiping them all out." Filthy beasts. The wizard, now furious, charged forward. A massive power began to gather around him. "Gok Rock will not forgive you." Lin readied himself, his sword growing larger. "You think I will give you time to cast your spells?" Lin swung his sword straight at him, light magic blazing with overwhelming force. The devastating blow sent the wizard flying, blood spraying wildly. He could only scream in pain, yet Gok Rock's fange mouth twisted into a mysterious smile. His voice boomed like it came from the depths of the underworld. "It is too late. Humanity." The sky and surroundings darkened ominously. Gok Rock went berserk, his body rapidly healing as he lunged at Lian. He roared, "Gok Rock is unleashed." Instantly, his power spread over the freshly slain bodies. A massive black tornado swirled overhead, seemingly reviving the fallen idiots. Harry watched in alarm. "Your Majesty, what is that?" Lian stayed calm. "Possessed freaks. No wonder their civilization never advanced." He stared straight into that black hole, like a cosmic abyss. Suddenly, a colossal hand shot out from it, sending chills down his spine. The bluish-green clawed hand slammed down hard onto the ground. He shouted, "Look here." The system immediately flashed a notification. Hidden mission unlocked. A giant eye snapped open right in the center of the black hole. Standing beneath the massive hand, he coldly declared, "Face the wrath of Goprok." The entire arm stretched out from the dark void, ready to smash everything in sight. System prompt: eliminate Goprok, the witch of the Oat tribe. The giant hand surged forward, aiming to grab Lian, who was riding his horse below, but he seemed unfazed. The enormous hand curled around the eye, searching for its target. Burning with fury, the eye glared down at Lian's defiant face, growling each word, utterly rejecting him. The enraged eye snapped. Die. Then the black hole began to glow, a fierce power gathering within. A massive beam of light shot down from the sky through the curled hand, blasting the ground with a thunderous explosion. Everyone froze in fear. The base was under attack. The enormous eye kept scanning the area, proclaiming, I am the guardian god here. Who dares claim to be the protector of these people? Hearing this, Lian sneered. Who the hell are you to ask that? Then, he unleashed his move. Heavenly hand shield electric sparks crackled in golden hues around him. He shouted at the top of his lungs. You, who call yourself the lord over these scum, how dare you claim divinity? Lian's eyes blazed like wildfire, veins bulging, his sword-wielding arm radiating energy that tore his shirt apart. Gripping the reins tightly, he swung his glowing greatsword straight ahead. Lian roared. This king cannot be allowed to exist anymore. The giant eye was not backing down either. Its massive arm grew larger, glaring as if ready to devour this tiny mortal who dared defy it. The eye clenched its hand into a fist, preparing to strike as Lian charged on horseback. Undeterred, Lian faced it head-on, one-on-one, boiling with rage. His face darkened as he swung his sword in a wide arc. The blade sliced directly into the curled arm, sending shockwaves rippling along the wrist. A moment later, the giant arm was severed cleanly, blood gushing everywhere. The giant eye flashed with streaks of blood, showing pain and fear. It wailed in agony as the severed hand dropped from the black hole in front of the stunned soldiers. Meanwhile, the witch controlling that arm watched, puzzled by the scene. What? Even though you only cut the puppet and not my real body, why does it hurt me? Fear spread across his face, sweat pouring down as he muttered. What the hell? Then he realized. Right? It is because of the sword. It is the sword. The eye focused on Lian's proud figure advancing steadily. It recognized him as the infamous Oat Butcher, the demon hunter, the Forsaken Knight from the monster world. The eye, realizing its weakness was exposed, grew visibly unsettled. Suddenly, the black hole began to vanish, and it bolted, leaving the bewildered witch behind. Muttering curses as it fled, it left one last warning. You will pay for what you have done. We will meet again. The witch Orgluck was helpless, drenched in sweat, trembling with fear. Lian dismounted and approached the witch, quietly mumbling. You claim to be the god of these oats. He narrowed his eyes. So that is all you have got? The terrified oat, tears streaming, snot running, still spat curses. You damn bastard. Quickly regaining composure, he snarled. No matter what tricks you use, I will avenge my brothers. Lian's gaze did not waver as he smoothly slashed his sword once. The witch collapsed instantly, hitting the ground hard and gasping for air. Angry, Lian cursed. Damn abomination. You might be tried, but you do not deserve to live. Then the system immediately popped up a notification. You have completed the hidden quest. Everyone who participated received the Oud Hunter relic, and all were granted the title Warrior of the Night. Oud Hunters deal 30% extra damage when fighting Ouds, while Warriors of the Night get a 20% defense boost when fighting alongside a War Knight. Lin quietly muttered while removing his mask. All of these buffs add physical armor, something only true warriors can boast. The soldiers read the announcement together, buzzing with excitement. This is awesome. A shame it only works against Ouds, but 30% plus physical defense. Sweet. Suddenly, Lianho ordered them to gather all the loot immediately. He instructed the soldiers to move quickly. After all, the spoils belonged to the victors. They scrambled off at once. Right? We gotta hurry up. Let us grab everything. They spread out fast, prioritizing the big, high-level guys' gear, even scooping up the wizard's equipment. Lian stood back, observing. Suddenly, Harry appeared behind him. She whispered, Your Majesty, are you curious about something? She turned toward the giant severed hand Lian had just cut off, asking, What should we do with this? After a moment, Lian answered, The fake god's arm is not fully drained yet. That is the chopped off hand of the god He noticed Jack fast signaling and immediately asked, What is up? Spinner sent a signal, and a new message popped up. Jack projected the image to Lian. Hato said, Lian, I can sense a massive power radiating from that hand. We should absorb that power with the Holy Grail. Then we will study it to see how it can aid you. Curious but cautious, Lian pulled out the Holy Grail. Really? You sure about this? Then he quickly approached the severed hand. Lian aimed the mouth of the Holy Grail straight at it. A brilliant golden light burst forth, dazzling everything around. The giant oath hand began to glow, bathed in radiant light. Instantly, the hand was sucked into the Holy Grail. Watching the hand vanish into the chalice, Lian's curiosity deepened. He thought, I can feel a divine energy similar to sacred power. Looks like those monsters truly worship this god. Silently, he judged. But those beasts can tell who the true creator is, and that ignorance is a crime that must be eradicated. A soft voice echoed in his mind. Lian, it said, For my knight. He immediately sensed the reply. It is. The goddess, Lian kept his eyes shut. Puzzled, how can I hear her voice yet not pay homage? Ariana appeared beside him, saying, It is you are just absorbing the monster's divine power, no need to make a fuss. Then she added, I came to you because I need you to choose. With this, I believe you can restore the power of the sacred artifact you desire. Lian hesitated. Really? Ariana leaned in and whispered to Pitos, Pick the sword. Lian, impatient, told her off. Quiet. War god? Ariana turned back to Lian and explained. Yes, but you can only choose one. I will wait for your answer. My beloved knight. He stood silent for a long moment. His mind racing, Lian thought. I hold 4 sacred artifacts, the Holy Scripture, the Sacred Sword, the Holy Grail, and... Lian chuckled. He rubbed his chin. The Sacred Sword's power is already strong enough, so no need there. Slowly, he opened his eyes, ready with his choice. Holding the Holy Grail, he declared boldly, I choose to restore the power of the Holy Grail. Ariana nodded confidently. Very well. The Holy Grail in Lian's hands lifted into the air, glowing as if pulling in every ounce of power nearby. The Grail sparkled with embedded crystals. He reached out, cradling it like a priceless treasure. A small smile crept across his face. This haul was not half bad. Suddenly, someone ran up and interrupted. Your Majesty. He put the Grail away and turned to Harry. What is all the commotion about? She quickly replied. We should head over there for a bit. Lian looked at Harry's expression. Sensing hesitation, curious, he asked. Where is Spinner? She could only quietly whisper. About that, suddenly, a piercing scream grabbed their attention. Let me handle this. And as for this damn robot. Harry cursed under his breath. Blood started dripping mysteriously from the ground. A soldier lying there screamed out, What is going on? Guys, help me out here. Next to him, Jack was writhing in pain, helplessly rolling around, nonstop cursing that damn robot. Jack suddenly sent out a signal, and his screen flashed an ominous, deadly red warning. The soldier stared at Jack like he would seen a ghost, screaming in terror. The others, hearing the commotion, crowded around, watching the soldier writhe like a joke in a flash. Jack jumped onto the soldier's body. No one knew what he was trying to do. Then everyone's attention snapped to the sound of footsteps approaching. Lynn and Harry stepped forward slowly, faces full of shock and disbelief. The soldier tried to sit up, still muttering, That damn robot attacked me. Hearing this, Lian barked. Cut it out. He warned the soldier. If you do not want your tongue cut out, watch your words. The soldier did not care what kind of robot was he talking about. Losing patience, Lian snapped. Hey, who do you think you are? Insulting a knight like that? The soldier froze, clueless about what was happening. Then Lian turned to Jack, asking, What is really going on? Spinner, Jack buzzed out. Stealing loot. The soldier instantly denied it, stammering. It is a misunderstanding. You idiot. Lin narrowed his eyes. Misunderstanding or not, we will find out soon enough, he ordered. Harry, search him. She immediately obeyed. She gave him a fiery glare. The soldier suddenly realized the seriousness and quickly pleaded. Wait. Hold on. His words made everyone snort with disbelief. You actually trust a robot over a human? Hold on a sec. There was no denying it. Now Harry had found the stolen item hidden on the soldier. She pulled it out from his pocket. This here is the heart of the Oat tribe's warrior leader, the most prized loot in their entire territory. Harry's tone darkened. Whoever took this knows damn well stealing such a treasure is a serious crime. Right? The soldier could only stammer. It is a misunderstanding. I swear, he shouted. I did not steal it. I swear on my life. Lin did not waste words. He drew his sword and slashed lightly across the soldier's arm. The soldier stared at his severed hand flying through the air in shock. A second later, pain hit him like a freight train and he screamed. My hand! My hand! Regret washed over him as he stared at his severed limb. Lian's voice was cold as ice. I know your laws, your understanding of me, but now, you are inside Lian Hood's camp. Everyone fell silent, hanging on to his every word. Here, you follow my rules, not your old laws or orders, but the military law of Lian Hood. Lian stared them down, serious as ever. This is my law, my military code. Whoever can follow it. Raise your hand right here. Stealing, you lose a hand. That is the strict national law of the Lian Hood Kingdom. The laws here were harsh, too harsh for Earthlings. The other soldiers thought quietly. This was over the top, cutting off hands just for theft. But DC thought silently. With a powerful booster like this, a D rank like me could easily hit C rank or maybe even higher. Quitting now would be a huge loss. At first, the prison gates had no laws. But now with these strict rules, maybe it is for the best. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Well, Your Majesty. About that, Leon just gave a flat reply. Then he warned, cut the crap. Soldier, it was DC's first time facing this kind of thing. He was caught off guard. He shrugged off his armor and introduced himself. Name's Goody. Lin got straight to the point. What do you want to say? DC? Nervously. DC stammered. Well, about that soldier's arm, you know. The thief's arm, can I take it with me? Lin raised an eyebrow. You want to give it back to him? DC was tense but tried to explain. Yes. But then, what is the point of the punishment? Your advice feels like you are going against Leon's own justice. He hesitated. A bit unsure. I could see that. But hey, do not hold back, speak your mind. Your Majesty, we see things differently than you. This time, you have already made your rules clear to us. Leon listened thoughtfully as he continued. So I hope you will grant us a chance. Hearing that, the knight paused for a moment. Then Leon replied, the man has a point. DC bowed his head and said, forgive me. Your Majesty. The soldier was still sprawled on the ground, blinded by the light. Leon pulled out the holy chalice and told him, you should be grateful your battle standard has someone who can reason. He raised the chalice, which instantly glowed with a blinding holy light. Tilting the cup, a thick liquid poured out, flowing straight down. The dumbfounded soldier stared at the miraculous liquid before him. He raised his eyebrows in disbelief and whispered, is this? The scene stunned not only him but also DZ. His hand had fully healed, as if nothing happened. What is this? His severed hand regenerated. DC thought silently. Even its rank healer can only reattach a severed hand, not bring it back to life like this. This healing power surpasses even his rank healers. He was intensely curious who could wield such strength. Leon's cold tone snapped back. Get lost, he added icily. I am sparing you this time out of respect for your old laws. But he has lost all rights now. The soldier stammered, staring at the healed hand. Thank you. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Leon instructed the troops. Those who join the royal army can stay. Those who do not can split the loot and leave. They exchanged confused, blank looks. DC thought, this is the chance, gotta make it happen no matter what. Leon looked pleased. Good. Then let us get started on training right away. I hope no one here will quit because of the grind. Everyone cheered. Grab the loot. Let us head back. Harry, standing beside him, asked, Your Majesty, what is this next training about? Leon stared at his soldiers working hard and finally said, physical conditioning. Cut to sunlight blazing down on a rice field. Blindingly bright. At headquarters, a crowd gathered. Someone called out, hey. Hunchback, looking at DC's exhausted face. The guy asked curiously, what is wrong with your face? Jun Hyung glanced over and asked, did you join the gate assault team? DC scratched his head. Yeah. Sitting still. I feel like my whole body's on fire. Jun smiled. You are just wearing yourself out. Take it easy. One step at a time. DC nodded. Yes, sir. Harry slowly stepped forward in front of everyone. She raised her hand, pretending to catch her breath for a moment. Then she shouted at the top of her lungs, Your Majesty, Leon Dragonia, Leon Hurt, and Holy Chalice Knight Jeff Spinner have arrived. Everyone froze as Leon's footsteps drew near. Now dressed in a formal suit, Leon stepped onto the stage and declared, congratulations on passing the simple test just now. Leon continued, joining the royal army. You all have flaws, but that can be worked on later. DC's curiosity picked the dungeon gate was that simple. He went on, watching you fight, I noticed we all have problems. But the most important thing is your body. They dared only think it, not say it out loud. Our bodies started weak. Barely rangers. Leon moved to the strategy. So I have decided to put you through physical training first. He smiled. From now on, you will follow the exact training regimen designed for the kingdom's standing army. Confused murmurs rose. Training like the standing army. Like pumping iron back in the medieval ages. Leon explained. Physical training basically means building muscle. Building muscle means pushing your body to its limits to expand your capacity. He grinned mysteriously. The Holy Chalice Knight who designed this training, the one who defeated the giant, Lord Greatus, said this. Lin recalled him excitedly. The more you fight, the stronger and tougher you become. Truly a legendary saying. They looked at their hands in disbelief. Wait, what? Fight? Like punching and stuff? He shouted. If that is the case, how should soldiers assigned to protect the kingdom train? Obviously, It has to be nothing like what ordinary farmers do. Lian sighed at the soldier's intense focus. So to get the best training results, Lord Greatus came up with this plan. His voice suddenly dropped into a dangerous tone, letting the soldiers fight each other until they are bloodied and bruised, then helping them recover as usual. Doing this not only toughens their muscles but sharpens their reflexes too, because they will have to dodge attacks constantly. At this moment, they were struck with pure terror. Thinking, wait, what? Lian stood on the platform, pointing directly at them. His eyes blazed as he ordered. All right, now start fighting. Lian shouted down from above. Keep going until your muscles tear and your fists bleed. Even better if you can scratch your opponent's face raw. No way. That is brutal. Dizzy could not hold back and yelled, Your Majesty, I really admire you. It is not entirely wrong, he protested. But Your Majesty, if that is the case, my body won't survive. Lian crossed his arms. Curious? Why not? Lian took out and gently spun his sacred flask for a moment. Then he said, You should be grateful to have the protection of the sacred flask. Junhan glanced over and told Div, Hey, you are lucky. He pointed to DC's wound. Your injury is already healing. Di was stunned, raising his hand to his face, unable to believe it. Whispering, How is this possible? Lian finally explained. Wherever the sacred flask is, all the soldiers recover, and if you drink from it, even your bones will regenerate, let alone your muscles. He continued, eyes gleaming. I am giving you 5 hours. During that time, punch anyone you see. Lin added his orders. No teaming up, attack your opponents with every move you can think of. His eyes turned sharp with a warning. If anyone refuses, this king will personally teach you a lesson. Lian turned and walked inside, muttering, All right, Spinner, you are up. But you too? Leaving them thinking, do we really have to train like savage beasts? They just stared at each other in silence, drenched in sweat. Then they forced awkward smiles. Suddenly, Jack signaled a violation, surprising even Harry with its effectiveness. A powerful electric whip crackled down like a familiar shock. Jack signaled again. Fight? If you do not follow orders, I will take care of you. They looked up, angry and scared, and one shouted, Damn it! Without wasting a second, he swung a punch at the guy beside him, yelling, Take this. Then they all charged at each other, refusing to back down. Fighting with both martial arts and trash talk, I am not going down easy. Deseong watched a guy get knocked flat to the ground and nearly lost his mind. He shouted, Everyone's gone nuts. This whole thing is insane. Before he could finish, Deseong took a solid punch himself. Now, let us check out the schedule for the hunters who signed up for Leon's army. 9 am. Military training with a fun brothers in arms vibe. Noon. Lunch of plain water with salt or sugar. Inside, Lin and Harry were already waiting. They walked in and curiously asked, Is that the water jug? The hunters asked. Miss Harry, what is this? She hesitated, glancing at Lin. Well, Lin casually replied, That is your lunch water mixed with salt and sugar. Their faces instantly turned sour. Who put salt and sugar in water for lunch? But the training manual clearly stated, soldiers only need enough food to keep from starving. Don't worry. The army will take care of you. Then at 1, tactical training began. Lian shouted, Now, split into 5 teams to block the king's advance. The soldiers were stunned. What? They tried to hold their ground, but were easily flung aside by his sheer power, and the warhorse might, all while non-stop screams echoed around them. By night, kid, time to crash. After a grueling day, the hunters passed out like sleepy puppies fresh from a milk binge. Man, try sleeping with a kid propping his feet on your neck. Talk about struggling for air. This is literally hell's boot camp. But thanks to Harry's care, they managed to endure. She was the kindest, always bringing late night snacks for everyone. Family, grab some cho. Props to the queen for that. Although it was all part of King Leon's plan, none of the hunters had the slightest clue. Another brutal morning in this relentless training ground. The sound of relentless training from the kid filled the air. He was the first to rise, practicing sword and shield skills. After a while, he grew tired and bent over to catch his breath. He thought to himself, This shield is way heavier than I expected. Swinging the sword is way tougher than I thought. Reflecting further, holding the shield limits attack stances a lot. Looks like stabbing with the sword might be the only viable attack. His phone screen was playing a training video. Turns out he was taking tips from online tutorials. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Wrong? Startled, he spun around and saw Lian, blurting out, Your Highness. Lin approached and ordered, Stop flailing that sword around like a maniac. He told him, Hold your stance steady and try again. The kid, though scared, obeyed with a yes. Sir. He raised the shield, bent his knees, and swung the sword as Lian instructed, and stood aside, watching with a look of pure exasperation. The kid's face showed fierce determination as he switched his grip on the sword once more. He thrust the sword forward with force. The kid glanced nervously at Leon, breaking out in a sweat. Leon studied him for a moment and said, "Still wrong." The kid's worry deepened. Leon stepped closer to adjust the shield for him, holding one edge of the shield firmly. He explained, "You are in the habit of dropping the shield when you thrust the sword. That is the mistake. The shield protects your right shoulder from the guy next to you." He added. Lin went on, "Even if it blocks your view, you never lower the shield." The kid, curious, asked, "Why's that?" "Your Highness," Leon explained, "lowering it creates a gap, and gaps create openings." The kid pressed further. "Your Majesty, is your strategy to hold the shield to block the enemy's feet, while the knights rush into attack?" "Is that right?" Leon answered. "Exactly. Attack and defend simultaneously, that is a fundamental battlefield tactic." The kid looked puzzled. "But if the enemy is a monster, would not that tactic fail?" Leon fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then he grimaced at the kid. "You are teaching me how to fight? Huh?" The kid nearly jumped out of his skin. "Never, sir." "All right then," Leon said with no hard feelings. He continued, "In my world, there is a whole swarm of monsters way worse than the ones you face at those dungeon gates. They're even scarier. The monsters behind those gates are like cute puppies compared to ours." Leon recounted, "We have faced creatures over 20 meters tall, dwarven demons with endless regeneration, multi-headed venomous serpents, giants and swarms of beasts, dragons bigger than mountains." He concluded, "So to fight monsters like those, we need a diverse arsenal of combat techniques, plus lightning-fast reflexes and adaptability." Leon looked over at the kid, affirming, "And that is what you will gain after enduring this brutal training." Then he threw the kid a question. "Do you have decades of monster fighting experience and training alongside gods? With just a sword and spear, can you win every battle honorably?" Leon's question made the kid lower his head, deep in thought. Before the kid could answer, Leon added, "I am guessing you get it now. Why I teach soldiers only one thing. Because omnipotence is a virtue only true gentlemen possess." The kid listened intently, knowing that mastering that one skill would already boost his survival odds. Though his fighting spirit was reignited, the kid still felt a flicker of doubt, hesitating briefly but then, fire blazing in his eyes. He declared, "I am determined. I want to climb higher." Hearing this, Lin could not help but flash a satisfied grin. He immediately asked, "You want to become a knight?" DC brushed it off quickly. "A commoner like me? No way. Isn't it only nobles who get to be knights?" Leon sighed and replied, "Don't judge my kingdom by your world's standards. Knights are not just nobles here." He glanced over, eyes softening with a quiet nod. He explained, "A knight is someone ready to walk a harsh path for a noble cause, protecting the people with courage and doing good. Someone who dedicates their whole life to the goddess and the people. Anyone who can carry out that sacred mission is worthy of being a knight." Leon said to the young man beside him, "You need both courage and skill to pull it off." His mood was deeply conflicted. He added coldly, "And to earn my respect." After a long talk, DC began to understand a few things. Quietly thinking, "I was wrong." He stared resolutely toward the rising sun, fingers tightening instinctively around the sword hilt. Sir D silently vowed, "I want to become a knight too." Scene change. At the demon tower in the use. A deep, rumbling sound echoed. "Damn it! Even when I take the time," Ronan suddenly spoke up. "Supreme Lord." He stared intently at the glowing purple orb. "I believed you would return." A booming voice snapped, "Fool, shut up and kneel, now." He scrambled to obey without hesitation. "Yes, sir," the man replied. "I will teach them the truth and the wisdom of Samra. Naturally, they must obey me and listen carefully." Ronan's curiosity was piqued. "Has the Lord really changed?" The voice continued. "First, cast the spatial teleportation spell onto the stone. For emergencies, just toss it into the air." Ronan asked nervously. "Wait, why? I know those stones are for teleporting." "But," the man shouted, "are you crazy? You think I would crawl into hell without insurance to get back?" The booming voice showed anger, making the man break into a sweat. The man stressed, "Listen carefully. I will never show my face on that planet as long as that bastard is still breathing." Ronan was utterly bewildered. The man went on, "But since I am here, I will find a way to kill him soon. Without the Holy Grail Knights and his legion around, I finally have a chance." He ordered Ronan, "No matter how, enter the same dungeon gate with me." Ronan bowed deeply. "Understood." The voice chuckled darkly. This time, the man thought of Leon and grinned like he would hit the jackpot. "You are gonna die. Your Majesty. Cut to the graduation ceremony of the Pantheon Permanent Training Course at the Yellow Dungeon Gate. Harry was curious. They just finished training. Is this really okay? She looked up and asked. Sir, should we both just stay home? Jinsu sighed. This is going to be tough. Harry smiled brightly. Good luck. Observer. At the assembly point, Leon stood above and addressed them. Soldiers of mine. You all did great during the 4 weeks of training. Looked at them calmly. I will keep it short. It is time for the sweet fruit of glory. The troops lined up neatly, listening intently. Move forward. Storm the dungeon. Even if you are still weak as before, it does not matter. He raised his voice. That is where you will realize what it truly means to be King Leon's warrior. He rallied them. And there, you will find the faith you have been searching for. Leon swung his arm. Commanding. Pantheon troops. Advance. 49 low-level hunters. A Hunters Association member. And Leon Dragonia himself, all prepared to enter the dungeon gate. Harry and Jack observed the soldiers from above. She encouraged. Don't worry. Sir Jack. His Majesty's with them. Everything will be fine. Before she could finish, an alarm blared, signaling a problem. Jack added, 49 soldiers. His Majesty. One observer. Total 51. Harry was still confused. Wait, so what is the issue? The system replied. 52 people entered, which surprised Harry. She immediately pulled up the system, scanning each movement of everyone who stepped inside. Suddenly, someone with strange energy barged in, sparking Harry's curiosity. Who could it be? Jack jumped down shouting, emergency response, and dashed straight toward the dungeon gate. Harry called after him, Sir Jack. He rushed into the dungeon as Harry yelled, wait for me. Before she could finish, he disappeared inside in a flash. Harry hurried after him, surprising the guards. Sir Jack, I am coming too. But she was suddenly stopped by an invisible force at the door. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Harry was instantly knocked down right before the bewildered guard's eyes. 1 month later, she painfully struggled to sit up, clutching her aching face. What the hell? Harry could not hide his curiosity at the scene before him. What is this? Why is this happening? She panicked. Freaking out, what is going on? The others were confused too. The gate was shifting, and the difficulty level was changing. The gate's color slowly morphed. Red began to swallow the golden-orange glows. They stood there speechless. Red. Harry was baffled. Why did the golden gate suddenly turn red? And why did the guards immediately flee? Something was up. The gate kept changing. The red grew darker, and in the middle swirled a pitch-black vortex. Cut to the chaos. Loud clashes erupt as a massive dragon charges toward the grand castle. Below, skeletons, soldiers, and monsters slash at each other. Soldiers raised their shields to block blows, swung their swords to fight back. All desperate to survive. I am gonna die here. At another gate, Leon's soldiers braced themselves. As they stepped out, the nightmare before them hit hard. They were stunned. These were demons. The scene looked like a living hell. This was the demon dungeon gate of Ha. Seeing his troops hesitate to fight, Lin was at a loss for words. He shouted, sword raised, shield up. Recalling every tactic he would learned about positioning, they kept reminding each other, raise your shields. Jinsu, the only one without armor, looked around in disbelief. No way. This is real. Soldiers snapped to battle positions. Shields quickly locked in place. Formation shifting. Leon's fierce style emerged. The mighty army charged forward, except Jin, standing oddly unmatched without helmet or armor. Leon took a breath and roared. Charging ahead, he glanced around, thinking, these demons, like you said, are rushing in. Why not hold back and size things up first? They stomped hard, then lunged recklessly. Jinsu was curious. Were not they scared? The armored soldier's eyes burned with fierce determination. No fear in sight. Suddenly, a notification popped up, catching his attention. What is this? Jinsu jumped, startled. What the heck is this? Aura of the Braveheart activated. Boosts armor against enemies, toughens the body, and balances stamina. Armor lightened and enhanced. Movement sped up. Magical resistance added, strengthening the body against phantom attacks. Added ranged attack resistance. Sharper and farther vision. Maximizing endurance. He thought to himself, these buffs are a game changer for the troops. The monsters grew wilder, eyes glowing blood red, emitting eerie cries. They sensed fresh enemies and charged toward Leon's army. The soldiers shouted, they are coming. Shields up. Every monster slammed into the battle lines. Roaring fiercely, one soldier yelled to his comrades, hold them off. Don't let up. The monsters crashed headfirst into the massive shields, Unafraid, they pressed their heads against the solid shields. Some slammed their rusty swords against the shields, ringing out harsh, grating sounds. They attacked with reckless abandon, but the shields held firm, keeping the soldiers safe. Jinsu thought, these beasts are way above a top-level bee hunter's strength, yet they are holding them back. He wondered, what the hell happened in the last 4 weeks? Meanwhile, Lian instantly commanded, push forward. The soldiers stumped the ground hard once more. Gathering momentum, Lian shouted, protect yourselves and drive the enemies back. Don't give them an inch. The monsters immediately tumbled to the ground. Soldiers fought and shouted, get out of here, while attacking relentlessly. Sharp blades stabbed fiercely. Eager to send these monsters straight out of the server, they fought and shouted, begone. A chaotic brawl erupted. Lian ordered, keep pushing. Finish them off. Suddenly, Jinsu sensed something odd and shouted, startled. That is, a giant scorpion, their biggest threat, loomed ahead. Lian yelled, watch out. They were so shocked they swore, damn it, it is a giant scorpion. The scorpion glared down at the soldiers, freezing them with fear. They knew they could not hold it back. Its strike packed nearly the power of an rank hunter. Before it could even process what happened, it raised the weapon-wielding arm, screaming nonstop. The soldiers anxiously surveyed the scene. He quickly gave orders. Team 3, Captain Wu, get ready to unleash your skill. The giant monster swung its club down toward the troops. But suddenly a massive beam of light shot down, freezing it dead in its tracks. DC Captain knew exactly what had just happened compared to His Majesty's power. This hit was barely a scratch. The soldiers around silently thought, he stopped it. The monster just stood there, screaming with those fiery, bloodshot eyes full of death. Next up, Jack appeared with his summoned creatures, taking on the mid-range enemies. He showed up and attacked the giant demon, leaving everyone stunned. Sir Jack in action. Lin also rushed over, surprised, asking, Spinner, what is going on here? He smiled like they would just pulled off a perfect combo. Well done. Lin swung his divine sword in a long arc, instantly shredding the massive demon into pieces. The giant demon was completely sent to the other side by Lian. Blood from the demon splattered on his face, but Lian looked unimpressed, not even bothering to speak. The other demons, losing their leader, grew panicked and terrified. The giant demons down time to revive it. They trembled at the sight of that glowing sword, but with that dangerous enemy dead right there, things got way too risky. Thinking better of it, they all bolted retreat. Move out. Fast. The castle guards finally felt their fear ease. Those demons were pulling back. They cheered. Victory. We have won. Someone stepped forward and said to Lian, thank you so much, sir, raising a hand respectfully. He continued, for saving the kingdom of Spur, we knights offer our deepest thanks. The system quickly flashed information. The kingdom of Spur is under threat by demons. Protect the kingdom from the demon lord's assault. Time remaining 1 week. The soldiers read the info and gasped. What the hell? Those demons again. Thought this was just a Golden Gate thing. They reported to Lian. Your Majesty, we have a major situation. Curious? He asked. What is going on? The soldier pointed far off. The exit gate. It is gone. Others are worried, means we can go back now. Lian moved closer to inspect. Stay calm. No panic. They obeyed immediately. Right there. He stepped forward calmly. Not a hint of fear. Scanning the area where the gate had been, Lian felt a deep sense of dread. Jeff suddenly dashed over, reporting, observation. Something's off. There is a third-party presence. Lian immediately guessed. That is why things got out of control. He turned to everyone. Anyone got a logical explanation? A hand shot up. I do. Your Majesty, the sea captain spoke. This might be a multi-variant gate. Let me explain briefly. He explained. In these cases, the dungeon's difficulty spikes drastically. The catch. We can leave until the entire dungeon is cleared. Lian thought quietly. Perfect enough to call it a trap. He made a decision. Plan stays the same. Act like nothing's wrong. DC Captain still doubted. Are you sure, sir? Can you handle the demon lord? Lian reassured. What is there to fear? I am Lian, the one who has slain over 30,000 giant demons. Who doubt my power? The soldier saluted. We would not dare, sir. Please teach those demons a lesson they will never forget. Lian smiled proudly. Of course. This is my world, a world filled with holy power, he thought quietly. But right now, I can guarantee a total victory over the demon lord without heavy losses. Lian reflected deeply. But a true knight must always keep his spirits high. No matter what. That is the only way the troops stay motivated and believe. The ground and scenery settled back into peaceful calm, as if no battle had ever happened here. Cut to Rowan and clutching a globe, watching everything unfold. A deep voice echoed. He has already stepped through that gate. He is doomed. After all, you are still only human. Curious? The voice asked. So you still plan to descend to the mortal realm? The deep voice snapped back. Are you crazy? Then realizing it went too far, it softened its tone. What I mean is, I do not need to get directly involved in this. He is going to face a disgusting creature, served by lustful demons for over a century. An image of a girl appeared with a cryptic warning. If the demon lord awakens, his fate is sealed. A girl with a mysterious aura, her eyes gleaming with deadly intent. Legend has it, the kingdom of Spur, this land of peace, boasts a history spanning thousands of years. But the demons ended that era. After countless attacks, the capital city fell. And now, the last fortress stands, with survivors clinging to hope amid a hopeless war. DC face turned serious as he stressed. This is a huge problem. Lin asked in confusion. A problem? He nodded firmly. Yes, exactly. Lian said, clapping his hands together as he speculated. I get it now, each gate has its own theme. Dizzy cut him off urgently. But this time is different. Your Majesty, one of the gates even has a time limit. Monsters spill out from the breach. He explained. If you can clear a regular gate in time, the monsters just linger, and a rotten water gap forms. However, the gate slowly closes, with a time limit. If the mission's done, the gate shuts even if monsters remain inside. Lin raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping. Got it. So that is how it works. He glanced at the man beside him, Kim Jizu, who jumped and said loudly, Yes. Your Majesty, Lin wondered aloud. At first, catching the infiltrator was top priority. But now things are urgent. Spinner's already here. Will the post-training evaluation be affected? Jisoo replied. The association president has already authorized me. Lin was surprised and asked, So they are really going to promote us this time? He raised a finger, announcing, All right. And there is one more thing. Lian's eyes gleamed with meaning as he asked about the hidden mission. What do you all think? Jisoo froze for a moment, and Jisoo cautiously responded, Your Majesty. You mean? Lian's face hardened, his voice low and steady. I am planning to kill the demon lord. That is me. Lian muttered. After everyone else had left, now alone as expected. I have already burned through quite a bit of energy. He stared at the cup in his hand, wondering, but at this level, I should still be able to contact the divine, right? Suddenly, he felt a familiar surge of energy. The goddess' voice echoed. Lian, my brave knight. He replied respectfully. Goddess Ariana, sorry to bother you, she asked. You noticed it too? Lian nodded, hesitating slightly. Yeah, I sensed something off, but he spoke slowly. I feel a strange energy within this gate. Ariana guessed. A living being like that, you can just sense it that easily. A bizarre energy cloaks the entire castle. Ariana added. That is natural after all. That energy has merged with this world. Lin thought quietly. A creature so powerful I can feel it even now. Could it be a demon lord or something like that? Maybe a demon king? Ariana warned. It is terrifying. The power you sensed is just the surface. The real strength is even more brutal. Then she said, Lian, my knight, the holy power of the temple sends you a message. Lian bowed his head. The gods are listening. I see. In another realm, Ariana glanced sideways. The gods want to study this world. They must sense something. Standing before her was another girl. Lian asked. The gods. Huh? So they will need energy to descend to the mortal realm. Ariana confirmed. Exactly. Well, I guess I do not have to tell you what to do next. He nodded politely. Of course. He said confidently. I will find a safe way to help them. After a while, the carriage arrived at the castle. The driver announced, We have arrived. From the carriage, Lid and the Lord stepped down with Jinsu and Jun Hyung. The butler came out, bowing. Welcome. Knights. The head butler here. The butler stepped out, bowing warmly. Welcome. Knights. The head butler here. A Paco announced. I will escort you to the courtroom. Please follow me. They were led inside by him. The moment they stepped in, the butler's eyes widened in astonishment. Lian praised. The master of this place has excellent taste. Paco smirked dryly. You flatter him, sir. He recounted the long history of the royal palace of the Spur Kingdom, dating back to its founder, Queen Flora. Paco continued. From Queen Flora all the way to the current monarch. By Chit, I have served many generations of queens. Jun Hyang was surprised. So all the rulers here are queens? Even the old man's eyes could not hide his shock. Yes, the people here follow a matriarchal system. They went on talking so much that Lian had to flash a fake annoyed look over his shoulder. Phew! Your Majesty's catching on, he snapped angrily. You commoners, where did you learn to talk about the royal bloodline like that? The two quickly apologized. We are sorry. Your Highness, Lian turned to Peiko. My apologies for their ignorance. They are clueless, are not they? They have not been taught basic etiquette. Things are pretty tense right now, so I brought them along in haste. Please understand, Paco smiled and waved it off. It is all right. You are outsiders. So I get where you are coming from, Paco then announced. We have arrived. This is the Grand Hall, standing before a massive door. He pointed and said, Please. This way. The guard slowly opened the door, letting in a dazzling beam of light. The queen is waiting for you inside. Lian's face instantly turned serious. Inside, the queen and her close attendants were already standing, waiting. King Lian. Please enter. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to Lian as he stepped in. Ochol and Ricardo were no exception. Eyes locked on Lian. Footsteps echoed slowly through the quiet room. Ochol stepped forward and asked, You are Lian Het, the commander who led the troops at the gate. Correct. He introduced himself. I am the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Ochol, in recognition of your great deeds, we have decided to bestow upon you the title of knight, holding a certificate in his hand. He declared, with the queen's approval. You may read it aloud. Lian's face darkened. He stared thoughtfully at the man before him before Ochol could finish. Lin brushed past him. Later. First, I must pay my respects to the queen. Ochol scowled. What? Lian froze for a moment as he approached the queen. He faced off with Ricardo. Well, Ochol's voice rang out behind. Stop right there. Lian Het. Ochol stormed forward, shouting, I do not care what you have done. You outsider have no right to get that close to the queen. Lian thought to himself, this is bad. Behind me. Him and the others look worried. Am I about to get screwed over here? He sized up the situation, even though the Prime Minister blocked him. He wondered, will you really just let this go? Suddenly, from behind the curtain, the queen's voice rang out. Lian grit his teeth. I can just stand by. Lian turned his gaze to the queen as he introduced himself. Your Majesty, I am also a sovereign, the king of the Lian Hekot kingdom. Lian Dragonia Lian Het, he continued. I know this might come off rude, but I will do what I must. Ochol tried to stop him, towering over him. Who do you think you are? Then he pointed at Lian, shouting, You insolent brute. Guards. Restrain him. Suddenly, Lian grabbed his head tightly, silencing him. Lian's eyes burned with fierce intensity as he stared him down. Dusi was freaking out, shouting, Hold him down. What are you? Before he could finish, Lian snapped Ochol's neck with a brutal twist. Dusi was frozen in shock, calling out, Hold him down. Lian could not hide his frustration and anger. Why am I always the one who has got to be the bad guy? His entire body radiated a deadly aura, eyes blazing with fury as he gripped Ochol's head. Without mercy, he snapped the man's neck. The royal guards immediately drew their swords, pointing them at Lian. Ricardo barked angrily. What the hell do you think you are doing, bastard? But Lian showed no fear, his face tight with disdain. A djinn called out anxiously from behind. Hold him down. The royal guards closed in on Lian, threatening him. You got some nerve? You want to die? Lin raised an eyebrow and sneered. Stupid. How long do you plan to hide who you really are? Who do you think you are? Trying to outsmart me, the true king. Up ahead, Ochung foams at the mouth, his entire body stiff as stone, roars with fury. Show yourselves now, you filthy demons. Suddenly, his eyes flash crimson from a frozen gaze, and Ochung breaks into a terrifying grin. From behind him, a bone slowly emerges, forcing the soldiers to recoil in fear. What in the world? The face on that bone. It is Ochung's. Discarded on the ground, standing before Lian now is a massive demon. The soldiers gape in shock. Prime Minister, you are a demon. Another official among them is shifting to. This place is full of surprises. One by the demon corpse shed their disguises. They swarm around him, and the guards cry out, Demons. Lian bellows. No fear. Stand your ground and fight. He points sharply, commanding unity. Fight together. Lin keeps urging. Only like this can we win. Unaware, a demon has already closed in on him, but its razor-sharp side, the tongue, is caught effortlessly between two fingers. The demon stares at Lian, utterly baffled. In an instant, Li exhales sharply, tearing the demon's arm apart in a flash, making it scream in agony. Then, with a swift motion, he decapitates it, Holding its head triumphantly, the demon collapses in front of Ricardo, who freezes for a moment. Gritting his teeth, Ricardo rushes forward, standing firm inside the palace where the queen remains safe from these vile beasts. Officials attacked by demons are in chaos, screaming for help. No choice left, Ricardo charges ahead with his sword with expert strikes. He slashes down one demon after another. In no time, 2 more fall under Ricardo's blade. All demons that infiltrated here are being wiped out, seething with rage. He shouts orders to annihilate them, leave none alive. Soldiers heed the call and rush to battle the demons. Demon corpses litter the ground, turning the scene gruesome. Calmly, Lin retrieves his staff. His eyes scan over to the queen still hidden behind the curtain. Silent and composed, she watches the grim spectacle unfold. Suddenly, Ricardo blocks Leon's path. Standing firm, Leon frowns. I know your position and loyalty, but what I do not get is why you are not focused on protecting the queen in this crisis. Ricardo fires back. Who are you to judge my loyalty and actions? Only the queen has that right. Behind them, others fall silent. Listening closely, Leon nods. He has a point. He reaches toward Ricardo's sword, but in a blink, the blade is knocked straight out of his hand. Leon's entire body radiates overwhelming pressure as he warns. I respect those who serve the queen, but I am also a king. Know your place. Holding his trembling hand, Ricardo argues. The queen is confused and can't assess the situation accurately right now, and since the prime minister is dead, I am next in line to take responsibility when the queen is absent. Lin shoots a cold glance at him. Scoffing, Ricardo falls silent. No retort left. Suddenly, Lin lays out the situation. The capital is flooded with corrupting energy. He urges swift action to resolve this crisis. Ricardo's eyes widen in shock. Are you sure about this? Leon affirms. The Night King does not lie. Reluctantly, Ricardo yields. So what do you want? Lin snaps back. Control over your troops. He looks up at the queen, the tension thick, and demands the power to eliminate the corruption. Stepping before the queen, Leon declares, O incompetent queen, this king will bear the blame for all your failures. In Spur Central Square, many citizens gather under Ricardo's orders. Leon stands above them, announcing, People of Spur, I have received full authority from the kingdom. He introduces himself. I am King Leon of the Leonhurt Kingdom. Leon Dragonia Leonhurt. He stepped forward and explained the situation. Some among them had been possessed and corrupted by demons, and their goal might be to sow discord from within while attacking from outside. Seeing this, he tried to calm the people down, saying there was nothing to fear. He had a way to spot who was corrupted. A voice from the crowd called out, How? Lin raised his brow and replied, All right, I will show you. Seeing is believing. Without hesitation, he brought 2 people forward, a soldier and a civilian. Leon shouted loud enough to shock the crowd. Here, one of them is corrupted. His gaze darkened ominously, and the other is just an ordinary person. Suddenly, a huge flame roared to life. Who is the innocent one? Without warning, Leon threw both into the fire. Prove your purity by walking through the flames. No worries. Since this is a test, I will help you out. Panic swept through the crowd below. Oh mutt. He is trying to burn us all alive. Inside the raging fire, the soldier screamed nonstop. Put the fire out. The crowd could not handle the brutality and gasped. Oh heavens. Suddenly, a foot stepped slowly out of the flames. Watching this, the crowd murmured in disbelief. What the hell? The girl who'd been thrown into the fire emerged unharmed. She is So what was that scream all about? Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing into the fire. Look, the soldier's body. Leon turned sharply. Warning. Look carefully. His face twisted with disgust. This is holy fire. It only burns corrupted beings. Leon commanded the people. Thank the fire war god, Beatos, for this gift. Now shout my name and step through the flames. Still, the crowd hesitated, whispering, What should we do? Only demons burn. Right? That snapped Leon's patience. He drew his sword and yelled, Hurry up, or are you all corrupted? I will behead every last one of you, with no other choice. Terrified, the people charged forward. Damn it, I'm going in. Screw this. Moments later, as the flames died down, several demons were revealed before Leon. He pinched his nose, cursing. That stench is unbearable. Making me watch this? You will pay for it. Leon threatened. I will tear your souls to shreds. The demons sneered back. What do you know? Human. They laughed mockingly. Don't you think humans will have it easy? Before they finished, Leon snapped. Blood boiling. Demons die. His sword clashed with a deafening crack that left some demons. Deafened, they howled in agony. Leon gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fury and hatred. He kept cursing. parasites feeding on human emotions. You savages. His whole being radiated deadly focus and savage energy. How dare you imitate humans walking on two legs, living in communities, pretending to be soldiers. You think I will just stand by and let this happen? He roared at the demons. You will all die in agony. I will make you weep in despair and agony. The demons exchanged confused looks. This crazy guy. 2 legs means walking on 2 legs? Right? What is he babbling about? Elsewhere, atop the mountain where Ronan stood, he observed Leon's chaos inside. The plan to sow corruption seems to have failed. Back there, Leon kept shouting furiously. More. Bring me more. That is the only way to satisfy this king, Ronan muttered under his breath. That bastard. Still nothing but a savage and a tyrant. In just one night, Leon had wiped out the demons and dragged one before the people. Citizens of the kingdom, fear not, he reassured the crowd. As long as your king and Leon stand, evil will never harm you. Lin explained the root cause. These corrupted creatures grow stronger fed by humanity's darkest emotions. Before the people, the demon sneered with a terrifying smile. Its red eyes blazed as it screamed painfully. This is not over. Your fate's sealed. Corruption's power will destroy everything. Leon slammed his fist down in anger, covering his mouth. Damn demon. He turned back to the crowd, shouting, look at this twisted demon. Corruption is the root of all your temptations and fears. Leon listed the demons: crime, starvation, disease, and more. They are the reason your families are falling apart. His voice grew louder, shaking you to your core, causing your falls. The betrayals of your loved ones, the losses at the gambling tables. The baffled demon tried to speak, but before it could, Leon grabbed its horn and yanked it out. This thing's got to pay. The crowd below gasped. What? So it is that demon that made my mom sick with despair. Instantly, their tone hardened, fierce against the demons. I told you to shut up, you vile demon. Angry shouts echoed nonstop. Our father's enemy. The demon howled in pain but still tried to yell back. You lunatics. After its horns were gone, Leon continued. Corruption spares no one. These demons must be punished. He warned the people. All the struggles in your lives tie back to these demons. We can't let them run wild. With that, Leon pulled out a holy torch to reassure them. Don't worry anymore, I am here to deliver justice. He called over a boy. Hey redhead, you are a god, right? The boy blinked in surprise. Leon nodded. Yeah, come up here. The boy stepped forward, holding the torch Leon handed him. Leon commanded, use this holy flame and teach that demon a lesson. The boy's excited expression was something else. Leon added, don't be afraid, or anything. The boy stood tall, determined. Yes, Your Majesty, I will make them remember this day. The kid approached the demon, gripping the torch tight. You bastard, the demon sneered, fearless, towering over him. You really think you can touch me, kid? I will send you straight to hell. Suddenly, the boy landed a sharp punch to the demon's face. Who gave you permission to open your mouth like that? The boy stepped closer, staring down the demon. You miserable fiend. Then, the torch blazed down onto the demon's head. Pay for what you did to my family. The demon howled in agony. You will all burn in hell. Lin clenched his fists, listening to the boy. You evil creature do not deserve a voice here. And just like that, the demon was reduced to ashes by the holy fire. Inside a corrupted demon prison, Banthus noticed the commotion outside. He thought bitterly. 34 years as a demon, torturing and trampling countless humans. Never thought I would end up like this. Suddenly, Jack's footsteps approached the cell. Jack let out a sharp call, startling Banthus to turn around. Banthus saw Jack trembling, pale with fear. Banthus stammered. What do you want? He was confused. Why was there a robot here? Jack called out again. Please. I need information. Banthus forced a laugh. You think I will just obey a lowly machine? Think again. Suddenly, Jack let out a warning. Prisoner 14. Uncooperative. More footsteps thundered in from the front. Soldiers assigned to this prison were approaching. They slowly neared Banthus' cell, making him recoil in fear. He threatened. If you want me to talk, kill me first. I will rise again and make you pay. Suddenly, his throat seized up, cutting off his words mid-sentence. Soldier B stepped forward, placing a strange barrel in front of Banthus. What is that? Inside was a mix of regular water and 15% holy water. The barrel set down. Banthus sensed its terrifying power. Jack jumped on the barrel's edge, taunting him. Look carefully and choose wisely. He threatened Banthus. The water knows the answer. Banthus still tried to argue. What? You think? Suddenly, Jack looped a cord around his neck, forcing his head into the water. The holy water burned Banthus' face, making him scream in agony. His whole face turned red and raw. Dripping painfully, he struggled to shout at Jack. You damn fool. I am Bant, the corrupted demon. Banthus was about to say more, but before he could finish, Jack pushed him down again, refusing to cooperate. Jack's eyes were cold and empty, showing no mercy whatsoever. Banthus tried to speak, pleading, but Jack repeated the same action, stubbornly refusing to cooperate. Jack's voice echoed, "Damn it! Help me! Someone!" Finally, overwhelmed by pain, Banthus gave up. "Fine. Say what you want, I do not know anything." But Jack was relentless, stubborn as ever, still refusing to cooperate. The screams echoed through the night from Banthus' cell. Only when Banthus' face was scorched and burning did Jack relent. Prisoner 14. 30,564 characters of reported info. Jack calculated 9,103 characters, less than the average 39,667 from prisoners 1 to 13. Banthus was confused, asking what that meant. Jack warned, "They might be hiding info." Banthus' face stiffened. "This is crazy. How the hell am I supposed to know how many characters the others said?" Jack pressed on, explaining that prisoners do not give full accounts to save their own skins, and prepared serious questions. Banthus' eyes lit up like he would found a lifeline. He froze for 5 seconds, with a hopeful grin. Banthus asked, "What do you want to ask?" After a long interrogation, Jack rushed to Leon's room. He reported, "It is done. Complete info in 32 parts. About 89% overlap." Leon nodded, approving Jack's findings. "Nice work, Lord Spinner." He held his glass of red wine, pondering deeply. After a moment, Leon turned to Jack. "Curious? Lord Spinner, you have extracted all the info from those demons, right?" Jack updated him. "Handled them. Left just enough to maintain balance. Mission was a total success." Satisfaction spread across Leon's face. "Good job," he whispered to himself. "The symphony of justice has played out on this planet." Suddenly, Leon's face darkened. He seemed to remember something urgent. His eyes widened in panic, a few drops of sweat trickling down his face. In a flash, Leon slammed his wine glass to the floor. Jack caught it, confused, letting out a surprised shout. Jack analyzed Leon's state anxiously. "Your Majesty," heart rate spiking, dizziness, chest pain, difficulty breathing. Leon clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. He jumped up, calling Jack's name sharply, startling him. "Lord Spinner." Leon's face was a mask of confusion, cold sweat dotting his skin. "That vicious species is living and breathing in the same air as me. I can't take it." He wondered aloud. "So what do I do now?" Jack paused, then replied, "Eliminate the source." A sap. Leon's eyes lit up with excitement. "Brilliant. Eradicate the cause." Without hesitation, the demigod king burst out the window, feeling no fatigue. Jack followed close behind, along with the Holy Grail Knight robot. Leon landed with a powerful thud, sending rocks and dust flying. His legs dug into the ground with full force, tearing his pants slightly. Leon shot forward like a fierce lightning bolt. Time for a midnight tour of the town. The night of carnage has begun. Under the gloomy sky thick with death's aura, Ronan stood among demons, who whispered and gossiped. "A human? Huh?" the big demons curiously asked. "So you are just some human?" Ronan stared into the crystal orb in his hand, quietly asking, "Supreme Lord, are you alright?" From inside the orb came a commanding voice. "Don't stare too long at those she-devils, or you will end up corrupt too." Ronan closed his eyes and charged forward, ignoring the demons behind him. "Yeah?" Usual hellscape. Suddenly, a voice called out, and a figure stepped in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. It was the demon Lord Angrogen, who shouted fiercely, "You bastard! How dare you trespass in my domain?" Angrogen roared, his voice piercing. "Are you tired of living?" Ronan sensed danger all around and wondered, what is up with this dark energy? Suddenly, the orb in his hand spoke. "Haven't you seen the crown on his head yet?" The voice inside the orb explained. "That is the demon Lord of Pleasure and Decay. Angrogen. Wait, there is another one nearby." Angrogen caught sight of the true form of the one hiding behind the orb. "Looks like we have got a goblin here too." The voice inside the orb spoke up. "Androgen, I have got an offer you can refuse." Androgen frowned, eyes narrowing in confusion. "An offer?" Without missing a beat, the voice burst out laughing, dripping with contempt. "Know your place, little rat?" Androgen leaned close to the glowing orb. "Furious? You really think a nobody like you can compete with the lords and demon generals? You honestly believe you are on my level?" The voice inside the orb fell silent for a moment. No response. Then suddenly, It sneered. You are way too arrogant to earn it. Androgen blinked. Surprised. What? The voice continued coldly. You are not the only one who had to die during the Great Enlightenment 180 years ago. The Pleasure King fell too. Androgen cursed loudly. Damn it, the voice inside the orb sounded knowing. I witnessed it, all the horrors that unfolded back then, 180 years ago. 5 dark forces united to dominate the world, but the outcome was a tragedy. Only 3 demon kings remained. The rest fled in terror. Barely escaping with their lives, suddenly, they froze, eyes wide with horror. Before them stood Lian, blazing with fury, holding back their advance. The demons could only scream in despair. Utterly hopeless, Lian's eyes burned with righteous fury as he stared down the demons. Over 10 million lesser demons were wiped out. Back to the present. The voice inside the orb introduced itself. I am a survivor from that era, Androgen asked. Surprised. You know everything. The voice chuckled smugly. Of course. What do you think? I told you I would make an offer you can't refuse. Finally relenting. Androgen agreed. Fine. Speak. Androgen. We'll throw him into the bottomless pit of decay, the voice asked. I heard you are on a mission for the Supreme Demon General. Androgen shook his head. Times are changing. Old man. In the end, he is just a human kid. The person he meant was none other than the queen. She is about to bite the dust. Later, Rona entered the forest clutching the orb. Without asking, it is done. The orb confirmed. Pulling that off in a place like this is impressive. The voice analyzed the situation. The odds are 7-3. Androgen only has a 30% chance. Add me, and rank sorcerer, plus another creature with supreme magic. Victory is guaranteed. The voice was curious. Are you fighting alongside him? Ronan silently wiped the sweat off his brow. This damn guy never quits. He glanced at the orb nervously. Where exactly are we headed? The voice ordered. First, target the mage warriors in the nearby forest. It provided intel. Those maniacs can actually fight. Ronan hesitated a bit. Like seriously, we confirmed it. Right? He is a mage warrior. The mage warrior was covered in wounds. Half conscious, barely aware of his surroundings, the voice commanded. Use the stealth technique. Now, no sooner said than done. A glowing rope shot out from Jack. It snatched the mage warrior and hauled him up. Ronan and the orb were stunned. Speechless, the mage warrior dangled upside down, suspended by Jack's glowing rope. Weakly, he crawled toward Ronan, as if begging for help. Jack's rope only pulled harder, no matter how much he clung on. Seeing this, Ronan froze in fear. Too scared to move, a familiar voice startled him. Has Lord Spinner caught it yet? Lun and Jack appeared ahead. A bunch of demons hung behind them. Jack reported. There are still a few left in the area. He added. The creature we caught saw something. Lian frowned in irritation. He wondered. How did any get through if it is supposed to be cleaned up? Hidden in stealth mode. The orb whispered. Did you do as I said? Is the invisibility plan in motion? Ronan whispered his confirmation. Of course. No doubt about it. But Inchu still hesitated, skeptical as ever, saying, I do not buy it. He is watching us right now. Ronan hesitated in reply. But I did not hear a thing when we got here. Right in front of them. Ronan's eyes gleamed sharply. Bound by the silent code of the Holy Tren Knights, all the demons in this forest, they have been wiped out. No exceptions, they whispered. But there was something off. Something not quite normal. Lian looked puzzled. That is weird. Really strange, he muttered. I have got this weird feeling. Like something's off. Sniffing, Liam brought his nose close to Ronan's face. Trying to catch a scent, he guessed. It is here somewhere. Around here. I am sure of it. Suddenly, Jeff shouted, grabbing Lian's attention. What is up with the Daily Spinner? Jeff reported. Scanning targets via satellite. Target spotted in Grid 4, Sector B17. Lian guessed. Looks like there is still something left for us to hunt. He glanced sideways and decided, time to move out, let us roll. Once Lian left, Ronan finally exhaled deeply, breaking the silence. His face went pale with fear, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. Ronan collapsed onto the ground, trembling, whispering, if this goes on, I am done. After a while, Lun returned to his home. He prepared a drink, tossed his clothes aside, and washed himself thoroughly. Still weighed down by worries and grime, Liam could not shake off his restless thoughts. He muttered to himself, demons twisted by lust and decay. They are not after normal sex, they crave some sick, twisted desire. Suddenly, it was like a memory sparked inside him, something strange. Lian frowned, questioning, why are there so many lustful demons in this kingdom? He guessed, there must be high-ranking ones, maybe even a supreme demon around lately, yet the question gnawed at him. Unresolved. But why? Why now? Out of nowhere. A voice whispered from behind, tinged with the scent of blood. Leon jerked around, surprised he had not sensed her presence. The voice was Beatrice. You must be exhausted. She smiled softly. Teasing. I never sleep anyway. As she spoke, Beatrice's mysterious gaze pierced deeply into Leon. Beatrice stepped forward. Greeting. Good evening. Honored sir. Her voice was calm. Or maybe it was more like a shy edge beneath the surface. Lin briefly closed his eyes. Pondering, a breathtaking lady. He grabbed a shirt from the chair. Still uneasy, this was a trigger for conflict, pain, and corruption's warning sign. Deep down, Lin realized, standing before her, you do not even notice when you are falling into the abyss. Beatrice's beauty forced him to acknowledge it, dragging him deeper into despair's clutch. Beatrice extended her hand with a tender look, softly saying, allow me to introduce myself. I am Beatrice Allieri Sparrow, queen of this little kingdom. Leon responded, I am Leonhurt Leon Dragonia Leonhurt. His eyes sharpened. A flicker of surprise. This woman. She actually recognized him. Beatrice stayed calm, soothing Leon. Don't be so guarded. I'm just, she chuckled lightly, here to chat with the kingdom's benefactor. That is all. Her calm, dry tone. This is not exactly the best time to have a lady visit me. Beatrice did not seem fazed. Her eyes hinted at hidden meaning. Her expression darkened as she explained. Actually, I am being watched. Leon panicked. Watched? The queen? Who would dare? Beatrice hugged herself, silent for a moment, then slowly revealed. The general and his knights, they spy on me, under the guise of supervision. Leon was shocked. The general. He doubted it. That guy did not seem the type to betray loyalty. Suddenly, Beatrice gripped Leon's hand tightly. Worried? My time's running out. I have to ask a favor of you. Your Majesty. Leon stayed silent for a beat, then replied honestly, I am listening. Beatrice made her request. Kill the general and all his knights. She promised. If you do, I will hand over this entire kingdom to you. This demand from Beatrice instantly thickened the tension in the room. She slowly rose on her toes, whispering into Leon's hand, urging him to investigate the basement of the underworld palace. Beatrice suspected that the Grand General was hiding something down there. Meanwhile, Ricardo stormed into Leon's room with a few soldiers in tow, shouted loudly outside the door. Your Majesty Leon, it is without waiting, Ricardo announced. Sorry for the midnight disturbance, but we are opening the door now. The door to Leon's room was flung open without hesitation, but Ricardo's face quickly twisted into an ugly grimace. Inside, Leon stood barefoot, staring coldly at him, confused. Leon snapped. Who barges into the royal bedroom fully geared like this? What kind of disrespect is that? Ricardo sternly explained. I know this is improper, but the situation is urgent and we had no choice. Leon recounted. I just met the queen. Ricardo showed no surprise. Leon continued. Behind me, the window was broken without me noticing. When she went out for a walk, I ran into her by chance. I have been wondering about you, who you really are. As he spoke, Leon shot Ricardo a glare full of displeasure, especially with demons still roaming everywhere. You dare ruin the royal family's rest time. Ricardo hurriedly explained. The demons do not come at night. Leon cut him off immediately. Lies. Deep down, Leon knew better. When did they ever cause chaos at night? He was not stupid enough to be fooled that easily. Leon thought hard. No way this guy could be the Grand General. Then he said bluntly, as if convinced by someone else. Ricardo gave no reply. The room grew tense. He turned his back and left, hoping someone would forgive his rude intrusion. We should go. Suddenly, Leon stopped him. The queen. That one word made Ricardo hesitate, like someone guarding her as a prisoner. Ricardo's anger flared as he snapped back. That is none of a stranger's business. With that, he slammed the door shut without another word. Leon silently vowed. Suspicious. Very suspicious. He was certain the Grand General was definitely hiding something. Leon clenched his fists, thinking to investigate the basement as Beatrice suggested to uncover the truth. He immediately called out, Spinner, come here. Leon ordered. There is something I need to verify. Outside the palace, countless demons were swarming in. They egged each other on, smashing and beheading their prey, then playing with the bodies. The demons laughed wildly like it was a festival ready to go all out. Turns out, they came by the orders of the demon lord Angrajan. Listen up. Angrajan promised 100 slaves to the first who crosses the wall. That line only fueled their bloodlust, ready to burn it all down. Suddenly, a gleaming sword flew out of nowhere, stabbing right into the howling horde. The blade sent out a shockwave that exploded, sending demons flying everywhere. Terrified, they staggered back, asking each other, What the hell was that? The sword still radiated intense heat on the ground. The demons only dared to watch from afar. It was Lian's sword. Suddenly, the souls of the demons slain by the sword escaped in an unbelievable way. But then, those souls were violently sucked away in a desperate panic. Their spirits were trapped inside the holy chalice in Lian's hand, standing atop the palace. Lin glared fiercely at the demons below. From the chalice came endless screams of agony. Lian stared into the chalice like a teacher scolding his students. Better to die with honor than live in shame. He spat on the demons. You know what? You are just animals chasing base desires like bugs. How could you possibly understand what I am saying? Lian's voice thundered as he stepped forward. Listen up, you filthy scum. From thin air, his weapon materialized. I am Lian. By the light of the sacred altar, irradiated power, fueling Lian's strength against the vile traitors before him. He grinned fiercely. I will show you what a life worth living truly means. The demons gawked in shock at the sight. Come on, you rotten fiends. To them, Lian looked like a savage beast. The ultimate nightmare coming to life. Elsewhere, someone approached Ricardo with a report. General Ricardo. The soldier looked confused. I thought you were on the front lines. What brings you here? Ricardo calmly explained. An outsider is handling that matter now. Suddenly, he grew worried. The seal, will it hold? It has to. Right? The soldier followed orders without knowing they were being watched. Yes, sir. But it is still missing, Ricardo urged. Time's running out. Just hang on a little longer. He muttered to himself. 100 years of hard work, and it is almost over. Dust blanketed the battlefield. Corpses scattered across the ground. Demons were chained. Nearly 10 links binding each one's hands. Every single one was tightly shackled and marched in a long line. Suddenly, one tripped and smashed face first into the dirt, causing a chain reaction of grumbles behind it. Dizzy looked thoroughly annoyed. He immediately ran over to check. Warning. Be careful. All right. Dizzy looked down. Face suddenly flushed red, eyes wide with shock. Whispering. What? He wondered silently. Why? Standing before DC was no demon, but a beautiful girl with blue hair softly whispering. Hunter, please. Spare me. She smiled slyly, eyes full of longing. If you do, I will be all yours. Seeing her, DC's eyes sparkled wildly, stunned and speechless. Feeling an invisible surge of strength, he could not freeze up and raised his hand quickly. She sneered, thinking DC had fallen into her trap. Just then, the system suddenly chimed. Lian activates poison resistance for the entire army. Instantly, the demon revealed its true form. Still with gleaming eyes and a shy smile, only DC's face went pale as a ghost, blood boiling. He slapped it hard for daring to seduce him. Cursing. Damn it! The demon stared fearfully at Z, whispering, how the hell? Bewildered. It wondered. How can a mere human resist my charm? DC was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, is this the charm of that demon? It is so intense I almost stumbled right here. A loud voice boomed, grabbing both their attention. Who is there? The sound of approaching hooves made everyone guess who was coming. Lian sat tall on his horse, holding one end of the reins, with a whole caravan trailing behind him, his eyes sharp as knives. He snarled. Who dares break formation? DC was still sweating from Lian's fierce presence. And that demon. He was absolutely terrified. You rushed forward, gritting your teeth and pointing right at it. This thing right here. Its eyes flew wide open as it let out a spine-chilling scream. Lin was fuming, spelling it out coldly. How dare you disgrace my soldiers with that filthy body of yours? The demon trembled, sweat pouring down in fear, barely able to mumble. Sorry, my lord. Instead of throwing punches like DC, Lian kicked straight into its face. No mercy given. Lian's relentless barrage had even the demons behind him shaking in their boots. Every strike came with a sharp insult. I can stand your filthy mouth. Thought you could charm my soldiers. It just managed a shaky no. The demons trailing behind watched in silence, secretly thinking, he is even more terrifying than the Demon King himself. Scene shift. Lin and his soldiers marched ahead, escorting the demons down the bustling street, surrounded by busy townsfolk going about their day. Suddenly, Jinsu turned. Curious? Your Majesty, do not you notice something? Lian leaned, asking, what do you mean? He replied, this is definitely a tactical victory, but the people's reaction does not look too promising. Lian scanned the crowd carefully. Even low-level demons could easily sway humans and slowly corrupt them. He added, fighting monsters like these won't end overnight. So a victory like this, it is barely a scratch. In essence, this is a battle against their Demon King. His eyes turned colder than ever. Then he declared, the people will execute these demons themselves. They will feel a bitter sweetness of destroying those cursed souls firsthand. Hearing this, Jinsu broke into a cold sweat, only able to stammer. Yes. My lord. They soon reached the gates of the Yuyunga building. Lian, mounted on his horse, said, "At best, we will claim a glorious victory by defeating the Demon King, and after that, no one will dare bother us again." His mind flickered to Ricardo's shadow as he said coldly, "Not a single soul." The towering Iniga building loomed ahead, its windows glowing with an eerie crimson light. Two soldiers stood like statues guarding the gate, their expressions deadly serious. Suddenly, one of them sensed something off nearby and glanced to the right. Lian's shadow and his group approached, making the guard uneasy. Raising his spear, he ordered, "Stop. No one is allowed beyond this point." Before he could finish, Lian, hands casually in his pockets, unleashed a powerful kick that sent them crashing inside, shattering the gate. Turned, eyes locking with Xiong and Jinsu, then coldly dismissed them with a casual "Enough," leaving them stunned and confused. Inside, the building was deathly silent. The only light came from torches mounted on the walls. The group followed the flickering glow, heading toward the stairs and descending deeper underground. Jinsu looked worried. "Is rushing in like this really okay?" "They did not surrender. We had no choice," came the reply. As Sung walked, a sudden uneasy feeling hit him. He looked up sharply and called out, "Everyone, look here." They all gasped, eyes wide with shock. Only Lian's face remained ice cold. Unreadable. Ahead was a curtain leading into something, with strange, flickering lights glowing above it. Everyone shared the same burning question. A place like this hidden beneath the palace. They stepped closer, curiosity buzzing. "What is this? A starry forest," Lian thought quietly. "This must be the secret the queen mentioned." His voice firm. "They are definitely hiding something." Without finishing his sentence, Lian lunged forward. "I have to check this out." Jinsu called after him. "Wait. Your Majesty." Lian quickly pulled the curtain aside, his gaze fixed on the figure lying on the bed. It was a girl, fast asleep. The others hurried over, blushing as they stared at the peacefully sleeping girl. Unable to hold back their sighs, she remained deep in slumber, unaware of the world around her, radiating an eerie, mysterious aura. Her beautiful face peeked through flowing hair, eyes tightly shut. Jinsu, like it is his first time, sees a woman and his face instantly flushes red as he blurts out, "Whoa, she is stunning." It is not just him. Everyone behind him is utterly captivated by the beauty of the girl sleeping there. What a vision. Lian senses the tension and quickly turns, scanning each person one by one. He loses his patience, shouting sharply, "Don't fall for this. Resist the spell. Do not let that twisted energy fool you." But at this point, no one's listening. Their cheeks still burn red, faces totally mesmerized, entranced by her beauty. Lian watches, utterly fed up, even with his radiant aura backing them up. They are completely useless. Before Jinsu even realizes what is happening, he suddenly gets hit from behind and screams in pain. The one who landed the blow, none other than Lian himself. Things are about to get messy. Without hesitation, Lian starts knocking out the others two, first Jun Hyung, then several soldiers. He does not hold back for anyone. Just as he is about to move on to Di Xiong, the guy takes a step ahead, picking Lian's curiosity. Lian smirks in surprise, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You hurt yourself on purpose to break the illusion." "Huh?" he says. Di Xiong just manages to whisper, "Your Majesty," without missing a beat. Lian pulls out the sacred chalice and instructs, "Take a deep breath in through your mouth, then exhale slowly." The chalice emits a glowing ring of light protecting them both as Lian's voice commands, "Free your mind." At that moment, someone steps forward. Ricardo, watching from behind. Can't he believe his eyes? He gasps, "No way." Leading an army from the rear, he approaches and says, "I never thought Her Majesty the Queen would betray me." Liz is not surprised to see him and snaps back, "Is that really true?" "Is it?" He chuckles dryly, his voice faltering. "You all." Lin eyes them suspiciously. "You guys were not affected by the Queen's spell." Ricardo commands his men to answer, "We are used to it." Lian swears under his breath. "Damn it." He begins to analyze. The Queen's spell is a magic tied to a curse, not something innate. It is not something one can just get used to. Recalling a past memory, he continues, "I have seen someone with a similar power before." Holding the chalice, Ricardo blurts out the answer, "The demon Lord of Pleasure." Lian shares more. "A demon who seduces all living beings. A temptation dragging souls into the abyss of corruption." Lian slowly steps forward with the chalice in hand, but something feels off. Gazing at the girl lying there, he adds, "That demon despises humans above all. So why can't I sense that energy from the Queen?" He speaks with suspicion in his eyes, while Ricardo looks on, confused. Liam pulls out a purple petal, lets it fall, and wonders aloud, "None of you seem affected at all." Gently, He places it into the chalice, where shimmering water flows inside. Shaking the chalice lightly, a dazzling purple glow surrounds it. Invoking the power of the god of dreams and death, Lin closes his eyes and feels deeply. O guardian deity, please grant me your grace. A mysterious voice slowly echoes through the shimmering purple mist as the goddess' figure appears. She softly touches the ground with her foot and smiles. Ricardo reels back, utterly dizzy from what he sees. A haunting voice rings out. The Knight of Ariana. Lin Hood's master. A single candle is lit, casting a dreamy purple glow. She gently materializes behind Lian, agreeing to his request. I am ready to answer your call. Kin Lian Hood. Fleur materializes before him as Lian bows respectfully. Raising his hand reverently, he addresses the goddess of dreams and death. I greet you, Goddess Fleur. The goddess smiles warmly, replying, I accept. Knight of Ariana. Lian Hood's master. Without hesitation, Lian speaks. I hope you will help me with this. She agrees. Of course. I can feel it. Fleur turns to Ricardo and says, these corrupted creatures never stop deceiving. She envisions the holy city engulfed in a recurring dream, a ritual of corruption on repeat. Casting a glance around, Fleur reflects. No matter how beautiful the dream, eventually, one must awaken. She raised her long weapon and commanded, show me your true form. Fleur's weapon glowed with a dazzling, mysterious purple light. Lin watched every move and gesture she made with intense focus. Fleur's magic swept past Ricardo and his soldiers, who trembled in fear over there. The castle gradually sank deeper into a colorless shadow. He was still stunned, his face full of suspicion at the scene unfolding before him. A thick blue-green smoke enveloped the surroundings, and Dee stammered. That is, from within the smoke, glowing eyes appeared, and a face slowly emerged. The figure revealed itself clad in heavy iron armor. Black Ricardo finally showed his true form, and with DC, startled shout. It was the Death Knight. In that moment, Lian instantly realized why he had not recognized it sooner. His sharp gaze fixed on Ricardo. Knowing this world holds the power to create anything. Suddenly footsteps approached with a chilling voice whispering, Queen, rest. Do not disturb her. I must protect her. Zizi nervously looked on, catching the fainted Jinsu in his arms, shouting anxiously, Your Majesty, the Death Knights are closing in. The monstrous black figure advanced, shouting, I must protect her. Protect the seal. Standing aside, Lin thought silently, this corrupt energy is not born from evil. He spoke, if that is the case, then this nightmare, and drew his holy sword. Holding the sword, his eyes flicked toward the bed. It must be all started with the queen. His cold voice rang out, when the queen awakens, this dream will be shattered. Suddenly, Ricardo lunged out of control, sliding past Lian, charged to strike. But Lian immediately blocked and countered. Ricardo's blade clashed hard against Lian's. Lian smiled confidently at him. Then Lian's gaze shifted sharply to the other side. A strange scene unfolded as the Death Knight also charged forward like a wild beast. He thrust his spear like a boar's charge, even as Lian kept Ricardo's strike in check with his sword. A thunderous explosion echoed as Lian pulled his sword back fiercely, striking so hard neither opponent could resist. He coldly declared, this is a duel one-on-one. His eyes burned with fierce contempt for these lowlifes. If you still have the honor of a knight, do not interfere. Ricardo's eyes darkened with hatred as he spat. Honor. He advanced, commanding the Death Knights. I abandoned that long ago. Lian, facing such a formidable foe, showed no fear. You think banding together can stop me? He shifted into a fighting stance, ready for the Death Knight's charge. Lian looked up, eyes blazing as he faced them. He swung his sword in a swift arc, cutting them down one by one. To his surprise, their power was strong enough to withstand blows from his holy sword. Two massive forces collided, triggering a seismic shockwave. Quickly, Lian grabbed the frostbitten face of one, clutching his vision in the palm of his hand. His face darkened with rage, eyes burning with fierce fire. Lid expertly slammed them down, thinking silently. Strong, huh? He reaffirmed. Or maybe this guy's power weakens when he turns into a Thema. Lian shouted, raising his sword for one final strike. With twisted so-called honor like yours, you will never protect anyone. His sword plunged down, the ground glowing with shimmering golden light, draining the life force from the Thema. Powerless, Ricardo screamed, Queen, Your Majesty. Lian's power caused a massive quake, terrifying everyone present. Ricardo was stunned, unsure of what to do next. All he could do was crawl pathetically on the ground. How terrifying. How could he escape the dazzling sword pointed right at his face? Ricardo cowardly knelt, calling out to King Lian Hort. Lian finally spoke up. Wake up from this fleeting dream already. He sneered. You are holding the sacred sword now, yet you still refuse to snap out of it. Fine, then stay lost forever in your hopeless delusions. You dumb knight. Just as he raised his sword to send the fool to oblivion, Lian suddenly sensed something. He thought to himself, there is something off here. Even if his loyalty is shaky, he is no traitor. Curious, Lian wondered why the queen asked him to kill them. His eyes darted around in disbelief. No way. Suddenly, Lian's gaze landed on the bed glowing with a strange light over there. A spark of curiosity flared. Could she be a demon? Lin glanced down at Ricardo and barked sharply. Tell me, what did you do to the queen? Ricardo had no choice but to confess. Head bowed low. Your Majesty made a pact. Half man, half demon. His face grew grim with each word. With a demon. Then he recounted the memory. After the soldiers fell, only the queen and Ricardo remained alive. She sat exhausted on her throne before slowly rising. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Catching Bichit's attention, the queen, a mysterious figure in black, appeared. I admire your courage. But make a deal with me. Curious? She asked about the deal. He continued. Accept the seed of corruption and fight demons for 100 years. He holds out the pact. Smiling. If you do not fall to corruption, I will save you and your people. The queen of a doomed kingdom had no choice but to accept the contract, even if it is a sneaky trap. After 5 years, one man laughed like a madman, overwhelmed with joy. Why is everyone avoiding me? By then, the number of corrupted souls lost to pleasure and torment surged endlessly. The queen was in agony. Helpless. As voices echoed, a corrupted one. Seize him. By day, Bichit watched demons slaughter her people. By night, whispers haunted her ears, so much she began doubting herself. She wondered, what the hell have I gotten into? The early years were bearable, but her opponent was the great demon of ecstasy. The trap was cunning and ruthless. There was not a single loophole in the pact the queen accepted. The pact had a cruel catch. Anyone who took their own life to escape would become a wandering demon in the 9 hells. When the 100-year pact ended, everyone became corrupted slaves, and in the end, Queen Bichit lost her mind. She believed her kingdom would turn to ashes, as corruption's poison consumed her body and her people swallowed their own ruler. Year 50. Half a century of chaos had passed. The most loyal knight could not resist temptation when he broke into the queen's chambers. Ricardo witnessed everything and made a fateful decision. General Ricardo declared, if no man can resist this power, then... His eyes burned with resolve. We will forget ourselves. They agreed. As long as the queen was protected and loyalty preserved, then... Alongside Ricardo, they all disappeared, and the kingdom plunged into devastation. Even if this land was stained, even if they became demons wandering the 9 hells, even if breaking the pact meant becoming corrupted slaves after 100 years, he swore to protect the queen to the very end. Back in the present, Ricardo painfully revealed the truth. They ended their own lives and became death knights. The queens will no longer held sway. He added, we sealed the queen away. Ricardo's voice softened as he showed the image of Bichit lying there. The seal had lasted 80 years, her only vessel to eternal slumber. Hearing this, Lian thought, what kind of loyalty is this? Then he replied, so that is why the queen asked me to kill them. While talking with Ricardo, Fleur's gentle voice chimed in. Lian. He answered, I am listening. Goddess Fleur. Her eyes were heavy with sorrow. Do you feel it? Lin glanced around and said, yeah, I feel it. Purple smoke drifted thick and flat around the place, swirling in from outside the door. They followed their scent, moving in fast. Leading them was Angrojin, the demon lord of ecstasy and decay. Now he commanded a small demon squad, each one a fierce fighter. Lin immediately sensed them nearby, his face cold as ice. Demons, he shouted. Soldiers of King Leo. Get up. How long do you plan to lie there like idiots? Jun, groggy as if waking from a nightmare, yelled, what is going on? Before he could understand, Liam grabbed him by the collar and dragged him up. Move. They all left in a flash. Voices questioning. I will do what I have to. Liam left Ricardo, half alive, to the goddess. She watched his retreating figure with quiet concern. Then she asked him, where were we? Outside. The soldiers were anxious. Seeing Lian was like spotting a lifeline. They are here. Someone stepped forward and reported. Your Majesty, the demons have breached the walls. Jun panicked again at the sight before him. That was. The demons outnumbered their soldiers by several times, each one charging fiercely with bloodshot eyes locked on their prey. Fear gripped everyone except Lian. Only Lian stood calm, watching it all unfold. Suddenly, footsteps approached swiftly, closing in fast. Dee stepped forward alone, leaving everyone stunned. He was the first to volunteer, putting on his helmet, loudly ordering everyone to raise their shields. They echoed the call, shouting back, Raise your shields. The soldiers took their battle positions, silently promising themselves to follow His Majesty's orders. They steeled themselves, holding their ground to block the enemy's advance. Lian gripped his sword and stepped forward, his entire body radiating a divine golden aura. Lian's sharp gaze pierced through the horde of demons ahead. At that moment, Zed appeared out of nowhere, quickly becoming Lian's deadly right hand. The entire army was in position. Zed flanked each side. Deci kept reminding himself that now, His Majesty would strike to annihilate them. The demon finally emerged. Its savage eyes swept over all of them like a cold storm. One of its 6 long, grotesque arms pointed forward, its voice booming. Charge! Slaves! Show them what real pain is. The demons lost control and charged wildly, their fear replaced by a twisted rush of excitement. As they surged toward the troops, they shouted relentlessly, "Kill them all!" Zed was transforming too, signaling to eliminate all hostile targets and unleashing his weapons. Lian shouted fiercely, "Let us move out!" Fired up like never before, he launched himself at them. Charging ahead, Lian's soldiers were vastly outnumbered compared to the demons, and they quickly found themselves surrounded. The demons slammed into the large shields without a hint of pain. The soldiers felt isolated but still swore to hold their ground. Damn, these guys are way too many. Deci was more battle-hungry than ever, thinking to himself, as long as I hold the line. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Deci noticed something that piqued his curiosity. The horde of demons was tearing at their targets like a tidal wave. They were as numerous as an army, and Deci worried silently. Your Majesty. While searching for a target, a demon suddenly locked eyes with him, sending a jolt of fear through Deci's mind. This is it. I am done. Then, a blinding pillar of light shot through, followed by a deafening explosion that sent the demons flying in all directions. Lin roared like thunder, his face burning with rage, a battle cry escaping his lips. At this peak of power, Lian's yell sent the demons soaring into the air. The soldiers could hardly believe their eyes, utterly stunned by what they witnessed. Truly, the overwhelming numbers of the pleasure demons were the source of their terrifying strength. Lin glanced down at his warhorse, now exhausted, and called out, "Salient!" Though the pleasure demons were considered weak fighters, after absorbing the effects of the battlefield, they became insanely dangerous to King Lian. He muttered, "This is a spell only high-level demons can wield." Lian thought, I can't afford to underestimate this anymore. Eyes all around were watching him closely, but Lian stood fearless, sword in hand. This was the only way forward. Lin closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts, calming his emotions, then slowly opened them. All right, his strength ignited once more, and he vowed to himself, I have to do this. Lian sensed something and turned his gaze toward the city gate. Suddenly, a sound came from behind, making him spin around in alert. His soldiers were startled by the shout and surged forward. At the gate, Ricardo led the Death Knights, charging in on horseback. They swiftly passed through Lian's troops and pressed forward. At the same time, the demons surged ahead, undeterred by the earlier devastating blow. The Death Knights seemed fearless, as if they did not know what fear was. Each rode horses with swords drawn, charging straight into the demons. Ricardo approached Lian and said, King Lian. Lian smiled warmly, replying, General. Lian said, well done. I feel like I have just woken up from a nightmare. Ricardo dismounted, saying, my loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen has never wavered. Lian responded, of course it has not. He declared firmly, hey, King from Earth, we have endured countless hardships to protect this place. After a pause, Ricardo continued, still, if someone can make a difference like this. Lian focused intently, listening closely to every word he said. Ricardo stood there, leading his Death Knights, eyes locked on him. He stood tall, pride radiating as he slowly declared, then we will give it our all to back you up. Lian stood calm, flashing a satisfied smile in response. Turning his back to them, he focused on the overwhelming horde of demons before him, saying, all right then, it is time for me to put on a show. Though you are not as strong as I expected, that is fine. Lian's body began to glow, radiating a divine aura, the very symbol of hope. He strode forward, cold and commanding, shouting, Almighty God of Fire. Even as this world faces destruction by demons, even with gods reigning in his heart, Lian's body transformed, shining brilliantly. He stepped up and continued, grant me your courage. In that moment, even the Queen's loyal hunters and knights saw Lian as stronger than ever before. He smiled triumphantly. Come on, answer my call. From where Lian stood, a blinding crimson light burst forth, and the demons froze, wide-eyed like they would never seen anything like it. A voice echoed from somewhere, piquing Dee's curiosity. The eternal loser. The fire god's voice rang out again. In the end, the flame will still collapse without someone to guard it. Lin responded firmly. Then I will stand before the flame forever, Just like I always have, he looked at the demons with unwavering resolve. Until it can defend itself, I will face every storm and reach for the stars. Lian's transformation intensified. He felt power surge like never before. His colossal shadow a testament to his overwhelming strength. His eyes steely. Face emotionless. Radiating nothing but destruction and death, the demons screamed in terror. Unable to believe what they were witnessing, he gripped his massive sword, planting it firmly into the ground. Lian roared, "I am the king." Lian Het, the ultimate war machine clad in armor, the great god of fire. Desi and his soldiers watched intently, hanging on every word. "Fire. War god," Lian called out. "And knights, heed my call." They began to feel the heat radiating from the fire god within him. Lian's entire body blazed. Right here. Right now. The flames of war would scorch out evil. From where he stood, a colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, crackling with ear-splitting sound. The demons gawked in disbelief. Mouths agape, a massive beast's foot slammed down, shaking the earth beneath them. The legendary bull-headed beast of fire war appeared. Two golden beasts emerged, dragging the war chariot of the fire god right before Lian. Without hesitation, he leapt up and took the reins of the beasts. Salian's whole body shimmered strangely before slowly fading away. Lian glanced at him, smiling with gratitude. "Thanks, little buddy. Hope you find peace." Then Lian steadied his nerves for battle and drew his holy sword. Instantly, the giant sword appeared in his hand. Confidence radiating. All right then. A massive army formed, Pantheon's soldiers combining with Ricardo Ace troops, accompanied by the war chariot pulled by the two beasts. Lian shouted orders. "Follow me." The beast surged forward, gathering speed to charge ahead. Ricardo took his place, armor gleaming, mounted on his horse, reminding his soldiers, no slacking off. Lian drove the war chariot at the front, leading the charge against the demon horde. Shouting, "Bring me their heads." The demons did not hesitate for a second. They charged headlong into battle. They howled and screamed terrifying war cries. Lian watched the scene unfold, utterly shocked. His anger boiled over. These disgusting demons, trying to mimic human cavalry. Fuming even more, Lian lost his cool. "Damn it! Attack!" The two giant beasts instantly surged forward. The clash came fast and furious face to face. One ugly demon slammed straight into the giant bull beast, a massive horn. The system triggered. Activating rage effects, both sides launched into relentless combat. The demons crushed under Lian's war chariot's devastating charge. Just two beasts controlled by Lian, and quite a few of the demons on the other side were already badly wounded. The leader started to panic, sweat pouring down his brow. Angrajin roared, confusion mixed with a flicker of surprise burning inside. Lian's gaze remained steady, scanning everything with fierce determination. His anger barely contained. The brutal brawl showed no signs of cooling down. Both sides locked in a bloody, savage clash. Angrajin was now at his wit's end, screaming in disbelief. "No way!" Clutching his head in shock, Angrojin muttered, "What the hell was that? How could it slip past like some ghost?" He barked orders fast. "Open fire with magic cannons. Take them all down." The demons below obeyed immediately, ready to unleash hell. They still believed they had the upper hand. Aiming the massive cannon straight at Lian, suddenly, purple smoke and flashes of light shot toward the human troops, and Lian looked up, confused by what was unfolding. Then Lian caught on and shouted, "Long-range weapons. Seriously? What a bunch of cowards." System alert. Apply resistance buff to all units, immunity synchronized. Activate divine defense layer to nullify incoming arrows for all subordinate forces. Brave Knights now receive fire resistance effect. Then, a deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, triggered by the demon's massive cannon. Lian's fury boiled over. He unleashed his two beasts charging out from the rubble. He shouted, "Follow me. Let us finish this." The fight grew fiercer by the second. What was already brutal turned downright savage. They clashed wildly, the demons getting thrown around nonstop. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos, catching Lian's attention. "Human." He quickly rallied his troops again. "Follow me. Let us." The clash escalated, more brutal than ever. They charged and cut into each other relentlessly, demons getting slammed again and again. That voice pierced through once more, pulling Lian's focus. "Human." He called out fast. "Follow me. Let us move." Without missing a beat, he urged, "Follow me. Let us." Again, he shouted, "Follow me. Let us move." His voice rang out. "Follow me. Let us." He kept rallying. "Follow me. Let us move." Then he noticed it was only two beasts. He thought to himself, "This one cut it. Where the hell did Lian disappear to?" Angrajin scanned the area, but Lian suddenly dove down right on top of him. He fired a long, deadly shot straight at Angrajin. who luckily dodged at the last second. Angerjin screamed, flailing wildly, his whole body trembling. Kill him. Soldiers. Lian's blade slammed hard into the rocky ground, holding a weapon in each hand. Firmly planted, he muttered to himself, "One more minute." Lian stepped forward. Determined. Just hold on for one more minute. Angerjin watched with growing dread. Damn it. He is just a human, how the hell can he pull this off? Puzzled, Angerjin wondered how this guy made those ruined kingdom knights suddenly so strong. He advanced suspiciously, confronting Leon directly. You. King Leon. Angerjin pointed accusingly. You are the one who killed Dodrad Dole. Leon jumped back and asked. Dodrad with a smirk. He added. You mean that wandering fatty with the weird libido? Angerjin's face twisted in rage at Leon's words. Leon sneered. Yeah. That perverted freak and his twisted gang, I have already broken every bone in their bodies. And you are no different, he shouted in his face. Now, I am gonna make you suffer even worse than him. Angerjin flushed red with fury, grinding his teeth in speechless rage. His hands wildly swung his sword out of control. Take this. Angerjin. We'll tear you to pieces. The harder he swung, the more bloodthirsty he became. Die. Sharp, massive blades came flying toward Leon. But he stood his ground, refusing to dodge. Leon lifted his foot, readying himself for battle. He raised his weapon high, thinking, forget the trash talk, time to focus all my magical power. Leon immediately taunts him. But the guy's way too weak. He channels his power, gripping his sword as it bursts into a blinding beam of light. That beam stretches longer and longer, starting right from him, then, with a sharp slash, it severs Angerjin's arm clean off. Angerjin wonders silently, did he just counterattack and aim right for his own arm? Confused, Angerjin watches as Leon coldly declares, I told you I will wipe you all out, one by. Without hesitation, Leon leaps into the air, sword raised high, ready to strike down. Angerjin sees this but does not flinch. Instead, he flashes a sinister grin with a roar. Angerjin shouts, Desire, the king of all urges. Satisfy your primal cravings no creature can resist. Kardos' army watches nervously. Oh no? Watch out. King Leon's on the attack. Leon's mood darkens, jealousy burning as he witnesses the mutant's power. No more waiting, he strikes immediately with a sudden, fierce downward slash. Angerjin stares in shock at his wound, gasping, How can you reject the pleasures of desire? Dumbfounded, he pants heavily while Leon steps forward. Voice icy. Even the Lord of Lust could not tempt me. Leon glares up, unshaken. Weaklings like you, how could you ever fool me? Angerjin's mind races in fear. No way. He looks at the human before him, confused if he is alive. Should not he have desires? Sensing danger, Angerjin thinks, I gotta get out of here, and quickly orders his minions. Bite him. Where are you? Bite this guy down. Before he can finish, the beast from earlier charges and headbutts Angerjin, sending him flying sky high. He crashes painfully to the ground as Leon sneers. Hey, I am right here. You know. Leon steps forward and stumps on Angerjin's chest, jolting him awake. Hold on a second. Hold on. You coward. You let a god meddle in our fight. I thought knights were supposed to be fair. Angerjin shouts. Leon scowls, gripping his sword tighter. Fair enough. Letting some third party jump in does not make for a proper knight's duel. Sweating, Angerjin adds. Exactly. So then, Leon cuts him off sharply. But with scum like you, why would I bother with respect? Raising his sword high, Leon gets ready to finish Angerjin. This is not a knight's battle. It is just about exterminating worthless pests. Even as he is about to ascend to the afterlife, Angerjin can't help but blurt out, You damn human. Leon ignores the taunt and with a massive explosion, sends Angerjin, the Lord of Lust and Decay, straight to oblivion. From the start, this kingdom was prosperous and peaceful. The queen believed this calm would last forever, and so did everyone else, until the mutants arrived. Sweeping through everything, she looked out at her besieged land, feeling utterly defeated. Bitchit, the wise queen and powerful mage, knew this all too well. She cast a massive magical barrier surrounding the castle. Bitchit fought fiercely to wipe out the demonic Finns and protect her kingdom, buying time to prolong its life, but the dust and cruelty of the mutants raged on relentlessly. At first, she only hoped she and her land could win, but that tiny hope did not last long. Bitchit soon realized no matter how many times they were slain, the mutants would always come back to life. Spare set in this battle was one they could never truly win. Standing in the battlefield, Bitchit cried out helplessly, No matter how many battles we win, or how many mutants we kill, They will always return. All she could think then was how powerless and foolish she felt. The grand Ienga castle shining bright, it would not hold out much longer. Bichit sat helpless on her throne, feeling the doom creeping ever closer. Suddenly, the cold voice of the man in black echoed. Hey queen, let us make a deal. Holding up a purple orb, he grinned wickedly. If you can endure the seeds of corruption for 100 years, we will seize our conquest of this world. His dazzling white teeth flashed like a dare, mocking her pride. Careless and bold, Bichit's sorrowful face locked onto his promise. He swore he would return things to how they once were. At that moment, she could not even bring herself to ask how she could trust his words. In pure desperation, Bichit, fragile as a whisper, reached toward the orb, Ningyagunding declaring, I accept. A blinding violet light burst forth, radiating dark, demonic energy, though it was clearly a devil's twisted trap. Yet it was the only way to restore this world to its former glory and protect those she held dear, her subjects. Bichit agreed to this under the sly, scheming gaze of Androgen's wicked grin, and so began the kingdom's sparse annihilation. A cycle of pleasure and corruption repeating mercilessly. Everyone was caught in it, innocent villagers, loyal knights, even Queen Bichit herself, proud and fierce. Bit by bit, they slipped deeper into darkness, quicker than anyone imagined. Once fully corrupted and claimed by darkness, there was no turning back. In the end, a knight, unable to resist his twisted desires, sneaked into the queen's chambers and was executed on the spot. Ricardo's voice echoed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. There, General Ricardo sealed the queen beneath the earth, then sacrificed himself and his troops, transforming into shadow fiends. The queen's mind was haunted by guilt. This is my fault. A decade filled with regret. And Bich's spirit finally broke, a doomed fate. Endlessly repeating, tears streaming, she whispered through pain, I caused all this, Queen. May this nightmare finally come to an end. Scene shifts. Everyone gathers around a large chest. On top lie the crown and artifacts retrieved after defeating Androgen. Is that the crown of ruin and the nameless mirror the demon carried? Zed's eyes have been glued to these relics the whole time. Lian, knowing this, teased. You really into that stuff? Huh? Zed responded with a signal. Metal alloy with high durability, pretty useful. Curious but wary. Lian added. But it is tainted by evil. Better toss it out, damn. I bet it is soul-sucking. Zed pert. I can handle it. Lian did not stop him. If you say so. Go ahead. His curiosity shifted to the other items in the chest. Hey, what is this? That is the crown pulled from Androgen's head, the demon of pleasure and decay. Suddenly, the gentle voice of Goddess Fleer called out. Getting Lian's attention, Lin immediately turned respectfully. Bowing, yes, Goddess? Please speak. She requested. Let me see the crown of ruin you retrieved. He studied the items, then replied. I am afraid it might offend your eyes. Fleer smiled. It is. The goddess stared intently at it for a long moment. She lifted the crown, asking Lian, don't you recognize this crown? Fleer continued. It is the crown of the demon lord of pleasure beheaded by you. Just now realizing this, huh, she explained. Those vile lust demons deceive children with dark, twisted illusions. Their power was sealed in this crown of ruin. Fleer smiled warmly, looking at Lian as she put the crown away. But now it belongs to someone who can use it. It might just come in handy. He accepted it and said, either way, I can't destroy this just yet. Lian added, if you want it, I am ready to hand it over. Fleer quickly waved it off. Thank you. You have done well this time. The temple rejoices and sends its gratitude for your glorious deeds. He humbly replied. I am just doing what I believe is right. She added. Hey, war god. I am going to say goodbye to him before I leave. Okay? Another voice rang out. Say goodbye. Huh. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of bright crimson light erupted around them. The war god appeared before Lian, who glanced down and said, all right then. Vito seemed a bit shy, hesitating, struggling to find the words. Goddess Fleur nudged him gently. Honestly, on Ea, the two were still debating when Lian suddenly spoke up. Excuse me. I have a request. Vito's perked up. Curious. What is the request? Always asking for stuff. Fleur playfully scolded him while telling Lian. Go ahead. Speak. Lian looked back, his voice softening. I hope that is true. Turns out, he was looking down at Ricardo and the Death Knights kneeling there, hoping they could reclaim their souls. The two gods exchanged glances, lost in thought for a moment. Vitos finally spoke up. You are saying, we should bring the souls of these undead back to heaven. They have already abandoned the cycle of life and death themselves. The goddess Fleur jumped in. Don't he be so rigid? None of that is something you can just fix with a snap of your fingers. He gritted his teeth. Losing patience, what kind of god would hand these undead a second chance? The two argued on. Fleur insisted. That is not entirely right, they are just serving their master. Beatos retorted. Well, just watch. Then Fleur stepped forward and called out to him. Lian. Lian. He bowed slightly, answering respectfully. Please. Go ahead, she explained. Those who defy death are vile creatures who must be punished. They have broken free from the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, footsteps approached, carrying a desperate voice. Please. The queen, now awakened, begged for mercy. Ricardo, still kneeling, called out. Your Majesty, Beechit pleaded. They went against nature to protect me, please. I beg. She clasped her hands, pleading. The queen of this ruined kingdom asks the gods for mercy. The goddess looked moved, saying, those loyal knights of the queen, no one in the divine realm can grant their souls passage to heaven. Both were stunned by her answer. Ricardo helped Beechit up and asked, then what do we do? Fleur hesitated before continuing, her voice faltering slightly, making them both jump a little. But the goddess smiled. Your deeds have more than made up for your mistakes, and we gods are deeply impressed by your loyalty. Fleur glanced at Lian, and above all, Kin Lian here has begged me personally. The goddess then turned her gaze on them. Up there. They would not let me do more. But since you begged, I will cleanse your tainted souls and give you a chance to be reborn. She stepped forward, her feet barely touching the ground. Yet Fleur appeared before them and said to Beechit, I have a proposal for you. This is the only way for their souls to rest and enter the cycle of reincarnation. The goddess suggested to the queen that she become a priestess of the primordial god and help King Lian spread his faith when the otherworld reactivates. I will grant your knights the chance to be reborn. Almost instantly, dark fragments of painful memories flashed through Beechit's mind. Her face went blank, wide-eyed as she pondered the goddess' offer. After gathering herself for a moment, she finally spoke. I thank you deeply. Scene change. Some time later, inside the kingdom's castle, Lun and the queen stood before a massive door. He supported her arm with Jack by their side. Lian stared ahead, his expression intense as if about to say something important. He focused on his soldiers, while Beechit watched him closely. Suddenly, a carriage rushed up. Your Majesty, Lun immediately demanded, report the casualties. The messenger quickly replied, most of the wounded are recovering thanks to the holy power. Everyone was deeply saddened. 6 had fallen forever. Tears flowed as they mourned the brave soldiers' sacrifice. Lin's voice softened slightly. That is truly heartbreaking. Everyone standing before the fallen 6 was overwhelmed with emotion. Lin thought silently, even facing an endless horde of demon guards. They fought remarkably well. Slowly drawing his sword, he said, I will pray for your souls. Brave warriors. Liam plunged his sword deep into the ground, and the demon below bowed before him. A mystical light radiated around. As his urgent voice called out, War. Lian's voice continued. Moved by the soldiers' sorrow, these brave warriors departed with honor beyond measure. He begged directly, please protect their souls if they ever faltered in life. Forgive them, and honor their fierce courage even if they face death, so they may find peace and escape to heaven. Flickering lights slowly rose, catching Old Man's curiosity. It is still praying, asking to remember the names and families of those who fell in this battle. The temple will never forget their sacrifice. The 6 cold bodies there were suddenly bathed in heavenly light, gently passing on. Tough luck for all of them. Lian smiled softly and said, let us head home. The system quickly flashed a message. The gate to heaven is now open, but your soul level is too low to enter. Low faith. No entry to heaven. Your glory's too low, no access granted. Moments later, the message updated. King Lian Hurt has blessed you. You have been granted entry to heaven. As that ever-changing gate suddenly appeared, the Hunters Association gathered every hunter they had to storm the dungeon. The crowd from the association was stunned, erupting with cheers. They are back. They have cleared the gate. Survivors report in days past, and King Lian finally wiped the gate clean and returned. Chairman O Kang He declared this raid a huge loss for the association. He also expressed deep condolences to the hunters who sacrificed their lives. Kang He bowed deeply to Lian, voice solemn. We offer our heartfelt condolences to the hunters who fell in the recent battle. Lin closed his eyes, turning away, replying quietly, I am pretty torn up about it too. Then Lian met their gaze, serious as he said, I am sure you have watched Spinner's footage carefully. He pointed out some observations. Right was a red gate, an ever-changing one. And inside was a major sin? It is a miracle you all came back with only these losses. Folding his arms, he asked coolly, Is that suddenly? Lian's eyes narrowed. Unusually serious as he proposed, I think I should meet the families of the fallen warriors. Kang He looked surprised. Hesitating, you want to meet them in person. Still calm. Lian confirmed, They are my soldiers. At least I owe them that much. Kang He hesitated and suggested, I do not think that is a good idea. Lian launched into a flood of reasons. I am not so narrow-minded that I can understand how those with lost loved ones feel. I believe hearing the full story will bring them some peace. Then he called out loudly, Chairman O Kang He. He responded immediately. Yes. Go ahead. Less sharp blue eyes locked in. Cautiously proposing. Release the footage and call on more hunters to join the army. Evil spirit will eventually invade this world. I need more soldiers and knights ready for that moment. Kang He trusted him completely, agreeing without hesitation. Understood. I will arrange it and report back to you. Soon after, on the Nadu Plains, Pantheon's army camp was alive with activity. Inside, Lian leaned back in his chair, eyes lost in the distance. After staring into the void, he concluded, The demon's movements are unusual. I need urgent backup. Placing his palm over his chest, he made a firm decision. This time, I have to go myself. Lian's eyes shut tight as radiant golden light began to spread from his hand. Moments later, his mind was already heading there. Each heartbeat echoed vividly as Lian's body started to hover in the multidimensional space. In a flash, Lian was dressed in civilian clothes, his tall figure standing beneath the cool shade of trees. His blue pupils slowly opened. A voice called out, After 10 days, Greetings. Your Majesty. Across from him, Eniac approached with knights nearby, bashfully saying, A humble servant of the gods. Request permission to greet the temple's representative. The knights dropped to their knees, alongside the words, Please, enter, greatest protector of the Holy Grail. Not long after, inside the magnificent main hall of the Wanga temple, Lian strode it, friendly and polite. Long time no see. Is heaven treating you well? Eniac smiled brightly. Flattering. All thanks to your Majesty's protection. Lin raised an eyebrow. Is that? Lian stepped up in front of the two knights, eyes shining with excitement, and said, Sir Judas. Sir, and you both look way brighter than before. Huh? Antone chuckled deeply and replied, If I would known this place was this beautiful, I would have shown up earlier. Lian teased. Don't joke around like that. Just then, a tall figure approached Lian, calling out, Your Majesty. Lian instantly recognized him. It was the former king, the exalted emperor. He said warmly, It has been a long time, has not it? The man with the radiant smile and fiery orange hair was none other than the previous ruler of Argentina, Majesty Lian Hurt. Lian respectfully placed his hand over his chest and bowed deeply, apologizing for disturbing his rest. The former king laughed heartily. Don't say that we are bound by blood. Are not. Without hesitation, Lian dove into the matter. Your Majesty, new souls have arrived here. Are you aware of their arrival? Argentina glanced toward the souls and responded, Those are the warriors who fell in the recent battle. Rest assured, they will be warmly welcomed. You have my word. Then he expressed his curiosity. There must be a reason you came so quickly. Tell me what is going on. Lian bowed his head slightly, hesitating before saying, Actually, I came to greet the gods of the Pantheon and explain a few things. Then he lifted his chin, voice firm and resolute. The situation is urgent. I need the wisdom of our ancestors. The former king smiled softly, folding his arms. All right, let us head to the forest. I will introduce you to my friend, Patalion. Shortly after, under the warm sky, massive wings spread wide, each pure white feather shimmering and fluttering. Lid sat proudly atop Patalion's white wings, gripping the reins to steer their course. His golden hair fluttered in the breeze, deep blue eyes glancing back with quiet determination. Lin and Patalion soared through the air while below, knights rode horses. A thought crossed Lian's mind. One day, I will fly here with Patalion by my side. Of course. That day one T come if Earth future is scorched under demon fire. After flying a bit farther, Lian pulled the reins taut and signaled. There. That way. Sir Patalion. Patalion neighed sharply and quickly veered toward the indicated direction. It landed softly in the dense forest, crushing the thick canopy beneath. Lian's eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously before announcing, We have arrived. Just as he spoke, a deep voice echoed from the shadowy woods. Lian, rightful sovereign of Dragonia, master of all achievements. Lian turned toward the voice and replied respectfully. Wise woodfolk, I apologize for trespassing on your land. Sunlight filtered gently through the trees while the calm voice continued. King Leon, all living beings here owe you respect. At that moment, two ancient trees began to move, their facial features slowly revealing themselves. The two colossal tree beings stepped forward. But continuing, even the gods, this forest has always welcomed you warmly. Leon looked up and answered, I am honored to be mentioned alongside the gods. One tree immediately got to the point. The successor to the throne, Leon, noble hunter of dragons and demons. What is so urgent that you had to come all the way to the afterlife? Leon did not hesitate. Guna, the youngest sage among your kind and my friend, I need to see him. The two trees nodded in unison, splitting apart as one murmured, Guna, the youngest sage. Suddenly, the forest trembled. Birds flew off in a chaotic flurry. Inside the woods, Leon smiled softly as a familiar voice called out. Leon, old friend. Guna, towering and imposing, stepped forward and immediately asked, Why have you come to see me? Leon's smile faded, his face serious. Guna, I need your seeds. Guna let out a sound and leaned in closer. Leon continued, Of course. I know it is difficult for you, it goes against the natural order. Hearing this, Guna's eyes widened in shock. Do you need them urgently? Leon pressed his palm over his heart, every word heavy with gravity. Yes, the world I reign over now is being invaded by a monstrous species. I know this because I have seen them firsthand on my journey, spoke solemnly. Recounting each detail slowly, those creatures noticed my presence and have already started moving. Right now, they are trying to infiltrate that planet. Guna's eyes glazed over, muttering a few words like back in the old kingdom. I get it now. Lin quickly confirmed. Yeah, they will destroy everything in their path. Without another thought, he plunged the root deep into the earth with a nod. All right. You are the only one left alive who can handle those wicked creatures. Two branches curled up right before Guna, light and fresh leaves sprouting instantly. Guna gave a slight smile, eyes fixed on the seed, entrusting it with hope. Take this, I am counting on you to guard the frontier. Taking the vibrant seedling, Lin bowed deeply. Heartfelt. Thank you. Suddenly, Guna blurted out something that caught Leon off guard. It is good to see you again after all this time, my fake friend. He raised his rough wooden arms as warm sunlight poured down, adding a warning. Take care, hard times lie ahead. Not long after, while heading out with the seedling, someone called out. Leon, he looked around and recognized Gratis and former King Argentina. With a sly smile, Argentina asked, heading back so soon. Then he stepped forward, handing Leon something, saying, Take this. Leon, curious, asked, What is this? His eyes widened as he studied the object. Slowly, the man explained. After much discussion, I wanted to give you something you need right now, something that will be a huge help in the battles ahead. This is the reins of a master beast tamer. It can train even mythical creatures. I give it to you because its owner has passed on. I received it at his funeral. Then Gratis strode forward, holding a notebook, saying, My turn now. He placed the notebook in Leon's hands. Leon's curiosity spiked again. What is this? Gratis shared his thoughts. I heard you are training your army from scratch. I bet you are doing a lot of marching. Leon glanced at the cover. Asterisk, how to easily capture giants, asterisk, then it hit him. This is the legendary warrior training manual. The three men chuckled as Leon flipped through the pages, asking, How exactly do you catch giants with this? Gratis chuckled back. Back in my day, this was my go-to book for training. Just then, Eniac stepped forward excitedly, saying, Your Majesty, I have something for you too. I hope it helps. She placed a necklace with a holy sword pendant in Leon's hand, softly urging, Please accept it. Gripping the chain tightly, Leon felt torn. This relic is sacred, only passed down among saints. How could an ordinary guy like me accept this? Yet she insisted. You are the rightful new bearer. The gods are always on your side. Eniac cut her finger, eyes shut tight, whispering, This will be your shield until the sword is resurrected. Please accept it. Leon embraced the gifts, voice thick with gratitude. Thank you, all of you. His whole body began to glow within a pillar of light, his solemn voice lingering. For these precious gifts, I vow to use them well. That night, under a star-filled sky, Leon's house shone brightly with his lanterns. His footsteps echoed rhythmically down the hallway. He stopped before a locked door, voice firm as he called out, Can Leon hear? Same tone. He added, Mind if I have a moment with you? Inside, Beechit heard his voice and paused almost immediately. The door in front of him creaked open slowly. Without a word, he stood still, eyes tightly shut. Seeing this, Beechit asked gently, You are not coming in? Lin kept his eyes closed, honestly replying, "You have not given me permission yet." She chuckled softly and praised him. "So straightforward. I like that." Then, flashing a warm smile, she invited, "Come in." Beechit stood, eyes fondly watching the man before her. Lian's jaw remained tight as he entered, apologizing. "Forgive me, Queen Beechit, for letting you stay in such a shabby place." She placed her hand over her chest, words of reverence flowing out more than enough for a queen forced into exile. "But still, please forgive me for everything that has happened." Lian flashed a dazzling grin, replying casually, "No need for that." Yet inside, he felt something steering like he was losing control over his own power. Then he stepped up to the window, moonlight pouring in as he announced, "My divine power has suppressed the seeds of corruption within your kingdom, but I can purge it completely. We will have to work on restoring balance over time." Just as he finished speaking, Beatrice's unspoken sign suddenly glowed. She responded softly, "I understand." The two sat down together at the table. Lian, curious, asked, "Was that your farewell to your knights?" She lifted her wine glass, eyes heavy with unsaid thoughts, simply replying, "That is all I could do. Nothing more. Nothing less." He raised his glass too, locking eyes with Beatrice. "You have been here for 2 days now. Have you started to adjust to this world yet?" Beatrice answered honestly, "I am afraid I need a little more time." Her face still clouded with worries, she added quietly, "This place is so different from my old world." Hearing that, Lian took a sip and said, "You do not have to feel that way." His words caught Beatrice off guard, freezing her for a moment. Crossing his arms with a serious gaze, he assured her, "Be proud of what belongs to your kingdom. A true ruler expands her domain across all horizons." Then Lian's deep blue eyes sharpened as he stressed every word. "So your people will follow a path wide open and full of happiness." She smiled softly, teasing, "Isn't that the mindset of an invader?" Lian's lips curled up, quickly denying, "It is different." He shared his view. "Hurting others for your own gain, that is just a hateful ambition." Keeping his serious tone, Lian proposed, "If you bless everyone with the right guidance, they will be enlightened and live happier lives." Beatrice's brow was slick with sweat, but inside, she thought, I can do this with my power. I have been fighting demons for 100 years. No regrets." After murmuring this to herself, she asked aloud, "Seems like it is not just demons I am afraid to face." "Huh?" Lian proudly introduced himself. "Exactly. I have been entrusted by the gods with a noble mission." He pounded his fist on his chest, eyes sharp and unwavering. "Queen of the Spur Kingdom, I hope you will follow my ideals." Beatrice was deeply moved by his heartfelt words, her smile slowly blossoming. Then she closed her smile, speaking sincerely, "I owe you my life. As queen, how can I ever repay you?" Suddenly, her eyes hardened, making even Lian wary. She added coldly, "But one thing, if that damn smoky demon ever returns." Energy surged weakly around Beatrice as she made her request. "I want you to grant me the power to end him with my own hands." Without hesitation, Lin jumped up. "Done. For those vile demons, I will do whatever it takes to kill them." Then he burst out laughing. "I would be happy to teach you how to snuff out their souls with holy magic that'll make them tremble. It is hilarious." "Really?" Proudly, he continued, "In my kingdom, we usually trap demons in cauldrons and boil them alive. But no matter how many we kill, they always come back. So I figured that is not enough. They are selfish monsters, only out for themselves, always doing evil." With a twisted grin, he extended his hand, emphasizing venomously, "Have you ever tried stabbing a demon snail? They scream like crazy." Hearing this, Beatrice covered her laughing mouth and replied, "I once stripped them bare and made them crawl across a field full of iron spikes." Their wine glasses clinked under the moonlight. Lian praised, "You are creative." Beatrice replied casually, "Just like any other day." At that moment, beneath the starry sky, something streaked across a white trail blazing across the heavens. Midnight. Harry's footsteps pounded rapidly on the ground, breath ragged and uneven. Suddenly, she froze, jaw dropping as something caught her eye down the road. Spotting Beatrice and Lian sitting side by side on a bench, she quickly bowed her head and said, "Your Majesty, I am so glad you are feeling better." Lian coldly called out, "Come here." As Harry stepped closer, Lian ordered, "Brew me some tea." Flustered, she pulled out the teapot and replied, "Right away." Handing over the tea, she introduced, This is premium barley tea. Your Majesty. Beatrice smiled gently and said, Thank you. It has been a long time since I have felt this relaxed. Leon held the steaming paper cup in his hand. His mind deep in thought, then he made a proposal that turned Harry to stone. Harry, I want you to serve as Queen Beatrice's personal attendant for a while. The luggage is not important, but you must dress appropriately and behave impeccably around the Queen. Beatrice voiced her refusal, and Harry blushed in embarrassment. Sir, you do not have to go to such lengths. But Leon was firm in his decision. This is necessary. A royal like her deserves a loyal aide by her side. Beatrice did not argue and quickly turned to ask. Then you said your name is Ginny. Harry. She jumped in surprise. Flustered. She answered. Yes, that is right. Beatrice then shared her observation. I sense a powerful fire energy coming from you. If you can see that, I would love to get a glimpse. She added, leaving Harry stunned so she can see his unique skill after all. Liam pondered for a moment before saying, All right, let us see how you handle that sword. I know your power truly fits the position you hold. Rising to his feet, he summoned a sword from thin air and said, Show us what you can do. Surprised but proud, Harry replied loudly. It is an honor to wield this. The sharp blade was placed before Harry. Her wide eyes filled with awe. Touching the sword's hilt tightly with both hands, Harry slowly surveyed her surroundings. Then her face hardened like ice, and fiery energy began to surge throughout her body. She pulled the sword's handle back, her pupils tracking the blade's arc. Once the firepower fully charged, Harry gripped the sword with both hands and swung it down with all her might. The sword sliced in a wide arc, flames blazing along the strike, her graceful figure illuminated in a brilliant glow. As the fire faded, Lin covered his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. That swing was way too wide. She stared at the sword, stunned, and replied simply, Yes, sir. He stepped forward to retrieve the sword, adding, Looks like you just used a skill there. Harry bowed her head, handing over the sword. Yes, that is correct. At that moment, he stood tall, muscles tensing as he raised the sword and advised, You need to swing with full force, but keep the trajectory tight. Leon's eyes gleamed sharply, his mind laser-focused. 1 second later, the sword came crashing down, shattering the ground before them, dust billowing after the violent impact, the air still vibrating. He casually turned and reminded Harry, See, that is easy. Practice when you get the chance. Harry's face was drenched in sweat, still breathless. She replied loudly, Yes, sir. Then Leon stepped over and asked, Beatrice, what do you think? Beatrice gave her critique. Her control over fire magic is a bit off. She gently stepped in front of Harry and continued, Fire is a powerful element. The sword's arc lengthened as she pulled it back and calmly explained, You just need to channel mana into the sword instead of merely swinging it. Beatrice forcefully infused mana into the blade while theorizing, Compress your energy within, then direct it precisely where it is needed. The blade began to glow brightly. Beatrice pivoted her foot 90 degrees and said, Once compressed, the flame becomes much harder to extinguish. The body moved fluidly, slicing through the air rhythmically with the sword. Each powerful strike fell with precision, her expression calm and composed beyond belief. After 2 swift slashes, Beatrice pulled the sword back and declared, Now, release the compressed flame. The moment of truth. The blade shot straight forward, a sphere of energy forming, as Beatrice said. Just one decisive swing. The energy blast from that fierce strike was so intense, it felt like it could tear the very fabric of space apart. Harry stood beneath the raging energy beam, her face frozen in shock, her mind completely blown. After patiently coaching her, Beatrice asked excitedly, So all I gotta do is compress it until it is hot enough to burn the enemy to ashes. Sounds simple enough, right? But Harry still had not recovered. Her face stiff as she thought, Yeah, right, like that is easy. That night, in Harry's office, she collapsed over her computer screen, groaning, overwhelmed by the mountain of work ahead. Tears streamed down as she murmured in misery, listing every task she had, sending reports to the boss and the association chairman. Then she had to deliver potatoes and sweet potatoes to the rookies, plus upgrade weapons and swap armor. But where the heck was she supposed to find iron? After crying her heart out, Harry tried to focus again, shouting in frustration, Taxes? How am I supposed to handle this? They do not teach this stuff at the academy. No sooner had she said that, Jet suddenly appeared behind her, asking, Can T handle the accounting work? It jumped onto Harry's head, and only then did she calm down enough to ask, What do you want? Lord Spinner, you startled me. It replied, I want to divide the workload to make everything more efficient. Hearing that, she perked up, realizing, Of course. Lord Spinner's a supercomputer. I can get it to do whatever I want. Seconds later, Jut was blocking the computer screen, Non-stop explaining in a way that made Harry's misery hit new heights. It was totally proud of its suggestions. Absolute reference data applying special taxation laws. Food expenses for hunters already processed. Specialized equipment production registration completed. Crop prices soaring in the plains. Nadu using special agricultural fisheries law support. Tax benefits on purchases can be applied. Harry's face went blank as that relentless jargon buzzed in her ears. Segregate business entities. The Mansen Farm and Mansen Temple Conference are two completely separate enterprises. Mansen Farm gets special support under agricultural fisheries law, with additional tax exemptions. Forcing a smile, Harry listened as Gio kept going. Apply tax exemptions for companies, social welfare, and family support projects for active soldiers. Harry's head was practically steaming from the avalanche of info she did not understand. But she forced a grin and said, "Enough already. That info is super helpful." It replied politely. "See you next time when there is more topics to discuss." Just as Jeet was about to leave, she remembered something urgent. "Hey, Lord Spinner, I need a maid outfit like a European-style maid." "Sound good," it answered firmly. Kinley and hood, similar to early and medieval European monarchs. Choosing a European-style maid uniform makes sense. Harry's face lit up with joy. "Thank heavens. I am finally going to cosplay." Seeing this, Jihad asked, "Do you want me to buy the maid outfit based on the database you provided?" Harry, of course, did not refuse, smiling with satisfaction. "That'd be awesome if you could." But what she did not know was that the database Spinner mentioned was actually a collection of sexy maid outfits. It was a complete data set from an online shopping center, where Jiko Zimbojin reviewed those dye-bang-style maid stockings. "My boyfriend loves them. Albino Mitos has to try them through, so it kept searching for more lingerie." Early the next morning, the bright orange beat bike pulled up at a village in Leon. From the bike, a long, elegant leg stepped off. This sharp-dressed guy in a sleek black coat was none other than Hansu Ho, an Rank Hunter Academy student. At that moment, a gruff voice came from behind. "You are stickier than I thought." This was Kim Jae-yuk, another Rank Hunter Academy trainee. Suho turned around and smiled brightly. "Whatever. Everyone sees it. It is no big deal." The reason the trainees were there was that a few days earlier, Kinlian had visited the Hunter Academy, standing on the podium with commanding presence. He declared, "I am not here as a soldier. I am here to save the next generation of hunters. I will teach you how to wield a sword, throw a spear, ride horses, and even theology." At that, Suho was truly stunned, while Jae-hike leaned over and asked, "Did he just say theology?" In the tense silence, a student raised their hand and said, "I am majoring in theology too, sir." Liam pointed at the boy and snapped irritably, "Losers like you do not use that major. Go learn on your own." The guy sadly dropped his arm and said, "Yes, sir." At first, Lin came off as arrogant and rude, leaving all the trainees feeling pretty annoyed. Standing in the middle of the classroom, he declared confidently, "But if you guys study theology, I can teach you some basic holy spells." That instantly stirred up a buzz among the students. "You are telling me we are training to be priests? Theology? Studying religion? Huh?" While everyone was still puzzled, he raised his hand, channeling energy back toward himself. "Now, watch this." Leon started his performance, bending backward then arching forward with hands on his hips, commanding the energy. Next, with one hand on his head and the other in front, a glowing orb of energy began to take shape. After witnessing that display of power, they were completely sold. Reflecting on what just happened, Da Heizetsu hesitantly shared, "No joke. I was culture shocked. Suho's no different. This is amazing. Anyone can use magic." At that moment, a female trainee stepped up from behind and said, "There is nothing magical about it. If you do not put in the effort, it is all just wasted." That cold-voiced girl was also an Rank Hunter trainee, John Soyeon. Seizing the moment, Deck teased, "In the end, you are still leaving. Huh? You are just ditching him like some nobody." She blushed, embarrassed. Leon's sharp words from yesterday still echoed in her ears. "Watch your mouth." Suho then asked, "What is up with the Blue Sword Guild? You are supposed to be the guild master's go-to guy." She pulled out her phone and showed it to the two of them. "You guys have not seen this yet?" Da-Hev and Suho exchanged annoyed glances, mumbling back and forth, "What is this?" Banthian TV. Scanning through quickly, the two guys were still puzzled. The footage showed King Liam wielding holy artifacts and fighting at the Gong River front lines. "Does watching this even help?" Suho pulled out his phone and said, "Oh, it is." Look at that shocked look on Die's face down there, unable to hold back. Heft blurted out, "You make a ton of money. So why are you still using your grandpa's old phone?" He casually replied, "Most of my salary goes straight to the orphanage." Eyes glued to the screen, he could not help but praise, Both you and Harry work so hard. Hearing that they were headed to the temple at Ha, Suho guessed she must be taking on some huge responsibility. Right then, Harry was in shock beyond belief. She was told she was wearing a sexy maid uniform 5-piece set, designed for special events. Rated 9.98 stars. After hearing the news, Harry was even more horrified. Her face pale as a ghost, blood drained completely. Too embarrassed to speak, Harry squeezed her thighs together and asked, "Hey Spinner, does this really work?" "For real," he casually answered. "Yep, it is all in the database. Numbers do not lie." But she still could not believe it. "Are you sure?" He firmly confirmed. 99.99% sure. Don't he doubt the database? Outside the door, the trainees arrived just in time to hear their conversation. "No way. This is a bit much," followed by Jack's stern voice. "No denying the database now." Suho got super pumped realizing it was her voice, then knocked boldly on the door, thinking, "I am gonna surprise her." Hearing the knock, Harry clenched her fists. Trembling again, she heard the knocking and thought, that must be her guest. Time to open up. She quickly refused. Not yet. Before Harry could finish, Spinner cracked the door open. As the door opened just a bit, Suho's awkward smile appeared. She immediately covered herself with both hands, her face as red as a tomato, while he just stood there stunned by the shock. Despite her embarrassment, Harry tried to stay calm and said, "Hello everyone. Thanks for coming all this way." Then she glared at Suho, who was still frozen. Unable to snap out of it, Suho quickly stepped back to shield his eyes and ask, "Hey, about that outfit." She hurriedly denied, "I am not wearing it just because you like it." With everything going on, his head was spinning. Jack kept insisting, "If you do not believe the database, it is a no." Harry shouted back, "Stop tugging on my skirt." While they were all yelling, Lynn appeared from behind and snapped, "This is a disaster." She jumped, stammering. Seeing her expression, he was so furious he twisted around, grinding his teeth in anger. Right after, he pointed directly at Harry's head, his fury peaking as he shouted, "This is disgusting. Change your clothes immediately." She looked at Jack in despair and replied sharply, "Yes, sir." Under Leon's annoyed glare, she started to break down in tears. It was stirring again, trying to do something. Seconds later, Jack found an excuse to sneak away. It was time for the second-year students' meal break. "I will take my leave now," he said. No one replied. He darted off amid everyone's cold stares. He could not hide his anger. His sharp features twisted with clear irritation. Not backing down, Ion smirked and shot back. "Thanks to our guild's sacrifice, you escaped that gate. You are not even grateful." Xian and Leon started fidgeting after that jab. With a satisfied grin, Ion stepped forward. "Mockin'. Speak up." Xian grit her teeth and snapped back in a sharp tone. "Here and now, it is a 50-50 split." "Deal," he scoffed with disdain. "You do not have the strength to ask for 50-50. Your guild's the one in trouble." The argument blew up after his taunt. "Besides us, who else can back you up? Huh? Traitor hunters." Hearing this, Ion lost it. "Oh, just 'cause I am chill does not mean you can push me around." "Got it." Then Ion pointed right at Xian H and declared, 60-40. No more, no less. Without hesitation, she agreed. "Fine, but you are buying your own meals." He barked, "I can pay my own way." Watching this mess, Xian deeply, questioning herself. Pathetic. We are not kids anymore. Why do we keep brawling over such dumb stuff? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind her and spoke up, startling Ion so much she gasped, "Mom." Turning around, she saw a girl from the Phoenix Guild. Surank. Name E. Juji. Ion's irritation spiked. Says, "Do not scare me like that. If there is trouble, just give a heads up next time." Juji said with a calm smile. "Keep it civil." Standing side by side, she casually asked, "Hey, before the gate showed up, we already got the whole team together, right?" Juji scanned everyone gathered at the red gate, then reported, 3 rank hunters, plus 1 almost rank. That is enough to raid a regular rank gate." Her face darkened as she added, "We are more than ready." The moment they stepped inside the red gate, Ion was horrified by what she saw. Bodies littered the ground everywhere, blood spatters covering the whole area. The armored knights were not any better. Every single one lay defeated and broken. The hunters competing in this race paused briefly as a strange gray smoke appeared before them. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind her, startling Ion so much she screamed, Mom, seeing it was a girl from the Phoenix Guild. So rank. Name E. Juji. Ayongha was instantly annoyed, says, chill. If something's up, just give a heads up. She teased with a smirk, and speak properly. Standing side by side, she casually asked. Before the gate opened, we were all gathered. Right? Juji scanned the crowd before the red gate, muttering, 3 rank hunters, 1 almost rank. Perfect. That is enough to clear a normal rank gate. Her face darkened as she finished. That is definitely plenty. As soon as they stepped inside the red gate, Ayongha was struck with horror. Before them lay a grisly scene, bodies piled everywhere. Blood splattered across the ground. Even the armored knights fared no better. All lay fallen. Utterly defeated, the hunters paused, stunned. As a strange gray smoke began to swirl before them, a figure emerged from the smoke. Voice booming. How dare you stand before me like this? He spat out words that shocked the 2 Hong family members. Before the great Gelbrick. How dare you protect those scum? Surge of energy exploded around him as he declared. I am Gelbrick, the sacred knight of Lian Hurt. Prepare to face divine punishment. Instantly, Gelbrick launched into attack, deadly energy swirling around him. While a mission prompt appeared, save the civilians from massacre. Objective. Defeat the mighty Gelbrick. The atmosphere around him tightened like a noose, his aura swelling with fierce intensity, his pupils gleaming with a sharp, crimson steel light. This classic power display left the hunters trembling in dread. Zine wiped sweat from his brow, whispering, what the hell is this? Gelbrick raised his hand, revealing something as he remarked, you all look suspicious, holding a steel object in one hand and the other steady. He challenged, tell me, why do you dare attack the king's men? Your punishment depends on your answer. Every word sent Zine into a seething rage. She cracked her knuckles and spat. What a damn nerve. Suddenly, Zine stepped forward, pressing her lips tightly while raising her hand to block, saying, hold on. This has got to be some misunderstanding. Calmly, he strode up to Gelbrick and replied, because you knights attacked us first. We had no choice but to fight back. Just then, a frustrated man stormed out, cursing, damn fate. These bastards. Before he finished, Gelbrick stomped steel-shod foot on the ground, bellowing, Natalian. Then Gelbrick turned, emphasizing sharply, I warned you to drop that hot-headed temper. You are tarnishing the goddess' honor. Flustered, the man hung his head, stammering, yes, I am. Then, with reverence, he added, to our distant guests, on behalf of Natalian, I sincerely apologize. Zine pressed her palms together and replied, I am glad all misunderstandings are settled. He squinted ahead, lips curling into a sly grin, thinking, this negotiation's going smoother than I expected. This'll be a walk in the park. His thoughts were cut off when Gelbrick growled 2 sharp words, then growled with rising fury, you killed 6 of my warriors. Teeth bared, eyes blazing, the hunters immediately went on high alert, but Gelbrick remained composed, but continuing, let us see. If we lose 6 men, he raised his scepter as he coldly declared, then you owe us 60 lives. Meanwhile, in the peaceful afternoon sun at Lian's mansion, the students followed Harry's lead for a tour, their eyes darting curiously everywhere. After a bit, Ji-hook rubbed his eyes in disbelief, asking himself, this place looks so ordinary. No high-tech gear, no medical rooms. Watching everyone casually sip water, he wondered aloud, why does everyone just come to the cafeteria to drink plain water? A little further, Harry excitedly announced, we are here. Suho's eyes went wide in amazement. Behind them, Ji-hook and Soyeon looked no less baffled. He asked wide-eyed, what the heck is this place? She led the group to a gate and explained, this is the soldiers' training ground. Inside, chaos reigned, a brutal battlefield where soldiers fought mercilessly, cursing each other. Die. I will punch you to death. Ji-hook blinked several times before asking, Senior, is this for real? Am I dreaming? Harry looked equally perplexed, his confident tone fading. Well, yeah, it is training. He asked again, that is how you train. Meanwhile, soldiers bit and pulled at each other as cloves, yelling for more strength. Harder, harder. Sensing the tension, she offered a perfectly reasonable excuse. Behind these tough sessions lies a world of meaning. You guys should try it out. I heard this time they are using a new energy training manual. Then she feigned excitement. You are lucky. Seriously. Spotting the odd vibe, Ji-hook immediately thought, I gotta get out of here. A sap. Just as he turned to leave, Lian suddenly appeared right behind them, asking, Is everyone here? Everyone quickly stepped aside as Harry hurriedly greeted him. After hearing the answer, he immediately announced to the soldiers, "Today, we will be hosting the young cadets eager to test their mettle in the Gate Conquest Challenge. Stop training and take a seat." Right after, a plush purple cushion was placed on the ground. Harry sincerely clasped his hands and invited them to sit. Seeing the scene, everyone shared the same question. "Wait, we are actually sitting on cushions." He crossed his legs on the cushion, face stern as he commanded, "Harry, help the others stand up." She replied obediently, "Yes, sir." He continued, "Soon, you will face your first exercise as knights, confronting the heat head-on." Hearing the name of the first challenge, she hesitated with a worried tone. "Yes." As Harry stepped towards the group, Lin spoke up, "Let us get started." Harry and the cadets leaned in, listening intently as he laid out the plan. "We will pick out a few rough gems among you and polish them until they shine bright. Those selected will continue training. I will guide and push you. So for your clan's glory, give it your all." Suddenly, she tapped Suho's shoulder, who turned sharply and whispered, "Sis." She quickly hissed, "Suho, do not you feel even a shred of respect for him? I am seriously worried about you." While Suho fretted over her words, Lian's voice cut through. "All right then." His eyes burned with intensity as he rallied, "Let us see what you are made of. Everyone, draw your swords." His commanding words made everyone jump, their legs nearly giving out beneath them. The cadets grew even more terrified when he added, "The clock's ticking. Fight until the last one falls. Don't worry about injuries, I have got the Holy Grail here to heal you instantly." In the blink of an eye, Lian teleported among the cadets. Calm and collected as ever, he smirked, voice dripping with confidence. "About 40 of you. Huh. At best. Maybe one of you can even lay a finger on me." No sooner had he said this than Harry panicked. "Be careful." Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across Lian's face, radiating fierce energy. Out of nowhere, streams of blue energy surged toward a male cadet. Less than a second later, Lian was inches from the guy, hand poised to flick with a warning. "Don't get distracted." Snap! The cadet flew backward, the air around him rippling violently. Dizzy and stunned, the guy clutched his forehead while the others snapped to attention. "No more messing around, grab your weapons." Smoke still curled from Lian's flicking fingers as his sinister grin returned. "All right then. You want a show? I will give you one." A few earth-shattering war cries echoed as the cadets crashed down, battered and bruised. Everyone else lay sprawled with heavy wounds, except Suho, who sat panting heavily. When training ended, Lin relaxed and reassured them, "You have got a long road ahead. Don't sweat it, just give it everything you have got." Slowly, they all rubbed their heads and stood up. Suho asked, "We really gave it our all, right?" Battered cadet confirmed, "Yeah. I might be started off clumsy, but I went all out." Harry nodded in agreement, praising, "Your Highness, that was seriously powerful. At this rate, you are almost at the commander level." Moments ago, Lian stood firm as Suho and the battered cadet charged with weapons drawn, revealing no sign of weakness. Just as Suho leaped forward with a sword strike, Lian smiled smugly in a flash. His massive palm shot up. With a single step, he caught Suho's blade midair, then effortlessly dodged the battered cadet rushing in. Gritting her teeth, Harry's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Focusing all her energy on this attack, she unleashed a relentless sword strike, flames bursting forth, turning the scene into chaotic smoke and explosions. As the dust cleared, Lian's wicked grin came into focus before Harry, still gripping his sword. Just as Harry faced the counterattack, a light, graceful step approached. Soyeon spun around and leaped behind Lian, glancing back at him. His glowing pupils met hers, a smirk curling his lips as he murmured, "Not bad." In reality, Lian spoke with a serious tone, as if everyone had finally snapped awake. "All right, let me break it down. The night training program is way simpler than you think." All the trainees sat cross-legged, dead silent, hanging on his every word. "Your bodies might often get pushed to the limit, just like the real knights." Lian lowered his gaze slightly as he started explaining, "The first team to hit the final goal will be the main kingdom knights. The rest will at least reach an acceptable level." Just as he finished, Soyeon raised her hand. "Your Majesty, I still do not quite get the evaluation criteria." Lian paused for a moment, then shifted gears to another topic. "In my kingdom, knights are divided into 5 ranks. The first are the main kingdom knights, who have not yet been granted a hall. Those who show true resilience earn their hall and are promoted to junior war knights, followed by apprentice knights." Hearing this, Soyeon's face clearly showed confusion over the term apprentice. A pitiful image of herself drenched in rain flashed through her mind. Lin elaborated carefully, "These are the ones who must give up everything to fulfill the gods' missions. They need the mental strength to endure decades of exile and hardship. Proudly, he added, that is how I completed the mission to find the goddess of light and justice, area, and eventually became a Holy Grail Knight. Soyan still had questions. Your Majesty, what exactly is the purpose of a Holy Grail Knight? Lian thought for a moment, then decided, all right, I guess I will have to explain a bit more. He parted his lips, emphasizing 4 words. Holy Grail Knight. Then he explained. It is a title only given to the Holy Grail Knight, who succeeds the throne after King Lian. That is how you earn the title. At that moment, Lian placed his hand on his chest, a dark look spreading across his face as he sneered. You all have to challenge my power. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, his aura spreading wide and his voice sharp as steel, making the trainees' hearts skip a beat. And of course, anyone who fails gets cut without mercy, so remember that. He smirked, still brimming with confidence. Well then, this is your one and only shot to take me on. Right now, I am only as strong as a Holy Grail Knight. Jia Hagu and Soyan stared blankly after his declaration, sharing the same burning question. Have you really weakened? Suddenly struck with an idea, he blurted out. Your Majesty, just how strong can a Holy Grail Knight get? Lian stroked his chin, pondering the question deeply before slowly replying. The strength of a Holy Grail Knight. That is hard to predict. Meanwhile, at the Red Gate, knights lay sprawled on the ground. In the center stood Gelbrick, his entire body wrapped in swirling energy. Zion lay battered, mouth agape, as the radiant energy of the Lord poured down on him. At that moment, the Lord launched an attack, raising his massive fist high. Below him, Eob-1's face was vacant, his body completely still. Not long after, Zion was lying on the grass, blinking dazedly. She slowly sat up on the rough grass bed, rubbing her head and groaning. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Clenching her teeth, she realized she could not remember what had happened. Just as she sat there brooding, someone pulled back the curtain and asked, You awake now? Zion stammered. Who is there? The girl smiled gently and introduced herself. I am a mage from the Udling tribe, the female hero here. She hesitated a bit at that title. Dude. A female hero. Seeing her confusion, Huldi bowed and said sincerely, Thank you for trying to protect us from those evil knights. Just then, Zion pulled back the curtain and joked. SZA, you really do have 9 lives. Irritated, Zion snapped. What is going on here? Huldi smiled brightly and called out. Iron Warrior, you are here at last. He spun around, and Ninjik stopped speaking. Zion rubbed her head sheepishly, lost track of him. Honestly, I do not remember a thing, Zion then asked, trying to jog her memory. How much do you actually remember? The scene replayed in her mind. She wondered how the earth had shaken, and how they would manage to escape. Zion crossed his arms, let out a short sigh, and said thoughtfully, She has lost all memory of that day. Luckily, he gave us a quick rundown amidst the chaos after we threw down that smoke bomb. We managed to make a clean getaway. The whole gang escaped successfully because the enemy only had infantry, making it tough for them to track us. He hesitated a bit when mentioning it, but that monster was definitely no joke. The terrifying face of Gelbrick flashed in his mind along with the next words. He followed us the entire way. Then the people of Udsling showed up to back us up. She charged headfirst at him, only to catch a huge rock to the head. Zion, recalling her reckless charge, broke into a sweat and stammered. Wait. Seriously. Zion turned to Hildia, who was quietly smiling below, and said, Big thanks to this mage here, she saved you, cared for you, and healed you over the last 2 days. Hearing that, Hildy's eyes widened in surprise. 2 whole days? Where were our own doctors during that time? He confessed honestly. For some reason, they just could not get you healed. Hildy grew serious as she explained. That Knight Gelbrick has a cursed power that blocks healing. He stops wounds from closing. A direct counter to your healing abilities. Without another word, she stepped forward and placed a hand on Zian's shoulder, seeing the glowing purple marks on her back. Zion panicked. What is this? Hildia confidently replied. It is a magical sigil I created to restore your strength. I am healing you right now. Zion added. I heard this ability is unique to the local tribes here. Each mark holds a different power. Hearing that, she made a decision. I see. I better be extra careful then. He then asked seriously. Anyway, can you stand? We need to prep for a strategy meeting. Inside a large room, hunters from various teams had gathered. The man in the center, a Lin's chieftain Kasaiki Berry, spoke up. For years, the king has slaughtered and looted us. Worse, he calls us heretics. He continued, his story chilling everyone's gaze. They captured us, tortured us with brutal, savage methods. With eyes closed, his voice faltered. Some tried to resist, but his next words stabbed Barry's heart again. 3 tribes were wiped out. Barry's tone lifted with hope. In the end, we sought out the gods for help. And then, you heroes arrived to save us. After hearing the full update, the hunters fell silent for several tense moments. Then Ji Hongcheon propped his chin on his hand and voiced his concern. That guy's pretty strong. Juji, standing behind, was calmer as he added, and Srank Hunter Group and about 150 others came through here before. His face darkened with dread as he stammered. Gale Briggs has insanely tough defense. He blocks every attack, and he can even regenerate from being burned alive. That means he is still alive, and his whole army gets powered up by his aura. Her words left the troops gasping. Damn, that is terrifying. Then he seriously offered his verdict. The only thing that works is the Lammis bracelet. Jiang He nodded. Yeah, that is solid. She clenched her teeth and laid out the plan. We need to find some item or device to counter his defense. Audi nearby tilted her head. Puzzled. A device. To counter. After a moment's thought, she murmured. Something that can pierce his armor. Before she could finish, Hyodi cut in. Sounds like my tribe's energy might do just that. The tribal energy boosts armor penetration by 35%. Plus 20% power and resilience. Looking at the sigil on his arm, Ungwon grinned. This is awesome. Now I am ready to take on that monster. Belly nodded in agreement. All right. I guess we are good to go. Facing the hunter's intense gazes, he earnestly pleaded. Heroes, please, save us. Then he opened his eyes wide, voice filled with fierce determination. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will do everything I can. Meanwhile, in the real world, a majestic white horse appeared, prompting everyone to cheer excitedly. Woo, check out that horse. At the Owen Manor on Jeju Island, after a quick test and some combat training, King Lian brought the trainees to his estate on the island for a tour. Most were buzzing with excitement over the horses, especially Ziyu, who kept bouncing around and shouting, "Look at that horse." While everyone was admiring the horses, a shadow appeared behind Lian. Speaking up, "You are here already?" "Your Majesty." Lian smiled as he looked at the newcomer. "Not bad at all, these horses. Thanks for taking such good care of them." Then he got straight to the point. "You probably know why I am here. I am here to pick a horse for battle." The owner's face lit up with joy. "Good heavens. It is an honor. Our farm has some of the best racehorse breeders around. We take great pride in our stable." Liam placed a hand on the man's shoulder, cool and confident. "True, the horse, only as good as the one who raises it. I will take a look around." Without missing a beat, he turned back to the trainees and called out loud and clear, "Everyone, listen up." Then, with a serious tone, he warned, "For a night, a horse is a lifelong partner. The key is to connect with your horse, to become one with it." He paused for a moment, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Then Lian dropped a challenge that split the group, some excited, others stunned. "Now, go to the horse you like, get to know it, and saddle up." No hesitation, So and Soyeon were the first to step forward, their strides long and full of eager energy. Lian turned to the owner with a reminder. "Please keep an eye on them." The man clenched his fists. Determined, "I will do my best." From behind came a dramatic gasp. Omut Beechit approached, holding a shadow from the tree in Harry's hand. Her voice soft and gentle. "You truly have a generous heart, sir." Lian stepped forward, lifting her delicate hands with reverence. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Though her entrance was a bit abrupt and her demeanor delicate, she replied, "You invited me, Your Majesty. How could I refuse?" He kept it polite and measured. "May I have the honor of serving you, Milady?" Beechit smiled warmly. Without hesitation, of course. Their polite exchange made Harry, caught in the middle, a little uncomfortable. Moments later at the manor's center, the horses grazed peacefully on fresh grass under the soft sunlight. Each lowered its head, savoring the tender shoots with delight. Leon and Beechit took in the scene together, then in unison said, "Not bad at all." Leon suddenly had an idea and asked, "Would you like to take a little walk around?" She agreed instantly. "Of course. Which horse will you be sending me?" After a moment's thought, he pointed to a sleek black horse and asked, "What about that one? Think it is a good pick?" Beechit started walking toward the horses. Leon looked back at Harry. "Pick one for the Londoner," she shyly asked. "Me too." After some hesitation, she made her choice. "That white horse over there." But Leon switched her pick, noticing the black horse looked stronger and more muscular. "Not bad at all." Harry was speechless. tears quietly rolling down her cheeks. Reluctantly, she approached the white horse, her expression less than thrilled but still praising it. Up close. It is kinda cute. Suddenly, Leon's eyes widened in shock, his face flashing with surprise. Without a second thought, he shoved Harry aside, barking, "Go play somewhere else. Don't bother me." Seconds later, Leon took a few steps forward and stretched out his strong hand. With a gentle tone, he invited Beatrice. "Milady, please take my hand." She hesitated but replied, "Thank you, sir." That scene brought tears to Harry's eyes. Once again, too long since she would seen something so touching. Now atop the black horse, Beatrice struck a graceful pose, while below, Leon's masculine presence pulled the reins. Not far off, Harry stood alone beside the strong, muscular horse, gently biting her braid. The tender moment was shattered when someone suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty." Irritated, Leon snapped back. "What is the big deal? You just startled the horses." The young man, panting, explained, "It is really important, sir." Then he held up his phone screen, showing an emergency call from Oking Hiyu. The screen was glowing a fierce red. With a serious tone, he said, "I just got an emergency call from the association chairman." Lin replied curtly, "Then pick it up already." The call connected, and the phone was held up to him along with a greeting. "Good morning, Biha. This is Oking Hiyu." His solemn face appeared on the big screen in the room. "What is going on?" Oking Hiyu cut straight to the chase. "Biha, could you do me a favor?" With a grave expression, he explained the current situation. "Looks like the fissure in the rotten tunnel is about to open." Leon caught the hint immediately, his face darkening as he asked, "Is it really necessary to help? I am not your servant." "You know," Oking Hiyu fired back instantly, "of course you are not. But I think this might actually pique your interest." Then he dropped bombshell after bombshell that truly shook Leon, the goddess of life and birth. The next piece of info was even crazier. The one called the night is actually the gate's offspring. Shortly after, in a desolate wasteland thick with gloom, the atmosphere was suffocating. From the Red Gate, Lin and his crew, each mounted on a horse, rode inside. The moment Harry saw the scene, fear overtook him. He could not hide it. Thick black smoke billowed up from the ruins of the city, and she stammered, "This place is a nightmare." Absolutely tragic. Then things got worse. A black feathered bird was stuffing its belly with human flesh. Suho could not hold back. He stopped his horse to vomit while Leon and Brick took the lead, staying sharp and alert. Leon's eyes were razor sharp, scanning every corner cautiously. Not long before, Lil had met Kang Huk and asked, "Is this the guy?" Kang Huk nodded. "Yeah. He is one of the survivors who escaped that gate." The boy with the sunken face lay still in bed. Kang Huk suggested, "He is resting now. If you could wait a bit." Leon cut him off sharply, turning away. "No need." Sensing the cue, Beachit stepped forward quickly, asking, "Is it my turn now?" Lin glanced over and nodded. "I am counting on you." Soon, her delicate hands formed a sphere of energy. The sphere, combined with the seal on her right hand, began to radiate power outward. Seeing this, Lin cautiously suggested, "No need to complicate things, just create a new space inside his dream." Beachit focused her energy. Still hearing Leon's words in her ear, "She is the only one who can pull this off." She unleashed her technique, energy bursting in all directions, lighting up the space around her. Seconds later, Beachit assessed the situation before sharing the intel. "That guy is a knight wielding a massive hammer, arrogantly claiming protection from the goddess of life and birth." Liam paused for a moment, processing those words. With Beachit's energy still lingering, Yanjian ground his teeth and asked, "What is that knight's real name? Tell me." She slowly opened her eyes, revealing the name Gelbrick, also known as Gelbrick the Valiant. Those words sliced through Leon's mind, leaving him staring blankly into space. Then Beachit spoke up. "Looks like the assassins have been inactive for a while. They must be hunters." The group kept moving, while Leon's suspicions grew, judging by their bodies. Probably not. Their trail shows they burned villages and slaughtered everyone. Their goal was clear: leave nothing alive on this planet. Hearing such certainty, she asked, "Curious, how do you know all this?" And Nian explained, "My intent was the same when I wiped out the Otma." Leon veered off course but kept talking. "They left here some time ago. If we follow their trail, maybe we'll uncover their plan." Right now, behind them, Harry and the second-year student wore faces etched with terror. The entire horse caravan strode along a long stretch of road. Midway, Baichik called out, "My lord!" The elder brother gripped the reins tightly, glanced over, and said, "Go ahead." She immediately voiced her concerns. "It feels like we are rushing this. The soldiers and Lord Jack seem pretty clueless. What is your take on this?" Realizing the gravity, he replied, This king admits he has been reckless. The horses kept pacing forward. Lian's voice carried on the wind. Like I said before, this mission is extremely dangerous if you do not have the strength. Because the Holy Train Knight is here. Her suspicion immediately piqued by those words. The Holy Train Knight. Are you talking about Lord Gelbrick? He quickly recounted the story. Lord Gelbrick, highly valued by Demira, was the Holy Train Knight from 3 generations ago. His techniques have been passed down to my era. As he continued, his face turned dead serious. 800 years ago, Lord Gelbrick led an expedition to conquer the Manzi and ascend to heaven. Harry broke into a cold sweat, muttering ascend to heaven as her mind painted the image of Gelbrick soaring into the sky. Suho, sweating as well, guessed aloud. You mean he died a martyr? Right? The story unfolded through Lian's words. Yet, Lord Gelbrick could not reach heaven. A Holy Train Knight naturally becomes a saint blessed by God. But they rejected his soul, that unbelievable truth left by Chit stunned. No way. I swear. They tracked the sacred artifact's energy trail, but could not find him or even a fragment of his army. His expression darkened. Voice lowering. I have 3 theories. First, Lord Gelbrick might still be alive. The 2, and Soya, said nothing but visibly tensed at this. Secondly, his soul got lost along the way. Lian ground his teeth harshly while saying this. And finally, Bai Chit's shocked face revealed a chilling realization. Don't he tell me? He betrayed them. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of energy surged around Lian, his fury erupting like a storm. He did not confirm, just quietly continued. This involves the Holy Grail Knight's superpower. If a battle breaks out, it can happen on human soil. With determination blazing, as tension peaked, he declared, no matter what, if we attack this gate, we will finally uncover the root of this whole mess. Horsemen noticed people tied to tall poles. Harry Kinghai said, again? They are being executed just like before. Leon and Bichit approached a tall post where a corpse hung from a noose. His eyes burned with fury. Teeth clenched. Cursing. Unbelievable. He committed atrocities like this? It is beyond forgiveness. He stood there, voice roaring so fiercely even Harry beside him was shocked. They truly are criminals deserving death. She curled her lips into a smirk, long affirmed. Even His Majesty is outraged by this tragedy. As expected, despite his quirks back then, he was a man worthy of respect. After a long wait, Lin called out, Harry and the others. Listen up. She stepped forward quickly. Responding loudly with that cold-as-ice glare, he issued orders. From now on, no matter what happens, you follow this king alone. Don't overestimate your own judgment. Got it? Harry nodded rapidly. Understood, sir. Next to her, Day clenched his fist fiercely, declaring, we will only follow His Majesty. Lian's expression did not improve much, but he replied, good. Let us move quickly. They might already be here. Meanwhile, the heart of Dunat City was utter chaos. Fires raged unchecked, black smoke choking the sky, and cries of terror pierced the air. One of the killers laughed maniacally, shouting venomous orders, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Soon, the chaotic battlefield unfolded right before Lian's group. Harry scanned the scene, then urgently reported to Lian, my lord, it is a village. The villagers are being slaughtered. Upon hearing the horrifying news, he could not hold back his emotions. Fury surged wildly as bodies fell one after another, the scent of fresh blood choking out the fresh air. Relentless strikes rained down without hesitation, turning the battlefield into a blood-soaked nightmare. Energy around Lian flared uncontrollably, his eyes blazing with a divine light, and he roared at the top of his lungs. You bastards! Prepare to die under my feet. Without a second thought, he spurred his horse like a lightning bolt toward the small village, shouting urgently, our troops are in danger. Get ready to reinforce. Harry, right behind him, was still stunned as she called out, Your Majesty. Frozen in place, she watched in disbelief. The scene before her was shocking. She could not believe His Majesty was that furious. He simply could not stand seeing his people slaughtered so mercilessly. Lian's horse pounded the ground as he charged forward. Growling advance. Everyone scrambled to follow, and one of the soldiers stammered, He's moving so fast. We can't even keep up, just like when we faced those Oz freaks. Huh. After that comment, Harry straightened up and suddenly realized something. Wait. Don't he tell me? Before she could even process it, Lin was nearly upon them. Rage flared across his face, his eyes burning with fiery wrath. The chaotic battlefield unfolded right before their eyes through the thick, black smoke. The two sides came into sharp view, locked in deadly confrontation. Villagers armed themselves and charged forward, while the enemy fought back with wild fury. As everyone plunged into the fray, Lian's furious shout of bastards cut through the chaos. Catching Bildy's attention, armed and brimming with unstoppable energy, he tore into the battle like a wild beast, fueled by pure hatred. He screamed thunderous war cries. Lian's here. The blazing sun of justice will scorch your souls. Lian's strike exploded like a colossal firework, sending rocks and debris flying toward Harriet's distant position. She gasped. Your Majesty, let us slaughter these enemies. He did not care how many were against him. His rage pushed him to scream uncontrollably. I will wipe you all out. A fierce slash cut through the air, smoke and dust blanketing the battlefield as the fight turned even more brutal. The horrifying scene unfolded clearly before them. Harry cried out in terror. Your Majesty, as the dust settled from the fierce clash. The battlefield was soaked in fresh blood. Every scumbag lay dead on the ground. Lian's pupils sparked with electric fury, gripping his bloodied sword tightly. He shouted, You filthy traitor! Do not you dare cross me again! Fueled by bitter rage, he swung his weapon relentlessly. The sound of screams and splattering blood filling the air. Lin grew crazier by the second, his twisted grin and venomous words chilling the air. You will be my next prey. Let us, you worthless dogs. Nearby, Beatrice watched calmly, while Harry and J-Hook exchanged shocked glances, asking each other, What has gotten into him? Has he lost it? She froze, sweat dripping down her face as a silent scream echoed in her heart. Oh God, this is turning into a massacre. Lin sat astride his white horse, relentlessly hacking down enemies with a face twisted in wild exhilaration. But as the battle escalated, Harry reached for her sword. Determined, this is bad. We have to stop him. Then she froze, eyes catching the magical energies swirling at eye level. The magic came from Beatrice, who smiled calmly and said in a composed tone, Queen, please wait a moment. Lady Harriet, she controlled the magic around Beatrice and assured her, Trust me, he would not be like this without a very good reason. Still worried, she pressed, But what about the others? Today? Lian grabbed his head, laughing maniacally, shouting, Die. You scum. He treated lives like a game, riding circles around piles of corpses and boasting, Killed them all in one go. New record. Harry's emotions whirled wildly, finally realizing it was not just madness. Beatrice, standing nearby, muttered. Her reaction is seriously intense. She slumped in frustration, while Dahi muttered behind her, Can Tate avoid it? Soya nodded in agreement. Yeah, we are powerless here. Harry's fear did not fade. Her face showed clear terror as she whispered. Even so, she feared that their numbness to this nightmare was not from apathy or lack of justice, but because these were fake monsters and NPCs trapped inside the gate, mere echoes of the past. Except for a few survivors like our Queen Bee, the monsters and NPCs were nothing but memories, nothing more, nothing less. So sacrificing or executing them was not truly a crime. At that moment, Lin laughed savagely, face still wild with excitement as he crushed each NPC's life out of existence. Chet remained incredibly calm. Only Daihyu could not stop gasping. This is savage, man. He unleashed his power again, roaring, I swear, you monsters, everyone's gonna pay with their lives. Moments later, the small village was swallowed by flames, thick black smoke choking the sky, while the ground was littered with the bodies of dozens. At that moment, a squad clad in iron armor marched alongside the fallen. They advanced, boots crunching just ahead of where Leon's group stood. The squad's leader cracked a sly grin, and the others quickly followed suit. The captain dropped to one knee, bowing his head without hesitation. All the strangers bowed in unison, voices full of reverence. We salute Sir Trun Then, the pure light of humanity. Lin's expression stayed icy cold, his tone sharp. Get up. We are still in the middle of a battlefield. The captain stepped forward and immediately introduced himself. I'm the elder brother of Lord Bendelek, from the Dawn Knights of Lebanon. Name's Toscata Bendelek. Hearing that, Leon's eyes flickered with recognition. If they are from House Bendelek, then there is a trading capital near Rangel. His brother must be the lord of that place. Right? Toscata hesitated before answering. As far as I know, I am the only one recognized as having the talent of a knight. Leon cut him off with a sharp judgment. I am guessing you have not given up on the crusade path yet. Toscata nodded. Yeah? Folks say this will be my last crusade. Leon's face tightened, quietly replying, Got it. Then he thought to himself, I do not recall ever hearing the name Toscata Bendelek before. He ran through possibilities. If this guy was destined to become a Holy Grail knight, he should be met him in the Celestial Palace already. Or else he failed and died in this crusade. Leon scanned the faces before him. None stirred any memory. Big question. None of these so-called honored knights made a name in their homeland's history. These so-called honorable knights, They are nobodies in the grand scheme. After a moment of thought, Leon introduced himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leonhurt, the legitimate Grand Duke of the Dragonia Duchy, blessed by the goddess of light and justice. Ariana, a radiant glow burst from behind him, holding him steady. As the voice declared, the rightful master of Leonhurt. Toscata nearly jumped out of his skin when he caught that radiant aura. Regaining his composure, he asked cautiously, "Aren't you just a farmer?" Leon sneered. "A farmer? What kind of knight calls me a farmer? That is just laughable." Harry silently watched from behind, thinking to himself, well, in their generation, Kin Leonhurt is a whole different guy. Toscata firmly declared, "I believe you." Leon nodded with a chuckle. Internally thinking, let us see you try not to, winning their trust. Leon pressed on. "A knights? From what I gather, you are a mercenary squad sent to wipe out the Maggie group, right?" Toscata answered immediately. "That is right." Leon hesitated briefly, then spoke slowly. "War knights from the Kutrai army." Leon's eyes sharpened, his tone deadly serious. "You are the Holy Grail Knight under the protection of the goddess of life and birth. Sir Gelbrick, are not you?" Though genuinely shaken by the question, Toscata kept it short. "Yes, that is right." Confirming this, Leon made a firm decision. "I have to find him right now and ask exactly where Sir Gelbrick is." His sudden urgency caught them off guard. "So soon? Right now?" Then a rough guess formed in Leon's mind. They must be the last surviving hunters. A rogue unit. Judging by their looks, could it be that this place? Before his thought finished, a knight spoke up. "Sir Gelbrick is currently facing the core force of the Maggie head-on." Toscata, eyes bright with excitement, added, "He will wipe out those damned Maggies soon enough." Hearing this, Leon lowered his gaze. His voice slowed. "All right then." His sharp, calculating eyes flickered coldly, revealing his inner verdict. This Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick has been altered by something in this battle. Meanwhile, deep within the secret stronghold of the Usling tribe, atop a lookout tent, a male hunter stood ready, spear in hand. Down below, every hunter ready for battle stood firm, weapons gripped tight in their hands. At that moment, Zion curled a sly smile, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well done. Anyone watching might think this was a grand rally to drive out the enemy." Up in the sky, Knight Chen Gelbrick sat astride his steed, radiating pure authority. On the ground, the other knights stood tall and rigid, one hand clutching shields, the other gripping spears. Zion scanned the scene with a skeptical gaze, barely believing her eyes. Could this really be the Red Gate? This has to be black level difficulty for sure. Yet somehow, it all feels eerily calm. Still, it is worth a shot. Then she brightened with some good news. "Thanks to our efforts, all the local tribes have united, and our numbers definitely have the edge now." Her eyes flicked to the glowing tribal seals on her palm, scanning the info. Michelle's seal activated 35% armor penetration, 20% boost to strength and defense. Bikran's seal triggered added sprint skill and 15% speed increase. Chanong's seal super strength and iron body skills unlocked. Suri's seal magic resistance granted, cutting spell damage by 30%. Zuzi's words echoed in her mind, so these seals serve to bind the divine beasts of Master Dong and the native tribes. That is the source of their power. The three hunters readied themselves, all sharing the same thought. This is it. We can take down that monster. Seeing the team rallying below, Gelbrick could not help but speak up. Surviving mercenaries, in a chilling tone, he challenged them. "I am about to charge you with ignorance. Why are you even here?" Brimming with fierce confidence, Anwen notched his fiery arrow skyward. Hunigang announced, "We are locked and loaded to finish this. The mission. Take down the mighty Gelbrick." Gelbrick's aura surged violently as he threatened, "I will give you fools one last chance. Surrender your weapons and leave this place, or face a grave sentence." The more Anwen heard, the angrier he got, gripping his bow tighter. Snapping. Crime? Seriously, he did not hold back, unloading a barrage of Gelbrick's atrocities, demanding, "Aren't you ashamed of your so-called sins? Your so-called justice spares no one, not even the elderly or children." Feeling insulted, Gelbrick raised his scepter high, roaring, "You pathetic outcasts." His whole being radiated arrogance as he declared, "I do not shame to look to the heavens, nor do I cringe at the earth below. My actions are justice itself." The scepter in Gelbrick's hand gathered immense energy as he proclaimed, "You have pushed beyond your limits. I will punish you all." The situation turned dire. Hyodai shouted in fear, "Warriors, Anwen's bow is drawn. Activate your defense skills. There is no way to pierce through this." Gelbrick's energy surged downward toward Anwen, but his spirit remained unshaken. Thinking, If I can dodge it once. Unwon's voice cut sharply through the tension. His body frozen as a massive energy vortex began swirling high above. Beneath that blazing light, the knight's steady hand raised his sword, each word ringing out, "I swear to protect the kingdom." Entrusted by those who place their fate in the gods, their unwavering faith centered on one. The three knights of Toscatus Dawn raised their swords in unison, light wrapping around them. Someone nervously asked, "What the heck is that one by?" They looked up with wide eyes, taking turns declaring, "The true knights, loyal to the revered holy knight, will wield this power to destroy all evil." Amid the dazzling blue energy beams, Julbrick's steed still reared, his scepter held high. His eyes blazed with intensity as he commanded, "And now, before the radiant light of the true gods kneel, fiends." With a terrifying swing, his sword struck down, unleashing a thunderous blast of energy. At that moment, as the miracle light shone down, the ground truly began to crumble. A being chosen by the gods, the goddess of light and justice, ruler of all knights, tasked with enforcing divine law, the one who grants knights the power to ascend to saintly heights. That vast pit in the middle of the endless plains is God's punishment. Only a select group of knights takes part in this ritual, but the exact form depends on the god each Holy Grail knight worships. The knights under the protection of the goddess of life and growth have the power to crush the very ground beneath them. Ion now lies sprawled, utterly powerless against such overwhelming might, completely meaningless. Everyone's eyes lock onto something high above. A female hunter mutters, "But seriously, what the hell is that thing?" Siam is utterly shocked, barely able to believe the words he just spoke. With a single move, nearly 3,000 tribal warriors vanished into thin air. The crowd nearly panics as they stare at the gaping pit ahead. Ion silently gives thanks. "Luckily, we were not caught in that mess." They tremble in terror, trading whispers about the jailbreak riding high on horseback. "Damn it. Is that even human? We can win against that." At that moment, Sura bows his head slightly, gripping his staff tightly, and calls out softly, "Goddess." The staff rises, layers of spiritual energy swirling fiercely, accompanied by a desperate plea, "Please protect us on this sacred ground. Bury the umbilical cord and placenta, and become solid ground so my comrades can stride forward with strength and certainty." Iod and the others listen quietly as he speaks, granting a chance for those who have lost their way to cleanse the dirt of this world. After a few words, Jailbreak's eyes snap open wide, burning with bitter fury as he glares downward. He utters a phrase, his sharp, mirror-like eyes fixed on what lies below. Jailbreak's piercing blue eyes squeeze his staff tightly, his commanding voice booming, "Begone, you filthy heretics." Waiwangwan can move, frozen in place, jaw clenched, eyes wide with terror. Meanwhile, Jailbreak's knights start charging on horseback. Tasks are quickly assigned. Core troops, block their path, attack from all sides. Protect them, we have the numbers advantage. Those riders keep pushing forward, unaware they are slowly being surrounded. The blocking forces are in position as planned. The enemy is running straight into the trap. Just as they thunder onward, their allies launch the first strike. Even with bandages wrapped tight around their heads, the hunters unleash devastating power. The knights in close combat raise shields to block the blows while questioning in disbelief, how can a mere mercenary wield such strength? The hunter's tribal marks on his face gleam. The knight guesses it is the source of his power. Now, the hunters have truly forgotten themselves, unable to walk the path of honor to fulfill their divine mission, to leave their mark. They have journeyed across continents, becoming revered heroes who fight fiercely for this unreal world. Near the battlefield, the silhouette of a knight carrying a sword on his shoulder appears. That man places a hand on his mask, muttering under his breath to prepare for confrontation. The mask lifts, revealing the handsome face of the Tichu Kingdom's knight with golden hair, followed by a command, "All units, mount up and form defensive ranks." Decades have passed since they became swordsmen. With centuries of experience, they prove themselves true masters of the blade. They are brave warriors who've vanquished countless beasts and heretics, thwarting enemy invasion plans. Beasts with limitless physical power are no match that can intimidate them. He screams like a madman, "Bring glory to the revered gods." The scene terrifies young Quan, who can help but mutter, "Holy crap." Xian Zhentai grips his massive hammer, analyzing the situation as the soldiers behind him prepare for battle. "We are getting crushed in this power struggle." Someone replies, "Yeah? No kidding." He voices his plan. "If we are pulling back, we better do it now." Jun Hacken to understand why retreat. Face shows worry as he says, "If even our knights can win, then what hope do we have against those parasitic bugs? We can do this alone." Hearing this, Quan considers a strategy. "If we call on the 10 strongest guilds to retreat strategically, maybe we can take this gate down." And then unease tightened its grip as we considered one possibility. What if Like before, he escaped the dungeon with a serious tone. He offered an answer. Actually, there is a better way to end this. Curious? He pressed him to explain. Ziamchan spoke of the first figure, Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. The second who might lend aid is Demira, goddess of life and growth. After introducing the two names, he turned to Unwon, who looked confused. Had he never heard of them before? Unwon shrugged, clearly skeptical about whatever scheme Ziamchan was about to reveal. No clue. I am not into religion. What does some divine gate have to do with this mess anyway? Then when the next name came up, Unwon's expression froze. King Lian. Huh. Never caught any Pantheon TV vids on YouTube. He pictured Lian's smug, carefree attitude and made a quick judgment. Looks like that guy is from the same realm as the gatekeepers here. From day one, I thought he was just a loudmouth, calling himself some holy knight or whatever. Unwon caught the hint. If that king is from the same turf as these knights, he was quick to agree. Better to fall back for now. Just as the talk shifted, Hyodida stepped forward, calling the warriors over and announcing herself. She clasped her hands, eyes pleading. Are you seriously going to abandon us? He calmly assured her. Reinforcements are on the way. We are just pulling back for the right moment. Unwon's hollow reply mirrored his thoughts. Talking to NPCs is pointless. Just let it slide. Her face darkened as a quick voice message buzzed in her ear. Tell the guild members we are retreating. We need to clear this gate ASAP. Before she could finish, Hyodai cut in. In the end, looks like we can beat these monsters after all. Her expression stunned the Unwon. He could only call out, Lady Hyodai. She bit her nails, grinding her teeth. Furious? I can believe you lot never shut this gate for good. Her face twisted as she snarled. Disgusting creatures. Those words made Unwon wonder what she meant. Then he collapsed, utterly drained. His heart sank. It is no choice but to take the shortcut. Twisted his face, snapped his fingers, and said, Pretty sure that world would not want you anyway. Nobody's got time for useless folks like you. After that, Hyodida snapped her fingers sharply. A surge of energy burst from him, darkening his expression so much that everyone nearby instinctively stepped back. The powerful force radiating from him even affected Chu in the distance. He kept advancing, turning his head to warn the soldiers. He is using dark magic. Suddenly, a man thought dead coughed up blood. A strange glow flared from the seal on his face. His eyes snapped wide open, glowing bright red like a serpent's gaze. Hyodida's spiritual energy spread everywhere. The warriors cheered. Great divine beasts were bestowing their blessing. And soon it would be their turn. Right then, mighty beasts began to stir, their roars shaking the air nonstop. The seal on Anwang's neck absorbed the spiritual power. He snapped, What the hell are you doing? Standing boldly amid the restrained crowd, he smirked proudly. Honored warriors. Resistance is pointless. That is a brand new seal I just crafted. A sinister grin crept across his face as cruel words slipped out. It was only a matter of time. Unwang barely held himself together. Moments later, Hyodida clapped his hands excitedly and shouted, Now! Everyone! The soul-lost hunters surged forward like a storm, slaughtering the holy knights and their minions. Let us reset this game. His wicked smile spread wide as he exclaimed, Man! I have been through who knows how many worlds, and still can't kill a single one of them. The hunters plunged into battle, wildly brawling with Gelbrich's forces to the bitter end. He kept getting cornered, switching sides again and again. Zhao Qian charged in from behind with a sword. He barely managed to rally and rejoin the fight. Gelbrich dodged the attacks while scanning the battlefield with sharp eyes. Seeing the dark marks on them, he silently deduced they would all been branded with that hereticus cursed seals. Qian, raging with his sword drawn, barked orders to target those marks, exploiting their one weakness. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a devastating slash that flattened the ground before him. While Gelbrich stood frozen, Juji and Qian charged in from behind, launching a brutal pincer attack. Just as they struck together, Gelbrich leapt up lightly, slipping through their grasp by a hair's breadth. No sooner had he landed than a fierce blaze erupted right before his eyes. The earth-shaking explosion was all thanks to Yunquan's deadly control from below. But that was not all. He kept conjuring mesmerizing plumes of smoke and fire. His face twisted in grimace as the dust settled. It was clear Gelbrich had taken a brutal beating from attacks coming at him from every angle. He cursed the thugs under his breath, then grimly admitted to himself that things had gone south. Ahead, 4 master craftsmen and a UDS spirit energy marched forward with fierce resolve. Gelbrich silently vowed that even if he had to sacrifice himself, the survivors must reach the capital. With that thought, he slammed his staff hard into the ground. His commanding presence surged back, and a sinister grin spread across his face like a war cry. At his peak strength, he taunted as the craftsmen unleashed their moves. Come on, you worthless pests. Bring it all. Amid the chaos, A sudden, earth-shattering shout rang out Lian hurt. The glorious, a mighty sword slash crashed down before everyone, shaking the earth and sending stones flying everywhere. Gelbrich's ego flared, his gaze locked fiercely on the source of that ultimate strike. Lian's imposing figure and massive weapon appeared, prompting Gelbrich to ask sharply, "Who are you?" Gripping his weapon tight, Lin ran a hand through his hair, radiating an aura as his name echoed, Lian Dragonia, Lian hurt. Meanwhile, high above, Bai Chit rode Stalin with the reins of the Sun King, the royal reins capable of taming any ferocious beast and awakening ancient bloodlines. She looked at where Lian stood, marveling. "Hand me those reins and jump right in. His Majesty truly knows how to hold on to power." Then she smiled sweetly at the white horse beneath her, her voice soft and teasing. "Stalin is not. Thanks for being such a good boy and letting me take the reins. Just 5 minutes ago," he would snapped, cursing. "You rotten frontline scum." Lian's cavalry pressed forward relentlessly, his words ringing loud and clear. "I have already wiped them out." Their forces had dwindled. But somehow, the enemy kept finding places to resurrect and regroup. As Lian lost his cool, Harry nervously spoke up, "Cut me some slack. But stripping the kids to death is kinda harsh." Lian was dead, sure they were not that stupid. The cursed seals were the real culprit. The glowing image of the seals flashed before her eyes, but questions lingered. Just what were these seals? Lian's gaze sharpened as he explained, "They are a pact, a deadly bond to the divine beasts. Abuse that power, and from that moment on, the user's soul starts to rot away from within." Harry was horrified, stammering, "No way. Divine beasts. That is straight up demonic." He fell silent for a few seconds, then clenched his teeth and warned, "Remember this." The students and Harry listened anxiously as he declared, "Your hopes for peace and human rights mean nothing in this ruthless war." Lian's deadly seriousness sent chills down their spines. Every word hammered home the brutal truth. Only absolute truth and fate matter here. Back in the present, Beechit urged her horse onward, steeling herself. "I have to complete my mission, no matter what." Ahead of her soared a flock of giant hawks, surrounded by Huvde's spiritual energy. Without hesitation, she extended her palm, channeling her power. Within seconds, a swarm of dazzling demons appeared, surrounding Beechit as she charged forward. Her palm pressed firmly in place. She focused her mind, then shouted, "Scram! Get out of here, you evil things." Meanwhile, underground, Gelbrick dashed behind Lian and called out, "Kin Lian hurt." Lian glanced back, deep in thought. Enemies keep rising despite the Sacred Knight's attacks. Something's off with Gelbrick's domain rules. Surrounded by fierce beasts staring them down, Lian calmly spun around. "Sacred Knight of Demera. First, I need to get out of this chaos." Gelbrick agreed, but then questioned, "Why hesitate?" Lian scanned the chaotic battlefield, then slowly replied, "I think it is time to sever the link with those miserable wretches." At that moment, the hypnotized hunters kept rushing forward wildly. Lian created a black hole in midair, announcing, "Lian hurt. Open the gate to the heavenly realm." A beam of light shot straight into Gelbrick's face. He stammered nervously, "That is..." The Holy Chen pulled out of that black hole, his expression turning grave as shock hit him. How on earth is the Holy Chen here? His whole body was drenched in mystical energy. Eyes fixed on the Holy Chen, he read out 4 words, "Great Divine Order." The scene blurred into stark black and white as the Holy Chen began to blaze with radiant light. From where Lian stood, a blinding aura erupted violently, shaking the very heavens and earth. The overwhelming power left Gelbrick frozen in place, unable to tear his eyes away from the glow. Gasping, "Good heavens!" Layers of light shot endlessly into the sky, showing no sign of stopping. Toscata and his squad were caught off guard. Wounds began healing instantly. "Holy crap! My arm's back to normal." At that very moment, the seal on Lian's neck dissipated like smoke. Other hunters also started recovering thanks to the light. Ziona collapsed, clutching someone, groaning, his head spinning. "This kind of light is truly a miracle from the gods." Gelbrick muttered, wondering why he had not realized it sooner. He did not take his eyes off what he considered a miracle, quietly thinking he would completely forgotten something vital: holy power. Just then, words flickered above Gelbrick's head. "My child, the lost knight." Shocked, he realized the goddess Demira was sending him a message. The goddess appeared before him, hands clasped, issuing a command. "Follow him and conceal the Holy King." Without hesitation or doubt, Gelbrick grasped his staff after receiving the order. Channeling immense spiritual energy into his staff, Gelbrick declared loud and clear, "I will obey your command, no questions asked." Lian did not rush to answer. Standing tall and proud, lost in thought for a moment. Then he tilted his head, cracked a sly smile, and said simply, "Glad we are fighting side by side this time, Sir Gelbrick." Two waves of destructive energy slammed down beside him. "I promise. I will stand by you, the guardian of the Holy Grail." His pupil glowed electric blue. Fixing his gaze forward, he replied with a firm "Got it." The beast Hydia summoned appeared, and Lian asked, "The fallen monsters are gathering in one place. Are they resurrecting?" Things were spiraling out of control. Frustrated, she cursed. "Enough with this holy night already. Now what the hell is this crap?" Each weird-looking monster stared and growled skyward. She urgently pleaded, "Great Jianong, please take all these slaves off my hands." The beast grew more frenzied as Hydia declared, "Lian, I will tear you limb from limb." With that, she shouted and all the monsters charged forward at full speed. The time had come. Bai Chit spoke up, "Let me clear the way." Dung Kao's white wings lifted her into the sky. She and her steed moved in perfect sync, instantly soaring far higher than before. Perfect timing, terrain, and teamwork. The formation above her head began to hum, mystical runes pressing down like a heavy force on the world. Below, Lin's eyes shot daggers. Lips curled in a triumphant sneer as spiritual energy swirled around him in the multidimensional space. Bai Chit swept her arm downward, releasing binding light in all directions. Her heavenly eye skill activated. Soon, a long glowing trail appeared on the ground. Mission complete. Bai Chit immediately called out Lian's name. His foot, still wreathed in smoke, stepped forward as he loudly rallied, "Listen up, my brothers and sisters." Slowly drawing his weapon from a void, he called out the ranks, glorious knights and loyal soldiers alike. A wicked grin tugged at Lian's lips as he spat out a deadly decree. "It is execution time for those heretics." Just as the battle neared its climax, from deep within a forest, Heldaya, breath ragged, made a desperate escape. Ate was utterly exhausted from running nonstop, still yelling curses. "Damn monsters. Damn holy night." Ate recalled the moment Lian slaughtered his men while sneering, "Go rot and fertilize the earth." Burning with rage inside, just Gale Brick alone was enough for this world. Where the hell did this King Lian jerk and that witch even come from? Right after catching that insult, Heldaya froze stone-faced when she heard the question, "Where are you headed?" Suddenly, Ata's entire body was gripped tight by dark magic rising from the ground beneath her. At that moment, Beatret pulled out a mesmerizing stone, asking, "Is this what they call a soul-binding stone? I found it while hunting inside the gate." She appeared before Heldaya, power surging fiercely around her, her voice icy as she continued, "I have heard it is a new energy source to focus magical power. This gate is strange. No matter how many monsters you kill, dozens or even millions, they are still everywhere." Ata could not take it anymore and snapped, barking irritably, "What is this lady even talking about?" Before Ata could finish, Beatret cut her off. "This gate is a cycle, right? Just like me in my own world. I do not think you are a demon, but you have done exactly the same thing." Heldaya's mind raced, trying to shake off the thought this can't be real. Slowly, she stepped closer to Ate and said, "I have got a lot of questions for you." That stunned Ate. This woman clearly did not see her as just an NPS. Beatret closed, fiery red eyes locked down, magic crackling fiercely as she spoke. "This is not my favorite method, but I will humor you a bit." Heldaya's pupils suddenly flashed red. Ata's knees skyrocketed. "What the hell is this?" Unconsciously, Ata blurted out, "As my master," which made Beatret smile with delight. She started, "I said, you always let us down." Grotesque faces appeared alongside biting criticism. "Now you do not even recognize your own master." Heldaya snapped back to her usual self, stammering out, "Holy deity." In that tight moment, Beatret gently patted Ata's shoulder, making her blush. Then teased, "What now? Your slaves become mine?" She kept provoking by pulling Heldaya close, asking, "What will you do now?" The holy deity across suggested, "Show me what you have got." Then, with fierce pride, she declared, "Pleasure seed. I will chew you up and swallow you whole." Suddenly, massive rifts tore open in the sky like the world itself was breaking apart. Ate was still held tight by Beatret, screaming in despair. Beatret released Heldaya and watched closely. Ate, still dazed, muttered, "The gods are descending. This gate is the realm of the divine beasts." The rifts widened. But what really mattered was Heldaya's chilling words. "Once the divine beasts incarnate, this gate will..." Before she could finish, Heldaya already sensed the gravity of the situation. "This is bad." The spatial rifts kept growing larger by the second. Meanwhile, no one suspected a thing. Harry and the trainees took turns tending to wounded hunters. Lynn approached Gelbrich and said, "Ronin Battalion Lian reporting." King Lian the 11th often talks about the border soldiers. Then he hesitated. Sir, do you know the king? Yes. Lian confirmed. The king is currently in the Celestial Palace. Gelbrich was stunned by the news. At that moment, Shy Harry stepped up and asked, have you remembered anything, sir? Gelbrich shook his head. It is a dead end. I do not remember. We came here just to subdue the Manzi. Then she quietly called out, Your Majesty. Lian stopped abruptly and ordered her. They need to know. Just tell them. Harry hesitated, trying to hold back before revealing the earth-shattering truth. After a pause, she laid it out clearly. Sir Gelbrich and the soldiers are not allowed to leave this gate. Everyone here is just a character inside it. Harry pressed on. To close the gate, we have to defeat Sir Gelbrich. As soon as she said that, Gelbrich clutched his stomach and laughed wildly. A sight that terrified her. Sir Gelbrich. He did not reply. Just looked up, laughing like a madman. Then he slammed his fist down. Hard rocks cracked with the impact as he shouted, Your Majesty. Gelbrich proudly patted his chest, boasting, in all these years, I do not think I have ever lost a single battle. Lian smirked coldly, replying with a hint of mockery, I am not surprised. If you had ever been defeated, you would not be standing before me now. The time-space rift had, after a while, spread to where everyone was gathered. Crackling sounds echoed, mixed with a bold declaration. Leon Hchet, I will wait for you to show up, then swallow you whole. A demonic beast emerged from the rift of shadows. Seeing it, he immediately asked with a sharp tone, Has it already begun? Calm but focused, he turned back and asked, Is there any way to stop the advance of this beast? Held tightly by Beatret, Hydia forced a smile, answering gravely, No way. This gate is broken open. The mighty beast will use its overwhelming power to destroy this place. Lian's mood did not waver. Instead, he tilted his head and said, Fine. Then I will face it head-on. No way I am leaving my people to fight alone. The reckless planner, Beatret, quickly warned, Your Majesty, I do not think charging straight in is the smartest move. He spoke seriously about the current situation. But we have no other choice. If we delay, it might escape and break into the real world. A tense silence followed, broken only when Gale Briggs shook his head. There is a way. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, and Lian paused mid-call. Sir, blue celestial lights slowly appeared around Gale Briggs. His armored hands raised steadily. Without a second thought, he thrust his sharp gauntleted hands deep into his chest. A cuff escaped him, and Harry behind gasped in panic. Sir Gale Briggs. A glowing hole appeared in his chest as Gale Briggs raised a glowing soul stone and declared, The price to close this gate is my defeat. With a calm, heartfelt voice, he begged everyone, Please step aside and keep living your lives. Fighting over a gate that will soon vanish is pointless. Your Majesty. Harry was so shocked he covered his mouth. While Lian ground his teeth in frustration, Gale Briggs stepped before his armored knights, calling out warmly, My brothers. Tichu and the Dawn Knights fell silent, listening intently to every word. The final battle was right before them, the very place where King Leonatet, the symbol of the gods' glory, ruled. He boldly declared, though his words felt like daggers in Lian's heart. The dead fight for the unknown future of those still alive. I am ready to sacrifice this life. Will you follow me? Such bravery stunned the hunters and trainees into silence for a long moment. Tichu hesitated, his eyes showing doubt, but then silently raised his hand in agreement. Now, each knight held a soul stone, their bleeding wounds a grim reminder of their sacrifice. Moved by such loyalty, he immediately spoke, Your devotion shames me. I gladly accept this noble duty. Gelbrich then made a request. Your Majesty, may I ask for just a little more time? Lian did not hesitate, nodding once. Fine. Upon hearing this, he closed his eyes briefly. Then Gelbrich raised his staff high, spiritual energy rising from every knight as he prayed. Goddess Demella, please make my wish come true. The bird-shaped staff began to glow, and he stared into it with unwavering focus. Gelbrich then loudly declared, Those loyal to King Lian Ate, recognized by Goddess Demella, shall inherit my strength through this hammer. In a flash, thousands of spiritual energies surged into the hammer-shaped staff. The soul stones in his hand dissolved into radiant light. Piece by piece, the stones evaporated without hesitation. The hammer gleamed darker and shinier, powered by the glowing energies. Moments later, the hammer was held out before Lian. Gelbrich solemnly presented the weapon, respectfully saying, Please hold it until someone worthy appears before your Majesty. Lian grabbed the massive hammer and said, I doubt anyone will wield this hammer as masterfully as you. Without hesitation, Lian's hands moved down to firmly grasp Gelbrich's bloody hand. Closing his eyes tight, he spoke sincerely. It is an honor to stand by your side. He looked straight at the Lord and replied, I will forever honor your noble sacrifice. Lord Gelbrich. Lian took the hammer, while Gelbrich began to turn back toward his knights. Before closing his eyes for the last time, he shouted out loud, to all knights still wearing the collar of duty, this is your final order. Protect the king with your last breath. A chorus of "Yep, sir," rang out. Lin was overwhelmed with emotion, his legs barely able to carry him. Gelbrich's words echoed in his mind. You have all led lives of glory. May the gods watch over you. Lian fought to keep his composure and ordered Harry to retreat. Once Lian's group truly chose to withdraw, Gelbrich lifted his head gently and took a deep breath. Tichu knelt beside him respectfully, handing over a gleaming sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, Gelbrich raised the blade high and declared, I am Geld. While saluting, he proudly recounted his achievements, how he single-handedly defeated 1,000 enemies of the kingdom, a war knight who could take down 5 million foes, defended Dutting Hun's territory against 300,000 warriors, and triumphed over the king in Montreal. Lowering his sword, he gave thanks to the gods Demira who protected him, Ariana who cared for him, and Petos who was pleased. Even as the divine beast's hands stretched out, Gelbrich shouted, I am the great knight of Montreal, the knight of life and growth. I am Geld. The knights lined up in perfect formation. He stepped forward and declared, Now, let us, my brothers and sisters, today, I die for justice. From cracks in the sky, long, twisted hands began to emerge one after another, and a mysterious creature appeared on the ground below. Facing the knights who stood ready to fight, Gelbrich led the charge. He and his comrades took an offensive stance, shouting in unison, The gods will protect us. The battle officially began as he yelled out 4 powerful words. Glory to. Nearby, while Lian still stood stunned, someone called out to him, Your Majesty. He herded the restless troops back and said, I told you all to move ahead already. Harry hesitated at first but then insisted, I think we need to watch this through. Lian did not question him, simply replied, If you want to. Standing side by side, Lun and Harry locked eyes on the chaos unfolding before them. His hands clenched tightly around his staff, while she wore a look of shock beside him. After a long moment, she called out again, Your Majesty. A bead of sweat rolled down Lian's face, and he refused, saying, Not yet. Gelbrich was still fighting for his life, and his 2 words echoed alongside. Not yet. He faced the enemy with every last ounce of strength, never letting his spirit falter. Not even for a second. Every compact sword in his hand fought on with the true spirit of a knight. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the air, followed by a monstrous snarl right beside them. The beast raised its head and roared, and someone questioned out loud, What just happened? Is it hurt? At the same time, the blood stains on the hammer Lian gripped began to evaporate. Seeing his darkening face, Harry anxiously called out, Your Majesty. The blood slowly disappeared as Lian steadied himself and announced, Gelbrich has transcended. His face twisted with fury, eyes flashing cold steel, jaws clenched tight. Lian summoned all his strength, barely holding back as he spat venomous words. They will pay dearly for this. I will make sure they suffer the cruelest death imaginable. After the declaration, he turned on his heel and strode forward without hesitation. Let us move out. Lin approached the Crimson Gate amidst the crowd's hushed breaths, the holy knight wielding justice through divine law. What did the guardian of this sacred chalice say? Did his words carry weight when he said, I will never forget this day? That is exactly the kind of promise only a true king of knights can make. After leaving the Red Gate, Sami and Lian's ever-present Tai waited patiently in the training room. Day after day, he practiced swordsmanship relentlessly, pushing himself to unleash stronger strikes. His grip tightened on the sword hilt, eyes wide, tracking every subtle movement. Once again, Lin raised his sword high with both hands. Suddenly, the painful memory flashed him sitting helpless beside a fallen loved one. Thunder crashing overhead like the end of the world. In that fateful moment, he wanted to cry so badly, but could not even breathe. Remembering that, Lian's spirit weighed heavy, his sword swings faltering and uncertain. The blade froze midair, and he stood there, burdened and still for a moment. His hand went to his forehead as he struggled to catch his breath. After the grueling session, sweat poured down his face like a storm. His strength drained, he sighed deeply. Too exhausted, memories of past battles kept surfacing, and he questioned himself, I was not tired slaying demons before, so what is weighing me down now? Then Lian's eyes suddenly lit up. His comrades, those who fought side by side, came sharply into focus in his mind. He forced a smile, finally understanding. Yeah, now I get it. At last, Lun admitted it to himself. He was terrified of losing everything he cherished. Once again, he was truly afraid. Tears traced down his cheeks as he faced the fear of a future where he might have to fight all alone again. He raised his sword again. The unanswerable question lingered. This was a burden he had to bear alone. Who else could he share it with? Lost in thought, a voice called from behind. Your Highness. Right here. Harry stood sheepishly at the door, hesitating as he asked. Still training this hard? Lun had just conjured a black hole midair and retorted. What? Taking a break now? Watching some cheesy romance flick? Harry did not know how to answer and just stood awkwardly there. Fidgeting. Suddenly, Harry blushed deeply, clearly embarrassed as he muttered, well, I just feel like I should train more to boost my strength lately. Leon looked surprised. Just like that, Harry tried to explain, it is not sudden, sir. Leon crossed his arms, his glare like a bullet making Harry even more flustered. Finally, she confessed honestly, it is just that recently, I have learned and realized a lot following you. His face remained icy as he replied sharply, is that so? Leon drew his sword from thin air and ordered, pick up your sword. Show me what you have got, she responded loudly. Yes, Your Highness. Before they began, Harry clasped her hands respectfully. I am truly honored to train with you. That tone and gesture made Leon sigh deeply. When will she drop that formal act? Standing face to face, swords raised, Leon spoke. Raise your sword, with a serious expression. She obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. Lin also lifted his sword high. Kindly warning. Brace yourself for this strike. Just as he finished, his entire body and sword suddenly vanished. While Harry was still stunned, he reappeared right behind her, eyes flashing as he swung his sword with fierce power. A deadly strike came down. She twisted her body to block it in panic, holding her ground. She thought to herself, he's way too strong. Their blades clashed midair. Leon's voice guiding her. Keep your hands ready at all times. Lower your center of gravity a bit, and you will move faster. Lower still, and your speed will skyrocket. The two of them moved back and forth, one attacking, the other blocking every strike. She struggled to parry the sword blows but still managed to respond. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as he pulled back, riding the momentum, he leapt forward, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. A fierce sword strike sliced through the air, sending ripples of energy around them. Harry summoned all her strength to counter it. She focused on defense, but he casually called out, you can't block just with your hands and sword like that. Then came a rapid-fire set of commands from Leon. Step back to gain footing. Do not let the weight of those swords push you too far back on impact. Following his advice, Harry felt a surge of hope in holding back his attacks. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at where the swords clashed. In a burst of excitement, she declared, I blocked it. Just as a massive hand suddenly appeared right before her eyes. Instantly, a deafening bang echoed through the large room. Harry took a heavy blow from Leon's hand, her face paling, wisp of smoke still rising from her forehead. His clenched fist left an imprint, his tone sharp as he said, your movements are way too predictable. Too easy to spot your weak points. How many times do I have to tell you? Quick, clean, and sharp, that is the key. The real advantage is creating openings against your enemy. She glanced sideways, hesitating as she tried to find the right words, probably thinking of using a skill to take him down. Leon sighed heavily. That is not it. He grew serious and warned carefully. Don't think the only way to win is to spam skills as fast as you can. What is the point if you drop dead before you even get a chance to defend? Watch your opponent first, then strike. Harry's face flushed bright red. Intrigued by the advice, she asked eagerly. Really? Leon shot her a fierce glare and asked, what? Don't you get it? Flustered, she quickly turned away and stammered, nothing. Your Majesty, I understand now. Not done yet. His dark expression closed in as he pressed. What was that? Speak up. Not wanting to meet that cold stare, Harry took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Then she answered, leaving Leon stunned for a few seconds. I thought you would tell me to sacrifice myself, to risk my life against the enemy if pushed because, well, knightly honor and glory. Leon paused silently for a moment, then slowly parted his lips. He tapped her head with his wooden sword with a soft thud and teasingly called her an idiot. He pictured Gelbrick's stubbornness in his mind, then firmly warned, don't ever give up your honor and glory for anyone. There is no reason to imitate those knights. What matters most is protecting your own life. Harry tilted her head, eyes wide with confusion, softly muttering, give up. Protect. Seeing her puzzled, Leon could not help but smirk. He sheathed his wooden sword into thin air, turned his back, and said, enough for today. Get some rest. We will train harder next time. Still dazed, she just watched him leave and replied simply, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then Lian's usual calm suddenly darkened with a strange, gloomy aura. Harry tilted left, then right, her expression still utterly confused. Late at night in her study, Harry had a suspicion. "I feel like Your Majesty has been running low on positive energy lately." The armor on her desk quickly responded, "Your Majesty's abnormal biological responses are caused by some stress." Hearing this briefly, she still had questions. "Could you explain that in simpler terms?" "What I mean is..." It hesitated. "You are stressed and need to relieve that stress." Catching on, Harry leaned in to confirm. "Stress. Right? You are right. Maybe after that rotten dungeon incident. Your Majesty's been overthinking." "Do you know what Your Majesty likes to do?" The armor did not rush to answer, running complex calculations to find the most accurate response. After a moment, it suggested a solution. "Studying information. All creatures love gaming for entertainment. It boosts morale and provides proper rest. Gaming is perfect for stress relief." Harry was a bit unsure about this idea. "Your Majesty plays games? I can picture what kind of games he would enjoy." Determined, she pressed on with another question. "Can you guess what kind of game Your Majesty might like?" Giep tried to fudge his answer a bit, saying this game is great for boosting dopamine in organic beings. It makes humans feel all happy and excited. But I am a robot, so that is not really in my calculations. She scrunched her face, staring at him, wondering silently, why does not he just admit he does not know? Overthinking it way too much. Then, a light bulb flickered in her mind. Harry slapped his palm down with a snap, excitedly saying, "That is it. I think His Majesty will love this." She quickly explained the idea to Giep, who nodded repeatedly, hanging on every single word. Then he confirmed, "I won't deny this plan suits Your Majesty right now, but it is just a lucky coincidence. You will never match my genius-level calculations." Harry chuckled with a mix of pride and sarcasm. "Yeah? Probably. But hey, it depends on the moment." That look hit Giep like a dagger. Not pleased, he snapped, "Sounds like you are mocking me. That is not the kind of attitude an organic being should have toward others." Riding the wave, Harry shot back confidently, "Well, I did win that day anyway." Early the next morning, the goddess Ariana carried her balance board as she walked through her palace. Lun was already kneeling on one knee when she finally spoke. "Dear Knight, your willingness pleases the gods. But I worry." He squeezed his eyes shut, hands clasped behind his head, respectfully saying, "I beg your pardon." Ariana smiled through the space projection, mentioning how he would defeated demons and endured hardship for 200 long years. "You have been grinding non-stop. You deserve some entertainment. It is time to take a break." Len admitted his struggle. "Entertainment. I have not heard that word in ages." She kept that gentle smile, but continuing, "That is right. This peaceful era offers many kinds of amusement. It is different from before. I am not sure there is anything Your Majesty could enjoy here." Then Ariana spoke about the nature of entertainment unchanging through time. It helps humans shake off fatigue. Lian's curiosity piqued. "Is there really something like that, Goddess?" She honestly suggested, "Sleeping with women, that has been the best stress relief across all ages." Ariana yawned lazily, no hesitation in her words. The Queen is a great partner for you. Or maybe that little red-haired girl." Lian's tone sharpened on the other end. "Goddess, she is very young and innocent. How could I even suggest such a thing to her?" Meanwhile, Harry, the so-called little red-haired girl, was happily running down the street. After a bit, she stopped, staring intently at a wooden gate by the road as Ariana's voice echoed. "She is a grown woman now." "Your Majesty, humans find joy and relief sleeping with women they love. After all, Your Majesty needs to restore the royal family and have heirs." With her innocent expression, Harry tucked her hair behind her ear, a soft smile blooming. Ariana stood firm by her suggestion, backing it up with solid reasoning. Humans find happiness and relief through marrying the woman they love. Lin knelt there for a long time, each word weighing heavily on him. In the end, he needed to rebuild the royal bloodline. Finally, he opened his blue eyes, hesitation trembling in his voice as he said, but before he could finish, Lian's gaze flicked back at the sound of a call. "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." Harry burst through the door, and he coldly reminded her, "I told you to take care of yourself." She dashed inside but tripped and fell flat on the floor, announcing, "Your Majesty, you need to hear this. I have prepared something." Lian turned around, arms crossed, ready to tease, a quick fighter, but her manner reminded him of a flopping fish. Harry lay there trembling, unsure how to respond properly. Naturally curious, he asked cautiously, "What is it?" Lian pulled the phrase out of her, and she immediately sat up, wiping a scratch from her nose. Answering, "I have prepared something for your majesty." Lian, both confused and anxious, did not dare look away from Harry as he asked again, "What is it?" She gave a satisfied smile, blood trickling from her nose as she announced, "I have definitely received your advice and help, sir." He grimaced, face contorted in horror, muttering nervously, "Advice and help? Definitely." Then suddenly, he stormed forward, grabbed Harry by the hair, and warned, "If I ever see you wearing that disgusting outfit again, I will have you running naked through the whole neighborhood." Got it? He blushed deeply, a mix of embarrassment and anger, feeling wrongly accused. Not long after, in front of the Blue Gate, the key members of the Hunters Guild had gathered in full force. Jinsu stood off to the side, and seeing Lian approach, called out respectfully, "Your Majesty." Lian and Harry stepped toward the gate, Lian cutting straight to the chase. "I heard it from Harry. What is this all about?" Harry eagerly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty. Please allow me to explain," proudly gesturing to the others. He explained, "The entire guild has joined forces to support Chief Inspector Harry with an event she has organized." Lian's worry deepened at the phrase organized event. Harry looked up at him with wide eyes, thinking, "I thought it would not be anything strange, since he would be involved too." Excited, she quickly added, "Your Majesty, 10 days through the gate, I am sure you will love it." He did not answer right away, just stood there pondering the promise. Catching Harry's eager expression, he finally said, "All right, you got it." On the Blue Gate, a dense forest of lush green trees stretched out, the atmosphere peaceful and serene. Not just plants, but animals lived here in perfect harmony with nature. The Blue Gate stood in the middle of the forest. Guild members had all entered, with Lian and Harry stepping in last. She looked fired up, flashing a knowing smile as she passed him by. Then, standing proudly among the guild members, she struck a confident pose that only made Lian more disheartened, leaving him speechless. At that moment, Harry pointed toward the creatures around them and began to explain. "Now, I will explain. This gate, it is called the hunting grounds. Many species of animals and monsters live here." Jinsu forced a smile as Harry confidently pointed to a scoreboard, saying, "Sir, please take a look here." He cracked a stiff smile as she began describing each section. Small animals scored 1 point, common bugs were 3 points, and a rareout was worth 10 points. Lian digested the hunting grounds layout, pausing for a few seconds. Then he seriously concluded, "It is some kind of hunting game." She beamed. "Exactly. Your Majesty." Clasping her hands together, she added matter-of-factly, "I thought maybe back where you lived, hunting games were a thing." A small smile tugged at his lips after her shy words. From that moment, he finally understood the whole setup. She would prepare this hunting ground just for his entertainment. That was thoughtful. It would have been a while since he last went hunting. He was not sure how well he would do anymore. The hunt began in the thick forest, and within seconds, a shout echoed through the trees as a powerful arrow struck Anat right between the eyes. Excited, Mo cheered. Hunting is way more fun than fighting. Soon after, and unlucky, it took 3 arrows from Lian, and the others started freaking out. One yelled, "Who dares kill our kin?" Lian went wild, hunting with reckless abandon while throwing taunts. "How dare a filthy creature like you open its mouth before me? Die. All of you." Harry recalled his earlier doubt. "I do not know if I can do this," then reassured himself. He is really enjoying it, so I guess it is all good. After wiping out the weak gut, Lian snapped off one of their fangs, carefully pocketing it. He thought, a hunter should always bring back a trophy. The hunt ended, and Harry stepped closer, saying, "Your Majesty, you are incredible with that bow." She watched how Lian gripped the bow and was surprised to realize she would have been wrong. He did not hate ranged weapons after all. He seemed to understand her thoughts. Quickly clarifying, he said, "Just because I am a knight does not mean I can handle ranged weapons." Lian explained smoothly, "Marksmanship is both a virtue and a pastime for nobles, especially for wandering knights and those on long missions. They have to feed themselves wherever they go. A knight really has no choice but to master marksmanship." Harry looked at the defeated lying on the ground, clearly seeing the difference, but this guy was seriously good at it. He arrogantly boasted, "I am famous as the strongest champion in history, but back then, I was only the second best marksman." After hearing Lian's declaration, she got even more curious and could not help but ask, "Sir, you are the top craftsman, right? So who was the first Holy Grail knight then?" He took a step forward and answered, I do not think we can really call her a holy grail knight. The moon goddess and the huntress watch over her, because she is more of a master craftsman than a knight. Lian paused briefly, then reached out and sharply pulled an old arrow from somewhere. He stared at the arrow in his hand, delving deep into the story. She used to lead the Temple of Light and was the best among the master craftsmen, a high priestess. What was that you were saying? Harry perked up. Her arrows were like shooting stars. If she put her full strength into one, it could easily pierce through a mountain. She nodded thoughtfully. Maybe that was possible back in her old world. Harry glanced down at the odd creatures below. Curious again. But why just Hunut? Didn't I prepare plenty of other beasts? Lin replied coolly. Sorry, but to win first place in a race, you have to hunt the most valuable targets. She agreed but still wondered. So back then, they really saw it as shooting stars. Then he held up a small cross pulsing with residual spiritual power. Anyway, I managed to snag something strange. Feels like it has been corrupted. Harry immediately confirmed. You are right, Your Majesty. Then she showed it to Lian, a corrupted talisman. Quite rare, knowing its value. He handed the talisman to her with instructions. Sell this and give the money to those who helped gather the beasts. She hesitated, reaching out nervously. Are you sure? Your Majesty, this thing's worth hundreds of millions. He kept a straight face and assured her, I am certain it is a well-deserved reward for those who've been working like dogs under this blazing sun on their day off. Meanwhile, the crew clearing the beast carcasses struggled under the scorching heat. All exhausted, seeing them like this, Harry said nothing more. Lin slung his bow over his shoulder, stepping forward and calling out, Now, come with me. I can track the footprints of the yacht that got away. She followed. Puzzled, You are still stirred up, are not you? He shot a cold glare back, a wicked smile spreading across his lips, and said, Those animals still alive in this filthy forest, they are probably fakes. Many must still be wiped out. That grim expression terrified Harry even more. She could only follow silently. The two walked side by side as Lian declared, Now, follow me, I will teach you how to use the bow and arrows. She eagerly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. After a bit, she blurted out a word that caught his attention. Harry brushed her hair back, beaming happily. I am glad you are feeling better than before. He stared blankly, emotions swirling after hearing that. Then Lian faced forward, a small smile tugging at his lips, touched as he realized how long it had been since someone treated him kindly without expecting anything back. Thinking that, he lowered his voice. I am proud of you. Harry responded softly. Sorry, I did not catch that. He did not repeat himself. Instead, he dryly ordered, Use the techniques I taught you to take down at least 3 yacht, or I will get mad. She nervously explained, Sorry, I have only used a bow a few times. Your Majesty. Early next morning at the Pantheon Guild's training yard, Harry happily pushed a full cart of supplies, humming a cheerful tune. A smile stuck to her face as she thought to herself, I am really glad His Majesty is feeling better. Just then, a voice called out, Assistant head of the smithing department. She turned, curious. What brings you here? He pointed at the schedule board and said, The tractor broke down, so I had to stop by the supply room. No one had used it since the Neju fire, so Harry offered, I will come with you. Shortly after, they arrived at the Guild's supply room. He pointed at the door and asked quietly, So this is where Lord Gelbrick's hammer is kept, right? Harry forced a smile, answering simply, Yes. Then she clasped her hands together and solemnly prayed for him, hoping he would reach the afterlife safely. Jinsu looked puzzled and teased, Are you mixing Buddhism and Christianity, and making the sign of the cross too? The door slowly creaked open, and he asked seriously, Has the hammer been here all along? She sighed and confirmed, Yeah, no one can use it now. So for the time being, we are just keeping it here. The door swung wide open, revealing all the supplies laid out before them. Right in the center stood the massive frame of an advanced tractor machine. Meanwhile, outside the Pantheon Guild Hall, citizens were lining up, and a 4-wheeled vehicle had just pulled up beside them. From the parked vehicle, a sharp foot stepped onto the ground. The vehicle sped off as 2 hunters swaggered over. Soda straightened his jacket and asked, Right here. Koka eagerly chimed in, We are about to witness the very first epic item in South Korea. Then, just as quickly as they had arrived, they vanished back into the mansion, right when Jack Bunning Lin made his entrance. Regaining his composure, Soda pointed at it and said, That is the Jack Spinner robot. Jack scratched his head and replied, So it really is at the Pantheon Guild. At that moment, Jack announced 4 words. Hammer challenge. He stared intently, sensing something odd. Yeah, but it is super friendly and polite. The big robot did not say a word until it suddenly spoke. Welcome. Honored guests. Soda cast a suspicious glance downward and replied tersely. Thanks. The two hunters started walking together, but he anxiously turned and asked. But why? Coco was a bit curious too. It seems friendlier than I expected. Huh. Suddenly, the red dot on Jack's face emitted a blinding beam of light. A white cord shot straight at their feet, making the two leap away in alarm. Soda grabbed Coco tightly, trembling all over, and asked, What do you want? The light in front of them flashed again, along with a demand. Entrance fee required. The robot slammed its hand down on a nearby sign, loudly repeating, Entrance fee. You gotta pay to get in. The sign listed the fees for entering the sanctuary. Hunters, 5 million coins. Citizens, 500,000 coins. The two immediately groaned. That is expensive. Soda pointed to himself with one hand, and then to the people in line with the other, asking, Hey, citizens pay 500, but why do these guys have to fork out 5 million? Jack gave a brief explanation. Citizens observe. Hunters take the challenge. It is a preservation fee for the relics. Both hunters stood dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock. No way. They just added a zero for no reason. Still, compared to the value of the epic items, feeling totally overwhelmed, Soda pulled out his phone and asked, Do you guys accept transfers here? Jack instantly brightened and replied, Yeah. Just scan the core code right here. After paying the entrance fee, the two trudged forward, weighed down by their misery. Then a friendly voice called out, Welcome, hunters. Across from them stood Harry, dressed in a lion costume, holding a sign and introducing himself. I am Harry from the Korean Hunters Association. They sized her up from head to toe. Guessing. Harry. Last year's rookie powerhouse. That is the situation. Now, let us rewind to a week before the hammer disappeared. Back then, everything was normal. Lin even announced. Here it is. Before them, a hunter was straining so hard his face turned red, trying to budge the hammer Gale Briggs left behind. He groaned in frustration. Dude, I have given it everything I have got, but it has not moved an inch. The crowd gathered thick, and someone called out from the middle. It has been sitting here since this morning. Seeing this, Leon slowly stepped toward the massive hammer. He placed one hand on the hammer's shaft, while Harry watched with intense curiosity. Less than a second later, Leon effortlessly lifted the hammer. His expression did not change as he asked, Stunning everyone. That is all you have got. At that moment, golden streams of spiritual energy began swirling around the hammer. Then, the bird-shaped head of the hammer twitched sharply, glowing with a dazzling golden light. Suddenly, it slipped from his hand and flew back to its original spot. Seeing this, but Chidley guessed. It is like it is being playful or something. Lin also speculated. Looks like it wants something. At that moment, Harry poked the hammer and nervously asked, But can a hammer actually have a will? Lin seriously answered, Sometimes, if it is a sacred relic. Placing a hand on his chest, he continued, Especially if it has been bonded to a saint for a long time. It can be granted its own will and become uncontrollable. Leon's eyes were heavy with emotion, a rebellious thought rising inside him. But when he took the hammer, he felt nothing. Earlier, as the hammer rose high, Gelbrick declared that those loyal to King Leon were recognized by the goddess Demira. He placed 5 reverse punches, his heart sinking. Then continued, By the power of this hammer, you will inherit Gelbrick's strength. At that moment, Leon's doubts vanished, a smirk creeping across his lips as realization dawned. So that is how it is. Energy still pulsed from the hammer, and Leon finally understood it was asking him to find it a new master. Everything clicked into place. He called out loud, Harry, report to the guild. Curious? She immediately asked. What exactly do I report? Still brimming with pride, Leon declared, Whoever can lift this hammer no matter their rank or identity shall claim it as their own. She pulled out her phone, typing every word, but still doubted. Are you serious? After hearing back from the guild, Harry quickly reported, First, they are sending an expert to appraise it. Moments later, the expert stood there, mouth agape. His stunned expression made Harry blurt out, Hey, what has got you yelling? Trembling, he pointed at the hammer and muttered, A pick. Still shocked, the expert turned to Leon and announced, This is an epic artifact. Leon simply nodded calmly. That is right. Hunters use specialized gear to tackle monsters, which are categorized for convenience. The ranks go from common, rare, a pick, to legendary. Luxurious items crafted by master artisans are considered unique. Legendary gear requires rare materials from tough quests, demanding immense resources to forge, and after 30 years of effort. Some items are deemed epic, surpassing even legendary rank, capable of conquering 100 mountains. Like the celestial blade of heaven, the two master fists of the Grand Mage can split sky and earth, the 12 heart chambers. Even now, Siberia's snowy fields keep expanding thanks to the Ice Queen's heart. After the Black Gate crisis in London, demon sword villages wander the planet. Their presence shakes heaven and earth, turning the toughest strategies into victories. An epic artifact has appeared here. The expert, still trembling from shock, asked, "Wait, so if I can lift it, you will just hand over the hammer to me?" Harry paused, then replied, "That is exactly right." Before touching the hammer, the expert glanced cautiously back at Leon. Dunkirk answered, "Guild president here." The voice on the other end responded, "Yes, this is." Upon hearing the news, he froze, stunned for a long moment, then unable to hold back his shock. He yelled so loudly he spat. An epic artifact. In just a few short hours, the Holy Knight of Goddess Demira, goddess of life and growth, core of faith, receiving holy power directly from Demira. Perfect physique, never tires. Goddess blessing boosts physical defense by 400% on land. Recovery increased by 300%. Your entire legion gains 200% armor and 150% recovery. Sanctified. Applying holy law based on faith and holy power. Faith. Emotion. Jailbreak. Existence. Lin skimmed the rules, then scowled coldly. Briefly, he told the expert, "I stand by my decision. I hope everyone will come to know this." He turned to look at the hammer and ask, "All right, can I make a quick call?" Not long after, a call from the association's inspection expert popped up on the phone screen. Dunkirk picked up. "Association president speaking." The voice on the other end immediately replied, "Yes, it is." After hearing the news, his face went blank for a long, tense moment. Then, unable to contain his shock, he yelled so loud he spat everywhere. An epic artifact. In just a few short hours, the image of Leon carrying the hammer, along with the headline, "Whoever can summon it becomes the next owner of the legendary hammer," was splashed across the front page. That is why so many contenders showed up. Back to the present, where Harry was welcoming the hunters. Soda's question left her a bit dumbfounded, eyes fixed on Gelbrick's hammer, itching to see the real deal up close. With a fierce glare, she sharply corrected his words. "Hey, watch your mouth. It is Day Gelbrick. When talking about someone of such noble status, you gotta show respect." Soda and Coco were baffled. They shared the same thought, it is just a hammer. After all, then Coco dropped her pride and lowered her tone to plead. "But I want to try Day Gelbrick's hammer." Harry lit up instantly, pointing to a sign. This way, the two strode toward the arrow's direction, and just as she said, the hammer appeared. "Hunters, step right up," radiating brilliant beams of light that filled the space. Soda gasped. What the heck is this source of energy? They both stepped closer, and he was stunned to realize the energy was coming straight from the hammer. Coco was shook to her core. "No way. Just a hammer and it is packing that much power." With a smug grin, he rubbed his hands together, thinking, "All right, this is going to be a piece of cake." Soda's solid hands gripped the hammer's handle tight. The moment he placed both hands on it, a massive electric shock slammed into him, snapping his jaw and sending his whole body convulsing. Hair wild and disheveled, he collapsed flat on the ground. Soda quickly sat up, mouth agape. "Holy crap! Is it the hammer's fault?" Harry explained worriedly. "Yeah, if it does not like you, it will shock you like that sometimes." Hearing this, he immediately grumbled. "What? Why did not you say so earlier?" She calmly replied, "Whatever happens, we honestly do not know what it wants." Right then, Jep appeared in front of everyone. Soda snapped irritably. "Not again. What does it want this time?" It approached the two hunters and asked, "Want to earn some good karma?" Coca, clearly annoyed, said, "We already paid the entrance fee. Why do we gotta pay again?" Soda hesitated, mumbling, "Karma? Huh. Because this is a sacred relic." Realizing something, he slammed his fist on the table and shouted enthusiastically, "Right, that is it." Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to scan the QR code. Soda knelt before Gip, loudly offering, "Take it. I am donating 10 million coins as karma." Coca gasped in horror. "Are you nuts? It is supposed to be respectful, bow and say thanks." The 10 million coins received notification rang out. Soda turned toward the hammer. Now then, he gripped the hammer tight once again, firmly declaring, "This hammer will be mine. His face twisted into a monstrous grimace as he poured all his strength into trying to lift it. After a long while, nothing changed. The hammer did not budge an inch. Everyone was stunned. Koka shouted, "Why won't it move?" Another hunter chimed in, "Still can T lift the hammer?" Amidst the chaos, Jip calmly walked over to the hammer. Its robotic voice announced, "Donation received for the construction of the Pantheon Temple." Koka and Soda exchanged looks, speechless. Then, suddenly, a flood of hands holding money and phones shot up, accompanied by chants. "Me too. I will," people argued. "Move aside. I am in luck. Cut the crap. If you have got money, just pay up." Jip was quickly surrounded by a mob. She worriedly asked, "Dajik, is this really okay? Feels like we are disrespecting the gods." After collecting the donations, it ran over to Harry, saying, "Miss, if you want to boost your asset management efficiency, just stick to the plan." She glanced at the crowd fiercely hammering away, hesitating, but that thing, they were taking turns trying to lift the hammer while everyone else cheered wildly. More. Keep going. That is not enough. Harry dared not look. Quietly thinking, we are seriously doomed. She sat quietly watching, with Giap letting out a sharp grunt beside her. A pile of coins appeared on its face. Power surged around it, and a voice announced, "The divine year has arrived. Plan of Giap, treasurer of Pantheon, is officially underway." Early next morning at Leon's grand mansion, Harry threw open the doors, still visibly shaken as she mentioned, "Even Jip, Starbucks just proposed opening a shop here." She fell silent seeing Jip hard at work and asked, "Please report on the donation totals." Recently, Pantheon Guild has become the hotspot. Hunters come here to test their hammer summoning skills, and most illnesses heal just by standing near the hammer. Like, my leg, crippled for 10 years, is healed. I even fixed a toothache. Everyone's flocking here to see the divine hammer, and a few even snap pics with the bear like Harry. Jip constantly secures funding to boost Pantheon's capital and reputation. All this hard work day and night is just for this massive project. Harry glanced at the project in awe, asking, "Hey Jik, what is this?" It hovered above her head. She got a quick reply, "A high-intensity forging facility." Lights flickered on one after another, metal boxes clanking as they powered up. Harry scanned around and asked again, "Jik, is this really a forge? Give me the lowdown." "It is a level 9 forge, the lowest in this device's database. It is the limit due to Earth's poor metallurgy." Harry's eyes widened, marveling at everything. "Still pretty impressive." "Huh," Jik shot back. "That is because your brain's weak too." She snapped, annoyed. "You are so mean." When Maman stepped into the room, she asked, "Right, Jik? You are the Knight of Sharp Steel." "Yeah?" He nodded. "Exactly." Standing before a pink gemstone pillar, she requested, "Then how about making me a sword?" Jik flatly refused. "No way." Harry put on a sad face, voice trembling. "I knew it. Outsiders get no love." Jiak explained. "Not quite. The forge is not finished yet. We need more materials and equipment." She breathed a sigh of relief, cheeks flushed, smiling brightly. "Really?" Suddenly, Jik wiped off a tear and declared dramatically, "I am heading to the central station to make some extra cash." Harry cheered kindly. "You got this." Then her smile froze seeing him crawl into a tiny hole at the room's edge. He slipped inside and muttered a command. "Start minimal forge operation. Ensure golden seed quality." Harry blinked as the massive control panel lit up with stats. Jik focused on every detail, determined. "Today, I am going to take another look at this market." Recently, the global stock market faced a disaster. The company office turned chaotic with shouting, "Why? Why are they writing so many anti-market articles? How is it possible that even after throwing so much money, they still can't manipulate a single news article?" Then one day, suddenly, some mysterious force caused stock prices to skyrocket by manipulating the market. How could they mix up the pandemic timeline worldwide? Management teams are on edge. What exactly are they after? This force quietly profits, like a shadow stalking in the darkness. And of course, without anyone needing to say it, we know this figure is Jik. Lately, Jik's financial target has been food supplies. Humanity's food situation in the 21st century has never been stable. Countless lands and rivers are polluted beyond repair. So Jik began gathering intel and realized that global war wastes power, but not significantly. While the risk of portal emergence is rising fast, but weaker nations, like the impoverished countries in Eastern Europe and Asia, suffered massive losses from unexpected sinkholes, and Jik snapped up those toxic Worthless lands. The first target in this campaign was the Hefax-Long Rice Basin, the pollution level in Hakag-Long, 150 military nations deep after the Shanghai incident 20 years ago, is critical. Jiek bought part of that rice basin and started cleansing it by spreading the faith of Demela, the goddess of life and growth. Though it can purify on a huge scale like Leon or produce food instantly, soon it will become a priceless granary corn, barley, and cold bless fields included. Right now, it is working hard, declaring its mission to wake everyone up. From now on, the Pantheon Society will be the top 3 global food suppliers. His gaze locked tightly on the computer screen. There was still one last piece of the puzzle he could not crack. The huge problem here is the threat of alien invasion. Jeek started gathering intel but realized that global warfare was just a waste of power with little impact. While the risk of portals opening was rapidly rising, then he excitedly told himself that any ordinary leader would not have a reason to hold back time to claim more territory. Today's news broke a major story. A coup erupted in the Republic of Jilin. Harry sat in the dining hall, overhearing the news. Curiosity bubbling war was imminent. Jiek said nothing, just subtly jerked back. Once alone in a quiet spot, it whispered, "This is just between you and me, Harry." She turned and asked sharply, "What?" Jiek immediately dropped the big news. "Our private investment fund is up and running. It is a rapidly growing asset management organization." She listened seriously, eyes glued to every word. "This unit will manage your assets. Harry, please sign up now." Hearing this, she pulled a face and asked, "So you want me to invest?" "Right," it explained carefully. "I will manage your assets." Don't hesitate to admit it. Who knew Jiek had stocks? Pretty cool. Huh, but Jiek fired back with a jab. "Come on, Harry. Given your poor finances, you need a professional asset manager." She blushed bright red, defending herself. "Hey, being broke at my age is not too shabby." It smirked, bringing up a truth that made Harry sweat bullets. "That is just 15% of an average hunter's earnings. Most of your rewards have been thrown away on portals, have not they?" She sighed, defeated. "Can T argue with that? I even donate to kids back home." Jeek seized the moment. "Exactly why you need me to help you donate more." Her face suddenly turned sly, and she shot back, "No thanks." It flashed a bright light at her, visibly annoyed. People today are held hostage by their finances. Ignoring money lessons is like giving up on life. You should be grateful this unit's here to handle it for you. Harry could not deny it, but her offer was stingy, just 2 million. Then Jeek did not flat out refuse. Instead insisted, "Withdraw the 20 million, sil debunker rent first." She puffed her cheeks, uncaring, thinking it is typical from this cold-hearted guy, and then reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Whatever." Boom. Jiek dropped hot news, and Harry just leveled up to silver member, moving up from bronze. She froze for a few seconds, eyes wide as saucers staring at the robot beside her. Sweat poured down Harry's face like a waterfall, muttering 3 words, "silver member," and just like that, Jip jumped in to explain, "Bronze members get guaranteed returns of 100% income, while silver members lock in a 200% return." Then he threw out an offer. "Wanna raise that rate?" Harry's excitement shot through the roof, fists clenched tight, thinking, "Now that is what I am talking about." He started laying down some killer deals for Harry. Recruit 5 more members. She would hit gold status, and her income returns would jump to 300%. That massive stamp slammed down like a judge's gavel, and her face lit up with total shock. A thrilled smile spread across her face. She asked again, "Really? Me and Harry, a clueless 20-year-old newbie? So innocent, she did not even realize she would just stepped into the wild world of Mulm." The twist? Nobody doubted her. Even at midnight, Harry was still hustling, calling her little brother. Yep, Suho, this girl's got guts. She would already jotted down 8 names in her notebook. She confidently promised Suho, "I got this." Smart move. No doubt. Jack's Mum empire skyrocketed thanks to her fiery dedication. Early one morning at Leon's house, a sleek black car rolled up to the gate. Men dressed sharp in suits stepped out with calm, deliberate strides. Their steady footsteps led straight to Leon's front door. 3 men entered. The one in the middle spoke up. "We are from the courthouse." He pulled out some paperwork, eyes scanning as he continued. "We are here to issue a notice of asset seizure." Leon's face went blank. He did not get what was happening. Hong asked, "What did they say?" Meanwhile, Jack flinched hard, panic creeping in. Sweat instantly drenched him. He was desperately trying to keep his cool. He could not hold it in. His heart jumped with a jolt. Soon after, Leon sat at the desk, his whole aura radiating fierce tension. Everyone had gathered for a serious meeting. His anger barely contained. He demanded, voice sharp and clear, What the hell's going on? Explain it now. Jack shifted uncomfortably, starting to piece together the grim details. Here's the deal. First, the organization could not pay back the loan interest because the stock plummeted. Second, most Pantheon employees were drowning in debt from investing in Jack's fund, with creditors swarming in for their money. This secret investment fund was riddled with failed projects, tanking their capital hard. Leon's expression darkened as he took in the brutal truth. Harry burst into tears, heartbreak pouring out as she recounted her own disaster. Even Jack admitted, my $87 million investment, all daily managed, came from pooling money from friends and family that day. Other employees joined in, lamenting their losses. My savings, my wife's savings, everything is gone. The assets I have been saving for years are all sunk into this fund. Before Leon stood an elderly woman sobbing. I have even had to mortgage my land. An old Lin Trenin pleaded. Your Majesty, you have to do something to fix this. After a moment of silence, Leon asked, Jack, how deep are the losses? Jack hesitated, then muttered the numbers. 870,054,340 dong. Increasing by 49,853,655 dong every hour, a 72% loss on the fund. Everyone's jaws dropped. No one could stay calm. What did you say? A chorus of desperate cries filled Leon's ears. My money. Damn it. Use whatever we have here as collateral. One pillar. At least sell one pillar. Suddenly, a staff member brandishing a knife stepped forward. Hey, there is something in the warehouse in the old money vault. Let us grab that first. Jack quickly snatched the knife back, shouting, Stop! People, do not touch that, it is personal property. Inside, panic glowed at him. He would just taken his own knife. Harry collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming as curses echoed. Damn it! My money! Wait, I will go get it. Suho stood frozen in shock as chaos erupted around him. Voices shouted. Your Majesty! What now? Put that down. What are you doing? Grab the pillar. Fast. Leon's eyes rolled back to pure white amid the noise. Damn it! This is total chaos. What am I going to do with my money now? Chief Han. Wake up. Why are you passing out now? Chief, snap out of it. When he could hold it no longer, he flared his nostrils, eyes blazing, and yelled at the top of his lungs, You damn fools. Leon slammed the table and stood up, like a fierce tiger growling behind him. His voice echoed through the chaotic room. Dunty, panic. Calm down. All of you. Silence fell instantly. Everyone froze mid-action, except for Harry's sniffles breaking the stillness. Leon's sharp gaze locked onto Jack as he called out. Spinner. Now. Jack responded immediately. Understood. Your Highness. Les' tone turned deadly serious. With your smarts, I trust you can handle this mess. Confidence radiated from him as he entrusted Jack with the heavy task. Do whatever you think is right. Let us see how you fix this disaster. Jack stepped away from Leon's grasp, replying firmly, I won't let you down. Your Majesty, expect answers by tomorrow. Leon nodded with satisfaction. Good. I am counting on you to solve this. While chaos still swirled, Lin did not forget to lay down the law. One more thing in the name of King Leon. I guarantee to cover your debts. Now, disperse and handle your own affairs. Jinsu's voice trembled with worry. Yes? Your Majesty. But honestly, can this really be fixed in just one day? Once everyone had left, Jack sprang into action. He entered the room, the red dot on his forehead flaring as energy surged violently around him. Alarms blared. Emergency detected. Security overrides bypassed. Outer frame armor activated. Equipped with the state-of-the-art Inc. 1 integrated super weapon, a suit of iron armor slowly locked into place. Glowing pink nodes connecting across its surface. The operating code initiated. Full integration complete. The red dodged brilliantly at the center of the helmet. Meanwhile, far to the north in West Asia's Heilong, skyscrapers lay in ruins, roads churned to rubble. In a secluded corner, Orosioth Kapuro, commander of the Jilin Republic's army, yawned lazily. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear. Commander, where are our enemies now? Outside. Ord Insulin replied as he pulled back the curtain. The previous occupants of this place were weak. We came here to fight, but they have all scattered. Ortliho chimed in from behind. Humans are pathetic. Without an ounce of warrior's honor, the two stepped inside as Capero sniffed the air, then laid out a plan. As long as we have enough supplies, we hold this ground. After we throw one hell of a feast, we will rally everyone and strike the neighboring country next. Insulin clasped his hands, drooling with excitement. Heard that loud and clear. Commander, It has been ages since I last had human meat stew. He and Liho jumped up in eager anticipation. Hell yeah! Let us loot every last resource and feast on them all. At that moment, Caparo lifted his face to the blinding sun and continued outlining their path. Good. After we eat, we will move on to... His words were cut short as he suddenly stiffened, spotting something glaringly red heading straight at him from the sky. An unidentifiable object hurtled downward like a meteor. Energy radiated fiercely from it. A sharp sword blade emerged clearly from the glow. Caparo's face twisted in disbelief as he muttered, "Is that a meteorite?" Meanwhile, a Secretary of Defense Julius bellowed urgently, "What the hell? The magic wand's been triggered." Reports came streaming in about the magic wand, a hypotheticalist weapon deployed from a satellite orbiting Earth. Julius kept firing questions after hearing the news. Who activated it? Only 3 people hold the launch codes. An officer quickly explained. The White House and the Special Hunter Commander claim they have no knowledge of it. Julius stared at the big screen, pressing relentlessly. But why? Could someone have hacked the controls? The lead technician hammered away at the keyboard, replying, "Impossible. The encryption code changes every minute." His face darkened as he detailed. There are over 100 million possible code combinations, even with the world's best supercomputer. It would take 13 years to crack them all. Julius froze, muttering to himself. So then, who the hell is behind this? After studying the satellite feed, he barked. Damn it! How do we stop this thing? Is there any way to halt the operation while it is running? The staff member stammered, confused. Impossible. The password was reinforced after the system was hijacked. Another shocking piece of info dropped. I have estimated over 10 billion new passwords. There is no way we can hack the wand again. Julius flew into a rage, snapping every word out. Seriously, this is absurd. Just then, a controller quietly spoke up. Minister, Russia's secret weapon, the Brown Bear, has been activated. The Brown Bear's targeting system and the wand are both on the move. A massive shockwaves ripple through space. But the Defense Department only knows this weapon has begun its countdown, preparing to activate alongside the Brown Bear. At that moment, the meter operator's face tightened as he whispered the target's name. The Republic of Dullahan. Julius spun around, disbelief written all over his face. Why there? Another man stepped forward. Minister, you need to see this. He stared at the phone screen, voice sharp. What now? A summit between 2 superpowers. On the screen, 2 leaders took turns making declarations. First, Julius spoke. We, the China-US alliance, will shatter peace with the Republic of Dullahan, a nation overtaken by savage forces. Then a white man responded. The Russian Federation will not tolerate any provocations from the Republic of Dullahan. Genocidal acts against humanity must be stopped. We will cooperate with the China-US alliance to crush the enemy forces. He stood there, stunned, unable to believe what he just saw. A staff member explained. Yes, sir. This video has been doctored. On the screen, his face looked incredibly real, every word flawless. Not a single mistake. Julius clenched his jaw, fury boiling up as he realized this video was crafted using Defect technology. Defect is a digital tool that swaps one person's face with another's in video footage. Suddenly, the computer monitor in the control room started to flicker and collapse. The big screen in the center and the smaller monitors all flashed a short message. Moments later, a brief text appeared in multiple languages. I am here to end this war. Julius was stunned, questions flooding his mind. What the hell is this? At the same moment, in a room melting under pressure, a blond man clutching his head sat in despair. This was Lin Sang, the king of the Republic of Xilin, overwhelmed and desperate, asking, why? What happened? He continued. 4 other men equally confused before him. We have the throne now, but all that is left is endless war. Suddenly, one spoke up. What do we do? Isn't this game over for us with 2 superpowers attacking? Lin Shang, out of eyes, suggested fleeing, taking all remaining funds and escaping. Regaining his composure, he ordered, head to the mysterious plains, increase the number of children, and start fresh. One man cheered. Got it. Then, arrogantly, he proposed a twisted plan. Now, all we gotta do is hunt down all human women and take them. No sooner said than done. Something dropped from the ceiling. Strong hands slammed the speaker's head into the floor. His eyes, pitch black, strained upward to assess the situation. The men around began to rise. One shouted, What the hell is this? A knight appeared, radiating authority, his gleaming armor flashing deadly light. One foot pressed down on the man's chest. The knight's eyes blazed red. A robotic voice announced, Target confirmed, not human. And at that moment, Two advanced guns extended from the knight's forearms. Identical weapons appeared on his shoulders as he faced King Kazakh. Pointing to a glowing red dot on his helmet, he declared coldly, "Hand over all your money here, so I can finally rest." Sammy sat helplessly, staring down 5-6 guns aimed at him, telling the armed squad, "I do not know who you are." His face was terrifying yet defiantly brave. Suddenly, two tribe members lunged at the armored robot, but it dodged quickly, its attacker swing smashing a stone table. The armored robot's eyes flared red with fury. It raised its weapon, activating assassination mode. It unleashed a hail of bullets at the tribe, forcing them to scatter. Screaming in panic, Sammy scrambled behind a large rock, trembling with anxiety. Another fearless man charged at the robot with a club, yelling, "Die." The robot spun, aiming a built-in gun at him, causing the attacker to freeze in shock. A deafening shot rang out at that close range. The heavy barrel tore the man apart instantly. The robot then turned back to Sammy's group. Preparing something, it arched its back, revealing even more heavy guns specially modified, firing deadly 12-gauge shells. Now, it pointed every weapon at the tribe, ready to unleash hell. Its eyes scanned each stunned target, confirming all were marked, then lifted restrictions. Every weapon was now authorized. The robot's eyes burned crimson as it switched to massacre mode fire. Bullets flew like lightning, tearing through the metal door in a relentless storm of gunfire. The gunshots roared nonstop, fierce beams flickering wildly from the weapons. The tribe's warriors cried out in agony as deadly rounds found their marks again and again. Shell casings from the gun kept raining down at the feet of the armed robot, countless in number. After a relentless barrage of bullets, and the gun heating up to the point of smoking, it finally came to a halt. The scene was brutally savage. The fallen tribal warriors sprawled across the ground, the dust and smoke only now beginning to settle as the firing stopped. After a quick scan, the armed robot spotted a lone figure standing tall with sharp eyes. One survivor remained. His club had taken a few bullets, leaving it slightly damaged, but not bad at all. Sammy gripped his massive club, his voice heavy and dripping with deadly intent. Every person he just killed was about to be promoted to general. The armed robot said nothing, raising its gun to continue the slaughter. Sammy screamed out in furious rage, his eyes burning with terrifying fury. "Do you even know what that means?" The robot did not answer, instead firing directly at him. Sammy charged forward, swinging his giant club ablaze, his gaze razor sharp. He slammed down a powerful blow on the armed robot. It raised an arm to block, but the limb began to show signs of damage. The robot was shocked, exclaiming, "Adamantith." Sammy confidently raised his club again. Yes, this club was forged from adamantith. Sammy's eyes widened, his face twisted in a scream. No Drake could survive a hit from this club. The club struck like a death blow, hitting the robot with devastating force. But the robot stubbornly checked its stats, assumed ranks low on. It stretched out its arm, trying to block each heavy strike from the club. Its eyes flared bright as it aimed its gun barrel straight at Sammy's head. The armed robot took advantage of its stance to fire a shot, aiming to end this quickly. But Sammy was quicker, dodging with just a scratch across his face. "Nice try." He quickly rushed in, ramming into the robot, eyes blazing like he wanted to tear it apart. "Does a metal shell like you think you can stand against me? I am blessed by the Hellcat War God." Before the robot could react, Sammy raised his giant club once more. One clean strike slammed down on the robot's head, not a single millimeter of armor left intact. The system's voice rang out, "Time's running out. Mission failed." Sammy's eyes went wide in shock. What? Suddenly, countless wires shot out from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Sammy's body. The armed robot sprang back up, confused. Sammy struggled. "What is this?" At that moment, Jack flew and his system alerts buzzed, retrieving battle memory data. It kept recording as a voice announced, "This library entry has now been fully updated." Sammy, furious and puzzled, shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Suddenly, Jack's eyes lit up with a complex glow. Sacred law tactic activated. His entire body radiated intricate light as the wires tightened around Sammy. Sammy stood frozen, utterly powerless. Then, he exploded into bits, nothing left but blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Jack nodded slightly. Turning to check around, he walked over to where the club had dropped, made of adamantith, and picked it up. He chirped happily, having eliminated all witnesses. Mission complete. Meanwhile, the TV news bulletin reported that the coup in the Zlin Republic had been resolved. The newly formed Zlin government officially apologized for the chaos caused. People gathered around the TV, intently listening as reports showed lucky crops thriving in the northern rice fields. Harry cheerfully turned to Jack. "Sounds good, right, Lord Jack?" She lifted her phone with a smile and said, "The war's finally over." And Jack responded with a grunt. Suddenly, she gasped wide-eyed. 200% profit margin this quarter. Lian sipped his tea calmly from behind. He slowly picked up the files, leisurely took a sip of tea, his mind racing swordsmanship, shield skills, spear tactics, the horse gate technique, skimmed Suo's info displayed in the files. The kid had improved a bit. It was time to connect him with the gods soon. Lian just took a sip of tea while scanning through the info. But first, he had to prove his faith, no time to waste. Then he flipped to another page to review. The gods had granted permission to simplify the process, so he needed to hurry. The next page was the profile of Soyeon. He quickly skimmed the basics. John Soyeon, a knight who strictly follows the code of virtue. Lian's eyes narrowed, a hint of contemplation as he stared intently at the files. Looking down at the details, he fell into deep thought. Curiosity piqued. This wealthy, powerful kid probably signed up just to test the holy law firsthand. Lian's mind drifted to a long-ago scene amid ruins where a great king, the mightiest in Lian's history, was slain. It reminded him of someone. Suddenly, he jolted as if a memory snapped back into place. His face darkened. He spun around quickly. The hammer, it moved. Who is there? Without hesitation, he stormed outside. Harry stammered, caught off guard. Your Majesty. The place was eerily empty, silent as a graveyard. Lin entered a room and saw a hammer being lifted. He smirked, surprised. The one trying to lift it was Di Seong, who jumped back in shock when he spotted Lian. Cut to the Naju Plains, where a horse chewed on a bright pink strand. It was not just any rope, it was Harry's braided hair. A voice spoke up. Today, Lian's expression turned serious as he told everyone, "We are getting a new recruit." Huh. At that moment, an orange-haired student turned around. Puzzled, all the other academy students have joined guilds already except us. Another chimed in. Who is it? Lian crossed his arms. Looking ahead, they will train with us and challenge the knight rank soon. Harry and the others gasped, eyes wide in shock. A nervous figure rode up on a horse, definitely the well-behaved kid. Deshaun galloped past Lian toward the other students. He shyly introduced himself. From Pantheon Legion? Team 1. I'm Godishin. Looking forward to learning from all of you. Cut to a towering corporate building downtown Jeffvos. Guild chairman. In an office, an employee reported loudly. Campaign confirmed complete by the EC command. You. Team 7. And the Navy Division. Kang Hik's face twisted in irritation. Longkung. Actually, this issue seems confirmed. The place he mentioned is Longkung, also known as the Sea Gate. It was first spotted in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. Back then, everyone believed Hell Gates only opened on land, and there were no satellites tracking gates about to activate, so no one paid attention to the ocean. The Tokyo Bay Gate was neglected until the Hell Gate disaster struck, devastating Tokyo Bay, polluting the environment, and turning sea creatures into monsters. From that moment, a legendary monster emerged. The Tokyo Bay Gate became infamous as one of the worst gate disasters in history, prompting neighboring countries to form a coalition to tackle sea gate issues. Suddenly, an employee announced, Typhoon Sahong heading toward the Pacific has abruptly changed course, now aiming straight for Olangdu. Kang Hik stared at a large screen, drenched in sweat, dread filling his face. This was the biggest storm of the year, and it was veering into a danger zone right now. On Live, a reporter in a raincoat grimaced as he relayed the news to the public, with winds hitting 64.5 meters per second, surpassing the semi-typhoon of 2023. This storm poses a serious threat to the people of Olangdu. Suddenly, he spun around quickly. Kang Hik's face hardened with anger. Contact Pantheon Guild leader immediately. On the computer screen, storm data flickered wildly as numbers surged. 30 minutes later, Yongkwon arrived. Any new intel from tracking stations? Kang Hik replied cheerfully. That is all we have so far. Guild leader Li Yongkwon, you have not changed a bit. He kept talking. You dare to question my orders. His face flushed with anger while Soyeon stood to the side, smirking quietly. Why is it only us being sent? There are way better guilds out there. Kang Hik's sweet talk. But finding a top-tier guild like the Phoenix Guild is rare, then turned away. Even after the Jeju Island fiasco. You are still so cocky. He laughed loudly. It was a rare accident, and we have partly recovered since then. Li Yongkwon was pissed but only cursed silently. Damn it, Yongkwon. Why do you keep getting dragged into these failed missions? Seems like the guy still can't forgive me. He spoke up. You are not sending just us there, right? The guild president would not risk us like that. Panicked, Kang Hik blurted out. It is not only you guys. Kang Hik's words rubbed Yongkwon the wrong way. I am not the type to throw others into danger. Don't worry. Reinforcements will be there. Honestly, I think that guy's just like that. He sighed in frustration, heading toward Soyeon. Damn it. This changes nothing, he is the same old stubborn guy. Youngwon was fuming while she shrugged in helplessness. He turned away with a forced look. Yeah, he recalled his youth when Tatsuka once told him, "Though my horseback skills are rough, I will still fight following the king's orders." Youngwon clutched the rope in awe, hoping everyone would stay safe in this battle. May the gods watch over you. His silhouette grew wary. Damn, this is exhausting. Suddenly, a bald staff member hurried over. He reported to Kang Hike. Guild President. The king has arrived. Got it, came the reply. Hearing this, Youngwon turned around. Curious, he looked at him puzzled. Kang Hike fidgeted with his clothes. We need to prepare carefully. He even sprayed some cologne, making Youngwon stare in stunned disbelief. At that moment, footsteps approached Lian and two assistants slowly walked in. Kang Hike bowed respectfully. Thank you for coming. Your Majesty. All right, Lin replied calmly. Lian said coolly. If he called me here, there must be a damn good reason. Kang Hike smiled politely. Of course. Your Majesty. Kang Hike raised his hand, signaling to speak. Intent? We will take this route. I will explain all the details then. After a bit of talk, Lian sat with folded arms, looking serious. Really? Kang Hike stood by the data board, explaining. A portal appeared at sea, and an incoming storm is making the raid mission tough. Exactly. Suddenly, he pressed a button on the remote. On screen, massive warships slowly moved across the ocean. This time, both the U.S. and Japan will provide military support for the campaign. Other guilds will prepare reinforcements for emergencies. As always, Kang Hike bowed earnestly. This is a chance to boost King and Min's glory. Please help us make this king's mark unforgettable. Liam pondered quietly. He smiled slightly. Smooth talker. Huh, all right, fine. He stood and fixed his cloak. But the journey to that portal is tricky. Someone's gotta properly back up my knights. Kang Hike asked, any special requests? Your Majesty, Lian smirked mysteriously. Turning away, he said, I want to say it outright. Send the detailed request to Pantheon Guild leader Spinner. Hearing this, Kang Hike bowed respectfully. Understood. Your Majesty. But inside, he wondered. Tribute? What could that be? He glanced at Liam with a complicated expression. Obviously, ordinary items 1T cut it for that request. Right now, he was talking to Harry, saying, form the squad for me. Yes. Naturally. Your Highness. Leon and Harry slowly stepped out of the company's door. Lian's face showed a hint of pride as he skimmed through the files. He turned to Harry and said, I will list the people joining this mission. Take notes. Yes, sir. Lin glanced over and read off a few names. First up, Knight Captain Spinner, Trainees Hansu Ho, Kim Jae-hai, and Woo Dae-seong. Harry pulled out a small notebook and quickly jotted them down. The supporting soldiers are Kim Gap-soo, Home, Cheon Park, Gun, and Masiudu. Suddenly, her face darkened, as if she would just realized something troubling. She looked up, puzzled, and asked Lean, Unnie, what is wrong? Harry wiped sweat off her brow and asked nervously, out of all the chosen, not a single woman. Seriously, Lean's expression twisted in confusion. Seeing that, Harry thought, no way. Did he actually forget? She gave Lean a side eye with a hint of disdain. Even if he is biased against women, there are weak ladies, and then there are fierce warriors. It is frustrating. Training a combat force should not be about gender. Women can fight just as hard. Leon walked up, casually answering Harry's question. The answer's obvious. His face tightened, eyes cold as letting women join the corps. That is just asking for trouble. Harry froze on the spot hearing that. Meanwhile, a helicopter sliced through the icy sky, its blades roaring overhead. A chopper sped toward the harbor, closing in on a warship rocking the waves. South Korea's first fleet. Someone was already waiting. The helicopter neared the landing pad, whipping up fierce gusts that scattered dust and debris. As soon as it touched down, 3 Navy personnel in uniform rushed out to greet them. Leon, hands in pockets, wearing dark sunglasses, slowly stepped off the helicopter. Harry had already disembarked and stood close beside him. Leon led the way, guiding the team toward the 3 waiting soldiers. He approached the man in charge, standing opposite him and asked, Are you the base commander here? The commander smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Yes, sir. I am Vice Admiral Cho Zizi, commander of the First Fleet. Standing at attention, he looked respectfully at Leon. It is an honor to meet you. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. My grandfather was actually saved from a deadly illness thanks to the grain blessed by the goddess Demella. I am truly grateful to you. Leon smiled softly, removing his sunglasses. If you are thankful for the goddess's blessing, then you are family to me. Chozisi burst out laughing at Lian's words, quickly replying, the honor's all mine. Your Majesty, please, follow me this way. Chozisi turned and led the way. Lin and his team followed closely. Before we go over the operation, allow me to introduce the forces joining you. Under a gloomy sky, a cold gray modern building loomed behind towering steel fences. Lin calmly walked inside, while Unwon watched silently from behind. Unwon approached and asked, are those people from the Luke? Chuzi stepped up beside him and answered, yes. They said they flew straight to the aircraft carrier on a transport plane. He narrowed his eyes, hands clasped behind his back. Hesitating, the Us? That is weird. Unwon's gaze flicked toward the direction Chozisi was looking, confused. That guy. Seeing clearly who Chozisi meant, Unwon shouted in shock. Ronan Selman. Everyone nearby heard the name and erupted in chaos. American magic user elite. No way, they could not believe their eyes. Murmuring nonstop. The noise quickly drew Ronan's attention. Why was he here? He smirked slyly, eyes gleaming with pride. Thinking, even in Korea, my reputation still holds strong. Ronan grinned, clutching a massive purple magic orb as he approached Down's group. Pleasure to meet you all, Korean hunters. I am the master of the magic tower. Ronan Selman. I have been invited to assist in the Seagate assault. He was beaming with confidence, but suddenly stiffened as if spotting something. Whispering, this gate. Ronan's eyes snapped wide open, staring straight ahead, drenched in sweat and turning pale with fear. The moment Ronan spotted him, his face fell completely. Mouth agape. Utterly speechless. Damn. Even the little turtle in his hand looked scared. What the heck? Why is he here? Ronan stood frozen like a statue, unable to move, his entire body trembling uncontrollably as he stared at Down. The little turtle muttered under its breath, oh man, the legendary being. He is right in front of us. That man is the king of virtue. He is actually here. An stared back, puzzled, raising his hand to push up his glasses, while the little turtle hurriedly warned him, stay calm. If that genocidal maniac starts suspecting you, he will behead you on the spot. Ronan raised his hand, his eyes locked on the ring he wore. The ring seemed to communicate silently to him. We have not been discovered yet. Just trust the ring I made for you. Ronan praised loudly. You truly are a wicked genius with supernatural smarts. Ronan could not stop worrying, rubbing the ring anxiously as he thought. Yeah, as long as this ring hides my demonic power, he won't catch me. Just as he kept rubbing the ring, it loosened slightly, as if activated. Glowing with a mysterious light, Ronan gasped in disbelief, his mouth wide open again in shock. No way. The legendary ring is cracked. The little turtle quickly soothed him. Hey. Chill out. Stay calm. Suddenly, Lian seemed to radiate a powerful golden aura, enveloping his entire body. The little turtle warned Ronan. He has been touched by holy power through wind and water. Stay far away from him. Do not get close, hurry. But Ronan stubbornly ignored the magical orb's warning, clutching the little turtle and inching closer to Lian. If he kept going, Lin would definitely suspect them. The turtle mentally scolded him. Dude, why are not you running yet? Get out of here already. Ronan tried to keep his cool, looking up at Lin with shaky eyes, stammering, it is an honor to meet you. Your Majesty, even from afar, your reputation echoes throughout my country. Your Majesty, I hope to see you again sometime. Lian silently stared at him. The turtle in Ronan's hand squirmed in discomfort, making Ronan wipe tears and whisper, do not squish me like that while I am talking. Noticing Ronan's odd behavior, Lian smirked with amusement. Lin brushed past him, casting a sharp glance downward. You are a Tower Lord, so we will probably cross paths more during the gate raid. With that, Lian strolled away confidently. Ronan exhaled in relief, still sweating, thinking, thank God. As long as I have this ring, he won't catch us. Ronan's face paled again, eyes wide as he whispered to the little turtle. Let us, you will be fine. Just run the moment you see him. Got it. Stay far from him. The turtle hesitated but replied. Yeah, I get. But still, after a long pause, the little turtle reminded him, we have no choice but to enter the gate with him. That is going to be a nightmare. Ronan muttered, staring fearfully at the turtle in his hand. Damn it. Why did I have to run into this damn king here? Harry clutched a stack of papers, smiling slowly as she walked forward. She smiled softly, eyes closed briefly. The king said women are not allowed on the ship. As she walked, Harry suddenly spotted something and gasped in surprise. Ahead, a group was hauling crates. Harry spotted a familiar face and exclaimed, "The hunchbacked hunter's here," holding her papers. She sneaked closer and quietly called out, "Hunchbacked hunter. DC, sir?" He was wiping sweat with a cloth, and upon seeing her, he said, "Assistant head of his department." A soda can dropped from the vending machine, making a soft clink. Curious, Harry looked up at DC sir and asked, "Why are you carrying so much luggage? Our guild should be." Before she could finish, he popped open the soda and quickly replied, "It is something I have to do." DC sir tilted his head, but despite his words, Harry insisted, "You are already a hunter for the Pantheon Guild. Not even the king asks you to do chores like this." Sweat beading on his forehead, DC sir held the open soda in one hand and scratched the back of his head with the other. "It is just... I feel I do not deserve this kind of treatment when I just got a hammer recently." Not wanting him to doubt himself, Harry looked him straight in the eyes and praised him genuinely. Among thousands, only the Hunter Guild Sung could do it, and he was chosen by the goddess herself. DC kept hovering over her, hinting that no matter how much she insisted, he always denied it outright. Harry was getting more annoyed, while she puffed out her cheeks and argued back. Exactly like that. Then Harry tilted her head to the side, excitement lighting up her face as she reenacted Leon's words. If it were the king, he would say it like this after hearing about some lowlife fool daring to question the king's decision. DC's expression suddenly darkened, like he would just seen a ghost. Turns out, Lid had silently appeared behind her. He stood there, stone-faced, listening to Harry's words. Who does she think she is? Judging the goddess will. C kept signaling for her to stop. Chief Assistant Han. After finishing his speech, Harry was fuming, barely holding back steam. Gritting her teeth, "Just listen to me, no big deal." The king said the same thing. The more she spoke, the more DZ feared the worst. Lin, standing behind Harry, was already irritated, but she had no clue what was about to unfold. "To serve the master. I did not even get a wink of sleep. I trained hard without a single break, and yet that day, they did not even want me tagging along." DC's face scrunched up. Sweat from earlier had not dried before fresh beads formed. He whimpered, "Oh man, Chief Assistant Han." After D's words, the tense atmosphere seemed to cool off, and the two sank into an awkward silence. Lin, lurking behind her, radiated pure menace. Harry, now sensing the danger, nervously asked, "You were standing behind me that day, right?" Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the tuft of hair on her head, making Harry scream. Lin clenched her head tight, leaning in close with gritted teeth. "How dare you say stuff like that so casually? Huh, that is shameless. I never said that to anyone, so stop twisting my words." Harry, terrified from being grabbed, burst into tears pleading, Please. Have mercy." Lin swallowed his anger, biting his lip to keep control. He finally released her hair with a soft sigh, arms crossed as he watched Harry quietly sobbing. Lin calmed down, closed his eyes, then asked quietly, "How did you earn his favor like that?" She stopped crying, puzzled, and looked back. "Sorry." "What favor?" Lin furrowed his brow, sighed deeply. "The favor of the sacred in the sea." He glanced at the others, noticing Harry's cluelessness, and explained, "Boysidon said he plans to make you his priestess." She stopped crying, incredulous. "Huh?" Without another word, Leon turned and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Never mind. You would not get it anyway. I am going to have you all join the assault on the sea's hellfire." Harry calmly replied, "Thank you, sir." But something felt off. Harry pursed her lips, squinting at him, thinking, interesting, but there is something weird about the way he is looking at me. Just as she suspected, Leon grabbed her tight again. Terrified, she shouted, "Something is definitely wrong. Did you just say you are going to make me a priestess?" Leon stood above her, pressing her down onto a plank, as she wailed, "You said you would make me a priestess. What does that even mean? I am not having it. Your Majesty, please." Seeing her being carried off, someone gasped, their face paling. They shouted, "Harry! Hey, someone save her. Help!" Lin calmly watched, glasses perched on his nose, a sly smile creeping up as he said, "Bringing women on board only brings us bad luck." Slowly approaching, Lin eyed Yo-Won's worried expression and said, "But there is a way to avoid that." He hesitated. "Don't he tell me?" Proudly, Liam pushed up his glasses and declared, "A statue." Hearing this, Harry's panic grew, and she screamed in despair. Her cries grew louder. She tried to lift her head to look at the people carrying her, begging. That is not it. I said I would do anything just to come along, but not this. Suho, you are my brother. Help me. Suho stayed silent, sniffling as he turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. He looked at the ground and replied, Sorry, sis. I am just following the king's orders. Furious? Harry spat. Traitor, just like that. They dragged her away before she could do anything. Harry screamed at the top of her lungs. Hey, Hunter? Somebody stop this. Not expecting any help from those two. Harry turned to Sohoyeon and shouted, Aren't you listening? Help me. She stayed silent, eyes dazed, staring off elsewhere. Once Harry was lifted up, everyone placed the blazing wooden plank down on her, making her scream out loud. Harry was positioned right at the ship's prow, her eyes wide with terror as she looked around in shock. By now, Harry had stopped screaming. She struggled to open her mouth wide and round her eyes to breathe, gazing deeply into the vast ocean. Harry gave a faint smile, but her heart was anything but calm. The soldier, seeing everything was settled, bent down and blew his whistle sharply. They all stood straight on the ship, saluting the man below. But Harry kept yelling, I am not going anywhere. The ship began to pull away from the dock, waves crashing relentlessly against the hull. She was powerless, her terrified eyes pleading helplessly. Help me, please. Amidst the raging storm and fierce lightning, the warship charged forward, waves roaring in fury alongside the sea's wrath. Massive waves slammed into the ship as if trying to swallow it whole, white foam exploding amidst the violent storm winds. The storm only grew stronger, and the crew shouted warnings. The storm's right ahead. It is coming fast. Moving at 64.5 meters per second, Harry's face went pale, eyes vacant as she screamed, Someone, help me. The storm kept intensifying, two ships trailing each other, her cries echoing across the sea. Please save me. I do not want to die. Nearby, Leon stood fishing, irritated. But it is nothing. Harry immediately fell silent, turning to plead. Your Majesty, please spare me. With one hand on his fishing rod, Leon lifted his sunglasses and said, Quiet down. Don't you see the fish all ran off? Harry yelled back, frustrated. Fish? You are worried about fishing while everyone else freaking out. Leon ignored her and focused back on his line. He reeled in tightly, grinding his teeth. It is because of you the fish freaked out and scattered. With our slow pace, how are we supposed to catch anything? Ignoring Harry's fear, Leon swung the rod with all his might. Just moments after casting, Leon's eyes snapped wide in shock. Sensing something big, he stomped on the ship's railing, pulling the rod up hard with both hands, revealing a massive fish that stunned everyone nearby. Leon gripped the huge fish tightly while another struggled fiercely to escape. Holding the fish in one hand and slinging the rod over his shoulder, he called out, Commander Choi, have you prepared what I asked for? The G standing behind nodded solemnly, raising his hand respectfully. Yes, Your Excellency. All is ready. Soon after, the fish stopped moving, quickly laid out on the sacrificial table. Everyone aboard gathered around, watching as Leon knelt on one knee, placing his hands in prayer. He closed his eyes tight, calmly murmuring, You are the master of the ocean. Please accept this offering from those who dare challenge your domain. Suddenly, the fish on the board began to glow, radiating a powerful, blinding light. Amid the thunderous storm, a brilliant beam tore through the night sky, striking the warship. The soldiers in the cabin looked out in shock, unable to believe their eyes. What is that? Has anyone ever seen anything like this? One man's face went pale in disbelief, mouth agape. Is that a wave? It is the biggest I have ever seen. The sea churned wildly as if trying to swallow everything. A colossal wave descending from the sky towards the ship. The tiny ship was sucked into the heart of the massive whirlpool amid the roaring ocean storm. The giant swirling waters tore through the air like ripping reality itself. Hovering threateningly, a strange sound echoed as Leon shouted, My lighthouse, my sacred protector, guardian of Lenquan. Hearing the call, Leon bowed his head softly and whispered, Boisadun. A shark form from the sea appeared, swimming mid-air above the waves. Leon exclaimed, God of the ocean and waves. Everyone, including Jegzi, was terrified, staring speechless at the eerie apparition and the strange voice. This is truly an incredible ocean, the voice said. What a blessing to meet you. I can feel it all, the power and spirit of the sea. Just as the gods once spoke, the water shark seemed enraged, its head glowing red as it hovered above the ship's bow. Your ship still shows no respect. The voice sneered. Fools who fail to understand the ocean's grace. Leon stood up straight, his voice firm as he carefully countered. Times have changed. You know, it is not like before. There is a whole new world out there you just do not get yet. Please. Protect and care for this place just like you used to. The shark had not settled down, rushing up to him with a roar. Why should I bother with those who are not my faithful? My blessings go only to those who truly respect and fear the ocean. Hearing this, Lin did not flinch. He closed his eyes and said, All right, I want to ask anyway. He looked toward Harry, who was shielding her eyes at the ship's bow. Terrified. Why choose this girl as your priestess? Harry was on the verge of tears, scared out of her mind. The shark just laughed coldly at that. The fearsome shark bared its sharp teeth and sneered. Honestly, it is damn hard to convert others, but when they do change, it is a blessing that benefits us all. Then it eyed Harry and praised, This girl has a pure soul, someone who can be transformed. Lian stood behind, confused but respectful. The shark remembered Lian's calm face. Lian closed his eyes again, placing his hand forward. Radiating power. Of course, your faith in the gods is not strong, but in this world, you remain someone no one truly understands. Harry was frozen with fear. Lin kept his stance, eyes scanning her, and said, I think you are lucky he chose her. But who is certain this was the right choice? The shark bristled, irritated. It is a blessing. How dare you question my choice? Harry was stuck in the middle of this tense talk. Lin spoke again. For those with little faith in gods, I think you will find converting them is not so hard. She was overwhelmed. She was baffled. Blessing? What are they talking about? The shark grinned wickedly. I believe the ruler of this world will sort everything out. Then it paused, towering over the crowd, calling out, Hen Harry. The shark stared at them, noticing Harry's fear. My new priestess. It called. She shrank back nervously. Stammering, the shark slowly lowered itself, moving closer to her. I grant you my blessing to control the ocean's grace and the waves' hold. Reach out and accept it. Spread my blessing everywhere. Harry's fear eased a bit. Her eyes flickered as she smiled weakly. You are going to let me go? The shark scowled at her words, then coldly snapped. Rain. As soon as it said that, the air fell silent. After a moment, the shark opened its eyes wide and declared to everyone and the ocean, as long as my priestess remains devoted and faithful, no wave will breach this ship. Harry cried out in confusion. Quickly, the shark's figure vanished. The sky stayed pitch black. Thunder roared, and the storm raged on. After all this, Harry was still stuck there, eyes squinting. She muttered to herself, That is it. So I am still stuck here. Sue stood behind, worried, watching her. Everyone else was running amok, shouting, The storm's coming. Waves over 30 feet high. Everyone scrambled below deck, leaving Harry stranded on the bow. Get her inside. Quick. The waves will sweep us away. Waves kept crashing, relentless and fierce. Harry's eyes darted to the sea. Suddenly alert, a massive wave surged toward the ship. She screamed at the bow. Help me. Now only Lian remained, arms crossed, leaning on the railing. Senza, you still do not have enough faith in the gods. Harry flinched, hesitating. Your Highness, what do you mean? Lian, still wearing his signature sunglasses, smirked. Yet Senza poison has a strange charm about her. Looks like she is forgiven, no matter what she does. Harry quickly pleaded. I do not want forgiveness, I just want out. Lian stepped closer, placing his hand on the railing, adjusting his glasses as he gazed at the churning sea. Be calm. Let the ocean embrace you. Standing tall at the bow, arms wide open, he said calmly. Then the vastness of nature will wrap around you. Behind him, Harry strained her neck, shouting, Your Highness, I want to live. Suddenly, she stopped mid-chant. Huh? Lian turned, smiling. Don't you feel something strange here? He looked at Harry like a passerby, one hand on his hip, the other rubbing her head as he explained. Even with a storm this fierce, not a single wave touches her. Harry stared in confusion, then softly whispered, Yeah? That is when she realized something. Wait. The ship has not rocked at all for a while. Wherever the ship sailed, the waves parted smoothly to both sides, almost as if they vanished near their vessel. Lin raised his voice to explain, Wherever the ship goes, the waves just calm down. Sidon's priests are channeling holy power as a medium, suppressing the waves around the ship. Harry suddenly shouted, Seriously? No way. He turned with a sympathetic smile, arms crossed leaning against Lankin. Without faith, the Lord can only use priests as intermediaries. Still a little scared, she peeked over and nodded. Got it. Inside, Harry quietly rejoiced this was not why the Lord was treating her like this. After his explanation, the tight rope binding her suddenly loosened. Harry looked down and gasped. The rope, since she could not touch the floor while restrained. Once released, Harry immediately collapsed, suddenly feeling weightless. Harry screamed in terror. Help me! The ship tilted sharply to one side, like it was sinking, flinging her upward. Leon stood unfazed. Come, Ev. But Harry was far from steady. She lunged for the piece of wood from earlier, clutching it tight and crying out, I want T.S. to be freed again. I swear, the two ships kept moving forward as Harry's panicked screams echoed across the sea. I seriously hate it here. Put me down. In the end, Leon quickly granted her wish, but just as she was freed, Harry found herself restrained once more by his hand. Time passed, the ship still slicing through the stormy sea, rain pouring from the dark sky. Moments later, aboard us Navy destroyer, Ronan leaned on the railing holding a little turtle, muttering to himself, I thought the ship was lost earlier, but looks like it is holding steady now. Suddenly, the little turtle in his hands shimmered, sending a message. That guy's using the ocean's power and waves. The ship's perfectly shielded. Not even a scratch from the storm. Ronan froze, sweat dripping as he stared at the magic orb, saying, I get it now. But inside, anxiety gnawed at him. This bastard really does have insane holy power. Chaos erupted on the ship behind him, an alert blaring that caught Ronan's attention. This is the US destroyer. We have got bad news. Touching the turtle, his eyes fixed on the river E. Looks like Japan's Mirasami, the Royal Navy destroyer, left Sasebo Island but got trapped in the storm. We are in the middle of a rescue, he muttered irritably. So now we have to split our fleet to save them. That means fewer troops. Seeing Ronan's hesitation, the magic orb commanded sharply, focus on the portal, that is priority. Got it, Boeing? He replied, yes. Understood. Something was activated as an announcement blared. This is the Edel light beam. We are proceeding as planned. The attack team will be sent through the portal. Armored soldiers marched onto a small boat heading out to sea. In front of the two ships, a massive space portal emerged. A voice ordered, the small boat will deploy first to scout the portal. The deep, ominous portal glowed red as the small boats approached. We are entering the gate now, everyone. Stay sharp. Lun and his team neared. Despite the fierce wind, he stood tall, arms crossed, ready to launch their storm at sea. On another boat, Jinsu raised his hand and shouted, Phoenix Squad, prepare to move out. Meanwhile, Harry lay restrained again on the wooden plank, her eyes filled with silent tears of helplessness. The ship slowly entered the circle. Then everything burst into a dazzling, eerie glow. Once inside, a loud warning blared. Watch out, there is a whirlpool. Harry blinked in shock. What? A massive whirlpool appeared, swirling like a giant vortex of water. It quickly sucked everyone in. Screams of terror filled the air. Help! Your Majesty. Sunset draped the sky in shades of pink. The tide slowly receded, leaving a girl unconscious on the shore. Harry, still half conscious, kept mumbling, Dude, I told you it is kimchi. Suddenly she stuck out her tongue and shouted, Woo, that is way too salty. Harry snapped awake, coughing up a mouthful of water nonstop. Only now did she recall the whirlwind that had swept her skyward. Where the hell am I? Harry glanced around. The hunters were sprawled all over the sandy beach, summoning every ounce of strength. She yelled, Everyone, wake up. Come on. Get up. Dizziness hit them as they scrambled up. My head, Suho groaned, holding his head. Is that you? Sis. My head. Harry's worry shot up. Are you okay? Yeah. Just feeling thirsty as hell. Did the storm really blow us all away? Suddenly, she sensed something off. All of us. Suho blinked, Sis silently counting heads. Harry realized the king was missing, along with several other hunters who had vanished. Just as panic set in, a calm voice echoed, Relax, girl. They will be fine. Startled, she asked, Huh? Harry frantically scanned the area. Suho looked just as confused. Just as Harry was about to lose it, that voice pulled her attention again. Look down. A tiny turtle locked eyes with her. Unblinking. A turtle. And it answered back casually. Yep, that is me. Girl lifted his tiny head defiantly. I sent my avatar to rescue you all. Harry blinked. Avatar? She blinked in disbelief. You are so tiny. The turtle huffed smoke in anger. Hey, don't be rude. When a deity shows up, you better show some respect. Harry drifted into thought, flashes of past memories flickering through her mind. She bent down, puzzled. Wait, you just said everyone will be okay? So you know what happened. With a panicked glance from Nazian, the little turtle stood upright on its hind legs while the storm tried to sweep everything away. We were protected inside a circle. The power of the waves carried us to safety. Getting separated was inevitable. Harry sighed with relief. Oh man, that is such a lucky break. The little turtle waddled forward. Struggling. Moving with this body is tough. Seriously. Put me on your shoulder. Harry obediently agreed. Sure. With the turtle on her shoulder, she fell into deep thought. What is the next move? Suddenly, Harry's ears twitched. She caught a strange layer of sound waves. From afar, rustling noises approached, like a stampede of many feet. Facing the noise, Harry shouted, "Everyone, stand up!" A massive swarm of giant crabs was charging their way. Monsters incoming. Their shells gleamed a striking brick brown as one crab after another leapt out. She urgently shouted, "Raise your shields." Harry drew her sword. Why are these monsters suddenly swarming like this? Her blade ignited with blazing fire magic. She would have to give it everything she has got. Suddenly, a cool wave of water swept over her blade, snuffing out the flames instantly. Turning, she saw the little turtle exhaling deeply. You call yourself a priest protected by the waves, yet you go and breathe fire. Harry wiped sweat from her brow, clearly annoyed. Seriously, she gripped the turtle's shell and shook it. I can use fire magic anymore. No way. Priest monkey, I am not backing down now. The stubborn turtle snapped. There is no turning back. Her face fell into a frown, casting it a look of pure despair. Harry sighed. Utterly defeated. Seriously, you are impossible. Somewhere deep in the forest, monsters were being roasted to a crisp. A whole patch of green grass was stained with the vivid colors of crab shells. One held a magical orb in his hands, exhaling with relief. This should be more than enough. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. The start was tough, but luckily we escaped the Monster King. The orb in Ronan's hand expanded as he commanded. Forget about those backpack-wearing hunters of the spirit army. Let us start rebuilding. He scanned the area cautiously. Yes. Almighty Lord. Suddenly, Ronan's gaze fixed on a crab lying nearby. Then he slowly approached it. He cast a spell on the crab, causing it to rise. The crab's body glowed with a purple light, its eyes slowly lighting up. Ronan repeated the motion. All the crabs stood up simultaneously. He glanced around and ordered, "Lead me to the stone statue." Ronan followed the crab into another part of the forest. Is this the stone statue? Right in front of him stood a stone statue with a glowing red gem embedded at its center. Exactly. I need to track down more statues like this one. Ronan raised his hand toward the stone tablet, conjuring a circle of red magic. Just as he was about to touch the stone, someone rushed in to stop him. Wait up. Here comes Ongwan, strutting in full of swagger. Hey, High Priest. Do you even know what that thing is before you touch it? Ronan panicked and scrambled for an excuse. Suuli. Ongwan. Juji. Everyone is safe. He scolded himself silently. They showed up way earlier than I thought. The magic orb was surprised too. How did they manage to avoid running into monsters? Ronan, pretending calm, raised a question. I guess those two Korean hunters got the same mission, right? It is probably not to destroy this statue. Is it? Ongwan answered bluntly. Of course not. I read the instructions right away. The mission briefing clearly said, explore the island and destroy the giant Rakaza statues. No more than 3. He lowered his head thoughtfully, recalling the Juju Island gate from before. Remembering the mighty Gelbrick made Ongwan uneasy. The gate's goal was to defeat Gelbrick, but Gelbrick was a fallen war god. Suddenly enlightened, Ronan realized there was a hidden secret behind the mission. We still do not have enough info about this gate. Ronan was confused, so Ongwan did not hesitate to explain. What if this is a trap? Nobody can predict what'll happen, right? He glanced at Ronan meaningfully, adding, I think we should share intel about the Rakaza. Panic churned inside Ronan. We should retreat. The magic orb scolded him. You can handle this alone, do not be reckless. Ronan forced a goofy smile. True. Those Korean hunters sure know how to play it smart. Under the group's judging stares, he suggested, then let us head to the beach for a private chat. They slowly moved through towering forest trees, where Maverick Guild members were also present. Cut back to the beach. Harry exhaled sharply, sheathing her sword. Finally, that is over. She scanned the group. No one's hurt, right? Yeah, we are all good. Sis, came the reply. Harry shouted to the other side. Hunters of the northern goat chain. Anyone injured over there? He patted his shoulder. Nah, we are all good too. Assistant Han, Desi approached her, calling her name. Assistant Han. Harry hesitated. What is up? hunchbacked DZ. Suddenly, he faltered, making her worry. DC stared at his nervous hands. The king's aura has vanished from us. Even Harry's can't be sensed anymore. Sweat poured down her face. This was serious. I have seen the king's aura many times, but this time, a chilling thought crossed him. That is the problem. Leon stood in a beam of light measuring distance. Earlier, I suggested the king take part in an experiment to see how far his aura could reach. Yeah, it could cover a massive area, about 30 kilometers. Thanks to the king's intense hatred for the demons, his aura reached its peak then. DC seemed uncertain as he spoke, but none of us. Darkness loomed, swallowing the sky like their gloomy moods, cutting off the king's aura and its effects right now. Harry's eyes widened in terror. So that means, no matter how many times we look, this island's aura can't even reach 30 kilometers. The islands here are spaced far apart, sparking a guess there is a high chance the king is not on any of the other islands either. Impossible. Harry stared at little turtle True for a moment. Oisidon. Right? Even the link to me is gone? It shook its head. Worry etched on her face as she looked out to the vast ocean. This is bad. I still can't find the missing people. The sun dipped below the horizon, the vast ocean adding to the growing storm in her heart. Harry nearly shouted in despair. Where are you? Kin, beneath the deep blue sea. Somewhere among the beautiful coral reefs, a path lay on the ocean floor, with a glowing circle right in the middle. Leon, on high alert inside, whispered, "It is time to end this nightmare." Vaxa bared his razor-sharp teeth in a warning after feasting on every kind of fish for 500 years. Even the most beautiful land no longer tastes good to him. Suddenly, those inky black tentacles began to stir. And now, down below, Leon stared up, eyes glued, wondering just what flavor this holy grail night might be. The machine whirred relentlessly. BIOS booting up. Error detected. Processor collided with unknown matter. Retrying. Error again. System struggling to reboot with limited resources. Z's lights flickered on, detecting His Majesty standing amidst the floral fields. Z jumped up as His Majesty lay on a pristine white pedestal. Below, dozens of crabs lined up neatly. Marching toward the pedestal, they clicked their huge claws together, producing a strange, rhythmic sound. Twitched his antenna repeatedly, echoing that eerie clicking. The crabs seemed to worship him, mimicking the claw clicks, their rhythm speeding up. Z froze, utterly baffled what on earth was going on. Z pointed his foot in one direction. The crabs synchronized, pointing their claws the same way. Getting more excited, Z pointed elsewhere, and the crabs swiftly changed formation. Scampering toward that spot, he broke out in cold sweat, too terrified to move a muscle on the shore. On the beach, Harry gathered everyone into a circle, but Kim Do-han and Jae Wee-ok were nowhere to be found. Someone else reported that even Chief Kim was missing. Najin covered his mouth in worry. It seemed all the trainees and soldiers had vanished without a trace. Suho tried to comfort Harry. They will be safe. Says, don't lose hope. Okay? Harry glanced around nervously. And thanks for what you did earlier. Suho grinned. Yeah? That is right, the guild buddy from America. Thanks to him, we wiped out those monsters real fast. The man stepped forward cautiously, introducing himself. Hello? Korean hunters. I am Mistral from the Maverick Guild. Yeah? Harry laughed shyly. Nice to meet you. Suddenly, she had so many questions. Wait. Mistral. I feel like I have heard that name before. Harry recalled the face from a magazine. It matched the man before her. Orlando Taylor, and rank hunter ranked 6th in Maverick Guild. Clearing his throat, he said, shouldn't we use real names instead of code names? Harry kept bowing awkwardly. Oh yeah. With names, we should stick to real ones. Sorry about that. Orlando scratched his head helplessly. No need for formalities. Everyone else whispered. So that is Mistral. I have seen him on YouTube. Looks like we even got rank hunters coming to help. Harry looked at him admiringly. Honestly, I did not realize you were part of this operation. Orlando turned away embarrassed. We have not exchanged info yet. Guess we jumped the gun a bit. Standing there among the crowd, he seemed like a giant, but the guild's main hall had not arrived yet. We are just searching for those swept away by the waves. Right? Harry's mood brightened. Don't worry about that, she confidently declared. We have got the sea god watching over us. If His Majesty wanted us found, we would have been discovered long ago. Soho nodded. Exactly. Says, no matter what, with His Majesty and Pegasus on our side, we are unstoppable. Orlando imagined two oceanic symbols, the sea god, Pegasus, and thought, wait, what did she just say? The sky began clearing, and suddenly the system display popped up. The man below looked up, puzzled. As the first attack wave began, Harry's eyes widened in frustration. Seriously. More monsters. Let us gear up and deal with this first. The monsters slowly emerged from the water, the first wave approaching. Countdown. 2 hours. 59 minutes. 34 seconds remaining. A giant white octopus led the charge, with several others swimming behind as the smaller ones hit the shore. A chill ran through them, already facing in a rank cluster. This is bad. The octopus opened its maw wide like a battle cry, rallying the others to attack. Its mouth growled nonstop while the tentacles flailed wildly, striking at them. Massive tentacles shot out, targeting the tiny group on the shore. Harry and Erlen were overwhelmed by its sheer size, frozen in place, unable to react. Seconds later, she sensed something beside her, but before she could see clearly, a figure zipped past. Ducey rushed out with his shield, raising it up to block the front, protecting them all. Tentacles slammed hard against the shield, the force so strong it pushed him back a bit. Ducey gaped in panic. No buffs from the base effect. He felt his strength drain right before his eyes. The tentacles successfully knocked down their defense line. He was thrown behind Harry. Everyone else okay? Ducey struggled to stand, telling them, "We are fine. Focus on stopping them. The rest is on you." She gritted her teeth, holding on. If only she could use fire magic. This would be way easier. A monster lunged at her, but Harry boldly drew his sword and charged. Sharp sword slashes cut through enemies as she landed lightly, slicing several in half. Harry did not hesitate to dive into the monster horde. Poseidon's power, surely. Even a mortal like me knows you wield the strength of raging waves, or maybe some underwater breathing skills. The monster above her complained, like she would read too many comics. Harry snapped back. "You are the one who looks like you just stepped out of a graphic novel." While Harry was distracted, a monster sneaked up behind her, but a powerful force blasted it away just in time. Mitchell killed the monster with a single finger. Don't get distracted. Korean hunter. Harry blinked, stunned. "Thanks, man." Harry sensed something again and glanced to the side. Olen's teammates were still fiercely slaying monsters, leaving her amazed. "You guys already wiped them out." Even the giant white beast lay defeated on the spot. Since they were all a rank, it was a brutal fight. Soho felt a heavy weight in his chest. They were seriously strong. Najin's mood sank too. This must be the strongest hunter squad in America. No joke. He turned to his team. "Let us finish off these monsters. Time's running out." Cut to another beach. System alert. Third wave of attacks completed in the crystal blue waters. Monsters scattered everywhere, all shipping off to another realm. Jeff surveyed the scene. The monsters trapped in their territory had been stuck for 36 hours straight. He sat atop the largest crab, moving with it, protecting himself from the monster surge. So much so he would started to adopt their instincts. Jeff studied the crab's movements, analyzing. The system update announced the new wave on the beach would last 12 hours. These armored monsters reproduced and grew at an abnormal rate. Looking at the crab, you could see the genetic structure inside. It was a living creature. Every organism goes through nutrient intake to develop a skeleton. But these armored monsters, not so much. Suddenly, someone called from behind. "Jack." "Boss Jack." Jeff Ho stood heavily behind Kim. "Jeff." He looked confused. "What is up?" "The system panel's been updated, boss." Jeff Ho excitedly pointed out his latest find. "The pendulum statue is not destroyed yet. Confirmed. There is a message everyone should know. They rescued someone unconscious on the beach the first day Jeff Ho arrived." He opened the system panel, pointing. "I do not know if you noticed, but survivors say they can see the system frame. Things are getting complicated." Jeff agreed. "Yeah, it is tough to get more info right now, so sharing system data is crucial." Jeff Ho covered his mouth, deep in thought. The mission objective: destroy the statue. He climbed onto Jeff's shoulders to add, "We can infer the monster faction is at war with some third party." Jeff Ho stepped over dead monsters, but continuing, "They likely sent waves of monsters to destroy the statue." Jeff was surprised. "Really? That is weird." Jeff Ho thought of something that made him break out in a cold sweat. "But one thing is clear. The statue is definitely their target. Right?" Jeff nodded. "Makes sense." He glanced at the monsters around, then paused. "Looks like the Kiki Rook clan has taken a heavy hit already. Can we even protect ourselves now? Look, the Kiki cooks are right behind us. The crabs keep tailing them relentlessly. No way to shake them off. The difficulty spikes with every round. By round 5, most will crash and burn." Jeff Ho eyed them skeptically. "Even with the boss here," he explained, "it is impossible. Even if we had the countermeasures, it would not be enough." He imagined those crab claws as weapons. Countermeasures. Huh. Who is gonna school these monsters? Suddenly, Jeff Ho slapped his hand down. "Fired up, right? Boss Jack, I just found something awesome." He led Jack to a towering waterfall, surrounded by lush green forests. Jeff Hove carefully slipped through the waterfall flow to peek. Inside, there was a cave hidden behind it. He slowly ventured deeper, scanning something with infrared rays. Jeff Hove stepped into a brightly lit area. Look here, boss. Morning light gently streamed through the room's windows. Giant electric poles stood dark at the crossroads. Before Jeff Ho lay a city of dazzling skyscrapers. Those kiki critters might be built a civilization way more advanced than we thought. Cut to the deep, dark ocean, lanternfish circling, like they are checking out something mysterious. Lian slowly pushed his glasses up his forehead. This just got complicated. He frowned, clearly annoyed. This was not just any ordinary sea monster, it was a remnant of a lost civilization. Lian boldly stepped through a gate, entering a world long destroyed, his body wrapped in a golden aura. He walked into an ancient structure. Lian scanned his surroundings cautiously. The moment the ship capsized, Poseidon's power was instantly cut off. This place belongs to something totally different, something that weakened our powers. A flash of thought hit him. A dark demon-like monster appeared in his mind. A being on par with gods or demons of equal rank. Lin raised his fist and shouted, "Damn demon! Show your true form. You sound like a demon lord anyway." A sinister laugh echoed, and Lian's eyes darted around, searching for its source. The voice boomed through the space. "Lian, the god's hound." Lian was alone in the grand hall, the sacred craftsman's specialist. Something dark and powerful approached from behind the universe, deadliest demon slayer. In a pitch-black void, only black tentacles and blazing red eyes were visible. The Knight of Knights, King of Kings. It slowly revealed itself before Lian, protector of a great empire. He stood firm, listening to the eerie sounds. "Appearing right before me again? Even your armies and I tremble in fear." Lian shot at a sharp glare. "You know your place. Do not." It snarled back. "But how could I not see through that?" Its massive twisted tentacles thrashed. "Even among us, it is a legendary hero forged in battle." Seeing Lian hold his ground so strong, it threw out another threat. "Many warriors came here, but none could conquer the evil. It boasted like a king. Does that make you any different?" Lian's eyes burned with fierce determination. "Even the filthiest demons see him as a threat, am I right?" Suddenly, it snapped its razor-sharp teeth. Laughing wildly, black smoke swirled around Lian. The only light was where he stood. Suddenly, talismans appeared all over it, with heavy chains rattling. "Thanks a lot." It mentioned a name that made Lian freeze. "Those who defeated Malos. If I get this chance." Did I hear that right? Malos? Chains slowly fell away. "Yeah. It is time to end 500 years of waiting, preparing for the fourth wave." Harry bounced excitedly on the beach, hyped as ever, but then she pouted, angry, splashing water with her hands. The little turtle on her head sighed helplessly. Hoth had stepped in, feigning sympathy, mocking Harry. "If you want to play in the water, just strip down and enjoy." That only annoyed her more. "Cut the weird talk, I am trying to wake up here." Hearing that, the little turtle bowed its head and muttered. So Bay was not just messing around with the water. No matter how much Bay stirs up the sea now, he still can't awaken the true power of the waves. Finally, and Harry stopped playing with the water and focused intently on her hands. In her mind, Ariana's image flashed before her eyes. Harry tilted her head, confident. "I have learned from the goddess Ariana, the goddess of justice, that by accumulating actions, style will blossom." The turtle nonchalantly replied, "That is the classic method." But it sounded bored, like it was trying too hard. Seeing the turtle's incorrect take, she started quoting other gods. "Goddess Demira, who tills the fields and cherishes crops, and the earth, Beatos, resonates with the fire of glory and unyielding will. Is not that right?" At that moment, Harry pointed her index finger to the sky and faced the little turtle on her head. "Boma is connected to the bottle and the waves. I thought maybe you gotta do something out at sea to awaken, but apparently not." The turtle bluntly shot back. "Even if you could, it is not about just messing with the water out here." Harry could not hold back any longer and gently rubbed the tiny turtle's head. "All right then. Tell me, you said we have to save King Lian." At that, the turtle suddenly remembered. "Right? I am like that guy stuck under the sea, not on land." She put the turtle down on her palm, sadly saying, "If that is true, should not we be rushing right now? I need to wake up as soon as possible to find King Lian." It said with the same blunt attitude. "You are right." Seeing the turtle so calm, Foma asked irritably, "Then tell me, how do I wake up?" In her mind, she thought, "I do not get what the spirit's even saying." The turtle noticed her impatience and sighed deeply. Pondering, out in the vast blue sea, the turtle began to speak at length. "Hen Harry, my extraordinary maiden, performing rituals of the bottle and the waves, and nurturing faith is easy for a human." The scene switched to other students. Its steady voice echoed, The bottle is an endless source of life, just show gratitude, and faith will grow. What the turtle said next made Harry's eyes widen in shock. But Harry, you are my young priestess, how dare you confuse your path with that of a mere believer? Pressed on, waking her up little by little. How can you arrogantly think a soldier and a knight are equals? Harry sighed, hugging the turtle as she walked and said, all right, I will try harder. Suddenly, Suho came running from afar, calling out, seeing him panting like he ran a marathon. Harry curiously asked, what is up? Suho replied, found it. His answer shocked both Turtle and Harry. Stiff the Raksha statue. The image of Olins and his team appeared as Suho clearly announced. The Maverick Guild has found the statue. Cut to the Raksha statue where everyone was examining it closely. Ronan's face was serious as he held the magical orb Fally. Deep in thought, he carefully observed the orb. They are still guarding it. This is tougher than I thought, the orb grumbled. Nobody asked these ministers to make a big show. Why do they always have to act all fancy? Judging by its usual view, the orb thought. Looks like they really are struggling with this mission. Seeing things drag, Ronan suggested with determination. Should we secretly destroy it tonight? The orb quickly warned. Don't jump to baseless suspicions. We will get explanations soon enough. Suddenly, Minuteman called out from afar to Ongwan with a puzzled tone. Hey, Korean dude, is not it time to take down that statue? Being thorough is good, but it has been 3 days. When Ongwan did not respond, Minuteman pressed on. This is the Raksha statue. The Maverick Guild's S-rank hunter. We are supposed to destroy it. Right? Ongwan was speechless, but Doozy beside him smiled brightly. She stepped closer and whispered a solution. Looks like there is no other choice. Ongwan just shrugged. Then there is nothing we can do. Then he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked over to Minuteman. It is all yours, guys. Minuteman nodded sharply. Got it. Minuteman focused power into his hand, ready to smash the statue. Once charged, he raised his fist high, then with a powerful punch. The statue shattered instantly. The mighty Rakhara statue was destroyed. Out of the 3 statues, 2 remain. The great Rakhara statue is no more. Glancing at the system board, and then at the stone that fell from the Minuteman statue, he chuckled, saying destroying the statues seems to be the right call after all. But Ongwan was not celebrating. He sighed deeply. Weighed down with doubt, he turned away and whispered to Ju-ji. I wonder if this is really the right move. She responded with equal frustration. What other choice do we have? I am just going with it. Then Ju-ji snapped back to seriousness, reminding him. Ongwan, you get it, right? Time to gear up. The next wave is coming. We have spent more time on this than I expected. After that, silence fell between them. Sensing something off, Ongwan asked, isn't it time yet? Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Mason Ongwan. Ronan lifted the magical orb slightly, grinning. Looks like smashing statues is the key to this mission. Not seeing any new attack, he turned back with relief. Damn. Lucky break. Huh. Still smiling, he tapped his chin and suggested. All right, let us reassess the situation. Everyone, gather around. Once everyone assembled, Ronan laid out his idea slowly. It is very likely that each island holds a different statue. Since we also need to find our lost team members, how about we destroy these statues as fast as possible? Ongwan grabbed a branch, drew some lines on the ground, and said, if that is the case, here's the plan. He sketched 3 islands and explained. There are 3 islands total, and since 2 statues remain, we will split into 2 teams to attack the 2 remaining islands. Ronan nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. If we destroy one statue, we can pull the other team over immediately. Ongwan added. With boats, traveling between islands won't be a problem. Minuteman, now silent, clapped his hands loudly. Perfect. He was pumped about the plan. Rallying everyone. Let us get moving and take down those last 2 statues. Ongwan and Jussie turned away confidently. All right, we are starting now. Soon after, the Maverick Guild's ships began to sail out. The entire guild split across multiple ships, gradually approaching the new island. Suddenly, someone on the ship shouted, catching Ongwan's attention. What is going on? He wondered, puzzled by the commotion. When he saw what lay ahead, his surprised expression turned to shock. This was the island they would just landed on was a complete wreck. Ongwan panicked. Was there a battle here? Parts of some machine were torn apart, pieces stuck into the sandy ground. A gleaming metal pipe caught his sharp eye. He quickly recognized it. Alarm bells ringing. Instinct for survival kicked in hard. Ongwan thought, something is seriously off about this island. He spun around, urgently commanding everyone. We need to retreat. This island is weird. Get ready. Move out. But it was too late. Strange creature sounds echoed from afar. Ungwan raised his weapon, aiming at something hidden in the bushes. A mechanical leg stomped down on the sand. Ungwan's eyes went wide. What the hell? What appeared before them was utterly unexpected. A whole squad of machines. Someone from the guild gasped and hurriedly reported. Guild leader. The enemy's equipped with artillery. Ungwan tightened his bowstring. Frustrated. Why is this island so abnormally developed compared to the others? Recalled the other small monsters. Then scolded himself. Calm down. That last island was just full of primitive monsters showing off their claws. An arrow shot straight into one of the machines. Ungwan thought. Clearly, those things were just props, but the response came quickly, and his face froze. Behind Ungwan, where the bullet had just exploded, he gaped in shock. Then turned. No way. Looking at the fully equipped squad before him, Ungwan wondered. All those are machines. Gritting his teeth, he pulled back his bow again. Muttering, damn it. They have got numbers on their side. We are totally at a disadvantage. Suddenly, someone else jumped in, dropping to their knees. Zuzi blinked, murmuring confusedly. Woo, the newcomer continued. This is our clan chief. Lord Jack, the one who just spoke as Jae-hyu, totally reverent as he introduced the honorable big brother Jack. He stood atop a giant crab, speaking in a cold, robotic tone. Give it up, humans. Deep within Jack's ranks, Jack declared, you do not stand a chance against us, the entire Maverick Guild. Sequel. Ungwan stunned. Jack's crew, and even Zuzi's eyes went wide in disbelief. There were even trainees present. The pacification was complete. Current situation. Phoenix Guild faces off against Jack. Maverick and Ronan confront Heron. Only 2 statues remain. Ronan brushed a branch aside, panting heavily, spotting Harry guarding the Raksha statue. He grumbled. What now? This keeps getting more and more annoying. Don't block everything. She tried to reason. No matter what, we should not destroy these statues. I can see the future. You know. Olan also stopped, folding her arms calmly. Analyzing. Damn. Since she can glimpse the future, we can just recklessly smash them. Harry looked away, stammering. Exactly. Yet inside, she wondered if anyone else sensed that the Raksha statue radiated a dark, ominous energy. Silently, Harry confirmed to herself, the statue's emitting a sinister power that chills me to the bone. This thing is seriously dangerous. She continued watching, pondering, but before she could finish her thought, a powerful burst of energy struck, cutting her off. Watching the statue shatter, Harry thought, who did this? The ruthless hand behind it was Ronan. He smiled, satisfied with his deed, but his cruelty was quickly tempered. Ronan smiled innocently as he explained. Our mission here is to seal the multi-sea gate. According to the mission briefing, we need to destroy that statue. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy exploded nearby. Harry, standing close, startled, she glanced back where the statue had been destroyed. A shadowy force was rising again. No way. The ground began to tremble, sending chills down everyone's spines. Minuteman looked back, fear creeping into his voice. What is going on? Something soft. Then his eyes widened in shock, a scream escaping his lips. A demon surfaced from beneath the sea. Minuteman, terrified, asked, what the hell is that over there? Its skin was a deep crimson, and it crushed the chains binding its wrists with sheer strength. Without hesitation, it roared. Surrender now. Amid everyone's terror, the demon continued. I am Chaos Incarnate, the one who will shatter all your rules. I am despair itself, the silence that will stop your hearts. And this scream will crush every last hope you cling to. Then, to cap off the introduction, it bellowed. Raksa, the Chaos Demon, the great archdemon Raksa has awakened. My mere existence is enough to obliterate all living beings. Everyone who saw Raksa froze solid, almost paralyzed. As the chaos energy surged, a thick black liquid oozed from their eye sockets. Everyone was affected by this curse, crying out in agony. Chaos energy caused weakness, madness, terror, panic, convulsions, screams, hopelessness, physical decay, spiritual corruption, soul exhaustion. The legendary supreme demon's curse drained every living creature's strength. Raksa's effect spread terror to all. Everyone collapsed except Harry, who stood firm. Raksa's gaze locked onto her. It glanced at her, making Harry flinch. There was even a foul stench lingering around. Those scared, Hujin tried to shield Suho. The knights stood behind them. The demon spoke calmly. But the real feast comes after our first offering must be those who dared imprison me here. It roared, shaking the sea itself, sending a chilling message. Enjoy your last few seconds of life before anyone could react. It plunged into the deep sea, where at dove, a pillar of light shot up. Clouds darkened the sky. The area was consumed by chaos and filth. All living beings fell into a bizarre daze. One person, dazed, grabbed a knife and stabbed another, muttering, "Hurry up, let us die fast. What is the point of living anymore?" Harry was horrified, desperately trying to stop them. "Everyone, calm down, please." She gripped her sword tightly, telling everyone, "We have to resist this madness." Before she could finish, a sword slash came crashing in from behind. The attacker was Erlen. Struggling to defend herself, she called out, "Erlen, please snap out of it." But he ignored her, shouting back, Harry, this is the right way." Gripping his sword tightly, Erlen said sorrowfully, "We're doomed. I will help you. The great demon's curse is spreading. Those affected lose all control." Then Erlen charged forward. Harry, barely dodging, called out, "Erlen." He did not respond, swinging relentlessly, hitting her hard. Realizing she could not fight him, Harry desperately tried to reason. "Please, Erlen, come back to your senses." But all he screamed was, "Die." Suddenly, a fist slammed into his face, stopping the fight cold between them. It was Miniman. His punch saved Harry's life. Miniman blasted Erlen away with a powerful hit. Erlen howled in pain, looking at her rescuer. "Innocent," Harry said. "Thank you." But the harsh truth was, Miniman was also under the chaos curse. He turned back and punched Harry straight in the gut. Harry cried out in pain, thinking to herself, "There is no way to dodge this." The blow was devastating. Harry was sent flying meters away. She crashed toward the ocean, flying right out into the open sea. Then she plunged into the water, creating a loud splash that echoed across the surface. Deep underwater now, Harry slowly sank, struggling to open her eyes. She painfully thought, "Is this how I am going to go?" And Harry flashed back to childhood, when she cried. Someone once told her to look at her parents. That person smiled in a small room, gently telling Harry they were heroes who gave their lives to save the world. "Isn't he that amazing?" He ruffled her hair. She stopped crying and puffed up her cheeks. "I do not know what you will become when you grow up, Harry, but promise me this." In his study, he told her to hold on to that pride. Those words pulled her back to the present. Gritting her teeth, Harry became an extraordinary person everyone admired. Cursing silently. Damn it, Harry still did not have the strength to swim up. She reached out, thinking, even if I become a righteous hunter or a sea god's champion, what does it matter? I can't even catch up to the heels of Jailbreak Day. As her lungs ran out of oxygen, suffocation set in. Just like on Jailbreak Day. Before the end, she had to ignite one last flame. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a baby turtle appeared before Harry. To her surprise, it called out, Harry, with the innocent face of a turtle. It began to say, "Don't try to control the sea. It is just a tiny trickle compared to the vast ocean." With all her stubbornness, Harry listened closely. Fill your captive heart with faith, sincerity, trust, understanding, and acceptance. The happy little turtle wiggled its flippers kindly, saying, "You are holding on to something so much greater than yourself." But Harry thought back, "I do not get what you are saying at all." Across the endless ocean, its voice echoed, "Listen to the sea. If you have never felt its infinity, then start now." The ocean grew silent, leaving only the turtle's guidance, the ceaseless flow of currents, the whispers of coral reefs. Harry sank deeper, eyes wide open. Realizing the vast symphony of the sea, the turtle swam close, nodding at her. "You are a being who understands limits, a mortal child." Suddenly, Harry's eyes sparked with new light as it explained, "If you truly want unparalleled power, do not try to grab it with your own hands." Then the turtle finished, "It seems you understand now. Limitless power cannot be grasped." A light appeared before Harry as the turtle's voice echoed, "Right now, you are already inside it." Her hair floated up, glowing with a faint blue aura. Harry slowly opened her eyes. They turned the color of the deep ocean. The water around her rippled. The power was under her control. Regaining consciousness, Harry looked around, thinking, "I think I understand now what I am capable of." She turned, gazing down into the depths, then raised her hand, thinking, "So that is where the day has been all this time." Harry's hand struck down sharply, like a sword slicing through the ocean. The sea surface cracked instantly, revealing a solid land beneath the sacred law. The CS secret. A majestic fortress emerged, illuminated by his light, shining with breathtaking beauty. Standing in the middle of the path was someone waiting, who turned around to face Harry. It was Lee, who recognized her immediately and called out, "Come here, Stallion." Lin softly encouraged her. "You are doing great." The act of lifting Harry along with his words of encouragement left her flustered as she called out, "Calm down." Lin warned right away. "Don't jump around. Just sit still." While flying, Harry suddenly asked, "Does that mean if I fall, I will?" He casually replied, "If that happened, I would not have to watch the priestess of the shrine die right in the middle of the sea." Suddenly, she remembered something, her eyes wide with surprise and shock. Harry reported everything with utmost seriousness. "Your Majesty, the great demon has already awakened." Chaos erupted everywhere. People went mad, slaughtering each other. But Leon stayed calm and replied, "No," he said quietly, then quickly brushed his hand over the sky, though his face still showed deep, hidden worry. As Leon spoke, he recalled the brutal scenes of madness, how normal people lost their minds in the face of such catastrophe. Every member of his team bore a heavy expression, weighed down by the harsh reality before them. Breaking the silence, Leon commanded Salient, and in an instant, both landed safely on the ground. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, his face sharp and determined. Gripping a glowing blue magical artifact tightly, Lin raised it to the sky, a radiant golden light bursting forth instantly, and declared with power, "The king has returned." The system quickly announced, "Aura of the brave heart." It cleansed all negative conditions, leaving the onlookers stunned. Their disbelief and amazement barely concealed what just happened. He approached nervously, stammering, "Your Majesty, you are completely unharmed." Lin did not hesitate to praise. "You all resisted fiercely while I was away." DZ immediately reported the status. "Your Majesty, a few soldiers and trainees are missing, but I heard they are still safe thanks to Lord Puma." However, Leon gently reassured him, "Don't worry. I can sense exactly how they are doing." DC seemed somewhat relieved, replying, "Understood, sir." Suddenly, Lin gave a sharp order, "Now, everyone get out of this gate." He carefully instructed, "If you believe and receive the priestess's blessing, you will be able to walk on water. Just run straight toward the gate." He asked, confused. Olen suddenly spoke up, questioning, "So what is your plan, sir?" Lim bluntly laid out his goal, "To save every living soul if I can. That way, the priestess and I can have time to retreat." As night quietly fell, a bizarre creature resembling a white turtle appeared, its legs piercing the ground, its terrifying face full of menace. It sneered, mocking Leon's people, "You pathetic beasts. Looks like you have thrown all your strength into this plan." With a sarcastic tone, it commanded, "I have waited for this moment deep under the sea for so long. Come on. Surrender now." Suddenly, an explosion burst right above its head. The white turtle looked visibly shaken, silently guessing, "This energy is..." The shadow the white turtle doubted slowly came into view. As the full figure appeared, it immediately spoke with suspicion. "Holy Knight, most of them are dead already. How could one still be here on this island?" Without hesitation, the knight activated combat mode. Critical Strike 3. Unleashing widespread fiery blasts straight at the white turtle. Its massive body endured continuous explosions, big and small alike. The monster's entire body was scorched black, yet it remained composed as if it had anticipated this. It truly was a significant upgrade from the first version. As it spoke, a strange purple aura enveloped its body. But it was all for nothing. It slammed its tentacles hard into the water, sending sprays flying everywhere. The white turtle's violent thrashing stirred up massive waves across the sea. The ocean waves kept swelling, rising to dizzying heights. With a worried look, he hurriedly called out to the elder, "Big brother Gip." But Jip could only respond with a powerless sigh. No words could come out. The waves seemed magically controlled, flowing with a smooth, eerie grace. The beast, confused and struggling, asked suspiciously, "What?" It looked up at him and Harry above, then said, "It is the sacred law manipulating the waves." The white turtle's eyes flickered, muttering, "Strangers." It stared straight at Leon and continued, "The divine protector?" Leon Hchet. The beast was quickly sucked into a swirling water vortex, trapped inside a tiny magical sphere. Roaring in fury, Liet calmly said, "Lord Spinner, we need to seal this gate and get out now." His lord's voice echoed, announcing, "The target is critically wounded. We can retreat at our leisure." But Leon disagreed, speaking up firmly, "We must destroy the remaining statues and shut this gate tight." His gaze locked on the beast, silently pondering without reclaiming the holy sword. He stood no chance against a demon of this level. Liet snarled, "I will kill you. The world tree has not blossomed yet. I would better save as much strength as I can." Jip suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "The native creatures here need to escape too." He quickly clarified, "They are a demon-sealing tribe. Not mere." Lian questioned skeptically, "Do we have time? It won't be long before it breaks free." Jip answered swiftly, "It is possible." He declared, "I will use the Kikirsi tribe's ultimate wisdom." Everyone gasped in awe as they walked atop the water. The system chimed, "Blessing from the goddess of the sea and waves. Boosts your power by 35% underwater. Lets you command the waves. Removes all negative water effects. And even lets you walk on water." Suo stepped forward in disbelief. "I never thought I would actually walk on water." Harry cut in urgently, "Move fast. We have got to escape before the great demon is unleashed." Lian's tense face revealed deep focus and thought. The white turtle babbled nonstop. "Lindragonia Lian Herb." As expected, the fish keeper is the harbinger of all demons. It paused briefly, then added, "But that is still not enough." Suddenly, one of the beast's tentacles pierced through the magical water sphere, revealing razor-sharp teeth. It shot out of the water, roaring, "You will never escape my grasp." Lin gently raised his magical weapon, making it glow as he spoke. Stalin, pure white wings unfurled, soaring across the sky. With steady hands gripping his spear, Lin dove straight at the beast. The beast instantly sensed him. Violet sparks flickered all over its body as it hissed. Purple beams shot skyward, bathing the space in an eerie violet hue. Lin vaulted off his horse, dodging the violet energy hurtling toward him. Landing deftly, he grabbed one massive tentacle of the white turtle. His breath steamed in the cold air. His face was sharp with resolve. Lin lunged like a lightning bolt, striking multiple points on the beast's body. Tentacles whipped after him to counterattack. But it could not hide its frustration and disappointment. An explosion of dazzling purple light erupted, spreading fiercely. Golden strands wrapped tightly around the beast's entire body. Every move Lian made shredded its body into countless fragments. Keeping a calm, steady expression, Lian faced off against the enraged white turtle. It fired a violet beam like an arrow straight at Lian. The beast focused intensely, tracking every move around it. Lin appeared unscathed, without a single mark. Lin kicked off his horse's side. The beast sneered disdainfully. "Now you fly like some pesky bob," he silently observed, calm and collected, not uttering a word. Lian's eyes glowed pure white as he raised his glowing spear and declared, "Ocean's judgment." Everyone stared up at the massive glowing light in the sky. "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a sharp object shot straight through. He appeared, eyes blazing with fierce determination, and declared, "This is the very flame that burned the chaotic demon to ashes." Lian's gaze fixed on the white beast. Then he continued, "The terrifying yet strangely beautiful scream still echoes in this king's memory. It remains stubbornly confident. I just need to kill you before you can even react." The monster revealed its razor-sharp teeth as a brilliant light exploded across the sky. It snarled, "You pathetic little vermin." The spear in his hand flared and grew mighty. The fiery abyss of wrath. Lin emphasized each word sharply. "Warrior's radiance. Unleash it." Lin soared on his flying horse, gripping his massive spear, ready to strike down. He poised his spear to drive it down, his face twisted with fierce resolve. His cold, sharp eyes glinted, teeth clenched tight, radiating unstoppable energy. The punishment of purity. Fiery abyss of wrath. The spear sliced through the air like a comet, carving a blazing streak across the sky. Those green-skinned beasts and cruel creatures are not even worth it. The spear cut through layers of air, creating a series of glowing circular rifts as it plunged straight down, tearing through the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. Olen and the others gawked in shock. He stood frozen for a moment before stammering, What was that?" Olen stared at the path the spear had carved and asked in awe, "Can a single human really make something like that?" Soon after, the winged horse gently landed, bowing its head in a solemn, almost reverent manner. Watching Lian dismount, someone whispered, "That is a true holy knight." Lin quickly issued orders to the group. "Time's running out. Get moving, everyone. Let us move through this gate." They all responded in unison, "Roger that." Thunder Sea. Then Lian turned to Rot, asking, "Sir Spinner, how's the evacuation going?" Rot promptly reported, "We are 80% done. Supplies and key resources are secured." Lian pressed further, "Any problems?" Rot shook his head. "We will handle whatever comes." Lin gave him a suspicious glance and asked, "So they are ready for this situation after all?" In the swampy wasteland, the monstrous creature thrashed and screamed, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour anything. Rot's red eyes blinked, signaling, They have endured 500 years just for this moment. As the wasteland creature growled continuously, Rut used the system to translate and analyze its language. Graciatia. Leon nodded thoughtfully. Graciatia. Huh. That is one proud and arrogant name. He pulled the reins and urged everyone onward. The gate's closing fast. Let us move. With that, Rot leapt onto the horse beside him, but before they could leave, the wasteland beast bellowed. Leon, wait. You can just run away like cowards. Leon whipped around, shooting a freezing glare at it, voice low and sharp. What did you say? The beast roared defiantly. Isn't bravery your knight's greatest virtue? Don't he be cowards fight properly? He said nothing, just smirked dryly, a rat on his shoulder squeaking a few times. Leon's eyes dripped with contempt as he sneered. I do not need to play the noble knight just to deal with scum like you. Those green-skinned beasts and vile creatures are not even worth my time. The four glowing eyes of the filthy creature flared up, its mouth snarling curses. Leon snorted, watching Leon ride off on his flying steed. It growled, Human, I swear I will kill you. After Leon and the others left, the gate slammed shut behind them. The black void of space swallowed the Earth, a world once drowned in chaos. Reports flooded into the wasteland. This was the first high-ranking demon ever spotted by humanity, having suffered heavy losses to giant demons before. This news hit like a bombshell. A warning was issued. But it was not just bad news. It was a spark of hope. Many still believed in the strength of humanity. A girl watching the news exclaimed, What is this? Every image of Liam went viral across social media, and the Pantheon Guild's activities behind the gates were streamed live on YouTube for the whole world to see. Next, a negotiation took place, and both sides shook hands in peaceful agreement. Lin cheerfully said, Thank you, President of England. Because of you, we can finally breathe a little easier, Saro shyly replied. It is no big deal. Your Majesty, he hesitated, a little uneasy. I was a bit surprised when I heard that 10,000 survivors were found on a special residential beach in Graciacia. Lin raised an eyebrow and explained, Yeah, they are a proud tribe with a long history of fighting against the evil Kwai. Cyril was so nervous sweat was pouring down. Stammering, but... Your Majesty, Cyril pointed at a statue carved with Leon's image and asked, What is that? In his mind, he was thinking, Is that some kind of territorial marker for another species? Lin calmly introduced, That is a monument honoring the great hero who sacrificed himself fighting the archdemon. The symbol in the middle represents the symphony of peace and water waves. A fleeting, faint smile crossed Cyril's lips, his voice soft as if each word struggled to come out. That is not the only statue I am talking about, Lin quickly added. And there is the statue of Sir Jeff Spinner. From now on, he will represent the Kikiruk tribe. Cyril forced a smile, hiding his thoughts. A statue fanatic. Huh. That is our Protestant English president for you. Cyril then pointed to an unfinished statue missing facial features and asked curiously, Your Majesty, and what about that one? Lin burst out laughing and praised. He has got a lot of faith. Lin closed his eyes briefly, a slight smirk curling his lips. That statue is for the English president, it is for him. He gave us a place to settle and thrive, so we owe him our gratitude. President, even if he is not a true believer, with quiet confidence, Leon said, Many Kikiruk settlers will come here to pay homage at his statue, thanking the English president. He sacrificed his life for a better future. But inside, Cyril was screaming in frustration. No way, his face drained of color. Voice trembling. Your Majesty, please, remove my statue. Leon patted his shoulder confidently. Why should a leader be ashamed of this? Saying that, Leon turned and walked away, leaving a parting message. I look forward to continuing our cooperation. Cyril, utterly powerless, muttered, Yes, Your Majesty. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, thinking to himself, I have just lost 5 years of my life. Cyril tucked the handkerchief into his jacket pocket and asked, What is going on? A bodyguard approached and reported, Trouble at sea. The bodyguard held out a document, saying, though it is unrelated to security, this is an urgent report from the National Intelligence Agency. He handed the file to Cyril, adding, It is somewhat related to North Korea. Cyril brightened. Finally, some peace. After reading it, Cyril frowned. But North Korea is still stirring trouble, despite abandoning their nuclear weapons. The bodyguard adjusted his glasses and said, That is because, in a serious tone, the bodyguard reported. Last night, all communication channels with North Korea were suddenly cut off. Cyril's face darkened, eyes full of suspicion. What? The more he read, the darker his complexion became. The bodyguard's steady voice continued. All surveillance satellites over North Korean territory have also stopped functioning. The monitoring satellites cannot capture any images from North Korea. Chaos unfolds in North Korea. Rain pouring down over the ruins caused by nuclear weapons. Vaxa stood before a corpse lying on the ground. Eyes distant. Whispering. 30 years. His face grew gaunt. Voice hoarse. The chaotic gate has been opened. Yet we still suffer under South Korea's pressure to survive. Vaxa kicked the corpse hard, strong enough to make the adult body roll away, hands in his pockets. He watched the body tumble into a pre-dug pit as a few men in ragged cloaks approached. Vaxa's red aura flared, a savage laugh echoing. But as long as we serve the demons, we will become a superpower someday. A cloaked man stepped forward to report. Captain, the mages are ready. The cloaked men behind shouted in unison. Chairman Kim, Venenciament. Preparations are complete. It let out a wild laugh, a savage sound that only grew louder and more chilling. Vaxa threw the walkie-talkie down beside the radio and shouted, "Something's off here." Then he ordered the black-robed mages standing by the pit, cast reversal Nala. As the rain poured harder, the mage stretched his hand toward the pit. The others standing nearby mirrored the gesture, ignoring the heavy rain as they prepared some dark ritual. A few began chanting spells, their faces twitching as strange veins pulsed beneath their skin. Down in the pit, the dead bodies started to open their mouths, releasing a red energy from within. Above them, a crimson barrier materialized, pulling the red energy upward as the incantations intensified. The barrier grew stronger, swirling the red energy into a violent vortex. Vaxa and the mages shouted in unison, frozen in shock as charred corpses began to rise. His face twisted in panic, eyes darting wildly all around. His teeth clenched tight as he stammered, "What the hell is going on?" Vaxa's image flickered, his body scarred and battered as he yelled out, "That guy's covered in wounds." He turned to the mage beside him, mouth agape. "Is that really the one who came back?" Vaxa slowly rose, voice hoarse and strained. "This is worse than I thought. These wounds are serious." Terrified, Vaxa stumbled back, whispering, "What now?" He lowered his head, quietly making his demand. First things first, restoring his body is the top priority. Those other archdemons want to be fully assembled anytime soon. The eyes of the two red-eyed men flashed with a mysterious aura as Vaxa's words echoed. "Looks like there is a lot of prey around here." Vaxa's fear peaked, eyes wide and bloodshot, mouth stretched to scream, "We have to get out of here. Now." A pillar of red energy shot down from the sky, and Vaxa gasped, "Everyone, get down on your knees." Cut to a dark underground chamber, where only a few candles flickered in the hallway. Idai sat slumped in a chair, her body covered in wounds. She forced a weak smile, whispering, "I have spilled everything already." Her voice trembled as she looked at Bai Chit. "There is nothing left to hide." "Master," Bai Chit placed a hand on her face, her expression innocent as she said, "Fascinating. Demons can walk through any gate they want." She gently lifted Hidea's chin, softly saying, "Well then." Hidea's face mixed excitement and fear as Bai Chit pressed her hand to her head, whispering, "Close. On the flip side, are not we also free to walk through any gate we desire?" Early the next morning, on a quiet beach, the tide retreated, revealing jagged rocks. A sweet voice drifted on the morning breeze, softly calling out, "Ningai Rang." Harry sat beside him, eyes wide and sharp, watching tiny crabs scuttle across the sand. No matter how well they breathe underwater, building a home on sand like this doesn't really work. Jitzaim calmly replied, "No problem. As long as there is a nest and a hunting ground, the Kiruruk tribe can survive on their own." She raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically, "Really?" Still doubtful, Harry remained silent, letting unclear thoughts swirl in her mind. Watching the crabs play, she finally spoke quietly, "Yeah, there is definitely a lot to do. Just securing food is a huge challenge." And Gai Rang said beside her, "We are working on partnerships with nearby coastal cities." Then Jet spoke up plainly, "We have also signed up for the Azing Mangsan Xian service, so we can adapt well to modern civilization." Harry's eyes lit with curiosity. "Wait, what is Azing Mangsan Xian?" Seeing her puzzled look, and Gai Rang quickly explained, "It offers a bunch of services, including help with administrative and legal stuff for members." Hearing this, Harry let out a soft sigh before rushing to ask, "Can I sign up too?" Jet seemed to have been waiting for this, grinning, "I already registered you. You have been earning interest since last month." Harry tilted her head seriously. "Oh yeah? How much are we talking?" Without missing a beat, he answered, 19 coins. Hearing the price, she angrily stretched the rag between her hands, pouting like a kid throwing a tantrum. Just as the tension hit its peak, Leon suddenly appeared, riding in with a thunderous hoofbeat. his sharp gaze locking onto them as he demanded, "What on earth are you doing here?" Caught in a less than flattering moment, Hari quickly bowed her head in respect. "Your Majesty." While Jet snapped to attention and bowed deeply as well. Lin spoke up. "Your Majesty." He nodded slightly, then without deterring, declared, "All right. Something urgent has come up. I need to head back to the guild." Suddenly, Lin coldly turned to Hari and ordered, "Mount up." His short, unexpected command made Hari lean back for a moment. Stunned, staring at the horse in front of her, she could not help but wonder silently, "Can I really get on? Is this even allowed?" Clearly, it was, after all. His Majesty said so. But should not he only ride with the Queen? Even though the situation at the gate was urgent. Still, Hari stood frozen, hesitating, her expression torn, leaving Lian visibly awkward, dismounted with tight steps. Said nothing, just extended his hand toward her. Lian's voice rang out once more this time, dripping with solemn authority. "Get on." His gesture sent Hari into a silent panic, frightened. She instinctively stepped back and blurted, "Why are you acting all dramatic? Earthquake or what?" Her casual jab ignited his anger instantly. Caught off guard by his words, Hari blushed deeply. Begrudgingly clicking her tongue, he replied bluntly, "Your territory," keeping a deadpan tone. Lian explained, "Everything gathered from this land belongs to you. Do whatever you want." Unable to hide her excitement, she asked again, "Really?" He nodded slightly, solemnly stating, "You are a knight of the kingdom. By law, I have to grant you at least one piece of land, though the connection is not fully clear yet. You are a knight chosen by the gods. That is just how it is." Lian sealed the deal with the most formal tone possible. "You will be knighted by the kingdom and serve as an emissary of the gods. Be aware of your position and spread their message far and wide." Overwhelmed with frustration, Hari accidentally blurted out, "That is ridiculous." "Seriously. Watch your tone right now," Lin quietly added. "I am not forcing you to act like some aristocrat. But you do not have to drag yourself down like that either." Called black-hearted by him, Hari flushed bright red with embarrassment. Clicking her tongue in reluctant frustration, she responded with a dry, cold voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty." That careless phrase made Lian raise an eyebrow. His sharp gaze flicked over her face. Then he snapped his mouth shut in irritation, letting the awkwardness linger. He barked again, "If you get it, then get on the horse now." Jack quickly followed Hari's lead, mounting without needing a second prompt. As the horse started moving, Hari hesitated, then called out, "Your Majesty." He responded curtly. "Speak." Summoning all her courage, she asked excitedly, "Does this mean I am officially nobility now?" The question caught Lian off guard for a few seconds before he answered, "Exactly. At least within the creative estate. Your rank is just below the queen and the spinner." Hearing this, Hari softly gasped. She turned to Jack and called out, "Well then, Sir Jack." With a proud grin, Hari declared confidently, "From now on, do not be rude to me." "All right. We are nobles now." Her words left Jack frozen, unable to react in time. Moments later, Jack's frustration boiled over as if ready to strike. "You dumb creature. Do not resist." Hari panicked. "What are you doing?" Jack showed no sign of stopping and kept insulting. "Monkey-brained fools do not deserve respect." Cornering her, Hari quickly turned to plead, "Your Majesty, we are all nobles here." But their behavior only made Lian furious. Later, at the creative estate St. Lil and Patrick stared intently at something, as if trying to unravel a mystery. Lian looked at the item on the table and asked, "How's the research coming along?" Patrick answered immediately, pride clear in his voice. "A smashing success, just as Your Majesty predicted. The demons are definitely using the gate." He paused thoughtfully before adding, "This whole time, I have been suspecting the Jeju gate from the start." Old memories crowded Lian's mind, at first glance, seeming like the righteous hand of justice punishing him. But in truth, it was a dark conspiracy selling souls to demons and toppling the honorable Holy Grail Knights. In the end, he realized the system and its missions were not about good or evil. They had invaded the minds of false awakenings to control them. Then Lian spoke slowly. "The current world was manipulated by a magical energy that Earth itself granted." Continued, his eyes distant as if piercing through the fog of reality. Even if people thought it was strange, still, they pushed through their missions to the bitter end, whether for money or other reasons. Fools, trapped in this endless cycle. Suddenly, Lin called out, "Patrick," and she politely asked, "What is your command?" "Your Majesty." He spoke slowly but sharply like a blade. "Evil forces are on guard. They say you can use this gate for your own gain." Patrick smiled calmly and replied, "Actually, This is just the story of a destroyed virtual dimension. To open the gate to survivors or demons, you need an object to pinpoint the coordinates. Lin nodded slowly, thought for a moment, then asked, so should we try to lock the coordinates of the field with this thing? She answered without hesitation, since it belongs to the demons. It might lead us straight to them. Patrick looked up sharply, her eyes glowing as she suggested. Your Majesty, can we try another object? Lian furrowed his brow. Curious? Another object. She smiled mysteriously. For example, Patrick paused then said, one of your Majesty's sacred relics. He blinked in doubt. Sacred relic. Finally, Lin thought for a moment and said, yeah, that is worth a shot. He turned to her. What do we need to do? Patrick answered clearly. We will need materials to reactivate the gate. She smiled softly, eyes sparkling with confidence. Specifically, a large amount of Earth's magical mana. Hearing this, Lian frowned. Curious? Where could there possibly be that much mana? Patrick kept her calm smile. She replied firmly. Simple. There is always a place to exploit anywhere on Earth now. Hearing that, he nodded as if already mapping out a full strategy in his head, then decisively declared, all right then. The future plan is locked in. Lian's voice rang out with command. Patrick, notify everyone we are initiating the assembly order. His face lit up with determination. From now on, we will attack every gate in South Korea, no exceptions. Lian's eyes burned dangerously as the order was given, and the plan quickly went into motion. Just hours later, all across South Korea, members of the Pantheon Temple began to appear, leaving locals bewildered and anxious. People stopped in their tracks, glaring at the soldiers Pantheon's forces had deployed. News quickly spread, and just counting knights and apprentices, there were thousands right outside my house. Liv, a panicked citizen, kept commenting nonstop. I have been in lockdown for days. Clueless. But Pantheon's fully revealed here. There is even a Pantheon temple nearby. Updates continued. Among the survivors from the Erupt tribe, they chose only soldier-level fighters, yet still, there were about 2,000 of them. A major announcement blasted nationwide. This was a powerhouse force worthy of being called the Titan Legion. Across the globe, people gasped in terror, shouting, Erupt, the queen has appeared. Pantheons also shown up in Wando. Meanwhile, Pantheon's nearly 3,000 soldiers took their positions. Lian smiled, pleased as his plan unfolded perfectly. Jeff was also ready, locked into ultimate battle mode. Nearby, Betrick led the troops in the first phase, splitting forces across 20 fronts to wipe out every gate in the country. News kept streaming and their speed was shockingly impressive. At this moment, on a battlefield corner, Harry excitedly ran and shouted, all right, aim and fire. She yelled attack, then caught herself. Massive explosions erupted nonstop, something a typical guild would only manage every 2 months on average. The Pantheon Guild wiped out over 20 gates in just 4 days, a terrifying display of power that left everyone shaking in their boots. At that moment, those taken down by Lian's crew cursed angrily. What the hell was that? A human? They were supposed to help us, but that human killed our ancestors. Lin burst out laughing. Ancestors? Aren't he just beasts trying to mimic humans? Ridiculous. His face cold as ice, voice sharp as a blade. He asked, who is the next poor soul to be freed from this miserable life? Meanwhile, all the gates across Korea fell under the control of a single guild. Jinsu furrowed his brow, jaw-dropping, sweat streaming down his face in utter shock. 100 million. But it did not stop their legendary gear after gear slammed onto the table as Lian rattled off 13 rare unique items. He stood there, stunned, eyeing a pile of rare gear and precious gems. Then said, 89 rare items, plus about 500 magic stones. Jeff continued with a detailed report. 3.83 tons total. Level sorting complete. Roughly worth 38.3 billion coins. Expected market value for these items is around 12.7 billion coins. Harry could only stare wide-eyed in disbelief and folded his arms, smiling confidently. At this rate, we will still have some left after opening the gate. Slowly, Lian commanded, now, let us move. Those watching snapped back to attention at his words. She smiled contentedly. That is plenty, Your Highness. Then Lian shifted his gaze to his subordinates and said, stepping forward, this ends here. Listen up. He stood still, hands clasped behind his back. This strategy will focus on only a few trusted people. His men showed mixed reaction, and he added, any info about this mission is strictly off limits. Understood. Lian's eyes turned cold as he sternly addressed Han Harry and Kim Jin-soo. You two will also cut off contact with the guild. Can you handle that? The question left them awkwardly stunned. They exchanged uneasy glances. She blinked, furrowed her brows, and stared him down, seriously asking, Your Highness, you won't harm the country, right? Lin smiled confidently and assured her, Of course not. Hearing that, Harry relaxed, smiled, and stepped forward. Then I am on board. Your Highness. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Good. Lin then turned around, clearly ready, and said, All right, the plan is officially underway. He began preparing a magic circle. Let us get started. With each step, he moved to stand in the center of the magic circle. Liam pulled out a glowing black sword from thin air, the magical circle's power intensifying with an unstoppable force. He scowled at the sword in his hand, ready for battle. Chick clasped his hands. I will input the coordinates for the holy sword. Purple energy flooded the room, and Jinsu watched, stunned, speechless, eyes closed. She silently chanted spells, drawing power from the radiant purple magic circle surrounding them. Suho and Soyeon were wide-eyed and jaw-dropped at the scene, while Jinsu and Harry were beyond disbelief. Nothing could have prepared them for this. Panic set in as a black gate appeared. Lin could not hold back and shouted, A gate! This is an artificial gate. Soyeon tried to calm herself, thinking what she knew so far suggested it was just a coincidence. But everything became clear when Little Chick turned to Leon and respectfully reported, Your Majesty, preparations are complete. He replied with a satisfied smile. Well done, Little Chick. He then calmly gave the order. Now, let us move. Witnesses snapped back to reality at his command. The gate to a chaotic battlefield opened. Leon frowned, scanning the scene, when a voice called out, Your Majesty. Soho turned to him, looking confused and worried. Your Majesty, where are we exactly? Lin answered calmly. This is the battlefield. Inwardly, he began analyzing the situation. Something's wrong with the gate. This time, the army was scattered. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, making Suho and Jihyu freeze, eyes wide with shock. A huge green-skinned monster, muscles bulging, wielding a massive axe, charged forward screaming, Die. Suho quickly caught Jihyu as he stumbled, while Jihyu scrambled to his feet and charged forward. Suddenly, an armored warrior appeared, delivering a crushing blow straight to the monster's gut, making it roar in pain and spew blood everywhere. He did not stop there. He charged forward to land the final strike on the beast. Soho and Jihyu watched in shock as the armored warrior plunged his blade, felling the monster. Its last roar echoed before it collapsed. The sword was drenched in the monster's blood. He let out a relieved breath, ending the fight with ease. Suddenly, the armored warrior shot a cold glare and said, Knights, standing there like statues, won't do any good. This is a battlefield, not a garden party. He blinked in surprise when he saw Leon standing behind the others. Your Majesty, how the heck did you get here? The armored warrior knelt on one knee with deep respect, his voice booming as he introduced himself. From Bantarik. Reporting, Your Majesty, the Legion's guard from Bantarik, commander of the Bibil squad. Len revealed the commanding presence of a true monarch and ordered, Stand up. This place is a battlefield, whether before or after. He quickly assessed the situation and asked, But, where exactly are we? Bantarik hesitated for a moment. Your Majesty, this place is... Regaining his composure, he reported clearly, We are right in the middle of Liam Valley. Our mission is to transport the sacred relics to Lord Yiria. And rubbed his chin, lost in thought, analyzing everything. Yeah, that explains it. Twilight Yiria, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. This is his final mission, and it was also when he faced death, a still Yiria impaled by a cluster of swords. Breathless, clutching the dying as he slumped against a stone wall. As he moved forward, he could not help but think, If only I would known this would happen earlier. I would have gathered more intel from the Celestial Palace. Lin closed his eyes, contradicting his own thoughts. What is done. First, we need to understand the current situation. At that moment, Bantarik pointed ahead and reported, Lord Yiria is over there. Your Majesty. Ahead of them, Yiria stood among his soldiers, gripping a sword radiating purple energy, shouting, Kill them. The monstrous screams echoed across the battlefield. In that tense moment, an armored warrior scanned the surroundings, barking orders to fall back. Lord Yiria is casting the Dreamwall barrier. His eyes blazed with determination, focusing energy intensely into the sword. In front of Yiria, a shimmering energy shield appeared, while the armored troops behind him readied themselves for battle. One of the orcs looked confused, clearly sensing something was off. Moments later, Their eyes widened in terror as the barrier trapped them, their screams turning into agonized wails as they clutched their heads in pain. Yuri did not move much, just stood and watched the orcs collapse one by one within seconds. Then, with seasoned authority, he ordered, "Fall back 20 steps and regroup." Lian stepped forward, skeptical, whispering to Yura, "These orcs are definitely not normal," making Yuri tense up, his eyes flashing with unease. Yuri ignored the comment and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, how did you get here?" Immediately, Yuri knelt deeply, shouting with respect, "Messenger of the gods, we welcome the first knight of Ariana." Moved by such reverence, Lian softly said, "Stand up," then gazed into the distance, lost in thought about the name Yuria. At the moment when the Holy Grail Knights awaken, after drinking the sacred water, their bodies regenerate at peak strength. Lin was a special case, becoming a Holy Grail Knight at a young age. But the knight before him was different. No matter how much time passed, his power remained at its pinnacle. Lian stared intently, feeling deep inside that Yuria was a lifelong champion of justice, a dreamer, a longtime companion, an ancient Holy Grail Knight. He kept these thoughts to himself, smiling aloud. "Let us get moving." Lian felt that Yuria would always be that way. Quickly changing the subject, he calmly asked for a status update. Yuria stood and respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty," his face serious and distant. He reported, "We secured the sacred relic as planned. It is now being transported to the Empire's border." As Yuria stepped forward, he kept reporting, "The Oth had launched an attack alongside their beastly divine followers." Hearing this, Lian started to grasp the harsh reality of the situation. At the same time, Yura laid out his strategy. "We positioned infantry and a few knights to block the enemy's path, while splitting the escort into 2 groups to transport the sacred relics along the southern route." Lin nodded approvingly. "Makes sense." Suddenly, Lian's face tightened, his voice slowing with suspicion. "Wait. Something's off. Where exactly is this relic escort now?" Yurei furrowed his brow, tightening his expression at the question, closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, silently reconsidering his plan before answering. Finally, Yuria spoke, painting a scene. One of the soldiers in the convoy was clearly in danger. The 5th escort was heading southwest. He rested his hand on his chin, gripping his sword tightly with a focused gaze. "That is the unit led by my past self." Mountains packed tightly together, with smoky villages blurring the horizon. A brown bear lay fallen, blood pooling wildly on the ground, felled by a group of hunters. Yuria chuckled. "Hey buddy, looks like you are finally awake. Dude, you were half buried in the dirt. Face all twisted like that." He ruffled the beard on his chin, teasing, "How could you lose your cool and just throw yourself into the bear's path like that?" Watching 2 knights struggling to lift the bear, Yuria jumped in surprise. "Woo, a bear?" Hari stepped up anxiously, asking the hunter, "Hey, you okay?" The hunter blinked in confusion. Hari pressed on, "Seriously?" Hari nodded, glancing toward the busy knights. "Looks like the unit's been scattered again," the hunter replied. "Got it," Yuri smiled warmly, asking, "By the way, how did you wandering knights even end up here?" "Don't know if it is just me, but there are always some crazy folks pulling these wild stunts," the hunter said, surprised. "Wandering knights? Huh." Just then, the system pinged an alert. "Assist Knight Yuravatham in escorting the sacred relics to the kingdom border." Hearing the system's voice, the hunter frowned. "Escort? Relics?" Yuria confirmed. "Yeah, we are reclaiming and escorting relics from these wild lands." The group of knights marched alongside 2 fully loaded wagons. Slowly, the hunter pieced it together, muttering, "That is the deal?" Yuri asked, a bit behind the times. "Huh, for a wandering knight trekking through the middle of nowhere, chasing glory. It is understandable." The hunter looked at him gratefully. "Thanks for cutting me some slack, Knight Yuravatham." Yura let out a soft chuckle, placing a hand on his collar. Eyes closed. Yuri explained, "That title's what I will earn someday. For now, I am just a wandering knight who has given up chasing fame." The hunter raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, Yuria's sharp profile emerged as he continued. "Vatham, it has been a long time since I received a mission from the gods. At 15, I roamed the world as a wandering knight for 15 years. Yuri knelt, his sword planted firmly against the ground, supporting his weary frame. Behind him lay a trail of bloodied, fallen bodies. Then, he served the kingdom as a knight for 10 years before spending the next 50 searching the world for a sacred mission." Yuri sighed deeply, one hand gripping the sword's hilt, the other clenched on his chest. He truly was an extraordinary knight, but not a giant who could single-handedly shift the tides of battle. Fulfilling a divine mission and etching your name in the kingdom's history was reserved for giants with unimaginable power. Though every breath was heavy, Urias' eyes burned cold with resolve. He never gave up that reckless journey. From revered hero to mocked outcast, and from mockery, he forged unbreakable determination because the goddess of dreams and death appeared in his vision's fleer, holding a lantern, looked at Uriah and said, "My son." Uriah placed his hand on his chest, listening reverently as Fleer spoke. "How can you keep wandering through endless suffering? The shrine knows your heart. Now, return and devote your strength to the kingdom." He opened his eyes slightly, voice heavy with thought. "My beloved," Uriah knelt on one knee, one hand steadying himself on the ground. "If you are going to criticize my flaws, then please do not deny this quest for purpose. Challenge is my only right." Uriah's silhouette stood tall, his black cloak drenched in blood, whether it was his own or his enemy's. No one could tell. Uriah simply always faced every challenge head-on. His steps were fierce and unwavering, coldly striding over the fallen foes. He dared to tread where no noble knight would, digging into the mud of battle. Poets sang of his bravery, but he remained relentless. Uriah never once glanced back. He refused to abandon his quest for honor, looking up with eyes full of fierce determination. It was then he became a Holy Grail Knight. At 100 years old, he was the most awakened Holy Grail Knight in history. Back to the present. Atop a narrow mountain path, Uriah sat on horseback beside Leon, arms folded behind his back, watching the battalion of knights ahead. Knights clad in black armor, shields and weapons ready, stood poised for battle at the command. The front line formed a shield wall. The green-skinned monsters charged at the knights, roaring loudly, ready to strike. The black-armored leader let out a fierce cry, rallying his troops. "Take them all down." The green monsters slammed into the knights' shields in unison. Witnessing their ferocity, one knight yelled, "Hold the line." The green monsters threw themselves forward like moths to a flame. The knights shouted commands. "Shields up! Attack!" The frontline knights had already slain several monsters. The next ranks raised weapons, ready to advance. A shield-bearing knight called out, "Defend!" One green monster was pierced by a sword, its blood spilling out. A knight from the rear dashed forward with his spear, counterattacking swiftly behind a deadly mask. His eyes gleamed as he slashed down, cleaving the monster clean in two. Fueled by passion, the knight surged forward, crashing into the green monsters. Ziria and Leon watched without flinching, while Soho and Jiek stared wide-eyed in awe. This was next level. Soho's eyes widened as he glanced at the two men. This was pure power. Seeing Ziria and Leon's serious faces, Soho marveled inwardly. Team strength in battle is a whole different beast. Even at the same level, they towered leagues above Earth's hunters. Ziria, mounted, called out, "Your Majesty." Lin replied with a nod. He eyed a green monster clad in black armor, gripping a wooden club. "That is a dragon beetle." He grinned. "Han Soho. Ikim Jihyuk. Watch this closely." Lin folded his hands behind his back, commanding, "From now on, your goal is to seize leadership positions." Raising one hand like an order, Ziria charged forward with weapon drawn. Horse galloping, knights behind him surged forward with the same fierce spirit, charging into battle. Jihyuk was stunned. In a narrow canyon like this? Suho stammered. "Isn't this way too dangerous?" He nervously added, "At this rate, we might crash into our own allies." Meanwhile, the cavalry was closing fast on the frontline knights, but Ziria did not care. He pulled the reins tight and surged forward. The horse hooves hammered the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Ziria reared his horse up, leaping over the front line's barricade. The knights behind him followed suit, galloping right along the mountain ridge. Jiak Hyuk and Soho gawked in disbelief. They were riding atop the mountain's spine. Even the green monster watching could not believe its eyes. These guys have lost their minds. Leading the charge, Ziria plunged into the heart of the enemy ranks. He cloaked his weapon in magical fire, sacred flames. Streams of fiery magic shot toward the green monsters. Suho's eyes went wide in amazement. Incredible. Ziria clenched his fist, eyes burning with excitement. Could we control them forever like this? Lin glanced at the two. Warning. Don't get cocky, they have not unleashed their full power yet. Ziria looked at him curiously. But, Your Majesty, one T intervene. Right? After all, the mission is just to escort the sacred relic. The system screen flashed a notification. Support Holy Grail Knight Ziria in escorting the sacred relic to the Lian Kingdom border. Supplemental mission. Protect Ziria's main army at all costs. Lin rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A mission? Huh, he took a deep breath. If Stalin were here, we would be able to catch up with the main force easily. But, Lian said firmly, I am staying here to help Ziria with the usual tasks. In his mind, he thought, this time, I will watch until the very last chapter of this revered Holy Grail Knight story. Lian asked, Hen, Kim Ziria,
Yep.
Have you fully grasped what I have asked of you? Ziria Kyuk answered promptly. Yes, sir. We have already exhumed the bodies like you ordered. Sir, he hesitated. Then added, but we could not find any magic stones at all. Lian replied, Is that closing his eyes? Lian pondered deeply. This mission was not so straightforward. While previous gate tasks hid dark intentions, this gate gave off no such sinister vibe. Lin rubbed his chin. Concluding internally, the gate itself is neutral, but the missions can be manipulated. He shut his eyes again, sinking into thought. All right, I have gathered a decent amount of intel just from one try. Lian ordered. Hen, Kim Ziria,
Yep.
Check if there are any other enemies lurking behind. He continued. And meanwhile, something bright just flashed in the sky. Lin opened his eyes and caught the incoming weapon barehanded. Soho gasped. That was close. Zirakyuk kneeled, asking, Your Majesty, are you all right? The monster gang sneered slyly. But suddenly, from behind, a rider on a flying horse appeared. Lian's lips curled into a grim line. His face darkened. Lian's veins bulged with rage as he crushed his spear. A green-skinned beast dares to sneak attack me from afar. Under the stunned gazes of Ziria Kyuk and Soho, Lian gritted his teeth and crushed the sword in his hand. Lin's eyes flashed golden light. He growled, Why? Furious, Lin radiated intense pressure. How dare these green-skinned pests swarm the skies like flies and attack me? Lian shouted, Holy Grail Knight Ziria, bring me the head of that savage beast. Now, Ziria accepted the order, sharp focus returning to his eyes. At your service. Your Majesty, he pulled a sword from thin air. I will deliver its head to you this instant. The green beast leader's eyes gleamed with malicious glee. Too cocky. Huh, like a ghost? Ziria suddenly appeared behind the leader, who laughed arrogantly, oblivious to the danger ahead. Trapped by his own feet, the leader taunted. But before he could finish, Ziria's strike slammed into his head. The beast crashed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath. Howling in pain, the leader poked his head out from the dirt. Next to him, a wild boar stuck headfirst into the ground. The leader scrambled up angrily, glaring at Ziria in confusion. How did you do that? He looked down from above. What the hell am I even doing? Ziria exuded fierce energy, his aura intense. Those beasts like you should kneel and bow beneath the earth like this. How dare you invade the skies under my watch? Despite the harsh blow, the monster showed no fear. Snarling, these Holy Grail Knights must be crazy. But today, your life ends here. The leader sneered wickedly at Ziria. I have got a whole army. You will regret coming here alone. He surveyed the area, mobilizing this many troops. Interesting. The leader laughed triumphantly. I do not care how strong you are in the human world. You can face my brothers alone. There are plenty of us. Ziria's purple eyes narrowed, his aura thickening. Quite a few, he smirked. Honestly, you have gathered a lot of trash. The leader sneered. What did you say? The leader eyed Ziria glowing with purple light. Uneasy? Something's off. I do not like this. Ziria muttered. O goddess of dreams and death. A magic circle appeared beneath him. Queen of eternal slumber. The leader sensed the tide turning and warned his troops. Stay back. Get away from this damn human. Ziria raised his sword before him, eyes sharp as a hawk's, staring down the monsters like they were nothing. Hope you enjoy this gift on the Holy Knight's mission. Behind Ziria, it was as if the goddess flew lent him strength. He finished. Death will punish the godless. Ziria kept speaking. The alpha otter's face twisted with a mix of cruelty and despair like a nightmare that would never end. The sky around them darkened into a grim, colorless canvas of dread. Invisible threads began to weave everywhere, tightening around the otter's bodies. Suddenly, a hand landed on DC's head. Ziria appeared behind him, warning quietly. Watch out. Most of the night monsters here are on their knees. DZ jumped, replying nervously. Sorry about that. Ziria chuckled. It is okay. If you did not know, that is just because you are still too green. Harry chimed in. Good thing there is a forest nearby. But we still can let our guard down. DC and Ziria slipped back into the bushes. Ziria continued. I spotted a cave close by. We will need to move there carefully. Ziria hoisted a wooden crate onto his shoulder, startling Harry with the move. Stammering, she said, Sir Ziria, We can handle this. Stella felt utterly helpless. How could such an important figure be doing such simple tasks? Zira grinned warmly. Miss Stella. Right now I am just a regular knight. Feel free to relax. Stella clenched her fists, gritting her teeth to endure it, while Zira laughed softly. DZ glanced up, puzzled, thinking. Just a regular knight. Not the Holy Grail knight. Zira pressed a finger to his lips and smiled. All right. Let us move quickly. Do not get caught. He looked at Harry, Stella, and DC with determination. I believe all of us can pull this off. Sky was pitch black, surrounded by rolling hills shrouded in thick fog that blurred their sight. A cave emerged through the dense mist, crowned by a lone tree. Thick vines, conjured by spiritual energy, grew densely over the cave's entrance. Zira glanced at the others and said, "This should be enough." Harry breathed out in awe. "Amazing. Sir Zira. So even the Holy Grail's power can do this." Zira gave a thumbs up, grinning like a kid. "It is just an old man's trick. Honestly, I do not even know what I am capable of. I am just glad you all think so highly of me." The entrance was sealed tight. "Let us settle in. Looks like we are in for a long night." The idle horse chewed on its reins as the four gathered around the blazing fire. Zira hugged a wooden box quietly for a moment before breaking the silence. "Sir Zira." She looked to him. "Could I ask for your help with the holy relic?" He placed his hand on hers, replying, "Miss Zira, please do not push me beyond my limits." She explained, "Don't you know, in times of war, the kingdom's knights have the authority to command their fellow knights." Stella's expression grew serious. She insisted, "But you are the Holy Grail Knight, chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. I believe you are the best candidate to carry this mighty responsibility." Zira still refused. "Even if I am praised for past achievements, it only complicates my future. The man before you is just a challenger, not one who has fulfilled his mission." Stella frowned in frustration, while Hari and Dizzy silently stifled their laughter, enjoying the drama. Finally, he raised his hand, cutting off the conversation between Zira and Stella. "Sorry for interrupting." DC stammered, confused. "Sir Zira in the future. Sir Zira in the past, what does that mean?" Zira explained to Z, "You might not be used to the wandering knights yet." He bowed his head, eyes darkening with sorrow. "It is just that the goddess granted me an undeserved blessing." Steady silhouette appeared, face shadowed Twilight Zira, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. After countless trials, Fleur bestowed upon him a unique power to honor his epic journey as a Holy Grail Knight. Zira closed his eyes, furrowing his brows tightly. "I was destined to conquer the endless dream kingdom. I will recreate a fragment of my long journey's memories and summon my avatar from that era into the present." Then his expression softened as he said, "Now I am 85 years old, and it is time to accept the mission from the gods." Desi gaped in disbelief. "The Holy Grail's power can really do that?" Hari asked curiously. "So how does your power stay undivided?" Zira smiled brightly, running his hand over his bicep. "This body's just a recreation from the past. I carry the power I once had, and I refuse to let it fade away." Hari exclaimed excitedly. "So does that mean today's officially the day we are unstoppable?" Zira grinned and shot back. "How strong can an old geezer like me really be?" He chuckled and added, "I am nothing compared to a Holy Grail Knight. Don't get your hopes up too high." Then, a low growl echoed right after Zira's words. All four of them instantly went on high alert, grabbing their weapons. "Does he spoke?" "Lord Zira, what was that sound?" he warned seriously. "Shh. Quiet. They have found our hiding spot." Harry's face hardened, and DC's tension tightened like a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, heavy thuds and crashes came from above the cave ceiling. Zira stared towards the noise. That was it. A monster was tearing through the cave from above. Zira shouted a warning. "Everyone, get out of the way. Now." Debris rained down right where he was standing. The other three panicked, shouting, "Lord Zira!" Hari and DC scrambled to their feet. Zira called out, "Are you alright?" He stood alone, blocking the monster's razor-sharp teeth with his sword. Stella watched anxiously as Zira used one hand to block the monster's teeth, and the other to fend off its tentacles. Calling out, "Lord Zira!" He glanced at her and warned, "This is the demon's venom. It is dead. Stay sharp." The wound on Zira's back was slowly healing on its own. He furrowed his brows and sharply ordered Stella, "Back off. Now. Move fast." Harry turned to the person beside her, shouting, "Hunter Gudasung. Wake up." Her face darkened, fear creeping in. "Hunter Gudasung." DC's face turned pale from the wound on his arm. Hari anxiously kept calling out, "Hunter Gudasung." The wound on DC's arm bled. He let out a faint groan. Sitting on the ground, he raised his hand and told Harry, who was bandaging him, "I am Assistant Chief Han." The demon girl knelt beside him, struggling to finish the bandage. It is nothing serious. Hari winced as she tightened the bandage on DC's arm, warned with a wary sigh. But with this poison, do not move too much. Harry's hands worked nonstop, wrapping the wound carefully. DC felt a wave of guilt, thinking, I should be stopped this. Harry suddenly stood up, turning around and calling out, please wait a moment. Hunter Gu Desung. DC held his injured arm and looked up at her. Assistant Chief Han. Without hesitation, Harry grabbed her sword and slowly advanced toward Ziria, who was still struggling against the monster. Seeing her, he spun around, alarmed, shouting, hey, it is dangerous. You should not. Before he could finish, Ziria froze, eyes wide in shock. Harry's expression turned deadly serious, her gaze sharp and unwavering, holding her sword. Her entire body was surrounded by flames as she silently vowed, Han Harry, awaken the fire. In her mind appeared an image of the past, Lin holding Harry, eyes closed, saying, you are definitely one chosen by the god of war and flame. Ordinary rules contain divine power. She nestled in his arms, playfully scratching his chin. But I am still not so sure. He raised his hand, conjuring fire. Harry's eyes sparkled with fascination as Lian explained. This sacred fire flows like a wave. Its currents mimic ocean tides, moving as the wielder wills. Just like a rolling wave. Back in the present, Harry's eyes blazed as she swung her sword fiercely, Lian's words echoing in her mind. Remember this. Gritting her teeth, she slashed the monster with a powerful strike, making it howl in agony. The sacred law is the ultimate force of order. She lunged forward, cleaving the beast with a crescent slash, blood spraying everywhere as it let out a final roar and collapsed. Ziria watched from a distance, stunned and speechless by the scene unfolding before him. Quickly, everything settled. They found a hidden cave to set up camp. Ziria glanced at the items on the rock and said, this is Sanho's poison. Hari immediately chimed in, but we are nowhere near the sea. His body was carefully bandaged. Ziria slapped his empty hands together and looked down, saying, this is a chimera belonging to the Empire's Dark Mage. Luckily, I know the right antidote. Vaxer, standing right beside, peeked in and then bowed his head quietly, mumbling, but only enough for one person. Hearing that, Hari immediately felt guilty, lowering her gaze anxiously. I accidentally burned it with my flames. Ziria glanced at her and sighed softly, reassuring her, you can predict what'll happen in battle. Don't blame yourself. Desian was sitting in a corner, clutching his uninjured arm with the other, when suddenly a voice caught his attention. The voice said his name was Gyud Sung. Looking up, Desian saw Ziria standing right in front of him, and he blurted out, Lord Ziria. He knelt immediately, holding out a vial like it was a sacred offering. Drink this. You have earned it. Desian quickly took the vial, holding it carefully in his palm, eyes fixed downward as he asked, is it okay if I am the only one to take it? Ziria answered calmly, of course. A young knight like you will accomplish much more than this old man ever could. Desian furrowed his brows, conflicted but grateful. Thank you, Lord Ziria. Then Desian raised the vial and drank. Watching him, Ziria smiled approvingly. Good. After finishing his task, Ziria stood tall and addressed everyone loudly. This time, I have sealed the entrance tight, no matter how sharp their hearing is. Just as he was about to continue, a sharp pain coursed through his body, forcing him to stop. We want to be able to track them. Unable to bear it any longer, Ziria suddenly collapsed, crying out in agony, sending everyone into a panic. Shouting, Lord Ziria. Desian sprang up, terrified. Catching Ziria, is there any other way to heal you? His face was already turning pale and blue. Ziria clutched his chest stubbornly. I am done. Worry. Even if I die, my past self will keep protecting you all. Desian gripped Ziria's hand tightly, eyes downcast, teeth clenched with a pained expression. Hesitating, but right now, you are the only one here. Though weakened, seeing Desian's support made Ziria smile faintly. Everyone quickly helped him lean against a rock, surrounding him with anxious eyes. My clone has been blessed by the goddess of death, Ziria said. She even gifted it something special. They gathered close as Ziria slumped back against the wall, instructing them, my death will be more peaceful than anyone else's, so do not be sad. Exhausted, Ziria spoke with difficulty. Someone's targeting the sacred relic. To get it into King Lian's hands, you will have to watch another version of me become the sacrifice ready to be thrown away anytime. The atmosphere in the cave darkened. Hari silently wiped tears. Vaxer bowed his head, choking out, Lord Ziria. Desi stood silently beside him, Watching as Ziria lifted his head slowly, leaning back against the rock in his sight, Fleur held up the holy Jianch staff and smiled at Ziria. He was not surprised as he said, "Goddess of death, you did not have to come all this way to visit me." Hearing this, everyone there stared in horror. Ziria's eyes gradually clouded over, narrowing as she stared straight ahead. Everyone fell silent. Watching him, Ziria, barely able to breathe, struggled to speak her final words. Glory. In a different scene, Ziria solemnly sheathed her sword when a voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Well done, Ziria." He quickly turned, hands clasped respectfully. "I dedicate this glory to the goddess of death and to you." Lin and two of his subordinates approached slowly. "You intended to lure their leader into the open?" Huh. Ziria nodded, his expression serious as he reported, "Yes, but it did not work." Lin glanced over, adding, "They are just green beasts, yet they are incredibly patient." Lin scanned the area, pointing to a monster lying on the ground. "If they are this cautious and still one to strike, their leader must have some serious clout." Ziria stood beside him, gripping his sword tightly, eyes tracking Lian's direction as he deduced, "There is a big boss among these monsters." Lian folded his arms behind his back. "Looks like it." He bit his lip, eyes scanning thoughtfully. "These guys look seriously organized. Could there really be a not champion?" The monster grinned wickedly and raised his glowing hands to his eyes. "They are rare, chosen by the god to command all the erupts, forming a terrifying army ready to spark a massive war." Lin raised his hand to his chin, picturing a majestic, awe-inspiring leader. "Back then, I did not see any grand commander. Later, I thought maybe not. But now, it might still be too early to tell." Suddenly, Len remembered something. He turned to Ziria, who stood beside him, and called out, "Ziria?" Lian tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with him. "I need to talk to you about something." Behind the towering mountains, the army was setting up camp. Lian asked, "Can we find somewhere private to talk?" The two sat down, Ziria lowering his gaze, stammering, "You mean, I am dead and now I am in heaven?" His hands nervously drummed on the table. Ziria muttered under his breath, 200 years. You fought those demons alone for 2 centuries. He frowned deeply, head bowed in self-reproach. How could you bear it all alone for so long? Please, do not forgive a faithless knight like me." Lian smiled softly, bowing his head and closing his eyes to steady himself. "No need to apologize. Don't worry." Ziria lifted his head, eyes fixed on the magical orb. Puzzled, "If I died by Anat's hand, then surely a grand commander would appear." Lin replied steadily, "Yeah." He recalled the towering, terrifying image of that monster. The out-champion chosen by the god is on this battlefield, though I have never seen him since that fight. Suddenly, Ziria glanced over. "Curious?" "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do with this gate?" Lian frowned slightly. After a moment's pause, he answered, "I want to run an experiment. The loot from it is just a bonus." Ziria's face turned serious. He looked Lian square in the eye and asked, "But since we are here, I have another purpose." "What is it?" Lian slowly opened his eyes, voice heavy with emotion. This time, armored soldiers seemed to appear behind him. Lin raised his head, smiling softly but loudly. "I want to stand beside my comrades until the very last moment." The sky darkened gradually, and the mountain camps began lighting their fires below. The Uts lay on their beds, sleeping soundly, unaware of what was happening. Their lives were simple. The Uts lived like humans, following the same routine: breakfast, battle, lunch, battle, dinner, then sleep. Lian's expression darkened, his eyes blazing. He flicked a finger to spark a flame and chuckled. "They are strong, but their lives are simple. That is the Ut tribe for you." The mountains and Ut camps burned relentlessly through the night. The fires grew, making them easy targets for ambushes while they were sound asleep. Flames quickly engulfed the Ut camp. They woke panic, screaming chaos. "The food stores are burning. What are the guards doing?" "I have no clue." Lian stood on a nearby peak, grinning slyly. "No doubt those filthy beasts caused this mess. Stupid humans." He knelt on one knee, eyes gleaming as he shouted down, "The screams of those burning monsters are music to my ears." Ziria stood calmly behind him, agreeing, "I am with you, Your Majesty." Holding his sword, he rubbed the hilt thoughtfully. "I will share every piece of info I know with you." Ziria looked away, thinking to himself, "Now that His Majesty is here, my death in history has been rewritten." Lian stood quietly, beginning to summon his power. Ziria stepped closer, contemplating, If this gate can truly replicate an entire kingdom. In Ziria's mind appeared the image of Dullahan, standing solemnly in a castle. Then that person will come here. Dullahan turned his head, his eyes glowing with dark energy, the strongest holy knight. The image of Ariana praying with folded hands appeared. Everyone silently closed their eyes in prayer. Those who completed the god's mission and drank the sacred water would become the god's chosen. A knight in shining armor placed a hand on his chest. Kneeling respectfully, the holy knight, the ultimate symbol of divine power. Someone else stood firm, surrounded by a surge of power, gripping a sword pointed straight at the gods. Those blessed with divine power drew strength from the faith of their followers, channeling that faith into their holy might. Lin imagined it all, a knight calmly holding his sword steady, Ariana praying beautifully. In other words, unlike knights who rely on magic and face limits in power, these holy knights poured every bit of their faith directly into their divine strength. The moment she prayed, a massive battalion of knights stood right behind her, so in a way, she was never alone. Holy knights are basically walking vaults of their followers' faith. They do not know the meaning of exhaustion in battle. Sim clawed at his face, his anger flaring up like a beast. These damn pests. Sim's voice boomed, catching the attention of the oath outside. How could they keep attacking nonstop for 3 whole days? Running a wild alliance of beasts and oath. One of his subordinates dropped to his knees, trembling as he bowed low to report, "We have been hit over 300 times. Sim's shock skyrocketed. "What?" Furious, Sim raised his hands to his face, breathing heavily with wild, white eyes, shouting, "No way! We have 10,000 troops, 10,000. The image of Leon and Ziria raiding his camp infuriated Sim. How could just 2 people attack a camp guarded day and night by tens of thousands? He forced a sly grin and took off flying, then crazily demanded, "Why have not you caught them yet?" The subordinate answered nervously, "They are holy knights." Sim abruptly cut him off, yelling, "Damn it, this is bad." Sim slumped in his chair, rubbing his face in frustration. "This can't go on, I have got to do something." Suddenly, something flew into the tent, the curtain flapping wildly as if caught in a storm. Something squishy bounced inside, startling Sim so badly he jumped back, stammering, "What the hell is that?" The splash hit his face. Sim's subordinate turned to look, and there lay Tron, defeated and sprawled on the ground. Sim screamed, "It is Tron!" His fear skyrocketing at the sight before him. Trevon, the strongest of the beastly warriors blessed by the divine beasts, was sliced clean in half. Sim stared in shock, then curiously looked behind him, wondering who could be done this. At that moment, a massive foot stomped into the tent, carrying a giant axe over his shoulder. He smiled coldly at the two and sneered. Pathetic. Sim stepped back, terrified, his eyes wide and grimacing as he ground his teeth staring at them. After a moment, he shouted loudly. They smirked proudly, saying, "What the hell's going on? The champion of hell can." Then one of them grabbed Sim by the collar, making him scream in rage. He lifted Sim off the ground with one hand. Sim struggled to breathe, his face turning purple with effort. They exhaled heavily, eyes blazing with fury. One growled at Sim, "I have already given you a deadline." Their terrifying gaze, bloodshot and sharp as a blade, warned, "By tomorrow, we will crush you." Sim was powerless, his face pale as he desperately tried to pull their hands away, thinking, "What kind of strength is this? Even in my prime, I could fight off holy knights before. But against him, I am done." Suddenly, a flicker of hope lit his eyes. Looking down at the ground, he thought, he might be even stronger than those knights. After a moment, they released him, throwing Sim roughly to the floor. They hoisted their axe and ordered, "Tomorrow, we attack with everything we have got. Get your troops ready." Sim nervously looked up, stammering, "Yes, but there are 2 holy knights in their ranks." They ignored his worries, carrying their axe out of the tent. Sim turned back and called after them, "Grand Knight Skunik and I will back you in this fight, so rally your troops fast. We will crush them tomorrow." Sim's eyes went wide, still trying to process what just happened. He blurted out, "Got it." Feeling a surge of hope, 2 champions of the Oat tribe, blessed by divine beasts and thought to exist only in legends, were coming to help. He sheathed his sword and sighed, collapsing onto the floor, satisfied. Maybe this is enough to win. Suddenly, a loud noise outside grabbed everyone's attention. Sim's face twisted in alarm as he shouted, "What the hell are those bastards doing now?" He slowly stood up. Sim waved his hand, signaling his subordinates, "Follow me quickly. Capture them." The moment he stepped outside, the scene froze Sim in his tracks. A massive sharp spike was lodged deep into the ground, forming a crater, still steaming where the monsters lay. That thing was still billowing smoke, with a small note pinned atop it. Drawing everyone's eyes, a letter. Sim grabbed the letter, opened it, and read aloud. This is from King Lian Hood, and it must have taken a long time to get here. After reading, Sim was speechless. His companion bowed his head. Keeping silent, furious at being challenged, Sim ripped the letter in half without hesitation, shouting, "Those bastards, they proposed a one-on-one duel, thinking our situation was weak. Long story short, they want a bare-knuckle fight." We crossed our arms, gripping our weapons. He frowned and said, "Accept it, Sim." Standing behind, asked, "You want to fight them? If you join, we might actually win." We did not say a word more. He just smirked, full of confidence. Determined, he declared with a confident grin, "I will bring back the knight's honor, the Holy Grail." Meanwhile, the beast had been slain, and everyone rushed forward, standing over the defeated monster. Everyone cheered. "Glory to the Queen." "Thank you." The female knight rushed over, tears streaming. That was terrifying. The radiant one gently patted her head, asking, "Are you okay?" Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt. Soyeon stepped closer, exhaling in relief and placing her hand over her heart. "We barely escaped a huge disaster. Thank you for your rescue." Patrick smiled warmly in response. "No problem." After a moment, Soyeon spoke up again. "By the way, have you seen Rihei Hugh?" He glanced over and exclaimed, "What?" Soyeon blushed furiously, scratching her face awkwardly. "It is not like I am worried about him or anything. Well, maybe a little." Patrick smiled gently. She covered her mouth and teased, "You are worried about your buddy? That is adorable." This made Soyeon blush even harder. She squinted with understanding in her eyes and smiled kindly. After a moment, Patrick stood before everyone, nervously clasping her hands. "Our mission is to assist Lord Nigeria and protect the royal forces." "Right?" Everyone quickly replied in unison. "Yes." Then she added, "But actually, His Majesty is not here. He is fighting on another battlefield." Patrick looked at everyone's shocked faces and explained, "He might be with another squad on a different mission. So do not worry about him." She tilted her head, raised a finger, and cast a small tracking spell on everyone for safety. "Fight with confidence." Everyone cheered. "That is awesome." Patrick stepped forward, then suddenly turned back to encourage them. "We will reunite with them soon, so give it your all." Some time later, Patrick walked with the knights and the rest of the group. Her expression was serious, eyes scanning thoughtfully the royal guards, and Jihikyu seemed to be advancing with His Majesty to attack the Awat tribe. Patrick pondered deeply, mapping everything out in her mind. The question was about the other three, judging by the aura she sensed. Desung and Harry were in a different group. Something like a map formed in her mind as she calculated everything. But Spinner was still a mystery outside her detection range, and she thought she could see every nook of this canyon. Patrick clenched her fists, closed her eyes, sighed in frustration, wondering, where the heck did he go? The cliff stretched out in the mist, evoking a feeling both majestic and mysterious. A vast, wild, and cold expanse came into view. At this moment, it floated in space, inside the ship emitting constant sounds. Beep. He stared intently ahead, reporting, "Orbit stabilized. Gravity effects calculated. Ready." In the dark void, Z studied a small screen before him, monitoring the growth and reproduction rate of the Oz tribe within the gate. He looked a bit drained, his red eyes scanning as he reported, "Satellite successfully launched into the gate S space, but the data is still limited. We need to analyze potential unusual physical phenomena that might occur." A detailed map spread out on the ground. Z glanced at it and announced the terrain boundaries are clearly defined. It looked like a miniature planet, but we could not see it all, just the valleys and part of the Empire's border. Scanning high-energy power sources, adjusting coordinates, analyzing the battlefield. The tracker locked onto a location, a small circle pinned to someone's neck. That blue circle kept zooming in until the figure was crystal clear, a powerful presence confirmed. One Canis, clad in armor, seemed to sense something. He remained silent, motionless. Suddenly, Canis raised his head sharply, staring straight ahead at the camp. Panic hit him instantly. Sweat poured down as he muttered, "They have found me." "No way." Canis lowered his gaze. Refusing to look up again, he reached up to remove his iron helmet, eyes flashing with irritation, teeth clenched tightly. His bloodshot eyes burned with fierce determination. He had not faced this in a long time. Dust swirled thickly against the mountain cliffs, choking the view. On a rocky plain, two armies readied their forces. The orcs were decked out in full armor and weapons, their massive, muscular bodies making their ranks even more intimidating. Watching this, Ziak worriedly asked, Is this really the right moment to test our army? If we mess up, this could spiral out of control. Lian's voice was cold and sharp. This is serious business. He analyzed carefully. If we grasp their strength, we will have a better idea of how this battle will unfold. If we seize their base here, the sacred relic transports will be way easier. Lian promised. Moving those relics used to be a nightmare. But now our legion's right here. Zeke and Suo exchanged puzzled looks. Your Majesty, is not this a big deal? Should we help escort the relics through this land? Confident. Lian replied. Queen Patrick and Lord Spindler are already on that. Consider our reinforcements deployed. Zeke blinked in realization. Right just then, an engineer stepped forward to report. Your Majesty. Lian nodded. Understood. He turned to General Zeke. Are you ready? Come Ev. Zeke replied. At your command. Your Majesty. I will lead the way. Zeke strode forward, steady and sure. Moving toward the orc ranks, everyone else watched him with unwavering trust. The orcs slammed their weapons down and shouted. Kill them. Slaughter them all, fueled by their battle cries. They roared. God Hyokan watches us destroy those knights. The engineers bristled at the taunts. Hey Lian, you really look down on these lowlifes. Huh. Zeke was used to this noise always loud. Just like their reckless tempers, suddenly, a towering figure stepped forward. Welcome. Pitiful humans, a massive orc, clearly their leader. Sneered. The rules here are simple, die. And you lose. He introduced himself. I am Ban, Hyokan's undefeated champion. No one's beaten me, and I have never lost. Banbaza taunted. Who dares risk their honor to challenge me? Lian scoffed, using your pitiful tribe's honor as a shield. Pathetic, he shot back. Only cowards lose to me, Lian commanded. And Knight Zeke grabbed that ugly beast by the neck. Zeke instantly got serious, drawing a sword from thin air. He declared, I will remember your name after this fight. The orc and the knight faced off. Zeke's eyes shifted color as he vowed. Today's your death day. Banbaza sneered at the sword pointed at him. Old men love to brag. Let me return the favor. Zeke retorted sharply. You are a joke, green-armored warrior. Banbaza challenged. Prove it then. Zeke nodded. Challenge accepted. Banbaza threw his axe to the ground and laughed loudly. Bring it on. Confidently. He declared, you will die today. Zeke's gaze never wavered as he carefully sized up his opponent. Banbaza slammed his foot into the ground, gathering momentum to launch forward. He charged at Zeke wielding his axe. I am coming for you. The other man gripped his sword tightly and rushed in as well. Banbaza radiated confidence. Taunting, prepare to die. Suddenly, a sharp slash cut straight toward Zeke's body. His eyes went wide as bright red blood splattered everywhere. Banbaza hoisted his axe onto his shoulder. Raising his weapon high, he boasted loudly to his troops. I have got this in the bag. Zeke and Soal Kunhai gasped. Oh no? Zeke muttered. No way. Watching Banbaza stand tall, Zeke panicked. He can't possibly fail like that back then. Suddenly, Banbaza seemed dazed, mumbling to himself. Victory? Mine? No one? It can stop. Out of nowhere, Zeke appeared behind Banbaza. Fully intact, he calmly said, a beast is still just a beast. He smirked and said, your moves are so predictable. At that moment, Sohao remembered and whispered to his friend. The knight's holy blade dreams and death intertwined. Zeke, confused, asked. What? Sohao explained. Looks like back then he used holy law to create illusions. That last move was holy law from the dream realm. Zeke's eyes lit up in the blink of an eye. He was right in front of Banbaza, poised to strike. Zeke declared, time to drown in this sweet illusion. With that, he unleashed the holy law's radiant execution. Zeke thought to himself, at this speed, at this distance, I am definitely going to pierce him. If I hit him, the force alone will weaken and kill him. He quickly eyed Banbaza's weak spot, but suddenly, Banbaza grabbed the sword's tip, like a hellish god swearing vengeance. He growled, is this your knight's holy law? The sword would not budge in Banbaza's grip. Zeke panicked, realizing holy law was useless here. Out of nowhere, Banbaza shouted wildly, flinging Zeke backward. His axe slashed across, causing Zeke to scream in pain. Suo and Zeke cried out in fear. Lord Zeke. Zeke quickly retreated, putting distance between them. Banbaza jeered arrogantly. You are all just noisy talk. Knight of the Holy Blade. Zeke grimaced, recognizing Hyokan's power. Banbaza brat. That is right. I am Ban, Hyokan's right hand. I have been gifted the strength to crush and destroy everything. He clenched his axe tightly, declaring, your skills mean nothing to me. Banbaza swung the axe straight at Ziek, who barely dodged in time, struggling to defend. Ziek clenched his teeth, thinking, this bastard's way too strong. He stumbled backward, trying to escape the swinging axe. Then Ziek charged up again. Banbaza shouted a challenge. Come on, old man. Their fierce clash made it impossible to call a winner, but Ziek's age clearly put him at a disadvantage. Banbaza, though wounded, taunted, so that is the Holy Knight. Huh? Just one strike, and you are already worn out? Suddenly, Banbaza grabbed Ziek by the collar, slammed him to the ground, and mocked, is this how you fooled everyone with your so-called strength? Ziek's eyes rolled back in pain as Banbaza prepared another brutal strike. Die. Ziek cried out fearfully. Lord Ziek. Dust cleared to reveal Banbaza's looming figure. Banbaza sneered. Too bad. All I see nearby is a struggling shadow, wincing from his wounds. Ziek gritted his teeth, thinking, what a pitiful, humiliating scene. Even after sacrificing his honor on the battlefield, he still could not bring Banbaza down. This fight had him bleeding and broken too much already. He clenched his sword's hilt tightly. Then Ziek wrapped a cloth around his hand to steady his grip on the sword, cursing, you disgust me, you vile beast. This battle is just getting started. He quickly readied himself, lunging forward once more. Banbaza chuckled with contempt. He swung again, sneering, in the end, you are just a weak human. Let us see what your holy knights can do against me. Ziek was in so much pain he lost focus, and it looked like he was slipping into unconsciousness. Lin and his soldiers wore serious expressions, standing tall and imposing before the expedition Lian, the war knight. His gaze sharpened instantly as he demanded, state your name. Ziek bowed respectfully, placing his hands reversed before him, answering honestly, I am the second son of Baron Vu Thum. Ziek, formerly serving in the Twilight Knights of Leona. Lin said nothing, only watching closely, his brow furrowed with caution. Lin held his gaze and finally said, I have heard of you. I heard you served in the Twilight Knights 50 years ago. Ziek closed his eyes, bowing lower in shame. A flicker of sadness crossed his face as Lian hesitated before speaking, hesitant towards Ziek. Lun's struggle was clear as he made a tough call. This Oat clan expedition aims to eliminate the rampaging General Oat. It might be too dangerous for you to join. Ziek paused, then pushed to persuade, O holy knight of glory and justice. He placed his hand over his heart, every word and gesture dripping with determination. Please allow me to fight, even if it is in the lowest rank, whether mingling with common foot soldiers or wielding a spear among infantry. I do not care. Lin's eyes widened, surprised by the resolve. Warm sunlight streamed through the window as he said, I just want to keep everyone safe. Why are you so desperate to fight? There are other ways to claim glory. Ziria lowered his head, biting his lip tight, then smiled warmly. Sincerely, honor and glory are not everything. Ziria recalled the blood-soaked battlefields, standing close to the earth, determined to live fully by his convictions. Ziria tasted fresh blood, pierced deeply by a weapon. Banba pointed to himself, eyes blazing. I won? You weakling. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. The weapon in his hand was heating up. Ziria gripped the weapon tighter, summoning every ounce of strength. His face darkened as he listened closely. Sure enough, rumors about this clan were pure lies. He recalled Lian's words and understood everything. His loyalty would always be honored. Shine on all day and bring glory to the clan in this campaign. Ziria summoned his power. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, he cast a mighty spell, eyes glowing with divine focus. O goddess who governs the fate of all things. As he spoke, he swung his sword fiercely. Please protect your knight who has defied death itself. Banba clutched his sword to his chest, thinking, how does he have no strength left to move? Instantly, he collapsed. Ziria remained standing, blessed with death immunity. He did not scream but calmly withdrew his blade. Ziria raised his sword high, signaling silently. The soldiers erupted in chaos, cheering their victory. Suo's jaw dropped in disbelief. We won. Ziria's comrade was equally stunned. Victory was theirs at last. The monster stood firm, radiating confidence. Banda lost. Weakling. Unbelievable. He sneered loudly moments ago. An old monster, fully armored, slowly approached. Just careless and caught off guard. What a fool. He revealed his face and introduced himself. I am General. You are about to die, but I will ask anyway. Manga mocked Ziria's expression, Want to light your last fire? Ziria remained still. Thinking. I have lost too much blood. Ziria furrowed his brow. Calculating silently. Once death immunity fades, he will embrace real death. His eyes dimmed, but his heart stayed strong. Then, for my king, Manga gripped his staff and slowly advanced. With even a shred of strength, I will drag you down as my companion. Ziria collapsed, unable to bear it. But someone caught him. Leon appeared. Comforting him, you fought bravely. Sir Ziria. Leon lowered his head, approaching the enemy. Now, rest. I will witness and bless your end. Ziria watched anxiously, wounds covering him. Your Majesty. Leon stood alone, challenging the fierce Uth monsters. Manga froze in shock as Leon's words hit him. Those slimy green monsters. I am giving them one last shot to win this. A weapon emerged, glowing with pure golden light. Every detail screamed top-tier craftsmanship. A masterpiece of its kind, Lin wielded it with fierce power, flames licking around him like a living storm. Right above his head, a glass cup materialized out of thin air, playing heavy hitters all the way. Lin charged like a lion. Come on, all of you, step up and face me. Out in the depths of space, something watched Kurt, observing everything, reporting details. Movement detected at the Empire's border. Between the Empire and the Kingdom, Lin is currently in a shaky alliance. Before it lay a map, bases lighting up, sacred relic escorts moving in sequence. 2 convoys already wiped out, but the members of the Pantheon Guild remained safe. It reviewed the data and immediately reported back. Kurt, the number of Uth allies and heretics is rising. Suddenly, it paused. Sensing something, Kurt abruptly leapt out of the main building for reasons unknown. Cursing under its breath, out of nowhere, a blazing fairy shot through, destroying everything. The late afternoon sun dipped below the horizon. Leon, unmatched in power, prepared to obliterate all in his path. Lookers gawked. Jaws dropped in disbelief. He barely uttered a word before the Uth monsters vanished. Truly, the pinnacle of human history. Leon ordered a halt and glanced back over his shoulder. Iria placed her hand on her chest, showing deep respect. Lord Ziria, the Warblade is here. If needed, I will accompany you to the ends of this world. Beads of sweat dripped as he called out. Your Majesty. Ziria immediately knelt, pleading desperately. Please do not get stuck in this memory of mine. Don't waste your precious time. Your Majesty, you have already shown me what a proud king you are. What more could I possibly ask for? After speaking, he coughed several times. Suo stood nearby, worry etched on his face. Lord Ziria. Lin also knelt, hand on chest. I will perform the ascension ritual. Please accept it. Your Majesty. Ziria quickly stopped him, voice filled with concern. That is impossible. Please conserve your holy power. He stayed calm, explaining, the Uth and heretics will retreat soon. If we do not chase down the remaining ones, I won't have to fight anymore. Ziria hesitated, wanting to refuse, but he said no more. Lost in thought, he was just a memory brought back, a fading shadow. Without hesitation, Leon began. I will start now. His voice full of emotion, his face serious. Knight Saint Ziria Verthum, second son of Jadik Verthum, the first knight of Leona's Twilight Knights, servant of dreams and death. A goddess appeared, smiling gently. Pray to the goddess you worship. Ziria clasped his hands, eyes filled with solemn devotion. He looked at the goddess and began. O goddess who guides from the lowest depths, O goddess who governs the fate of all things. Raising his brow, he said firmly, here stands your servant, who has ended a long journey. Bowing his head, he pleaded sincerely. My life has shunned illusion and deceit. Despising gold and silver, I protected the people and gave them plenty. Dear goddess, if you wish to bless the merits I earned in this mortal world, please expand my king's realm and erase all his worries and sorrows. Ziria closed his eyes tight as Leon's hand gently touched his shoulder. O divine spirit of dreams and death. Lin also shut his eyes, continuing with reverence. Here, your first knight begins his final journey. Your honor will be remembered by the living. His radiant light will be cherished. Lin showed heartfelt sincerity. May this knight be toasted in your divine banquet, and may his name be remembered forever. A surge of magical power burst forth, enveloping everything around. On behalf of the gods, vow we will feast together at the divine table. Their foreheads touched lightly in agreement, golden light soaring upward, painting the scene with mystical beauty. Farewell, my old friend. A white powder dusted over Jarius' body as his eyes slowly opened. The light did not fade but kept rising, tiny specks swirling around. In a group of Uth monsters gathered, deep in discussion. The old monster next to him turned and asked, Sir Chief, have you been enchanted by him? A tiny flame flickered on his finger. That defeat was nothing, those were just weaklings. The old monster, resolute, shared his opinion. Please excuse me. The god's disciple is still inexperienced. We should retreat. Continuing to fight under these conditions won't do us any favors. The chief, hearing this, propped his chin and started to ponder, grinding his teeth with bloodshot eyes. Confident in the general he commanded, the chief said with conviction, "If fate allows, perhaps I will face him myself in the stillness of the night forest." Tiny lights blinked faintly in the darkness as Ziria carefully parted the leaves to observe. Here it is, brothers. Judging by the tracks, this path rarely sees monsters. Suddenly, Harry called out, "Hey, Sir Ziria." He turned and asked, "What is up, Sir and Harry?" Harry looked worried. "Sir, do you remember anything from before?" The old man replied slowly. "You mean the memories of the other self traveling with you all," she clarified. "More precisely, it is like inheriting memories from the original body." Ziria tried to recall, but it was tough. "Too bad. I do not have any memories of you guys at all." The old man's face softened. "Now, I am just an 87-year-old apprentice knight. Back then, His Majesty was both the Holy Grail Knight and the War Knight, and other knights marveled at him." Harry's curiosity sparked. "Sir Ziria, do you know about His Majesty's youth?" Stella was intrigued too. "We want to hear it." "Sir Ziria." The old man cleared his throat, ready to recount a proud victory. The memories from that time were intense. Ziria recalled Leon standing tall in armor on the battlefield. His Majesty was the youngest Holy Grail Knight in history, and his reputation as an apprentice knight was formidable. He teased the kids. "Do you believe His Majesty started his apprenticeship at just 16? Harry's eyes widened in surprise. The old man said he matured quickly and gained experience early. At 20, the Goddess of Light and Justice chose him for a sacred mission. By 27, he became the youngest War Knight and Holy Grail Knight, able to aid the goddess's presidential council. He repeated how he grew wise and strong, and at 20 was chosen by the goddess for a holy task. At 27, he rose as the youngest War Knight and Holy Grail Knight ever. He remembered every milestone of Leon clearly. A truly brilliant man, no one else could match his talent and grandeur." Jurea called out, "Sir and Harry." She quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He instructed her like passing down a sacred duty. "Stay close to His Majesty. Observe and learn well." At that age, his talents were incredible. Harry grinned, accepting the high honor given. "Yes, I will do my best." Her excitement made the old man smile warmly. As night deepened, everyone found a spot to rest. Exhausted and fast asleep, only the old man stayed awake, practicing his swordsmanship. Each swing was filled with all his heart and soul, hoping for sweet results. Suddenly, Jure woke up, standing against a tree nearby watching the old man train. His sudden appearance startled the old man a bit. He felt awkward, thinking he would disturb the old man's sleep. "Sorry to wake you," he said. The old man chuckled. "No worries, young knight. Am I? Sleep is a luxury I have lost." Jure stepped closer. "I was planning to keep watch, but since you are training, old man, mind if I watch your swordplay?" The old man happily agreed. "It would be my honor." After a friendly challenge, they took their positions for a sparring match. The old man warned gently, "I will go easy. Be ready to block." The young knight responded politely. Suddenly, before he could react, the old man's sharp blade grazed his neck. Catching him off guard, he quickly regained his composure and parried the strike. Jure attacked while coaching him on tactics. "Keep both hands above your waist. The sword is not just for offense. It is your fastest defense. Always keep it ready to react." Each of the old man's strikes was lightning fast and deadly. The quiet night echoed only with the clash of their swords. DC clenched his teeth and took the hits. His swordsmanship was mechanical, precise, and fast, but nothing more. Against a heavyweight like Jiria, he struggled hard. Yet he could not mount a counterattack. Just a simple move from Jiria sent DC's sword flying, crashing against the beam. Jiria's blade stopped just inches from DC's throat. He was left gasping for breath. Cornered, DC had no choice but to surrender. Chuckling, "I lost, kid. But hey, winning or losing in training does not really matter." Jiria sank down with a hearty laugh and praised DC. "You have got a solid foundation and decent reflexes. You have been training hard and steady." He waved him over. "Come sit here with me." DC humbly replied, "I am still way behind, sir." Embarrassed, DC asked, "Sir Jiria, how do I compare to Sir Harry?" Jiria's words cut deep, and though DC half expected the answer, it still stung to hear. Jiria praised Harry. "That girl is a prodigy, blessed by the gods. She will surpass others faster and further." Z sat beside him, heart heavy. "Honestly, I already knew." DC blamed himself. "No matter how hard I try, some things just are not meant to be." Jiria looked at him with sympathetic eyes. feeling sorry for the young knight, breaking the somber mood with a faint smile. Jiraiya said, "You really are like me." DC blinked. Confused. "You mean me, sir?" Jiraiya tilted his head to the sky, speaking softly like confiding a secret. "After all, I never became the holy knight. You mean my future self won't fulfill his dream? That is a strange and unexpected thing to say." His voice deepened. "I have heard that from many family comrades, even King Leon himself, and the goddess I worship, they all told me to give up." Ze asked cautiously. "Then why did not you quit, sir?" Beneath a sky full of stars shining down on them, his answer glowed like a divine light. "The challenge does not depend on anyone else's judgment." Jiraiya shrugged. "If they say it is impossible, what right do I have to quit? Right?" His conviction left Disi breathless. Speechless, Jiraiya smiled warmly. "Hey, young knight, do you know what courage really means?" "Courage?" Disi replied innocently. "You mean bravery." Jiraiya lectured gently. "It is either strength, love, or hope." His words echoed grandly. "A knight wields courage, bold bravery, unwavering hope, pure love. The holy knight is the pinnacle of that courage." He softly called his name. "Knight-ga, do you think holy knights are born with courage?" DC stammered. "Well, of course. Experience shapes them." Jiraiya shook his head firmly. "No one is born with courage. It can be owned, gifted, or simply attained." Placing a hand on DC's shoulder, Jiraiya's unexpected gesture startled him. He punched the air energetically. "Courage is something you bring out right here. Right now." DC's face lit up, finally grasping the truth Jiraiya was sharing. Jiraiya stood, stretched his shoulders. "Young knight, when you pray to become courageous," he smiled kindly, "do you think the gods will just hand courage to you? Or will they give you the chance to unleash it yourself?" Scene change. At the Empire's watchtower, radiating power and majesty, the guards stood in formation, focused and fully committed to their duty. After days of hardship, the knights finally arrived at their destination. Stella excitedly pointed out, "Sir Jiraiya, we have reached the Empire's watchtower." He looked surprised. "We are here already." He shared vital info with the kids. "Passing through here, you can head straight to the kingdom's border." Harry mulled over everything he would learn. Disi quietly wondered, does the Leonhood kingdom share a border with the Empire? He read the system's cryptic notice, puzzled why the mission was not over yet. His thoughts were a bit naive. Once we reach the Empire, escort duty should be done, right? Nearby guards noticed someone approaching and immediately went on alert. "Stop! Who are you?" Stella stepped up as the group's spokesperson, flashing her credentials to the gate guards. "We are the escort for the kingdom of Leonhood's sacred relic. Surely they have got records of our passage from before." Silence answered her, no response yet from the guards. After a tense moment, the vertical gate latch clicked and the massive door began to move. The gates slowly creaked open, welcoming them inside. A warm voice greeted the knights. "Welcome." But Jiraiya was skeptical. There was no way. He could not believe what was unfolding before him. The leader of the Divine Light sect, the Royal Guard Captain Bunfat, and even the head of the Statue Astronomy Guild. Jiraiya's shock ran deep. Among the Emperor's 13 noon attendants, they were all here? The kind leader smiled. "The Twilight Holy Grail Knight, Jiraiya?" But that smile twisted into something sinister. Wait, was that a clone of him? The Knight Squad had walked straight into a trap, enemies suddenly closing in from all sides. Harry shouted a warning. "Jiraiya?" Enemies nearby, realizing their plan, Jiraiya clenched his teeth. "No way! You guys." Before he could defend himself, laser beams blasted him head-on. Jiraiya's vibrant voice shattered the chaos, while DC watched helplessly next to him. The cult leader sneered. "Welcome to the Empire." The cult leader's shadow twisted into a creepy grin, his eyes burning red in the fairy night. "And say goodbye." DC's gaze locked on as Jiraiya was struck. A dagger plunged deep into his gut. Jiraiya flew backward, landing hard. Someone caught him, clutching his wounded stomach. The cult leader stroked his beard with a wicked grin. "As long as the knight still has power, we have nothing to fear. You want to struggle a bit more?" Stella spun around, fury blazing in her eyes, full of fierce determination. Her sword ignited with a fiery rage, pure hellfire. She leapt high, swinging a blazing slash toward the cult leader, flames roaring into a giant fireball. The cult leader flicked his fingers, quickly tracing a magic circle in the air. The circle shot purple beams, shattering the flames, dispelling high-level elemental magic. Stella's jaw dropped. Could it really nullify divine magic? The cult leader smirked proudly. "We have studied divine magic for ages." Spreading his hand, he explained. "Knights or even the king might challenge me, but your kind's divine magic can't bend the laws of nature." Stella furrowed her brow deeply, researching divine miracles. That is blasphemy. The cult leader fired back without hesitation. That is why you are all fools, clinging to outdated gods and refusing progress. You are the reason humanity lags behind. Deci quickly drew his sword. From the start, the Empire colluded with the odds. They are targeting the sacred relic. Harry's worry spiked. What? The cult leader spread his arms as if condemning them. Those bastards dare target the relic granted by the gods to the kingdom. Know your place, or suffer defeat. Laughing wildly, he pointed. That relic will unlock secrets about divinity, a breakthrough the Empire has been chasing. Suddenly, dark clouds swarmed in, blotting out the once clear sky. A crushing pressure slammed down, sending Deci's group into a panic. The cult leader grinned, eyes glued to them. Behold! He twisted his fingers, summoning a glowing golden orb. The power of humanity. From the clouds burst a blinding beam, the ancient magic. Lamantus laser. The beam targeted Deci's group's position. Stunned, they froze in place. The beam nearly struck their armor. Harry and Deci gritted their teeth, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in a pink aura appeared. Dark sorcery. Another power surfaced mid-air, nullifying the ultimate element. The laser bolts, barely inches from Harry's group, were sucked away by this force. Cult leader screamed in panic. Well, who is this? They nullify magic? A voice echoed from above. It was too dangerous. I had to rush here. Harry looked up, bursting with excitement. Just as he expected, above, a massive bird swooped in, with Patrick casually standing on its back. Looking down, below, a cavalry unit rode, fully armed and ready for battle. Patrick glanced down with disdain. See my magic? Gentlemen. Impressive? Right? The giant bird was enveloped in a shimmering pink aura, spreading its wings to glide gracefully on the wind. The armored cavalry charged forward at Patrick's command, fierce and relentless. The enemy troops glanced suspiciously, whispering, "Who is she?" The cult leader's face twisted in shock. Magic. Yes, but that aura around her. Divine power. The cult leader suddenly went speechless, mouth agape, emitting strange sounds. He quickly cast a protective circle around them, nullifying mental interference and boosting their inner strength and spirit. His green magic began to fade. How rude. He scoffed, throwing flashy magic around like spoiled brats. Patrick smirked challengingly, a mage with no self-respect. Sorry. That magic's just my birthright. The cult leader gritted his teeth, furious inside. Lies? Such raw power, yet all show with no substance. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Such a leer. It stirs both memories and desires. He mused, brow furrowed with concern. Divine power evoked dreams and death. Could she really be a cult leader? Contrary to his thoughts, Patrick's group remained shaken. Those cursed kingdoms only sent one holy knight. Unbeknownst to them, the holy maiden was hidden. Stella blinked in confusion. Who is that? Isn't he Fleur's leader supposed to be a man? The cult leader waved his hand, conjuring golden magic. Anyway, showing yourself here was a mistake. He gathered power into a fiery orb. Since you have come this far, there is no turning back. Burn. Sacred flame. Fireball. Beatrice quickly covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Oh wow. What is the plan for that cute little thing? The cult leader could not keep calm. Growling, this is not over yet. A fiery dagger-shaped gem formed in his hand, accelerating and morphing with magical energy, his gaze burning hot. Fired straight at the giant bird overhead. Die. Beatrice stood still, waiting calmly as the deadly attack neared her face. A perfect hexagonal shield appeared, blocking the strike. The holy hex shield. Beatrice sensed something was off and glanced behind her. A sudden, devastating sneak attack struck behind Beatrice's ancient magic. Lamantus lightning strike. The cult leader laughed slyly. Enjoy that. Bet you can block 2 spells at once. A massive explosion lit up the sky, blinding everyone below and obscuring the battlefield. Harry's eyes shook, his voice thick with dread. Queen. Beatrice gently covered her mouth with a handkerchief. First, we clear out this messy, uncultured bunch. Great magic path. Cycle the mana. The cult leader froze in place, dumbfounded. What? Sweating like crazy. What kind of crazy magic is this? Beatrice raised her hands, revealing overlapping magical circles. Great magic path. Above her head, a pair of eyes shot out streams of mystical fire manifestation. The entire city became engulfed in flames, screams echoing everywhere. The cult leader bowed his head to dodge. Heavens! Suddenly, the gem on the cult leader's forehead glowed. He raised an eyebrow, as if understanding something. He raised his hand to block, gritting his teeth with hatred. Even the residual magic can be absorbed and used. The mana quantity is terrifying. Pure concept barrier. Beatrice's deep eyes blazed with fury. Is that a concept defense? She just pointed, and the eye behind her launched an attack, Rivaling the subordinates' divine magic, Beatrix put a finger to her lips. Looking adorable. Magic? Huh. In this world, they call it sorcery. Not much different from the magic in my world. She scrunched her lips in disgust. Don't he get why everyone uses it so clumsily? Her sharp eyes flashing. What are you even saying? The eyes above absorbed more and more magic. Growing wider and wider, Beatrix spread her hands, spinning them as a black magical orb appeared between. Glowing with golden light, she raised the magic orb high, soaking up every bolt of lightning, obsessing over magic power while blind to its true potential. Seriously. You guys are the confusing ones here, wide-eyed with shock. She gasped. Wait, are you trying to cast magic like us? Tretch stretched out his hand. And just like that, everything was set. Then it all blossomed. That dazzling magic orb glowed brilliantly in her hands. The grand magic path. The heavenly light punishment. Scene shifts to a quieter spot where Ziria is slowly waking up, her eyes fluttering open as she is being healed. DC quickly conjured a protective barrier around them. Ziria? Are you okay? He anxiously scanned the area. It was the Empire's guard outpost. Ziria's brow furrowed. If I woke up here, does that mean the Empire betrayed us? Tritch, still radiating magic from above. Confirmed. You are right. Ziria? Harry's eyes went wide with terror. What? A voice in my head. The voice echoed again, addressing Harry and his escort. Tritch was using telepathy to communicate. Request reinforcements immediately. Harry was still confused. Wait, are not we winning? The cult leader and Min were gritting their teeth, barely holding their ground. It is only a matter of time. I sense a strange power from those so-called Imperial Dukes. Veins bulged on the cult leader's face. But Tritch could not relax. If this drags on, I do not think I can carry this fight alone. Suddenly, something hurtled from the sky, crashing into the ground with a massive explosion. Zed lay paralyzed in the rubble, his body parts scattered everywhere. System error. Urgent repairs needed. Zed frantically began detaching damaged components to fix the emergency. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him, barely audible sounds escaping his lips. When Canis shook him hard. Who are you? Why do I feel divine power from you? 12 knights thundered through the narrow canyon, hooves pounding, kicking up a storm of dust. Ziria clenched the reins with one hand and held the treasure mirror with the other. Hurry. The Empire's forces will catch us any second now. Diseased after them. Tension thick in his voice. Don't worry about us, just get ahead. Harry urged his horse forward. Heart pounding. Come on, horse. Give me everything you have got. The Empire troops closed in fast. Bunk 7 shouted fiercely. Catch them. Hearing this, Dizita, alert behind Harry, an entire squad was closing in. She gasped in fear. That is the Empire's army. He roared like a beast, his voice echoing wildly. Where do you think you are running off to? Scum, Bunk 7 barked harshly. Stop right there. Fueled by fury, Harry spun around sharply, drawing her sword. Ready for battle. She unleashed a blazing fire blast, fierce and unrelenting. Hurtling it straight at him, Bunk 7 smiled wickedly, eyes gleaming with malice. His arm whipped back with deadly intent. His sword slashed with overwhelming force, cutting through Harry's flames and leaving her stunned. His gaze darkened with menace. Die, you holy disciples. Harry gritted her teeth, anger blazing in her eyes as she swung her sword fiercely. They clashed in a fierce duel, sparks flying as steel met steel. The battle's roar filling the air, but she could not hold out. The powerful blow sent her flying off her horse. She crashed hard to the ground, gasped sharply. Harry, his face tightened with rage as he glanced back. Fury burning. Those damn pests of the kingdom. Bunk 7 surged forward, his body radiating dark energy. I will wipe you all out right here. He looked up in terror, heart racing wildly. He activated his demon god power. 2 dark horns sprouted from his head, glowing with eerie magical energy. Bunk 7 unleashed his final form. Clor, the ruthless destroyer. He slammed his fist into the ground, shaking the earth violently. Sinister light burst from his horns, his eyes turning blood red as a mad grin spread across his face. He laughed maniacally and charged forward. DC panicked, urging his horse to flee as fast as possible. But then, Bung F7 suddenly cuts through DC's defense, charging straight ahead with a rude shout. Move out of the way, you meddling fools. The situation spirals beyond expectations, and he panicked. Warning. A Night Stella. Watch out. She hears the warning and spins around. Uneasy, Stella steals her nerves, calmly ordering the soldiers to protect the holy relic and block that demon right now. The troops respond in unison. Yes, madam. They tighten their grip on the reins, ready to hold the enemy back. With iron will, the soldiers shout, for Leon Hurt, for the Lion of the New Kingdom. Their battle cries roar as they charge head-on into Bung F7. He laughs loudly, daring them, then draws his sword with a flash, preparing to strike with overwhelming force. F7 slashes his blade in a sweeping arc, his strike shaking the earth itself. He roars thunderously. Step aside. Suddenly, a voice calls out from above. Thank you, loyal warriors. Bung F7 startles and instinctively looks up. Above, Stella grips her sword hilt with both hands, channeling her energy. A halo of holy light radiates from her blade. She descends, slashing a powerful strike straight at Bung F7. The holy power explodes, sending dust and smoke billowing. Bung F7's massive hand violently grabs her head, crushing it in his grip. Stella's attack not only fails to wound him, but only stirs the savage beast inside. You insolent brat. I will kill you. Before he can act, a sharp taunt cuts through, halting Bung F7 mid-strike. He can't be cleaved by a holy sword. No way. Ziria arrives just in time, pulling Stella out of range and saving her from certain death. Enraged, Bung F7 mocks. Ziria, you dusk warrior. A fool not even worthy to be a holy knight. Trying to stop me. Bung F7 booms. If you want to kill me, bring the Holy Grail Knight here. Hearing this, he scowls. The Empire's getting too arrogant. Ziria snaps back, glaring fiercely. Since when do you fools have the right to talk about the Holy Grail Knight? Bung F7 glares, grinding his teeth at her. Where's the holy relic? Ziria smirks. You know how old folks tend to forget stuff, right? Bung F7 notices Harry urging the horse to sprint forward. Confused, he wonders what is going on. Could it be? While Ziria stalls, distracting Bung F7, Harry swiftly escapes with the holy relic. Realizing this, Bung F7 fumes. Damn it! They tricked me. He glances at Stella, and they exchange a knowing nod. Stella commands with authority. Knights and glorious soldiers of Leon Hurt, listen up. Stella Vermilion, escort commander, order you to rise and draw your swords. Without hesitation, the soldiers stand and close in on Bung F7, forming a tight circle. Stella swears, today, we die. Got it. The troops shout back. Order received. His face darkens, rage boiling over. Bung F7 snarls. You stupid. A blind fool's. He grimaces, veins bulging, howling madly. Just dogs of the gods. That is all you are. Bung F7 stumps down hard, earth-shattering force cracking the ground beneath. The earth trembles violently, water spreading wildly out of control as Bung F7 advances coldly. He unleashes decisive sword slash, the blade piercing straight through a soldier's body. Sword is fueled by terrifying demonic energy. He growls. You are nothing but dumb cattle who've lost all sense of judgment. Bung F7 sneers arrogantly with words worse than insults. At that moment, Ziria and Stella strike simultaneously. Confronting him head-on, he narrows his eyes, clouded with determination, gripping his sword hilt tightly. In that instant, Bung F7's blade blazes with divine energy, aimed dead on at Ziria with perfect precision. Stella yells in alarm. Knight Ziria. He catches the opponent's sword with one hand and blocks with the other. Don't he worry about me. But Ziria can't hold the defense for long, and is soon overwhelmed. Seizing the moment, Bung F7 stomps Ziria to the ground, roaring, Idiot! You do not even understand the true power behind strength. After subduing Ziria, he spins around, shifting his attack to Stella. The demon's onslaught is fierce, and she struggles to resist. Bung F7 strikes with brutal force, sending Stella flying backward. Right at that moment, Ziria, in his youthful form, swiftly lunged in from another angle, attacking him with sharp instincts. Bung F7 nimbly twisted his body to block the sword. Confused, he wondered if his recovery speed had increased. Ziria muttered tensely. It seemed his magic power had grown stronger. The two retreated, facing each other head-on. Stella anxiously asked Han, the kingdom's knight, if he could still fight, but he gave no response. Ziria gritted his teeth, declaring firmly, until I fall here, my spirit will never be broken. Time dragged on, the battle between them far from over. Heavy breaths echoed through the air. Stella, battered and bruised, collapsed backwards, clutching tightly, struggling to breathe. Standing over her, Bung F7 laughed cruelly, flashing a ruthless grin, mockingly taunting. Looks like this is the last fight you have got in you. Furious, Ziria tightened his grip on his sword, each insult fueling his resolve. Your foolishness will cost you your lives, you immature kids. With a cold, detached gaze, Ziria coolly retorted, Not even your true self is enough to bring me down, Bunk 7 scoffed without missing a beat. Laughing. Really? Strange that a goddess would choose a mediocre knight like you. Doesn't he change a thing though? Kid. Slowly stepping forward, Zira calmly replied. Holy knights sacrifice everything to fulfill their sacred divine mission, passing fallen soldiers who gave their lives on the battlefield. He spoke proudly. Their lives were the brightest flowers blooming amid countless beliefs, and honor their sacrifice, once my dream and goal. Standing before Bunk 7, eyes locked straight ahead. His silence thickened the tension to a breaking point. Raising his sword, Zira formed a sigil, spiritual energy flaring, and solemnly spoke, O goddess of all things. He reflected. Everyone says this is impossible. Eyes closed in deep focus, he wholeheartedly offered a ritual. I pray to the god who governs the underworld and punishes sinners. I pray to the ferryman guiding lost souls. He continued, recalling how they warned him this was the goddess, swore that he should give up. Witnessing the entire transformation, Bunk 7 was dumbfounded no way, lost in rebellious thoughts. Ziria? The knight, always challenged the toughest trials, relentlessly striving to learn and overcome. Now he stood in a forest surrounded by towering trees. Ziria's face shone with unshakable determination. No reason could make this knight back down. In his youthful form, he focused on mastering his martial arts, finally turning the impossible possible and conquering death itself. Then, the miraculous happened. He witnessed and felt it deeply. A swirling pillar of purple light burst forth, raw power surging, stretching to the heavens like a link between earth and sky. Ziria slowly opened his eyes as a gentle voice echoed in his mind, rekindling his fighting spirit. I will bless you. Go forth and face the impossible. My little knight. Ziria swung his sword down, his entire body erupting with radiant energy, transcending time and space. With burning confidence, he declared, I am not immortal, but I fight with the immortal power that surrounds me. Stella stood stunned, struggling to process it, standing firm like a true holy knight. Ziria glared fiercely at Bulv 7. The fool who sang the Twilight's dirge. I have conquered death and fate itself. Get out of this canyon fast, and call for reinforcements. The battlefield lay in ruins. Soldiers scattered and dust rising. Bulv 7 erupted in rage. Stumping furiously, he stormed toward the fading purple light, cursing wildly. Damn it all. Bulv 7, his face twisted in pain, eyes blazing with bitter hatred, his curses tearing through the air. You damn traitorous scum. Remembering the deadly fight moments ago, he muttered angrily. Half of us lost to a mere average adventurer knight. The cold, burning gaze of Jiria still haunted Bulv 7's mind. Without his demon transformation, he would already lost. He plunged his sword into the ground, lost in thought. As the soldiers caught up, their leader hesitated. Worried, he is not dead yet. Draven analyzed seriously. It will take at least half a day to reach Leon's position. We can still catch up if we start right now. Bulv 7 clenched his teeth, his face flushed and tense, radiating fierce determination. Chase them down. We must reclaim the holy relic. Amid the rubble, Stella struggled to stand, her sword dragging on the ground. Gasping, she said, Stop. He sneered cruelly, his voice mocking. Still alive. Huh. Bulv 7 arrogantly called out to Stella Vermilion, bloodied and bruised. Calmly, she wiped the corner of her mouth, facing him without fear. Seeing Stella's stubborn defiance, Bulv 7 hesitated, his expression darkening. He turned coldly and walked away, ordering bluntly, Kill her. Leave no survivors. His soldiers closed in. Stella trembled but gripped her sword tightly, her will unbroken. Gathering all her strength to lift her blade, she grit her teeth and declared, The fleet belongs to Leon Hood. Suddenly, the ground behind Stella shook violently. She startled and turned around, her entire squad alert. In the distance, a streak of light tore through the sky, soaring upward. Suddenly, the light shot straight towards Stella, causing Bulv 7's soldiers to freeze in shock. Draven looked up, eyes wide, utterly stunned, unable to utter a word. The light slammed down, exploding with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves that shattered rocks. In the blast, a fierce wind whipped Stella's hair back, highlighting her stunned expression. Bulv 7 froze, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked back. The soldiers panicked, stepping back nervously, stammering. Butcher. Volcano strode forward boldly, the ground melting into lava beneath his feet. Flames blazed with every step, smoke swirling as Draven shouted. Headhunter. The war knight of destruction, armored in iron. Volcano's muscular form blazed with fiery energy. The terrifying war knight stood firm. He stood in front of Stella, a towering presence, twin swords blazing with red flames. Volcano slowly opened his eyes, his hoarse voice booming like a deadly threat. I am Volcano, he roared, his shout echoing through the sky as he repeated his name. I am Volcano. At that moment, countless red beams shot out around him, the overwhelming power shaking the very heavens and earth. Volcano swung his sword fiercely toward Bunk 7H and his soldiers. He barked out an order. Make your case. Bunk 7, bewildered, stammered. What? Growing impatient, Volcano's coldly threatened. Before I burn your souls to ashes, so death might grant you mercy. Hearing the absurd declaration, Bunk 7 laughed scornfully, grinding his teeth in rage. He snarled, still so arrogant as ever. Don't you realize your pride brought about today's catastrophe? Bunk 7 rallied his troops, shouting, Today? Before the Empire's might, you will before he could finish. Volcano's charged, cutting him off with disdain. Is that all? At that moment, Bunk 7 he swung his sword desperately to block the blow, the clash of steel ringing out amidst the chaos. He calmly spoke, Do you know why I can claim the Empire's name elsewhere? Bunk 7 he struggled to hold his ground. Amazed, what kind of power is this? Volcano's unleashed his full strength, asserting loudly, Because we allowed your existence. The crushing pressure left Bunk 7H barely able to defend. Before Bunk 7H could catch his breath, Volcano's prepared his next strike with cold disdain, starting to list his crimes, their reckless calls for independence. Gritting his teeth in pain, Bunk 7 groaned in agony, clutching his sword tightly. Your expansion was unnecessary. Volcano's roared 3 times, each strike fiercer than before, blinding bursts of light constantly erupting with a decisive killing blow. Volcano shouted in fury, All because we let you. The massive energy blast sent Bunk 7H flying as he slammed into the ground. Refusing to accept the truth, Bunk 7 gasped in horror. No way. This power, agility, endless magic, it is beyond human limits. Finishing his attack, Volcano stood tall and majestic, his entire body glowing with spiritual energy. Bunk 7 he was thrown back but struggled to rise, secretly thinking, This can keep. Suddenly, from the darkness, Bunk 7 his third, sinister eye snapped open. Purple beams enveloped his body. He tensed, tilted his head back, and shouted with unwavering resolve, Grant me power. Lu, I will pay the price befitting a covenant signer. The soldiers around him trembled in fear, stammering, Demon transformation. This is... Witnessing Bunk 7 his stubborn defiance, Volcano's flew into a rage, flames blazing wildly at such disrespect. At that moment, the iron armor fell from Bunk 7 his body, followed by his maniacal laughter. Now a ferocious beast, spiritual energy surging, he arrogantly declared, This power, this feeling of omnipotence, you only know how to pray for what you want. You will never understand. Suddenly, Bunk 7 his third eye flared, confusing him just as Volcano's raised his sword, summoning a giant blazing blade stretching to the sky. Without a word, Volcano's charged forward at terrifying speed. He decisively unleashed a killing strike, a 1,000-pound blow aimed straight at Bunk 7E. Bunk 7A had not even moved before a blinding light struck him down. All he could do was scream in pain. Scene shifts to the Empire's guard station. Tension thick in the air. Another fierce battle rages on. Both sides evenly matched, relentlessly casting spells against each other. Behind a shield formed by a complex magic array, Beatrice's determined face reflected in the shimmering light. Across from her, the cult leader and Min laughed heartily, confident that defeating her was only a matter of time. Unleashing countless magic formations for a relentless assault, the cult leader chuckled smugly, satisfaction dripping from his words. This magical energy, this endless inspiration, I am very pleased. Just as he was about to respond, warning the next attack would finish it, a cold, chilling voice cut through. Arrogant fools. So the Empire's behind this disaster after all. The cult leader's smile vanished instantly. Sweat poured down as he stammered. Who are you? Like their terrified expressions, she calmly glanced back, barely surprised at all. Patrick beamed with excitement, arriving just in time. Your Majesty, he said, riding in on a white steed, calmly adding, I just saw off an old friend. Leon stepped forward with a spark of interest, smiling softly. Mind if I tag along? She closed her eyes gently, placing her hand respectfully over her heart, and replied with quiet dignity, I do not care for hoarding honor or glory. He frowned, clearly annoyed, muttering, Looks like I am gonna need a long talk with you about this. The old sect leader and Min stood there, puzzled, watching Leon and Patrick chat carefreely. She laughed it off, denying, I am no nobleman. The sect leader shouted in frustration, but it changed nothing. I will kill every last one of you here. He yelled only to be instantly struck by a blazing energy orb. Before he could even react, the sect leader froze in shock, Stunned as a dazzling beam of light suddenly blinded him in the sky. A pillar of fiery red flame shot straight down. Witnessing that terrifying scene, the sect leader's face drained of color as he gasped. What the hell? Is someone calling down a meteor? Patrick stood nearby. Curious? Your Majesty, who is that? Lin replied coolly. Looks like we do not need to lift a finger after all. High above. Von Canis descended, sword drawn, radiating an unstoppable aura. Lin nodded confidently. He is just as ruthless against demons as we are. The sect leader scowled bitterly. That guy is Min gasped. Stunned. The Holy Grail Knight. Von Canis. Why is he here? Von Canis landed with earth-shaking force, carving a massive crater beneath him. Shockwaves rippled out, a colossal glow blurring vision. Divine punishment. The battlefield see flame. He declared, in just moments, the old sect leader and Min were reduced to mere traces, fading into nothingness. With the threat neutralized, Von Canis knelt respectfully before Lian, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. He even removed his mask, a sign of profound respect. I pay homage to the representative of the Divine Order, the Lionheart King, and protector of the Holy Grail. Lian hurt. Lian smiled warmly, returning the greeting with kindness. Long time no see. And Knight Von Canis. Head bowed low. Von Canis' voice rang steady and strong. Yes. Your Majesty. I hope you are well. Just then, Little Trick suddenly spoke up. Lin glanced over at her. She quickly reminded. We need to gather everyone before the gate closes. Ian thought for a moment, then nodded. Right? He suddenly placed a hand on Von Canis' shoulder. He knelt before him, politely explaining, and Knight Von Canis, there is much I wish to discuss with you, but this is urgent, so I must leave first. Hearing this, Von Canis responded, who would dare block your Majesty's path? Do as you will, Lian said seriously. And Knight Von Canis, could you lend me something important? Without hesitation, Von Canis agreed. If your Majesty needs it. Then he reached out and summoned a glowing red blood ring. A small sword slowly materialized from thin air. Lin accepted it happily, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you. Then he sheathed the sword, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. Farewell for now. And Knight Von Canis. Von Canis quickly stood, placing a hand over his heart. Please take care. Lin glanced back with a gentle smile, softly promising, we will meet again someday. Behind him, the fortress split in two, engulfed in flames. Von Canis' smile faded as a thought struck him. In the god's paradise, there is no Von Canis, yet he is still alive. Harry and the others waited at the portal, where surreal lights swirled. She clung tightly to her hopes. Harry's face suddenly brightened, her eyes gleaming with joy. He is here, she called out. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. At that moment, Lian and Patrick rode in on the white horse, a foam touching down gracefully, dust swirling beneath the hooves. Harry obediently spoke. Your Majesty, you have arrived. He gently helped her down, smiling warmly. Everyone's all here. Lian wiped sweat from his brow and looked over at Spinner, who was bandaged all over. Politely, he asked, and Knight Spinner, are you all right? Spinner jumped, then answered, yes, I am. Just then, Ziwang approached from afar, holding a sacred mirror. Bowing formally. Your Majesty, you have arrived. He hesitated, then introduced. Here, this is the sacred relic. Lin accepted the relic with satisfaction, praising. Finally, you have secured the sacred relic. Everyone's worked so hard. Lian carefully opened the mirror, and the moment it cracked open, a burst of blinding light exploded, engulfing the entire space. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Stunned, he locked eyes on the sacred relic, a flicker of amazement flashing deep within his gaze. Lin could hardly believe it, smiling to himself. Unbelievable. So this is the missing relic. The sacred relic he spoke of was an ancient sword sheath radiating a mysterious spiritual aura, sparkling with hypnotic beauty. Lian whispered with awe, it is finally back. At the place known as the Hall of 10,000 Gods, a modern city buzzing with an incredibly pleasant vibe, a foot stepped out of a car, followed by a voice calling out, host of the event, what is the sudden buzz this morning? The one who spoke was none other than her, Sujin, head appraiser of the Korean Hunters Association. Shut the car door behind her, her face puzzled and confused. What is this rush to the Hall of 10,000 Gods all about? Sujin took in the bustling, thriving scene before her. Sighing deeply, This place does not feel like just any tourist spot anymore. In the distance, a young couple chatted excitedly. Babe, this place is amazing. The guy replied. Yeah? And the crowd's even bigger. She strolled along the street, thinking aloud. I heard just mentioning it gets you an epic level item. But how do you even bring that up? Suddenly, a sound from the side caught Sujin's attention. Jack's message came through. Kurt has received the hall's contribution. Payment can be made via MomoPay. Sujin hurriedly crossed the street, heading toward Jack, who greeted her first. Hey there, she responded quickly, and he instantly said, Kurt. Jack Jop began verifying her identity. Head appraiser of the Hunters Association. Sujin, her eyes widened in shock and excitement. Wait, you recognize me, he explained. The Hunters Association database can check everything. Sujin thought, but that is supposed to be a secret. The machine's voice chimed in. I will notify His Majesty. Please enter and wait, she shyly asked. Can I take a quick look at the hammer? Jack looked skeptical but asked for confirmation. Sujin nodded. Yeah, just a quick peek while we are at it. She hesitated. But what is the fee for this trial? Jack pointed to the neatly displayed price list and replied, 5 million currency. Sujin whispered, taken aback by the sky-high price. That is insane. Seeing her hesitation, Jack quickly offered, there is a discount based on your assets. You are tier 2. So just 500,000. She perked up. Woo, that is a huge discount. Right after, Sujin froze, stunned for a few seconds. Her face suddenly went pale, eyes half open, eyebrows furrowed, clearly confused like she just realized something. Wait a minute, she blurted out. How do you even know my asset level? Jack calmly replied. Already took a photo. Sujin gasped. What? He repeated. I already took a photo. Jack impatiently asked. Are you going to do it or not? Hearing that, she shuddered, caught off guard, and nervously said, just for today. After a moment, she slowly stepped inside through the grand gate. A voice called out, Head Appraiser Sujin. Sujin turned, smiling brightly. Representative Han, long time no see. Harry, decked out in a lion costume, bounded over, his adorable antics making her laugh uncontrollably. Sujin quickly adjusted her glasses, cheeks flushed red, shyly asking, You have really been lucky lately. Huh, got promoted. Right? Sujin thought. So cute. Harry grinned. Well, I am a hunter after all. They happily walked side by side, Harry chatting away. You are here to appraise an item today. Sujin rubbed his head and answered. Yeah? So where do I start? Harry chuckled, offering. Let me show you the way. After a bit, she scanned her card on a reader. Besides Harry and Sujin, 2 others joined them, laughing and chatting loudly. Along the way, she warmly greeted everyone around her. Seeing this, Sujin felt relieved, thinking, looks like Harry's still pretty beloved here. Thank goodness. Harry led her to a large room, whispering, Hey, look at this. The scene inside made Sujin's eyes widen in awe. She could not hide her admiration. Leon and Patrick sat gloomily sipping tea on the rooftop, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Her eyes quickly locked onto his handsome face, marked by graceful, refined features. When those eyes met Patrick's noble, regal demeanor, a flood of emotions overwhelmed Sujin, and she silently thought, this is truly royalty. At that moment, Leon calmly set down his teacup and asked bluntly, Are you the one the association sent? She bowed politely with utmost respect. Yes. Humble servant Sujin respectfully greets you. Her gaze shifted to Harry as she asked sharply, Harry, did you teach her? She turned away, confused. I did not. Lin cut straight to the chase, firmly suggesting, Then bring those items out. Harry, get them here. After a struggle, Harry clumsily pushed out a cart loaded with items. The moment Sujin saw it, her jaw dropped, sweat beading on her face as she widened her eyes. What is this? Still stunned, she adjusted her glasses and carefully examined the items before remarking, They all look incredibly valuable. Her eyes followed a shimmering stretcher, instantly drawn in. Isn't this the champion stretcher from the Orozal clan? Next, Sujin was floored by a second treasure, a bracelet. And this? Pure? What does that even mean? The ceremonial sword from Von Kaners, gifted to Leon, was being appraised. Sujin adjusted her glasses repeatedly, trying to get a closer look. This is also an extremely rare relic, the info board detailed. The ceremonial blade of Von Kaners. Rank, a pick. This sword was awarded to the war hero and flame-bearer Von Kaners upon his sacrifice to Pathos. The divine flame clings to it. Priceless. Due to extensive war wear, Its function is currently inactive. Very carefully brought over a mirror and whispered, "This is the last item. Sir, please examine it thoroughly." Sujin turned back and replied immediately, "All right, let me take a look." She could not wait and eagerly opened the mirror's lid. A dazzling burst of light shot straight into her eyes. Sujin raised her eyebrows, eyes wide as she stammered, "This is..." The sword sheath glowed with magical streaks, radiating pure energy like the breath of a god. She was stunned. An epic-grade sheath. Sujin quickly concluded. An epic-grade sword sheath? This belongs to Richard Lian Hurt. Humble servant, Lin casually confirmed. Really? Then without hesitation, he drew his sword. Lin swung the blade down firmly. Unfazed by Sujin's stunned expression, the sword in his hand seemed to perfectly fit the holy sheath. Sujin gasped. The sheath slowly floated into the air, glowing with radiant energy. Without any magic control, it flew straight to Lian as if reunited with a lost piece. Sujin watched in disbelief. The sheath moved on its own, and as the two relics drew closer, an ancient aura thickened around them. The sheath slowly slid onto the blade. Fitting perfectly, the two merged seamlessly, as if they were always meant to be one. Lin watched the entire process silently, deep in thought. On the sheath's surface, a line of glowing text appeared, stretching out toward the stars. The strange script became clearer, a web of strange symbols urging courage and righteousness. Even if you fall, rise again to uphold justice. Bachik, curious, pressed for answers. What do these words mean? Lian answered solemnly. Those are the teachings of the first Lionheart King. She glanced at his inscrutable expression and echoed with confusion. The first Lionheart King. That shadow loomed vivid in his mind. Etched into his very blood, the legacy passed down to every Lionheart King after him. Lian gripped the sword's hilt tightly, confidence rising, and said, then, he gave a sharp command to withdraw now. The three girls looked at Lian, puzzled. The crowd below started buzzing, eyes fixed upward. Hey, look over there on the rooftop. The girl followed their gaze. Wait, is that... All eyes converged on the rooftop where Lian stood tall. Stunned, they realized isn't he that the chairman of the Pantheon. Clutching the sword, he declared boldly, the 15th Lionheart King, Lian Dragonheart Lionheart, the rightful heir of the first Lionheart King. Lian drew his blade and roared with conviction. As the god's representative on earth, I will let this sacred relic reclaim its true power. A giant radiant light erupted, enveloping everything in a mystical glow. The three girls watched silently, each wearing a different expression. Below, the crowd followed breathlessly, feeling the heat spike rapidly. On his side, Lin thought deeply. Finally, a small smile broke out. The joy after all the struggle and hope. I have regained the golden era power. The time has come. Turning his back, Lin ordered swiftly. Prepare the grand ritual. Thanks to this sheath, we can start immediately. Trich placed her hands together respectfully, her voice soft but full of reverence. Yes, Your Majesty. This is what you mentioned before, right? Lin gazed down at the sword, joy bursting inside. From that moment, he mapped out his plan. First, I will form a knight order, ready to summon the completed Holy Grail Knights. Not stopping there, he added firmly, and Lian revealed, through the grand ritual, we will also gather the stars. Night had deepened, the city wrapped in peaceful darkness, only flickering streetlights lighting the empty roads. Soan casually strolled alone, phone ear, hearing the voice from the other end. Miss, are you sure you want to keep staying there? She replied coolly. Yeah, just for now. Let it. The other side rambled on. You know we have got plenty of swordsmanship styles and secret techniques. But Soyeon cut in calmly. I know, I get, but even all that is not enough. Her subordinate warned anxiously. To take him down, we need the sword of justice. Miss? She pressed. Any idea where he is now? The voice responded. Last confirmed location was South Korea, in the heart of a ruined South Korean city, suffocated by demonic energy. A sword dragged across the ground sparked electricity at every strike. He was there. Tall, lean man walked slowly through the wreckage, the eerie red glow of his sword always by his side, fused with dark magic. Dawn at the Pantheon Hall. Lian stood with arms crossed, hundreds watching a fierce duel, when a voice boomed. Hold it right there. The arena was split into two teams, attack and defense. This was a typical morning training at the Divine Hall. Cavalry charging and defending, knights shouting battle cries, smashing through the lines. But the defenders matched their strength, gripping shields tightly, faces steeling as they shouted in unison. Suho led the cavalry charge, spurring his horse and roaring commands. Break the siege. Move fast. In the critical moment, Highscote locked horns fiercely with his horse. Sue's face twisted in anger, cursing. Damn it, horse, do not stand still. Hike quickly shouted, Break through the siege. Suhu, he swung a powerful sword slash, but the shield barely flinched. Su worriedly said, their defenses are rock solid. We gave it our all. But suddenly, the defender surged forward, grabbing him by his clothes before Su Hawk could react. He was slammed off his horse. Pain itched across his face. Su lay trapped among enemy soldiers, cold sweat pouring down. He lifted his head, terror glaring in his eyes, trembling. He whispered, guys, but all he got back were bloodthirsty, savage glares from the enemy troops. The black-haired woman smirked wickedly, eyes gleaming with cruel intent. She coldly ordered, kill him. The moment the command was given, the crowd lunged in brutal attack. Each kick struck like a blade. Screams of pain mixed with wicked laughter. Beat him to a pulp. Dante let him get up. Suo screamed in agony. My ribs. The attackers only grew more hyped, hitting harder. Thanks to Saint Groan, he barely made it through. Jahook panicked but tried to stay calm. We have got this. We can beat them. Our fundamentals are way stronger than theirs. After their vicious assault, they tossed Suech aside without a shred of mercy, bloodied and broken. The scene was too gruesome for words. Jahook's mind echoed with a bitter call. From the stands, Leon's authoritative voice boomed. Stop. Shields down. Next team up. Su was quickly revived, letting out a relieved breath. Worried faces surrounded Suyu as he clutched his chest, eyes wide and unblinking. Jahook anxiously asked about his condition. Are you okay? You looked like you were dead for a moment. Harry assured him firmly. Don't worry. I will get your revenge. Then another fierce battle erupted on the field. Harry's voice rang out. Holy magic. Elite class. Lin declared directly. Survival team wins. Morning training session over. The sun's rays filtered through the training ground, reflecting off puddles left by the fight. He spoke solemnly. First up, standing on the podium, Lin calmly instructed. If your breakthrough fails, send the rear team forward to scout, then fall back. Infantry move slower than the rest. Use that mobility wisely and prepare for another attack. He glanced sharply. Got it. All the students answered in unison. Yes. Your Majesty, except Soyeon, who stayed silent and brooding. Jae-hook, standing nearby, noticed Leon continuing to lecture and drill the infantry. She watched ahead, her eyes empty and cold. Soyeon's icy expression sending chills down their spines. After class, the group slumped miserably in the cafeteria. Some sprawled face down on tables. Others yawned endlessly, grumbling. Weird dude, I am out of energy, Jae-hook complained. Irritated. So hungry. Su growled. Those infantry guys are seriously tough. Just then, someone piped up. Here. Eat something. Guys. Everyone immediately turned toward the voice. Harubi came over with a basket of freshly roasted potatoes, smiling warmly. Only sweet potatoes and regular spuds, though. Everyone's faces lit up with relief. The whole crew eagerly dug in. Senpai, do we have any kimchi? Someone asked. The boss took it all. Came a playful shout from the group. Oh man, Jae-hook broke a potato in half. The inviting aroma made him downright happy, satisfied and content. The mood lifted instantly. They chatted cheerfully. This is amazing. How long do we have to survive on just salt water? Might as well just go all out now. Someone joked. At least then we would get better food. Hari enthusiastically encouraged. Rank promotion ceremony is coming up. That is when we will eat like royalty. Joke Pug then asked curiously. But I heard they are going to connect us with the gods. What is that about? She widened her eyes. Amazed? Softly gasping, Hari vaguely asked the others. Lately, whenever we get time, we have been studying the gods and their laws. Right? To become a knight of the kingdom, I think you have to learn to wield holy magic. She explained further. In my, Poseidon himself chose me. But do not you all choose a god you trust instead? Jae-hook connected the dots. Does that mean we were chosen by Ariana, the goddess of righteous light, and Fitop, the god of warfire? His Majesty said knights usually serve those two gods anyway. Soyeon suddenly spoke up. But Knight Jax is with the Holy Grail, serving the god of iron and forge. Hephaestus. Right? Hearing that, everyone's curiosity piqued. What powers does Knight Jax have? Clearly, it is about the power to make money. Right? The girls kept buzzing about it. So, you want to join the fund or what? Let us be real. If it is not a blacksmith's skill, then what else could it be? Last time, was not he messing around with some super geo ray and laser experiments or some other crazy machinery like that? Yeah, that day was definitely a bit out of the ordinary. Just then, hearing the whispers about himself, Jack suddenly appeared on the scene. He straight up corrected them. My ability. It is all about making money and managing it. Got it, the others teased. Look out. It is Sir Jax, the sly mastermind. Hey boss. Did you rig up some spy gear here or what? Jax snapped back annoyed. Nope. This device's sound detection can't compare to real entities. I know everything you say, and where you say it. The student found this even more amusing, bursting out laughing. Hey, respect our privacy. Will ya? Jax replied seriously. I will think about it. Suddenly, the clanking of Jack's machinery rang out. Please. Master Goat. Please. Master Goat. Hearing the call, he jolted and looked up. The announcement came through. A guardian's here to visit. Hurry up and change. Then meet at the building entrance. His face instantly tightened. He clenched his teeth in frustration, stood up pretending to stay calm, scratched his head awkwardly. Seriously. Harry watched, wide-eyed and confused. Passing by, she caught a glimpse of his irritated, unhappy expression. His steps were steady but heavy, his gloomy silhouette fading into the distance. When the door slammed shut, Harry snapped back to reality. He quickly said, I will be back in a bit, and all eyes turned to Suho, who scratched his head helplessly, knowing everyone would wonder and gossip nonstop. Suho hesitated. Look, I can talk about this, so just pretend nothing is going on, okay? Harry stared at him, stunned, blurting out, Wait, what? Cut to the guild hall's grand lobby. Ji-hyuk frowned, scowled, and snapped. What now? The middle-aged woman on the other side, looking stern, said, I am the guardian here to visit. Well, he grumbled. Here we go again. Hearing that, she snapped back. What do you mean here we go again? A mother visiting her son needs a reason. He crossed his arms and shot back sarcastically, then turned to leave. Enough with the drama. Get to the point. Though I kinda guessed what is going on, she retorted, clearly annoyed. Karen's anger boiled over. Hey, how dare you talk to your mother like that? Ji-hyuk folded his arms, showing contempt, coldly replying, Say what you need to say and get out. She sighed in frustration. I do not even know who you get that attitude from in this family. Karen cut to the chase. Child, I found you a spot in a major guild. Why are you still stuck here? He brushed it off. I have got my own way of handling that. No need for you to worry. She snapped, slapping back. How can you not care? I am your mother. Ji-hyuk flatly declared. No matter what you say, I want to do things your way. Karen shouted. Help? What help? That guild's one of the top 10 in Korea. Just joining that guild guarantees a bright, promising future. The receptionist, sweating nervously, overheard this. She remembered the intimidating guild leader and hissed, Betray me like that? After everything I have done for you, she scolded fiercely. In the end, you choose to join a guild full of heretics like that. Ji-hyuk clenched his teeth in anger. He stared straight ahead with unwavering resolve, his face hardened with defiance. Karen yelled, Come on, Ji-hyuk. Listen to your mother and come back. Leon stood imposingly before the stands, wind howling and kicking up swirling dust. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked all the students, What do you think is the difference between a heretical religion and the gods worshipped at the temple? Answer me. The students looked confused, racking their brains. One nervous student stammered. That is, Deci was baffled and doubted. Can I even answer this? Comparing a heretical religion to the belief in temple gods. Isn't that just insulting the divine? Patrick suddenly looks over confidently and answers. Is this the difference between what is real and what is fantasy? Leon nods, clearly pleased. He presses on with tougher questions. Anyone got proof of the unreal? Could it exist somewhere unseen by us? Patrick freezes, surprised. You mean actual evidence for that? Suho suddenly snaps awake, raising his hand. The god thinks, Gods do not just create miracles on a whim. That is what I have always known. Leon smirks arrogantly, challenging him. If you do not make miracles, then what is the point of being called a god? He stammers nervously. Well, now it is Ji-hyuk's turn. He stares blankly, guessing. Is it about the difference between what can be seen and what can see? My lord, remember, the goddess of beauty once blessed you during the war against the Ot species. Leon's cold smile tightens as he raises an eyebrow, dissecting their flaws. There are many gods in the temple, but most of them hide their true forms from the public. Does that mean those gods do not actually exist? Is that what you are thinking? Asks, panicked and unsure. Wait, if they do not exist, then you have seen them already. Leon's voice drops icy cold. Just because you can see them does not mean they are not real. He sneers, Mocking. What proof do you have that everything you say is true? Huh? Joke stiffens, trying to convince himself. Just because you do not see it does not mean it is not still out there. Right then, Soyeon raises her hand, instantly catching Leon's attention. Speak up, tell us what you know. She pauses to think, then says, the gods in the temple, Soyeon declares coldly. They bring real benefits to everyone. Unlike other religions, she closes her eyes, recalling scenes of the gods, then speaks firmly. They answer prayers and create miracles for all believers. That is proof they exist. Leon smiles proudly, twisting her words. John Soyeon, servant to two goddesses, the goddess of justice and light, and the goddess of fire and war. Have you received their replies yet? Soyeon hesitates, trying to justify. I am still lacking in faith, so I have not heard back from them yet. Lacking faith? Huh? Soyeon admits in panic. Yeah, that is something I need to work on. He quickly agrees. You are not wrong. But, Leon cut, casting a spell and warning, you are clinging too hard to that. He clenches his fist tightly, unleashing a burst of power. Flames dance in an arching path, dazzling everyone in awe. The bright sunny sky suddenly bursts open with heavy rain. People in the bustling city scramble to find shelter. Soyeon gasps in shock. Rain and thunder under a clear sky. The whole city's drowning in it, but the spot where they sit remains sunny, leaving her stunned. Only here stays dry. Leon smirks arrogantly. Isn't he this proof of the gods? Ordinary folks might think so. The gods grant you what you ask for when you pray. He went on explaining the reason. Jim prayed for rain, but did not fully believe in it yet. If he had not prayed, Jim would not have gotten wet. That is the difference. Soyeon panicked. Then why is it only dry here? Sir, Lin calmly clarified. Because the gods protected Jim, and they do not want their devotees to get drenched either. She raised her brow in shock and declared confidently, so you are at odds with the gods. Leon patiently explained, gods are not wish granters. They only act when they see fit. Leon calmly soothes and motivates them. Believing in any god is your choice. It does not matter if the gods of the temple are real or not. The faith in justice and righteousness is always sacred. He warned seriously. But be careful of fake prophets preaching the price of faith. Don't fall for their lies and lose your will. Finally, Lin emphasized with a sharp tone that made Jae-hyo nervous. Got it. Then, in a chamber with a beautiful stone statue, an announcement echoed. Welcome, my young knight candidates. Dizzy students all around murmured. The goddess herself. I can actually hear a human voice. This is wild. The voice continued hauntingly. New recruits. Do not slack off. Only then can you become knights in this holy war, defending the faith. An excited student respectfully called out. Lord Pedos. Others recognized the war god, and he hummed nonchalantly. Yeah, all the students eagerly wished aloud. Lord Pedos, show us your power. Pedos replied calmly. Watch this. Lin watched silently from the side. Thinking. Let us see. Leon silently crunches the numbers 3 holy knights including Jim. Still way too thin for this fight. He needs to awaken 1 or 2 more holy knights if they even stand a chance. He furrows his brow, deep in thought. The strongest. That is Hanhazi. Suo's buzzing with excitement. Says, Ariana just talked to me. Harry beamed sincerely. Congrats. Suho. So grinned. Satisfied. Lin watches closely and nods. Same ideal direction? He turns around. Concern etched on his face. The problem is, Lin glances nervously at the 2 frozen figures, eyes wide with fear. Even Soyeon stands silently, gloomily staring at the statue ahead. Both are connected to a statue before them, yet they remain distant. Motionless. Lost in thought, Lin quietly reveals the statue of the man, the most dangerous god, and then he shifts his gaze to the covered statue. The temple's mightiest deity. Lin's face tightens with suspicion and curiosity. Will these gods care about what is happening? Will this end in salvation or disaster? The sky's clear with wispy clouds. Days later, in the city, bright sunlight clashes with a cold wind. Dusting the Neidu Temple district with gloom, a young man passes by. Visibly spooked. What is going on with those people over there? His girlfriend shudders in fear. A man strides arrogantly with his crew, ignoring the couple's whispers. They are not palace folks, how do they know? They head to the tall building ahead. Stopping boldly to grab everyone's attention, a huge speaker is brought out and powered on. Hong T, smug and cocky, grips the mic and loosens his tie with a wicked smile. He bellows nonsense loudly, his voice piercing the air. You only ascend to heaven's faction if you believe in the dragon god. That faith is unshakable. The hell of disbelief will swallow you whole. The crowd behind chants in unison, their voices booming. Dragon god's compassion. Please descend. Bless your faithful followers. The mercy of the dragon god blossoms like spring, Protect your devoted believers. People recoil, terrified by the intense din. We can reach heaven if we believe in the dragon god. But hell awaits the faithless. Annoyed young man rubs his head. Fed up. This noise is killing me. The group grows even more frenzied, shouting and trampling the altar. Are any of you still sane? Honta roars insults. Heretics. Scram. Get lost. His face twists cruelly as he warns loudly. The dragon god is coming. Watch out, you bowing heretics. Vanish, he keeps yelling. Heretics. You will be punished. Jet suddenly drops down right in front, issuing a warning with a sharp whistle. Hey, what are you all doing here? Honta freezes, stunned, then glares with contempt and disgust. Jet loudly pleads, we love you all. Please awaken and believe in the dragon god. Honta stubbornly shouts venom. We must ascend to heaven together, that is the dragon god's will. Jet breaks out in sweat, overwhelmed by their reaction, then falls silent for a long moment. Finally, it chides them. Stop the noise. No more shouting in this sacred place. Then Jiet's fury boils over. Last warning. No noise or face the consequences. Honta flashes a sinister grin while Honta scowls and curses. Is this thing fed on bowing already? Honta laughs maniacally. Honta points wildly at Jiet, spitting curses. But the dragon god punishes you. Today, you die. Suddenly, Sang appears, dazzling bright, conjuring countless magical chains that bind the rebels' tight masterful strategy. Flawless spellwork. Jiet lightly jumps onto one of the bound, letting out a relieved sigh. It cheers joyfully amid everyone's horror. A sharp whistle sounding, Honta panics as Jiet stumps its mechanical foot on him, letting out a terrified squeal. Jiet announces, disturber identified here. It mercilessly orders a search and purge. Honta screams in endless pain. The pin on his chest, a hidden camera, silently recording everything. The fate of rebels. They get beaten to a pulp and lose all their dignity, with a sign hung around their necks as a brutal warning. Sorry. We won't make a scene again. Jit spat out mechanically. Whatever. Their rough, forced attitude only fueled its rage more. Warning. Do not proceed beyond this point. No sooner said than done. It whipped the paper hard across their backsides, making Honta yelp in pain. Ouch. That hurts. He screamed all night like a tortured soul. A demon. But Jit did not stop. It hit harder and cursed louder. You want to die or what? Honta dodged. What the hell is this craziness? Run. Run. He scrambled on all fours, stubbornly glancing back to argue. We are dodging a lunatic. Not you guys. What kind of freak show is this? Jit stepped forward, but could not do more. Warning. Stop. The rebels fled into another street, instantly drawing curious gazes from passers-by. They quickly ripped off their signs and tossed them to the ground, breathing heavily as they ran. One worried guy asked Hun, Hey Hone, did you offend them? Are you hurt anywhere? He just chuckled calmly, clicking his tongue to reassure. Nah, it is nothing. This is no big deal. I am a man in glasses, dressed sharply in black, stepped forward and called out, Honta. Honta immediately recognized him. Assistant Choi. The man pushed up his glasses, voice cold. You did what you were supposed to. Why the hell did not you finish the job? Honta smirked confidently and replied, Of course I did. Then, proudly holding up his tie, he bragged, I recorded everything with a hidden camera right here. Let us check it out on the phone. Assistant Choi and Honta stared tensely at the phone. Choi asked seriously, This it? Honta confirmed. Yep. Just open it. The phone screen played a video of them grabbing Honta Sam. He even exaggerated the assault, making it look like they were beating an innocent person, trying to help. After watching, Assistant Choi grinned wickedly. Satisfied. This is perfect. You dare disrespect the laws of the Republic of Korea. You are dead meat. Scene shifts to Hambit's office, a towering skyscraper amid the bustling urban jungle. Assistant Choi sat in his office, eyes glued to the computer as the dry clicking of the keyboard echoed relentlessly. He smirked sinisterly, muttering with glee, The temple's men attacking civilians must be all over the news by now. Assistant Choi clicked the mouse sharply, but the article on screen was nothing like what he expected. In fact, it exposed every twisted scheme Choi had painstakingly cooked up. Cold sweat broke out as he panicked, wondering, why the hell are these damn reporters attacking us? The computer screen suddenly went black. Assistant Choi gasped in horror. He stammered, What is this? As an error sound blared, the server had crashed. Cut to calmly strolling through a residential area, eyes fixed on his phone. On the screen was a photo of three people, clearly his family, looking blissfully happy. Grimaced, pocketing the phone. Damn it. They told me to come, so I... But still, he stood silently before an apartment building, whispering doubtfully, I do not even know if I can pull this off. Brooded, thinking, if not for that. Then the mighty silhouette of the thunder god suddenly appeared before him, emanating a mystical aura. He looked down with fierce eyes, voice booming with majestic power, calling out to G. That voice still echoed in GH, smiled like a thunderclap. Terrifying, truly terrifying. He shuddered at the thought. After a mental battle, he finally resolved to step inside. Descended the dark, narrow, damp stairwell. He stood before a familiar small apartment, faint light flickering through the window. Pressed the doorbell. Its chime pierced the silence. Footsteps rushed out, and the person inside called happily. You are here at last. Karen hurriedly opened the door, smiling as she invited him in. Come on in. But he just brushed her off. I am just here to eat. Just then, the deity's call rang again in his mind, jolting him awake. G. The thunder god and the sky appeared behind him, constantly urging. Punish them. The god demands it, standing there with arms crossed, eyes cold and unblinking. The pressure tightened. This was the true test for anyone facing this trial. Karen excitedly said, Mom made your favorite kimchi stew. She casually asked before the meal. Do you want to try some sponge cake first? Grimaced, clenched his teeth, silently enduring it. This was torture. He stepped past the doorway and headed to the kitchen, his eyes flickering with surprise. Right in front of G was a lavishly set table, but there was only one set of chopsticks and bowl. He pulled out a chair opposite and asked hesitantly, Where's Mom? Karen just smiled and gave a familiar excuse. She ate earlier. Sighed deeply, knowing the lie held no weight. Speechless, he helplessly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The meal went on normally, but she kept reminding him with concern. You should eat some rolled eggs too. He replied while eating. I will, Karen cheerfully asked. How's the taste? The thunder god and the sky themselves call your name. Kimji, she gently smiled, eyes warm with love like the entire sky was wrapped in it. Just rice? She asked, while the god's voice kept nagging. Punish those people already. He fought to hold back his emotions. A twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if about to say something. In the end, he just shoveled a spoonful of rice into his mouth and nodded. Delicious. Mom, Karen beamed hearing that. Have another bowl. Come on. As night fell and silence wrapped the space, leaned back on a bench by the street, dim streetlights casting a faint glow. He tilted his head up to the sky, sighed deeply as if trying to shake off the heavy thoughts piling up inside. The thunder god and the sky appeared, angrily cursing those sly, cunning heretics, a bunch of wicked fiends who deserve punishment. The god sat down beside G, sternly warned, Punish those heretics. Show no mercy. Hesitated and spoke, That is my mother. The god snapped back bluntly. There are things more important than blood. He roared with fury, fiercely commanding, Those heretics cannot be forgiven. Punish them. Kimji was torn, struggling to respond. Oh man, I can tea. Buried his face in his hands. Frustrated, thunder god in the sky. Why me? I can tea do this? He sighed. How could I possibly destroy that cult? That person is my mother. Remembering Karen's gentle face and loving gaze back then, felt utterly powerless. Thinking, who in this world could possibly pass this trial? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, Kamba bluntly asking, Is this your hometown? His heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine. He spun around in shock. It was Lin. Stammered, Your Majesty. Lin nodded confidently in confirmation. Quickly knelt, bowing formally. Still stunned. What brings you here? Lin sat on the bench, legs crossed. Casually replied, I already knew what was going on. Was dumbfounded. Really? How? Lin gave a disdainful look. How could I not know when that guy caused a ruckus in the Great Hall? Embarrassed recalling it. Quickly said, Sorry about that. Lin did not press further, lowering his head as he reached for a necklace. Gently said, Stand up. You have done nothing wrong. He frowned in disbelief, seriously questioning. Thunder God, how can you make this kid bear the burden of heavenly law? The proud thunder god snapped back. I am a god of high status who dares question me about heavenly law. Lin seriously proposed, If you want to punish those cultists, entrust that task to me. The god bluntly refused. I want to punish those heretics with the hands of their own family as children. Hearing this, Ji-hyuk gasped, breaking out in cold sweat. The thunder god and the sky stated their wish plainly. I want you to give him the resolve to pull that kid through. He can do it. Lian did not answer, just let out a low growl, ending the conversation with the deity. He turned serious and asked, Kim Ji-hyuk, why did not you tell Jim that day? He shyly replied, God, I did not expect things to turn out like this. He opened his eyes. His fierce, intense gaze slammed straight into the opponent's face. Lian calmly recapped what happened at the temple recently. A group caused trouble there, and Ji-hyuk was confused, wondering, could it be? Lin explained that Lord Spinner had made it crystal clear these guys declared war on the gods, and the price for that rebellion was steep. He raised an eyebrow and analyzed, saying this is not just a war, it is a full-on reckoning. We are going to teach them a lesson. Ji-hyuk's jaw dropped. Stunned. Seriously, after a pause, he suddenly shouted out, Bring him down. Ji-hyuk quickly asked, What about the god's mother? Lian decisively clamped a hand over Ji-hyuk's noisy mouth, coolly reassuring him, Relax. The god's not some mad killer without rules. Hearing that, Ji-hyuk fell silent. No more yelling, just staring at him wide-eyed. Lian stood, turned his back, and explained succinctly, He is just setting some rules everyone has to follow. His whole body radiated a heavy, intimidating aura. His face lit up in the dark with a sinister grin. Show me where they are hiding. It all began with a quick summary of a man's journey. John Sin, born in 1990, the master of the Hambit Guild. At 12, John faced a nightmare. Before him, someone dying tried desperately to scream and run. Back then, no academies existed. He emerged as a fierce warrior in a chaotic era, learning everything through brutal trials. John Sin fought like a raging river, unstoppable and fierce. That is why he rose as a promising rank hunter. His encounter with the god happened in winter 2014, when a chaotic portal opened in Samxia. John knelt, sword in hand, amid the battlefield's ruins. Difficulty spiked suddenly, costing him his comrades and pushing him into danger. John stared at the message board before him, confused. Do you want to be saved? He hesitated, torn, but the pull was too strong. The moment he answered, a radiant light engulfed John Sin, flooding every cell with power. The voice owner had just rescued him. From then on, the 7th rank hunter appeared in South Korea, smiling brightly like he would found sunlight in the darkest night. Back in reality, John forced a fake smile. He reached out, starting a captivating pitch. This is proof of his existence. Look at the warrior blessed by him. Pointing at the armored figure beside him, John smiled and said, This warrior heard the gospel the moment he stepped through the gate. The other guy nodded, recounting as if truth itself. At first, it was just a normal gate, but the moment I entered, my system glitched. He even provided evidence, skillfully making the story feel vivid and real, solidifying everyone's faith. If you want to test yourself, focus on beating bosses and mining magic crystals in dungeons. The system's guidance helped me find treasure, and my life flipped 180 degrees at the end. He shouted deliberately to play the crowd's mind. All thanks to his grace, the believers listened and went wild eyes shining, cheering loudly. Praise the Lord. Then they raised their hands high, reinforcing everyone's faith with, You gotta believe this. There was no other explanation. Of course. Stuff like this sometimes happens to Hambit hunters. This strange phenomenon was not a one-off. It had deep ties to Hambit Guild and was officially recognized by the Hunter Association. Because of that, expanding Hambit's influence was easy. The faithful kept cheering nonstop. Many moved to tears, feeling the miracle of salvation. Amazing. Divine Dragon, we are saved. John Sin spread his arms, soaking in the praises from everyone, his triumphant smile glowing like pure glory. His face was utterly satisfied, a weirdly wide grin, eyes half closed in delight, basking in the adoration of the faithful and the divine, and kept spitting out more mesmerizing words. And it did not stop there. One warrior got a miraculous cure for his sick old mother during a guild expedition. That useless hunter made incredible progress. John Sin deliberately revealed their true purpose. Both proved their faith by donating, and the god, pleased with their belief, granted them miracles. His image appeared on the big screen, bellowing like a warlord. Prove your faith. It was not hard at all after all. We are family. The crowd of believers roared back. Dragon God. Dragon God. Suddenly, John Shin froze for a moment, spotting something unusual. Lin and Patrick sat at the back, stern-faced and unwavering. Their silence clashed with the crowd's chants, catching John Shin completely off guard. Those people. John Shin's face went pale as he realized they were from the temple. His expression twisted into anger. Their sudden appearance rattled John Shin's composure. His smile vanished. Why were those temple folks here? Patrick called out sharply. Settle down. But Leon, fueled by anger, just gave a cold grunt. Only one thing could explain his rage: religion. Lin clenched his teeth, eyes blazing like fire. He knew better than anyone they preyed on poverty and the spiritual weaknesses of the people. These parasites twisted teachings to serve their own greedy agendas. Suddenly, Johnshin spoke up from the stage. What is going on here? The warlord laughed loudly, hand on his chest, carefree as he invited. A special guest has arrived. First-timers get baptized. Come on up. Without hesitation, Lin stood up. Surprising Patrick beside him, Lin boldly stepped forward. Challenging, you dare call the king that? You are ballsy. He stopped, facing Johnshin directly, eyes closed in seriousness, and pulled a huge white bag out of thin air. Cash bundles spilled out. Shocking everyone, eyes widened in awe. The money did not stop falling, piling up into a thick stack. Even as the last bundle hit the floor, Lian's face stayed resolute, his presence commanding respect and fear from all around. Lin coldly pointed at the empty bag by the warlord's feet. Johnshin stood dumbfounded, face frozen in confusion, eyes dull and unfocused. The warlord stared at the cash scattered on the ground, then bluntly asked, "What exactly are you doing?" Lin calmly laid down his demand, "Make a miracle happen," with a serious tone. Lian said, "Weren't you claiming miracles come from donations? I want to strike a deal with your god." Johnshin forced out a laugh, dodging the question awkwardly. "How rude. You are testing the god's miracles with sacrificial offerings." He shoved his hands in his pockets, face dripping with challenge, coldly firing back. "You say loyalty and devotion can get you to heaven. Have you ever chosen that path?" The warlord could not hold back anymore, grinding his teeth in rage. Johnshin brushed off the pretense of kindness, pointed at himself, then snapped back. "You must obey and serve the missionaries. That is the truth." The blessing. Lian did not respond or argue. He just glared at him fiercely. He stepped forward, kicked the bag aside, and spat out. "The truth? It is a shallow, cowardly faith." The warlord recoiled, thinking, "Damn it." Johnshin stubbornly refused to accept it, scowling, grinding his teeth. "It is just like me. So why are you talking nonsense?" The warlord showed no patience. Pointing directly at Lian, Johnshin loudly declared to all the believers, "This man has no faith. Such evil dares to defile our holy temple. We must drive this evil out of the dragon god's palace." The warlord stirred the crowd, shouting orders. "Stand up. Temple guards. You know what to do." They rose fiercely, eyes blazing like they wanted to tear Lian apart. The crowd erupted into furious shouts, hurling insults and curses, aggressively pushing Lian out. "Get out. Heretic. Leave the dragon god's palace." "That is right. Scram." Meanwhile, Patrick and Jihoch sat worried in the audience. Jihoch pulled his hood low, listening to the hateful words, muttering, "Dirty bastards. Your wrath will drown them in flames." Jihoch's unease bubbled up, quietly asking, "Your Majesty, will you be all right?" John Sing burst into maniacal laughter, sneering, "Coward, you are nothing but a dumb fool." He spat insults nonstop. Lian said nothing, just locked eyes with him coldly. A heroic shout rang out, "Demon!" Jihoch and the woman sitting nearby flinched. Startled by the scream, the three froze, eyes narrowed in judgment. Patrick covered his mouth, muttering, "Oh man, even the cold can stop the robotic noise." Lian stood tall on the platform, radiating an intense aura of power, spiritual energy surging wildly through his entire body. Lian Dragoni Lian heard was a king. He could endure all insults and humiliation. The crowd behind him turned in fear, whispering, "What is going on? Why so silent?" But there were three things he simply would not tolerate. First, disrespecting his parents. That was a direct insult to his family. Second, blasphemy against the gods. Mortals like them had no right to be so irreverent. Lian coldly turned around, his face tight with tension, veins bulging with fury at these lowlifes. Finally, he roared in anger, "How dare you, you despicable scum!" The very guy who insulted Lian now gaped in terror. "What is this? What is happening?" Lian was going mad, screaming with rage. "You heretics!" Lian's face twisted with overwhelming fury, his voice booming like thunder. "You damn fools! How dare you compare me to a demon?" Lian unleashed his power, his commanding presence forcing the crowd to stumble back in panic. This was unforgivable. "You will be punished. There is no escaping this." He clenched a sword-shaped necklace tied an ancient relic, a sacred link to the divine. The relic flared brilliantly, forming a mystical magic circle. Lian screamed, "Let me judge your false beliefs and twisted hearts. Don't you dare tremble in fear. What do you think you are doing?" The magic circle spun wildly as lightning crackled around Lian, each word charged with power. "The sacred stars will cleanse you all." Someone was about to shove a spoonful of rice in their mouth, but suddenly froze, eyes wide, Staring out the window in shock outside the galaxy, a blazing sphere tore through the clouds, crashing toward Earth. The person screamed, "What the hell is that?" Lin's voice echoed through space. Destruction. Divine punishment. This time, it is your turn. A colossal meteor hurtled toward Earth, radiating immense power. Leon's sharp gaze darkened as he solemnly declared, "The sacred relic of Lady Enya will be restored, because the wicked shall be punished by the gods." John Sin-hong approached nervously. "Huh," the fake warrior snarled aggressively. "What is with that damn brat?" B-Chick confidently unleashed her power. "Jack. Sir Jack. Are you ready yet?" he shouted excitedly. "Let us," B-Chick commanded seriously. "Show them the true power of us." A massive wave of energy blasted through the building. Screams echoing. "What the hell was that?" One of the Fire Island crew gasped in disbelief. "No way. This can't be real," another yelled. Shaking the building's foundation, John Sin-hong, furious and confused, demanded, "What are you doing?" Lin bluntly answered, "I have just been restored." John Sin-hong cursed. "What nonsense is that?" At that moment, something blocked the light above their heads. John Sin looked up in panic, his eyes widened in horror, trembling with fear. John Sin's face went pale as he let out an unintelligible cry. Suddenly, a majestic meteor appeared in the city sky, hurtling downward rapidly. Terrified screams filled the air. "What is happening?" The meteor in the sky was suddenly stopped mid-flight. Its estimated weight, 680 billion tons. The cosmic scale was staggering. Lin casually asked Patrick how she was doing. She smiled respectfully. Fully ready. Then, a cataclysmic explosion shattered the meteor in midair, tearing through clouds and sending energy surging down, darkening the sky and activating divine wrath. The fiery sphere exploded, lighting up the sky with purple magical threads wrapping along the brilliant pillar of light, a terrifying display of heaven and Earth's destructive power. Jip Rung mechanically raised his energy gun, absorbing and reloading the divine ammunition. Then, a barrage of golden bullets streaked through the air at insane speed. Aiming straight for the meteor above, they slammed into the blazing sphere, causing relentless explosions and shockwaves that spread destruction across the city's sky. John Sin's face darkened in terror as he muttered, "Oh God," frozen with fear. He stammered, "I can't believe this is real. Is this divine punishment?" His desperate scream echoed through the blazing sky. "No way," John Sin screamed in terror. "Non-stop, man." Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes still watery, nervously darting upward. John Sin was dizzy and stunned as the fireball hovered near him. Stopped. How could this be? The meteor halted right at the rooftop where they stood, making the scene eerily epic. Leon calmly stepped forward, ordering John Sin, "This is enough. Stop here." The chick looked up at the meteor, casually amazed. "Impressive? Huh?" Jiek Mamok warned. "The target is still active, not dead like the data said." John Sin, eyes wide with suspicion, staring at Leon like a monster had just appeared before him. Leon coldly confronted him. "You idiot. Only messing things up. Do you even realize your crimes?" John Sin anxiously stammered. "What are you talking about?" Leon, furious, furrowed his brow and growled, "So stupid. How long do they think they can stay hidden?" Suddenly, he yelled, "Kim Jae-hai!" The boy jumped, startled while sharpening his axe. "What is it?" Lin commanded calmly. "Come stand by me," John Sin exclaimed. "It is trainee Kim Jae-hyuk." Leon's face darkened as he grabbed the boy's shoulders and declared, "We are about to expose those evil demons disguised as missionaries." Jae-hyuk nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Jae-hyuk discovered something horrifying. He froze, mind reeling, unable to process what he had just seen. He saw a huge, blood-red monster clinging to John Sin's back, and shouted in panic, "What the hell is that? You guys are not even human." Leon stepped out of the shadows behind him, revealing, "That is a demon spirit, a creature bent on seizing the soul and mind of its host. It parasitizes the host until the person dies, then takes over." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Karen called out, "Is that you?" Jae-hyuk. He glared at her, trembling with fear. Unable to say a word, Karen pleaded desperately, "What is going on? Tell me, please." Jae-hyuk silently called out in his heart, "Mom." Jae-hyuk struggled to accept his anxious mother, but she was his mom. After all, Karen, clinging to the demon spirit, begged, "Come back to me, child." Lin confidently assured, "Trust me." He sincerely encouraged him, "Let your divine power heal. Trust yourself, only then can you act with true integrity." Jae-hyuk fell silent, lost in thought. Weighing Leon's words, his hand decisively reached out, whispering, This is humanity's silent vow. He fought the restless worry inside, quietly making up his mind. They all longed for peace. But it was not that simple. Fear and doubt always haunted them. Jae-hyuk clenched his fists, resolutely believing his holy power would pierce through temptation and destroy it. He unleashed his ultimate move, the sacred divine force. Fighting through pain, Jae-hyuk prayed, "Forgive the souls stained with darkness." Memories of a happy family from his childhood flashed a bittersweet final dream. The demon spirit latched onto Karen, and she screamed in agony as lightning struck her. Enduring the chaos, Jae-hyuk softly called, "Mom." After a fierce battle, Karen collapsed, exhausted. Demon defeated. Her gentle voice calmed his swirling emotions, making him gasp with joy and tears. Jae-hyuk. She weakly called his name beside the demon's smoldering remains. "My child." Jae-hyuk burst with happiness, rushing to Karen in tears. He hugged her tightly amid the breathtaking aftermath of the battle. Karen tearfully begged, "I am my child." Jae-hyuk smiled through his tears, overwhelmed with joy. "It is o." The reunited pair clung to each other, sharing a warm, tender moment. "Mom lost her way and did bad things, Mom." Lin smiled with relief. "Everything is settled now." Patrick smiled quietly, pondering. That kid was chosen by the divine for his power. Lin instantly turned, speaking softly. "Kid." The master alongside Hen Bit strips John Shin down. John Shin panics, glaring at him with a terrified, desperate look. Lin's face twists into a rare, fierce glare as he unleashes a powerful thunder spell, declaring, "Next up, it is you." The demon recoils, only managing a scream before being struck back. What? A whirlwind storm, summoned by his power, causes everyone to convulse and lose consciousness all at once. John Shin's smug expression vanishes as he convulses violently, collapsing in sheer terror. The demon spirit detaches from his body, screaming madly before slowly dissolving into nothingness. John Shin lies motionless, the demon spirit and his body burning down to a tiny ember, which flees with angry cries. Lin stomps aggressively on it, demanding, "Where do you think you are running off to?" He boldly calls out the demon's crimes, while the demon spirit can only wail helplessly. A dark force, always hungry to control humans. Less sharp mind uncovers a truth. These demonic creatures feed off humanity's darkest desires. To survive, they will never be fully destroyed. He looks at the unconscious John Shin with a sigh. Humans always carry their own darkness. Lucky for him, his soul can still be saved. Lin aims his sword at the demon's eye, causing it to scream in terror. "Now, die." A rare cruel smile forms on Lin's face as he condemns the demon, which breaks down in tears. "Your wicked lies will drag you straight to hell." A massive meteor halts midair just a few yards from a towering building, while below, police barricade the area separating it from the nearby residential zone. Is the Hambit Palace fallout zone. Over here, a serious reporter announces, in the last 20 years, they have recruited 18 million believers. This is a massive conglomerate involving many political figures and believers, including elites and business moguls. Inside homes, live emergency broadcasts fill the airwaves. Hambit Palace, disaster has caused a huge crisis. A man on a stretcher cries out, "Amut." The meteor is falling. It is about to hit. Run. The TV screen keeps flashing urgent info as voices echo everywhere. John Shin's arrogant face appears on the screen, announcing the political situation is heating up. In the hall, John Shin declares, "We are planning to merge Hambit Palace with the Ven Than Zien." Stirring whispers among reporters below. "All our assets will merge under the leadership of Ven Than Zien's head, Leon Dragonia." Leon hurt. He smiles warmly. "Plus, our powerful military will protect and oversee the transition." Porters shout, "President John Shin, we have questions for you." A terrified voice screams, "This is huge. Is this really true?" Another asks curiously, "What is the deal with Leon Hurt's demotion?" John Shin stretches out his hand with a confident flourish. He beams proudly. "He is a hero. The one who saved my soul. This is the ideal I chased to save the people and wipe out corruption." The building's screen broadcasts the interview, his voice echoing, "He is the one who will save this dark world." Hearing this, Leon stands near the blockade, lost in thought. Jiang yells, "Damn!" Leon sighs, "Man, this is so noisy." A meteor crashing to Earth like this has everyone freaking out. Chaos reigns around the still falling meteor in the city. Jiang reports, "Damn! No matter what we say, the people have never seen anything like this before." He eyes him curiously. "Spinner, when can we get to work?" Jiang replies, "Ven Thenze needs lots of upgrades, so we are still planning." Leon furrows his brow. "Right now, we need to upgrade armor for the troops and add more weapons that will boost their fighting power." Jiang asks, "What about your majesty? Anything you need?" He answers plainly amidst the murmurs, "I do not need much, But my trusted subordinates definitely do. Jiang chills deeply. A lot is piling up at once, so we need to prioritize urgent matters first. My lord. Lian nods. Understood. Behind them, someone approaches respectfully. Your Majesty, you are here. Suddenly, the curious Zhang Xin arrives with Xin Qian right behind him. The more curious he leaned in, softly asking how His Majesty has been lately. Lin replied coolly. You are here already. Will you allow us to tour the weapon and armor crafting process then? Then the man chuckled and introduced himself. Pardon my manners. I am Kim Sin-Chi, Minister of the Association for Scientific and Technological Research. Pleasure to meet you. Sir, Sin-Chian's curiosity piqued. What exactly is that constellation? Lian grinned confidently. Just a simple star map, Lian explained. The stars are governed by the gods. Sin-Chian's eyes widened in shock. So that means your Majesty has accepted that star map? The inquisitive man asked seriously. What are your plans moving forward? Sir, Lian furrowed his brow. I will use the resources we have now to craft weapons and armor for the troops, Li revealed calmly. We will do everything to produce the best gear possible. Sin-Chian immediately complied. I will follow your orders. Then he gasped loudly. Chairman, what did you say? He asked excitedly. I have already heard about the Metallurgy Association from Mims. Harry, those precious materials will definitely be put to great use. Lin nodded firmly. Exactly, gazing at the sky where the meteorite still hovered. Lian pondered. But to extract the finest materials, we need a precise process. It is not that simple. Sin-Chian quickly replied. We will heed whatever your Majesty instructs. He replied respectfully. Everything will be reviewed and supported by the government. Legal issues will be waived for your Majesty. We will do our best for you. Lian softened. All right. I hope what you say comes true. He added thoughtfully. What we extract from that star cluster will be analyzed by Spinner's expertise to fully understand the structure, composition, and unique properties of each rare metal. Will you let us observe the weapon and armor manufacturing process too? He nodded casually. No problem. I can even gift you some raw materials, along with any weapons and armor we develop, for the Defense Department to study. Chaim bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. But then Lian's voice grew serious. However, many divine artifacts we create will remain secret. They are not fully refined yet, but they are already rare enough to rarely be seen in this era. Sin-Chian lowered his voice with curiosity. Henhari has been assigned to work in your Majesty's temple. Will she be allowed to access these divine artifacts? Lian confirmed cheerfully. Of course. Sin-Chian could not hide the happiness radiating from his face. He laughed and asked. So she worked at the association before. Will she be able to review the detailed design plans as well? She is one of our top staff. Lian replied. Lian agreed. In that case, give her the freedom to research on her own. They shook hands in agreement. Sin-Chian beamed with excitement. Sounds perfect. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Lian pulled out a small screen from his pocket, his tone turning grave. One more matter. Your Majesty. Lian looked puzzled. What is that about? He held up the device. This is a C. You can watch the video here. Lian watched the screen, then asked, is this footage from the gate? The screen showed a village in ruins. Sin-Chian spoke gently. That was a battle in China. A brutal massacre. A mysterious figure slaughtered the village, finishing off the last person hiding in the grass, who screamed in terror. Help me! A killing blow was swung, leaving Lian stunned by the sheer brutality. Sin-Chian's face darkened as he slowly explained. A demon swordsman. He furrowed his brow. Zhanju, who is a successor of the demon swordsman, wielding the demon blade. After wiping out that area, he is now heading toward Japan. Elsewhere, Zhanwan exhaled a heavy breath, clearly worried. Ji noticed and asked, Are you okay? Zhanwan stared blankly. I am, she excitedly reassured him. There have been significant changes at the association. Our upcoming plans will bring a lot of positive shifts. He responded. I do not really care much about the association's direction. He is Li Zhanwan, the leader of the Phoenix Association. Zhanwan looked annoyed. Seems like all these changes are because Leon Dragonia is taking the lead. Right? He clutched his stomach, twisted in pain. Face pale, things are escalating fast with the upcoming merger between Hambit Palace and the Shrine. Oh man, my stomach hurts just thinking about it. Duzi eyed him with annoyance, but beneath it, a sly smile crept across her lips like she had a secret plan. Duzi gave Zhanwan's back a couple of hard pats and laughed out loud. Why do not you care at all about what is going on? That merger is going to shake up everything for everyone. Stayed calm and said, Honestly, I only care about our guild. I barely have time for anything else. Zhanwan pouted in frustration but admitted, Still, that is a huge deal affecting way too many people. Duzi grinned mischievously. Right on. Soa confidently stepped forward and called out softly. John Won. Doozy. Why have not you two gone inside yet? John Won greeted her politely. Hello? Madam? He asked. Is Ms. Jun doing well? She responded coldly. She is That was Jun Soa herself, head of the Hunter Medical Guild. Soa brushed back her hair and teased. By the way, what is with your guild not liking our hunter nutrient supplements? John Won raised an eyebrow. Curious? Wait, you have that? Doozy chimed in with a sigh. Yeah? But it is kind of pricey and just does not fit our guild's style. He frowned. What exactly is it? Doozy answered quickly. Just some nourishing pills. Jinsu, sitting inside the room, spoke up. Already here, everyone at the long table settled into their seats. Jongsu spoke coldly. You too. Sit down. Jeonwon smiled warmly at the group and greeted. Hello, this side. North Jong, head of the Midju Guild, and Kang Junseong, head of the Changseong Guild. Sat silently, eyes sharp and scrutinizing the newcomers. He spoke quietly. Looks like everyone's here. Across the table, Hang Jianhen Hang Jiumju, heads of the Lion Guild, sat beside Junsoa, the Hunter Medical Guild leader. All in place. Jun, head of the Swordsmanship Guild, gasped in surprise. He praised a judgy. That outfit suits you. She hugged him awkwardly. Explaining. It is my first time wearing it, so it is a bit loose. Jeonwon worriedly took off his coat and handed it to Jaji. Here, put this on. She was deeply touched. Thank you. Jinsu laughed loudly at their sweet gesture, watching them care for each other. He teased. When are you two tying the knot? The whole room jolted at that question. Jeonwon scratched his head awkwardly. We have not even thought about that yet. Jinsu spat out his cigarette loudly. No way. That is exactly why we are short on hunters these days. Pointing at Jeonwon and Judgy. He declared. It is because people like you two refuse to get married. At your age, I already have a bunch of kids. The two replied in unison. That is true, sir. Everyone sighed. Zion Han Hong Jae Hung Cheon sitting nearby exchanged silent looks of exasperation. Jinsu stomped out his cigarette. Exasperated. All right. Let us get down to business, said sternly. And just so you know, I want to kill that bastard John Jae Hong. Someone quickly tried to calm him down. That is not a good idea. Please reconsider. Jinsu shouted back. Clearly annoyed, Zion Ha panicked internally. Thinking, do we really need to debate this? Things are getting messier by the minute. Outside, the meeting room door slowly creaked open. Lin, Kang Haik, and John Shin walked in one by one, their arrival silencing the entire room. Zion quickly strode to his seat, footsteps echoing sharply. Jongsu looked up at him with a quiet sigh. More guests have arrived. Lin approached Jin Su's seat, silently judging them both, two stubborn old men who never listened to anyone. Their eyes locked, one a king, the other an old warrior, both equally unyielding. Liam pointed at Jinsu, his presence radiating overwhelming authority. Step aside, old man. And just like that, the clash erupted. Jinsu gripped his cigarette with fierce intensity, power blazing from like a storm. Jinsu, his overwhelming strength sparked a fierce battle, leaving chaos and flames in its wake. His life was entwined with countless legends, and every move he made was for the nation's sake, making him untouchable by anyone in the country. Though Jinsu was warm and friendly with others, they always tread carefully around him, never daring to cross the line. His power was so absolute that no one could challenge him, and being an elder only made his authority stronger. That was the case for everyone else. But when he met Lian, he snapped with a dark, cocky attitude and ordered him to move aside. Jinsu was stunned, unbelieving what just happened. Lian, clearly annoyed, put on a defiant smirk, daring him to underestimate him, then sighed deeply, ignoring Jinsu completely. Finally, Lin coldly mocked him. So young, and your hearing's already going. Jinsu was shocked, mouth agape, shouting, what? Furious, he slammed his hand against the wall, yelling even louder. What, you little punk? Kang Hyuk suddenly popped up from behind Lian and explained. Sir's already 300 years old. Jinsu was dumbfounded, eyes wide. What? Kang Hyuk stayed calm and continued. But you see, all the Holy Grail Knights are immortal, and remained silent, letting Kang Hyuk spill the details about his history. So yeah, he is definitely 300 years old. Jinsu stopped in his tracks, sweating nervously, stammering, is that true? Lian's face darkened, puffing up with arrogant pride. He grabbed his chin, trying to look intimidating, letting out a sharp hum to show who is boss. Jinsu shrank back, meek and trembling, respectfully calling out. Your Highness. He hesitated, then politely continued speaking. 10 days of peace. Your Highness. Lin accepted the terms with equal politeness. Thank you. Young man. Everyone around fell silent, all silently agreeing he just took down the oldest, strongest guy here, Lin casually reminded, pretending not to care. No sign of him. John Shin rushed off to handle it. I will get the tea ready right now. Son smiled sweetly and flirted with her voice. Whoa, girl. You are laying it on thick with that syrupy tone. Your Highness. I am John Shin, brewing tea behind, was furious and scolded sharply. That is so rude. How dare you speak to His Highness before he even talks to you? She snapped back just as fiercely, eyes blazing at him. His Highness is not mad, so why should you be? Lin raised his voice, cutting off their bickering. Enough, both of you. Behave, they said in unison. Yes. Your Highness. The scene stunned everyone into silence, their minds racing with confusion. What the hell is going on? Lian sat at the head of the table, coldly reminding, Chairman of the association, my time is more valuable than gold. Understood, sir. Yes, with your permission. We will get straight to the point. He pulled out a remote and turned it on, then began to explain. 13 years ago, the screen showed chaotic scenes. A black gate appeared in London, he said seriously. A black portal opened in the heart of London. Flames and smoke engulfed the shattered, ruined buildings after a fierce battle. A dark space gate shimmered with purple light, whipping up a violent wind that seemed to suck everything inside. Its presence was monitored by the government's screens, so powerful that even the chairman admitted it was terrifying. The black gate was so insanely tough that no one has been able to close it yet. A powerful armored boot slammed the ground, showing off its strength. The European League feared that if they could not seal that black gate, they would face a disaster like what happened in Shanghai before. They assembled an elite strike team of S-rank hunters to tackle the gate. These hunters, equipped with all sorts of gear, formed a strange squad amid the chaotic battlefield, 24 rank hunters strong, plus 1,834 and rank hunters from various European guilds. Duke Gong wielded his magical staff, supporting the fight against the monsters. Duke Gong, the great mage of England's clock tower, led this team. The assault lasted 2 grueling months. Bodies and weapons lay scattered in pools of blood after countless brutal skirmishes. To achieve the current bloody state, the city erupted in cheers, eagerly welcoming the victors, and they succeeded. That was the first time we ever sealed a black gate, and coldly speculated. I suppose the real consequences came afterward. Kang Hyuk nodded straight up. Exactly, sir. The screen displays the stats of the Azure Demon Sword, the infamous Slayer's Blade. Knights stare in horror as the Azure Slayer's Blade radiates dark, ominous power, the most powerful weapon to have existed in over 30 years, since the great catastrophe has finally surfaced. Those with greedy ambitions reveal their sinister intentions, desperate to claim it as their own. In the end, the Slayer's Blade was unveiled and awarded to James Spencer in the City Stadium, after a fierce battle to determine its rightful owner. The British government emerged victorious, purchasing the sword for 1.4 trillion, even prettier than the most advanced warship. He was ecstatic, proudly stepping toward the sword, which was then leased to the era's finest swordsman, James Spencer, the chairman of the Gentlemen's Alliance. The nightmare began the moment James Spencer touched the Slayer's Blade. Its dark powers erupted violently, and felt like his entire body was engulfed in agonizing dark sorcery. His face twisted into the ruthless mask of a cold-blooded killer, shrouded in shadows. The recently cheerful mayor now stood frozen, terrified by the horrific scene before him. James Spencer's demeanor shifted completely. He descended into madness and murdered the mayor, marking the start of a catastrophic nightmare. His face darkened into a sinister smirk of savage delight. James Spencer was now a puppet enslaved by the cursed sword's will. The city was soon engulfed in flames and ruin. Countless bodies pierced by his blade. He slaughtered 870,000 civilians and over 600 hunters alike. Leon paused, then asked, what happened to that cursed sword? James is dead, right? Kang Hyuk calmly revealed. We succeeded in killing the vessel that held the cursed sword, James. As Leon's voice grew cold, the image of the cursed sword flying away appeared before everyone, but the cursed sword escaped after James died. It soared into the sky and vanished, never to be seen again. Kang Hyuk slowly recounted their ongoing mission to stop the Slayer's Blade. We have been repeating this cycle, tracking down and killing the cursed vessels across Australia, Mexico, Laos, Spain. He gloomily recalled the tragic incident involving Jiho in Dingo, South Korea, the last place they found a vessel. 4 years ago, John Jiho, who was supposed to be the next chairman of the Azure Sword Alliance, had the blade fall into his hands. Kang Hyuk, a bit saddened, mentioned, I am sure you have noticed this too. He carefully exposed a painful truth. Jiho, head bowed in silence, was actually the son of the current chairman John Jiho and the father of John Soyeon, the very man you welcomed into your alliance. Kang Hyuk cautiously announced, Here's the list of alliances joining the battle against the cursed sword. Name them one by one. The Pantheon Alliance, a rising power. The Azure Sword Alliance, the Golden Lion Pact, and the Phoenix Guild. Suddenly, Trong Sung raised his hand and said, I am joining too. John Soyeon, surprised, asked, You are joining as well? Sung quickly nodded. Yeah, that is right, Kang Huk straightforwardly questioned, while Xian sighed tiredly. All right, let us do this then. He showed some frustration but reluctantly agreed. I have got a bad feeling about this, we are not going to get anything out of it. Lin calmly pointed out the benefits. What do you mean? We will gain honor and glory from this. Those idealistic words lit a fire in John Soyeon. His cheeks flushed red with excitement and satisfaction. We will fulfill our duty as noble knights and become a shield the people can rely on. He clasped his hands tightly, his voice trembling with joyful resolve. John Shin, tears streaming and cheeks flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Truly our savior. I can't hold back my emotions. John Shin's praise grew louder, warming everyone's hearts so generous. Meanwhile, John Won sulked miserably, grumbling in Han Yuji's gleeful teasing. I do not want to go with that guy. The celebration and satisfaction swelled. Your Majesty, see, I was right. John Shin behind the scenes continued to gush. Did you see how majestic they looked that day? Kang Huk nervously asked. What about Japan's offer to provide 10 trillion in financial support to the alliance? Lin blinked in surprise before agreeing. We will accept it. The emperor nodded obediently. Yes. I understand. John Shin left excitedly but not before reminding. I assume they have a king there too. Get in touch with their king first. Kang Huk firmly confirmed. Yes. Well, we will ask the government on behalf of the others. He bowed respectfully. Take care. Your Majesty strode ahead confidently. Where to next? John Shin followed closely. Reporting gently, we are off to check out the hunters I prepared. I am sure you will like them. Suddenly, a voice called out loud, startling both Lian and John. Hey, Lian's face darkened. Voice sharp. Hey. Jinsu panicked and quickly corrected himself. Your Majesty, coldly? Lian demanded, making the old man sigh in relief. What is the matter? Jinsu confidently made his request. I need your help with something. Your Majesty, I am sure I have the right to ask. Lian sighed. What is it? I will decide after hearing what you want, Jinsu explained seriously. Worried? I just ask you to help me with one thing. I am sure you know my granddaughter is in your guild. Determined, he made his grave plea, fearing Soyeon might be controlled by dark magic. John Soyeon, please do not let her join the upcoming Ku Kim assault battle. Night fell. In a small room, Beichik and Soyeon were deep asleep. The scene was calm and silent. Suddenly, Soyeon's face showed panic, sweat pouring down. In the rain, she thought she heard someone calling her name Soyeon. In her dream, a figure cradled her tiny body. Then a bloody hand appeared, shaking, whispering, Run. Soyeon, before her eyes was a scene of utter horror. Through the thick bone smoke, Soyeon's desperate figure struggled to protect her little daughter. She was trampled by the massive, brutal Akasaman. Run. Soyeon was still so small, tears streaming down her innocent face as she cried out in helpless despair. The cursed magical sword was pulled from Soyeon's body, but blood kept dripping. After that horrifying collapse, the ground cracked. Blood splattered everywhere. The man stood coldly, watching the frail girl leave this cruel world. Not just that, Akasa smiled savagely, proud of his cruel victory. Found you at last? The nightmare ended. Soyeon jolted awake, eyes wide, her mind racing from that terrifying vision. Still dazed, she covered her face with trembling hands and let out a shaky breath. Once calm, Soyeon's eyes filled with sorrow and a heavy sigh. Here we go again. The scene shifted. A soda can dropped from the vending machine, apparently needing fresh air. She sat alone, lost in thought, replaying everything that had happened. Soyeon spoke softly. This is a chance. A chance. Before she finished, the shadow of Ventasis, glowing with purple divine energy, appeared before her. A chance. What a scam. She replied quickly. That is exactly the kind of negotiation I am talking about. The god agreed swiftly. Yes, I get. The god's face was completely hidden, revealing no clues. His voice came. Probably your fake revenge teacher warned you not to negotiate with gods. Hesitant, Soyeon said gloomily. But Venice is cut in. Yes, I am the only one who entertained your rude negotiation. I am the only one willing to give you power, even if you lack faith. Don't underestimate that kind of luck. Soyeon hesitated, lowering her gaze, silently swallowed by sorrow. Finally, mustering all her courage, she spoke her heart aloud. Ventasis, if I give you everything you want, Could I become a Holy Grail Knight? Ventasis burst out laughing at her absurd question. Mockin, a Holy Grail Knight. Then, gently lifting her up, he began to explain slowly. Listen carefully, calm and steady. He laid it all out. Her achievements, compared to the King of Leonhurt, were nothing. Did she really think someone like her could replace his avenging pawn? Shocked by his words, Soyen felt as if she would just been hit by a thunderclap. So that meant the king himself had borrowed power from Ventasis. Ventasis was not finished. He declared firmly. Right now, you are still nothing. As he began fading into the void, he paused and left her with a chilling promise. I will help you seek revenge, but the price you pay 1T change. His spirit vanished, but his voice echoed on. The moment you exact your revenge, your soul will belong to me. Forever. The sky brightened again, cool sunlight filtering gently into the grand hall. Inside the hall, a crowd of students gathered. Lin stood solemnly on the podium, announcing, you will all become part of the guild army. Those whose names are called, step forward and claim your gear. In line, the youngest whispered to Harry standing beside him. Hey Harry, is Soyen part of this mission too? Harry leaned in, whispering back softly. I heard the old man was against it, but I asked around. Harry recalled the earlier conversation. The king said he can fear something about having no authority. The kid gasped. Seriously? From above, Lin called out. Next, honored on the screen are 4 outstanding candidates: Han Harry, Han Soho, King, and John Soa. Step forward. Harry's heart raced. Our turn is finally here. One by. The names stepped up, 4 in total, all donning their uniforms. Standing before Leon with grave determination, the tension in the room thickened as Leon prepared the speech he would been rehearsing. Pleased with their achievements, Lin nodded approvingly. Your accomplishments so far have met my expectations. He wasted no time praising Harry in particular. Especially you, Han Harry. Hearing her name glow up on the board, her eyes sparkled as she replied joyfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Harry's cheeks flushed red with happiness as she soaked in Leon's words, aware that the gods admired those pure of heart. Then Leon glanced at the girl beside her, who silently understood and quickly brought something forward. It was a gift for Harry's efforts, which Leon proudly presented. I am giving you a sword, a blade, and a set of armor, designed to unleash your true power, crafted by Spinner himself, so take good care of it. What an incredible gift! Harry stared in awe, exclaiming, so this is a divine armor. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Harry turn around in surprise. Not bad at all. Not bad. It was Bethas and Poma. They appeared right behind her, leaving Harry wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene unfolding. That moment, Bethas radiated fierce energy, extending his hand forward with a confident gesture. He declared, fight, become the blazing fire that incinerates our enemies. Just like the goddess of war. Poma chimed in beside him, entrust your body to the endless ocean, and fill your heart with faith. Instantly, their 2 powers merged, enveloping Harry's armor in a dazzling radiant glow. The entire hall erupted in chaos, everyone stunned by the breathtaking transformation. By the god, Harry herself was just as shocked, eyes wide and heart racing with a whirlwind of emotions. This is a divine sword blessed by the gods. Legendary rank. Description: the bloodsteel sword blessed by Bethos, god of war and fire. The divine armor blessed by the waves. Legendary rank. Granted by Poma, goddess of peace and the seas. Lun's assistant seemed to have predicted exactly how this would go. She smirked, knowing they were all legendary tier. The trainees there looked stunned, disbelief painted on their faces. Legendary. These were worth billions, maybe even priceless. The award ceremony pressed on. Lin declared that next, the power of the thunder god would always stand by his side. Then, another god appeared, eyes blazing with fire. Calling out Jihyuk's name, this made his heart plummet. Ikim Jihyuk. He rested his head on Jihyuk's shoulder and spoke fiercely. You will become a judge, punishing all evil around Leon's king. Next, Ariana appeared, bestowing blessings on Soho. Her pure aura shone as she gently clasped her hands and whispered, let justice protect you. You will stay strong even facing corruption and decadence. Let the light of immortality guide you through the darkest places. Soyen glanced around. Everyone else had their own god, but she had none. Disappointment flooded her face. Then Leon called her name. John Soyen. She jumped in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Dropped a bombshell. Your grandfather asked me to remove you from this mission. He pressed her for an answer. What do you want? She looked down, avoiding his gaze, fumbling with her words. Finally, she mustered courage. angered at herself. Determined. I want to take on this mission. I have to do this. Lin understood her heart and nodded. I get. Then we will do it your way. Suddenly, Ventasis appeared behind Lian, folding his hands, quietly muttering. The Avenger. With a surge of dark purple magic, Ventasis reached towards Soyan's armor, casting a shadowy threat. I acknowledge your role as Avenger. Let this gift I give unleash the darkest destruction. The armor quickly became enveloped in cursed magic that he had just cast. One by the divine power infused the armor and sword. He declared, I alone will grant you your wish. But before he could act, a hand yanked the sword free from Ventasis' supernatural grasp, leaving him shocked. Turning sharply, he demanded of Lian, who held the sword, What are you doing? Avenger. Lian closed his eyes and smiled quietly at the question. Ariana appeared then, praying silently for peace, while Lian gripped the sword tight and replied, I am just worried about my kingdom's future. Ariana's blessing on Soyan filled her with deep gratitude. She whispered, Your Majesty. Radiant light burst forth from Lian and Ariana as he plunged the sword into the armor. She stretched her hand forward, a brilliant light pouring from her delicate palm. Instantly, Ariana chanted over the armor, the dazzling light, so powerful that everyone shielded their eyes. Lost lamb, this light will guide you. Follow it. Ariana's mech overpowered Ventasis' dark aura. Enraging him, he snapped, Too much. What are you doing? Changing your mind. She met his glare calmly. I am just fulfilling my knight's wish. From above, he glared down at Lian and hissed. Avenger. Ventasis mocked him relentlessly for being too soft-hearted for humanity. Lin shot back. I am a king, and I won't let anyone run wild. Pushing limits. Ventasis hit Lian's sore spot, just like when you lost your daughter. Ariana's eyes blazed with indignation as she stared down his cruel grin. He stepped closer, glaring hard. Lian Dragonia. Lian Hurt. The usurper of the thrones of Lian Hurt and Dragonia. Ventasis deliberately dredged up past wounds to remind him. Don't ye forget your ancestors. The founders of the kingdom found glory in darkness. Lin remained calm. I have never forgotten what our ancestors endured. Then he called out to Soyan again. John Soyan. He snapped her back from doubt. Warning. Don't ye rely too much on guiding light and lose sight of your true goal. Revenge can only be served in the shadows of the night, at a steep price. Almost suffocated by his words, Soyan hugged herself tightly, trying to steady her nerves against Ventasis' chilling message. Never forget, my little Avenger. The scene unfolded. A man gazing out at the city through a glass pane, a glass of liquor in hand. Suddenly, a secretary stepped in and announced, Sir, I have drawn up the list of participants for the counterattack. He commanded. Hand it over. The Japanese Hunters Association. Chairman Kami Ieyasu. Ieyasu carefully took the list and scanned it with intense focus. He paused at one name, a hint of hesitation flickering across his face. Noticing his unusual expression, the secretary quickly reassured him, sharing her thoughts on the name. Prime Minister, that guy must be sweating bullets. He is even trying to recruit foreigners. What can those nobodies do? The government's losing ground anyway. Ieyasu smirked, pride twisting his features into something sinister. Yeah, that is all me. This country's basically my kingdom now. Then, he probed about the guild. By the way, this Pantheon guild, are they really that dangerous? The secretary massaged his shoulder and replied. Terrifying, but nothing compared to us, she added cautiously. Still, they are a threat we can't ignore. I hear Pantheon's got some heavy hitters here. Their per game is strong. Strange how few oppose their moves in Korea. Ieyasu mulled over this intel, weighing the feasibility of storming the dungeon. They have got influence in Korea, but globally, not so. After a moment, he made a decisive call. All right, here's the plan. We will play it smart. Let Pantheon take the front line in the first phase to soak up the initial damage. The secretary quickly voiced concerns. Korea won't be like this, but we will push hard to convince them. Ieyasu continued. Tell them we are sending 3 strike teams. Also, she snapped back. Frustrated. Boss, those are the Hunters Association's teams. His face darkened with cunning glee. Perfect. They have been a pain lately. This is our chance to wipe them out. Still basking in his schemes, he declared. Once this raid succeeds, my kingdom will be flawless. The secretary clapped in agreement. Congrats, boss. Ieyasu meticulously planned his next moves. Throw them a grand welcome party. If we keep them happy, they will be eager for the front line. Clear blues, fresh air. The plane carrying Lian was about to land. The wheels touched down, tires skidding across the runway. At that moment, His plane safely landed. Outside, a group of men stood waiting. One adjusted his tea, muttering, "Damn, this reminds me of the Thai royal family's visit." He looked worried. "Hope nothing goes sideways." Recalled a call with his superior. "No political mess-ups. That guy's not normal." During the call, he had to ask again. "What do you mean?" The voice on the line explained. "He is more than just not normal. He is a headache waiting to happen. If something bad goes down, the media will blow up Japan-Korea relations." The superior barked orders. "Treat him like royalty." "I'm serious." Remembering that call, sweat poured down his face. He hurriedly wiped it away. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a figure in an extravagant fur coat. The door swung wide as Leon gently took Patrick's hand. Stepping out, both gleamed in their stunning, regal attire. Crowd below gasped like a scene ripped from a fairy tale. What is this vibe? He is legit nobility. Not just in power but in presence. The man just now widened his eyes in awe, his gaze heavy with astonishment. The aura radiating from that person was extraordinary. I could feel the overwhelming pressure, just standing close to him. That magnificent presence reminded him of a lion lurking behind Leon's regal posture. He muttered, "This man truly stands above all others." Lin and Patrick slowly descended the steps, drawing all eyes fixed on them. As they stepped down together, the man hurriedly greeted them, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, King and Queen Patrickology Sparrow." Seeing this man greet first, Lin asked sharply, a question that stunned everyone. He is actually the king of this country. Even Hai, following behind Leon, was taken completely by surprise at that moment. Asu arrived, fending a casual laugh. "You probably do not know much about our country, since you rarely visit Japan." He confidently stepped closer and loudly declared, "I am just a government representative. Why do not you move aside?" The man was furious at Asu's sudden appearance but dared not say a word. Kamiya also boldly extended his hand for a handshake with Leon. "Aya, President of the Japanese Hunters Association. Pleasure to meet you." Leon stood still, coldly ignoring him without a flicker of acknowledgement. Suddenly, his face darkened with rage. Leon snapped an order. "Take him away." How dare a lowlife touch the royal bloodline? Drag him out. Asu was puzzled, thinking such an attitude would be easy to handle. So Leon's reaction caught him off guard. Anger flared up inside him, furious that someone dared treat him like this on his own turf. Asu's bodyguards, equally offended, stepped forward ready to confront. "How rude!" Takata bellowed, blood boiling. "Who do you think you are? Talking to the president like that?" "Japanese Hunters Association." As rank, Lin shot back bluntly. "What rank could scum like you possibly hold?" Hearing that, Takata refused to back down. Surrounded by onlookers, he readied himself to strike back at Leon. Panic spread among the crowd, fearing a fight was about to erupt. But Asu looked pleased, enjoying the tension. "Someone stop him, please." Harry, hiding behind, saw things spiraling out of control. Turning to a pale-faced Kang Haik, he pleaded, "Come on, guys, let us just stop this before it gets worse." But Leon was dead set on settling this. He was not the type to back down. "How dare a nobody act like this in front of me?" Grasping his sword, a fierce power radiated from the divine blade. He glared defiantly at the crowd. This insolent fool was about to pay for his disrespect. Behind Kang Huk, Harry's face drained of color, both terrified to step forward and stop Leon. What do we do now? No clue. Teeth clenched. Takata tensed every nerve in his face and shouted, "You are dead meat." Suddenly, hurried footsteps interrupted the brewing disaster just in time. Takata and Liu, poised for battle, froze as someone rushed in, urgently announcing, "Emergency news. Emergency news." Jinsu gasped out. "The demon sword has appeared." Asu froze, spinning around to ask, "Zico, where?" He was so tense that his words stumbled out in broken fragments. Finally, Jinsu blurted, "He is riding his sword, crossing the ocean." Akasa's cloak billowed in the wind as he boldly sliced through the sea. He stretched out a hand, releasing a wave of energy that spread everywhere. Casting a spell, Akasa manifested a mysterious black portal before gliding lightly across the water's surface. His silhouette faded away through the gate, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a small shimmering rift. Sharp sword followed slowly through to the other side, its fiery glow shimmering mystically. Akasa's ghostly figure stepped through the enigmatic portal he would just created. Suddenly, a colossal monstrous beast appeared and grabbed him. He looked down and called out, "John, Soyeon." As the screen showed scenes of monstrous creatures, a voice echoed, "As you can see, the demon sword's journey opened a dark watery gateway at the Dragon Palace Gate." then vanished beneath the waves. Ayasu stood before the screen, scrutinizing every detail. Pressing. Is the dark prison fissure real? Is this even possible? The staff below quickly responded. According to the surveillance team's report, the dark prison fissure opened right after the demon sword stepped through the gate. Hearing this, Ayasu burst out. How on earth was there a gate there in the first place? Takeda whispered to Yongwon behind Ayasu's back. Is he seriously holding the gate? Of course not. In. Overhearing this, folded his arms and retorted. It is not impossible. Yongwon spun around. Alarmed. Wait. What did you just say? Lian coolly explained. Creating a gate is doable. This is an emergency, we need to share all the critical info. Then he turned to Patrick and said, Explain it. She quickly nodded. Yes, sir. Taking a deep breath, Patrick leaned on Jack as support. Spinner, please back me up here. Immediately, Jack sprang into action, leaving everyone stunned. Boss, what is going on with the screen? It is glitching. Patrick calmly recounted the events. About 4 weeks ago, we seized the Eastern Sea Gate. Along with the hunters who ascended, she did not hesitate to share her suspicions. We have been questioning the gate, the system, and the system's own prompts, she added and concluded. After all this digging, I have finally got the answer. The gate might be artificial. Everyone stared in disbelief. What? Zion's head spun hearing this. She blurted out, No way. Zion's companion was stunned too. This shattered the entire premise behind storming the gates. Zion sighed in defeat. But it does not change what we have to do, calmly addressed everyone. I am ready to fight. Prepare for battle. We have to face the monsters and hunt down the demon sword. The secretary, furious at Xian's bold orders, snapped. Who does he think he is? Giving orders. Ayasu raised his hand to signal a stop. Reluctantly agreeing, all right, but the demon sword travels fast. It is definitely trying to draw the monsters out soon. He clarified. We will form a special team to handle the demon sword. We will be quicker if everyone prepares for emergency situations. Zion had no objections. Got it. Leave it to you. Kang Hee-hai cut, looking at Ayasu. Then Xian goes first. Patrick follows. Then he declared, We are starting the demon sword ambush. Kang Hee-hai then laid out the ambush plan on the map, showing the route the demon sword is expected to take. A group from Ayasu's faction stood ready with swords drawn. That was Wakayama, the Japanese Hunters Association. Next was the Korean Hunters Association, led by Jinsukachi. Finally, Lian, Harry, and Patrick formed a trio, the Miyazaki Temple Association. Kang Hee-hai stood before the map, calmly analyzing. We have pushed the monsters back to Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama. Understood. Everyone glanced at the screen displaying each association's logo, and a note cleared 30 minutes ago. They were shocked. 30 minutes ago. Well, Corey moves fast. The man controlling the screen quickly updated. Clearly, a massive cannonball fell from the sky. Ayasu immediately understood. Got it, that must be the queen. He swiftly grabbed his phone and commanded the line. Takeda, watching the screen. He noticed Team 4 had not sent any info yet, so he pressed Takeda for answers. No reports from Team 4. Go check on them. Takeda responded immediately. Yes, sir. I am on. Ayasu felt uneasy, thinking, is the equipment broken? Over at Takeda's side, someone stepped down firmly, leading the Japanese hunters. Takeda and the team were stunned by the scene before them. Damn, this is brutal. They stood in silence, staring at the devastation, countless bodies and wreckage, making the scene heartbreaking. Takeda was skeptical. Did the demon sword really do this? I do not buy it. It can't be. How did it even get here? As he scouted the area, deep in thought, we did not detect any sign of it. The associations must be in chaos. Nishimori is dead. Takeda. Everyone's injured. Takeda's eyes scanned the fallen team members bitterly. Damn it. Why does it always have to be my hunters? The radio crackled as the message came through. Takeda here. Squad 4 has been wiped out. Looks like the demon sword has arrived. Just then, a Japanese hunter in the team grew serious and called out. Takeda, get over here, now. What is going on? Takeda stepped forward, facing a monster that was bleeding heavily. He guessed someone must have crawled out from inside it. Shock washed over him. He never saw this coming. Wait. He let the monster swallow them just to throw off the trail. Takeda wondered why someone would do that. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio. Takeda, the other end reported grim news. Squad 2 was also wiped out. The weight of it nearly crushed him. We have to move to the Korean Hunters Association. The bodyguard panicked as he grabbed the radio. Shouting, "The demon sword has appeared." Anwon immediately fired back. "Where?" The reply came fast. 3 rank hunters dead in Wakayama. Jinsu was stunned. Everything was happening way faster than he imagined. "Damn, it is already this bad," the bodyguard added. Takeda's gathering the other squads outside the shrine. Anwon's suspicion deepened. "What? Why not at the shrine?" "They tried," came the reply. "But a monster shot down their helicopter. Activated some special ability. Damn, he was powerless." "Damn it," Anwon had no choice but to suggest. "Then, can we just stay here?" Hearing this, Jinsu's irritation flared. "What the hell are you talking about?" The helicopter rushed the group out to sea. Someone kept pushing. "Hey, why's this plane so slow? Speed it up. This is as fast as it gets." Before them lay a pitch-black sky. Everything around was utterly destroyed. Wakayama and Tate exchanged uneasy glances. It turned out the Korean hunter squads had also arrived on this cursed land. Takeda was deeply grateful. "Thank you all for coming." They scanned the ruined landscape. "Man, this is bad." Jinso led the group. "I thought we would just be stalling the demon sword." Takeda admitted honestly. "He is stronger than we thought. If we fight separately, he will wipe us out." 2 squads are already gone. Jiaong Jin spoke up. "Either way, we have got 5 squads here, 4 on your side. That is 9 rank hunters total." Jen hung his head, feeling left out. "Why am I being ignored?" Then he added, "I think that is enough." Anwon chimed in sharply. "We have got about 100 rank hunters. 2. I do not think the demon sword stands a chance." Before he could finish, something shifted. He sensed a dark energy approaching fast. A razor-sharp blade plunged straight down. The Korean hunters did not hesitate. They drew their weapons, ready to fight. The demon sword had officially revealed himself. He charged straight at them, unleashing a brutal massacre without mercy. His eyes glared with terrifying intensity. The Deathbringer, the destroyer of life. Even the hunters of Seunchaean trembled in fear. "Damn it!" Akasa stood tall, making everyone shrink back in dread. They gasped. "I have never seen anyone this strong. What the hell is this guy?" Grabbed his sword, leaped, and vanished into the black hole. As he reached the other edge, Takeda immediately ordered the troops. "Now's the time, attack." The mighty force surged forward. One hunter shouted. That move was worth 100 million yen. Surround him. Takeda, determined to bring Akasa down, reassured his team. "Don't be afraid, no one can withstand this kind of force." Someone stepped in. "Wait. Hold on." Akasa let out a roar, laughing scornfully at his opponents. Someone's face paled with unease. Takeda's hunters charged at Akasa, shouting, "Get out of the way." Seconds later, chaos erupted. Anwon could not believe his eyes. He was panicking. Almost the entire force was wiped out by Akasa in the blink of an eye. Terror gripped him. What the hell? Witnessing Akasa's overwhelming power, Wen's mind raced. He took down all those rank hunters with a single strike. Takeda collapsed, finally realizing Anwon was right. If Akasa was not stopped, they would all be dead before they could blink. No sooner had he settled for a second than his jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face. Right at that moment, Akasa stood before Takeda, sword raised, eyes locked in battle. Suddenly, he froze, turning his head sharply behind him. Just in time, a powerful strike from the side stopped Akasa's attack. Someone was rushing in from behind. Anwon noticed Akasa's distraction and barked the command. "Attack now!" Seunchaean, hearing the order, summoned every ounce of strength and hurled his massive hammer toward Akasa. But Akasa did not panic. Instead, he stayed ice-cold calm. A light lift of his sword shattered the hammer instantly. At that moment, he thought, what the hell? He is fighting one-handed. Akasa's face darkened as he spat out insults. Weakling. Pathetic. Suddenly, dozens of swords rained down around where Akasa and Seunchaean stood, a voice booming. "Infinite blades." From afar, Jinsu saw this and cast his spell. 1,000 blades convergence. Then, like a gust of wind, he surged forward. Chang Sung stood beside him. Together they shielded the badly wounded Seunchaean. Jinsu asked loudly, "That is the guy, right?" Chang Sung replied, "He is insanely strong." He glanced at Akasa's stance and added, "I fought him back in Yusan, but he was not this powerful before." Takeda lay badly injured when a girl approached, asking if he was all right. He grimaced in pain. "I can heal this. It has never happened before." Jinsu called out, "Anwon?" He immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Words flashed across Anwon's screen. Throwing his mind into chaos, he stared blankly as the system read. Operation Annihilation mode activated. Applies to all living beings. Physical resistance reduced by 90%. All defenses down by 90%. Rapid health decline. Wounds can heal. What the hell? He studied Akasa, calculating his true strength. This is not the whole story, there is so much more going on here. He must be on par with a demon lord. Maybe even stronger? Jinsu quickly cut in. Don't overthink it. We just have to kill him. Anwon respectfully replied. Yes, sir. Off to the side. Akasa watched them fussing over battle plans. Jinsu stepped forward and spoke to him. You are doing pretty well. Akasa smirked arrogantly. I know we share the same bloodline. Jinsu coldly retorted. I have no son like you. Akasa fanned the flames, baring his teeth in a grin. Old man, where's your granddaughter? Jinsu cut him off. None of your business. No beating around the bush, Akasa said plainly. You will die by my hand. Suddenly, a helicopter happened to fly by overhead. Inside, Johnshin lounged smugly, lucky to be on a private chopper. Honestly, I did not think we would have to do much once we figured out who is in this fight. He seriously asked the girl. You ready? Then he called her name with respect. She chose Ain and sat quietly, saying, I came willingly. Then she got serious. You want something? Do not. Enough to sneak onto this chopper. Johnshin denied it. Of course not. Though I do not want anything from His Majesty. He pouted, cheeks flushed pink. We just want Lord Shin's forgiveness. He has considered it and showed us mercy. Isn't he that salvation? The guy's got a heart after all. Suddenly, the helicopter jolted strangely mid-flight. Johnshin pressed back into his seat. Tense could it be? Meanwhile outside, the relentless battle raged on. Jinsu unleashed a flurry of sword techniques, sword rain, blade storm, and berserker a slash unstoppable against Akasa's 1,000 blades. But Akasa retaliated fiercely without backing down. Fury boiled inside Jinsu. He clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Akasa. Neither would yield. Their blades clashed, light exploding between them. It looked like Jinsu had fallen into Akasa's trap. His expression shifted. Meanwhile, Akasa reveled in the chaos, a triumphant grin spreading wide. They soared into the sky, locked in combat. As Akasa unleashed his savage power, the Lord's blade hunting him down, Johnshin and Soyeon peered out the helicopter window. Watching the battlefield unfold, she screamed in anguish. Oh God! Please! A crimson aura engulfed the sword, unleashing a terrifying dark power. Just then, Juji slowly woke up, hearing a gentle voice beside her. Miss Juji, are you okay? Ion came over, carefully helping her sit up. Juji was still dizzy, half-conscious. She groaned. You are giving me a headache. Stop it already. As she came to, memories flooded back what just happened. The sword had suddenly been snapped in two. The battle was turning in Akasa's favor. He casually lifted Jinsu up, while Ion calmly recounted. The old man lost already. A cold laugh escaped him. Smirking. Huh. With this outcome. Not bad at all. Akasa kept muttering curses, but age was catching up to him. Jinsu still tried to resist. I will kill you. Could some force be trying to interfere with him? He sensed something off. But strangely, the power was weaker than expected. The old man should have been dead by now. Akasa looked up at the sky, sensing an obstacle, just as predicted. Soyeon appeared right on time. She declared fiercely, Let my grandfather go. The Ventace's sword glowed, pushing back Akasa's dark blade as Ariana's sword shone light to chase away the shadows. With her arrival, he suddenly relaxed and released Jinsu. Soyeon risked everything to fight him and protect her grandfather, but he desperately tried to stop her from making a reckless move. Soyeon, power surged through her soul, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. The enemy's revenge was at hand. She shouted, channeling immense power through her soul, consuming 12% of her spiritual energy. Soyeon stood before Akasa clad in majestic armor, her gaze fierce enough to make him flinch. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself to fight this monster. Confident, with this strength, I can take him down. Akasa bared his razor-sharp teeth in a mocking grin. Sneering. Amateurs. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, aiming his sword straight at Soyeon, throwing her off balance. He pressed his blade close. Threatening. This holy power is deadly. Countless comrades fell before it. Akasa unleashed a devastating energy wave that terrified Soyeon, but his sword strike sent her crashing backward. He taunted. You are neither a knight nor an odd. His eyes burned with fiery red flames as he mocked. You mean nothing. Suddenly, Junsen appeared from behind him. He brought a powerful army, ordering them to protect Soyeon and activate anti-curse defenses. They rallied together, bloodied and fierce, to battle Akasa. This enraged him beyond measure. His face twisted with fury as Junsen prepared to charge. Akasa slammed his sword into the ground, intimidating them all. Junsen's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe what he saw. Soyeon was stunned too, witnessing the horrific scene unfold. To their shock, Akasa casually unleashed a strike that sent the entire guild flying backward before they could react. Blood everywhere. Akasa spat venomous words. Mocking. Even a dog crossing paths with a tiger will tuck its tail. You are nothing but cowards. Despite their massive numbers, they all fell beneath him, fueling his arrogance. I am immortal. Iron One suddenly stepped forward, laughing, even amid the brutal chaos. He laughed loudly enough to provoke Akasa's anger. Akasa glared. What is so funny? Iron One strutted. Fearless or maybe just a little reckless. Riding the momentum, he boldly taunted. Immortal my ass. He kept going, right in front of Akasa. Akasa turned to the sky and caught sight of Leon riding down below. Aren't we all gonna die anyway? From above, Leon's face was sharp and elegant, but his aura was commanding. Legend tells of a world long ago, where kingdoms were guarded by gods, and blessed knights wielded divine powers. A hand appeared, claws sharp, poised over a chessboard. Recalling the past, they were the bane of the immortal Kneeler's knights, who wielded sacred laws to break natural order. Some say they eradicated evil itself. They were numerous. 4 of the 7 lords had been summoned, alongside 6 Grand Dukes and 87 immortal Kneelers leading an army of 10 million. They invaded the realm of the gods. Because of their overwhelming power, they succeeded destroying the world, leaving only 2 forces standing. Lil had been a true force to reckon with before, leading the elite squad ready for one last stand with the remaining troops. His faction had just taken down that pesky monster bug, and the Oat army was celebrating this epic battle like it was a festival, laying waste to the east. In the end, it was revealed that Akasa had been sent to another world throughout the war. Unable to witness its conclusion, Akasa bit his lip, then realized just how lucky he had been. Leon smirked, taunting him, claiming he was the so-called hope of this world. Leon's face turned purple hearing that who dares call me out by name like that. He jumped down, facing him head-on, when a voice echoed from afar. He is here. Without hesitation, Leon charged forward, delivering a bone-crushing punch straight to his face. The force was so brutal it sent Akasa a fearless, earth-shaking warrior flipping through the air like a ragdoll. Jinsu was stunned by the scene, standing frozen for a moment. He thought to himself, no way. He just took down a demon duke with a single punch. Seeing Akasa's utter defeat, Jinsu wondered just how strong Leon really was. Despite everyone's shock, Akasa still refused to give up. Turns out, he was not done yet. His tone still arrogant. It is pointless. You are just a fragile mortal. Li's aura flared with supernatural energy, declaring his slaughter effect worked on all living beings, slashing physical resistance by 90%. All defense drops by 90%. Life force drains rapidly. Wounds 1T heal. Souls corrupt. This effect hits every living creature. Mental resistance down 90%. Victims fall into panic. Attack power halves. Endurance drops 5% each turn. Heart-stealing curse targets enemies, slicing their endurance by 70%. Healing effects turn into damage. Pain debuffs every turn. Attack speed slows 40%. Shadow limits kick in. All beings affected. Movement halved. Vision restricted. Panic state triggered every turn. Defense down 30%. Blood pact effect doubles all damage dealt to the target. Drains target's blood to restore stamina. Disables all healing effects. Physical resistance drops 60%. Jinsu read the signs. Utterly amazed. Destructive wings. Effects hitting all life. Attack power down 40%. 50% chance to dodge. Armor and defense efficiency slash 70%. Panic debuff every turn at this point. Even the demon himself could not win. Lin refused to let this slide, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Every step he took radiated dark energy, the guardian of victory defying every curse thrown at him. Confident, he gripped his sword and advanced slowly, each step forging history. Jinsu increasingly realized Leon was no ordinary man. His aura was terrifying, crushing the brutal demon Duke Akasa. Fear and anxiety effects. Resistance drops. He was something beyond human. A demon. Something no living being could touch. Leon charged forward like a knight, majestic and unmatched, surging boldly into the heart of the battle. Brother talk was epic. A one-man army. All stats boosted 200%. Comrade spirits soaring to the max. Demon Slayer effect. Damage to demons up 300%. Immunity to curses and debuffs. All demons panic after one of their own falls. Warrior boost. Combat power up 150% in one-on-one fights. Dodge chance up. Attack power rises 10% after every hit. Counterattack damage doubles. Demon King Slayer effect. Damage to Demon Kings up 500%. Resistance up 70%. Jinsu was dumbfounded. Could not believe it. He had nullified all buffs with even stronger buffs. Face to face with Leon, Akasa felt the tension skyrocket like never before. Akasa snarled arrogantly, loudly declaring, I am the destroyer of life. Leon fired back. I am the one who is going to destroy you. And just like that, their battle erupted. Suddenly, the scene shifted to bustling crowds and traffic bustling by. Inside a cramped car, a cop anxiously asked, when will we get out of here? The driver hurriedly replied, We are working on it, please hang tight. Another family is in total panic. Damn it. Why is not the news reporting anything? He is pissed off. We are stuck here forever. Might as well start walking. Thick city smog blurs everything. Cars are shoved and crashing into each other. Everyone in the car is worried, asking each other, what is going on? Are you okay? Me and the kid are fine, the mother gently asks. Are you alright? Haruto, the dirty kid shouts. Mom, do you see that? A flash of light pierces the sky. Plunging everything into chaos, someone is fighting up there. Akasa and Leon remain deadlocked, neither willing to back down. Akasa makes a big move. Leon, dodge fast or you will be free falling. Their clash echoes like thunder, unleashing an explosion that shakes the whole city. The townsfolk scramble. Run for your lives. The driver panics. Two titans duking it out on this road. Akasa storms down into the city. Just a human. He wreaks havoc. Die. His sword slams into the ground with brutal force. The mother clutches her child in fear. Now everything is shattered. Smoke and explosions blanket the streets. Leon strikes back. Leon Dragonia. Leon hurt. He stands firm. Eyes sharp. Ready to act, the ultimate sword awakened. Refusing to surrender to despair, a brave knight kneels before him. Sir Chenthan, once chosen by the gods and mission complete. They receive 3 sacred relics. Ahead stands Leon, serious and armored, wielding magic spear and shining sword. The sharp sword gleams with radiant light. So, what exactly is the guardian Chenthan's sword? Lin recalls old words. The guardian Chenthan inherits the heart of a lion. Becoming a demigod to protect Chenthan, he steals his courage. Fully focused on this do-or-die battle. Leon Hurt's king does not embody divine power, but carries out the god's will. Leon plants his feet, unwavering in the storm's eye, casting spells in the forge. Hito forged the king's sword. Petos polished it with his fire. Then Ariana infused her light into the blade. Leon grips the sword like a national treasure, ready for battle. Several other gods have blessed this blade, raising the sword high, his eyes fierce. He declares, this blade is the pinnacle of light. Leon Hurt. Akasa's divine spirit approaches Leon, who chants spells and counters. He is the executor of the gods, will and protector of Chenthan. Akasa scoffs, mocking, you are just a mere human. Suddenly, countless gods appear behind Leon, guarding and standing by him. Seriously, how many divine powers is this guy channeling? Akasa senses Leon's growing magic power and decides to strike ASAP. Gotta kill him before he gets stronger. Die. Your glory days are over. Leon's emotions surge, gripping his sword tight, boldly declaring, my glory is eternal. With that, he unleashes a mighty strike that shakes the heavens and earth, rocks flying everywhere. Before Akasa can react, he is stunned, face turning purple, baring sharp teeth. Damn. Monster. The sword pierces straight into the blue sky. Light envelops Leon's body as he stands tall and unshaken on the ground. The entire city shatters into 100 pieces, slowly crumbling under this brutal battle. Leon sighs deeply, casting his gaze downward. Akasa is still alive but seems drained. This guy's tough to kill. Akasa still talks big, trying to bait Leon, but he is clearly weaker now, way less than before. Suddenly, Akasa blurts out, I get it now. Akasa says, this land lacks enough faith, that is why. Leon fires back. Is that so? Then you are the one fit to be the lord of the land. The two lock eyes. Leon asserts, but honestly, what difference does that make? Leon casually hoists his sword over his shoulder, face full of disdain. Even if I am weaker, you are not stronger than me. Hearing those words hit Akasa's pride like a dagger. His blood boiled like a roaring flame. Akasa launched another fierce attack, determined to take Leon down. This afternoon ends now. In an instant, hundreds of shadows rushed toward where he stood. Unlike the panic that might have broken him, Leon stayed ice cold, calmly sizing up the situation. Akasa threw his hand forward, channeling all his fury into this desperate strike against Leon. But that move seemed useless. Akasa froze in place, caught off guard. Leon darted from behind, pressing his blade right against Akasa's throat, putting him instantly on the back foot. Luckily, Akasa dodged just in time, swearing under his breath, damn idiot. He was not done yet. The fight raged on. Did Leon really think he would waste his precious holy power? Leon cut him off. Enough talk. He blocked Akasa's sword with his own, sparks flying wildly. A steel clash. Akasa tried to trap Leon's legs, but Leon anticipated it, swiftly flipping his long limbs over Akasa's head. Akasa crashed face first to the ground, furious, grinding his teeth like he was about to lose it from frustration. Leon glared down at Akasa's miserable state. Akasa refused to admit defeat, unleashing a fierce smokescreen attack, blood red and wild. Though badly injured, Akasa's exhaustion was creeping in. Damn monsters. Damn freaks. Akasa thought bitterly. I can beat Leon alone. Leon sensed something off. his eyes scanning around why was not anyone else here. Suddenly, more monsters appeared, blocking the battle that was nearing its climax. Leon caught onto Akasa's sinister plan, thinking those dumb monsters could stop him. Akasa smirked darkly. They won't last. A horde of monsters lined up in front of Leon. Akasa sneered. They will just buy me some time. Leon scowled. You trying to run now? Like I will just let you walk away. Akasa started retreating recklessly. Just a little longer. I only need a bit more time before I am completely done for. Akasa muttered. Akasa ordered his monstrous army. Deal with Leah. Then make your escape. The monsters charged wildly, their terrifying eyes glinting with menace. Leon stood firm alone on that path, ready to fight till the bitter end. His fury boiled over. You damn freaks. A monster lunged at him, targeting him as its priority, activating its deadly attack. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from afar. Ancient relic cannon. Ready to fire. Akasa panicked. What? Who is that daring fool? No way. A calm voice spoke, ignoring Akasa's outrage. I have got a solid backup cloud right here. In a flash, Akasa vanished into a swirling purple portal. The voice continued. I will lend a hand for now, but gotta save my mana for later. Bichich appeared, grinning wide. Is that cool with you? Harry, you got it. Hari replied quickly. Yes. Your Majesty. Just then, the troops of Hari, Suho, and Duhaik arrived one after another. She smiled excitedly. This time, it is our turn to help take down Akasa. Dee stood there, witnessing everything unfold. Bichich closed his eyes, bowing deeply, seeing Leon's massive army arrive. Akasa's expression darkened in anger. Growling. That pathetic lot. The last time I saw Leon's king was 4 months ago. Leon's mighty forces stood boldly before Akasa, ready to crush him. Akasa's frustration grew. No way I built this army in just 4 months. Leon could not hesitate any longer. He pointed his sword straight at them, commanding his kingdom's soldiers. The soldiers quickly took their positions, battle ready. Leading the charge, Lin declared war. Take down the enemy. Lin cast a sharp, appraising glance downward, missing nothing. Just then, Patrick approached to update him on the current crisis. The nightmare they feared had come true. Yet Leon showed no worry, calmly saying, I know already. The scene before them was utter chaos. Giant monster corpses littered the ground, the earth torn apart, and the cursed sword was gone. Lin immediately mobilized all soldiers, rallying the troops. Keep pushing forward. The soldiers advanced with fierce determination, fresh recruits brimming with battle spirit. Charging ahead, kill them all. It is easy to push back the demon-spawned monsters, but he still managed to escape. Bichich smiled wickedly, then asked a few sharp questions. Your Majesty, this was all planned, right? It feels like everything that happened was part of Leon's scheme. Is not, of course. Suddenly, he pulled out a severed hand. Look. Akasa's arm. No beating around the bush. Lin cut straight to the chase. With this, can you open the gate? Bichich's eyes lit up, a sly smile tugging at her lips. Yes. With this, no matter how high he runs, he won't escape me. They both stared at the pale hand, grinning with cruel delight. No matter where he hides, he will be found. Their chilling laughter echoed across the whole area. Cut to Hari and So. Their eyes sparkled as they stepped into this fancy place. Harry, I have never been to anywhere this posh before. The banquet table was lined with desserts, scented candles, and fine wine. The servers moved elegantly, polished and refined, true aristocrats. The VIP lounge was packed with high-class guests. A server approached politely, asking if they wanted anything to drink. Harry quickly answered, just one glass for me. Suho grumbled, annoyed she did not grab him one too. Why so stingy? I will be old enough in a few months. Harry sighed, teasing him with a smirk. Not yet, buddy. From afar, Jihyu shouted excitedly upon seeing them. There you two are. What are you up to? Holding a glass of wine, Jihyu was about to drink when Harry used a quick spell to snatch it away. He is not old enough yet. You are not drinking either. Okay? Don't even think about it. Hari was laughing a lot today. Suho and Jihyu exchanged puzzled looks. Why is she so happy? Isn't she supposed to be with Lord Okang-hyu now? She has never been to anywhere this fancy before. They stopped paying attention to Harry, their eyes wandering as they took in the surroundings. Our fight was pretty epic too. She got tons of interview requests, but His Majesty said no. So she is pretty thrilled. Harry blushed, recalling the crazy situation she faced. It was terrifying. I was so panicked. Hundreds of people swarmed me, but Jihee jumped in to protect me. What exactly did you do? Hari walked closer to Soho and Jihyu. Forget it. Have you guys met His Majesty and Lady Soho Hyan yet? They answered in unison, In another scene, atop a high vantage point overlooking the city lights shrouded in darkness, Sohoin stood with arms crossed, her expression saying it all. Thinking about his face made her uneasy. Oh man, this is not over yet. Beside her stood a mysterious figure. Right? But no one can handle this alone. After that encounter, he assessed Sohoyan's abilities, a talented individual, but not yet ready. Calmly, she replied, "You mean compared to His Majesty?" The mysterious figure came to inform Sohoyan that, although limited, he could still handle some things. My subordinates have dealt with that lazy big spider using the power I granted. She hesitated, reluctant to proceed. But he said, I have already given you my soul. I have nothing left to bargain with. The mysterious man's plan was clear. Get Soyan inside and it is a success. I do not need anything else. To kill those spiders, I will grant you the power to wipe them out. Sohoyan paused for a few seconds, unsure about making an instant decision. Before she could respond, Lin's voice echoed from behind. Enough, he warned her. Turn back now. Nothing in this world comes for free. Your Majesty. Sohoyan looked skeptical. Questioning Lian, are you telling me to give up revenge? If you think revenge is pointless, then I disagree. Lian did not hesitate. Walking forward, he faced her squarely. Who do you think I am? I am worthy the title God of Vengeance, no joke. The mysterious figure's eyes glowed red, voice laced with challenge. You would better listen to him. Lian had sent countless souls to their ancestors. He swore vengeance for his subjects, his comrades, and most of all, himself, the one who carried the deepest hatred. He suffered deeply too, a lone warrior fighting for 2 centuries. Nothing can stop Lian's wrath-fueled revenge. Driven by hatred, he accomplishes what others deem impossible. The mysterious figure slaps a challenging hand on Lian's shoulder. Does he think Lian will just give up? Lian immediately shuts him down. I am not telling her to drop her grudge. In fact, I want her revenge to succeed even more. Hard to accept the truth? Soyan hesitates, then why? The three stand talking on the balcony, the conversation far from over. Leaning against the stone railing, Lian tries to convince Soy the taste of revenge is oh so sweet. Win, you have to change. But if you lose yourself, that is the biggest defeat of all. Lin cautiously warns her hatred will eat away at her soul. But Soyan rejects his concern, saying, I do not care. Unable to stand by, Lian grips her shoulder tight. He lays out the consequences, hoping she will see reason and stop. Do not underestimate what is at stake. The god holds her soul, and even betrayers of the pact must face punishment and remorse. Lian's words hit Soyan's team hard. Chasing power and vengeance blindly only digs a deep, lonely grave. The god of retribution is lost too. Just Leon and Soyan remain. If she feels empty, she should level up herself, not lose everything, so that after vengeance is done, a smile, not sorrow, lingers on her lips. Lian furrows his brow, worried about Soyan's choice to use her help for revenge against the man who killed her mother and friends. Her eyes widen, barely daring to breathe. Is she really choosing to chase this cursed path? Soyan lowers her head, her shoulders trembling with each breath. Her tears fall. And I am the reason why. It is all on me. She takes all the blame. I was tempted, and then my father. Soyan cries harder, unable to hold back. If not for me, for my parents, and for others too. Lian tries everything to counsel her, but now he is out of options and resorts to scolding. Wake up, you fool. He sighs loudly, baffled by Soyan's choices. How could she mistake the victim for the villain to target her revenge? She does not even know who she is really after. Soyan slowly pieces it together. Lian means the real enemy is that demon. Yes, complete your pact with the dark god and hatred, and fulfill your true goal. Lian smirks, relieved she finally sees the right path, that is the true road to revenge. Seeing his radiant smile, Soyan finally stops crying. 10 days later, the Demon Sword Strike team gathers. Some members wear grim expressions at the teleport gate. Several, including Kamiya, oppose this mission. They are against opening a black portal in Japan, but after the Hunters Association chairman revealed the plan, more and more people have joined. Sangan clenches his fists, still fuming over that scene. How dare he sacrifice his own people for profit? That is a threat to the whole kingdom's future. The leader tells the strike team to move out. They line up and step through calmly. Sangan stares ahead, determined not to quit. He will make that demon sword pay for every life taken, and see what the Temple Guild can really do. The strike team members enter the black abyss so huge, no one knows just how powerful Leona's king and the Temple Guild really are. Sangan's brows knit tight. Everyone freezes at the chaotic scene before them. The locals are being tortured and terrorized by soldiers. This is pure nightmare. Catch them all. Screams for help echo nonstop. God, save me. Quiet down. In a corner, a little girl sobs in fear. They are stunned. Mouths agape, what the hell are those bastards doing? Totally lost it. By luck carries a child on his shoulder and shouts to the soldiers below to capture as many as possible. Those fanatics deserve to be slaves, living in pain every day. That king must be a twisted monster. Hours earlier, Leon led his troops into this strange place. Amazing. They are baffled by everything around them. The atmosphere is completely different. This is the demon swords territory. A system alert pops up. You have entered the domain of the murderous Archduke. All stats reduced by 80%. The trainees can't believe their eyes. What? 80% debuff? Are you kidding me? What kind of cursed dungeon is this? Seeing them lose control like that, Leon spoke up to calm them down. Take it easy, folks, he sang out, eyes wide with fear and confusion. This is the Enhanced Legion boosted defenses. Fortified walls. Courage up. Defense up. Iron will. Brutal strikes. Magic resistance. Range damage resistance. Expanded vision. Slaughter against infantry. Poison resistance. Blessings of the War Knights. Command ship bonus up 150%. Soldiers fighting alongside a War Knight gain War Knight attributes. Get 20% physical resistance. Invisible fear weakens all demons, spreading terror among them, and lowers enemy defense. Lin fell silent. Deepin thought this was not just one or two effects, but something designed for thousands behind them. I had an idea of the king's power, but this level. Suddenly, Harry rode up, announcing, "Sir, there is a mission." Ready to hear it. She recited the full orders without missing a single word. You are the exploration squad of King Leonhurt, on a deadly expedition to Akasa. Help King Leonhurt defeat Akasa. They said that, well, wiping them out is a no-brainer. Leon led loudly so everyone could catch it. We will do everything we can here, on demon turf. Since this is your first time, try to gather as many clues about the demons as possible. Suho and Dahyuke's faces lit up with excitement. Clearly thrilled. Yes, sir. Ziam Chan found the scene a bit dull, wondering if anything would come of it. Jack was curious. Why the surprise? Hearing Jack nearby, Ziam Chan bowed his head and checked. Thank you, Lord Spinner. He burst out amazed. You visited the battlefield too? Spinner replied calmly, as if no big deal. Of course. Even now, Ziam Chan still could not believe it. Oh man, back with Harry. Something caught her eye and made her look back. Lin cheerfully asked, well, what is next? Harry nudged Jack closer, who was puzzled. What is going on? The frost frame outside was complete. I sense your power stronger than before. Jack cautiously answered, weapons integrated with high base stats. Combat sequence activated. Jack scanned quickly and reported, recon finished. Drone activated. Multiple enemy squads detected. Leon could not believe it and double-checked. Enemy squads. He sent Jack to lead the way. Head to the nearest spot. Got it. I will guide you. Hours passed. Leon's group finally reached the enemy camp's main gate. A voice called out, demanding their identity. Harry ignored the question. Only one guard stood at the gate, tall and stern. Looks light on guards here. Leon paid no mind to the gatekeeper and strode forward. He turned back and asked, who are you? The guard stayed silent. I asked first. Leon's anger flared at the guard's audacity to ignore his question. How dare a civilian order me around? I will assume you are stupid and let it slide this time. The guard stammered. Wait. I will call the village chief. After a moment, the gate swung open. The village chief stepped out and asked suspiciously, you are not from around here, are you? He awkwardly introduced himself. I am the village chief. Suddenly, the chief collapsed. Voice urgent. King Leon. You know the king. Hearing this, the chief fell silent, sweat pouring down, unsure how to respond. Less than 5 seconds later, he suddenly jumped up and bolted behind the gate. Leon found his actions baffling. Without hesitation, Leon ordered Jeff, Lord Spinner, take him down. Prepare the cannon. A massive cannonball shot straight at the chief's position, blasting him and the villagers away. The chief crashed painfully to the ground. Leon demanded, were you planning to run? The chief was too scared to move, barely daring to breathe. Leon's face darkened, fury barely contained as he asked, who are you? His whole being radiated intensity. Why run when you see me? The man trembled, barely able to plead. Please spare me. Your Highness. Leon frowned in confusion. I am not here to take your life. I just want to bring down the demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered in his ear. The Holy King. The spirit leaned close, whispering, it is him, the one you know? He recounted the terrifying history of that man. He was once a royal army commander, a follower of the demon lord, living alongside murderous archdemons. After hearing everything, Lin fell silent. Speechless, his fury exploded beyond control. What? A demon lord worshipper. Round them all up for me. A fierce warfire blazed inside Lian. Back in the present, everyone in this village was surrounded by Lian's soldiers. He kicked off the interrogation as the host, the one granted immortality for his cunning during the Akasa massacre. He tried hard to justify himself, sure, but it was all a lie to trap us. Every villager had to grit their teeth and swallow their fear. Too scared to speak up, we had to obey those damn demons' demands. The future, still a total blur. I do not even know when I will die. He bowed, pleading on behalf of the villagers. Lian, please, have mercy on us. Forgive these foolish people. Jaya, Heek, and Soho felt pity for them but were powerless to help. It is tragic they were puppets of the demons, forced into evil with no other choice. Lian could not stand the village chief's lies any longer. Chief, what nonsense are you spouting? He slammed his sword into the ground, scaring the man stiff. Answer me now, you worthless traitor. How many innocent villagers have your hands killed? The villagers and the chief stared at Lian with hatred. Let me ask again. Who can tell me how many innocents you have murdered? Step up if you dare. The chief wailed pitifully. I had no choice. If I would have been by your majesty's side, I would not have done this. His whining dragged the interrogation on longer. Don't pin your crimes on me. Your majesty, this judgment. It is your own choice. You committed the crime. Now own up to it. For a moment, Lian's tone softened, no longer harsh as before, but it turned out he had planned everything. Even the fact that people like this were once followers of the good gods, it is impossible. Will you forgive me? I will keep your souls safe, Lian said. And the villagers' faces lit up with hope. Lian laid down the rules until the saints could judge and punish their sins. Serve as slave for 50 years. The village chief could not believe his ears. No way. Slaves? Lian demanded they serve the gods to cleanse their filthy souls a bit. The villagers were spared death. They thanked him profusely. Thank you, Your Majesty. We are forever grateful. But the village chief acted strangely. Grinding his teeth in anger, he threw a tantrum, rolling around like a spoiled brat. Slaves? Slaves? What is this nonsense? Suho, Asi, and the others witnessed this and did not know what to do. No way serving Lian as slaves. I won't accept this. Should we punish him? I would spare his life. But why is he freaking out like that? Before he could finish, the villagers clamped a hand over his mouth. Glut him. That old fool is crazy. Grab him. Got him. Lian's voice boomed, freezing everyone in place. Stop right there. He ordered the villagers and village chief. For 50 years, you will atone for your sins. But you must obey without hesitation. Lian's whole being radiated powerful golden light. Clear. Nobody there dared to disobey. I will obey you. Your Majesty, the village chief still tried to resist. I refuse to be Lian's slave. Behind Lian, the goddess raised her index finger, and instantly a glowing circle appeared around the chief's neck. He screamed in defiance. I want to accept this. Go on. Arrest them and let them atone for their sins. In the end, all became free labor. 1,934 people blinded and enslaved by Lian. Lian, exhausted, sat on his silver steed. Not bad. I need to scout if there is more ahead. Jip Thenlan approached to report. Your Majesty, he quickly warned about enemies ahead. Lian sounded calm. Fearless. Really? Looks like they will be here soon. Probably minions of the great demon assassin Akaza. Li's soldiers light up with excitement, faces glowing. Finally, the real battle is about to begin. I am itching to get into the thick of it. This is perfect. Everyone's decked out with the strongest gear they could forge. Sweet. Let us see how their buffs stack up. Time to fight, and I will make my fallen comrades proud. Lin yanks hard on a slave's leash. Oh man, the guy spins around. Dazed. Staring blankly, Lin flashes a twisted smile, genuinely terrifying. A voice from behind sends shivers down the slave's spine. Sweat pouring. Slaves? Move fast. What about us? The villagers finally catch on. We are the vanguard. Lin does not hesitate. That is right. His tone turns eerie. Even if your limbs get chopped off, guts spilled, grab hold of the man in front of you. That is your true worth on the battlefield. They pale, eyes wide, arguing back at Lian. Wait, you call yourself a righteous knight? That smile. Is becoming a slave really just this pointless? No sooner said. The villagers' legs move on their own. They are freaked out but powerless. What the heck? Why is my body moving by itself? Stop. The goddess behind Lian is controlling them. Calmly, he says, You have accepted your punishment. Until it is over, freedom does not exist for you. The villagers gape. What? The two sides now face off on the demon side. Seeing this, they are puzzled. What is going on? Why are the territory villagers here? Are they crazy? Get back to your village. Lygia smiles, silent, then orders the dazzled villagers below. Charge? They sob. I do not want to die. The demon troops do not hesitate either, wiping off blood. These crazies kill them all. Two sides clash madly, swinging axes, cursing nonstop. Die. You pests. One demon slams his gun into the ground hard. Die. The other side panics big time. The small villagers quickly scramble onto him. What? What is happening? Seriously, with no weapons, they bite and fight with their teeth. Leon's peasant gun squad? Effective. Granted a special skill to live on the edge. Given relentless stamina. Boosted effort beyond limits. Survival instincts heightened. Vitality up 250%. Not wanting to go down, they climb onto the demon, biting and tearing him down. Die. This is nuts. Let go. The demon is furious, swatting villagers away with a single hand. You pests. Do not cling to me. Just as he turns, he spots one stubborn villager still clinging to his shoulder. A loud noise behind grabs the demon's attention. Leon, weapon in hand, leads his troops charging in. The demon bellows. Behind you. Watch your back. Those electric freaks. Before he can finish, Leon's sword pierces straight through his face. Watch out. Leon effortlessly flips him into the air because Leon's just that good. After the fight, the village chief collapses, crying like a baby. Chaos reigns. The demon army seems wiped out, reborn back to dust. But the living remain. Jit circles around, checking the scene, then reports to Leon. Boss, 3,243 enemies down. 300 guns seized. What now? Lin asks Patrick curiously. What is your move? Queen. Without missing a beat, she shyly covers her mouth. Are you paying attention to me? Patrick's eyes flash with a spark. After a moment, she requests Leon's orders. Can you assign me about 30 demons, ranked by level? The higher, the better. Leon's expression flickers with regret. Looks like the demon hunting business might be shutting down. Why's that, boss? Patrick lowers her head slightly. Mysteries deepen her gaze. The more chances to open the demon gate, the better. Right? Leon slightly parts his lips, a dazed look on his face. A mage's revival. Leon, the man who once only thought about death, a voice rang out, grabbing the attention of him and Patrick right there. Sir, the soldiers have arrived, he asked immediately. What is going on? What is the matter? It turned out Sangan came to request a favor from Leon, asking if he could grant their assault team a few demons. But Leon flat out refused. No way. Rejected by Leon. Sangan was determined not to give up and stayed to plead his case. Why not? Our hunters have shed a lot of blood too. I do not recognize your merits. But the reason is something else. He threw a challenging question at Sangan. Are you confident you won't fall prey to the demon's schemes? Sangan hesitated, unable to answer right away. The next day, after consulting with Patrick, Leon sighed and decided to listen to her advice. Thanks to Patrick's intervention, Lin agreed to Sangan's request. Fine, but handle them cleanly. Got it. A demon was locked in a cage, clearly dangerous to anyone nearby. Leon fearlessly leaned in. And now, the one who was scared was the demon. Which one fits the bill? Pointing at the demon, he said to Sangan, this one will do. Without hesitation, Leon yanked it out of the cage with one hand. He stared down the demon like he was about to devour it raw. Just one. Let go. The demon refused to back down, even flicking its finger menacingly. I will destroy you all and throw a slaughter party. No one's escaping. Leon punched the insolent demon hard in the middle of its head. Shut up, you damn devil. The demon froze, too stunned to move. Sangan was stunned too. Are demons really this weak? Leon glared at the demon. Warning, these vile creatures will use their poisonous tongues to dominate humans if given the chance. If that happens, no demon would dare to cause trouble or tear things apart. His face showed utter confusion. Their weakness is they just wander around attacking uselessly. But they are decent scouts. What does handle them cleanly really mean? Len released the demon and turned to leave. For now, wait until they return, then take them out. Just keep doing that. Sangan trailed him, puzzled. You plan to seize Soon Fortress. Find me. He clung to Leon, pressing. This time, will you send the peasants in first? Even though we won, we suffered heavy losses. Liz' next word stunned Sangan. 10. No, over 20 have died. Wait, what do you mean? That does not match the report. Sangan's pupils narrowed, Sensing something was off. Impossible, sir, Sangan revealed. In the last battle, over 900 people died. That statement shook him. What? Lian's face turned stone cold. 900. His voice dropped. You. Wrong, sir. His gaze sank deeply. You actually sent peasants into that number. Sangan gasped in horror. The future of humanity looks bleak. Scene shift to Akasa's haunted castle. The true nature of Duke Akasa. The corpse lord, a kneeling subordinate, cautiously addressed him. Duke, the Duke sternly asked. What is the status of the support request? The subordinate hesitated, unable to reply. The summons went unanswered. Worried, he asked. Duke, do we lack the authority? The Akasa emanate mysterious magic. Summoning the great demon is the Lord's right. The Duke clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger. It is all Duke Oat's fault. Mocha, if only we had not lost the Lord during the Great War. He bowed his head, voice heavy with regret, healing the wounds. Lian's gaze was sharp. Then suddenly Akasa looked up. He shouted, startling the subordinate. Take this off. Duke Akasa, exhausted and helpless, leaned back in his chair. It is not about anything else. Is this the Lord? Consciousness returned to his battered body. Take this off, he muttered unintelligibly. No one understood him. This is not good at all. He propped himself up, thinking of a plan. We need to find a perfect lord, a genius lord. Soya might be Akasa's next target. Of course. The hair would only help continue the bloodline. That night, as Lian stood talking to Soyeon, he looked straight at her and softly called. John Soyeon. His eyes burned with intensity as he asked, do you really want to save your father? Do you crave revenge? The right way? Without hesitation, she replied, yes, even if it costs me my life. The moment she answered, Liam playfully knocked her on the head. She stopped, glaring at the man before her. Completely baffled, Lian smiled faintly, reminding her, you gotta take care of yourself too. Blushing, Soyeon rubbed her head shyly and responded, yeah. Then Lian handed her something, placing it gently in her palm. Take this. Soyeon opened her hand to receive it. A mysterious blue glow radiated from the object. Confused, she asked, what is this ring for? Just then, Queen Patrick approached and explained, this is gear forged from star steel, infused with the power of dreams. I crafted it as a gift for our trainees. She smiled softly down at Soyeon, who looked skeptical, and continued, it can create a shield to protect your mind. There are countless demons that invade the mind. She warned. Soyeon felt deeply grateful and said, thank you, Your Majesty. Lin raised an eyebrow and seriously told Soyeon, if you fail, you will become a vessel for those dark demons. He did not sugarcoat it. If that happens, there is no going back. Now armored up, Soyeon confidently declared as she approached the demon sword's lair. Even if that happens, I won't regret a thing. Looking up at the towering man before her, she solemnly admitted, I will trust you. Just this once. Your Majesty. The group now stood before the demon sword's castle. Lian's eyes ignited with fierce light as he raised his right hand, creating a deep black hole. With a heroic shout, he declared, I will break through the gates. Before striking, he carefully ordered the troops behind him, charge in immediately. Lian's foot slammed into the ground, sword in hand, charging forward with a mighty roar. With a single powerful throw, Lian hurled the sword straight toward the massive gate inside the castle. Akasa and a little demon stood before the gate, peering out anxiously. The little demon trembled, whispering, Great Duke, what do we do now? Akasa cracked a sinister smile. So you have arrived. Seems like the target is Soyeon down there, he said bluntly. I can sense her weakness. This is our only chance to turn the tables. Then he looked down at the demon at his feet and ordered, 5 minutes. Stall them. I will take over that body. Outside, Soyeon fought fiercely, single-handedly slaying monstrous foes with brutal precision. Suddenly, a savage voice echoed behind her. Foolish, startled, she turned to see Akasa raising his sword, aiming straight at her, quick as lightning. Soyeon dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. In her mind, a fierce thought ignited. She shouted, Demon sword. Fueled by a burning hatred, Soyeon screamed at the top of her lungs, Return my father's body to him. Akasa smirked evilly and said, Fine, if that is what you want. Without hesitation, he lunged at her with blinding speed. His hand shot forward, almost grazing Soyeon's face, but then, in a swift move, he grabbed her head and slammed her to the ground. The impact was brutal, and Soyeon cried out in pain, despite her desperate screams to let me go. He held her wrists tight, Chuckling darkly, his bloodshot eyes widened, a savage grin spreading as he raised his sword to strike. By taking your body, I will become even more perfect. Suddenly, Soyeon froze as if she saw something shocking. Akasa's voice in front of her shifted. Was that really him? She realized it was her father's voice. Father, the father trapped within the demon sword's form looked at her in horror. Soyeon, run. But Soyeon screamed back with fierce certainty. Father, but the moment was fleeting. Akasa quickly regained control of his body. Too late. His hand instantly grabbed hers. A purple light shot straight into the sky. Give me that body. The light engulfed them both completely. Suddenly, Akasa's body shed tears. Soyeon, but in return, her face now had bloodshot eyes and twisted into a wicked smile. She was possessed by the demon sword. Akasa controlled Soyeon's body to stand up. Akasa tilted his head to the sky, grinning smugly. Truly magnificent. If this body kept evolving, he could aim for the Swordmaster title. His expression turned icy. Though I lost the essence I craved, I have claimed a new vessel. Akasa's eyes glowed red as he sneered slyly, muttering to himself. First, I need to get out of here and reclaim the lost essence. Before he could move, a voice rang out behind him. That will never happen. He immediately recognized the voice, spun around, and saw the cursed demon collapsed in pain right before Akasa's eyes, and rested his sword on his shoulder, voice dripping with confidence. Let us take our time finishing this, you disgusting parasite. Every window in the house shattered as something lightning fast sped through. Lin and Akasa, in Soyeon's body, charged at each other fiercely. Akasa fought with a triumphant grin. This body was truly a masterpiece. Two gleaming blades clashed in the air. He felt their brilliance and untapped power. As the swords met, Akasa hesitated, but then realized his blades could not even touch Leon's body. A question flashed in Akasa's mind. Why could not he make contact? Leon's answer was clear. It was the swordsmanship of the ancient devil warriors. And yet, Akasa did not get it. Laughing arrogantly. Exactly. All the sword techniques of the Marquis are stored in my mind. With that, Akasa launched into a dizzying sword display. Leon's eyes widened as the blades flew straight at him. He swiftly raised his sword to block Akasa's strike. Then he countered with a strike of his own. Akasa barely dodged in time. For a moment, they just stared at each other. Even Akasa was stunned by Leon's strength. Muttering, unbelievable, a mere human matching a demon in skill. Leon did not reply, only flashing a sly grin back at Akasa. Leon burst out laughing, a sound that felt like a slap in the face to Akasa. Furious, Akasa shot back. You bastard. What is so funny? Leon mocked him. As expected, you really are just a parasite. Leon slowly stepped closer to where Akasa lay, taunting. I have seen plenty of skilled swordsmen, but none you could ever properly learn from. Akasa's anger flared at those words. Gritting his teeth, don't get cocky. He immediately gripped Soyeon's sword tightly, charging at Leon. He shouted. A human only lives 300 years and dares to. His sword flailed wildly, like one man fighting 1,000. Seeing Akasa's wild assault, Leon's expression darkened slightly as he muttered. You really are just a worthless worm. With just a casual raise of his hand, Leon halted Akasa's attack. He even stole the weak points of his swordsmanship. Breaking through that strike, Leon quickly grabbed Akasa's face, but luckily Akasa slipped away. Leon then slammed Akasa's head straight into the ground, making him scream in pain. Now fully under Leon's control, his foot pressed hard on Akasa's body. Akasa still stubbornly smiled, cursing like a madman, calling Leon a turtle, a monster, and cruel. He tried sweet-talking Leon. You gonna kill me? I am still a knight of Gyanma. But Leon remained unmoved, coldly replying, justice never wavers. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword down. Even in death, Akasa tried to speak last words to sway Leon. Are you really going to kill me? After all, it is the Gyanma's battle title. His cruel grin lingered. What kind of monster are you? Really? Leon locked eyes with him and replied firmly, not a monster. Raising his sword, he drove it straight through Akasa, revealing his true identity, the Sword Soul King. After being slain by Leon, Akasa's soul was sealed tight inside a glowing white tether. That person is the goddess Demira. She stepped forward to reprimand Akasa, who was never taught by his mother to watch his mouth out there. Those kinds of words are called slander, but none of that applies to you grovelers. My avenger has already fulfilled his promise. Hearing this, he roared in fury. All you gods who back Leon, I want to spare any of you. He continued. You will pay for your crimes. Behind him stood Soyeon. Her eyes scanning the scene, she asked. Curious? Is that enough? Demira bent down, lightly touching her shoulder. Yes. How could I refuse what Leon demands? The soul of the great demon lord is now just fragments. Soyeon then turned to Demira, requesting, Can I leave now? I do not want to stay here a second longer. Seeing this, Demira decided not to hold her back. Fine, I will handle the rest. Though it is a shame things did not go as planned. It is alright. Then Demira shifted the topic to Akasa, who was glaring below. Teasing, your subordinate priest is truly one weird specimen, daring to use your dream charms for such nonsense. Akasa bristled with irritation. How dare you disrespect me? He still refused to accept that Soyeon's body was no longer under his control. Shouting orders. Have Soyeon capture them all for me, he sweet-talked her. I will grant you the power to destroy and kill everything. Done to you crave that strength. Soyeon paused, deep in thought, her gaze dropping to Akasa below. She approached him, and seeing he thought he had tamed her. Akasa smirked. That is right, come on. Accept me already. But before he could finish, she landed a thunderous punch right in his face. His face caved in from her blow. Pain etched across his expression. Demira found this utterly entertaining. Furious after the hit, Akasa sneered. What? You are just a useless woman. You think your petty threats scare me? Soyeon said nothing, just shot him a sharp glare. Without another word, she delivered a crippling strike, adding, scram, half-brain parasite. With that, she was transported to the real world, now inside a hospital. Soyeon lay collapsed beside her father's hospital bed. Her father had just woken up, gently stroking his beloved daughter's hair. Rosing from unconsciousness, Soyeon saw her father and blurted out, Dad. Tears of relief streamed down her face. Soyeon sobbed, clutching her father tightly, a truly touching moment. She cried out his name over and over, and her father, unable to hold back his own tears, whispered, Soyeon, my precious girl. He gently soothed her, repeating comforting words. It is all right now. Everything's over. A family photo sat on the bedside table in his room. Soyeon finally calmed down and asked, Dad, what should I do now? Her father sighed deeply, his expression serious. We have to find a way to fix this, even if controlled. Those memories still linger. He shared his next plan with her. First, we will return to the Temple of All Gods and find a way to help that day. Soyeon disagreed, turning away. That can happen. Her father tried to persuade her. Soyeon. At that moment, she blushed and touched her head. Embarrassed, she tried to confess the truth. I have been chosen by the gods. I am allowed to use their power. But the cost is the soul of the great demon lord. She added, Dad, you have to return to the guild and take up the successor's role. Leave the temple to me. Hearing this, his face darkened. He asked seriously, Is that really true? To be sure. He pressed again. Soyeon, is that all there is to it? Blushing, Soyeon looked away and shot back. What do you mean, is that all? Father said nothing, his face grave, sweat dripping down. He thought quietly. My daughter. Looking at her shy face, he felt a flicker of pride. She had grown up so much. The photo of father and daughter on the shelf seemed to mirror his worries. Cut to another scene. A man holding a coffee cup walks forward. Lin sat in his chair, lost deep in thought about something. A man named Jinsu approached, breaking the silence with a friendly greeting, as calm as a peaceful garden. Seeing him, Lin casually asked, Here to visit your son? Jinsu grinned. Yeah, I have been around here the past few days. Feels like it has been 4 years already. Then, with a curious gaze, he looked at Lin and asked, And you? What brings you here? Lin glanced down at the coffee Jinsu handed him, replying coolly, Just cleaning up the aftermath. Jinsu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Cleaning up the aftermath. That is when Lin started explaining. The demon sword's blade has carved ancient martial arts deep into the souls of past demon warriors. Unless you are a priest of my caliber, forget about purifying those souls. Jinsu stroked his beard, looking down at Lin in disbelief. Wait, you are telling me you are guiding the souls of other demon swordsmen too? Lin answered confidently. Who else in this world could lead lost souls like me? Jinsu's eyes suddenly grew serious in an unusual way. He bowed deeply, showing respect to Lin. Thank you, Your Majesty. He was deeply grateful for all Lin had done for him. My son and granddaughter owe you their lives. The whole family is indebted to Your Majesty's grace. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Lin slowly sipped his coffee, speaking as he drank. Just go with your gut. Gaian might be the key to stopping those demons trying to rise again. I am ready to do whatever it takes. Jinsu clenched his teeth after hearing that. And what about this? He slapped his hand on mine, smiling. From now on, I will treat Your Majesty like my sworn brother. Lin's face showed a flicker of surprise. Wait, what? Seeing Lin's confusion, he explained. In our world, this is called a brotherhood oath, forming a bond sealed by a shared cause. From now on, I will be Guan Yu, And you will be Liu Bi. Lian sneered with a hint of disdain. What? You want to swear brotherhood with me? You are serious about becoming sworn brothers? He was genuinely grateful for everything Lian had done for him, his son, and his granddaughter. Jinsu reassured him. Don't let looks fool you. I am the 37th generation heir of the Chun family. So yeah, I am basically nobility. Lin glanced at him and smirked. Then convert and embrace the faith in the pantheon. Anyone who believes is a sworn brother. My own brothers and sisters. Jinsu gave a thumbs up, chuckling. I will get all my guild members converted too. Add a few branches. And we will have quite the crew. Lian stood, walking past him, tossing back a line. All right, but I need to think twice about this sworn brotherhood thing. Jinsu shook his head in awe. You are as tough as stone, sir. Jinsu turned around, feeling a little deflated. He is leaving already. Lian looked back with a smile. We just met after 4 years. Let us savor this moment. Then he casually walked out the gate. Suddenly, something inside Lian glowed golden, like it was trying to say something. Lian understood immediately. What is it? Got something to tell me. His hand was covered in a swirling blue-black void, his voice commanding. Come out. A surge of power erupted from the void. Lin grinned slyly. All right. Time to put this baby to use. Holding a grimoire, his eyes lit up as a massive, shattered figure materialized behind him. He was grabbing the giant by the collar with his royal authority. Cut to a forest where Harry, the guild leader, saw the giant lumbering through the real world, his face registering a hint of fear. She gasped. That thing's gotta be at least 9 meters tall. A few days after defeating Akaisa, the great killer, Harry and the trainees, now officially royal knights, were handed their first mission. Lin gathered his team and laid out the plan. From now on, you will use peasants as bait to trap the giant. A trainee raised his hand, confused. You mean we use peasants as bait, and then take the giant down ourselves? Lin shook his head. Nope. Just use the peasants to catch it. The trainee's face showed concern. So we just hand them a spear and hope for the best. Lian replied. According to the records, the giant can only be taken down by a spear. He sighed deeply, clearly not impressed with the rookies. Look at you, all eyes full of doubt. I have told you. Do not trust the rewards in this messed up world. Then he added, before you try, I will show you how it is done. The whole group chorused. Yes, sir. And that is how Lian and his crew found themselves, standing at the edge of the forest, facing off against the giant. Standing before the towering giant, the trainees could not hide their fear. Some were downright petrified. Can they even catch this beast? The peasants' physiques match at best the elite hunters of the night. Another murmured in awe. Oh man, the brave peasant Bill, now worried, turned to Lian and asked, Your Majesty, how the hell are we supposed to catch this giant? Lian flipped through the manual, fingers tapping thoughtfully. Let us see. According to Lord Greta's theory, the book says to use peasants to take down the giant. Suppose the giant's strength is 3,000, and each peasant's spear attack counts as 1. If they land 1,000 hits, the giant will have serious wounds no one can ignore. 2,000 hits and it will bleed out to death. 3,000 hits. No question. It is dead. Lian flashed a sly grin after reading that such a straightforward yet savage logic. If each person stabs at least 6 times, we can bring this giant down, he declared. Bill looked worried. Like, what the heck? Lin replied cool as ice. Exactly. What? Do you think 500 people can land 3,000 stabs? If we can pull that off, then we are dead. Bill thought grimly. Bill wondered silently. Is this dude seriously trying to kill us all with this plan? Bill's face went pale. He asked, so we gotta keep this up for the next 50 years. And just like that, he bolted, sprinting far away. Everyone else watched, totally shook. Bill looked back while running, yelling at Lian. Don't drag me into this. I am not playing your game. Meanwhile, Lin was laser-focused on the manual, activating a buff that boosts all peasants' attack power by 20%. Bill tried to protest, but I am before the giant's hammer smashed him into minced meat. The giant raised his hammer, inspecting his work with an expression that seemed deeply disappointed. He sat down heavily and sighed in frustration. Behind him, Harry was struggling mentally, covering her mouth. Oh no, this is bad. Really bad. Meanwhile, Lin remained calm, almost unimpressed. That is disappointing? Not even 1 hit. Suddenly, the screen flashed wildly. Attack buff increased to 20%. A voice warned. Your Majesty, the attack buff just jumped from 20% to 20%. Lian whipped his head around. What? His face lit up with surprise. Seriously, holding the book high, Lian shouted. A 20% buff means it has absorbed the power of 200,000 lives. This is truly a sacred text of raw power. Lord Gratis really left behind a monstrous legacy. The two trainees watching shared one thought. They call that a sacred text. The peasants were sweating bullets now, totally freaked out. Lian said, "All right, that is enough about the sacred text." Then he threatened the peasants. "Now go. If you do not want to die, the only way out is to kill that giant." No one dared argue. Everyone banded together to take down the giant. While Lian stood back, watching, he read from the book that using peasants to defeat the giant grants a permanent buff, boosting their attack power. Attack power increases by 244% against the giant. Lian marveled. This buff lasts forever? Incredible. I wonder how hard Lord Gratis had to work to create this sacred text. Pure genius. Harry finally spoke up. Curious? Your Majesty. What? Lian turned to her. Why what? Harry laid out her doubts. He gave the peasants a chance. Right? To atone over 50 years. Lian confirmed. Exactly. Harry added. At least do not force them into a meaningless death like this. Lian seemed to get her point. Harry, you make a good point. The gods do value faithfulness. She smiled. Relieved. Then Lian added. But my peasants are not human. Harry's face fell. He has got a racial bias. Lian explained. How to put this? I do not think you quite get it. He pointed to a peasant nearby. Hey, you. Come here. The peasant's eyes widened in panic. What? No way. The man approached slowly, unease written all over his face. Lin now orders him. Spill the truth while you were still human. The man is flustered, stammering. Well, that is. Lian presses the back of his neck. His cold gaze locked onto the man's face. The man stammers, seeing the peasant unwilling to talk. Lian immediately casts a spell that makes smoke curl from his neck. Speak. The man screams in pain. All right. All right. I will tell you. Reluctantly, he confesses everything to the group. I have killed people. Committed murder. And not just that, I skinned them alive, ate their flesh, and even used their remains for sacrificial rituals. The trainees' faces turn utterly horrified. Lian presses on, controlling the flames to force more confessions. Which crime gave you the most joy? How did it feel? A savage grin spreads across his face, revealing no remorse. I picked out children to offer to the bloodthirsty monsters. Trapped them in pits to slaughter each other. They fought for survival, screaming. Killing. The scene was disturbingly gruesome. Before he could say more, trainee Jeek angrily kicks him hard. You miserable bastard. Jeek had lost his cool at the inhuman cruelty of the peasant. No need to wait 50 years, I will send you off right now. 2. Suho. Grab him. The man writhes on the ground, begging for mercy. Hari and Soyeon sigh deeply from behind. Boy, Lin warns everyone. Even if they can do good, choosing evil is no small matter. These are real monsters, beings unworthy of existence. His tone sharpens. But the only reason I am giving them a chance is this. They are not monsters yet. With that, Lin orders the trainees to follow his lead. I have set the example. Now it is your turn. Each of you gets 500 nongno, he loudly announces. Whoever captures the giant with the least losses, and whoever suffers the most damage and failure, will become the night squad leader. The trainees exchange glances, thinking, his true plan is finally showing. Lin urges the trainees. Get moving and finish the mission now, no time to waste. After some time, the results are in. Harry has 88 nongno left. Harry shouts commands. Left side. Block the left. A disgruntled nongno glares at her. Thinking, that is the left? She is playing too safe. Jihak has 32 nongno remaining. In battle, Jihak constantly yells. Move faster. Dodge like this. This guy's non-stop useless orders confuse and scatter the nongno. Suho is down to 2 nongno. His blessings clash, making the nongno hard to control. Soyeon has 154 nongno left. Throughout the fight, she keeps a cold, unshaken expression. Hey, look at him. Ahead, a figure in white appears as the Grim Reaper. Soyeon confidently asks. The guy in front just died, right? You are going to avenge them, are not you? The Grim Reaper smirks darkly. The target for revenge has been set. Drain souls to strengthen your power. Come on, little Avenger. After the test ends and they return to school, Lin reviews the trainees' stats. Good job on the night squad leader exam. Soy has 154 nongno left, and Harry 88, Kim Jaein 32, and Han Soho just 2. Lian then looks at Soyeon, pointing at her. Soyeon, you will be the new night squad leader. She replies clearly. Yes, sir. Lian adds. Using control over the Nongno as a mediator for revenge contracts was a brilliant move. Soyeon asks, "Did I do well?" He praises her. "Even I have to admire your decision." Blushing, Soyeon just smiles shyly and says, "Thanks." Lin then glances at Suho and hands Suho. So is flustered, stammering, "Thank you." Folding his arms, Lin speaks seriously. Previously, Lord Greytace initiated the Nongno trial to effectively reduce their surplus numbers. It was just that some people are not suited because of incompatibility. He sternly reminds him, light blessings do not really mesh well with controlling Nongno. Suho sweats nervously. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Liam places a hand on Suho's shoulder but raises his pinky in praise. "You are doing a great job pushing those Nongno to hell." Suho tenses. "I am trying, sir." Before Suho can say more, Lian orders, "With that talent, I am giving you another 500 Nongno. Keep up the good work." He raised his hand. Sinking deep into thought, Liam confided in the fairy perched on his shoulder that the sapling he received from Gunna had not grown at all. She spoke a simple truth. Nurturing a world tree seedling in this land is no easy feat. He proposed a theory maybe the soil's not right. The fairy quickly denied it, saying that is not the case. This place has already been blessed by her. If there is any difference, it must be the saintly energy. Lian seriously pondered further and presented another scenario. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the joints of his fingers moved fluidly. It seemed like Liam was casting a spell on the sapling below, and it started growing faster, its trunk thickening. Gradually, the sapling grew 2 to 3 times bigger than its previous version. He made a new guess. It probably was not a lack of saintly energy. The fairy on his shoulder agreed, saying, "That is right. Could it be about the sacred nature itself?" She whispered in Lian's ear, listing some of her powers. "You have a holy power stronger than anyone else. But it is not pure. You hold the strength of many gods within you." The fairy shared her own take, and Lian did not add a word. "If you are a holy knight, then maybe. Now we just have to rely on luck." He turned away, setting off to find answers. "I need to return to the heavenly realm and meet the war banners. Maybe I will uncover something." The fairy gently brushed Lian's hair aside. "Don't do that," she softly warned. "Living in the world of the dead won't bring anything good. But you seem determined. You can endure it." The fairy painted a new picture for him, suggesting, "How about spending a night out with Castilla?" Then came more tempting ideas, all bringing joy to Lian. How about a drink with Jiria? Or joining Julian Ham for a horse race? Or facing off against Rockley in a life or death battle? Could you really throw away those precious memories? At that moment, he felt a sudden discomfort. The fairy's voice grew sweeter beside him, coaxing Lian through his rough mood. "The first time is just a scratch. The second time will definitely last longer. By the third, you will want to stay there even more." Her advice was genuinely helpful, if it is not absolutely necessary. "Be cautious." Finally, Liam placed a hand on his chest and listened intently. "I will remember the words of my great mother." The fairy gently stroked him. "All right. Good boy." Later, Lian strode alone through the elegant horse garden. Suddenly, someone passed by and asked, "Your Majesty, out for a stroll too?" Startled, he called out, "Patrick." Lin warmly asked how Patrick was doing. She softly replied, "I have been visiting the sapling often lately." Patrick seemed curious and asked, "What kind of power does that thing have that you want to nurture it so badly?" Lin did not hold back and explained, "Gunna is the sage of the forest and an old friend of mine. That is where this tree came from." He described its significance. Forest sages prepare the seedlings of the holy tree, which will become the heart of the forest. It is the only way for the sapling to grow into a tree person. Patrick guessed, "Could it be that your Majesty wants to develop the species of that friend here?" Lin hesitated slightly before answering, "Of course." But he had some doubts. The holy tree is the foundation of the temple, the place where the world tree's divine power shines. Without the holy tree, the world tree cannot awaken. As Patrick watered the plant, she asked, "Is there another way for the world tree to awaken?" Lian nodded. "There is." He shared some knowledge about mystical nature. At the moment the world tree awakens, the divine power it emits wipes out countless demons. That only fueled her curiosity more. Awakening with such a strong purification power is not that the strength of gods born from virtue. Lin did not hesitate to share. That is both a blessing and a curse unique to the divine race. He started drawing comparisons to make it vivid, like the lion's heart grafted into Jim. The world tree generates its own saintly energy. Its purifying power keeps demons from approaching the area around it. Patrick absorbed the info, understanding now, with that power, it can make everything easier. Since demons love hiding among intelligent creatures, she suddenly had an idea. Then, Your Majesty, I have a plan. Liam was a bit surprised. What plan? They moved toward the demon blockade. Surrounded by stone walls, they glittered sharp and priceless. He brought the sapling here and told Patrick. This should be enough, she replied with a bow. Yes? Your Majesty, to be sure. Lin asked again. Place the sapling in the center of the magic circle. Right? Patrick nodded. Yeah. Then Lian stepped into the heart of the formation and carefully set the sapling down. Lian handed the task to her. Patrick, you will have to handle the magic. Ready? Yes? Your Majesty, a violet flame suddenly burst along the vines. Every amethyst crystal was affected by it. A clear gemstone appeared right before Patrick's eyes. The guards around pointed in shock. Hey, what is that color? Turns out it was not a crystal. A colorless gate. Never seen a tower gate like this before. Lian's face darkened. Emotions tense. What kind of overwhelming power is this? Patrick turned cautiously to him. Your Majesty, be careful with this gate. They both looked back at their subordinates. Lian issued an urgent order. Scouts. Elite soldiers. Even Jim all must enter. Technicians and kingdom soldiers. Stay ready. Everyone was shaken, some scared, others in disbelief. We are really going through that gate. He looked back, calming them down. All right. Move out. Everyone stay alert. Lian led a guard into the dangerous formation, with that man leading. Lian stepped through the gate 1 foot, crossing the threshold. The escort followed Lian closely. Then suddenly the gate started acting weird. The motion intensified outside. What the hell? The gate is moving. A beam of light shot out from inside the gate. It sliced a long path along the ground, piercing straight through the stone wall. As the smoke cleared, Lian's face appeared. He was pushed hard to the edge. The guard worriedly asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? He exhaled deeply. Voice strained. This is not good at all. The gate seemed impenetrable. No one could get through. A loud red warning blared. Duplicate characters detected in the gate. Similar identities denied entry. Finally, the group managed to pass through the colorless gate. Harry squinted into the distance. Where are we? She turned around, about to ask. Your Majesty, where is this place? But Lian's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Your Majesty, the group panicked, confused and worried. Where the hell are we? Your Majesty, where are you? Patrick thought for a moment and realized the problem. It looks like the Majesty can't enter the gate. Harry's face was full of confusion. Why can't the Majesty go in? Patrick could not explain it either. I am not sure. Let us step back and check again. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. The group looked up in surprise. Wait, someone else can control the gate. The voice was full of malice. The gate is moving. I want to let them wreck the mission. Jack pointed at the shrinking gate. Your Majesty, the gate is closing. Patrick stretched out her hand, using magic to stop it while shouting. Fall back. The space is collapsing. She unleashed a barrage of spells to block their advance, but the harder she fought, the more powerless she felt. What kind of crazy magic is this? I can't hold it. Suddenly, the formation cracked. Patrick coughed up blood. Harry panicked. Your Majesty, she quickly steadied herself. Are you okay? Patrick gasped. Mana's backfiring. She turned to Jack for advice. Sir Spinner. Any insights? He began analyzing data. Scrick. Jack delivered bad news to the group. The gate has vanished. No response from outside. Joff was so scared he lost all color. We are doomed. A streak of lightning cut across the dark sky. Joff watched in horror as the lightning struck with immense force, but it barely did a thing. There is only one of them. Meanwhile, Harry was frantically calling out. Lord Jack. They are way too many. A few of them were being chased by thousands of soldiers from behind. He rushed up to Patrick to ask, Your Majesty, are you all right? Patrick turned around with a serious look and said, I just ran out of mana. Even worse. It seems the portal opened and connected us to a nightmare location. Suho stared wide-eyed at the scene ahead. Harry, a powerful army was slowly advancing towards them, and enemy forces were also ahead. Now the entire group was surrounded on all sides, fighting off tens of thousands of enemies. If they fell here, it would be the end. The demon horde charged wildly forward. Jack fired up his weapon, ready to unleash his main atomic rifle fire. A beam shot through the ranks, but barely made a dent. Soon, Jack was swarmed by the enemy. He shouted. Scrick. Jack's frozen in place. They are just too many. Just as they were about to face the deadliest threat, a lightning bolt streaked across, wiping out swaths of enemies. Unleashing the fury of the Thunder Crown's divine wrath, heaven's judgment. A storm of thunder and vengeance. A radiant army surged forward behind the lightning. Fierce knights wielding spears, Bursting with unyielding spirit, the leader commanded the troops. Pierce through the enemy's center. The full force of the army responded. Roger that. Charge! The whole group formed into an arrowhead shape. Charging straight ahead, the spear legion driving the point. The demons were stunned by such heroic valor. One spear thrust alone took down countless enemies. Skrik! The mighty army broke through thousands of defenses. Then the hooves came to a halt. The rider on horseback radiated authority. I sense a powerful holy energy here. But none of these faces are familiar. Introduced himself with pride. I am Dullahan, the Holy Grail Knight of Antima. Wielding the power of the Thunder God, I will get you all to safety. Let us get out of here, this will be over soon. More people were rescued in the nick of time. Then they took shelter in the ruins of an old castle. Yulan hesitated before speaking. I want to know who you all are. What are your names? Yulan was most curious about Jack. He gave a brief rundown. Especially about you, the Knights of Sadep and Jenduk. I can sense a holy power similar to Lord Entoch, protector of the mines. Skrik. Patrick replied. We are travelers from the kingdom's border. Yulan guessed. From the border. Huh. She closed her eyes and explained. We rushed here fearing for the kingdom's safety. But demons blocked our path. Patrick wanted to gather intel around here. Lord Gillingham, can you tell us what is going on? Yulan thought for a moment, then opened up. I think I can trust you all. He summarized the political chaos, only looting and war after the battle on the Vandorchi Plains. After Lord Kanos and the Grand Duke vanished, the kingdom fell into the hands of an unstoppable force. Alongside that, alliances have formed. King Leonhard gathered elves, Trents, dwarves, and even remnants of the empire to forge a united front. I see, she said after hearing the brief overview. So that is the situation. Beatrix quietly confirmed to herself that this was the world beneath the waves, now occupied by the demon horde. It seemed the knights had gathered all the survivors across the kingdom. Harry stammered. Your Highness, Princess Beatrix. Before he could finish, Beatrix already caught his meaning. Yeah? It looks tougher than we thought. He had a task for Harry. Avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window. She quickly obeyed. And just then, the system board appeared right in front of them. The board displayed characters, like those on the Hask 5 Chinese proficiency test, but with some mission progress blocked. Harry Ben reported. Some parts are partially obscured. After hearing that, she knew this would not be a simple fix. Things were about to get complicated. Then Yulan admitted his own mistake. I have not been paying enough attention to my troops after the last march. He stood up and announced the next plan. At dawn, we move out. Rest as much as you can until then. The sun slowly peaked from the east, signaling the dawn of a new battle. The cavalry thundered like lightning bolts, racing through countless paths, each with a different backdrop, as they steadily closed in on their destination. Hari could not stand the brightness and squeezed her eyes shut tight. Then, in awe, she opened her eyes and gasped in awe-inspiring. Majestic palace unfolded right before her, a tree shaped like a bird, trimmed with exquisite artistry. Unbelievable, the fortress was preparing to greet a new dawn. You turned to the group and said, we are here, a place brimming with hope and nobility, the final sanctuary of humanity. Welcome to the sanctuary. Hari soaked up the new knowledge like a sponge. So this was the sanctuary. But what is about to unfold here involves a lord we do not yet know. Stirring emotions too intense to put into words, time to head back. The story begins in the dark days of the 63rd year of King Leon's reign. A terrifying demon lord of the highest rank, Malice, was summoned in the imperial capital, an interdimensional nightmare unleashed. From that moment, the nation plunged into war. The land soaked in death. By year 66, the chaotic demon lord Malice was finally destroyed. Bodies piled up. Rivers ran rich. The battlefield, a grim nightmare. Knights of the Holy Grail and Guardians of Peace ascended to the heavens. Casualties soared with no sign of respite. Knights of Life and Prosperity also met their end. About 3,000 knights from the 14 divine kingdoms fell. 10,000 wandering knights and 270,000 royal soldiers perished. And 22.7 million citizens of the empire and kingdoms lost their lives. The country was plunged into misery, and the war only grew fiercer. The winter of year 66 of King Leon's reign, the demon legions launched their second massive invasion. The entire nation teetered on the brink of collapse, dragging the empire towards annihilation. Even nature refused to wait. Elven forests were razed to ash, and dwarven mountain ranges were wiped out. Structures crumbled one after another. The Eastern Sky Kingdom was laid to waste. Everything built over centuries vanished in smoke and ruin. 9 out of 10 territories of the Leon Kingdom were devastated. By year 85 of Leon's reign, the kingdom stood on the edge of extinction. But then a miracle happened. Returning to the Supreme Shrine, Patrick's group advanced deep into the city. The knights, please place it here. Yes, sir. They were warmly welcomed by the knights present. You are from the Borderlands, right? You have been through a lot, Jesus shyly replied. Helping everyone makes me happy. Harry stood by Patrick's side and respectfully asked, Your Majesty, what should we do next? She was clearly lost in thought, distracted by something else. Word is, Lord Gillingham has finished rebuilding the war-torn ruins and is on his way back. Finally, she decided, we should hold our position and wait. After giving the order, Patrick turned and left. Harry, buzzing with excitement, thought, I have got to go check this out. Scene change. Harry turned to gaze up the 1,000-meter-long stairway. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with uncertainty. How could she possibly climb all the way to the top? Riding a horse up there would probably be seen as disrespectful. Suddenly, a carriage screeched to a halt right in front of Harry. ENIAC pulled back the curtain and peeked outside. Saintess. She looked at Harry curiously. Why are you walking instead of taking the carriage? Harry was momentarily stunned by ENIAC's beauty. Who was she? ENIAC's sparkling eyes and warm smile invited her in, her sweet voice coaxing Harry to hop in. Her holy power was almost on par with the king's. Sorry for the sudden invite, but if you do not mind, would you like to ride with me? Harry broke out in a nervous sweat but thought, well, I guess I am going with her. The carriage rolled through the palace gates. ENIAC politely explained some of the local rules. First-timers at the Supreme Shrine often get confused. There are carriages for official use. Feel free to take one. Harry shyly replied. Thank you, Your Grace. By the way, she introduced herself. I am ENIAC Pratesia, the close attendant of the goddess Ariana. Harry cheerfully said his name. It is an honor to meet you, Your Grace. I am Harry. ENIAC tilted her head slightly, like she wanted to learn more about her, while Harry sat across, quietly absorbing it all. Harry just realized he had to answer about his position. I am the Saintess of Two Gods, Lord Petos and Lord Poma. ENIAC's eyes widened in surprise. Serving two gods at once, that is definitely someone special. She felt deep sympathy. You must have been through a lot. I've not you. Harry grabbed her hand, tears welling up. You understand me. Just a few words exchanged. The carriage arrived at the palace. Talking to the Saintess. They had arrived before they even noticed this was the Supreme Divine Hall. Upon arrival, Harry scratched his head. Thank you. Jit. Thank you for waiting for me. ENIAC politely replied. It is nothing. Of course I had to wait for you. Then, they happily strode into the hall together. Shall we go in? You have business inside. Right? Yes. The guards around are on high alert. When they saw ENIAC, the two guards respectfully asked. Great Saintess, Your Grace has arrived. Harry was startled hearing the title. Your Grace is here. Great Saintess. ENIAC's rank was so high that Harry knelt down in thanks. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Great Saintess quickly waved her hand. Embarrassed. Please do not do that. Saintess. She gently helped Harry up. Before the gods, we are all equal. But Harry could not believe her words. Seriously. Facing Leon, Harry always got scolded about equality. Equal. Who is talking like that? She felt a bit awkward. Why are you like this? I remember you cared a lot about rebuilding the ruins after the war. ENIAC guessed which Saintess Harry was. You met His Majesty before? So you are the Saintess of a major temple. Huh. She clapped her hands excitedly. Whoa. I can feel a powerful holy aura radiating from you. She cheerfully hopped forward, then suddenly turned. Perfect timing. Can I ask you for a favor? They walked to where the nuns were. Two nuns came to greet ENIAC. Great Saintess, you have arrived. Harry gaped. Definitely someone of high status. After greeting everyone, ENIAC asked for information. Where is Saint Officer Isabin now? The nuns did not hide it. Saint Officer Isabin is in her private chambers, absorbing the moon's holy power. ENIAC smiled and ordered. Then prepare for the great sanctification ceremony. Send word to the Saint Officer to come down. Two nuns clasped their hands, beaming with excitement. The great sanctification ceremony. His Majesty is returning in glory. ENIAC expressed deep sympathy. You must be mentally exhausted from shedding demon blood. Let us hurry. In Harry's mind flashed one name. His Majesty Lee. She stepped through the ominous gate, questioning this person, likely an image of His Majesty from the past that the gate had conjured. Who is he back then? Her thoughts barely settled when a distant announcement made them turn around. His Majesty, Leon Hurt, was approaching. The door slowly creaked open. A figure bathed in red and black emerged. The air thick and still. His footsteps were wild and terrifying. Seeing it firsthand, Harry had to clamp her mouth shut to keep from screaming. Oh God! This version of the king is totally alien to me. Bloodied and clad in metal armor. Not the calm, dignified Leon she knew, but a terrifying, horrific human form radiating a heavy aura of black energy. He was the harbinger of death, and this was the past copy of Leon generated by the gate. Her eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a hand landed on Harry's shoulder, making her jump. Isabel stood right beside her. We will catch them, Leon growled softly. Isabel. The nun stepped closer to Isabel, The moon's radiance. The day is here, she confidently declared. When alive, I was the king's executioner. Now dead, I have become Dinah's top hunter. Nothing about this surprises me, she told Lin. Your Grace, do not take it so seriously. Come quickly. It is time to receive the sanctification ceremony. The intricately designed baptismal font. Eniac stepped toward the sacred bath. Your Grace, the great sanctification ceremony is ready. He slowly took off that heavy armor. All right, the armor pieces clattered down one by one, and Harry witnessed an even more terrifying sight. Leon's shoulders were covered with thousands of angry bruises. Eniac, walking beside him, softly called out. Your Majesty. Leon looked at his own body and calmly said, this is the price I paid for tearing apart a ruthless great demon while it was still alive. Its pain and curses cling to my body, but none dare harm me. The king. Isabel glanced over and could sense the agony. Your Majesty, you look like you are in a lot of pain. Eniac seemed about to interrupt. Holy official, why say that? Leon's used to it by now. Cut it out. Your disrespect is not new. I have already sinned greatly against the pure goddess by doing this grim work. I just want this over with. So let us get on with the ritual. Suddenly a metallic clang rang out. Your Majesty, you can enter now. The grand sanctification ritual is underway. The door swung open, and a figure slipped inside. Leon's suspicion grew. What the hell is going on here? She stepped in with an unmatched aura. Karina. Karina Dragonia, Grand Duchess of Dragonia, commander of the Northern Army, and the rightful Grand Duchess of the Dragonia territory. Outside Aegeacon, Karina placed a hand over her heart, showing respect. Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty. Leon Hurt. Leon Dragonia, daughter of the Leon Hurt lineage. Lin half turned. Indifferent. Is that Grand Duchess Dragonia? He spoke without emotion. Karina's face darkened. Is something wrong? She dropped a bombshell. Our Northern Army declares withdrawal from the alliance at this moment. Lin narrowed his eyes sharply. I want to allow that. The Northern Army is a pillar of the alliance. If you pull out, our forces will definitely collapse. Karina's gaze hardened steel. Leon's expression darkened. This was not good. More force would not change the stakes. Eniac was about to speak up. Your Grace, but Karina cut her off with a cold glance. Your Majesty, the situation worsens. The capital has fallen, and the 6 palaces lie in ruins. Our army, even counting the peasants, we do not exceed 300,000. Meanwhile, the enemy's forces surpass 10 million and keep growing. Karina's question hung heavy. Your Majesty, as the representative of the Divine Palace and commander of all knights, do you truly believe we have a chance to win this war? Lin was at a loss. Ben bluntly asked. Then what do we do? Her whole body trembled every word for the people there. The Grand Duchess' land was the first to be ravaged after the Empire. 30,000 northern soldiers had lost their homes and families. Now, the only hope left for the Northern Army was us. Karina clenched her head, biting her lip, trembling violently, radiating fierce determination. Even if we can tear apart and kill all the demons, we must avenge our families. I will destroy every demon that dares nest in the Grand Duchy and dishonor the fallen. Ian's mood hit rock bottom. Karina, are you blaming me? He was drowning in despair, thinking maybe wiping out the demon forces instead of protecting Draconia was a mistake. Karina denied it. Your Majesty, she even understood perfectly. You did what had to be done, because the entire kingdom is more important than the Grand Duchy. That was the choice you had to make. Leon sighed deeply. But what am I supposed to do now? Karina's posture sharpened. Her tone fierce. This was pure personal vengeance. She raised her arm to reveal a tattoo proof of her oath. Leon whipped his head around, eyes wide at what he saw. He clenched his fists, shouting, Karina, she confessed with fierce pride. We, the entire Northern Army, have sworn an oath to the Guardian God. I have pledged myself to the Demon Keeper. From now on, I am the Holy Knight serving Ventusus, the God of Darkness and Guardian. I am the Grand Duchess of Draconia, commander of 30,000 Guardian warriors. Her hand clenched tightly, trembling continuously. My mission now is not survival. Leon snapped. Get out. Karina, I do not want to see you anymore. Get out of my sight now. She did not say a word as she slowly walked away from that door. Isabel let out a deep sigh. She turned back and asked if everything was all right. Meanwhile, Lin closed his eyes, sinking into the water, losing all hope with Karina. It was too late now. She had already made a pact with the god of retribution. There was only one path left. Step by step, Isabel began purifying the dark stains on Leon's body. So that was the only way. He felt utterly lost. not knowing which way to go. Had he made the wrong choice after all? Your Majesty has never made a wrong decision. And yet, here you are. Dotting yourself, Isabel worked while comforting him and brainstorming with Leon. What if his sister, a priestess of the pure god, was captured, forced to cry, and pressured into marriage? It could be seen as a peace treaty between both sides. But beyond that, should the Northern Army's retreat be disguised as a direct order from your Majesty? That is crucial for Inez's peace of mind. Lin hoped so too. It must be that way. His gaze drifted to the side. But then, he looked toward Harry's spot. Who exactly was he? Outside the palace. People buzzed through the crowded market streets, and Toch was racking his brain negotiating. How much material was left? The stockpile was depleted. New materials had to be sourced, and Toch's head was pounding from it all. Terrible timing. The young woman had not said anything else. But Antoch was perched on a rooftop, eavesdropping on their conversation. Nothing. She replied. I recorded every single moment. Nothing missed. Got it. Record the video. Analyze the moves, and start downloading the backup copy. Antoch returned to an iron forging basement, gripping a heavy hammer with one hand. Then he slammed it down onto a bent, molten sword, eyes flicking upward. Antoch threw himself toward Jack, a small goblin who yelped in surprise. Who are you? He reached out to grab Jack, but the goblin screeched and bolted. Why are you doing this? Antoch quickly caught him with one hand. His eyes blazed fiercely. Stranger. Jack struggled to explain. I mean no harm. He rambled so much he nearly lost his mind. I am a creature who understands humans. Just as Antoch was about to throw him far away, in a flash Jack vanished from his grasp. Strange indeed, I thought. Jack was attempting to flutter through the air. He is a little goblin. After all, Antoch realized he would misunderstood him and tried calling him back. Turns out he is a cute little priest. Then he burst out laughing, teasing Jack as he darted around from side to side. Antoch offered a truce. Come on. We both serve the gods. Why should we be enemies? But Jack still looked confused. Stranger. Toch looked up, asking, Don't you recognize me? So he introduced himself. I am the holy knight of the god of fields and metals. Have you heard of me? The protector of the mineral mines. Meanwhile, somewhere lovelier in the city outskirts, temporary living quarters, Harry was pulling a rag and bringing some food back for the team. Sorry, Emma, Suho cheerfully exclaimed. Hey sis, what is in the basket Harry's carrying? Sis, what is all that stuff? She smiled and replied, These are gifts for all the hard work I did at the temple. Then he asked Harry where she had been. You just came back from the temple, right? Harry nodded without denying it. Yeah, I even met His Majesty there. This caught Jaehook's attention. His Majesty, she corrected herself. The one I met today, the ruler of this side's gate. To be exact, not the His Majesty we know. This was exactly what Soyeon had anticipated. Indeed, this gate belonged to Leon's world. Harry hurriedly asked if anyone had heard any news. Jaehook's voice wavered. Then he recounted everything he had scouted out. Kindle has long been overrun. Other places too have fallen to demons. And this city is the last sanctuary. Harry added some rumors he would heard as well. I heard from the day Ventasis returned about the final battle. Maybe that battle is the main storyline behind this gate. Jaehook sat down and dug up some extra info from the system. This is tough. If only we could see the mission details. None of this would be such a headache. Then So and Jaehook locked eyes. Harry's eyes sparkled with something as she asked, Does anyone here have a connection to the gods of the Sanctuary of Lightning? The spell can be cast. But Ariana's reaction is surprisingly weak. Soy next to her looks confused. Huh? Jaehook's hand felt the same. Yeah, the spell can be done after all. Even Harry agreed, wondering why this is even happening. Suddenly, Soyeon snapped to attention, drawing everyone's gaze. She caught a tiny detail. The area nearby was way too quiet. It had been lively just moments ago. Jaehook and Suho also started paying closer attention. What is going on? Then he looked outside and pointed down Jaehook as fear shot through the roof. Tree Spirit had just thrown out all those deadly traps. The four of them were surrounded by soldiers, and Luxley drew his sharp sword. He stepped straight toward them, voice booming. I am the magistrate of the Leon Hood Kingdom and a Holy Grail Knight serving the Sun God and the Judgment Tata. My name is Luxley. He ordered them into the prison. Sinners, prepare to face the punishment of the radiant light. Harry gasped loudly, like a slap across the face. What? Against the peaceful street scene, the soft, agonized cries slipped through the prison bars. Suho and Ji-Hyuk were freaking out. What do we do now? We are all gonna die. Those reckless fools want to spare us a second thought. Before they could protest, Luxley barked from outside. Why do not you shut up for once? Instantly, he clammed up like a scared quail. Yes, sir, I will zip it. Soho nervously asked. Says, where are we even going? Harry carefully guessed. Probably the execution grounds. Ji-hyuk quickly chimed in. Normally, they would give prisoners a chance to become slaves first. Right? We are not even considered demon fighters anymore. Soyeon had a different view. If we have to be slaves, would not it be better to just die? Ji-hyuk agreed. Yeah. Exactly. Just then, a louder commotion broke out outside. Harry could not help but focus an escape route. She silently thought, we are heading to the sanctuary. But the longer this goes on, the more panicked Ji-hyuk becomes. We are all gonna die. He said, no amount of explaining will change that. Soyeon tried to calm him down. Relax. Just stay calm. Suddenly, the door to their cell burst open. Blinded by the harsh light flooding in, Harry still felt chills run down her spine. Even as they were dragged out, Ji-hyuk refused to accept his fate. The soldiers escorted them to a grand, imposing hall. Only when they arrived was Harry's hood removed. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. The center of attention was a majestic knight and a cold-hearted priestess, but the one radiating an overwhelming aura was Leon himself. Beside him stood Luxley and Enya. His deep ocean blue eyes locked mercilessly onto them. He was the first to break the tense silence. Then he ordered his attendants, throw them into the holy water. Luxley quickly carried out the command. Yes, sir. He raised his gleaming sword and commanded, criminals, jump into the holy water yourselves now. Ji-hyuk shivered at the brutal prospect. Could this be the infamous water torture? His hesitation made Luxley snap. Why do I have to repeat myself? Do you want your head to roll under my blade? Luxley snapped back into command. I will jump in right now. With Ji-hyuk leading, the others reluctantly followed and plunged into the holy water. As Leon silently observed, Isabin leaned in and called out, Your Majesty. She calmly reported to him that they were not dissolved by holy water. So maybe they are not demons after all. Enya agreed, saying their bodies have already accepted divine power. There is no way they are demons. Gillingham nodded in agreement. The High Priest is right. That is why I did not doubt them and brought them here. But tough as nails, Luxley still was not convinced. Who knows what dark schemes those demon bastards might be cooking up. His Majesty is a demigod, blessed with the wisdom of the sacred mountain spirit. There is no way he would not foresee this. So silently wiped sweat off his brow, basically saying, so your Majesty just can't afford to mess up. Huh, says, I am freaking out here. Finally, Leon spoke after thinking it through. Gillingham, I hear there are still 2 others. He quickly summarized. Yes, a woman wielding the divine power of dreams and death, and a creature from another race with the godly power of iron and resilience. What he revealed next shocked everyone. Both of them possessed divine power rivaling the living saints. Lin kept calculating his next move. Then he switched tactics instantly. Everyone, step back. I have questions for them. Loxley fidgeted nervously. But your Majesty, his tone cut through like a royal decree. I see your loyalty. But for now, trust my judgment. Reluctantly, he stepped back. Yes, your Majesty. Leon then signaled with his eyes for the others to leave. The group in the water could only watch them walk away. Now, in this vast space, they had no choice but to face him head-on. Leon struck first. You are Harry, right? Without waiting for a response, Soho was instantly yanked forward as a human shield. She knelt despite the terrain. Yes, your Majesty, I am Harry. Meanwhile, someone behind Leon seemed to fade into invisibility amid their argument. I told her not to. But hey, it worked. First time meeting the king and bam. Results? Lin was not too harsh and continued interrogating. All right, all of you, tell me your names now. They introduced themselves briefly. I am John Soy. I am Han. And I am Kim Jae-hyuk. He closed his eyes, pondering each name carefully. John Soyeon, Han Soho, Kim Jae-hyuk. Then came the second question. Where are you from? They faltered. Clearly this was tricky. Leon unleashed his intimidating presence. Why the sneaky looks? Can't you just answer me? Survival instinct or what? They dared not lie. Sahun, South Korea. Jae-hyuk added. It is a really faraway place? Soho nodded to back him up. Yeah? Really? Really far. After a long pause, Leon finally appeared calm. I see. But soon after, his bright eyes sparked as his power started to radiate. Suddenly, a legendary divine skill erupted, sending shockwaves through the city. Everyone froze. On high alert from the glowing circle, a foot stepped forward. Ariana, who had just arrived, quickly confirmed. I have never met these people before. Even the shark was baffled. Then why do they have our blessing? Ethos carefully speculated. Could it be they are not the work of those evil creatures? The judging god's wrath barely restrained his cruel nature. I remember every soul I have blessed. If they are impostors, I will unleash divine punishment and tear their souls apart. Harry stood speechless in awe. He just survived the gods. I heard he was still coughing up blood during his meeting with Lord Jack Dora. Suho could not stop fidgeting as a fan opened her eyes wide. This is the power of His Majesty at his peak. Leon stopped holding back, revealing his true purpose. The reason I had you captured is because of this, he confidently explained. I can feel divine power from you all, but no god knows who you are. Meanwhile, at a everyone marveled at Jack's craftsmanship. Sparks flew wildly, blurring the precise skill behind each motion, and Toch did not hold back his praise, calling him extraordinary. Rookie. Jack only gave a curt nod and kept taking notes. They were running multi-heat processes up to sample number 14. And Tochi and the other blacksmiths were glued to the scene too fast to blink. Jack poured his soul into his craft, grinding and refining with unwavering focus. For long, the day birthed a masterpiece sample number 157 Leon Hertz. With the basic framework fully completed, facing us were rows of identical Jack jackets, lined up perfectly. Their narrow view suddenly opened wide in awe. No way a whole race that can pull this off, and Toch did not hold back his praise. You are truly something special. Rookie. Jack just grunted in reply. Noted, but that did not dampen his enthusiasm. Just like Lin. Sorry, like watching your Majesty's path of cultivation. Do you happen to know the king? He answered immediately. Noted. Close collaborator with this device. And Toch does not fully understand. But it is a close partnership. Then he added, the demon hunter partner. Now he was starting to get it. I want in on that too. He said. Next. He stepped up and introduced himself. I was a companion on His Majesty Leon's long journey. We trained together. He said. Jack raised an eyebrow. Skeptical. His Majesty. And Toch confirmed without hesitation. Exactly. Memories of that unforgettable time came flooding back. He was around 30 then, and that was the first time he met Leon. It was a border village on the brink of collapse. They would send a desperate SOS after a surprise attack by the Oat. Being the border, only he and Judas were training nearby. And Tochi also met Gunrad then, who was on a mission to find inner peace. The battle was brutal. The Oat were more numerous than expected, plus some mercenary warriors joined in. Then, like a flash in a crimson coat, Leon appeared, meeting him under the moonlit sky, young and fiery. Leon's spirit was unstoppable. Damn you, you damn green monsters. With a single sword strike, Leon leveled the battlefield, shredding the enemy lines to pieces, and Toch was frozen solid in awe. Truly incredible. Hard to believe that power came from a knight half his age. The sight of him cleaving the mighty Oz warrior in half in an instant was overwhelming. That sharp, ruthless gaze still burned deep into Antokus' mind. Those pathetic minions. He summed it up simply. No matter what, you have got that spark too. Jeff chimed in. Taking notes. Without hesitation, Jeff threw out an offer. Hey, want to make gear for me? That day, he lifted his head, locking eyes with the other. The room fell into a weird, awkward silence. Facing Antoch's innocent yet sharp look, Jeff kept fidgeting like a nervous rabbit. Even the middle eye could not form a crescent moon from all the alcohol haze. For a curious creature like Jeff, that must have been a brutal blow. He stammered, barely able to believe it. You do not know who I am. That day, he answered straightforwardly. Of course. The Steel Cup Knight. Now it was Jeff's turn to flex. You know that and still say that, but that charm was useless against Jeff. No matter how skilled, he was still just a curious creature. No match for this device's flawless, efficient production process. Sure enough, Jeff's sly tongue instantly threw shade at Antochi. But unexpectedly, that only made Antochi more intrigued. You are one hell of a guy. The other guy had no clue what humble even meant. Obviously, after a good laugh, he finally got down to business. In that case, I have got to show you a thing or two. And Toch seriously grabbed the hammer and promised, if I am teaching you, there is no cutting corners. The clangs and fiery glow through the window caught the attention of a few passersby. But the mastermind behind it all did not care. He was laser-focused on his craft. The intense heat made Antoch sweat buckets nonstop. His eyes remained locked on the steel plate, unwavering. Meanwhile, he even took a moment to chat with Jack. I am really impressed with your flawless skills, he said. No blacksmith's output can even come close to this. The hammer slammed down with fierce, precise force, but every move was scrutinized by his sharp, discerning gaze. A flaws emerging, the cracks inside are spreading, and Toch wiped sweat from his brow, flashing a confident smile. This is not just about forging a weapon. The heavy hammer rose again, then it crashed down with a thunderous strike, sparks and light bursting out like a wild storm. Even Jack was stunned by the transformation, furiously taking notes. At this moment, he was lost in passion and pure exhilaration. This, my friend, is art, the art of forging steel that carves the soul. And Toch lifted the armor plate, eyes glued to it, a feat no mere perfect technique could achieve. I am certain there is a realm where this exists. While still hot, He plunged the plate into the solution tank. When pulled out, it gleamed like a brand new masterpiece. Jack fell silent. No words coming. The master gave his seal of approval. With this man's skill, what once failed by just 0.01% could definitely craft Lian's armor. Yet, he remained cautious, observing quietly. Then he honestly confessed to Antoch that the device's massive data was still incomplete. Insisting on recording the organic being's technique as part of the archive, he immediately shifted gears. So you want to apprentice under me? Huh, Jack firmly refused. I am just here to study the evolution of organic techniques. But Antochi already knew the answer. Come with me. Apprentice? He could only sigh in defeat. Seriously. Right then, a voice called out from behind. Master Antoch. The unexpected visitor was none other than Lord Gullingham. He had not even stepped inside before announcing, "The Lord requests your presence." Soon the conference room filled with key members. Lin did not act immediately. Instead, staring thoughtfully out the window, Jahuk could not help but glower at Gullingham and Antoch's gloomy expressions. After a moment, Isabin broke the silence with a sigh. High Priestess Isabin. This is not something to take lightly. She decided to probe a bit. Hey, Knight. If the king ordered you to charge alone into the Demon Legion, would you do it? His answer was blunt. If that is the command, Isabin smiled peacefully after pondering. Same here. Then she turned to Lian. Your Majesty. He calmly replied without looking back. Please speak. Sister-in-law. Given the go-ahead, she wasted no time diving in. The sacrifice we must make is surely the path to the future. Right? His expression darkened. Yes, against everyone's silence, Isabin calmly made her decision. Enough. I will end this suffering once and for all. Because she had steeled her spirit. Resolute and strong, let us forge the ultimate holy grail. I will sacrifice myself for this. The group standing in the courtyard gazed up at the starry night as a voice rose. You have permission. Lian turned slowly. Eyes sharp, he called out. Isabin. She stepped forward calmly. I never thought I would commit such a blasphemy. Bowing his head, he said, I am. She replied, no need to apologize. Brother-in-law. Isabin smiled gently, glancing at him. You may be the scoundrel who stole my sister's purity, but you are not a king who makes wrong judgments. She thought silently. Now that we have lost all our lands to the demons, and can perform the rites, the only way to gather metal is to create the final holy grail. As Isabin raised her arrow high, she blurted out absent-mindedly. Looks like I am not the main character in this story. As a blue light enveloped her body, Isabin drew her bow into a perfect aiming stance. Silently marveling, the moon goddess and the goddess of fear are not really battle deities. Yet here I am, nailing every shot like a pro. Gritting her teeth, Isabin let out a sharp cry. Apologizing inwardly. O moon, forgive me, for a moon priestess to shoot an arrow at the moon itself is blasphemy. The glowing arrow shot forward with blazing speed as she released her grip. The arrow soared straight up into the sky, while Isabin remained lost in thought, pondering the greatest blasphemy the goddess might allow. Ironically, it transformed into a breathtaking galaxy streaking across the night sky. The arrow formed a stunning pillar of light, captivating everyone watching below. In her heart, she concluded that arrow had pierced the moon itself. That arrow shot beyond Earth's atmosphere. Heading straight for the moon, a massive crack appeared, chunks of rock continuously falling off. Gullingham stared in shock, exclaiming, It worked. The moon's really been shattered. Lian whipped around, shouting, Archbishop, Eniac's over there. She quickly responded. On it, eyes closed, hands clasped in prayer, a blazing red aura surrounded Eniac. Eniac raised her hands to the sky, unleashing a mystical formation that launched a massive flame straight upward. Gullingham froze in place, startled by the sight. He laughed excitedly, yelling, It is working. The moon's shards are headed this way. Suddenly, he turned and saw Isabel collapse, face first into the ground. Catching her, he shouted, Isabel. She groaned. Damn it. This hurts like hell. And he immediately broke into a cold sweat, worry flooding his face. Lian cradled Isabel, her body covered in blood, in his arms. She whispered, still catching her breath. But Dinah shared the countershock with me. She is so. Lian furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in a vow. You really did great. I will bear your burden. Gullingham suddenly screamed in terror. Archbishop. He turned to Lian, shouting, The shard's trajectory is shifting. Eniac gritted her teeth, holding her ground. He looked at the shard veering off course, shouting, A massive force is pulling it. I can control it. Bichik mused. This power. It is just like the force that sealed the gate back then. The voice echoed steadily. The shard's fall path is completely off orbit. Lian held Isabel helplessly, staring blankly. He clenched his teeth in fury, veins bulging across his body. His eyes burned with determination as he ordered, "Deploy a special unit to retrieve that shard immediately. We can't waste the chance Archbishop Isabel risked her life to create." At the moon shard's crash site, the impact formed a deep crater in the earth, and Toch lifted the shard, pondering aloud. "This is it. All that running for this? Huh." The moon shard transport team had arrived on site. Suddenly, a shout from behind startled him, making him jump in surprise. "Deploying reconnaissance drones?" Bichik gasped. "Sir Spinner." He gawked at the robots, exclaiming, "What kind of magic is this? My genius bot can do all these things." Robot snapped back indignantly. "Get my name right, I'm just a tech provider. This unit lacks the intelligence for a mentor-student relationship." And Toch stepped forward, grabbing the robot playfully. "I envy your smarts." "You know," it bristled. "Don't he touch me." Suddenly, his face hardened as a shout rang out nearby. He glanced at Bichik and asked, "Miss, I assume you have figured it out?" She responded bluntly, "Yes, sir." And Toch, standing at the crater's edge, Bichik speculated, "The weak demons have been strangely silent. They would not just let this chance slip by." He added, "Maybe they will strike the moment we start mining the shard." Then Antoch slid down into the crater as the voice said, "But we can just delay any longer. Come help us." "Sir Spinner," he shouted. "Everyone, assemble. We are about to start the metal casting." The knights on this side quickly responded, "Roger that, Lord Antoch." Then the pit opened, revealing a container filled with glowing yellow stones. As everyone and the beast were still falling into the hole, suddenly, it shouted out, detecting enemy movement. A horde of monsters charged fiercely. The beast raised its head to announce, "They are approaching at high speed." Bichik ran forward, thinking to herself, "Just as expected. They are here. There is no way they will let this unguarded moment slip by." She yelled, "Lord Antoch, the enemies are closing in." Antoch spun around and ordered urgently, "They are still far off, but we have to stop them." A desperate call rang out, "Lord Spinner, the beast is firing beams of light. Suppress them now." A massive pillar of light shot up from the pit, accompanied by the agonized screams of the monsters. Bichik's eyebrows raised, her eyes blazing red as a red glow still flickered around her hands. Bichik announced, "I will hold them off as long as I can." Then she raised her hands toward the sky, shouting, "Activate the ancient spell. Initiate triple layer ultimate defense." Magical formations materialized around her. She commanded, "Analyze the principles. Reconstruct the magic." Symbols sprang up surrounding the formations. Bichik bellowed, "Wrath of Lamantia." A blazing red power surged from the pit, shattering the edges of the hole, and Toch gasped in awe. "Incredible. Even dukes can wield such powerful magic." He glanced at the monsters now flattened on the ground. She calmly replied, "The mages in this world are no joke. They develop destructive magic to counter holy spells. But it is still not enough." Bichik clenched her fists and ordered, "Quick, start the metal casting. This is just the vanguard. The main force is coming fast." And Toch, sweating as he swung his hammer and knife, shouted, "Got it. Move fast, everyone." Suddenly, his hammer struck something solid. His knife glowed brightly, and his eyes widened in shock. Jet stood surrounded by beams of light, and Toch's arm froze when he spotted a massive yellow stone. He turned and shouted, "We are done for." Then Antoch froze, staring at something appearing ahead. A fireball was speeding straight at them. Antoch cried out in terror. That is, he barely managed to yell, "Everyone, dodge!" But the fireball obscured his face. Bichik on the other side was equally stunned as a huge explosion erupted. The man with his face hidden revealed only his glowing eyes, still pointing forward. Jet's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Accessing internal database. Detected destructive entity. Demon King of Wisdom. Heading this way." Dark figure with a humanoid face hovered in the air. Karakyle, the destroyer of this world. The figure hovered, eyeing them coldly. Bichik struggled but ordered, "Jet, report the damage immediately." Witnessing the carnage, Jet instantly reported, 30 knights wielding holy spells have fallen. The cavalry has been wiped out. Casualty numbers unknown." The figure sneered. "Pathetic lowlifes," he taunted. "Don't resist. Prisoners like you. Do you really think you can face the immortal?" From above, hundreds of small monsters appeared. He grabbed his collar and spat, "Just die already. No more debt." Someone stepped forward and asked, "The prisoner's mage. Even the great demon is dragged into this mess." Bichik turned, shocked, and Toch stepped up, adding, "Bichik, any ideas?" She gritted her teeth. "We have to try." Bichik muttered, "If we use teleportation to link distant spaces." Jet immediately objected. "No way. Even teleportation won't save anyone," she said firmly. "The chance is 0. Chick stroked her chin thoughtfully. If we force teleportation, the demon lord will just destroy us again. And Toch closed his eyes, deep in thought, then stepped forward with resolve. Then we fight. No one here missed the weight behind those words. Fight to the death? Jet looked up. Puzzled, it was a simple order. Yet the knights raised their swords and spears. Accepting the absurd command, the crowd shouted back, "We obey," even as they faced such a hopeless choice. Suddenly, Jet hears someone calling him Spinner, and Toch turns with a grin. Smart guy. So he must be right. He grips his hammer tight, a fierce power radiating from him, hard to put into words. But still, with the hammer resting on his shoulder, he smiles and says, "Hold up, my master blacksmith." He strides forward with resolve as a voice echoes in the air. "If the god descends, mere mortals one is stand a chance." Calmly, he replies, "The god guided me from the lowest depths. Whoever comes, I will face them the same way." The mysterious figure agrees. "Exactly, that is why our gods cherish you all." And Toch halts. He beams with pride, his hair glowing as if alive. Thinking, because of that blazing faith and fiery life force, it is truly beautiful. His hair grows dramatically longer. And Toch shouts, "I am Ant, the Holy Grail Knight of Iron and Blacksmith, protector of the mines, the greatest blacksmith in the kingdom." A massive surge of power rushes toward the demons. He thinks back. Before, Dad aimed for the future. Now, with a blacksmith destined for death, that future's gone. The demons break into a cold sweat seeing the power barreling toward them. And Toch's mind races on. Yet still, the forge roar and the clang of steel shall never cease. Behind him, Hito's shadow appears, and Toch narrows his eyes, steadfast because every hammer strike is aimed at a clear future. The divine blacksmith's oath is etched right here. The figure in the sky chuckles openly. That holy power. Someone has already wielded it, and Toch smirks proudly, his eyes shifting to match his glowing hair. He commands, "Fall back," raising his hand. 3 beams of light shoot straight up from the rocky ground, targeting the monsters lying there. The figure above narrows his eyes. "Iron's god and blacksmith, fine. Turn all things here into anything but iron." Every scrap of iron in this zone falls under his command. Alchemy shapeshifts the matter, and Toch raises his hammer and grumbles. "Quick decision. Huh? You freaks." Softly, he calls out, "Hito's hammer." The hammers above slam down on the demons. A small demon raises its hand, shouting, "Amasa's grand magic shield." A magical barrier appears. The hammer crashes through the shield, striking its face and making it scream. They howl in terror. "Oh god, what the hell?" It pierced absolute defense and caused damage. A massive explosion erupts. Caracol kneels inside the magic shield, amazed, a mere mortal, not even 1,000 years old, with such terrifying power. And Toch strokes his chin, frowning. "And you blocked it without a scratch." Caracol stands calmly. Then, "Let us get this started." He raises his hand. The ground shakes. Chunks of earth lifting up. He sneers. "I will teach you manners. This is just the warm-up for the deadliest battle of the century." Meanwhile, Patrick casts magic with both hands, asking, "Spinner, how's the progress?" "Already 86% done." Jack draws a magic circle, quietly confident since he has done it before. Patrick replies, "But the moment the formation activates, he will see monsters charging to tear apart the knights holding the line." Jack yells, startling Patrick as he turns. "There is a new method? Success rate 2.71%. She replies, surprised. "Better than last time on the battlefield." And Toch grits his teeth, thinking, a mage should be rational. But, let us pray for a miracle. Caracol sneers at Antoch. "Strong? Huh. Each one a grand spell. Yet you break them all with a hammer." And Toch steps back, flames still engulfing him. He silently admits, "No doubt one of the strongest in the world. The strongest creature that even demon guards fear. If a lowest rank Holy Grail Knight is this powerful, what kind of monster rules the summit?" He raises his hand. "I admit, your top fighters could take down a lord." He unleashes dozens of formations firing beams of power at him. Sneering, "As if you are even human." Hito's forge formation erects an impenetrable barrier, shielding him from the oncoming storm. The air's thick with smoke and dust. The guy's whining starting to get on my nerves. Caracol glances up and asks, "Hey mutants, do you even know why I am so terrifying?" Suddenly, he leans back, wondering, what is going on up there? And Toch's up high, gripping a massive hammer. He swings it down with a roar, cursing them for their lack of faith. Caracol snaps back. "You idiot! Mere mortals can't even touch me." The guy yells, "Analysis complete. Now die." and shoots out a blast of power. Jiek appears. Shouting, activate self-destruct sequence. Forced core overload. And Toch gasps. Yelling. Spinner. Caracal. Rod. Jiek. Floating midair. Gets struck by lightning bolts. Massive explosion erupts. Robsley casually slings his sword over his shoulder and scans the darkening sky in the distance. Demons swarm, filling the underground void. They rise, staring into the distance with terrifying intent. Two knights step onto a high rock, eyes fixed ahead. The last survivor of the Empire. Walter, commander of the Silver Knights. He vividly recalls leading his people to ruin. As monstrous, vile creatures tore through time to invade this world. One of them snarls fiercely. Those horned beast chaos demons, they destroyed my homeland 20 years ago. The man beside him falls silent for a moment, then says, indeed, this is the end. Then he recalls an ancient tale of a demon long ago. 23 years passed, the emperor faced off against a demon lord. Of course, the capital was destroyed, and the empire fell immediately into demon hands. Before him now stands a hero, stepping boldly through chaos with a grim expression. Finally, Lion King Leonherd appeared, vanquishing the demon lord and his forces. But that was only the beginning. If I were the Lion King, maybe we would have won. Back to reality. A wasteland surrounds them, but that is just my wishful thinking. Suddenly, they both freeze, a chill creeping over them. The sun sets slowly behind distant mountains, casting eerie, misty smoke. Doesn't look like a mana storm. Caracal stays calm, staring toward the distant quake. Looks like a battle's already raging somewhere out there. Impossible. Behind him, two tiny monstrous shadows linger like servants. Nuclear blast. You really think this cheap trick can hurt me? Suddenly, one of them freaks out. Lord, they have opened a teleport gate. At the gate, people scramble to get inside. Got it. The nuclear blast was just a smokescreen. He smirks devilishly, thinking to himself, short-range teleport gate, only if you can pass at once, meaning he is sacrificing vast magic power. Looking furious, they are planning to ditch the remaining soldiers and knights. Arrogant bastards. Before he can attack, another magical strike forces him to duck for cover. You think you can escape my grasp? Warriors. He spins around, face twisted in a snarl. You damn fools. Good. I will lead a massive force forward to stop them. They charge like starving wolves, desperate to tear their prey apart and block those vile monsters. Defend with your lives. Caracal summons a massive surge of magic. Morons. They do not even realize they have been abandoned. A beam of light appears beneath them. Swallowing them whole, they vanish. Caracal has no intention of mercy. He unleashes a blazing spell that lights up everything before him. He pulls back, a smug grin spreading across his face. His magic pierces through the massive distant rock, leaving devastation in its wake. And Toch forced a wary smile and said, take me to the forge. I am my lord. It is all right. Bichik plopped down on the floor, eyes wide with horror as he glanced sideways. We have caught the target. A gush of bright red blood splattered across the ground. Bichik stared blankly, his face pale as he gasped, Lord Antoch. And Toch staggered, a massive hole pierced right through his side. Looks like this armor is not perfect after all. Bichik panicked completely. Lord Antoch, hurry. Get her help. And Toch forced a tired smile and said, take me to the forge. A foot stomped hard on the ground with a sharp sound, and Toch kicked a wooden box aside and walked off with Bichik. Everyone around was heartbroken, clutching each other as they witnessed the sight. The Mina's guardian, the first Iron Knight of the Empire. The crowd gathered and moved forward together, and Toch looked ahead with steely resolve, though exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Holding the box, and Toch calmly declared, from now on, I will forge refined steel with my own power. He sat beside the furnace, while Jiek desperately tried to dissuade him, sensing his life was slipping away. And Toch spoke quietly. I know. This fate was sealed the moment a mere convict like me gained godly power. He gently stroked the small creature's head. The Iron Knight forged from steel. Master has little time left. I have but one last chance to teach my disciple. The hero smiled brightly, steadying his breath. This will be your first and last lesson from me. Something stirred deep inside him as Antochi raised his arm, the forge's golden light flickering brilliantly. He summoned all his strength to sharpen the sword before him. I embark now on a journey of trials to claim my mission. Along the way, I met the future Lion King, who also walks this honored path. A heavy burden weighed on me. Yet even with a fading heart, I pressed on. Memories flooded back. I was taught by the greatest Iron Guardian, learning countless lessons. Later, I challenged him, but in the end, I could not surpass him. Sharp sword plunged deep into the earth like steadfast pillars. Still, the knights wielding my forged swords defeated the kingdom's foes, and my lance-bearing knights kept the empire safe. Sweat soaked my face, but I kept pushing, forging a fierce blade, even though my worn hands could no longer hold the hammer. Though my bloodshot eyes barely saw ahead, I hammered relentlessly, moving slow but sure. as if time itself stood still. Each strike carried the will of gods and 1,000 years of history. The clang echoed through the room. I shared glory with the Lion King, and received honors unworthy of my mortal love from the gods. The hammer rose again, carrying the steadfast gaze of the hero. Put your faith in steel, and imagine the future you will forge with this hammer. The sword you craft will strike down the Empire's enemies. The armor you mold will shield your comrades. The forged flames blazed fiercely, and Toch poured his remaining strength into his work. Weapons are tools for survival, but in the right hands, they become shields that protect the world. And Toch's face grew utterly exhausted. Remember this, I pray. The sword and shield you create will guard this world. A hand rested gently on Antaeus' shoulder. His eyes dimmed, losing their spark. Lord Leon. Leon softly placed his hand on Antoch's shoulder, bringing a tender smile to his lips. Despite his fatigue crashing over him, Antoch kept speaking, then collapsed into the arms of the other man. Judas would have been shocked to see this. Who'd ever doubt a sincere man like Lord Antoch? Well, true enough. Leon pressed his face to Antoch's hand and whispered, "My lord, do not you have anything to say to Arendt?" Antoch gave a wary smile and said softly, "I have been loved, respected, and taught well. I want for nothing more." Leon clenched his teeth in pain. Antoch's voice softened. "Leon, help me. Can you stand?" Of course. Leon supported Antoch as they stepped forward to face the stunned crowd. Everyone wiped away their tears, carrying their own silent grief all the way to the end. Antoch fixed his determined gaze forward, clenching his fist against his chest, ready to defend the kingdom, ready to protect the emperor. Leon's face darkened as he tried to stay strong, but inside, his heart was shattered. "I will see you soon in heaven, sir." Antoch's hair had almost turned white, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. Leon, he had no strength left to stand and collapsed into Leon's arms. "You must live on and protect this kingdom. Don't rush to meet me just yet." Leon gave a bitter smile. Seriously. When Antoch took his last breath, silence fell, and everyone knelt in unison, paying homage to the hero who had bled and sacrificed so much. "At least say your final goodbyes comfortably. Right?" In the 85th year of the Leon dynasty, the Iron Chalice and Steel Statue Knight, Antoch, passed away. The sun slowly rose, lighting up the camp. Leon clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the white curtain. "Your Majesty." Judas lifted the curtain and stepped in calmly. Leon, wary, looked at the two before him. "It has been a long time. Come in quickly." "Greetings, Your Majesty. It has been ages since we last met." Leon smiled warmly. "No need for Your Majesty. Just call me Uncle." Hansu shyly placed a hand on his neck. "How could I? You will spoil the kid today." "Your Majesty," Leon replied gently. "Come on. I have been taking care of him since he was in diapers. Am I not the godfather of the boy?" Then he stepped closer to Hansu, clapping him on the shoulder. "Back then, you were too young. I am Your Majesty." Suddenly, he glanced at something and remembered. "Lord Arendo." Judas lowered his gaze. "He is on a reconnaissance mission. We informed him of Antoch's ascension, but he said he could not leave his duty." Le blinked slowly, then gave a wry smile. "He is as stubborn as my own father." Suddenly, the space shook violently. "Looks like he has arrived." A familiar face appeared at the narrow entrance. Leon chuckled. "Come in, my friend. Guna, you really managed to move with all that weight on your back." Guna looked down at Judas and said, "I do not have what humans call a back, old friend. That is just a figure of speech. A so-called dedicated man can't be that slow." Then he sat down casually and said something that left Judas dumbfounded. "That is not something I expected to hear from a knight who once built and fought with a windmill. I bring up something from 70 years ago, and I am not the only one like that." The atmosphere softened a bit. "Besides, I won't call it a victory of honor and legacy." Scenes of their joyful camaraderie flashed through Leon's mind, the bonds built throughout their journey still alive today. "This friendship truly is a blessing." Leon's face softened as he spoke, "So there is no need for despair. Antoch was a longtime friend of ours." Then he took a bottle of liquor and a glass. Approaching them, "I always thought Judas would be the first to go." "Me too. He is waiting for me because I became a holy knight later." Drops of liquor poured from the bottle into the glass. Leon raised the glass with a hint of pride. He achieved glory and honor. How could that not be a blessing? Then he looked around, acceptance in his eyes. "He was your friend. We must say goodbye with the sincerest hearts." Judas lifted his glass enthusiastically. "To our friend Antoch." Everyone raised their glasses and drank. Leon's eyebrows twitched as if recalling something. He spoke firmly. "Now, we must carry on the legacy he left behind." Then he turned to Gunnar and asked, How's the artifact coming along? Perfect. The divine breath has blessed it, Leon pressed on. And what about the will of the forest? Gunnar met his serious gaze and replied. The sages agreed. Now we will forge the essence and embed it inside. Leon turned his back and walked away. Then the preparations are complete. I am always grateful for the dedication of the sages. Leon's face hardened as he lifted the white curtain. The three of them stepped out to face the mighty army before them. Eniac frowned slightly, staring ahead, while Toscata shut his eyes tight. Leon strode down the aisle flanked by rows of soldiers. Lord Wanter. The army is indeed growing. He recalled the shape of the demons that Sergeant Wrong had reported. That is right, the forces streaming in from the capital are on the move. The lazy demons surviving from the Gandunchi plains. The beast worshippers. And we have confirmed the presence of the traitors from the regime. Len's face hardened as he looked at Toscata. Those numbers. 10 million. His footsteps carried a fierce determination. They are bringing their whole army here. Got it. The final battle is upon us. Leon, a touch angry, whispered to the man beside him. Get ready for battle. We will be there soon. Outside, soldiers bustled about, carrying and arranging supplies exactly where they needed to be. Other soldiers stepped forward, pleading. Your Majesty, we want to help too. Leon closed his eyes. Resolute. You are to stay at the main camp. Jihik, Soyeon, and Hari exchanged puzzled looks when Leon said they should not put themselves in danger. Soyeon caught Harry's gaze and said, Your Majesty, I am strong enough. Even the future king knows that. Leon looked down, then smiled faintly before dropping a single word that silenced everyone. No. His judgment was final. He remembered the determination on those kids' faces who were about to go to war, not like him, just rebuilding the past. Harry's group was made of real warriors. If they died behind these walls, that would be the end. Leon stood gazing at the houses below, bathed in the slanting evening light. This Leon of this world had to see the future. There was no other choice, Leon said calmly. I have other matters to attend to. Hari was caught off guard. The tension was palpable as people patrolled the courtyard below. Everyone gasped in surprise at the scene before them. What are you waiting for? A woman smiled confidently. And go, suddenly. Someone asked. Are you the High Priestess of the Moon? Isabel replied calmly. Yes. I am Dinas, first hunter, the goddess of the moon and purity. Then she pointed fiercely at herself. The second strongest in the kingdom. Queen Lena's sister-in-law. I am Isabel. Her words left the kids wide-eyed in shock. The servant tried to intervene. Miss, you should rest. Stop fooling the children. This is a serious matter. Even your Majesty has no other choice. Isabel stood and addressed the children before her. Now, you little ones must be wondering why you are here. She smiled and said, The road ahead holds much gold, but among it lies what we call pure gold. Then she cast a spell, opening a small portal. Except in rare cases, the 7 strongest gods had been recognized. A box dropped from the portal, followed by several others like it. Descending slowly, Isabel stomped down the lid of the first box. First, Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Inside was a shield glowing with orange light like the sun, revered by all knights and the most noble deity of the kingdom. A shield. Huh. The next 2 boxes opened to reveal what looked like emblems: waves, war, and fire. A weapon appeared in a long box, capturing everyone's attention: sky and thunder. Since ancient times, water and lightning have been the most fearsome wrath of nature. Hari stared in awe at the dazzling artifacts before him. Well, there is more, but for now, these are the ones that concern you. Each one is a holy relic. Isabel placed a hand on her hip and added, Yes, these are legacies left by the holy knights and high priests of the past. A knight blurted out, Why show us these? Isabel's next words left the knights speechless, as if they could not believe their own hands. Because you will inherit them. Isabel folded her arms and said, Don't get me wrong, you are not yet capable of wielding these legacies. And these legacies won't accept just anyone. So why? Calmly brushing her hair back, she said, Because I am entrusting the future to you. His Majesty seems to believe you will survive no matter what. The knights looked stunned hearing Isabel's gentle tone, as calm as a still lake. Someone who will use these better than a dying person like me. How could she remain so composed? Then she fixed her gaze on Soyeon, the one radiating a powerful dark energy. I am Johnso. Isabel crossed her arms and smiled brightly. Can you help me with something? It is a task only someone devoted to the gods can handle. Soyeon raised a hand and said with a smirk, If it is something I can do. Great. You are polite, I like that. Isabel smiled warmly. Well then. Isabel, cast your magic upon the items. Let the legacy begin. Everyone, get ready. The golden sun cast its glow over the scene. Knights gearing up for war. Prayers whispered for those about to spill blood. Leon stood high where the sunlight was brightest, Watching the crowd below as wandering soldiers and knights started to return, mad demons charged forward. The final battle was about to erupt, and the mission after would be critical. Under the crimson sunset, the heroes steadily advanced toward the castle. Enya saw everyone had arrived. She placed her hand over her heart and bowed sincerely. Heroes of the forest, welcome. The awakening was ready. Gunna's eyes sparkled as he took in what had been prepared here. He marveled at the chalice on the table. The holy artisan had forged it flawlessly, and the young sapling beside it also stood proud, a friend who knew steel better than anyone else. He had fulfilled his mission, and now it was our turn. Gunna nodded in agreement. Got it, young sapling. Now it is our duty to carry this forward. At the same time, he glanced at everyone present, reminding all who remained to play their part. The chick nodded with a grin, showing approval. Then she spoke. Lord Spinner and I will hold the front line, buying as much time as possible. As for Lady Hari and the others, Hari hesitated but continued. We will continue the legacy under the High Priestess, Isabel's guidance. Nick immediately instructed. Once everything is set, regroup at the designated point. This team will protect the sacred chalice containing the essence, then join forces with you all. After hearing this, she called out to Hari. Lady Hari. Hari looked worried but replied, yes. Lady Bachik. Bachik gently ruffled her hair in encouragement. Always remember your role. Hari understood but still hesitated before answering. Yes. Then she turned away. Supreme Maiden Aniak. We take our leave. Aniak smiled, folding her hands in prayer for Bachik's team. May the blessings of the gods always be with you. Nearby, Gunna glanced back anxiously and saw Hari bowing as Bachik departed. He called Aniak Supreme Maiden. She knew well that when all was said and done, she cut. I know. To perfect the essence, the Holy Spirit must take form, Gunna said with reluctance. Leon is leading the front line, so he can do it. That responsibility falls to you. Anik understood and asserted firmly. As the Supreme Maiden of Light and Justice, this is my calling. If my sacrifice can pave the way for the future. She prayed before the sacred chalice. Truly the Supreme Maiden Aniak Prataxia. She had devoted her life in the temple, reading scriptures and teaching doctrine. Even when the great war against the demons erupted, nothing changed, only her prayers shifted from the living to the departed. As she comforted countless lost souls, she felt tormented for not being able to fight like the knights. So this humble maiden shone a light of justice. Grateful she still had something to offer the king. Thankful to still play a role in this final battle. With a peaceful heart, she prayed for the king. May light and justice always shield you. In the capital now, everything seemed arranged long ago. An unstoppable army. Soldiers fully armored and meticulously prepared stood sweating under the blazing sun, especially Taskeda, who refused to remove his helmet. His terrified expression revealed the nightmare approaching. A ruthless army stretched to the horizon, demons erecting temples and altars over the ruins of the fallen, desecrating every trace of civilization. Kingdom of Leonhurst, even the land of the Lionhearts here, now stood as one last fortress. The soldier next to him heard his heavy breathing and turned to encourage him. Rookie, snap out of it. Taskeda tried to respond. I am, the other soldier said. Don't worry. With the power of the sacred law, ranged weapons won't harm us. Taskeda felt a bit reassured, trying to believe it could it really be true. But when that soldier caught sight of the terrifying scene in the sky, even through his helmet, his expression was just as horrified as Taskeda's earlier. What the hell is that? Why are a bunch of people falling from the sky, right on top of us? They were free falling, straight down, so high up that when they hit the ground they splattered like meat. Taskeda jumped back. Those killers came out of nowhere. What the hell is going on? Like a guy seeing death for the first time. His face was more terrified than watching a horror flick. He realized this was no ordinary killer, it was a prototype, glowing with an eerie purple light all around. One soldier shouted immediately. Poisonous mist. Hold your breath. Block it out. They scrambled. The mist was spreading fast. Damn it! Those bastards. A general in a scarlet cloak barked orders. Form up, clerics of life. Cleans the poison mist from the northeast first. Amid the chaos, Taskeda just curled into a corner, clutching his head, trembling in fear. Then, his heart nearly stopped when a respected figure approached. Familiar blonde hair and an unearthly presence, he spoke. Flame. Instantly, flames rained down, burning those killers spewing the poisonous mist. Where are you heading? Wherever the fire spreads. A commanding figure called out as he arrived. Lord Leon. Lin shot back. Lord Aron. He spoke words of comfort. Be proud. The father of the fallen has died with honor. And now, he has joined the gods at the grand feast above this world. He seemed sad, but his face hardened with resolve. Yes, both turned to look at their soldiers. How tragic it is. The final days of the kingdom retold by future generations of fate unavoidable is closing in once again. Lian shouted, "To all who bear honor, listen to me. In my heart, I beg the gods above. O goddess, please grant this mortal the heart of a lion. O keeper of the holy fruit, bearer of the radiant holy sword, here lie your little flock. Trembling in fear do you see them. I see them, the mothers comforting crying children, swallowing their own tears. The boys struggling to hold on to the last flickers of resistance. The knights bleeding, hoping to plant a seed of hope, even on this barren ground." He asked them, "Do you hear it? The screams of the lowly, desperate to trample on all we hold dear. Army, I hear it, but what about you, O Lord of the Holy Sword, Holy Spear, and Holy Chalice? Do you hear the cries of the souls slaughtered and stolen by these fiends? Your first knight knows he cannot stop this evil spreading to the horizon." A soldier answered, "I hear you, O my goddess. What do you want this foolish knight to do?" At these heartfelt words, the goddess appeared behind him instantly. She embraced Lian. "My knight, O noble warrior clad in silver armor, your goddess stands by you till the very end. Do what you desire." The goddess soothed. Lin regained his spirit and drew his sword. He slammed the sword into the stone floor. "Let fury." Then he called out every name. Knight Aran, son of Antip, the mighty chalice-wielding knight who slew the giant horned beast of Hack Lamb. Let fury. Knight Judas, hero of Pellar Plains, and his son Garn Baron. Let fury. The sword plunged deeper. Noble archers of the elf clan, protectors of Oak Dawn, armor breakers of Iron Mountain, those who once faced the dragon flame. Let fury. Lian shouted with all his might to everyone who carries the honor of this age. Why do you not rise in fury? Why do you accept humiliation from these monsters? Face those fools deluded by victory and rage like it is your birthright. Lian slammed his fist hard against his chest, signaling his unbreakable will to fight to the end. Gillingham, tell me, who am I? You are the demigod, the living will of the gods, and protector of the Holy Grail. Robsley. I. Robsley punched his chest and answered fiercely, "You are Lian Hertz, warlord, the one who beheaded the overlord Mangmalus." Lian declared once more, "I am the goddess's first knight, the warlord of Lian Hert, the sword and shield standing at humanity's last stronghold. Winter is coming, brothers, but do not be afraid. Our sword and shield will become the fire that burns this winter away. Today, we fight here. This place will be the graveyard of these worthless creatures, and from their ashes, we will build a monument to honor our glory and pride. Brothers, are you ready to fight alongside me?" No one could stand still in the presence of this spirit. They immediately raised their weapons high with a long shout. In unison, they yelled, "Warlord Lian Hert." Lian looked down with fierce determination. Final order. Fight to the last breath. Great heroes of this world. The last battle for humanity had begun. The dark gods in every monstrous form surged to the walls, some with grotesque horns sprouting from their heads. The heretic judge's voice echoed above them, "Look up closely, you lowly creatures." One soldier listened wide-eyed and silent. This is the ancient magic of malice, the oldest evil, older than divine power. Countless fiery red meteors blazed across the sky, pulsing with fierce energy. The dark gods' minions gawked in horror as their leader stretched out his arms and shouted, "I will destroy you all, annihilate every last one." The meteors began to fall like missiles, lighting up the entire sky. Beechik stood frozen, silently watching, lost in thought. Lian stands calm, eyes raised, sword ready for battle. Finally, he says, "Roxley, the Holy Grail Knight, keeps his spirits high and replies, 'Yes, Your Majesty.'" He shouts with determination. Divine punishment. Fire clash. Roxley echoes. Divine punishment. Solar flare. Moments later, from the fortress above, a massive fireball charged with terrifying energy begins to spin in the air, lighting up the entire sky. Lin glances at him, cautious, instructing to only attack debris that threatens the temple, ignoring unoccupied areas. The man responds firmly, "Yes, Your Highness." Roxley raises his sword forward, roaring, as Lian's heresy judge shouts. Roxley delivers judgment without malice. 4 beams of divine energy shoot straight from the fortress where he stands, striking the red crystal beneath the dark god's altar. A deafening explosion erupts. Earth and rock scatter everywhere, accompanied by desperate screams. There, one of the heretics, Roxley with a skull face and devilish ears, eyes glowing yellow, snarls, "Keep climbing. Once we breach the fortress, it is." The fortress captain coldly orders his men, swords drawn, shouting, "Open fire." Dante let them climb up. Countless arrows rained down from the battlements onto the heretic horde, their gleaming sharp tips piercing through relentlessly. At the fortress Sidious southern gate of the Pantheon Temple, Jewelers watches in shock from afar. He frowns worriedly. Just 1 meter shard has turned this land into a wasteland, unfit for life even with the power of the Holy Maiden. Restoration would take countless years. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes, startling Jewelers. What was that? Looking out from here, he sees a massive explosion in the distance, flames blazing, and wonders, is that the other gate? The hefty blade of a bull-headed heretic slashes down, killing a soldier. Blood drips down the blade. Soldiers around freeze in terror. The demon bellows. They are climbing. Stop them. His eyes blaze with fury as he glares at the small soldiers before him, sneering. Is that all you have got, you dumb tin cans? Just then, a loud scolding rings out behind him. Shut up, you disgusting bastard. He narrows his eyes, thinking, a warrior this strong, besides the Holy Grail Knights. Huh. He swings his sword. The other leaps back, clenching his teeth. He growls. The great demon of death and destruction. Gung-ho, Arin replies calmly. Arin, son of Holy Grail Knight Antochi and leader of the Blade Guild. He glares fiercely. I will kill you, you disgusting freak, grinding his teeth. He thinks. With His Majesty and Lord Joxley immobilized now, Arin leaps again, silently vowing, we have got a hold on ourselves. No matter what, in the magnificent holy cathedral, bathed in shimmering light, Jihawks glances through the window, spotting Harry. He calls out, Senpai, I am done. She turns bright. Jihawks, you are done too. She continues. Looks like you were not accepted by the sacred relic. He looks down at his staff. Embarrassed, it rejected my blessing outright. Said I am unworthy. The two stand silently, gazing down at the hall below. Hari raises a glowing blue bracelet on her wrist. She murmurs thoughtfully, but if this power was accepted, would not it help the front line? Jihawk sharply interrupts. Hold on, Senpai. She nods grimly. The explosion's light glows from afar. He asks, puzzled. Over there. No room for us to squeeze in. The only ones who might survive are His Majesty and Lord Joxley. She sadly casts her eyes downward. Deeply troubled, he hurriedly tries to reassure her. Sweat pouring. But, has not His Majesty won before? They say he defeated 3 demon lords. So should not he easily win this too? She hesitates. That is true. But she recalls past events carefully. Every detail weighed by Harry historically. Lin did claim victory at the last moment. He wiped out the demons completely, leaving nothing behind. And finally met Harry's group, who had come to investigate the Black Gate. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Seriously? He has got to win this battle. She hurriedly spoke up. Wait a sec. Harry turned to Deu, saying, it is changed. You are kidding, right? She explained. I am telling you. It is changed. The plan, the last Holy Grail, was originally scrapped. He responded like she was stating the obvious. Like everyone already knew. That is right. Before the grand ceremony, 4 priests stood before a Holy Grail with the Saintess. She thought deeply. Because we came through this gate and called for help for His Majesty, the Holy Grail Knights have vanished. The two stood dumbfounded, watching her quietly pray, wondering if we still have a chance to win. Suddenly, Deu sensed something was off. He sharply whispered to Harry. A group is approaching ahead. Senior, over there. She replied. Yeah, I see them too. He spotted the cloaked figures and called out. Hey, you there? Stop right there. Hari and Dishu blocked their path. One of them politely asked, what is the matter? She pointed at another in the group, shouting, you in the heavy cloak. Take it off now. The man stayed silent, his face barely visible under his hood. He surrounded himself with spiritual energy. Chuckling arrogantly, flashing a grin with blood-red lips. You are sharp. Huh. Hari quickly summoned holy power, spinning it in her palm. She thrust her staff toward him, but he stood firm. Fearless. He raised his hand to counter, energy crackling red and purple like fire and shadows colliding. Just then, Deu slammed his staff into the fray. Take this. He struck between the two, clashing. The ground erupted beneath them. He anxiously asked, Senior, are not we in a seriously dangerous spot right now? But the man and his crew stood unscathed. He smoothly raised his hand, bowed his head, and said, Greetings, Linholt's Knights. The heavy cloak dropped to the ground. His masked face was grotesque, with huge horns like a bull's and blazing red eyes. Yet he kept his arrogant stance. Introducing himself, I am the Great Fury of Destruction. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, pulled out a blade, and sneered. Farewell to all of you. Immediately, a flash of light like a laser cut across Harry's body. She gasped in shock. Ji rushed and shoved her aside. Senior, she screamed in terror. Ji? That glowing pattern's almost at your neck. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. Suddenly, an armored knight appeared, blocking the blade with his sword. Amazing. He stared up in shock. Totally stunned, his eyes went wide and jaw dropped when he saw him. Sir Jid Lin Ham. The knight looked down at Harry, who had crashed to the ground. You okay? The girl froze, speechless and unsure how to respond. After a moment, she gasped in surprise when she saw Isabel. His eyes went wide, mouth agape as he recognized him. Lord Gillingham. The man glanced at Harry sprawled on the ground. Are you okay? The girl froze, unsure how to reply. After a moment, she gasped in surprise upon seeing Isabel. Isabel? High Priestess, she said. Your Majesty's caution has been rewarded. He glared at her coldly, but still challenged with arrogance. I thought all available forces were stationed on the walls. There is still someone left behind after all. Isabel smiled faintly. She replied calmly with holy power, obeying immediately. A powerful blue aura surged around them both, radiating an energy so intense it left onlookers stunned. Jahug sensed something amiss and shouted Gugglingham's name in alarm. Harry, standing nearby, bluntly asked, High Priest Isabel, what is going on? What is this? Sacrificing our lives for the greater good? While everyone was still in shock, Isabel's hair suddenly turned a deep shade of blue. Gugglingham and Isabel stood fiercely, energy crackling around them as they faced down their foes with unshakable resolve. Once ready, Isabel turned to the group and warned, the demons have likely slipped inside already. Go help Soho and Soyan. Now. Gugglingham barked the order. The Holy Grail is in danger. Move fast. Knowing they could not stop them, Harry sighed sadly, lowering her head in reluctant agreement. All right. She and the others hurried off to rescue Suho and Soyan, while the great demon lord watched silently. He sneered arrogantly, mocking them. Seems your side is not doing too well. Think you can handle me? Hearing the demon lord's cocky taunt, Isabel could only clamp a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh. She shot back with icy disdain. I could crush you with just one finger, so do not waste your breath, she said coldly, her aura blazing with power. Gugglingham stepped forward. Prepare to meet your end. Provoked, the demon lord's excitement surged. His minions always so arrogantly confident. Time to pay for that hubris, he growled, dark energy swirling fiercely around him. Meanwhile, Suho and Soyan were really in a tough spot, but they refused to back down, fighting their enemies with fierce determination. Their adrenaline peaked, blood pumping harder with every strike they landed. Still, there is only so much one can take. Soyan's face showed exhaustion and worry. She silently wondered what had happened to the others. Soyan shouted to Suho, there are too many enemies. She looked to him for backup, but the situation was tight. Suho fought while replying, I am reaching my limit too. For a split second, terror flashed in Suho's eyes. Ahead of Soyan loomed a giant kneeling demon, but she was facing Suho and did not see it. Panicked, Suho yelled, Soyan, in front of you. Demon lunged straight at her. Soyan froze, caught off guard by the sudden strike. Unable to react, she could only stand and face her fate. Suddenly, from afar, Harry's group arrived just in time. She unleashed a fiery orb, hurling it at the demon and engulfing it in flames. Harry glared fiercely at the demon that almost attacked her teammate, shouting, Enough, with righteous fury. Seeing Harry, Suho called out with relief, says, the danger's cleared. The group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Harry cheerfully ran over to check on them. Soyan, Suho, you guys okay? Soyan was deeply grateful, replying, you saved us. Before they could celebrate, Suho spotted more demons approaching. He warned sharply, Boyha, Harry, they are coming from behind too. Harry froze, spotting a massive demon closing in. A true lord of darkness. The demon lord radiated dark energy, grimacing as he advanced and snarled, you fools are so reckless. Grinding his teeth, he threatened the group. Step aside. You are blocking my path. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin and Hari tensed, ready to defend. Their only goal was clear. Stop the enemy at all costs, at least until His Majesty and the sage returned. Suddenly, the door behind them burst open wide, and thick vines shot out. The vines grabbed the four of them by surprise, caught off guard. They could not resist as the vines dragged them toward the entrance. Harry struggled fiercely, clutching the floor beneath to avoid being pulled away. Once dragged clear of the door, the group finally snapped back to reality, turning to face the two figures standing before them. Everyone was utterly shocked. The Saintess, and Aniak calmly clasped their hands and bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt thanks for everyone's protection during the holiday. The extraction of the holy water was complete. As she spoke, she bid farewell. pointing to the cup holding the sacred liquid. The team was desperately trying to block the demon's spear from the inside with wooden poles. They urged Aniak, the saintess, "We do not have much time. They could break through the door any second now." Aniak was fully aware of the danger and replied, "Yes, wise one." The group of 4 slowly stepped toward the cup of holy water. Aniak hesitated, gazing at the cup. She explained to the team, "This holy water contains the essence crystallized from the gods themselves." A powerful energy radiated from the cup. Hari silently marveled. "The strength within this, it is more precious than any divine relic I have ever seen." On the other side of the door, the monstrous demon raged, pounding and shouting, "Stupid wooden door, I will smash through you." The door was on the verge of breaking. The wise group anxiously urged, "Hurry up. We do not have much time left." Hari panicked. "No way." She anxiously turned to Aniak. "Saintess, what will happen to you once the Holy Grail is complete?" Hearing Hari's question, Aniak understood her worry. The saintess just smiled gently, calmly. She explained, "The Holy Grail of Moonlight was a calculated plan. But after you all arrived, His Majesty changed his mind and completed it. The completion of this grail means His Majesty has not given up on building a stronger kingdom to fight the demons." The wise one added, "He has never given up." Not once. Hari fell silent, absorbing their words. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort rose inside her. Hari clenched her teeth, holding back, but she swallowed her anger and gently said, "I am elders." Her words stunned them all. Tears streamed down Hari's cheeks. She felt utterly helpless. Yet all she could do was stand there and speak. "It is infuriating. Innocent people are being tortured and killed by demons. And I am powerless to stop it." Sister and Suho looked at her with sorrow. Aniak stood silently, not blaming Hari, just gently exhaling. She stepped forward and took Hari's hand. "Thank you for helping everyone." Hari choked back her emotions. "Saintess," Aniak reassured her, "His Majesty has entrusted the future to all of us here. If my small strength can help build a brighter future for the kingdom, that will be my greatest joy." Then she looked up at Hari. "Honestly, I am a little jealous of what you have accomplished." Hari still felt uneasy and sadly whispered, "Saintess." Finally, they made their decision. Saintess Aniak quickly parted ways and moved toward the cup of holy water. She recited the chant, "Goddess of light and justice, your humble servant. Beg you, grant us your absolute justice. This radiant light. Here, in this place, let all be purified." As the chant ended, a surge of energy erupted throughout the building. From the cup emerged the clear image of a celestial angel. The source of this power revealed, these essences were all meant to be bestowed upon King Lian. Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts through the doors surrounding the room, where the demons are wreaking havoc. The plan was to channel all power into a single demigod. But Lian changed it, meaning a seed for the future, a beacon of hope for everyone. The female angel slowly hands the root staff to Hari, telling him to take it. Aniak speaks to Hari with unwavering trust. "Please, let this flower of hope bloom." Hari still feels unsure. The female angel. Suddenly, a voice booms, "It is." Everyone instantly turns toward the sound. In thin air, a spatial gate opens, and Jack steps out calmly. She tells Hari, "It is time to go back now." And Hari, surprised, calls her name. The mechanical beast announces to all, "The god's temple, most of its supporting structures are destroyed. The collapse has come sooner than expected." Knowing he can't afford to delay, Hari tells himself, "Yeah, I think it is time to return." Hari looks up at the female angel and the sages one last time. She tells them, "I will never forget the sacrifices and contributions of this female angel." Aniak smiles and replies, "Thank you, Hari. May blessings always be with you on your journey ahead." Before stepping into the spatial gate, Hari bids them a final farewell. Then they vanish, and only then does Aniak reveal her exhaustion. She staggers as if about to collapse. The sage supports her. Female angel Aniak. He wipes her brow. "Thank you, Lord Gunna." The whole building starts to crumble, but Gunna stays by her side trying to protect her. Aniak weakly calls out, Lord Gunna." The sage replies, "Speak." Aniak worries. Will His Majesty fight to the very end? Gunna firmly nods. "Absolutely." She presses on. Can he really defeat the demons? Gunna, still shielding her, answers, "If it is him, yes." Hearing the answer she longed for, Aniak peacefully closes her eyes, relieved beyond words. The towering building, moments away from collapse. Aniak weakly calls again, Lord Gunna." He patiently replies, "Speak." On Gullingham's side, things are not as lucky as they thought. The Gullingham group has been defeated. Though defeated, A strange smile lingers on Isabin's lips. The chaotic scene lingers. The battle is drawing to a close. After the relentless raid against the Lord of Wisdom and the Holy Grail's guardian, as the battlefield reaches a tense peak, Akmar's forces pour in from outside the tower. Behind the fateful door, Lin and Luxley quietly stand, waiting for the enemy hordes to pour in. Suddenly, Wander calls out to Lian, "Your Majesty," and Lian turns toward the voice. Wander bluntly asks, "Do you really intend to continue this hopeless fight?" A soldier nearby flinches, loudly reminding, "Lord Wander." Lin brushes it off calmly, reassuring them, "It is behind that setting sun. There are still those who fight, those who have not given up, their flames still burning bright." Refusing to be snuffed out, Wander feels Lian's words lack conviction and shouts, "What does that even mean?" Lian patiently persuades him, "Lord Wander, fight by my side, for our honor, for the Empire, and for the kind souls you have always sworn to protect," he says gently. Locking eyes with him, Lian turns back to the troops ready for battle and continues, "And for all the souls still left in this land, when their last flame dies out, the world will end. Just as the prophecy foretold, it is an inevitable fate. The battle is just a replay of what happened long ago. Yet it is not meaningless for those who journey here from Earth." Lian turns and strides toward the open gate, honoring the brave warriors who fought for this land. Everyone is ready to charge into battle. Lian, fired up, yells orders to the soldiers, "Open the gate." He fiercely glares at the half-open gate, thinking silently to himself, "Still, the destruction was inevitable, as if a seed of hope has just been planted." Walter, though a bit reluctant, stayed to fight alongside him. Before heading into battle, Lin gave one last rallying cry, "The world will never forget us. Hold the line, because in the end, we will be the victors." With that, Lin raised his hand and summoned a gleaming sword. Life is not meaningless. Lian and his comrades stood tall, ready to sacrifice everything to protect this land, for our honor, for victory. Even the horses charged with fierce determination. Filled with pride and love for their country, Lian shouted a battle cry, leading a fierce charge as soldiers surged forward. Caught off guard, the demons flinched in surprise. "Stop them. Don't give them a chance to react." The troops crashed forward, unstoppable. Lian claimed the first kill, igniting the flames of battle. Chaos erupted all around. Neither demons nor humans would back down. Lin roared with fierce determination, "Don't stop now. Keep pushing the assault." From high above, a shadowy figure watched the battle unfold. Karakul was visibly disappointed. This reckless charge was just throwing their lives away. They were already backed into a corner. The battle with the gods was over. Hun unleashed a barrage of magical rings with a sinister grin. Laughing savagely, Hun declared that the era of evil was about to begin. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a horn echoed out of nowhere. Even the demon was startled by the horn's call. The magical rings faltered and vanished. Hun was confused. What was that? The horn's call came from the Dragonian Northern Cavalry. Karina watched the battle unfold. The king had not given up. Her companion, seeming to anticipate this, whispered, "He is the father of the formula." "Right?" Karina smiled and nodded, recalling the spirit she had met. That spirit had warned her carefully she would not regret this. But both the formula and the king meant the battle ahead would be brutal. Karina narrowed her eyes. Determination blazing, she silently vowed to trust those words. What fate awaited this war? With a sharp gesture, Karina ordered her troops, "Kill them all." Fueled by revenge in Lian Hurt's name, the cavalry surged into the fray. The demon's shock turned to rage. "Those filthy scoundrels." Furious, he spat, "You miserable mortals. You are nothing but specks in the universe. Why cling so desperately to such worthless things? In the end, you will all be buried alive. You cannot hope to stand against us. What is the point of this war if you keep clinging, only to die in vain?" He paused, his voice dripping with contempt. "I am sick of this." Dark energy crackled around him as he targeted Karina first. "You are the first to die, girl." But just as he moved to strike, a voice rang out with a flash of light. "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Karakal jolted. Turning toward the voice, the figure was dashing toward the battlefield, wielding a sword. Karakal was stunned. 9 angelic wings. Impossible. How did that person absorb so much divine power? The figure smiled calmly. "Death awaits every demon. It is inevitable." With a swift motion, the figure swung their sword, slicing through on. The strike lit up the sky like a blazing star. Back where Lian fought, the demons visibly hesitated before him. The battlefield was a wasteland. Lian looked spent but gripped his sword, pushing himself up. He thought to himself, looking back, this has been one long, exhausting life. He raised his sword, ready to charge back into the fight. The warrior goddess who guided this knight did so with love, glory, and honor. Could there still be hope if this place was nothing but ruins? He remembered his fallen comrades, Yes, there was hope, Leon. Do not you see? You are living proof of that. Those who fell for honor and loyalty now live on within you. A knight carrying the hopes of everyone stands firm. Life's meaning still shines bright here. So go ahead and act like you mean it. The warrior goddess will stand by your side until the very last second. The demons could not hide their disgust, bursting into laughter right until the bitter end. But honestly, it was nothing more than a pathetic struggle. Yep, a direct hit to the demon who just spoke. Those nearby demons were caught completely off guard. Turns out, that was the rock Leon hurled with magic. He smiled faintly, just a sad display of despair and self-doubt from someone who is about to pay the price. He got hyped, shouting, "Come on, I am right here. You will never beat me. You will remember this shame forever. 200 years of war against these demon tribes, and now I am the one who will carry this burden and lead the battle to glory." The demons trembled before Leon's fierce appearance. A name whispered in fear. Dendian. No matter the odds, a true knight never quits. Leon threw himself into the demon horde, laughing maniacally. "I will kill every last one of you." Sweat, a headless demon. Leon laughed uproariously. "A kill. I will overcome every obstacle." He thought of old comrades, because this righteous war is one he must lead them to win. Meanwhile, Harry and her crew have returned to Earth. No words were needed. Some let out all the emotions they would been holding on to for so long. The holy relic had been delivered, while others clung to memories of sacrifice, honoring them deeply. The king, who had fought for past and present glories, simply smiling softly at all he had endured. After Harry and her team returned, nothing noteworthy happened. Luckily, Harry recovered quickly. The other trainees seemed more mature. Not a drastic change, but something was definitely shifting slowly among them, and the moonlit chalice was brought back from the gate, an extraordinary artifact. "Right?" Leon asked. "I never expected things to progress this far. I just wanted solid proof of the gods from that gate journey." Patrick agreed beside him. "It is an unexpected achievement, Your Majesty." Leon looked proudly at the holy relic. "I never imagined this would lead to the final holy chalice." Leon continued. "It was a plan proposed by Guna and the Dung's devotees. Truly, the wisdom of the devotees always surprises us. When the world suffers irreversible damage and decay, we must be ready to sacrifice everything to save it. First is the temple of the gods. Their presence is not just about belief. It is tied to the survival of the world. If the temple is destroyed, the divine power sustaining it disappears, meaning the underworld opposing Leon's world will vanish too." Leon spoke with great joy. "That is why the gods chose to hide in my soul's sanctuary there. The place where holy power is born. At least they have a chance to survive." Patrick confirmed. And Nancy succeeded. Leon poured out another cup, relieved it had worked. He placed the golden holy cup beside the silver one. Seeing the magical energy radiating from both cups, Leon said seriously, "When the king received the holy relics and the power of the star lantern, he said Ariana gathered all the starlight and would eventually perfect these artifacts. I trusted him completely. That is why the holy relic symbolizes nation building. Its sacred water is essential for the knightly order." Then Leon reached toward the two cups, and suddenly a surge of powerful energy exploded. Patrick's eyes widened, seeing something utterly astonishing. It turned out the two cups were melting and merging. She asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Leon calmly replied, "The final holy relic. The moonlit chalice is a sacred artifact used to forge the unfinished part of the holy relic designed for the needs of the age. It is considered the key to crafting the final holy relic." "What you just said is part of the salvation plan," Leon confirmed. "The purpose of creating the final holy relic is to protect species and knowledge." The subjects were amazed, now even more stunned. She expressed her admiration for him. "It is the power that can rebuild a whole kingdom from the ashes." "Incredible," Leon added, saying it is only possible once the Guna seed matures. Mentioning Guna, he fell silent, a shadow of sadness crossing his face, like he had just pieced something together. Leon told her, a bit embarrassed, "I actually have another mission for you." Hearing this, Beatrix hesitated, then replied shyly, "Sir, you are in a position to command me as you see fit." Leon shook his head. "A king does not boss around another king. Don't he make me out to be some rude brute?" Beatrix grinned mischievously. "Your stubbornness is something I just can't control." "Huh, enough joking," Leon demanded. "First, we need to find two people. I am sure they are still alive." Beatrix had already thought of one name, Lord Vulcanus, Leon added, "and the other is Karina Dragonia." Leon's eyes darkened with sorrow as he said, "I have not met my daughter in the Temple of the Gods yet. Right now, I can't even pretend to be a father. Please, I beg." Beatrix cheerfully agreed. "I will find a way. It will be tough, but just wait." Leon placed his hand over his heart, showing deep gratitude. "Honestly, without you stepping in, I would not know what to do." "Thank you, Beatrix said politely. No need for thanks, it is all thanks to your majesty's good relations with everyone. If you have any wish, I will grant it. Beatrix was caught off guard. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. She shyly lowered her gaze. If you say so, it seemed like an idea had struck her, and Beatrix smiled with satisfaction. She turned to Liam with a grin. I will tell you later. Back on Earth, in his office, a man sat deeply troubled. He tapped irritably on the desk. Those bastards have lost their minds. The gates open and all they do is watch. He announced the news of South Korea's government cooperation. He recalled the former chairman's orders. Just wipe out that temple of the gods. He nodded silently in agreement. Chairman Oh Kang-hik's decision was not entirely wrong. No need to worry about the Big Ten guilds when national security is at stake. The temple's rise is a welcome event for government agencies compared to the decade-long dominance of the Big Ten guilds controlling wealth, power, and meddling in politics. The temple operates under the strict rules of a single leader, meaning they are on Leon's side. They do not have to care about the Big Ten's policies anymore. Thinking of this, a slight smile spread across his face. Blessed crops are becoming a national export, demanded by countries worldwide. In many ways, it is a golden goose generating massive profits. The problem is, growth is exploding. Both military power and religious influence are skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Side effects are starting to show. He recalled the report from today. When an employee raised a hand to speak up, there was a suggestion that the government should become followers of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. What is your take on that? The man wiped sweat from his brow. As public servants, we must remain neutral in matters of faith. Online chatter had already sparked debates on why Dong-jin refuses to believe in the goddess Ariana. I was not paying attention last time Darian's group did something with those artifacts. Less of that nonsense. How can anyone trust a goddess of justice? Blessed Sanjiri rice is a conspiracy. Eating it lets electronic waves invade your brain, causing hallucinations and eventually death. The man cursed bitterly. Damn it. Those bastards went way too far. They did it knowing I am Protestant. As he was still wrestling with these issues, someone knocked on the door. Sir, the man barked loudly. What? The visitor entered holding a stack of documents. The parliament just made an urgent contact. The man looked puzzled. So sudden. About what? The man calmly flipped through the dossier, thinking to himself, probably about aid for refugees linked to some developing countries or something. But as he read the lines on the paper, his calm expression shifted to one of confusion and dread. It turned out the document was from the Korean Oversight Agency, dispatched to investigate the Temple of the Gods for human rights violations. He snarled in anger. Damn it! He scowled and ordered his assistant. Call the temple immediately. Yes, sir. At the mining site, the sound of pickaxes striking stone echoed nonstop. The workers were truly worn out from the grueling labor. One even shouted, Help! I just want to rest. In the middle of the city stood a massive rock, once the site of Hambit, the Temple of the Gods' precious mine. Harry was contacting the other side, annoyed, when the robot responded, What is it? And Gok stopped replying. The government just contacted us. We are pulling out. Harry told him. It is a human rights issue. They say we have done something wrong. Something about an investigation. It is all very confusing. What are they talking about? We have not broken any laws. Meanwhile, the robot was using a wire to stun the worker again. The worker was lying terrified on the ground. But Harry paid no attention as the robot lunged toward her. Jack replied, I will handle this myself. Stand by. Harry agreed. Yeah, but she still wondered. What about the other workers? Jack calmly said, as if it was nothing. Caught them sneaking extra saltwater syrup, trying to force us into slave labor challenges at the site. Signs warned. 15 days of 0 accidents. Caution, falling rocks ahead. The workers passing by looked uneasy, but Jack reassured her. Anyway, we are not doing anything wrong, so do not sweat it. A group of laborers clutched their tools, mining deep inside a dark cave, flickering torchlight casting shadows on the cold stone walls. Among them, Beret gripped his pickaxe tightly, his hollow face and heavy breaths like a man on the verge of collapse. Barry, a serf of the Fathian temple, had endured brutal labor ever since being enslaved. Zed called out, Team 214. Meal time. Barry sighed in relief finally. A break, but Barry he froze when he saw the meal laid out. What the hell is this? He was stunned, thinking, it is just some mushy, bland gruel like a cheap filler. Suddenly a voice cut through, leaving Barry speechless. Eyes wide, face pale, the so-called nutrients mixed with salt and sugar. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, thinking, they want me to eat this crap, and then slave away like it is some glorious past era. A dark shadow crossed Barry's face as memories flooded back when he sacrificed youth and blood to the demons. He could eat as much tough, old meat as he wanted back then. But now, no way. After becoming a serf under Leon's rule, his human rights were stripped away. Zed barked orders. Each of you must dig 20 kilos. Move out. He bowed his head. Shoulders heavy. Shuffling forward. Start, he heard behind him, urging him on. The pickaxe blade glinted as it struck the hard rock. Barre's wary arms swung the heavy tool, each strike draining his strength. Then, in a moment of weakness, the pickaxe slipped from his sweaty grip, clattering far away. He growled in frustration. Damn it! Barre hurried to pick it up, hoarse and bitter. How did I end up like this? Before he could grasp the handle, a sharp blow struck his back, knocking him to the ground, his whole body racked with pain. A cold voice warned. Why did you stop working? Barre, he panicked, sweat pouring off him like a shower, frantically swinging his pickaxe. I will get back to work right now. He gritted his teeth, eyes burning with resentment, thinking, damn it, if I had not been caught back then, I would not be humiliated like this. Suddenly, Barre stiffened as a long crack appeared across the giant rock's surface. His face turned pale. Hands trembling, heart pounding wildly. What the hell is going on? The ground shook violently, rocks crashing down onto Barre. Zed immediately heard the unusual signal and rushed to the supervisor's exit. Day 20. No accidents, Kiro. Outside, chaos erupted. People panicked. Screams echoed. Help! The place is collapsing. At the rare metal mine, another day without accidents had passed. Suho furrowed his brow. Steely, this was bound to happen. Nearby, Harry leaned on a cane. Voice heavy. Here we go again. Human Rights Committee showing up. A calm voice rang out. That saltwater syrup definitely has issues. Did you see the faces of the first knights? Looked totally out of it after drinking that stuff. So nodded slowly, replying, they are treated like interns. Salary cut, but still pushed to meet the guild's voluntary contribution quotas. His eyes sharpened. But that's saltwater syrup. You just have to tough it out during training, and those voluntary investment clauses are not that bad when you consider the benefits. Right? Soyun quickly jumped in. Voice firm. Exactly. Just the supplies we get already add up to tens of billions. He spoke seriously, every word deliberate. The problem is the serfs are being pushed way too hard. Suho agreed. Yeah, that is true. She calmly added, but they worship demons, so there is no need to treat them like humans. Don't you think so too? Senior Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment. I thought so too. But she forced a smile, her tone dripping with irony. Maybe the Human Rights Committee does not see it that way. In that heavy silence, the image of beaten serfs, worn out from backbreaking labor and collapsing, flashed through everyone's minds. The committee then, if we really think about how those serfs were treated while toiling and dying, maybe the best way to prove your worth is by dying. She chuckled devilishly, sounding dangerous, like we might actually be stepping into a truly perilous era. Cut to Incheon International Airport. The door swung open. A group marched in with steady, confident strides, led by radiated a dignified aura representing the Human Rights Committee for the survivors of Un. She had arrived. They shook hands under a barrage of camera flashes. A calm, polite voice spoke up. I am Ganghyu, president of the Korean Hunters Association. Louis returned a polite smile. Aya, an officer from the Human Rights Committee representing the survivors. She lifted her chin. Voice respectful. It is an honor to meet the Korean legend. He laughed heartily. That was all in the past. Behind that gentle smile and humble demeanor, Louis grew suspicious, so it was true. The Korean Association and government shared a cozy, cooperative bond with the Pantheon Council. Thank you for coming all this way. Should I expect pressure facing them here? She bit her lip, adjusting her gleaming glasses unconsciously. No worries. I have protected countless survivors from various nations before. Louis took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. Pressure from groups like this? No big deal. Just then, a clear female voice shattered the tension. Hello? Officer Louis, she asked calmly. Eyes sharp as a hawk. Who is that? Ganghyu smiled and casually introduced. This is Han Harry, your guide today. Louis nodded slightly, tone mixing sarcasm and pride. Got it, she responded with bright, friendly eyes full of enthusiasm. Should we head to the Crustacea Autonomous Zone in Mokpo? Right now, 18,744 crustaceans live there. She looked mildly surprised, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Sounds good. I will be counting on you today. Han Harry. Harry smiled easily. Leave it to me. In that brief moment, a flicker of caution flashed in Louis' eyes as thoughts raced through her mind. They are from another world. Living and working here, I will make sure their basic rights are protected. Cut to inside it. From Incheon Airport to Mokpo. The scene was peaceful at the Crustacea Autonomous Zone in Mokpo, She and the group stepped out, the salty sea breeze brushing past. Louis' eyes drifted to the beach where people gathered. Thoughtful, they have settled in well with the locals here. They played, kicking up sand, laughter blending with the crashing waves. People and animals here lived harmoniously, close-knit with no hint of stranger danger. Slowly scanning around, her gaze settled on a couple laughing and posing for photos. Could that be some kind of traditional culture? She brushed her sleek glasses up her nose and asked, I heard crustaceans live by the sea. No conflicts with the fishermen. Harry answered casually. No issues at all, she reported slowly. Fishing has declined in Mokpo, turning it into a consumer city with shipbuilding and heavy industry. There are still some small fishing boats around, but they are really working alongside the crustaceans. She listened, eyes fixed on the tablet screen, brow raised, but there is still a chance there are not enough jobs. Right? Please understand. This info is crucial for protecting the survivors' rights. They also help clean up the ocean floor, which is totally fine. Many of them take part in government-led ocean pollution cleanup projects. Their skills underwater are exceptional. Louise exhaled, relieved. Next up, suddenly, the sea surface ahead churned violently, shooting a towering column of foamy water. Louise frowned, irritated. Hey Han, what was that explosion just now? Harry replied calmly. That is probably the Krasichin Demolition Squad training. She grinned. Demolition Squad. Krasichin warriors often appear underwater. Over 300 Krasichin fighters need aquatic training, so they are just practicing now. She watches calmly. I get it now. This will seriously help in pushing back against the gates. Harry hesitates. Cut to the scene. The car speeds down the road. Inside the car, she flips through each page intently. Her voice steady, but her eyes gleam with satisfaction. They are adapting here really well. Louis smiles. Yeah? Calling their operation a model case for others to follow is not an exaggeration. He whispers softly. They know their own racial strengths and traits, so there is no conflict with the locals. Even inside the city, Krasicians are still highly respected. Hearing this, she sighs quietly, her gaze drifting over the rushing scenery outside the window. This is definitely a sensible and humane operation. Louis frowns thoughtfully. This feels kinda off, does not it? The guild here is spreading positive influence among different races like that. The scouts reported this guild and King Leon are brutally abusing prisoners. Her slender hand gently rests on her chin. Maybe it is just a misunderstanding, especially after what I have seen lately. Inside the car, Mappo approaches Neju. Harry's eyes sparkle brightly. Excitement barely contained. We have arrived. This is the Pantheon's sacred ground. Before them, the dim cityscape emerges. This is the holy land of Neju. Louis steps off the car leisurely, curiosity lighting her eyes. So this is the famous place. But then she freezes. A piercing shout echoes welcome. 2 rows of people instantly line up in formation, rolling out a bright red carpet. Welcome to Neju. He bursts out excitedly. We are running smoothly and everyone's satisfied. No abuse or forced labor here at all. Another chimes in right after. Exactly. We all work voluntarily and feel genuinely happy. Louis covers her mouth. Stunned, this happiness is way too perfect. She has seen that twisted smile on too many faces before, but her eyes quickly harden with suspicion. This can be right. That smile always shows up in war zones where human rights are crushed. In her memories, Louise was a passionate, driven human rights officer, someone who fought tirelessly for those rights with all her heart. He takes off his glasses and exhales deeply. Her efforts made the world better, and seeing the smiles of those in pain was her greatest reward. She smiles, satisfied. But her instincts sharpen. Suddenly something's off here. Snapping back to reality, Louis stiffens, suddenly alert. What is up with that forced tone and fake smile? She firmly grabs his shoulder, eyes piercing. Sorry to ask, but is anyone here being oppressed? I am asking because I want to help, so please be honest. He furrows his brow. His expression flickers. Tears stream from the corners of his eyes, but his mouth struggles to form the opposite words. No one's oppressing me. I am here voluntarily today. Working here is comfortable. I am really happy. Louis' suspicion deepens. There is no way anyone could deny it this hard under normal circumstances. Of course, Louis does not yet know. The moment they made their pact with the sun god and passed judgment, they lost their freedom. The armor clattering with a sharp sound, snapping back. She is briefly surprised, mutters softly. Lord Jack Spinner is calling us for lunch now. Please clear the way. Louis forces a smile, keeping her composure. So, joining everyone here for a meal sounds good. He answers immediately. No problem. I will lead the way. She speaks gently. Then it is all up to you. Snapping back, she watches the group preparing to board the vehicle. Among them, 2 guys reek of sweat, faces twisted in grimaces. Their forced smiles almost terrifying as they laugh. The car rolls along the wide road. Upon arrival, Louise is taken aback. This hall is huge. Harry's eyes sparkle. This is it. She adjusts her glasses. Voice confident yet soft today. We have soybean soup and pancakes before them. The food is neatly arranged and abundant. Each dish placed like a familiar ritual bean soup. Kimchi on the side. A bit disappointing there is no meat, but considering the local cuisine, it is not surprising. She turns, shyly asking, "How do you eat this?" Louise acts like she is clueless. Her voice slow as she places rice on the lettuce. When the rich flavor of the bean soup blends with the spicy tang of the kimchi on her tongue, she is briefly surprised they eat raw garlic like this. Louise feels her body changing. Her fatigue vanishes. And she actually feels better than ever before. She is stunned as she grabs another bite, chewing thoughtfully while glancing over at Harry. "Miss Han, do not tell me." She smiles proudly. These are crops blessed and grown in a dew. Still eating. Louis' mind drifts to a hopeful thought. Just by eating these, could not they cure illnesses? Miracle crops. You actually feed your staff this precious stuff. She looks up, stunned, then freezes for a moment. Louis quietly probes, voice full of concern. "You guys do not eat it. It is delicious and super nutritious." One employee's eyes dart away, mumbling, "I am not really into fermented stuff." The person beside him waves it off awkwardly, forcing a smile. "It is just not my taste." She pauses, suspicion flickering in her eyes. A few employees refused, claiming it was not their flavor. The meal wraps up without a hitch. Glass is emptied. Louis beams with joy. "What an amazing experience. Thanks for the incredible meal." Harry exhales in relief, grinning ear to ear. That was a close one. She tilts her head excitedly. Jade stops. "If you do not mind, can we talk for a bit? His Majesty is waiting for you." Hearing this, she shows no hint of doubt, nodding happily. Of course. Inside the room, everyone is gathered around him, completely satisfied with the meal. Louis had not even noticed. The straightforward truth is poison to villains. Complaints and worried murmurs break out nonstop. "Oh no? Chun-Six frozen stiff again. Passed out once more. Huh." The grimy street lies shrouded in thick gray fog. Dim yellow street lamps casting dull pools of light onto grimy puddles. Dennis kneels before Ronan, voice dripping with reverence. "Almighty One." Ronan rises, stern and commanding, as if issuing orders to the divine team investigating human rights in Pantheon. He nods, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Good. Human faith is weak as ever." Dennis loosens his tie slightly, a sly grin curling at his lips. "Exactly. Who would have thought expanding the 7-aughts would actually go smoothly?" Obstacle to the investigation team is none other than Dennis himself, an undercover spy from the land of Ol. Every move on this chessboard is calculated meticulously. The demons have fully deployed their forces worldwide, not just in civilian areas but deep within governments, and even the World Alliance Association. In the shadows, the demons' eyes burn with ambition. Their goal? To destroy Earth, starting by expanding the 7-aughts. The city is engulfed in smoke, fire, and death. Cries of despair echo everywhere. If aughts make up over half the population, the world will no longer function normally. War after breakfast, war after lunch, and then straight to bed. And clasp his hands tightly, pleading earnestly. "But, Your Majesty." Ronan cuts him off coldly. "Speak." Dennis raises an eyebrow, conflicted yet respectful. "I do not doubt your plan, sir. Even if the investigation uncovers the truth about the Pantheon, I believe the South Korean government will cover it up." The magical orb in his hand glows fiercely as his voice echoes like it is coming from the abyss. The ties between Pantheon and the government are that tight. Pantheon itself was founded entirely with support from the Korean Hunter Association. Dennis sneers cruelly, a twisted smile carved deep into his face. "But that is not the real issue." Hen's voice turns venomous. "As long as we keep public attention focused on them and cast doubt on their human rights, that is enough." Dennis hesitates. "I do not think that will work," and snaps furiously, the sudden outburst reddening his nose. "I am only doing this for the sake of our customs." "Damn it," and struggles in anger. "Lives are at stake, so tread carefully." Dennis looks confused, cold sweat running down his cheek. "What do you mean by that, sir?" Ronan, silent until now, suddenly speaks in a low, hoarse voice. "Look at the screen." Hen's eyes widen as he stammers. "This is footage from a damp, dark tunnel. People are desperately digging. This is a rare metal mine, right? What is down there?" Ronan cuts him off sharply. "Just watch." Beforehand, a massive rock face suddenly groans. The whole space shakes violently. Workers scream in terror, scrambling for escape routes. Shouts and the sound of collapsing stone mingle. "Hey, are you okay?" "My leg." Amid the chaos, a massive figure appears, wielding a heavy rope. It stalks forward like a beast hunting prey, then lashes the rope down hard onto the people below. The sound of flesh being torn. Agonized screams echoing, "I am sorry. I was wrong." Dennis Jun, eyes blazing red with rage, snarls that these bastards deserve to be punished. Squinting, the shout is too loud. Wait, there is more. He freezes. Breath heavy, a wave of indescribable fear rising inside him. Here it comes. His voice turns heavy. He has been exposed to holy power, the very opposite of us. Even if they fall, they force him to keep working. Suddenly, a chilling, dry voice crackles through the screen. Wake up. Dennis Jun, you deserve this. His eyes burn with fury as he screams out, venom dripping from his words. He growls. This scene hurts the most. Hearing that, the layman continues. Is there more? Leah's scream echoes through the screen. Prepare the execution device. Visam. Dennis goes pale. Face drained execution device. What the hell is that? Dennis Jun is speechless. On the screen appears a man tightly bound, bruised all over, strapped before a massive, cold device. How could humans do this? A desperate, vengeful scream rings out. Remember me. Their eyes filled with bitterness. We will remember you. The voice deepens. See this. This is the future if that bastard Leon rules the earth. He see this. They will all be driven mad and discarded by that psycho. Dennis roars, eyes blazing with hatred. Those sick bastards. I will never forgive them. They deserve punishment. Savages. He glares fiercely. A flicker of doubt crosses Dennis' eyes, but Ronan calmly says, Don't worry. If we push too hard, he will catch on. A glow sparks from Ronan's fingertip. This artifact I am giving you will shield your mind from investigation. Dennis' eyes widen. Then he exhales sharply. Really? Thank goodness. Dennis slams his hand down, eyes shining with fierce faith. I will do it. I will punish that evil bastard. Ronan smiles darkly. Exactly. Perfect. Scene shifts. He is tied to a tall wooden stake. Body bruised. Face drained of all color. Below, the crowd curses. Kill them. We have to kill these bastards. How did it come to this? Thousands of eyes pierce like knives, burning with rage and bitterness. Like I said, they are all demons. We must kill them. Burn them all. Nearby, Lewis stands frozen, his gaze hollow and hopeless. Jeff and two soldiers close in, ready to enforce the order. Sternly announces, the trial begins now. In 21st century Korea, execution by burning at the stake was abolished. Choi strolls calmly along a dirt path, a local farmer from Naju, General Choi of life and prosperity. Part of the temple guild. The old man smiles kindly. The wind feels so nice today. He has been a believer since Leon first arrived here. Choi stands quietly, eyes clear, reminiscing the years spent silently watching this land withered, barren from magical pollution. They lost the land they were born and raised on. Dozens more sank into debt buying expensive cleansing potions. The farmers' only hope was to get their hands on powerful purifiers to wash away this poisoned soil. Then it happened, salvation. Leon stood in the fields once dead for seasons, now glowing golden with ripe crops. The villagers stood stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He purified land that even the tower's mages had given up on, bringing the goddess of life and abundance to this soil. At the dinner table, the old man lifted his rice bowl. The aroma filling the air, the joy of tasting blessed harvests for the first time was indescribable. Every ailment the elders suffered vanished in an instant. Laughter echoed throughout the room. They felt younger, stronger, wielding power they never had even in youth. So it was natural for the elders to gravitate toward the temple guild. Jeff stepped forward, waving his hand in greeting. Hey there. Jeff looked up, smiled, and approached. B. What are you working on? He replied plainly. Just tweaking the upgraded tractor Jack made. Jeff's eyes lit up with excitement. Jack called it something like holoragen or hologram or something. He walked me through everything from start to finish. The old man burst out laughing, shaking his head, sighing. Man, so much has happened lately. He spoke with a hint in his voice. Anyway, Koi, you really shine, reflecting the gleam from that freshly polished sickle and scythe. He chuckled brightly. Don't you have your own garden? Seems like everyone's got one these days. I have already got a sickle and a Western-style scythe ready for you. Interested. Choi fell silent for a moment, fingers gently stroking his chin. Eyes deep in thought. Those small gardens have become the latest craze among the elders in the Naiju Plains. According to church law, large-scale crops are taxed under Clause 19, but small gardens under 12 pyong are tax-exempt. Inside the room, Lin sat at his desk, voice low and steady, as if to emphasize. After all, a personal garden is just a hobby. Who would tax a hobby? These private gardens are not considered extensions of farmland, but purely personal pastimes. His eyes darkened briefly, reflecting a thoughtful gloom. Turns out the temple's canon law is not as strict as people assume. It is full of loopholes ripe for exploitation by those with bad intentions. Choi smiled gently, eyes sparkling with optimism. Those with dark hearts will surely face divine punishment. Count me in for that cause. I want to plant some tomatoes for my newborn. Hearing this, he nodded. Who would not think that way? At our age, that is just how we all are. Footsteps echoed from the path behind. Dennis' voice came close, polished and polite. Hello, sir? Choi was briefly surprised, narrowing his eyes. Wondering, who is this guy? And bowed slightly, introducing himself formally. Highness, an inspector from the United Nations. Choi's surprise deepened. You are from the inspection team that just arrived here. Right? Choi smiled, then proudly interrupted. Our village's reputation has really blown up lately. Dennis smiled back awkwardly, barely hiding his discomfort. I just have a few quick questions. Suddenly, Hent's gaze darkened, a deadly glint lurking behind his deep black eyes. Those who work here. The room fell silent, the tension thick enough to choke. Many looked like foreigners. Are they all foreign workers? A Choi paused, clearly uneasy. After a moment, he sighed, then answered firmly. Our subordinates gifted them to us to help us old folks ease our workload. Dennis looked confused. Gifted? Hen smirked, quietly pleased. Exactly. Dennis forced a strained smile, voice cautious and measured. How are they paid? Can I ask about their working conditions? His eyes darkened with suspicion. What did you say? He gripped the sickle tightly, fingers trembling with anger. Snarling. Listen to the disrespect from this guy. Wise Hen poking his nose into matters between us and our subordinates. The old man growled, eyes rolling back, veins bulging on his temple. Is Hen accusing us of exploiting our shiki workers, or what? And look down on us just because we are country bumpkins. Hen panicked, stammering. That is not what I meant, sir. This crazy old man. How did he get a holy sun weapon in his hands like that? Choi quickly stepped forward, voice calm but firm. Enough, Koi. You will embarrass His Majesty if you do not control your temper. He turned darkly, offering a sly smile. We will talk later. Ungai, I will take the kids on a quick tour of the village, he said hoarsely, face pale, legs shaking. All right, fine. Not daring to linger, he immediately turned and fled, his figure fading down the stone path. Choi's eyes darkened, voice dropping heavy with weight. Back looked uneasy but still nodded quietly. Yes, he spoke gravely. Tell the kids to pack up. We are settling this with a final showdown. And then, his furious roar crashed like a wild storm. Kill them. I said burn those bastards alive. The enraged farmers of the Nadu Plains descended fiercely on the entire uninspection team. Louis struggled to break free, pleading. Everyone, please calm down. We are not villains. She rolled her eyes in frustration. Don't lie to us like that. Her face drained of color. Shocked. What the hell is going on? Why are we being called demons? Jip stepped forward. What is happening here? The villagers instinctively turned, bowing respectfully. Lord Jip, the night has arrived. The middle-aged man spoke with bitter frustration. These guys keep poking around, trying to see if His Majesty is mistreating the people. Those brats are twisting everything into some nonsense smear campaign. We are fed up with the lies. Louis screamed hoarsely, desperate and accusing. I told you. Only those vile demons would do such things. What? Her eyes locked onto him, trembling but burning with rage. Lord Jip Spinner, are you just going to stand there and watch this injustice unfold? Gi Rix. Jip bowed his head, cold eyes fixed on the inspectors nailed to the wooden stakes. Then let the purge begin. This is pure madness. Seriously insane. In 21st century Korea, a witch hunt has officially started. Louis' face twisted in panic and disbelief. He spoke in a low, icy voice. Witness? Bitch Trun. Step forward. But All Ing strode up and stood tall before the worn-out speaker in the square. The first witness. Old Bix, his eyes burned with bitter accusation, locked on Dennis the blue-eyed bastard who suddenly appeared and threw out these claims. Look here. His voice thundered. His Majesty may be oppressing innocent people. Dennis went pale, stammering. I never said it was that black and white. Old Shopback. Do you even know who His Majesty is? Pointing firmly, his eyes full of reverence. He saved our village when it was about to collapse. And you accuse him of human rights violations. He shouted. Does that sound reasonable to anyone? Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted. Dennis was left speechless, his head spun. What the hell? There is no logic here. No matter what, those guys are the bad ones. Jack's calm but merciless voice cut through. All right. Next witness. Choi Dyerso. Step up. Passing B. Choi raised his hand. and the two slapped each other's palms in perfect sync, as if this had all been rehearsed. He stepped into the center, voice booming with the weight of ancient truth. I am Choideers, servant of Mother Earth Demella, goddess of life and rivers. Witness number 2. Old Choi. Choi's eyes gleamed with deadly intent as he pointed at Dennis. His heavy breath cut out each word like a death sentence. They are demons. My instincts tell me so. The villagers immediately erupted. What? That is nonsense. Are you crazy? You just insulted old man Choi. I said we gotta kill him, but the outcry was drowned out by a commanding voice. Order. Keep calm. The old man's voice deepened. I have another reason to suspect them. Someone asked. What reason? And jerked back. Heart pounding, eyes welling with tears. Choi raised an eyebrow. Accusing. Their eyes, those lifeless eyes, are just like the demons. Dennis snapped back, voice cracking with fury. What? You are wrong. My eyes have always been like this. Yeah, maybe, but this is ridiculous. Louis' face paled. Still, my gut says they are demons for sure. He sealed it with Choi's testimony. These guys feel like demons. And now, an additional witness. A man screamed in rage. My dog stopped eating ever since those demons showed up. A woman clutched a small animal, eyes red and wild, face twisted in madness. Look at my puppy barking like crazy too. I see. They are the bad ones. Choi nodded sharply, voice resolute like a final verdict. Of course. Animals can sense evil. They know those guys are demons. Dennis was stunned, voice trembling. Wait, what does dogs not eating have to do with anything? The crowd jeered. Get lost. Demon scum, this is madness. Enough already, Jack spoke up. Prosecutor's tone sharp. Anyone want to object? She choked back tears. This is so unfair. We are definitely not demons. He nodded slowly, conceding. Logically. Yeah, it is unfair. Louis' eyes flickered with a sudden spark of hope. So then, but Jack cut in immediately. Burn them alive. At that moment, the entire square fell deathly silent. She just stood frozen, pale as a ghost, unable to believe what she was hearing. If they burned, they were demons. If not, they were human. Darkness engulfed the army, with only the flickering flames casting eerie shadows, making the scene all the more suffocating. Jack's cold voice cut through the silence, his words echoing like a battle cry. Bring the fire here. Louis screamed in madness, his body writhing in despair tied to the wooden stake. Wait. Something's off here, he declared sternly. She wanted to argue back strong, defiant, unyielding. Of course I have my reasons. What kind of twisted law is this? Louis' voice thundered with rage, making the crowd sigh quietly. Burning people, just because you think they are demon worshippers. Even the blackened flames hesitate. Yeah, it is downright crazy, he solemnly proclaimed. That is the law. That is just how it is. Lowering his voice to a grave tone filled with authority, he invoked the power of Tata, the sun god and judge. The knights, hardened by countless witch trials, established the demon-purging law and its brutal enforcement. Hearing this, her face twisted in horror, eyes wide with terror. The demon-purging law. Louise gritted her teeth, choking with fury. And this is the right way you choose, he spoke calmly. Anyone suspected of demon worship, if accused and found guilty, will be burned. No exceptions. She struggled desperately, her eyes blazing red with fury. She shouted, what kind of logic is that? That is savage madness, not human behavior. Jeff remained cold, his dry, firm voice unwavering. I am following protocol to the letter. This is necessary to cleanse the infected. All demon worshippers must be revealed by fire. This is backed by research data. He bellowed, his voice cracked with rage, eyes burning fiercely. You really think that is right? Who would survive being burned alive? Dennis Vang's angry voice rang out. What if someone's a devout member of the church? Have you even thought about that? He screamed hoarsely, full of fury and despair. I am a follower of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. How is it fair to burn me alive? The crowd below erupted into chaos, strange shouts echoing across the square. Now they are lying because they are backed into a corner. Yeah, right. I am a true believer. His cold gaze swept over them, voice low but sharp with authority. Silence, Jeff declared firmly. This is not your call to make. Suddenly, someone clutched their head and shouted out, poor Spinner. He is faking it. About to die. So obviously he is lying. Jeff paused briefly, then ordered calmly. Enough. The law is the law. Now. Burn them. Louis exploded with rage, screaming accusations. Then what the hell is the point of changing anything? Jeff shot back bluntly. What else do you want? Desperate. She struggled, tears welling up, shouting amidst the fanatic crowd. No matter how much I protest, you still burn us before judgment. Jeff replied coldly. There is a difference. Louis' face immediately turned pale. If their faith is weak and they worship demons, they will burn unless they repent. According to the gods, those who truly believe won't burn. This is backed by data from other believers. He declared solemnly. I? Just burn them and get it over with. Dennis gasped in shock, shouting, Stop! The crowd surged, some clutching torches, others shouting wildly. Obeying the orders of the holy knights, flames burst to life, licking the wooden stakes with crackling roars. Desperate screams tore through the air. These demon worshippers are crazy. Extinguish the fire now. Heart-wrenching cries faded into the blazing inferno. Help! Someone save me. Nearby, she stood frozen, eyes wide, body trembling. We have killed a demon worshipper. 1,000 years for Leon hurt. Glory to the temple. Jeff immediately gave the next command. Louis' throat tightened. He could only let out a pitiful scream as the torches advanced toward him. Her gaze dropped to the crowd below, faces twisted in smug, cruel satisfaction. The Unhuman Rights Organization won't let this slide. They will come after you. Shameless bastards. You will pay for this madness. Louis yelled, eyes burning with righteous fury. That damn King Leon, leader of these cultists, will never get away with this. The world needs to see his true face, the racist bastard. The sooner, the better. The blaze roared high, red flames reflecting off her tear-streaked face. You all are nothing but cowards. A bunch of traitors. You all deserve to burn. Louis stood firm, calm amid the inferno. Breathing steady, lips barely parting, so warm, so composed. Jeff declared. Louis is cleared of all charges of being a demon sympathizer. Next defendant. Please. Suddenly, a scream of agony pierced the air. It is too hot. Fingers pointed wildly as the crowd erupted into chaos. She is a demon. For real. Louis felt dizzy, her mind spinning. What the hell is going on? Horrified, Louis watched on officers get engulfed one by one in the sacred flames of the gods. Some men, cloaked in red flames, stood tall, unscathed, not a single burn. Yet others truly perished in the blaze, even wrapped in fire. Goddess Ariana. Thank you. I am so grateful. Moments later, the moon climbed high. She stepped forward, face twisted with suspicion and anger. Voice sharp. Spinner, what is going on? Some are burning. Some are not. What the hell? He sneered, replying clearly. 400 defendants died. Just like I said. Louis steadied herself. As predicted, a flash of light burst forth. A solemn meeting unfolded, where sacred powers granted by the gods turned deadly poison for those with dark intentions. Jack explained gravely. They can withstand Pito's flames. She gasped, heart pounding. Pito's, the god of war and fire? Louis questioned. So that means we are all cleared of charges. She could not believe it. Silence answered her. Moments later, Jack spread his wings, soaring into the night sky. The trial's over. She screamed in despair. Wait, just a second. Is it really over? That marked the end of the day's trial. Leon crossed his arms, face stern, his deep voice weighed heavy. I heard you went through a brutal trial by fire last night. Louis replied calmly. Not all. Leon's eyes narrowed, sharp and penetrating. Then I guess you had a thorough tour of the Queen's item workshop and learned how to deal with demons. He stated plainly, each word heavy. Yes, I clearly saw only demon sympathizers burn under the gods' flames. After the chaos passed, Louis was guided by Xappy on a tour of Patrick's workshop and stables, walking with trembling legs. Her eyes darkened as the truth hit her there. The previous day's execution replayed before her eyes. The screams of the souls, once thought illusions, eerily matched what she had heard. Even for Louis, a champion of human rights, she was not idealistic enough to support demon sympathizers' rights. Louis said gravely, eyes worried. But, Your Majesty, when I return, how should I report on these demons? Leon shrugged. I already know how they will react. His eyes sharp. Some fools will twist human rights to defend demons, claiming even demons deserve salvation. Louis took a deep breath, fighting to stay calm. In our world, that is a core value that is hard to change. Leon stated solemnly, his eyes darkened, a sharp glint flashing. Keep an eye on anyone who says otherwise at the meeting. In any world, humans instinctively hate evil. Those who tolerate evil are evil themselves. Leon tapped a golden cup on the table. Here, take this. She jumped Bowing quickly. Your Majesty, as an officer, I cannot accept bribes. He smirked. You are just a low-level official. Yet you dare refuse the king's gift. Lian's tone was generous but laced with authority. Take it. It will serve you well for a while. Hesitant at first, Louis accepted with both hands. Thank you. Your Majesty. He stared sharply. Words cutting. Louis Porter, I hear you are a clever woman. Her eyes darkened. Then I will make sure to use it wisely. Tears welled up as Jeff appeared. Lord Spinner. At that very moment, Leon caught sight of Jeff appearing. She wanted to head back to the headquarters. Sir, could you escort her out the gate? He immediately nodded confidently. No problem at all. 4 members of the Unhuman Rights Inspection Team were killed during their visit to the temple. Right then, a fist slammed hard onto the conference table. These bastards. This incident alone could shake the entire South Korean government and even the headquarters. Harrison pressed fiercely. Are you saying they actually burned people alive? Even our own colleagues died there. Louis, sitting across, hesitated briefly. Troubled by the issue, her gaze was resolute. Maybe some of our own are sympathizers with the cult. He immediately snapped back. What are you talking about, Officer Louis? Do not spread baseless rumors like that. Every nation declared a state of emergency and began condemning the temple's brutal actions. The tension in the room was thick. Utterly unbelievable. We have to rescue them immediately. Eventually, Louis was summoned to the highest authority, and under intense scrutiny, she was forced to testify in detail about what happened at the temple. Louis remained calm despite the barrage of accusations around her. We need to send an official notice to the temple and immediately issue a formal declaration to punish them. She trembled with rage. Her teeth clenched tight. Louis' eyes flashed with deadly intent. Suddenly, she stood up straight, enunciating every word with force. Officer Harrison, what is going on? Why are you acting so damn stubborn? You are making it worse with that attitude. Why do you ask? Officer Louis, his face twisted with shock. Suddenly she stomped hard on the conference table, leaned forward, arms raised high. Radiating a divine aura, a blinding unnatural light exploded. Chaos erupted instantly in the room, delegates shielding their eyes from the dazzling flash. Officer Louis, what the hell are you doing? His eyes were wide with horror as someone screamed in panic. A demon? Officer Harrison is a demon, he roared. You crazy bastard. You got some deal from Leon, did not you? Louis froze. Legs trembling, he really was a demon. Harrison loosened his collar, his face contorted with rage as he screamed wildly. If it has come to this, a swarm of shadowy figures emerged, demonic creatures with blazing red eyes. Kill them all. A piercing sound rang out confirming the demon's presence. She staggered, falling backward, but did not hit the cold floor, instead, caught in a warm, steady embrace. And Tochu raised his hand to prepare for battle, a deadly red glow igniting in his palm. The sight before Louis left her wide-eyed and stunned. He then clenched his fist, spent bullet casings falling as she looked embarrassed, and Toch calmly shifted into protective mode. Amid the tense atmosphere, as the dust cleared, a towering zombie appeared, and in front of it, a robotic zombie emerged, terrifying it utterly. No way. Why is that thing here? The robot ignored the zombie's fear, suddenly emitting a sound. The world has reached the brink of annihilation. Red lights glowed across the robot's face as its system activated battle protocols, downloading updates from the cloud. A humanoid figure materialized, astonishing the girl present. It was Antoch, her guardian. The zombie snarled. Wait, you want to fight alone? Right? Do you even know how many comrades I have here with me? The robot remained unmoved by the zombie's words, like a programmed machine, completely indifferent. Behind the robot, a squad of massive battle machines appeared. Targets. Those demon forces must be eradicated. The scene shifted to someone puffing their cheeks, sipping through a straw. Soho was scrolling on his phone when he started chatting with Jae-hyuk. Sir Jack, he set his cup down, turning to ask, where exactly? Image on Soho's phone revealed countless demons. Detected. The international community was shocked. The footage switched back to the demons. Both were stunned. Soho's eyes went wide in disbelief. They said there were over 300 demon beings, a total of 337 demons there. And Jae-hyuk, sitting beside him, casually asked, when did he get there? Suho anxiously said, this is bad. What if the demons have already infiltrated everywhere? But oddly enough, he did not seem as worried as he sounded. Jae just flopped back on the couch, arms crossed, and said, whatever. I am taking a break right now. There is a reason why Soho and Jae-hyuk are slacking off like this. The International Chupseokai Festival is coming up, and Jae-hyuk declared it a day off for the entire temple. It is also known as the Festival of the Gods. After enduring the harsh grind at the gates, Suho and Jae-hyuk finally get to enjoy a well-deserved day of rest. Jae-hyuk cheerfully said, "Tonight, I'm having pizza. And tomorrow, it is going to be a chicken hot pot feast, not stopping there." He added with a grin. "And for lunch? Yep. Pizza again." Suho, munching on a burger, asked, "Don't you ever get tired of that?" Suddenly, loud shouts echoed from the courtyard, making both of them turn around. Curious, in the distance, a group was running in formation, some wearing nothing but sports shorts. As they got closer, Suho and Jae-hyuk saw the group included both adults and young, strong men, all gasping for breath, sweat streaming down their skin. Then a silver-haired man spoke up, "Hey, you two young bucks. Training for something." On the other side, Jae-hyuk raised both hands and waved, "Uncle Kim Doon." "Hey there." Both stood and stepped toward Do-won, asking, "Are you out for a jog?" "Uncle, training with me," he replied. Hearing that, Jae shyly said, "But I am still not an official knight yet." DC explained, "I am just an intern, so do not treat me like a full knight." That caught Jae-hyuk and Suho off guard. "Uthi, that is true. But because Harry, Soyeon, Jae-hyuk, and So all hold special statuses, even inside the temple." John Soyeon served as the knight's commander. Hari ranked 4th in the whole temple, and was an S-class hunter. Turns out she is nobility. Jae-hyuk and Suho were the same. After acquiring their relics, they developed rapidly. Both had fully become S-class hunters. While DC had not even progressed beyond a basic warrior. He shyly rubbed his head, thinking, "Uthi, they did not start at the same place I did. Anyway, then DC said, "All right, we better get going." Suddenly, Jae-hyuk shouted, "Wait up!" Without waiting, the group sprinted off, their voices fading into the air. "All right, let us." 1. 2. Suho could not believe he was such a hard worker. But things just never seemed to go his way. Next to him, Jae-hyuk replied seriously, "Uthi, that is unavoidable. He is barely above S-class." Then he asked, "When do you think we will be able to level up Sir Jelbrick's dad?" Suho recalled what he knew to answer. "Even the relics we inherited have not fully accepted us as their masters." But Sir Jelbrick's dad instantly became a Holy Grail knight the moment he lifted it. Jae-hyuk frowned. "Man, I do not even know how many skills you would need to pull that off." The two lay back down, soaking up the sun. Holy Grail knights, at least 4 in the temple, truly understand what that title means. "Wake up, man. They are the Lord's knights who survived the final war. Like the Queen Mage who stood atop her world. Or those strange machines completing thousands of missions, only they earn that legendary title," Jae-hyuk said flatly. "Honestly, who on earth holds that much honor and glory?" Suho guessed. "Maybe Harry. I have never seen her cry like that before." Hearing this, Jae froze and asked, "Hey, what is the king up to anyway?" "Looks like he has been busy with the queen these past few days." Absent from his desk, Suho did not look up but answered, "She said he is handling the pressure pretty well." Jae could not hide his shock and sat bolt upright. "No way. He actually looks pretty sharp." "Oh man. Seriously." Then quickly dodging, he said, "I do not know anything." Suho, hearing that, rolled his eyes and muttered, "I do not even get what you are saying anymore. In front of those towering skyscrapers, what is lurking beneath the temple? We have no clue, nothing at all." "That is right. The underground temple. Inside, a maid sits resting atop a large wooden crate." Suddenly, a scream of agony pierces the air. Hindle, the Soul King, glances over. Another demoness has died today. Then footsteps echoed closer. Hindle was too scared to speak as she looked toward the owner of the steps. Then she shouted, "Your Majesty, the one who just entered is His Royal Highness." As soon as he stepped in, the full stench hit Leona's nose so hard he had to cover it with a cloth. Someone crowded closer. "Oh heavens! Your Majesty, the day has come." Leon moved toward Patrick. "The stench here was unbearable. This place is not fit for a noble like you," he muttered. Patrick chuckled. "Oh please. I have tried to air out my workshop. If only the day understood that." Leon asked, "You have to pass through here to get to work, right?" Patrick smiled brightly. "I can make this place comfortable for these monsters, just for my own convenience." Leon retorted. Such self-sacrifice was touching. Both ignored Hildia kneeling nearby, which pissed her off. This was seriously ridiculous. Hildia raised her head, gritting her teeth, cursing silently. "These crazed lunatics. We are the ones suffering here. Yet they act like the victims." The more she thought, the more frustrated she got. The mage's workshop was already connected to the first floor by elevator. Why go through here at all? Suddenly Leon glanced back. saying something clever that made Hildia tremble with fear. She was so scared her eyes turned red, tears ready to spill. Jun scolded. Why would you do that? Hildia's words made Lian grit his teeth. Each word spat out slowly. Stop with the evil thoughts. As those words ended, she suddenly turned to stone, unable to comprehend it. Then Hildia clutched her legs, lying there with a glare burning into Leon as he turned away, angrily muttering, He is Why curse others just for their thoughts? Leon turned back and continued talking with Patrick. Hey, why do you go back on your word? Patrick smiled slyly. I have got news that'll make you happy. Leon, surprise flashed across Leon's face when he heard the name Sir Vulcanus, a towering figure in iron armor, radiating fierce energy with blazing red eyes. Having wiped out countless zombies and monsters, we have found a way to track Sir Vulcanus, the Holy Knight. Later, Lin and Patrick sat quietly in the hall, sipping tea, their expressions locked in deep thought. To explain the situation, Patrick spoke slowly. This is just her theory. Patrick believed Sir Vulcanus was in the domain of the Ice Grand Duke. Lin's pupils dilated instantly, eyes wide with astonishment. After calming down, he wondered, why have not we been able to open the portal there using holy power yet? Patrick showed disappointment but answered gently, I think the demons have their own security system and have grown more alert. She went on, when we entered the Duke's domain, we used his arm as a key to channel power. That is how we accessed the portal to the demon realm. The holy power blade does not work because it was not originally from the demon world. Liam pondered deeply after hearing this, then nodded slightly, signaling he understood. To confirm, he added, if Lord Vulcanus disappeared through another known portal, the dagger should be able to open that space gate. But if he entered a part of the demon realm we do not know, the dagger won't activate. At this point, Lin was visibly confused, wondering why Lord Vulcanus would be in the demon territory at all. To a question that seemed impossible to answer, Patrick remained calm and collected. Clearly experienced, maybe he has seen those demons opening space gates and fleeing everywhere over the 200 years of war. Right? Hearing that, Lin was stunned. Then confirmed, that is exactly it. Then Patrick added, she believed the Grand Duke of Frost, who fought Vulcanus, felt his life was threatened and retreated back to the demon realm. Suddenly enlightened, Lin quickly asked, during the battle, the Grand Duke of Frost fled, and it is very likely Vulcanus chased after him as expected. Patrick glanced sharply and calmly replied, exactly. On the other hand, she believed that for some unavoidable reason, Lord Vulcanus could not escape that space, and we need to locate the Grand Duke of Frost's hideout to fully understand the whole story. Once the pieces fell into place, Leon cracked a fierce smile and added, we can enter the demon realm by using the Butcher Duke's arm as bait. His eyes blazing with anticipation, he asked Patrick, will you join me in this fight? Hearing this, she placed her hand on her chest. Respectfully, she replied, absolutely. Just imagining their faces when we ambush them gets my heart pounding with excitement. Then, breaking the eerie silence of the space, a sinister, gleeful laugh echoed through. Meanwhile, news of Leon and his team demolishing the Butcher Duke's territory and the disappearance of Duke Akasa reached the demon generals. Since Leon Hurt defeated him, that territory's destruction was inevitable. But when the army left, Akasa's minions had to clean up the mess. At this moment, an angry demon commander pointed and shouted, who do you think I am? Some janitor sent in to clean a battlefield. At the demon council of the underworld, he was so terrified he whispered, I have seen that scene. One roar and hundreds of demons exploded in chaos. Another added, those piercing blue eyes. Leon Hurt descending from the heavenly realm to the battlefield had all the demons around sweating bullets. Plus, they would heard the sorceress queen had arrived. Thinking of Patrick's cold, dangerous stare when giving orders, the demon panicked and screamed, what? The sorceress queen herself. Despite the fear, another cautiously reminded, did not we say the sorceress queen is a myth? Don't even mention it here. Meanwhile, Jeep, the demon of wisdom, gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad. Seeing them deceive each other, Juppy grew more worried. He knew someone had to clean the Butcher Duke's territory, and this can keep going. As expected, he was called out. Hey soldier, Jupp but replied calmly, yes. With that eager face and commanding tone, everyone wanted Jeep to go there. Jeep, though annoyed, had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. Thinking it through, he shouted, yes, sirs, I will get it done. The other guy lit up. All right then. Soldier, you are going. Then they all agreed. Makes sense. Sending one soldier there is the safest bet. Yeah, Jup will handle it fine. Facing these schemers, On the surface he cried tears of emotion, but inside cursed. Damn it all. Later, Jup arrived at Dukakasa's territory, the holy power sterilization zone, pacing back and forth, constantly urging the demon workers to speed up. Then he loudly ordered, "This area must be fully purified by the end of today." Suddenly, a demon worker collapsed, clutching his face, saying the holy power contamination reached 85%. "I can't take it anymore." Behind him, another backed away quickly. The monsters dumped their holy power energy into this land. In reality, holy power is the ultimate nemesis of demons. The traces of holy magic scattered by Leon and his mages have contaminated the demon realm. And while cleaning up, they suddenly discovered a blooming flower here. Seeing this, Gop looked skeptical, thinking Leon Hurt was trying to change the demon world. But as a demon general, he would not let Leon get away with that. Gop quickly stepped closer, commanding, gathering all the soil tainted by holy power into one spot. Curious, the demon underling asked what he planned to do with that cursed patch of land. Gop replied, "All of it will be repurposed." Moments later, the demon dumped the last pile of polluted soil down. As the mound glowed with supreme holy energy, the demons whispered among themselves, terrified by the overwhelming contamination. A voice warned, "Hey, do not get too close." Gop, feigning concern, told the demon underling to move away because it was dangerous. The demon, still uneasy, hesitated to leave. His master stepped up to the soil pile and raised his staff high. The demon asked curiously, "What is that staff of yours?" Gop quickly explained it contained holy power accumulated over the last 250 years. Hearing this, the demon grew even more uneasy. Then, while absorbing the holy energy from the soil with his staff, Gop said, "Didn't I tell you I've got my own plan?" After that, they asked no more questions, but kept watching tensely. Meanwhile, Gop silently sneered at them. "Stupid fools. You do not even understand how powerful holy energy can be. That is why you are still just low-level demons." Soon, Gop announced, all the energy had been absorbed into his staff. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to urge them on, "Keep up the cleanup campaign. Move faster." Hearing that, they dared not delay, quickly responding and getting back to work. Then, Gop calmly left, quietly observing the busy demon minions cleaning up. Creeping unease washed over him, making him wonder if he would absorb too much holy power. Wait, he suddenly remembered he would forgotten to check on the situation back on Earth. He promised himself that once this was done, he would ask Dainan to confirm where the Mind King was currently located. Night fell, and Gop brushed off his unease, ready to settle in, but remained wide awake. As if sensing something, Gop sat up against the bedpost, his mind filled with unease. Then, anxious, he clenched his fists and whispered, "What the hell is going on?" In the dark hallway, devoid of any demon guards, Gop's room was the only place with a rare flicker of light. He barely had time to wrap a thin cloth around himself, grab an oil lamp, and cautiously step out. After a few steps, he quickly sensed something was off. Where were the slaves and guards? Scanning every corner, he thought, even if I am resting, the slaves should still be working hard right now. Unnoticed by him, a shadow with piercing blue eyes clung to a pillar, staring intently at Gop. Quick as lightning, the shadow slipped away, and though Gop did not see it clearly, he vaguely sensed something. He thought, "Not bad. Definitely something sneaky behind me." And Gop silently confirmed, feeling a chilling cold, "There must be an assassin sent to kill me." No doubt about it, that shadow was Leon, quietly tracking Gop's every move. Gop's suspicions were totally justified. In reality, the demon realm looks unified from the outside, but it is actually a chaotic battleground of constant power struggles, a brutal world where origin, race, and strength decide everything. As a low-level demon lord of goblin descent, Gop was always looked down on and bullied by higher demon clans. Back to the present, he dropped the oil lamp from his hand. Meanwhile, Lin steadily closed in, seeing Gop smirk confidently. Clearly not the first assassin sent to kill him, nor the last. Then Gop swung his staff at Leon, who instinctively stepped back. Shouting fiercely, Gop unleashed holy power, commanding, "Devour my enemy fast." A golden light burst from his staff with overwhelming force. In an instant, Lin was engulfed by holy power. Gop grew even more smug as the sacred light shone bright, a beam of holy energy radiating out, enough to melt anything it touched, especially demons, and he always believed that anything caught in it would perish. Yet, watching Lin remain completely unfazed, he was frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Leon stared straight at Gop, calmly weighing his options. Meanwhile, Gop was panicking, mouth agape in terror. What the hell was this? How was this even possible? Horror dawned on him. Damn it. Leon. Why the hell was he here? He even imagined the worst outcome. There is no way out. Finally, Leon spoke. Something felt off. He mused aloud. Let me see. You are using holy power. Then he concluded. So it is probably not just some demon magic. Hearing this, Gop blinked, a flicker of hard-to-hide joy lighting up his eyes. In the dim palace, two heavenly swords crossed on the wall, the candlelight long since extinguished. Lin eyed Gop suspiciously, watching closely as he wielded the holy power. Then he asked slowly, "Wait, you are not actually a goblin?" Gop could not hide his shock at the question. Inside, he schemed. I used holy power thinking he was an assassin sent to kill me. But now he thinks I am someone else because of it. Then, like grasping a lifeline, his eyes widened in astonishment. He dropped to his knees, voice trembling with reverence. Mighty Savior. This left Liam momentarily confused and puzzled. Lian's gaze turned cold as he demanded, "Why am I your savior?" Gop kept his head lowered, teeth clenched, silently thankful he had not been helped sooner. As a demon general of wisdom, Gop was now desperately calculating, then looked up. Voice persuasive. There is an ancient legend in our tribe. One day, a knight sent by the goddess will come to free us from suffering. He carefully watched Lian's face, seeing only silence and attentive listening. Then Lian said, "All right. Keep going." Gop's face lit up with hope. "Are you serious?" Feeling his strength return, Gop did not hesitate to spin his tale. Long ago, their tribe was small, revering gods and loving peace. But one day, the orcs came and attacked, then dragged them away as slaves. The tribe endured, praying to see the light again. But sadly, the orcs sold them to demons as food. While serving the demons, they received a prophecy, Gop said slowly, and he firmly declared, "One day, a savior will come to free us." Despite his confidence, Gop could not stop his heart pounding as he looked hopefully at Lian. Surprisingly, Lian showed no suspicion, tears glistening in his eyes. What a touching story. Faced with Lian's trust, Gop grew confused and guarded. Then Lian softened, placing a hand on Gop's shoulder, gently asking, "So what is the name of your god?" Without hesitation, Gop replied, "The mighty god of wisdom." Looking up, he caught Lian's burning gaze as Lian slowly repeated, "That is a pretty unusual name." Seeing this, Gop quickly explained, "You know, our language is incredibly complex." Lian pondered quietly, seemingly weighing truth from fiction. Then Lian looked away. He never expected to find a believer in these lands. Hearing this, Gop's heart leapt clearly. Lian had been fooled. Lian's naive trust made him misread the situation, while Gop's excitement showed plainly as he responded, "Yes, exactly." He thought, "I'm a..." Lian, full of righteous conviction, placed a hand firmly on Gop's shoulder and decided, "All right, here's the deal." Then he added, "This place is dangerous. Come with me." Gop lightly replied he was fine, yet all he got back was Lian's hearty laugh, telling him not to worry. Moments later, Gop was helplessly dragged away by Lian, who knew he could not leave him in such a perilous place, and was eager to learn more about his tribe. In the background, desperate sobs echoed. A voice whispered, "Damn it, I am done. Please have mercy on me." Meanwhile, Lian was all smiles, telling him, "If you were going to cry, might as well let it all out." The truth was, the gob just wanted to go home. After a moment, the two began walking, the fortress behind them fading into the distance. Lian called out, "Gob." He turned slightly and said, "You remind me of someone." The gob was caught off guard, replying, "Yeah, I guess." When asked, Lian revealed, "Back in the day, there was a goblin I wanted to pair up with." Hearing this, the gob froze in terror, biting his lip tight, not daring to say a word. Liam kept talking through the night. That guy had a sharp tongue and a twisted personality. What was his name? Gobuck or something like that? The gob trembled, nervously chuckling. "Sorry, I do not know anyone by that name." Lian smiled slyly. "Anyway, sorry for comparing you to that jerk. But honestly, you two are way too similar." The gob gasped. "It is a..." "Really?" As for that gob's past, 230 years ago, right after awakening as a demon general, he first met Lian. At that moment, Lian slowly approached, sword gleaming. Under Lian's hostile gaze, the gob's life was on the line, forcing him to scramble for survival. During Lian's attack, the gob tried to escape with his squad in the farthest ranks, running for their lives while Lian chased relentlessly, snarling, "You pests! I will tear you apart." At this rate, the gob was less a wise demon lord and more a master survivor. Bitter memories flashing, he glared with deep resentment at Leon's retreating figure. Inside, he was still scheming, holding onto a secret miracle, the magical trap he would crafted for the western lands. Soon, as they neared a small cave, Lin announced. Gob, we have arrived. The Gob quickly responded, yes, sir. From the cave, Patrick slowly stepped forward to meet them. Seeing Leon, she greeted cheerfully. The day has come, Master. Who is this guy? Like Patrick. The Gob wondered. Who is she? Lin answered immediately. She is the Queen of Magic. Patrick looked surprised, so he claimed to be a priest of Mactek's Kantatek Kelter. Seeing this, the Gob bowed sincerely. I am Gob. Honored to meet you. I pledge my loyalty and respect. Moments later, Patrick approached, eyeing him with interest. So you are Gabba? Huh? Then she laughed brightly. Well, you really have holy power. I will be counting on you. Gabba? The Gob forced a smile. I am truly honored. My lady. And from that moment, the Gob's miserable life of dodging suspicion began. He worked tirelessly cleaning beds, sewing pillows, cooking, never skipping a day. Sometimes, he even had to rush around making tea, all just to keep up appearances and avoid suspicion. Just as he hoped, Lin was pleased, sipping hot tea and remarking, impressive? Who would have thought life so far from home could be this good? Like Leon, Patrick was lost in the tea's aroma, believing the universe had answered their prayers, a comforting thought that soothed her soul. Seeing them happy, the Gob was the happiest of all. Who knew that learning royal etiquette from the Goblin King would actually pay off? Truly, a lucky break. Outwardly, he showed grateful joy, but inside, frustration simmered. Here he was, a demon general of wisdom and intellect, a being with endless knowledge, forced to serve loyally as a mere servant, yet he wanted to live, and that went on for 3 days. Now, the Gob sat quietly outside the cave, enjoying the warm sunlight. A weight lifted from his heart. He had endured, he was still alive, though sometimes Leon's sharp questions threw him off. Like, your gods do not show up? To which he would answer, they do not. Expected them to face trials on their own. And just like that, the Gob survived every challenge, truly living up to the title of the wise demon. After that flashback, the Gob jumped up, excitement written all over his face. Turns out, his personal goblin squad was desperately searching for him. Though tempted to call them over, the Gob held back, knowing they would not stand a chance against Leon. Lost in thought, Leon's voice suddenly echoed from inside the cave. Please. Not now. Hearing this, the Gob stepped inside immediately, adding, Then silently, the Gob peered into the cave, deep in cautious contemplation. Before him, Lin and Patrick opened a massive portal, and he figured it must have taken a ton of effort to find something so important. Then, without hesitation, Gob slowly stepped forward and asked curiously, Where are you headed? Lin confirmed he was on a crucial quest and had finally found a lead. However, Lin regretted that he could not bring Gob along. Gob was over the moon but shook his head. Thank you. I am fine on my own. Seeing this, Leon gently placed a hand on Gob's shoulder, promising he would return in a few days. He even vowed, I will tear apart every single one of those low-life creatures down there, no survivors. Faced with that terrifying glare, Gob screamed silently inside. Please, do not do this. Have mercy on us. Worried about Gob staying alone, Leon decided to grant him a blessing and took the staff from his hand. After a moment's thought, the staff was suddenly engulfed in holy power. Gob was desperate. Oh no? My staff. The holy light began purging all the dark magic within, and Gob sadly bid farewell to his beloved staff. Moments later, fresh green shoots sprouted from it. Lin affectionately handed it back, saying, Hold on to this, it might come in handy in this cursed place. Overwhelmed by the rushing holy energy, Gob painfully wondered if Leon was trying to kill him. Despite the thought, he stubbornly refused to believe it. Master, this staff will draw way too much attention here. You should take it with you right now. Leon sighed regretfully. I made a mistake. Fine. I will take it with me. He thought Gob was saved, but unexpectedly, Leon then placed his hand on Gob's head, bestowing another blessing. The cave echoed with a heart-wrenching cry as a surge of holy energy poured out. Leon seriously told Gob there was no need to resist anymore. Gob was in unbearable agony, feeling his brain melting. Desperate, he swallowed the bile rising in his throat. Hearing the screams, Leon thought Gob was overwhelmed with joy. Only Gob knew that if he gave in, he would surely die. Finally, the goblin army found him and called out as they entered. Captain, the king is here. Just glimpsing the scene inside, they were all shocked, crying out, Oh no! The king. Now, Gob lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. Around him, the little demons anxiously asked what was wrong. His face flushed like blood, tears streaming. He bitterly whispered, But it is real. Somehow, He had survived this day. As the season shifted to autumn, passing through the portal, a blanket of snow covered everything, and the biting wind cut like knives. Lin and Patrick stood silently, their shadows long and still, despite the bone-chilling cold. Patrick thought this place was pretty cool, like a frozen wasteland. Lin found it strange. Aren't you cold? She answered nonchalantly that she was fine, she could raise her body heat through magic, but just moments later, her expression shifted to surprise. Unfortunately, Patrick discovered that mana control here was severely restricted. Though consumption was high, efficiency was terrible. Lin agreed. Even Holy Light won't work here. She saw this as a major problem if even Holy Light was suppressed. That was serious trouble. Lin reassured her they could still use martial arts, just less effectively. Patrick pondered this carefully. Should we head back to prepare? If we combine our mana, we might be able to open the portal again. But Lian quickly refused, saying even returning would not change anything. The power of this frozen place rivals Holy Light itself, so we can't just overcome it by simple prep. He also reminded Patrick to conserve her mana if things go south. We will need it to open the portal. Patrick looked briefly disappointed, but agreed. Guess that is the plan. That is when she noticed the dagger in her hand glowing bright red, like it was calling out to her. She raised it in front of her, and Leon realized, we are getting closer to Lord Vulcanus. The dagger will guide us. Hearing this, Patrick was relieved thankfully. We are on the right path. Suddenly, a cold wind rushed in. Patrick tensed up, quickly fighting back the chill. She hoped it was not too far away. In response, Patrick said so, and Leon agreed, urging to set off quickly. Ahead lay treacherous icy mountains, where the biting winds howled like restless ghosts. At this moment, Leon pressed forward step by step. Thanks to him clearing the thick snow, Patrick found it a bit easier to move, but the air was so cold. She seemed on the brink of breaking down. Leon quickly noticed and turned to ask if she was all right. Patrick's voice grew faint. There is still a long way to go. Sorry, I am too weak. Leon did not see it that way. He had sealed her magic to preserve it, so Patrick should not blame herself. They both looked like they were about to say more, but were distracted by something ahead. Unfortunately, an ice storm was fast approaching. They had to dodge it. And fast. Then Leon placed a hand on Patrick's shoulder, apologizing for his roughness. Surprised, she watched as he calmly lifted her up and continued on slowly. Maybe Patrick misunderstood, so Leon hurried to explain, this is an emergency. I hope you can bear with me. Though shy, Patrick assured him she was fine and asked if he was okay. Leon chuckled softly. Don't worry about me, you are as light as a feather. Moments later, Patrick teased mischievously. Woo, is not that something you only say to a lady? He grinned and asked, does that sound hollow coming from me? Patrick nodded in agreement. You really are light, but Leon stayed cool, replying, I just spoke the truth as I feel it. Nestled in his arms, she confessed, honestly, this is the first time a man's ever carried me. Patrick thought it was surprising but not bad at all. Hearing this, Leon said, it is an honor for me, expecting a reply. Leon looked down only to find Patrick fast asleep, cheeks flushed from the bone-chilling cold. As he walked, he muttered, if I would known things would get this bad. Bringing little Harry along might be helped. Meanwhile, Harry's situation was not looking great either. Glancing at her phone, she was stunned. What is this? A flood of alerts reported portals opening across Gangnam District, Gwangju, Incheon, Daejeon, and more since 2 p.m. Looking at the map, the portals were wide open everywhere. Harry's shock mixed with mounting anxiety. At the same time, Kang Hee-wook quickly issued an emergency alert to the top 10 guilds, assigning Harry to contact the Pantheon Council immediately. Unease surged through Kang Hee-wook. He dared not hesitate, even knowing time was running out. Soon after, 2 summoned members arrived. Jeong Cheon scanned the alley and asked, Senior, are those red dots the prime portals? Yang Wang looked unsettled, replying, looks like it. Hearing this, he grew anxious. We are doomed if that is true. Amid the tension, a voice caught their attention. Everyone is here. Turning towards the entrance, both showed visible surprise. Besides Harry and Kang Hee-wook, Jack was there too. Noticeably, the king and queen were missing. Perched atop Harry's head, the creature whimpered, when, with a wary, helpless grin. From across the room came a sarcastic voice. That is pretty funny. It was Jin Cheon, leader of the Shark Guild, lounging with legs crossed, snapping. So now we are treating machines like people. Jeong Cheon was stunned. Senior Kim Jin Cheon. Meanwhile, Yongwon grimaced in stomach pain. Jack did not get what he meant, just repeated mechanically. When, moments later, Harry took a seat at the table, ignoring him completely. As she sat down, She noticed Jack's oddly stiff behavior. Then she warned Hong Kang to restrain it. No way. Even at a meeting you are gonna pull that, it replied. Entity efficiency detected. Do you have something to say? Sit still, straighten your back, and maintain posture. Harry frowned. What kind of rule is that? I am enshranked priestess serving 2 gods here, even though it thought she could not stand the rules. Harry stubbornly pressed on. Then why do not you tell His Majesty that? Jack shot back. Is His Majesty even here? It was only then that she finally accepted defeat, and just before their conversation, Jin Cheon was visibly seething with anger. His eyes burned with fury. His rage so intense it felt like his stomach would explode. Then, at the peak of his wrath, he slammed his fist on the table, shouting, You dare ignore me? Seeing Unwon struggling to stay upright, Jiang Cheon gently held him back, asking if he was okay. Unwon replied he had a stomachache and told them not to touch him, realizing he could not rely on these two. Jin Cheon turned sharply toward Kang Haizris, but all he got was a helpless shrug. The man figured he would soon realize those guys were off limits. To Jin Cheon, that shrug was basically giving him free rein to do whatever he wanted. Without hesitation, he stormed over to Jiang's spot with a sneer. He snapped, I do not know if you are some deadly killing machine or just a third-rate hero. Don't he get cocky with humans? He barked at the metal pile. Bring the human here to talk, quick on the uptake. Harry responded, But I am human, only to be immediately warned by him. Association folks, stay out of this. The only reply to Jin Cheon's bossness was the mechanical wearing from the machine. Losing patience, he turned and asked, Boss, is it okay to have a robot acting so high and mighty here? Kang Haiyaz explained. No worries. This robot meets all standards. Personally guaranteed by His Majesty Leon. Hearing that, his eyebrows shot up in disbelief as he grumbled. Seriously. Such an important meeting, and it is like this, acting like this robot was some big deal. Jin Cheon kept rambling, totally ignoring the sharp looks Harry and the machine were throwing at him. When he noticed, he got even more worked up and threatened. What are you staring at, you tin can jerk? Jack Fang's voice rose. We need a dialogue fitting the intellect of an ancient primal being. Jin Cheon blinked in confusion. What? A few seconds later, Jack announced. Dialogue compiled. Suitable phrase ready. Then, much to Harry's shock, Jack pointed a friendly finger at Jin Cheon and snapped. You pathetic lowlife. Acting all high and mighty. Harry quickly pulled him down and warned firmly. Watch it. Jack was savage. Jack replied nonchalantly. I used language fitting the intellect of an ancient primal creature. At that moment, a chilling aura engulfed Harry, making her spin around in alarm. Before anyone could react, Jin Cheon went mad, channeling all his fury into a punch aimed straight at Jack. This was a serious showdown. Seeing this, Jack calmly ordered Harry, Mortal, stop him. Though confused and startled, Harry bravely intercepted the punch with just one hand, leaving the whole room stunned into silence. Jiang Cheon and Yai Longwang exchanged incredulous looks. To them, Harry blocking Jin Cheon's attack meant she would surely reach this rank, which only fueled his rage more, his face bulging with veins. Alarmed, Harry bit her lip, trying to find an excuse. She pleaded that it was not intentional, but seeing Jack misunderstood whether she was siding with that jerk. Harry quickly shook her head. Jack, do not take it that way. Then Jin Cheon asked, What is with you? Guard? You want to fight me? Flustered, she stammered. No way. Jian Cheon and Li Wangwang could not help but feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, Jack's eyes gleamed like gold, confidently declaring she could beat him. Hearing this, Harry panicked. Jack, you are just making things worse. Seeing them drag things out, Jin Cheon's anger flared as he growled. You guys know where this is going? Terrified, she immediately begged. Wait. Hold on. Please. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from the sliding door. Silence. All of you. Jinsu, head of the Holy Sword Association, appeared, scolding loudly. Where do you think you are? How dare you raise your voices in front of your elders? Then he pointed his baton at Jin Cheon's face, yelling, Hey kid, what is wrong with your head? Seeing his irritated expression, Jinsu snapped, You are a disgrace. Turning away, he called out to Harry and Jack, who both hesitated a bit. Seeing that, Kang Heek stepped up to explain, According to the info Harry gave, this Jack is over 1,032 years old. Maybe feeling super awkward, Jinsu immediately turned around and cleared his throat a few times. Harry figured the guy just got out aged. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheon and Yang Wan thought a 300-year-old or even 1,000-year-old person was impossible in this day and age. As things started to calm down, Kang He tapped his notebook and said slowly, "Well, Jack does have the right to be here, and we won't entertain any more complaints." Later, Jinsu and Jin Cheon took their seats at the meeting table, though Jinsu's face still looked pretty annoyed. During the briefing, everyone was listening intently to Kang Heek while watching the gate developments unfold on the projection map. He lowered his voice. "I do not think I need to say much about this global gate event. Every country has called on all their hunters to mobilize. The association will lead the mission, and we will skip all item farming and gate auctions to hit these gates hard and fast." But So was not having it. "Wait, no magic stone farming. You want us to raid every gate and get nothing in return? I gotta make money to pay my crew, not just support everyone for free." So back that up. "Yeah, our guild members are expensive hires. We gotta earn some cash on this." And another voice objected, leaving Kang Heek looking pretty helpless. It was Jin Seong, the guild leader of the Infinite Sword Guild, who bluntly stated, "We are a civilian guild. No reason to obey government orders. You gotta give each guild its own command." Jinsu snapped, standing up in anger. "Hey, you over there, are you only thinking about money? Look, this is a national emergency, not a money issue. Don't forget where you are." Then Jin Seong cautiously reminded them how the government wasted hunters at the start of the Great Radiance. Jinsu could not help but frown at the memory. Suddenly, a hand shot up, voice echoing through the room. But Jiang Chan stood and said, "If Brother Hung has to stand up, it means it is a national crisis. We will follow government orders, and I believe that is what he wants too." Hearing this, Jihoon Cheon nodded in agreement. He is right. This is a global crisis. Cooperation is the best move here. Seeing this, Jin Seong sighed deeply. Convinced history was doomed to repeat itself, still stubborn, Jin Seong insisted the association president has no right to force them into work, and asked if he even knew that. Kang Hyuk just smiled and said, "Of course he knows." He went on, "I am thinking of offering incentives to those who cooperate." Then, pointing, his assistant rolled in a cart. After a moment of prep, Jin Seong's face lit up with surprise seeing what was on the cart. It was a set of iron armors displayed on wooden racks. Unlike him, Jihoon Cheon looked unimpressed. "Just looks like average grade gear. We are supposed to obey the government just for these. I have got plenty of that stuff in storage." Kang Hyuk calmly explained, "This is refined armor crafted by Ngai Jack's workshop. Ngai Jack has produced how many sets this month?" The reply came fast. 1,300 sets. Including weapons. Output dropped because many serfs died. Harry was stunned. Even Jihoon Cheon asked, "What?" Jihoon jumped up, shouting, "That is nonsense. Unique grade means they are unique. How can they mass-produce that many?" Harry quickly tried to clarify. "But it is true. The president knows this. The association and Pantheon already made a deal." Kang Hyuk then pointed out the perks for guilds joining the raid. "Armor will be custom-made to order." He added, "The Japanese Hunter Association and the American Maverick Guild already bid 10 trillion currency units for it." Seeing their shocked faces, Kang Hyuk just smiled and said, "I am only announcing it. No pressure." On this side, Ungwan realized the absurdity. Mass-producing unique grade gear. Normally, one takes months in a large forge. Everyone was silent, deep in thought, before Kang Hyuk took a deep breath and yelled, "Let us move." Then, sensing their hesitation, he said, "If you do not want to join, fine. No one is forcing you." Then he dropped a cold line, "The world do not stop because you are gone, and the dawn of humanity is about to end." Scene shift. Patrick's flashback unfolds. There stands General Ricardo, eyes locked on her, battered and bruised. Yet he vowed, "I will protect this place." "Your Majesty." Desperately, Patrick is dragged away by soldiers, while the enemies approach, singing loudly of endless pleasures, craving a decay that never ends. The foes refuse to die, even when she kills them, mocking the living and staining purity with their darkness. At the end of that path, Patrick meets a demon who hands her a glowing purple gem pulsating with dark magic, demanding, "Queen, join me, let us forge a pact." In utter despair, Patrick agrees, repeating a century-old history marked by the rot of humanity as spirit. As the demon laughs maniacally, dripping with mockery, Patrick's beloved kingdom crumbles to dust. The loyal knights wither away over their queen's fate, and the harsh truth keeps replaying like a relentless nightmare, just as she decides to give up the fight. Someone appears. The first time Leon and Patrick met, he introduced himself. "I am Leon Dragonia Leon Hood." The flashback ends, and she slowly opens her eyes. Seeing this, he immediately says, "You are awake." Patrick, confused, asks, Your Majesty. Lian sits beside a fire born from holy power, seeing she is feeling better. He says, I dug us a pit to rest in. We need to take a break. She looks worried. Warning. Don't waste too much of your holy power. Lian casually hands her a cup of water and reassures. It is think of it as a necessary cost. I would have used it sooner if I knew you were struggling this much. Patrick gently takes the cup and thanks him softly. She says nothing more. Quietly sipping a little, suddenly remembering something, Patrick shyly asks, Your Majesty, did we disrespect each other somehow? Lin replies calmly, You must be recalling your past. Then, leaning back in thought, Lian muses, Memories of the past are beautiful dreams I always want to return to. Patrick's cheeks flush as Ninga quietly asks if he is okay, but Lian does not answer right away, lost in a chaotic search through old memories. Finally, Lian says he is fine, and she looks at him, then she sighs. Are all heroes like this? Lian chuckles. We are all taught to be lost in thought. Patrick smiles faintly, then she glances at him with a knowing look. When Patrick calls his name, Lian startles and looks back. He looks confused when she says there is still room over there. Patrick sheds her outer warm cloak, revealing pale shoulders and a flushed face inviting him to come closer. Moments later, Lian drifts into silence. Slowly falling asleep, they sit together, sharing a blanket, lean against the rough wall. Patrick smiles softly in silence, her cheeks rosy. Suddenly, he looks over and asks, Not comfortable. Patrick just smiles lightly, not really calm and peaceful. To his surprise, Patrick gently rests her head on his shoulder. She murmurs, At least let me have this. She does not ask for more, nor does she hope for more. Her words are filled with quiet sorrow. He stays silent. The fire crackles, casting rare warmth in the bitter cold. Silence falls, and Patrick seems to drift into sleep. Suddenly, Ariana's voice echoes inside his head. Lian, my knight, she says. He closes his eyes tightly, whispering, Please, no more talk. Meanwhile, the gods gather. Watching closely, Ariana expresses it is the god's deep wish when will he open his heart to new love. He bluntly refuses, saying it is not time yet. The sea god jokes. You two want us to pair up? A righteous man and a pure goddess destined to be queen. Another god retorts. See. Be quiet. Anyone can see this is a time for dreams and death. Clearly, the next queen must be a worthy woman. This is not just a hopeful prophecy. Seeing this, the god of war teases. You talk big, but the one who calls the shots does not care about that. She frowns, biting back. War. Are you mocking me? Meanwhile, the dark god leisurely sips his tea and says, Those who share the same ideals will walk the path together. That is what we call motivation. And he wonders if there is a better pair out there. Hearing this, the god of war snaps. Aren't you just a naive little kid? The darkness fires back. He is older than your priest by a year. War agrees. Humans put a lot of weight on even a single year. Listening to their back and forth, Lin rubs his temples in frustration. Completely fed up, Ariana chimes in. Enough already. This arguing is pointless. Then she declares, He is my knight, the son of this god. So I am picking his bride. Hearing that, Lin sighs helplessly. Great. I have got 2 moms now. Ariana starts calculating. There is the mother who gave birth to him in this world, and the formula from Grangonia. So I will be the 3rd mother. She says, and Lian can only sigh. Thanks. I am truly honored. Then Ariana winks knowingly. Lian, my son, she gently asks, Is this because of Karina? Mentioning that name. He freezes for a moment, then he quietly replies, Not yet. Not the right time. After a brief pause, his expression darkens, and he falls silent. Later, after leaving the cave, Little Tretch brings out the Jiao to monitor and notices the reactions growing stronger. Lian turns and speculates. Looks like there is no other creatures nearby. I thought at least a few ice demons would be around. She asks. Ice demons? You mean those lazy, dumb demons, right? He nods quickly and explains. Exactly. Lazy and dumb. They wield cold energy but obviously can hold a candle to holy fire. Gazing into the distance at the endless snow, he can help but ponder. Lian figures that it makes sense why Volcanus and his knights disappeared here. This place is icy and cold to the point it is like a force of nature. Could it be some kind of hibernation? Like Spinner mentioned. Suddenly, he hears a call from Lord Pitos. Pitos asks, Can you feel it? We had to get this close to find it. Leon agrees. Yeah, I can feel it too. Ahead lies an ice shield, massive and unbreakable. Slowly, the two approach as the wind whistles sharply past their ears. After a moment of observation, they conclude, It is really huge. This shield is as massive as a mountain. Leon then pulls a sword from his space and tells little Chick to back off a bit. His eyes blaze fiercely as holy power quickly envelops his body. He channels all his strength into the sword, sparks flying as he commands the holy fire to melt through the shield. A raging firestorm sweeps over the entire barrier. The ice starts to melt with sizzling crackles. Soon, behind the ice, something begins to reveal itself. Little Chick gasps. Your Majesty. Leon confirms. That is right. His voice carries a hint of relief. We finally found them. Inside the ice is the Fire Sword Knight. Wintana, direct descendant of the Vulcaners' royal bloodline. Knight of war and fire. Elsewhere, in the distant territory of the Duke of Ice, the lazy and stupid Great Demon, at the first Ice Continent's observation tower, a frantic call rings out. Lord Belotus. Lord Belotus. A demon servant rushes to deliver urgent news to her. Something big is happening, wrapped in blankets. She lazily asks, what is it? Finally leaving her warm covers. Belotus speaks. Spit it out. The demon points at a paper. Energy detected inside the ice continent. It is destructive poison energy. Holy power. Hearing this, she scratches her head, clearly puzzled. Then she lies back down, pulling the blanket over herself, murmuring, strange. Intelligence and investigations said the seal would last 1,000 years. She has already received magical feedback from Lord Cat. Suddenly remembering something, the demon panics, face pale. This is not the time for that. If that monster gets released, a horrific massacre will happen again, by the one who fell from the sky and the flames. Hearing this, Belotus finally showed some worry. Brother, then she ordered, have the spy squad move ahead. I will lead as many troops as possible. That guy acknowledged the command and left, back to where Leon and Patrick were, after watching for a while. Patrick asked, so these are the Holy War Knights? He was sure these were Vantanus Flame Sword Knights. Inside, Leon was over the moon, a sly smile creeping onto his lips finally. We have found them. Then he declared, from now on, we are rescuing them. Without hesitation, Leon swung his sword, unleashing the power of fire to melt the layers of ice one by one. Flames engulfed, inching deeper and deeper into the frozen block. Seeing this, Leon pushed harder, hurling more fire into the ice. He poured all his strength in, silently praying, come back to me. My brothers, the king they once served was here. And immediately one of the knights fell from the ice. It was descending from the sky, landing on the golden ground. His eyes flared with fiery intensity. Noticing this, Lynn and Patrick were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Regia charged forward with a dark roar. Seeing him lose control, Lynn quickly blocked Patrick's view. Seconds later, Regia leapt up, swinging his sword to strike. He snarled, you monster. I will tear you apart. Clad in iron armor, Regia lunged at Leon, shouting, die. You freak. Patrick panicked, calling out loudly, Your Majesty. Hearing that, Regia was surprised and thought, what? Your Majesty. Facing his sharp blade, Leon casually stopped Regia's sword with just 2 fingers. He smiled warmly and said, glad to see you are still standing. Regia's whole body went limp as he muttered, sorry. My lord. He knelt and bowed deeply before Leon, respectfully calling him Your Majesty. Leon could not help but laugh out loud. Then he introduced himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leon Hurt, King of Leon Hurt. Regia quickly followed. I am Regia Diver, 3rd Sword of the Vantan Flame Sword Order. Leon ignored Regia's earlier disrespect and said, get up. We are still in enemy territory. Regia gratefully replied, thank you, Your Majesty. Patrick finally exhaled in relief, thinking, I can breathe easy now. She stepped forward and looked at Regia. Lord Regia, this might be sudden, but I have some questions. As soon as he looked at her, he sensed a powerful spiritual force and asked, a strong spirit user from Mun and T. Milady, who are you? Patrick bowed and answered, I am Patricka Legiori Sparrow, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom and currently High Priestess of Minzing and T. Regia, stunned by her status, said, did you say Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom? Lunka, that is a long story. Right now, can you answer the Queen's question? Regia immediately replied, yes. Your Majesty. Patrick stared seriously and said, then this might sound strange, but I have a few questions. In the snowy white void, only her voice echoed. When you first arrived here, was this place already covered in ice and snow? Regia looked at her without hesitation and replied, it was abandoned, but it was not frozen like this. Hearing this, Patrick seemed to understand, and said, got it. Leon turned to her. Have you figured something out? She looked up at the mountain ahead and answered him, It seems this place was artificially created by a demon. Lord Vulcanus and the knights appear to be frozen inside it. Lin nodded in understanding and said, "So that is how it is? The Ice Duke must have been backed into a corner, freezing time itself across this continent." Patrick still looked uneasy. "That is true. But there is a problem." She pointed to the ice block and added, "If we keep melting the ice burying the knights, we might end up facing the Ice Duke himself." Just as she finished speaking, the ground beneath them trembled. Raya startled and shouted, "What is causing this tremor?" Patrick whipped around, eyes wide with shock at the scene before him, shouting, "Your Majesty," but Lian stayed calm, saying, "Looks like they have noticed us too." From the cosmic wings, a horde of demons surged out. Raya shouted, "Demons!" their razor-sharp teeth and gnashing as they roared fiercely. Patrick stared at them with disgust, silently cursing, "What a damn nuisance." Then she turned to Lian, thinking hard. "To open the gate, I have to protect my magic, and His Majesty must shatter the ice wall to free the knights." Patrick glanced at Riha, muttering to herself, "Grim the only one we can really count on." Lian seemed to catch on, calling out, "Sir Riha." Then he spoke firmly, "Hold strong for just a minute." Riha donned his armored mask and stepped forward, replying, "Understood. I will." Patrick watched him with worry, saying, "Your Majesty, Lian Suitor. Trust him." He fixed his gaze on Riha's back as the demons closed in, adding, "Let us see what this knight can really do." Riha was battle-ready, gripping his blade, tightly, the chosen weapon of the elite knights. Forged through martial skill and loyalty, among all the knights here, he ranked among the top warriors. Slowly, Riha drew his sword. The blade instantly blazed with a fierce red glow as a cold voice echoed. Riha wielded the legendary tri-sword of the Crimson Blade. With heroic steps, Riha advanced, exuding a deadly aura. Every slash of his sword carried the power of an entire kingdom. Riha charged madly into the demon horde. Lian sensed something and quickly turned around. He stood there, deep in thought. "If I do this, the flood will break loose beyond control. I could block it with holy power, but I would be drained completely afterward." Suddenly, Riha's battle cry pierced the air, startling him as he looked anxiously toward his ally. Riha was still bursting with energy, relentlessly slashing at the demons and roaring, "This fight leads us to the banquet hall. I will kill every last one of you." Lian exhaled in relief, a quiet laugh escaping him. "All this worry was totally unnecessary. The trustworthy ally stood right in front of me." Then he turned back to the frozen knights and gripped his sword tighter. From the swirling space, Lian drew out his blade, unleashing a dazzling golden light. The Aurora Blade's power was activated. The sword's force was overwhelming. Lin had to brace himself just to stay standing. He furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth as he raised the blade. One swift strike. He swung the sword down on the ice wall, causing a seismic shock that even made Patrick step back. "Pierce through this ice wall and bring it down." A flash of light split the ice block in two halves. Lian frowned at the sight, annoyed. "I can melt it all." Before him, waves of melting ice surged. Lian immediately cast a magic barrier to hold them back. Patrick gasped at the scene, shouting, "Your Majesty." Then she thought to herself, to maintain magic on such a scale, the mana must be insane. Every flood of icy water was swiftly absorbed by Lian. Suddenly, a mysterious smile crossed his face as he muttered, "They are coming." The sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed through the air. Troops of knights charged out one after another. Each of them carried immense fighting power and strength. Lian smiled confidently, giving the order, "Crimson Flame Knights of Vantan, destroy the enemy." The knights obeyed instantly, rushing forward without hesitation. The leader shouted loudly, brutal and ruthless, "No mercy." The others echoed in unison, "No mercy at all. Give them a merciless death." The war god's knights charged in like wildfire, continuing a battle they could not finish 200 years ago. Patrick was speechless witnessing the scene. She watched the battle, puzzled. Can this even be called a fight? The knight squad completely failed under the knights' hands. They screamed in utter despair, "Stop them here. Guard this spot. Save me." The knights showed no mercy, shouting fiercely, "No mercy. Kill them all." Patrick's gaze sharpens, muttering bitterly, "This is one-sided violence. Nothing more. Nothing less." Suddenly, a cold voice echoes, startling her, so it finally woke up. "Huh?" The demons hear the familiar voice like salvation, shouting, "That is Lord Belotus." Belotus arrogantly steps out from the cosmic gate. The demons roar with excitement. "Lord Belotus of the Ice." She looks at the demons, speaking warily, We are done for. It is the same outcome as always. Then she glances at the knights beside her. Curious? Where did those monsters even come from? The knight glares directly at her with bloodshot eyes, making Belotus flinch in shock. She immediately raised her hand to the sky, casting a spell while repeatedly muttering, "We are done for." Above them, a massive block of ice appeared, leaving the crew utterly stunned, mouths hanging open. She turned to warn Leon, but he just smiled back and said, "Don't worry." Leon trusted the knights behind him, saying, "Looks like our teammates just woke up from a long slumber." Knights seemed electrified. Something surged through them. Breaking through, suddenly, the ice near Leon began to ooze molten lava. The lava erupted toward Belotus' ice block, causing it to explode. She screamed in horror at what was coming. It is awakened. From within the molten lava, a hand was clawing its way out. One knight trapped inside the huge ice block, his glowing red eyes dimly visible, whispered, "Too heavy." Then a surge of immense power shattered the final seal. The demons panicked and scattered, shouting, "A monster!" Beneath that power stood a towering armored figure. The monster had finally awakened. With every ounce of strength, he declared, "I am Vunno, the embodiment of the war god himself." The knight Vanton, on the battlefield. Black chess pieces lined up tight side by side over 200 years ago. In the Leon Hut Kingdom on the Gandanchi Plains, there, the demon army led by the Frost Duke clashed with the Flame Sword Knights of Volcanoes and the allied forces of Du Ning. The black pieces now outnumbered the white ones. The demons were 10 times stronger. Everyone thought the demons would win for sure. Suddenly, the demon lord's face twisted in worry. "Wait, what the hell is that?" The knights appeared, ruthless and decisive, the brutal force the demon army truly feared. The demons could only beg, "Spare us." Darkness swallowed everything. The strongest knight, Saint Grell, wielded 2 holy swords, volcanoes of war and flamefire. The knight in front of him roared. He could only grit his teeth and fight back. Even the Frost Duke admitted this power was second only to King Leonhardt's. While fighting, the Frost Duke grudgingly admitted, "I have to hand it to him, he is truly strong." Feeling outmatched by the knights, he thought quickly. Retreat. Survival matters more than loot. Then he gave the order. Hearing retreat, the demons cheered, "We are alive." Finally, the Frost Duke made a smart, strategic call to pull back, but just as he thought escape was possible, his expression changed. Before he could retreat, the demons were wiped out. He was facing a creature beyond reason. The knights charged, slaughtering all. "Where do you think you are running?" they shouted. The demons scrambled. "Hurry. Move faster." Every blow was merciless, cutting them down relentlessly. It was not over. Caners and his knights chased them all the way into the demon realm, through the gate. The knights surrounded the demon realm's gate, closing in. The Frost Duke angrily pointed at them, yelling, "You lunatics! Do you realize where you are chasing me? This is my domain, the demon realm." Vanton, fearless, plunged his sword into the ground and shouted. Vanton pointed toward the demon realm and added, "And this whole place, over there too. Right here." He gestured at the terrified demons and the lands around, forcing them to cower against the walls. Vanton boldly declared to the Frost Duke, "All of this belongs to the gods." The Duke raised an eyebrow, sneering, "You are crazy. You think you can beat me in the demon's own territory?" With that, he ordered his demon army to attack. "Kill them all." The battle continues even here in the demon realm. Without hesitation, Vanton charged back, sparking a fierce battle. Was it his fighting spirit, or was Vulcanus just too overwhelming? Under Vanton's razor-sharp sword, the demons were like mere ants, all doomed to perish. Even high-level demons and monsters were pierced through. After the demons were defeated, Vanton drew closer to the ice count. And finally, Vulcanus' sword reached the icy formula. Vanton's sword and the icy formula were just inches apart, almost touching. Feeling utterly humiliated, he lost his mind and unleashed his power, roaring, "You filthy scum! And as for me, to fight an ordinary mortal like you, the Frost Formula, the ultimate dark magic, freezing time and space itself, this power is so intense that even a demon king struggles to break it. It encases the Vanton clan, slowly freezing them into a deep slumber. Over time, everything around gets affected, frozen solid, snow falling year-round. Eventually, he will lose his connection with his god. Meanwhile, I will regain my strength when the seal breaks. Countless demon legions will swallow you whole, useless shells, all frozen solid. Layer upon layer of snow piled up, forming a massive iceberg. 200 years have passed. And now, right at this moment, the ice has been split in two and slowly melting thanks to Leon. The Frost Formula seal has been broken. He even senses something strange. Wondering silently, Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Gatsa has finally awakened completely. He stands up, looking around. Puzzled, strange. Without that holy monster knight here, he should not have any weaknesses. Below, Lian stares intently. As soon as he sees him, he gasps. What? He looks at Lian and Patrick. Puzzled, why is King Lian here? And who is this guy beside him? Lian is supposed to be dead. Lian lowers his gaze and replies coldly. Someone dare show hostility toward me. I have not felt this in ages. Lian grips his holy sword, radiating boundless power. Taunting. Lately, just seeing me makes the feeble piss their pants. The seal do not know what has happened in 200 years. Even with the truth staring him in the face, he stubbornly screams. Impossible. The Lord of Wisdom once commanded an army of 10 million. Impossible. Survivors do not exist. But a cold, deadly voice cuts him off. Shut up, you worthless scum. The knight warns him sternly. Don't pollute my ears with that stinking mouth. The crowd is furious. Every word aims straight at the armored savage knights. The more he talks, the angrier he gets. Roaring at Lian's men, this is my territory. My land. Soon, my kin will sense the upheaval and gather here. When that day comes, you will all be finished. Lian remains calm, a smirk tugging at his lips as he asks the one beside him. Which move are you picking? Vanton glares fiercely and replies, this grudge. I am ending it with my own hands. Lian nods in respect. I get to hunt down these weaklings. Before turning away, he carefully warns him. This time, I will play the supporting role, but I swear it has got to end for real. Vanton replies firmly. No doubt about it. He stumps the ground hard. A crimson energy aura bursts forth around him. The power surges stronger and stronger as Vanton shouts with conviction. Annihilate the evil. Only death awaits. The unfinished battle from 200 years ago reignites in that instant. Meanwhile, the surface dwellers face the 10th day of chaotic gate appearances. The army gathers on a field when suddenly someone shouts. Dungeon break. Move. Let us clear them out fast. 10 days since the gates started appearing non-stop. That means some of those gates are already breaking through defenses. One team member groans. Damn it. Why's the gate all the way at the bottom of the central lake? A teammate adds. It is not even a dragon gate. Who they expect one under Lake Ka? He thinks of other countries falling apart and says, at least our country's holding up thanks to Pantheon. Foreign news. Yeah, it is a mess out there. Over the past 10 days, Jackie's been practically commanding everyone with near-perfect orders, and Jack Spinner's effective strike team. Most surface dwellers, including top guilds, have cleared out the gates, but with so many gates, one final portal still broke through. Suddenly, huge bubbles rise from the water near their watch point. Then, a gigantic crocodile leaps from the water. Everyone is shocked. One asks, what is that? Another yells. Monster incoming. The mighty crocodile snapped its jaws, baring razor-sharp teeth as it lunged at the soldiers. They scrambled, supporting each other to flee to safety fast. Just in time, May stepped in to back them up, taking Harry's place. She unleashed her divine magic, controlling the water like glowing chains, binding the giant crocodile. A nearby soldier whispered to himself, Hiyu, I am still alive. Leading a squad behind her was Jiek. The crowd cheered loudly. Pantheon's here, we are saved. Harry called out to the front. Jiheek, you get me. He nodded, ready for battle. Using heavenly punishment magic, Jiek's flames instantly incinerated the crocodile. Ji carefully reminded everyone, closing the gate. Fall back. Those around were deeply grateful, saying, thank you. Hunters, Harry was still blazing with battle fury. Kicking wild, Jiek fired back excitedly. Nice one. Go for Lian Hood. The flood of monsters kept surging up from underwater, and the fight between the two sides was brutal. People were dropping left and right. Jiek shouted mid-fight. I just can't hold them off. He ran up to Harry, shouting, Senior Harry, we are running low on firepower. Throw us some flames? Wait up. I am almost out of energy too. She quickly poured her soul into the flame from her sword. Fire. Come forth. The sword blazed bright red as Harry swung fiercely, cutting down monsters with every strike. Over the past 10 days, Pantheon Knights sealed more than a dozen gates in a grueling march made possible only by 4 knights wielding their sacred relics. Especially Harry, blessed with the relics of the Waterwave Bracelet and the Heart of Fire, lending power that surpassed even rank strength to the knights. Deep down, Harry longed for recognition in this battle. If only her relic would acknowledge her too. Lost in thought, she snapped back to reality at Jayhawk's shout. Senior Harry. She turned, asking, "What is it?" Panicked. He pointed at the monstrous creature ahead. "The boss is out." Senior Harry. Harry gazed at the giant sea beast. Awe-struck. "No way. It is huge." Jayhawk howled, ready to attack. Senior Harry. "It is real this time." Harry clenched her teeth, staring down the fierce monster. "I have to stop it no matter what." Raising her sword tightly, she called out, pleading, "Lord Pedos, please help us. We need a giant serpent." Pedos heard her plea and replied, "Very well. My priestess. Do you seek my power?" Harry hurriedly answered, Yes." But Pedos' next words were cold and harsh. "Wait. Do you understand how much divine energy I've had to gather for this?" Harry was confused, stunned into silence. Jayhawk urged her anxiously. "Senior, what is wrong?" "Just shoot." Looking at her now powerless sword, Harry's heart sank. The flame's out. The flame was gone. This was not just Harry's problem. Elsewhere, a cook lost his fire too. Bewildered. What the heck is going on? The fire of all Pedos followers in the stadium, nearly all flames on Earth, vanished, sparking widespread panic. "My fire's gone out. Something's wrong. I can't make fire anymore." "What the hell? It has been snuffed." Harry spiraled into panic, whispering, "What the hell is happening?" Ariana's side was not faring any better. Pedos read in agony under everyone's worried gaze. Back to the battle between Vanton and the Ice Duke. Furious, the Duke pointed at Vanton, snarling, "You pathetic human scum." Suddenly, a massive shard of ice shot straight at Vanton. He gasped in pain. Screaming, Pedos also felt the agony. Cursing, "That bastard Graf." He clutched his head, shouting repeatedly, "I told you to be careful." Ariana nearby sipped her tea calmly, remarking, "It has been a while since I saw such a scene." The Dark God smiled serenely. "This is the Holy Grail night chosen by fate." Pedos yelled at him, "Graf, do you know how hard I worked to gather these resources?" He grabbed his head, screaming, "Why does not this guy get what careful means?" Vanton ignored the complaints, shouting at the Ice Duke, "Die, you monster." He swung his sword, cleaving the ice shard in half, then charged at the Ice Duke. The Duke sneered at Vanton, thinking, "What a foolish loser. Wasting his strength like that." The armies kept launching massive ice chunks at Vanton. Thinking there is no limit to the energy a mere human shard can hold, how could this guy not know when to back down? Like he thought he was invincible. Vanton fiercely shattered every attack thrown his way. Suddenly, his eyes burned bright red, as if something inside him had shifted. Before the army's eyes, he became a force of destruction. The crimson power surged straight into the sky. The great god of prosperity's thunder. The armies were shaken, realizing, this is the real deal. Watching the power hurtle towards him, Vanton thought, "This thing can pierce continents alone. No crazy horses needed." Countless legions had already fallen to this technique, but then the armies braced themselves. Standing firm, "No way, he is pulling the same old trick on us." He unleashed an absolute great technique, hurling shards of razor-sharp ice forward, muttering, "For a normal guy to pull off a great technique twice. Unbelievable." As the armies attacked, Vanton said coldly, freezing not just space, but time itself. Gradually, a massive ice shard formed from the smaller pieces before him. Once complete, he grinned proudly. "It is stopped now." Seeing Vanton frozen again, the armies got cocky. "Foolish human. This victory is ours." Staring at his handiwork, he could not resist sneering. "Good. Now, before King Leo." His gaze shifted sharply. Just as he planned to regroup his legions, a crimson light streaked across the sky once more. The army saw a sword hurtling down and thought, "That is the sword." He stood dumbfounded, refusing to believe his eyes. There was no way. That sword had already been thrown away. Yet the sword smashed through the ice barrier he would formed. Vanton gripped his sword tighter once again. Power surged through him. Growing stronger, the sword blazed like the fire of a war god. Vanton looked at him with a sly grin. "You really thought I would fall for an old trick? You got played, you dumb bastard. Filthy human scum." Before he could finish, Vanton cut him off sharply. "Shut your mouth." He charged in with a single, brutal strike, cutting down several soldiers. Those bastards were terrified. The sheer force of that attack nearly leveled everything around. The brutal 200-year-old war finally came to an end. Snap. Meanwhile, another sword plunged into a skeleton-esque skull nearby. It was Leon's sword. He would just slain the Red Gate monster Arklik, who screamed in agony, "My body!" The National Gate crisis is over thanks to Leon's return. Everyone nearby was stunned. John Cynthia shouted excitedly, "Archlik's dead. We are saved." Your Majesty, long live the king. Like an adoring puppy, he wagged his tail at Leon. Leon and Patrick stood above all class warriors, out of any ranking, and along with Vulcanus and his 50 knights, they cleared every gate that appeared. Elsewhere, Xianqian and Xianhe stood watching the explosion unfold, especially Vulcanus, the holy knight of war and fire. Xianqian scowled at the scene, while Xianhe muttered, Meteor. Vanton fought the beast horde alone. He was a survivor from Leon's world. He mercilessly slaughtered the monsters pouring from the gates, etching his power deep into the people's memories. Finally, it was over. At the Sugun Gate battleground, Lun and all the knights rested when a voice rang out. Leon, my war god. He adjusted his tie and replied, What is it? God of fire and war. Vanton listened, confused by the next words. Leon, my top war god. Clear out your subordinate soldiers. Leon fired back at the voice. Lord Petos, is not Vulcanus your top war god? Why do you sound so angry? Like you are scolding a ghost? I never had a war god like you. As he spoke, he struck Vanton, the calm problem solver, who unleashed his accumulated divine power like a dam bursting. The man beside him chuckled and said, Isn't Lord Pethan not what he used to be? Don't judge others so harshly. His tone was playful but mocking. Petos recalled the past with a hint of regret. Honestly, we should have kicked him out when someone said they would enlighten that Manzi guy. A voice whined, Don't he be so harsh. Petos? Even the Manzi gods see potential in him. Only then did Leon speak up, calling out, Lord Vulcanus. The man beside him replied, Your Highness. Leon stood, ready to leave, reminding him, It is time we head back. Let us first support Lord Spinner and his men. Vannon asked curiously, Supporting your Highness? You mean the mechanical Holy Grail knights you praised? They say he is Antocha's successor. Leon's eyes gleamed with meaning as he turned back. Exactly. You will be impressed by them. Autumn. And so, Lin and Vanton walked away together. As the global gate crisis finally neared its end, elsewhere, a woman sat calmly, going about her usual routine. None other than Patrick, holding her phone, reading the news with a sigh. What a mess. She stared at the headlines, wondering. Luckily, the populous nations seemed to be holding their own. The real problem lies within the mainland. Right? The newsfeed was flooded with reports about the sea monster from earlier. Lord Jiak had sent mercenaries to contain the damage. But apparently, it was not enough. Patrick muttered as she stared at a giant leg on her phone screen. Even Vulcanus' forces will struggle with this. Too many survivors hiding deep inland. This is going to get bloody. Suddenly, mid-thought, she froze. Patrick scrolled through a news headline that instantly grabbed her full attention. The headline read, Nation's cabinet accuses of inappropriate sexual conduct. With a photo of a man surrounded by women, Patrick finished reading and muttered a judgment. Corruption and decadence among the elites. No surprise, especially in times like these. Pausing, she thought to herself, but this feels more like a ritual than a scandal. Patrick noticed something odd in the photo and zoomed in. Sure enough, she found a rather bold symbol in the background. After a moment's thought, Patrick gasped. That is the insignia of Kwai. Suddenly, she felt someone behind her and jumped up. In spellcraft, naming someone is powerful magic. Just as Patrick suspected, someone was indeed behind her, a demon whose true name she had just spoken, and the demon could respond to the call. He looked at her with a sly grin and said, You are the one here? Patrick glared at him. She clenched her teeth in anger at his disrespect. She summoned her strength. How dare you show that wicked face to the queen? Fate cruelly, that once toppled a beautiful kingdom, has returned to her once again. He bowed slightly, excitement in his voice. Long time no see. Your Majesty. Patrick spun around, her cold eyes piercing the masked man behind her. He chuckled loudly, leaving her utterly baffled. What are you laughing at? He smiled wickedly. Just. His gaze turned sinister. Your fate is crystal clear. Yet you still stubbornly resist, as if you truly believe you can change it. Patrick gritted her teeth. Deeply irritated, he looked at her beautiful face with cunning, licking his lips like he was savoring a prize. So adorable. Patrick's voice trembled with rage. How dare you? He softened his tone and vanished into the air, his voice echoing. Don't he be so angry. Now I am leaving. She yelled out in frustration. Who does he think he is? Just coming and going whenever he wants. He knelt down, pleading with her, saying fate can be changed. Don't he forget that. Then suddenly he vanished into thin air. The queen's kingdom crumbled, leaving her silent and seething with anger. Patrick's thin lips tightened as his purple eyes flashed with the queen's fierce dignity and resolve. Meanwhile, on the Zata screen, Red dots marked dangerous zones as alerts blared steadily. Jeff Spinner decided the Pantheon should send troops to various grain belt regions, officially to protect their followers. Nations lacking hunters opened their airspace. Next announcement. Jeff deployed his guards to start securing grain belts worldwide. Elsewhere, people struggled to hold back the monster's attacks. Someone shouted, "Push forward. Hold it down." Soldiers charged, raising shields that blocked the beast's devastating blows, causing it to howl in pain. With a quick leap, Dullahan lunged at the monster, closing in like a gust of wind. He shouted, gripping his sword tighter with determination. His blade plunged straight into the monster's eye as he landed on its face, making it scream in agony. The soldiers cheered wildly at the successful strike. Yes, that is how it is done. Dullahan pulled his bloodied sword free, and the troops sighed in relief, their spirits lifted, standing over the defeated monster. He sighed, realizing he still was not a true knight. A week had passed. The sixth raid on the Kijan Principality was complete. Outside, peace returned. Birds soared in the windy sky, calm and serene. 2 days before heading home, the streets outside a busy eatery bustled with people. The lively chatter filled the air. And somewhere, clinking glasses rang out happily. Junhang praised, "At least the food here is amazing, pairs perfectly with the drinks." Meanwhile, Dullahan held his glass warily. His eyes dull as he sighed deeply. He recalled the past, realizing he had not come here since the incident on October 31st. Watching the crowd flow in and out, Junhang reassured him, "They are still here. Just gotta accept it." Couple hugging nearby as Junhang remarked, "It is rare to spot Kijan hunters around town these days. Ordinary citizens always bear the heaviest burden during crises like this." Raising his glass, Junhang continued, "I told you not to dwell on the negatives. We are here to enjoy ourselves. So cheer up." Dullahan smiled faintly and nodded, "Yeah," as they kept pouring drinks. Dullahan suddenly noticed something and spoke up, "Hey, what about the others?" A surge of mana energy rippled through the air, shaking everything around. Outside the window, swirling mana waves appeared. Screams echoed down the street, startling the two. Mana bursts. Dullahan sprang up, sword in hand. Rushing out. "Gotta gear up," he urged, hastily putting on gloves as Junhang scrambled to follow. Chaos erupted in the streets, shouts of monster, mixed with honking cars as Dullahan dashed forward. He wondered. A dungeon breach. Civilians fled in panic as monsters closed in. People screamed and scattered in terror. A girl at the back was grabbed by a monster with razor-sharp jaws. She screamed in horror until a massive force pushed her forward, eyes wide with shock. Immediately, Dullahan slammed a motorcycle into the monster's head, stopping its attack cold. Gritting his teeth, his face tense with stress, he stayed focused. Dullahan switched targets, hurling the bike at another monster, causing it to howl in pain. The motorcycle shattered on impact, knocking the beast backward. He panted heavily, silently cursing, "Damn it! A dungeon breach right in the city." Junhang burst out from the crowd, worry in his voice. "I have contacted the others," Dullahan shouted. "Kim, let us form a defense line and block these monsters." Calmly, Kim answered, "I have called everyone nearby who is still sane to come." Dullahan replied, "First, we need to push them back." Dullahan charges forward, gripping tight, with Junhang steadfastly backing him up. He shouts, "Move out." A sharp yell slices through the long silent streets, echoing down every alley. The night sky clears, revealing streaks of light that seem to lend their power to the two fighters below. 3 hours later, monster corpses are strewn across the road, and Junhang sighs in relief. The soldiers gather around, catching their breath. One of them wonders aloud, "Shouldn't someone be on watch? Why does it feel like no one even realizes what just went down?" Junhang stares at the pile of monster bodies, shaking his head. What a total mess. Someone slowly stands, muttering, "That is enough," leaving everyone stunned. He explains, "More than half of our security cameras are busted, and even the satellites can't be trusted, so we are mostly relying on civilian reports. Honestly, stopping this much damage is a miracle." A wary voice agrees. "Yeah, this whole thing's a mess." And the man awkwardly nods. "Right?" Looking at the empty streets, he adds quietly, "It is actually better here than out there." Outside the city, monsters are everywhere. Dullahan's eyes widen in shock. "Seriously?" he stammers. "Then how do people even survive in the countryside?" Another replies, "They do not. They just endure." Dullahan falls silent, his face clouded with confusion and deep thought. Junhang tries to comfort him. "Listen, we did everything we could. Now we just need to get home safe." Hearing this, nods somberly. "Right?" He presses his lips together, deep in thought. Are we really okay with this? That question is met by a communication device in hand. Jack's 3D image pops up on the screen, shouting, "What is the deal?" Deci-san quickly replies, "Spinner, sir." Slowly, he says, "I want to stay here," making Junhyang jump back, yelling, "What?" A voice booms from the screen. "Stay put." Junhyang jumps up, demanding, "What are you talking about?" Deci-san's tone turns serious. "There are plenty of places like this worldwide. That is the reality." The screen switches to Lian's image. He scrutinizes. "You said you want to stay there." "Your Highness." Everyone nearby gasps. Lian looks at Deci-san's image and calmly says, "Spinner, if you fall behind, what good will you gain? At best, you will be a low-tier B rank. What do you plan to do there? Join the strike team?" Deci-san, serious as ever, replies, "I have heard monsters show up even outside the city. If I ride out and take a few down, I might earn something." Sitting alone, disconnected from the world, he knows deep down he won't gain anything no matter how far behind he stays. His words hang heavy, plunging both into a tense silence. Lin snaps back. "You are trying to prove yourself, wanting the gods and me to recognize you, right?" Dee stays silent, maybe just desperate to find some purpose. He grits his teeth. "That is not it. What I truly want is..." Deci-san speaks up. "Your Highness, a man who has failed countless times but never quit, always pushing forward without hesitation." Deci-san recalls Zira's bright smile, feeling as if all hope is placed on him. He is determined. "I do not need your approval to try and get stronger." His words shock everyone around, drawing their full attention. Lian suddenly smiles. "I get it now." His eyes harden with resolve, a man searching for a chance to grow stronger. Excited, he says, "All right then, walk your own path. Not even the gods can block you. Courage, faith, and the gods themselves will guide you. I am counting on you." Suddenly, the comm device cuts out, leaving everyone stunned. He says, "Oh man, the Highness just gave the green light." He sighs, voice softening. "Sorry. Everyone. I'm staying." The others glare. "What are you saying?" "We are staying too." Someone chuckles. "Even if we go back, taxes will eat up every dime. I bet if we kill monsters here, we will get paid directly." Junhyang said, "Hey, Captain Wonti abandon us. They will definitely have our backs." As he spoke, it was clear that DC's eyes were stinging with emotion. 50 soldiers and a lone wandering knight stayed behind. What they would accomplish later was beyond imagination. Everyone gathered around him, comforting. "Hey, are you crying? I am not a knight yet. Are you really tearing up?" No one could have predicted what was coming next. A terrifying night had passed. Dawn broke with bright sunlight and unified voices. "All right, everyone. You're up, time to move on to the next gate." And just like that, the journey of a night began. Lian stepped forward and called out to Jiria, who was lost in thought. Calmly, he asked, "You plan to take the path of cultivation again? I already know about your reincarnation. Return to the kingdom and draw your sword once more." Jiria chuckled and replied, "Biha," before entering the imperial capital. "I do not need your judgment." Lin closed his eyes in resignation. "I see. So that is how it is." Harry watched Lian staring at the sky with a smile. Then teased, "Biha looks a little uneasy but happy. You know, an old friend suddenly popped into my head." Lian smiled faintly. "Funny thing is, he is just like that guy, the clueless, stubborn fool." He thought to himself. He joked, "Harry, did you know? It is always the fools who shake the world." Harry scowled and asked, "Oh yeah?" She perked up. "If Bia says that, it must be true." Harry looked momentarily surprised. Lian teased, "Now you are trying to flatter me. Finally learning how to be a loyal servant." A bird landed on her head. She turned to Lian. "I am loyal, right?" He just smiled silently without answering. His voice echoed, "Not yet permitted." Above, a massive ship sailed across the ocean as a voice shouted fiercely. Harry was shackled to a pole, grumbling, "Not once, but twice. This is ruthless." Lin calmly crossed his arms. "Still not allowed." Patrick raised his hand in mock surprise. Omut, watching her suffer. Patrick asked, "Is this the offering I heard about to Lord Poma? Fascinating that this ritual is said to ward off bad luck." Harry, tears streaming down, yelled, "What? You doubt me? They say my sacrifice stopped the disaster." She tried to stop crying, stammering, "Your Majesty." Lin next to her frowned and snapped, "Cut it out." Patrick awkwardly held his cheek, sympathizing. "Poor thing." Suddenly, she jolted, mouth agape as if she realized something. Patrick curiously asked, "Your Majesty, can that offering be replaced by a statue of a woman?" That question shocked the others. Harry, still crying, looked stunned. She anxiously asked, "Your Majesty," Patrick chimed in from the side, "a regular statue might not be as effective." She glanced at the pitiful Harry and suggested, "Anyway, this is a rare break. Harry had been hanging there long enough. Why not use magic to swap her out with a statue?" Lin closed his eyes, thinking, hand raised to his chin. Moments later, the shackles fell off. Harry cheered. "Yes, I am." She dashed off, beaming. "I am going to change into my swimsuit." Lian sighed, exhausted. "You are an adult and still so clueless." Patrick quickly defended her. "She has been through a lot." Patrick looked at Lian and thanked him. "Thank you for coming with us this time." Lin replied calmly, "No need to be formal. It is only natural. You all should relax and enjoy this rare occasion." Gazing at the gigantic ship on the sea, he guessed, "At this speed, we will reach Haman soon." The ship kept cutting swiftly through the waves. A flashback revealed Lian's sudden decision to take this trip was sparked by Patrick's suspicion. Standing by the window, Lian turned back, puzzled. "You mean the lustful, corrupt demon Duke is hiding there?" Patrick frowned. "Yes. When I called its name, it responded even though the connection was cut fast. It is definitely on Earth." Lian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I get a demon hunter with years of experience says so. I believe him." He looked at her with determination and announced, "I will personally lead the troops to Hammon. The catch is, they have no legit reason to send soldiers into Hammon." Lin came up with a slick plan, a trip to Hammon under the guise of a vacation. As the flashback ended, Lian put on his swim trunks, hands behind his head, strolling confidently forward. Day gave a goofy glance and let out a playful shout. He smiled and greeted, "Your Majesty." "Hello, madam?" Then Suayon suddenly spoke. "You are here already." He glanced over. She blushed and quickly looked away, holding up a glass of water respectfully. "Please accept this." "Your Majesty." Len reached out to take it, grinning politely. "Thanks, I will enjoy this." Turning away, he tossed back a line. "That really suits you." That one sentence made her flush bright red and jump. Lin raised his glass, smiling at everyone. "This is a rare chance, everyone. Relax and enjoy yourselves." The crowd below buzzed with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Suion, standing behind, stayed shy and blushed. He stepped forward and stretched out on a lounge chair, thinking to himself, "Not bad." He relaxed. He promised himself, "On a rare day like this, I will take it easy too." Suddenly, Harry burst in, cutting off Lian's thoughts. "Hey everyone. She dove straight into the water. Suho panicked. Wait, says Harry plunged into the pool, splashing water everywhere, drenching everyone. A splash flew right into Lian's face as he sat nearby. She grinned, brushing her hair back. "At first it is a bit chilly, but the water's actually warm." Suho stared wide-eyed, mumbling. Says Harry gave a puzzled look at him. Suho, drenched and dripping, pointed off to the side. "Warning, Your Majesty." Suddenly, a fierce glare had Harry freezing in place, hair standing on end. Behind her sat Lian, hands clutching his head. She teared up in fear. "Your Majesty, I am..." He smoothed his hair and frowned. Lian seriously warned, "Having fun is fine, but you are still a lady, watch your behavior." Hearing that, she gasped, thinking, "A lady?" He smiled and teased, "Right? You are no ordinary woman. Honestly, how could you act like a commoner?" Harry laughed in response. Lian's smile twisted into frustration as he raised an eyebrow. "You need to learn the basic etiquette of a noblewoman. I will personally teach you how to carry yourself like royalty. If you do not learn properly, I will break your knees to keep you from acting impulsively." Harry's eyes welled up as she replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Turning back, tears streamed down her face. Suho asked with concern, "Sis, are you okay?" She looked down and called out, "More importantly, Your Majesty Jack." Then she asked, "What is it?" Harry, watching Jack floating calmly in the water, she asked, "Did you buy this swimsuit?" "Your Majesty, how did you know my size and taste?" replied cockily, "Because I am the boss." The group stared wide-eyed as Jack continued, "It is easy, no need to be bossy. I can predict people's behavior through observation data." Harry's face paled, thinking, what did he just say? Jack analyzed. Harry here usually likes short clothes, cut-off shorts, and crop tops that show belly and armpits. Observations say it is because of sweat glands. Primates generally do not care about being exposed. Harry jumped up, clutching herself, yelling, "That is rude. I wear this for comfort and coolness." Thinking of Jae-ho, Jack went on, "Kim Jae, a Novi-rich fashion disaster, ripped jeans, mismatched Aloha shirts, probably the result of a twisted childhood," he said, waving his hand to dismiss. "Post-traumatic stress syndrome from painful memories. This is fashion." "Got it." Turning to Suho, he commented, "Suho's wardrobe mostly comes from Dongdaemun wholesale market. Based on his history as a commoner." Suho awkwardly defended himself, "I am just trying to save money," looking toward Soyeon sitting by the pool. Jack added, "And John Soa." Everyone turned to look at her. Soyeon's expression was icy. Jack went on, "She shows all the traits of a cuckolded alpha male." The crowd was baffled by his fancy jargon. Jack asked, confused, "What is a cuckolded alpha male?" Speaking of the flashy cuckoo birds, Jack did not hesitate to say straight up they are notorious for showing off, just to catch a mate's eye. Hearing that, Soyeon freaked out in terror. He openly admitted it. No wonder she bought the wrong swimsuit all this time, because of bad info. Suho exclaimed, shocked. "Soyeon," she grabbed a sword and shouted, covering her mouth, "Perverted robot freaks." The crowd panicked, rushing to stop her. Jack calmly fired back, demanding to correct the perverted label from this unit. "Soyeon, cool it." A sharp shout echoed out. "Someone stop her." "Soyeon, the sword. Drop the sword right now." But Soyeon kept wildly swinging her blade. Jack dodged nonstop while Suho yelled in panic. Harry glanced around, deep in thought. Where was the queen again? A fancy room down the hall. Harry walked in awe. Is this the VIP suite? Even the hallway looks amazing. Stopping before a door, she wondered aloud, is this the third floor main hall? Covering her mouth, she called out, "Your Majesty, are you here?" Suddenly, a noise made her eyes widen. "Your Majesty, are you all right? I am coming in." Her hand reached for the door. The door slammed shut, startling Harry as she tilted her head, covering her mouth in alarm. She thought, it is locked. What is going on inside? She shouted again. "Your Majesty, I am coming in." Inside, Patrick helplessly held out his hand. Wait. Before he could stop her, Harry slammed against the door, cracking it along the edges. Suddenly, she noticed Patrick nearby, embarrassed in her swimsuit. Patrick tucked hair behind her ear and said, "Harry, I can go out looking like this?" Harry stared at her body, hands on her face. Jaw dropped. Patrick looked confused. "Harry, you hearing me?" Speechless, Harry could only gush in amazement. The meat sizzled hot on the grill. Jack stood on Soho's shoulder, reminding him, getting the doneness right is key. Grill it evenly on both sides. Soho nervously asked, "How even are we talking?" Jack yelled, "Cook it thoroughly and evenly." Suddenly he shouted, "Don't burn it." Suho panicked. "This is Maillard," Jack bluntly explained. Maillard is a high-temp reaction between protein and sugar that is basically burned. Jihak overheard and turned around, alarmed, eyeing 2 cups and a bottle of liquor on the table. He let out a sigh. Jihak saw Leon holding a liquor cup and asked, "Want to have a sip?" "Your Highness." Holding the bottle, he looked it over and exclaimed, "What else is in this fancy bottle? What is this stuff?" Suddenly, a menacing shadow appeared behind Ji-hyuk. Startled, he spun around and shouted, "Soyeon teased. Kim Ji-hyuk, you are of age now." He clutched the bottle. Panicked. "Don't keep reminding me. We are all trouble anyway." He added, "That is forbidden." Someone yelled, "Ji-hyuk, what are you holding there?" "A bottle of liquor." He blurted, startled, causing it to fly up. A hand shot out and grabbed the bottle. He turned, eyes wide, trying to explain. "Senior Harry, it is a misunderstanding." Harry held the bottle in one hand, the other on her hip, reminding him, "You are still a minor. You know that." Turning away, opening the bottle with one hand. She laughed. "Good, Suho, you are still too young for liquor. Only grown-ups like me drink this stuff." Suho grumbled silently. "She is only a year older," Ji-hyuk asked. "Curious? But where did you just go?" She casually sipped from the bottle. "The queen is not here. So I went back to my room." At that moment, Patrick appeared, peeking from behind a wall, watching the group chat. Worried, she heard someone call out, "Your Majesty, why has not she come back yet?" Startled, Patrick covered her mouth. thinking silently. What a pitiful scene. Watching the group frolicking in the pool. Patrick thought. Men and women. Barely clothed. Rolling around in this public bath. Even the lower pools. He turned with a smile. Teasing. Covered up. What are you doing there? The water's warm and great. Come in. Patrick shyly called out. Again? The lower pool. She sighed, blushing deeply as Harry and the others looked over. Patrick wiped water off her leg, stepping out awkwardly. Lower pool. What is going on? Embarrassed, Patrick stood shyly in the pool with Leon as he casually sipped wine, forcing her to cough and remind him. She sighed, asking, Lower pool. Is not it a bit too much? He laughed and replied, Of course not. Patrick broke the ice, saying the cultures of the Leonhurt Kingdom and Sparrow Kingdom are a bit different. While Sparrow Kingdom values restraint over grandeur. She thought about the culture here, then thinking of Leonhurt, imagining couples dancing. She added that Leonhurt Kingdom prides itself on a vibrant, romantic culture centered around knights. Thinking of him, Patrick commented, using Leon as an example. He is a hopeless romantic who even made the temple priestess cry to win her heart, he said bluntly. That is royal culture for you. Patrick blushed and exclaimed, The royal banquet hall even has a waiting room just for couples. Your Majesty. Leon smiled gently at Patrick's flushed face. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance, scolding him shyly. He hooked her arm and teased. That story a bit too much for you. Huh? Patrick lowered her head, hesitating. Anyway, on this trip to Hama Kingdom, suddenly, a finger pressed to her lips. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Let us leave the business talk behind for now. Leon turned to her and said, Now's the time to eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. We rarely get to relax with such beautiful scenery. He asked Patrick. Even the ocean waves, dressed in modern clothes, have a kind of elegance. Do not they? Patrick covered her mouth with a napkin, totally embarrassed and silent. She then asked a question that startled him. You are not used to gadgets, but you seem pretty familiar with Earth's customs, right? Lin walked off, irritated. That damn phone. I still can't get the hang of it. Patrick thought to himself, Lin's past life as an Earthling was a secret. For context, Lin belonged to the pager generation. Harry called out, Your Majesty. As bubbles surfaced with a few splashes, he used magic to levitate a bottle of wine, flaunting it. This is royal wine from Leon, everyone. Have a drink. The crowd's eyes lit up with excitement. Gia exclaimed, Oh wow! Royal wine. I gratefully accept. He poured wine into the glass in his hand. Patrick stood nearby, explaining, Your Majesty has tried it several times before. It is a very sweet wine. Lin held up the glass, introducing it. It is made once a year from grapes nurtured by the Holy Grail Knights of Life and Abundance during the Grand Festival. It is offered as royal wine to honor the achievements of the knights. The crowd's eyes widened, staring at the wine in Leon's hand. Harry snatched the glass. Mine now. His bold move startled everyone. She downed it in one gulp and said, You guys are way too young, while the crowd groaned in regret. But it is royal wine, how dare you touch my royal wine? Watching Harry gulp the last drops, Leon snapped. Not very classy at all. She sighed, her cheeks flushed, and wiped her mouth with her hand. Harry smirked confidently, reminding her, If you did not know before, now you do, he said bluntly. Looks like someone's wrong here. Seeing Harry's goofy grin, Lynn clenched her teeth in frustration, while Patrick laughed helplessly behind her. She cheerfully raised her glass. Your Majesty, please have a drink. Leon froze, and Beto shouted, Yeah, that is right. That is my style. The little shark groaned. Again with the teasing and taunting, he sighed helplessly. Oh man! These guys. Soho and Soyeon stepped forward to support the totally drunk Harry. He said, Sorry. Your Majesty, I will get my sister to rest on the chair. Harry laughed and said, All right, bring her a towel. Voices buzzed around. The young deer blocked the way. The goddess of light said something urgent, then fell silent. Harry, drunk, suddenly blinked in confusion. She struggled and shouted, Suho, I just want to talk to one person. Suho panicked and stopped her. Wait, it is dangerous. Harry then collapsed face first into the water. Everyone fell silent. Frozen, he held his head and sighed. What a dumb scene. Speechless, Lin raised his hand and shouted, Boil. Crystal clear. A blue light appeared. He shouted. Shockwave. Water in the pool erupted in a wild spray. Soyeon crossed her arms and shouted angrily. Here we go again with the drunk antics. Patrick blushed furiously. Panicking? My napkin? Gius blushed in surprise as he saw the napkin fall. He let out a sharp gasp when he saw her body. Leon stepped beside Patrick, startling her. Patrick's face flushed red, tears welling up, when suddenly Leon draped a blanket over her shoulders. Patrick looked up surprised and called out, "Your Majesty." She glanced up at him, cheeks flushed with shyness. Leon smiled slyly and whispered, "Auntie." Then he patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Take it one step at a time." Meanwhile, Soyen rushed over, stepping in front of Gius, scolding him fiercely. Suddenly, Patrick heard a strange sound. A group sat nearby watching Patrick. Ariana slept soundly in a chair, while Beto shouted, "Priest Harry, this is not the time to nap." The girl beside him grinned mischievously. "Well, I gotta say, I am loving the show right now." Hetho eyed them and told his companion, "Just take it all. No point holding back." The other nodded in agreement. Demara touched her cheek, looking at Ariana with curiosity. "Don't I have a daughter I can bring along?" She sighed helplessly. "Her, the goddess of abundance." Leon let out a quiet breath, glancing shyly at Patrick. He thought to himself, "I heard all that, you bunch of gods. Just 2 more days until we reach the kingdom of Hammon." The ship rocked on the vast sea, heading for Hammon Benji Harbor. Handshake with the workers carried deep meaning, also showing respect and hospitality. Reporters swarmed around, aiming their cameras at them. Jiade stepped forward, speaking with respect. "Welcome to Hammon." "Your Majesty, I am Jay, representative of Hammon." Lin replied coolly, "I am Leon Dragonia, Leon Hood the royal envoy." Leon Hood. Suddenly, he asked, "Could you please step back a bit?" The man looked dumbfounded and stunned. "Sorry." A streak of crimson light appeared in the sky. Leon commented, "Someone's pretty drunk." Jiade looked up dumbfounded. "Huh? A shooting star." The crimson streak landed on the ground, throwing Jiade into chaos. His face twisted in shock as he stared. Who is this? A massive, muscular figure exuded icy coldness. Vulcaners? The holy knight of flame and war. Vulcaners turned sharply, eyes piercing as he stared at Jiade. He stepped toward Jiade with a questioning look. "Are you the king here?" Jiade panate, shaking his head frantically. "I am the president, appointed by the people. Definitely not the king." Jiade forced a smile, adding, "But still, welcome to Hammon." "Your Majesty." Vulcaners laughed heartily, folding his arms. "Thanks for the warm welcome." Sweat trickled down Jiaode's tense face as he forced a reluctant smile. "There are just a lot of people here. That is all." Behind them, the entourage led by Queen Patrick arrived radiant and dignified, a smile gracing her lips. Lin adjusted his dark glasses, lips twitching as he said, "The other knights are waiting for orders in Korea. I am just here with my personal guards." Jiaode's grin revealed sharp white teeth. "Calculating. So this guy's not here to stir trouble." Jiade spoke up, silencing Leon and Patrick's group. Then, "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of your visit?" Leon's lips curled into a faint smile as he removed his glasses, revealing his handsome face, calm and straightforward. He answered, "A tour." Harry puffed his cheeks, sipping water softly. Harry glanced at the muscular man Volcanoes in a tank top, his chiseled body on display, and said, "I just can't get used to this." Volcanoes, fiddling with his phone, replied, "Just entertainment on social media." She sifted through her memories, realizing this was the first time Harry met Volcanoes. Volcanoes grinned widely. "Good kid. You actually let such a fragile girl be the saint." Harry lowered her head shyly. "Hello? Lord Volcanoes?" Harry asked curiously. "In your eyes, everyone looks so small," which only made Volcanoes laugh even louder and more carefree. "Exactly," Harry said timidly, thinking, "I was so scared back then." Suddenly, Volcano's face turned serious as he looked down at Harry. Warning. "Anyway, Lady Knight Harry, you need to work on your height, your chest, and your rear." Wearing a tight shirt that hugged her curves, Harry's face went blank, thinking, embarrassed after just 5 minutes of meeting him. Volcanoes got more excited, slapping his chest and laughing heartily. "Tall, curved, big butt." Harry's eyes widened. Utterly flustered, Volcanoes crossed his arms, grinning wide. "We call these the 3 core virtues of a knight. Anyone who trains them is serious business. But hey, I am sure back then it was not on purpose. No hard feelings." Right now, Harry watched the man opposite him expertly scrolling on his phone, grinning like it was their first ever meeting. Harry's first impression of Volcanoes was pure intimidation. He seemed like a rough, rugged warrior, manly and fierce, eyes glued to his phone, fingers expertly tapping away. Brutal, savage, fierce. Harry was stunned. This guy handled his phone even better than the king himself. Volcanoes played on his phone while explaining, This account spreads the sacred laws of the gods. I am even connected with the queen here. Harry was speechless. Suddenly, Pedo swooped in beside Harry. Leaning close. Harry. My champion. Pedos whispered. Harry blinked in surprise. Softly calling. Pedos warned her. Seriously. Tell that fool to stop burning through his divine energy. Curious? Harry hesitated. Volcano's caught on they were talking about him and quickly looked up. Volcano's fierce grin made Harry so nervous sweat poured down her face like a river. Flustered, Harry turned back to Pedos. I can tee. Pedos shook his head, waving it off. Whispering, Harry. Meanwhile, Volcano's beamed with pride, laughing like a kid. Volcano's glanced at Pedos, teasing. It is all because you are not as mighty as you used to be, just a little divine power and you are drained. Pedos clenched his fists. Furious, Harry asked sharply. Did you really do that? Volcano's shrugged. Coolest. You already know what it is. I thought you would not tell anyone. Demara flashed through Harry's memory divine witness to it all. Worried, Harry looked at Volcano's. Are you okay? I did not think anyone besides the king could pull that off. Volcano smirked. Arms crossed. Replying coldly, I am the strongest man alive. He went on. Divine power depends entirely on talent. In all the reigns of Lions Kings, only 3 ever pulled it off. Such miracles are nearly unbearable for mere mortals. His sharp eyes and sly grin locked on her. But for me and the king? No problem. I am the strongest man alive. And the king, he is an even bigger monster than I am. Volcano's pointed at Harry. Voice booming. And you, too, have that same talent. Harry blinked in shock. Divine power. Volcano's folded his arms. Explaining bluntly. You should be known by now. Carrying the power of 2 gods means you were born to be a vessel of divine might. You say you got the fire heart from Isabel. That is proof you have divine nature. Harry denied it, then placed her hand over her chest. Surprised. Fire heart, Volcano's explained. That heart generates divine power itself. Like the lion's heart, it is a sacred relic, honored by fire knights for ages. Harry shook her head in panic. I do not get how that works. Volcano's closed his eyes halfway. Chuckled dryly, and sighed in resignation. Volcano said, Looks like it is my job to train you into a holy knight. Pedo sat proudly on her shoulder, arms crossed like a boss, frowning and pondering. Volcano's added, But there can be 2 holy knights. I should become the holy moon's emissary. Pedos asked. That title did not even exist before. Suddenly, Volcano slammed his hand on the table. Exactly, his muscular frame and wild grin fixed on her as he declared. Kin. Yes, kin. I have always wanted to be king. Harry sat clueless. Pedos blushed with fiery anger, glaring at Volcano's. How dare you? Volcano's laughed heartily. I will be the holy king, and you will be Emperor Leon Earth. Suddenly curious, Volcano's asked. Lady Knight Harry, how big is this country? Harry, still clueless, fumbled with her phone, stammering, then unlocked it. The app launched, showing a map. Harry pointed and said, This is Haman, and this is Korea. Volcano's tilted his head. Watching intently, Volcano's lips curled into a sly, wicked grin, flashing his pearly whites. Suddenly, Volcano's jumped up wildly, causing everyone nearby to stare in disbelief. He shouted, Tiny, wait! His majestic eyebrows shot up arrogantly as he bellowed. Too small to be worthy of the great Leon Earth. The world is vast and endless. He smiled faintly, but then reminded Harry. We will start with Haman. Conquer this nation, then push westward. Harry's jaw dropped in shock. Volcano's laughed louder and more wildly, eyes half closed, raising a hand in admiration. He said, When the great Leon Earth Empire is founded, I will be the Emperor of Dawn, and Haman will be my summer palace. Harry's head spun, eyes wide with panic. She thought. Right now, that day's true colors are showing. She quickly turned to warn Pedos. Pedos, please stop Kangandi. Pedos raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? War? Pedos grinned broadly. I love war, let us do this now. Harry stared dumbfounded. Right? Pedos is the god of war. Harry scrambled for a plan. She had to change the subject before that war really broke out. She shouted at Volcano's. Your Highness, why do you think His Majesty left us here? Volcano's was stunned but calmly replied. I am sure His Majesty has his own plans. Then he seemed to remember something else. Right? We have not seen another side of him yet. Right? Harry suddenly raised a finger. Curious? Another side. Both Volcanoes and Beto stared at her. Volcanoes explained softly. His Majesty is nobler and fairer than any knight. He is the symbol of victory in his memory. His Majesty is fierce with a brutal physique. Added more details. Though His Majesty is also incredibly cunning and ruthless. His voice cold as ice. Sending 138,000 troops forward in the Grand Hall. His Majesty shouted. The arrogance of the heretics has reached its peak. Now is the time to fulfill our sacred duty bestowed by the gods. His Majesty touched the essential items on the table. Volcanoes quietly told her. In other words, he continued. He will do whatever it takes to win the war. His Majesty's face broke into a huge smile as he declared, this is a holy war. Back in the Saho mansion with flickering lights. In the secretary's room, Dada ran in panting heavily. Searching for the room, a loud voice boomed. The formula for defeat. Kwai turned his head and muttered. Oh man! The Supreme Commander. The legendary demon's face twisted into the faintest smile. Kwai reminded Dade. You should knock before barging in. Dade snapped back loudly. When's the time for that? He slammed the table, announcing to the demon. Qin Lianhe has truly arrived with his bizarre knights. If that madman flies into a rage, we are all dead. Kwai half closed his eyes. Quietly asking, why do you say that? The demon calmly replied, just because he is from another world with different values does not mean you should discriminate. Dada panicked. Stammering. What? Do you even realize what we are up against? And you are joking. The demon blew out a red smoke that engulfed him. Dadai's face was full of terror. He looked around. The whole space was shrouded in a murky red haze. Dadai trembled. What is going on? The formula for defeat enough. Stop joking around. With that pathetic status, who do you think you are showing off to? The demon's long tongue licked around Dadai's panicked face. Threatening fiercely. Don't you think that title makes you valuable? You are just a piece of meat that breathes and poops. Sweat trickled down Dadai's tense face as he nodded repeatedly. Yes. I understand. Before he could finish, the demon's mocking voice rang out. Please forgive me. Spare me for now. The demon pushed him to the floor gently, saying, all right, I accept. Dadai was terrified by the demon's ferocity. Fearfully, he asked, what do you plan to do next? The demon turned toward the curtains. Smirking, the demon simply asked bluntly, what is King Lion doing right now? Dadai knelt awkwardly on the cold floor. The demon simply asked bluntly, what is King Lion doing right now? Dadai knelt awkwardly on the cold floor. Dadai hurriedly replied, he is just enjoying a stroll, checking out the sights. And so are the knights with him, he added. No one has seen the northern soldiers from Hambit Palace. Kwai turned sharply with sharp eyes. Smirking, the corner of the demon's mouth curled up slyly. So that is how it is, the demon nonchalantly said. King Lion has probably already figured out we are here. Or maybe he is just waiting for us to make the first move. He panicked and grabbed the guy. What? If that is the case, this is a disaster. Can we even take him down? The demon's wicked grin deepened as he leaned back. Quill tilted his head, letting his hair fall over one eye, making his sinister vibe even stronger. Of course not. He is like a god of war in human form. Only a supreme demon lord could stand a chance against him. Quo's sharp eyes narrowed as he thought for a moment. Then the demon spoke up. But Quo clasped his hands in front of his devilish smile, proudly declaring, even someone like me can drag at least one soul down into the abyss. King Lionhead just made a fatal mistake. One that could kill him. Downtown, guests in the carriages were pressing their faces to the windows, shouting in awe. Whoa, it is packed out here. Among them was a luxury car ferrying King Lion to the Rendezvous point. Jai Hike suddenly peered out the window. I have never seen so many people before. Lion spoke up calmly. Stay cool. Holding a glass of water, he half closed his eyes and explained in a relaxed tone. It is just a regular party. If you are a knight of King Lion Hchet, you should know how to keep your cool and enjoy it. Harry's eyes lit up excitedly as he bombarded with questions. Is that a follower of the Temple of All Gods? Kim Jia-heek whispered. Looks like a follower of Lady Demella. Right? Lion quickly shifted to the seat by the window, eager to peek outside. Hey, that is right, he murmured. Let us see what is going on out there. A hint of admiration flashed across his face. Impressive? Indeed. Queen Patrick sat beside Lion, also peering outside, gently reminding him. By the way, Your Majesty, it seems like there are plenty of other important guests. Lion interrupted. Looks like this festival is a major national event here. He nodded lightly at Patrick. Could it be they invited top officials from all over the world? She turned to him, a trace of unease on her face. Maybe this is their way of keeping us in check. Lion lowered his head to think. then calmly told everyone. As, I won't hesitate over some petty hostage, Line asked Patrick. Anyway, how's your prep going? She recalled recent rumors and told him. Actually, I have not found any solid info yet. A few days ago, Patrick heard a rumor that the president was into nightlife with women, so she disguised herself and infiltrated an entertainment club. And, one arm around a girl beside him, raised his glass, shouting, tonight's party is gonna be epic. His twisted, slightly creepy face turned toward Suryan. Hey, General Suryan, when's that trainee idol you promised gonna show up? Suryan smiled awkwardly. Don't rush. I have got her waiting outside. Patrick stood outside, hearing his sleazy voice echoing. Come on. Whoever plays best gets a big reward. She smoothly slipped into their lavish party full of women. And soon, Patrick successfully approached President Gio. Her cold gaze locked onto his eyes. It did not take long for Gia's sweet dreams to turn into a nightmare. Patrick sighed, explaining to him, sadly, he does not have any crucial info about Kwai in his head. Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then said, the formula for corruption's demise. Kwai. I have heard that name a few times, suddenly recalling something. Leon added, he is the one who corrupted the entire empire and the demons with his intellect, the only surviving demon formula who joined the war. Patrick nodded. Exactly. After leaving your majesty's world, he came to mine. He went on, alongside the great demon Androgen. It took him less than 50 years to destroy our world, she announced loudly. Everyone, Patrick's cold eyes and furrowed brows sharpened as she said, he found humanity's weak spot and seduced them. Kings, lords, and nobles all fell into corruption under his hand, she warned carefully. Tread lightly, Patrick continued. He will show you what you crave most and hand it to you with a touch you can't resist. Golden chandeliers hung luxuriously in the room, a table piled high with delicious dishes. This is the Grand Hall, the ballroom of the 5-star hotel in the kingdom of He-Man. Soho fiddled with his outfit. Sighing in frustration, wearing a vest was seriously uncomfortable. John Soya nudged him, saying, you better get used to it. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past So and Soya. So's eyes widened in surprise. The figure spoke up. My lord, he is here. Lian replied. Huh. He glanced toward the Harry group enjoying their feast, reminding them, even though we are here to hunt demons, this is still a prestigious national event. As Lian's knights, we must keep our appearance proper. Soho noddly. Yes, my lord. I understand. Jiaode hurried over to greet them, his voice low. My lord, you have arrived already. Lian nodded, replying formally. President Jiao, noticing his wary face, Lid asked softly, you do not look well. Jiaode fumbled nervously. Yeah, I have not been sleeping well lately. Lian coolly placed his hands behind his back and said, that is the curse all world leaders share. I get. Jiao scratched his head. Embarrassed? Thanks. My lord, he anxiously furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Lian immediately understood Jiao's exhaustion stemmed from nightly nightmares where he was forced to repent. Lian's sharp eyes caught Jiao's nervous twitch, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Though they lacked details on the demon's plan, Lian's intel from him had allowed him to station knights at every crucial point. Lin remarked lightly, by the way, nice weather today. Huh. Jia hurried to match his pace, smiling. Yes, perfect weather for the spring festival, definitely a plus. Suddenly, Jia froze and called out softly, my lord. Lin responded coolly. What is it, uneasy? Jia asked. Now that I think about it, I have not seen Lord Vulcaners anywhere. Suddenly, a fire erupted behind him. Jiao's eyes darted around in terror as smoke poured from both temples. Panic gripped him. What? An explosion. People scrambled to escape the blaze. Amid the chaos, figures clad in black stormed in. Red-eyed attackers brandished swords, blocking the fleeing Harry group. They shouted in panic. What the hell? Who are you? Someone stopped them. Footsteps approached as a voice sneered. What a shame to ruin such a beautiful day with lies. A man in black spread his arms wide, mocking with a deep laugh. Greetings, everyone. The party guests screamed in terror. Who are you? Bastards. Do you even know where you are? The black-clad man bowed low, hands clasped behind him. It is truly an honor to perform this spectacular show before the savior himself. With that, he flung off his black coat. Jia's face went pale in horror as he announced. That is a bomb, Jia screamed wildly. These lunatics, they are terrorists with bombs. His mechanical gaze fixed terrifyingly ahead as he screamed madly. Across every major city in the Hammond Kingdom, terrorist attacks are happening everywhere. Bomb-wielding terrorists are on the move. The man spread his arms wide, eyes lifted toward the light. Terrorists shouted, "Stand down!" The gods demand it. At a shopping mall in Hammond's capital, a terrorist appeared, drawing all eyes. Panic was etched on every face. Two men nearby stammered, "What is this? Why now?" The terrorist was loaded with weapons. Clutching a detonator in hand, an angry young man stepped forward to confront him, while his companion ran away yelling, "What are you doing? Run, now!" The terrorist's eyes flashed red as his thumb hovered over the trigger button. Why? His gaze radiated deadly intent. His voice dropped cold. "Because this is what the gods want." With that, he slammed the button. The boxes strapped to his body lit up fiercely. A massive explosion ripped through the mall, the thunderous blast shaking everything. Chaos erupted as everyone fled at top speed. Little Lily screamed in terror. "Mommy." The woman hurriedly pulled her along. "Lily, do not breathe it in." She shielded her child with her whole body. Coughing violently, barely able to whisper what might be her last words. "Mommy. Mommy loves you. Lily, Mommy loves you." Mother and daughter squeezed their eyes shut as thick white smoke engulfed them. Suddenly, mother and daughter's eyes snapped wide open, as if sensing something eerie in the air. The woman was utterly frantic, glancing around, wondering, did I just inhale poison gas? Why do not I feel a thing? What is going on? Suddenly, urgent cries came from behind her help, and she spun around. Heart pounding, she hurried after Lily towards the source of the screams, breathlessly asking, "Are you okay?" The guy was hacking uncontrollably, as if his throat was about to explode. She gasped. Hey, clothes were torn apart, revealing a monstrous figure with two horns. He cursed wildly. "Damn it! The illusion's been broken." The woman stared in shock at the monster, eyes wide, stammering, "Damn, that grumpy freak. Oh no, he has been exposed." At this point, the monster revealed its brutal, bloodthirsty nature, chasing after Lily and her mother. Hell-bent on killing someone had to die. Out of nowhere, a fierce punch, like a thunderclap, slammed into the monster's face. He could not even fight back. He was blasted backward, crashing onto his back on the floor. The one protecting the mother and child was none other than the terrorist himself. Calmly warning, "You better get out of here," the woman replied, confused. "Thanks. Wait, is not this the same terrorist from before?" Another terrorist behind chimed in, "Survived the holy gas and still standing. This guy's got to be a high-level demon," he boldly declared. "But it is no big deal. The Lord's name will prevail. These demons will be wiped out. We will bring down evil for good." The monster struggled to get up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, growling in frustration. "You damn pest." Standing tall, he pointed and roared, "Prisoners, you think you can defeat me?" Then he ordered, "Activate the corruption curse." The monster ranted nonstop. "Suffer, sink into pleasure." Before he could finish, he took a sharp punch with a cold voice saying, "Take that, demon scum." The terrorist delivered a brutal beating, mocking, "Repent. Repent for being born a demon." He clutched his head, cursing, "You filthy bastards." They burst out laughing. "This is exactly what you wanted." Then the terrorists called out, "Hey, come over here." After all, he was about to hurt her and her child. The woman shielded Lily's eyes, hesitating, well, that is kinda." She glanced at the scene unfolding, silently wondering if they wanted her to join this chaos. Fear gripped her as she thought of the crazed monster chasing her moments ago. Then, quick on her feet, she ran forward to join the terrorists, leaving Lily standing alone, bewildered. And just like that, people everywhere began beating down demons, an unbelievable sight to behold. Two pale wrists were locked tight in cold metal cuffs, the steel reflecting a chilling light. The terrorists were restraining several people here, shouting, "Move it! Head to the living room." One terrorist knelt on the ground, gripping an iron bar, his body reeking of sweat and grime. The terrorist muttered, "All right, I will put him in there." Leon gritted his teeth, trembling, pleading, "Please." Jiaode could not hide his shock. No way, they did not resist back then. They were counting on Leon to do something. He can stand rudeness, and he is way stronger than a level 5 hunter. Leon pondered with a sigh. He was cuffed now. Leon leaned on the cuffs, grumbling, "Taking hostages, that is cowardly." Chick spoke up, "Everyone, follow orders." But the Pantheon Temple could not intervene because of the hostages. Jiaode helplessly cursed under his breath, "Damn it, Not even Pantheon can do anything. Despite the desperate hopes of the president, the party guests were taken hostage, crushing any chance of resistance. The iron bar suddenly dropped to the floor. A voice rang out. Good job, team. Sit tight. John Cena bowed respectfully. I know I was just following orders, but I hate what I had to do. Lin gave a small smile. It is a king has to own the consequences of his commands. You did well. Harry stared at him, mouth agape in disbelief. The queen exclaimed. The terrorist is Buck John Cena. Suho immediately asked. You did not recognize him. Buck John Cena explained the situation. I bet you have not heard all the details yet. After arriving in Hammond, he worked with EB and visited one of Brilliant's branches there. Harry interrogated. Vest bomb. She was confused. They gave ordinary civilians vest bombs and told them to carry out priority terror attacks. John Cena chuckled to reassure them. Don't worry. It is actually just some holy gas that only knocks out demons when it is activated. Harry, surprised, blurted out. It is meant to wipe out the demons from Hammond. Lian Ben confirmed. This is the only way to flush them out. John Cena jumped in. Still, high-level demons can survive the holy gas. Little Chick cheerfully suggested. All right then. Let us see what the others have managed so far. She quickly led them to a super high-tech control room. Little Chick pointed to the screen and announced. He has been locked up tight at the port. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Well then, let us get started. Harry looked at him puzzled and suddenly cracked a weird smile. This might get a little rough, but it is time to roll up our sleeves. The night sky stretched silently. The city's skyscrapers bathed in a pale blue glow far in the distance. Kwai stared intently at his phone, sighed, and said, This time, we have been played. He could not believe they took hostages. Kwai was watching the latest news broadcast, lost in thought. He muttered, The worst part is, the demons were exposed because of their own terror tactics. Kwai quickly asked his assistant, Who else is left at the top? The assistant hurriedly replied, The demon general, the vice president. The commanders and the military police are still active. Most of the navy's corrupted, but they might help if needed. Hearing this, he stared out the window, thinking, We lost the upper hand in this terror strike, but this is still our home turf. This country's a swamp that will swallow Leonhardt whole. Even if everything falls apart, I have got one last move. The assistant stumbled over his words, rushing to report. Demon General. Urgent news. Kwai spun around. What is it? Staring at the picture in his hand, he gasped. The night orders here. Kwai was baffled. There is no way he would miss the chance to kill a demon. Suddenly, a mysterious grin crept across his face. But right now, he was completely alone. If innocent soldiers or cops get in the way, even that guy would not be able to take them all down. A soldier was in full panic mode, shouting urgently, Stop right there. Nustri High Cloud Officer. You trying to stop me? The soldier said firmly. Yes, this is a military zone. Please halt. He saw the man's expression betray his inner frustration. The soldier was a bit shaken, sweat pouring down his face. Stammering. That Nustri's gaze is deadly serious. The man squared his shoulders. I do not take orders from anyone weaker than me. The soldier blurted out. You gotta be kidding me. A man with a panicked face rushed forward. Harmon Cook, the military's chief strategist. Suddenly, whispers echoed around him. An armed group fighting demons. Who are they? What? The terrorists. Sweat beaded on Harmon Cook's face as dread filled his heart. Damn it. Weird dude. The situation was worse than anyone imagined. Total chaos had erupted. Panic spread fast. The entire city of Kunkai was in turmoil after the gas attack and the demon invasion. The banquet hall, where guests were received, was now under terrorist control. Harmon Cook pressed the elevator button repeatedly, gripping it so hard, cursing. Where the hell did that Holy Grail knight come from? Did they already figure out who I am? Soldiers on the other end of the line contacted him. Sir, what should we do? Should we take out the demons? As the elevator doors began to close, Harmon Cook ordered. Deal with those terrorists first. The soldiers seemed confused, asking, What do you mean? And where exactly are you right now? So furious. He tried to explain. I said stop them. First, I have to save the VIP. Suddenly, before the elevator doors could close, a hand blocked them. Two arms pushed hard to break in, throwing Harmon Cook into a panic. Within seconds, the doors were smashed open, and Volcanos appeared, a smug grin on his face. He smiled triumphantly and spoke. Seeing him, Harmon Cook froze, stammering, Volcanos. Before he could finish, Volcanos' strong hand clamped over Harmon Cook's face. He stared coldly at that face, with a wide, icy glare. No one could escape death under his gaze. Just seconds later, A blood-curdling scream echoed through the building, filled with pain and terror. Night was falling, and the full moon had climbed to its highest point in the sky. Meanwhile, on this side, Liam was sketching the monsters on a blackboard, noting how demons were sneaking in disguised as guests. Standing among the guests across the room, Harry raised his hand and called out, "What is the plan here?" Calmly, Liam ordered, "Simple, check if they are demons. Then take them out." Liam crossed his arms and dismissed the monsters with a casual smirk. "They are all shackled and harmless anyway, so just wipe them out without a second thought. It is easier than chasing loose change on street. True." But, gripping his marker tight, he hurriedly added, "Everyone, find your own way out now. I am about to assign the team's missions." To be thorough, Liam split the group. Hanso and Jae-hyuk would pair up, and Harry, "This time you are flying solo," he said. Harry's face twisted in nervous disbelief, but that was not all. Liam continued. "John Soyeon, lead the knights. Protect the queen." Soyeon immediately acknowledged. "Understood, sir." Liam glanced toward the knights, some crouched on the floor ready to fight. Others waiting in the hall, heads bowed, awaiting orders. Seeing everyone ready and aware of their duties, Liam nodded with satisfaction, tightening his grip on his sword. His face ignited with battle fire. "All right then. Let us get this started." Not watching that terrified expression, Wonkai Nus grinned wickedly. "Yeah? Do it." Jae-hyuk unleashed his weapon, casting a lightning spell to destroy the demonic imposter. Suddenly, he realized something. "Wait, was not that the Minister of Justice you just killed?" Suho, sweating nervously behind him, tried to explain. Turns out the minister had been corrupted too. Jae-hyuk and Soho worked together to eliminate demons disguised among the hostages. Down on the ground, the demon-possessed minister had been struck hard by Tieset, the shield's absolute power delivering a crushing blow. They pushed the hostages aside and trapped the demons inside the shield's electric barrier. It took time, but it was the safest plan. Seeing everyone trembling, Suho smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. The lightning won't hurt you unless you are a demon. Stay put and wait here until we clear everything out." "All right." Not wanting to waste time, Jae-hyuk moved forward, glancing back to urge Soho, "Let us hit the next room." Soho nodded and followed, both gripping their weapons tightly, nerves buzzing as they strode down the corridor. Soho wondered aloud. "There are way more high-ranking demons in disguise than I thought. Could this spark a diplomatic crisis?" Jae-hyuk quickly boosted Suho's spirits. "We already told Jaffe to set up body cams. If anything happens, we have got live footage of their transformations, no sweat." As they talked, Suho spotted Harry stepping out of a room. "It was my sister." Jae-hyuk hurried over to report. "Senior, the hall is clear." Harry nodded approvingly. "Not too shabby." Then she pointed to the door across and suggested, "Wait here. I will check this room." Without hesitation, Harry swung the door wide open and looked inside. Permission to enter. In an instant, the entire room blazed up with fire at her arrival. "Hunter Harry is here to save us. I'm safe. Keep the flames away from me." Seriously. Jae-hyuk and Soho standing outside were freaking out. "Are you trying to burn the whole room down?" After it was over, Harry stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Wasn't that fast?" Soho replied, utterly defeated. "Yeah, that was insane." Suddenly, behind the three of them, a familiar voice cut in. "Honestly, that is a simple but effective method." Bloodied and bruised, Liam stood at the bottom of the stairs, a satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. "But I still prefer slicing heads off with my sword." Liam's sharp glare made both of them grimace, but she was totally smitten. Seeing the situation spiral, Harry asked, "Your Majesty, are we really just killing demons like this? I feel like you do not fully get it." "What do you mean? There is nothing more important." Without beating around the bush, Harry's worried face pressed the point. "It is not just chaos here. The main demon force is strangely quiet." The image etched in his subconscious left him silent. Lost in thought, what if this is a trap? Liam slowly stroked his chin and said, "You are right." The silhouette of the man, lurking behind the building, appeared those from the world of pleasure and corruption, love playing dirty schemes. Just like those from the realm of intellect and ambition. If they are planning something, this place would definitely be their target. Hearing this, she grew more anxious. "Isn't this way too dangerous? Armed and alert? Who knows if we might stumble right into a massive corruption ritual while wandering here?" Liam thought differently, lowering his gaze thoughtfully. At critical moments, those creatures always think about running away first. Liam's words made all three widen their eyes, but nothing changed the fact that bastard was still a major demonic ritual. His fiery blue eyes pierced through as he added, "If we run into them, not far away." Inside the building, the demon sitting atop a pile of corpses said, Report reinforcements immediately. He cracked a sly, scheming smile and looked ahead. The day has finally come. Queen Tritch, standing opposite, furrowed her brow in anger. She snapped her fingers, ordering Soyeon to rush forward. Soyeon, move out, go. With that command, she dashed forward like a gust of wind. Soyeon's sword aimed straight at the demon. The demon barely dodged the slash, a holy vengeance power. Truly a force to be reckoned with. The demon raised his hand just in time, blocking her blade. Suddenly, a sinister magic circle appeared above his head. No one else but Tritch herself was the master of that circle. One after another, dark magic circles she conjured exploded into massive blasts. In an instant, the smoke began to clear. The demon survived unscathed, his magical skill ranked at a Grand Mage level, and without any incantations. No less fast as lightning. Behind him stood a monster shielding him earlier. This magic truly befits the intellect and ambition they chase. Still as deadly as ever, Queen of Mages, the demon started spinning words to bait Tritch. If you switch sides and become the Lord of Pleasure, you could become a Grand Mage, even surpass Carlo. But since you caught on to my scheme, I am not interested in the filthy heights of demons. Unable to hide her anger, Tritch narrowed her eyes and threatened. More importantly, shut that filthy mouth of yours. I have been itching to crush you for a long time. Seeing her attitude, the demon lost patience too. You seriously underestimate me. You think a fallen queen and some half-trained knights stand a chance against me? Tritch smirked faintly at the demon's challenge. From behind, Leon burst through the door, shouting, "So it is just the two of us against you?" At that moment, on the top floors of the building, a blazing golden light shone. Leon was in the thick of it. He charged forward, weapon poised for the strike. The demon was struck down by Leon's blade, blood spewing out. Seeing the danger pass, Leon looked at the two others. "Are you okay?" They shook their heads. "Grateful. Thanks to you, we are fine." From afar, a sound caught Leon's attention. None other than the demon, still alive. Leon snapped. "Shut up, you bastard. Who dares open that rotten mouth and call me out?" The demon struggled to speak. "So you figured out I cleaned house at the banquet hall. No wonder you are the battle king." Leon scoffed. "You have always been in my data. Thought you would be toast by now." Suddenly, the demon cracked a cunning smile. "You foresaw everything." His words stopped Leon cold. Then, the demon raised his hand towards Soyeon and Patrick opposite him. "You must know about this, too." Sensing something was off, Leon gripped his weapon tighter and advanced, but he was one step too late. Blocked. Then an explosion. From the highest levels of the building, purple light erupted, crystallized corruption, aimed straight at Patrick's chest.